Chapter 1. Xie Bao is not a bastard. You're just a nobody's bastard. In the small villa at the top of the mountain, a childish voice carried an intimidating venom as a cleanly dressed little boy extended his chubby hand and pushed the little girl in front of him down the second-floor stairs. The frail girl with a pale face tumbled down from the stairs, her forehead colliding with a nearby chair, immediately gushing out blood. She bit her lower lip, lifting her head to coldly look at the boy. The boy got scared for a moment, but seeing Xie Bao's disheveled appearance, he summoned up some courage and continued loudly. What are you looking at? You thief! How dare you come to the kitchen to steal food? Xie Bao stared at the exquisite cake in his hand. She hadn't eaten anything for 2 days. This piece of cake actually belonged to her. Today was her birthday, and the arrogant kid standing in front of her was merely the son of their family's nanny. Since her mother became pregnant with a younger brother, Xie Bao had moved out of the Xiao family home and lived in this villa on the mountaintop. Her mother never visited her, only hiring a nanny to take care of her. Who would have thought that after realizing her mother rarely came around, the nanny had pocketed all the money meant for raising Xie Bao? Not only that, she even let her own son enter boldly into their home, occupying Xie Bao's room and forcing her to sleep in a tiny attic while denying her food, claiming all the good things for herself. Xie Bao stubbornly said while staring at the cake, "It's mine." Hearing the commotion, the nanny soon appeared. Upon seeing the blood streaming down Xie Bao's head, she merely gave a scornful laugh, kicking Xie Bao in the stomach as she passed by. "Did you bully my son again? If you bully him again next time, I'll beat you to death. Do you believe me?" After watching Xie Bao clutch her belly while still eyeing the cake in her son's hand, the nanny sneered, "You really think you deserve something this good? Do you qualify?" The boy glanced at the cake a few times, then placed it underfoot and stomped on it hard twice before smirking evilly. "Aren't you hungry? Why don't you crawl over here and lick it clean?" Xie Bao pursed her lips, refusing to move. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement. "Mom, pull her up and make her lick my shoes clean." "Sure thing. Baby, you can play with her however you like." The nanny quickly nodded and pulled Xie Bao's hair to get her off the ground. "Hurry up and go play with my son." Xie Bao, her eyes rimmed red, turned her head toward the door. The nanny knew what she was thinking and promptly scoffed. "Do you really still think your mom will come? She has long since abandoned you. She has a son now. You're just a worthless orphan who owes us money." As the words left her mouth, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Xie Bao's eyes sparkled with hope. "Mom, it's Mom." The nanny gave a mocking laugh and signaled to the boy. The boy quickly hid inside, while the nanny threw Xie Bao onto the sofa and went over to open the door. Linchinger stood at the entrance, wearing immaculately done makeup, and after glancing at the nearly lifeless Xie Bao lying on the sofa, lifted her eyelids and asked as part of routine inquiry, "What happened to her?" The nanny smiled alongside. "Today is Mrs.'s birthday. Miss was throwing a tantrum earlier. She didn't want the cake I made, so she ended up dropping it on the stairs and slipped on it." Xie Bao clutched Linchinger's dress hem and whispered weakly, "No, that's not what happened, Mom." Linchinger yanked her dress away in disgust. "Don't touch me, how dirty." Xie Bao's fingers curled slightly, her gaze dimming as she released her hold. Linchinger sked, "If she's injured, take her to her room already. Seeing her makes me sick." The nanny responded affirmatively and quickly dragged Xie Bao upstairs, locking her inside the attic. Had no guests been coming over today, forcing her to maintain an image of benevolence and wisdom, she wouldn't have bothered visiting this unlucky child at all. Back then, she wasn't Mrs. Zhao yet, but rather one of Zhao Cheng's mistresses. When Zhao Cheng's legal wife became pregnant and bore a daughter, she was compelled to purchase an infant from human traffickers to drive her away. Thankfully, Zhao Cheng didn't pay much attention, allowing her to claim that the girl was her own offspring. Later, when encouraged to perform a paternity test, she bribed someone to swap the results for both girls. When Zhao Cheng saw the results, he predictably flew into a rage, divorced his original wife, kicked her out, and hastily married Lin Qinga, the supposed mother of Zhao's real lineage. Having achieved her purpose, the female infant naturally became useless. Moreover, over these 3 years, Xie Bao's existence had been like a ticking time bomb. Lin Qinga constantly feared that one day Zhao Cheng might whimsically see this daughter and think of conducting another paternity test, revealing everything. Fortunately, she managed to get pregnant soon after marrying into the wealthy family, which reassured her. She then made an excuse about fearing Xie Bao might harm her or the unborn child, convincing them to send Xie Bao to live in the small villa on the mountaintop with someone hired just to take care of her. Seeing he was going to have a son, Zhao Cheng no longer cared much for his daughter and readily agreed. For years passed in the blink of an eye, and somehow, this little illegitimate child hadn't died from all the mistreatment. It seemed as though she had quite a strong will to live. Sitting in the living room, frowning deeply, Lin Qinga cursed Xie Bao endlessly in her mind. If not for Xie Bao's tenacity, she wouldn't have needed to specially visit this tiny, cold villa on the mountaintop just to maintain the facade of being a loving mother. Xie Bao curled up alone in the dark and damp attic. Her leg seemed broken after falling earlier. The excruciating pain pierced through her. Blood streamed down from her head, trickling into her eyes, making it unbearable to open them. Hungry and in agony, she felt her body slowly losing warmth and soon lost consciousness. In her dream, there was an endless expanse of white space, stretching so far she couldn't see its end. Little Xie Bao took a few steps forward and saw a child in white standing not too far away, with delicate features like a pristine, beautiful porcelain doll. About her age, the child had their eyes closed, but their expression was steady and cold. How could there be someone so beautiful in the world? Curious, Xie Bao approached and asked, "Who are you? How did you appear in my dream? Are you an angel?" The child opened their eyes, gazing at her for a long moment with a faint gaze before finally speaking. "It's you." "Huh?" Xie Bao was shocked. "Do you know me?" He nodded, remaining silent. "But I don't know you. No, this is my dream. Shouldn't I know you? But you seem familiar." Xie Bao sat down, patting her belly. "I'm so hungry. Can't think clearly. Do you have anything to eat?" Before she finished speaking, darkness suddenly engulfed her vision. The little angel disappeared, and she woke up again, still in the same attic, with nothing changed. Wiping her tears in the darkness, Xie Bao muttered, "There wasn't even food in my dream. No, I must keep sleeping. Maybe in the next dream, I'll find something to eat." She drifted off again. Chapter 2. The little miss of the Su family has been found. In the capital city, at the Su family mansion. Grandpa Su was sighing as he held a photograph in his hands. Behind him stood his several sons in a line, all extraordinarily handsome, and now each one wore a grave expression on their faces, making the atmosphere very heavy. "It's almost New Year," Grandpa Su said with tears welling up in his eyes, looking at the smile of a baby girl in the photo, choking back sobs as he said, "After this new year, it will be the 4th year. Xiao Bao, where are you?" Eldest brother Su Qi spoke up. "Grandfather, we're already searching. Believe that we'll soon have some results." Grandpa Su slammed the photo down on the table and bellowed angrily, Soon. It's been 4 years. With the Su family's influence, why can't we find Xiao Bao? You're all just a bunch of useless waste." Upon hearing this, everyone silently lowered their heads. Their Su family business spanned the globe, virtually covering every market niche imaginable, yet they couldn't find Xiao Bao, who had gone missing 4 years ago due to a negligent nanny. But that nanny from long ago had already committed suicide out of guilt, leaving behind absolutely no clues. Finding someone would be like trying to fish for a needle in the ocean. Nevertheless, no matter what, even if they had to exhaust all the wealth, material resources, and manpower of the Su family, they would still find Xiao Bao. After all, Xiao Bao was the hope of the entire Su family. At that moment, a man dressed in a black suit hurriedly walked in. "Lord Su, there's something. We found something." The old man frowned. "What did you find?" "It's Miss Su. There's news about her." Grandpa Su and the 7 men looked up, shocked expressions on their faces. After so many years of searching without any leads, how could there suddenly be news? Grandpa Su's voice trembled as he asked, "Who gave the information?" The steward's face turned mysteriously serious. "The elder of the Xie family, Lord." The 8 people exchanged uneasy glances. For years, the Su family and the Xie family had always been at odds. They'd snatch each other's business deals or play dirty tricks, something everyone in the circle knew well. But the Su family dared to stand up to the Xie family only because the elder of the Xie family stayed away from business matters. After all, apart from the Su family's little miss, who went missing shortly after birth, no one dared to upset this elder. Su Hangtian, the second son, hesitated. Are they being genuinely kind-hearted? Aren't they setting us up? This elder hasn't left seclusion for many years, has he? Su Qi, the eldest son, pondered for 2 seconds. If it's a clue regarding Xiao Bao, whether it's a trap or not, we need to investigate. Did the Xie family specify the location? The steward quickly nodded and provided the location of the mountain villa. Su Qi grabbed his coat. "Prepare the car." The rest glanced at each other for a while. Then Grandpa Su said, "Wait, Su Hangtian and Su Sitong. You two go with your older brother. Bring our daughter home. That elder from the Xie family wouldn't use such a matter to fool around. If he says she's there, then she must be. This place is on the mountaintop. Cars can't go up." Su Qi furrowed his brow as he studied the map on his phone. "Even if we take a car, we'll probably have to walk part of the way through the mountains, and time won't allow. Uncle Ming, prepare the private plane." Uncle Ming agreed, and quickly went to make preparations. Xiao Bao woke up drowsily to an immense roaring sound. Her cheeks had an abnormal red hue. She was likely running a fever, and she suspected she might be hallucinating. This place was a secluded mountain villa. How could there possibly be such a deafening noise? This naturally frightened the nanny and Lin Qinger inside the villa too. Both quickly rushed outside to see what was happening. Above the villa hovered a helicopter, its rotor blades whipping up a fierce wind that sent the grass swaying wildly. Very soon, the helicopter slowly descended onto the large lawn. Before the dumbfounded eyes of the 2 women, 3 stern-faced men stepped down from the helicopter. "Is this the place?" Su Hangtian scanned the small villa and frowned. The elder of the Xie family mentioned that because Xiao Bao was too weak, he managed to mistakenly enter her dreams. Given Xiao Bao's lineage, it must mean her condition is extremely perilous. We need to find her immediately. Su Qi nodded silently and started walking directly toward the small villa. Lin Qinger quickly opened the door and came out. She didn't recognize these people before her, but she recognized the helicopter. Previously, when Zhao Cheng attended gatherings, he had taken her to the Su family residence. That helicopter had been parked in the Su family courtyard then. Zhao Cheng mentioned that just that single helicopter cost $12 million. So the individuals descending from the helicopter were certainly members of the Su family. The leader emitted an aura that clearly said, "Do not disturb." His sharp features betrayed the calculating nature typical of a businessman, indicating that he must be Su Qi, the first son of the Su family and heir to the Su corporation. Compared to the Su family, Zhao Cheng was nothing more than a mere speck. Especially Su Qi, the heir of the Su family, was about the same age as her. Although he was a few years younger, She had been well taken care of by Zhao Cheng in the past few years. If she could connect with Su Qi, even as his mistress, it would still be 100 times better than being Madame Zhao. Besides, with her skills, once she got close to the Su family, the position of Madame Su was bound to be hers sooner or later. With that thought, she hastily pulled up her skirt higher, revealing her stocking-clad legs in the cold winter air. She then unbuttoned 2 buttons on her blouse and walked out with a charming smile. How may I assist these distinguished guests? Before she could finish speaking, Su Hangtian shoved her aside and rushed into the villa. Su Qi gave the woman before him a quick glance and took an immediate step back in disgust. He had seen too many women like her in business circles, which only deepened his disdain. Moreover, at this moment, his sole concern was how little Bao was doing, leaving no room for such distractions as Lin Qing. Soon enough, Su Hangtian found Xiao Bao in a small loft. Seeing her battered body, his eyes instantly watered. Xiao Bao was burning with fever, and in her daze, she clutched onto the shirt of whoever held her, whispering faintly, "So cold." Gritting his teeth, Su Hangtian took off his coat and wrapped it around Xiao Bao, his voice trembling as he consoled. "My dear baby, you won't be cold soon. Second brother will take you home." Take you home. Being blood-related, upon seeing Xiao Bao for the first time, he was certain she was the long-lost little Bao of the Su family. The butterfly-shaped birthmark behind her ear confirmed her identity further. This was the Zhao family's villa. Their cherished little Bao, who they had searched for desperately over 4 years, had suffered so much abuse here. Su Hangtian's eyes turned red, and he hugged Xiao Bao tighter. He would make sure the Zhao family paid dearly for this. Kissing Xiao Bao's forehead, Su Hangtian realized her temperature was alarmingly high. Turning quickly, he stepped toward the exit, knowing Su Sitong was waiting outside, eager to check on the dear child. Just as he lifted his foot to leave the loft, a chubby boy pointed at him and shrieked loudly, "Mom, hurry, there's someone trying to take this bastard away." Chapter 3. Big Brother Will Take You Home. Su Hangtian's eyes instantly glinted with killing intent. The fat boy's scalp tingled as he looked at this tall man, and cowardly took 2 steps back. "You tell me, who is the bastard?" Su Hangtian narrowed his eyes and caught sight of a stool beside the stairs. There were still dried bloodstains on the edge of the stool. Thinking of Xiao Bao's wounds, Su Hangtian quickly understood what had happened. "Was it you who pushed her from here?" Relying on his mother's support, the fat boy repeated words he'd heard before. "So what if I did? She's just a bastard. A worthless little slut that no one wants, better off dead." Without a word, Su Hangtian walked over and kicked the fat boy in the stomach. This kick was not light. It sent the fat boy flying more than 3 meters away, rolling down the stairs with a thud until crashing into a chair. He weighed more than Xiao Jiabao, so the force of the impact was also greater. Blood streamed across his face, and before he could even scream, he passed out. The nanny shrieked upon seeing this and rushed over. "Who exactly are you people? How dare you do this to my son? Do you have any conscience? He's just a child. How could you possibly bring yourself to kick him? If anything happens to him, I'll expose you online." Su Hangtian urgently carried Xiao Jiabao and briskly walked past her. The nanny screamed again and grabbed onto Su Hangtian's foot. "You can't leave. You can't leave. You've hurt my son like this. Compensation is due." Lin Xing'er stood downstairs, watching Su Hangtian protectively holding Xiao Jiabao in his arms. There was no way she couldn't understand what had happened. For years, the Su family had been making a huge effort to find their lost child, but none of them expected such a randomly bought street kid to actually be the long-lost daughter of the Su family. Lin Xing'er felt dizzy as immense fear washed over her, tightly wrapping her up. If the Su family found out the kind of life Xiao Jiabao had lived all these years in the Zhao household, not only would her chances of climbing high vanish, but the entire Zhao family might also get dragged into trouble. Her hands clenched tightly by her sides as she looked at the nanny sprawled on the stairs, clutching Su Hangtian's pant leg like an unscrupulous brat. Lin Xing'er strode forward decisively and delivered a heavy slap to the nanny. To show her anger, Lin Xing'er used full force with this slap. On the spot, the nanny's left cheek swelled up noticeably, her mouth split, and traces of blood hung on her disheveled lips. Su Hangtian descended the second-floor steps with Xiao Jiabao, handing the nearly lifeless girl over to his 4th younger brother Su Zhiran. Su Zhiran was an internationally renowned medical genius. People lined up for surgery at his doorstep, extending from his house overseas. Many prestigious families regarded him as a savior. Holding the frail Xiao Jiabao, a great storm brewed in Su Zhiran's eyes. Too light, too light. Despite being 4 years old, she was featherlight in his arms, emaciated with a sickly complexion. Her hair was dull and yellowish, her body covered in bruises, her face smeared with blood, her lips cracked and dry. Every inch of her made Su Zhiran's heart ache. He glanced around the room briefly, and said with a serious tone, "I'll take Xiao Bao to the hospital first," then quickly left. At this point, Lin Xing'er realized what had happened and angrily yelled at the nanny. "I paid good money to hire you to take care of my daughter, and this is how you take care of her? These years I've been deceived by you." Tears streaked the nanny's face as she opened her mouth to speak, only to see Lin Xing'er turning her back to the Su family members and glaring fiercely at her, warningly glancing at the already unconscious fat boy. The nanny shrank back in fear, not daring to say another word. Taking advantage of the situation, Lin Xing'er pressed her hand to her lips and cried weakly, "It's all my fault. I failed to take proper care of Jiabao." Several of Su Hangtian's brothers watched coldly as Lin Xing'er put on a performance, keeping silent. Growing up in the luxurious and competitive world they lived in, such acts were far too common to impress them. To them, Her amateur dramatics were nothing more than that of a ridiculous clown. Lin Qing'er awkwardly stopped crying, stubbornly opening her mouth. I didn't know they'd treat Xie Bao like this. Although she is not my biological child, I've still raised her for many years. With such a massive search effort by the Su family, the news of this will soon reach Xiao Cheng, and then the scheme she had once devised will quickly come to light. If Xiao Qing knew what she had done all those years ago, he wouldn't let her go easily. But if she had the Su family as a backing, then Xiao Qing wouldn't dare do anything to her either. Lin Qing'er decided firmly and took a few more steps towards Su Qi, reaching out to embrace his arm, her snow-white bosom brushing casually yet intentionally against Su Qi's body as she purred. Fortunately, you arrived in time, and Xie Bao hasn't suffered any major problems. Just as the words were spoken, a roar came from the doorway. Lin Qing'er, you shameless woman, what are you doing? Lin Qing'er involuntarily trembled and looked at Su Qi with pleading eyes. Su Qi gave a cold laugh, pulled his arm out of Lin Qing'er's embrace, and patted his shoulder. Disgusting. Lin Qing'er's face instantly turned pale. Xiao Cheng quickly stepped forward and dragged Lin Qing'er away from Su Qi. Following closely behind was a stern-looking old woman, none other than Xiao Cheng's mother, Madame Zhao. She grabbed Lin Qing'er by the arm and slapped her across the face without any hesitation. Her cane then struck down heavily on her. You poisonous harlot. I've long seen through your ill intentions. How could you dare to do such shameless things just for advancement? Lin Qing'er couldn't help but scream in pain. Xiao Cheng glanced at Su Qi, whose expression was indifferent, and chuckled nervously. Mr. Su, forgive us for making a fool of ourselves. It's true what they say, that women can be the cruelest creatures. Our whole family has been deceived by this despicable woman. Please, Mr. Su, show some mercy. Su Hongtian sneered. You really knew nothing about this nanny abusing Xiao Bao? She's only a servant. Without your tacit approval, would she have dared to treat Xiao Bao like this? Even if she acted on her own, how could you not see all those injuries on Xiao Bao's body? Xiao Cheng wiped away the cold sweat from his temple. I've always been too busy with work, so I didn't notice. Do I see you taking such good care of your own son, though? If it weren't for, he paused, I wouldn't even know your family has a daughter all these years. Su Qi clapped Su Hongtian on the shoulder. Let's go back first and check on Xiao Bao. As for the Zhao family's debts, we'll settle them one by one, slowly. Su Hongtian snorted coldly and soon followed Su Qi away. Xiao Cheng collapsed onto the floor, seeing Lin Qing'er lying there beside him. He grew angrier and kicked her several times. All this is your fault. You whore. Otherwise, why would I anger the Su family? Now our Zhao family is ruined. All ruined. Madame Zhao gritted her teeth. Who would have thought that a girl who brought no dowry would turn out to be the Su family's precious daughter? If it weren't for this wicked woman hiding the truth from us, we wouldn't have treated Xie Bao this way all these years. Lin Qing'er's hair was disheveled, her clothes in disarray, and her eyes full of venomous hatred as she stared outside the door. It's all that brat's fault. I should have killed her when I had the chance. Chapter 4. Everyone kneels to her. When Su Qi and Su Hongtian rushed out of the Zhao family home and arrived at the hospital, little Xie Bao was already lying in bed. Elder Su stood with several brothers from the Su family by her bedside, looking worriedly at the small child on the bed. Old Four, what's wrong with Bao? Why is her face so pale, and she's so thin? Su Xiren adjusted his glasses. You all shouldn't be crowding here. Go out. Let the air circulate. Reluctantly, Elder Su took a quick glance at Xie Bao before rushing his few brothers outside. How is little Bao? Su Hongtian had hurried over as soon as he reached the hospital. Hongtian was the first person to meet Xie Bao, even though at that time, little Xie Bao was thin almost beyond recognition, dressed poorly. Her delicate little face was inexplicably clear and adorable. Despite being in such harsh conditions, there was an extraordinary beauty about her. He naturally favored people who were good-looking. After moving his lips slightly, Su Xiren spoke after some time, with fury laced in his voice. She's covered in injuries, cuts, abrasions, but more prominently bruises. Her body is covered in purple marks, shocking to see. But it doesn't end there. Bao suffers from severe malnutrition, leading to multiple organ underdevelopment. To treat her would require manpower, material resources, and finances, without a doubt, and it will consume a great amount of time and effort. Before adulthood, Bao will likely fall ill more often than other children her age. Elder Su had grown incredibly angry by hearing halfway through this. He never expected that in merely 4 years, the Zhao family could have abused his Bao to such a degree. Had it not been for the person from the Xi family telling them of Bao's location, if they delayed just a few more days, they might never have seen her again. The old man tightly gripped his cane, saying coldly, what a fine Zhao family indeed. Su Qi stepped forward to support the elder. I'll take care of the Zhao family issue. For the suffering Bao endured these past years, I'll make them pay back tenfold, hundredfold. Just then, Su Hongtian, unable to let go of his concerns, peeked into the ward and said, little Bao seems to have woken up. Everyone immediately rushed into the ward, forming a circle around little Xie Bao. As Xie Bao opened her eyes, this was the scene she saw. She pulled the blanket closer to herself, cautiously poking her head out, her glossy eyes full of heavy coldness and defense. Who are you all? Elder Su's heart was aching as he quickly softened his tone. Bao Bao, don't be afraid. I'm your grandpa, and these are all your older brothers. Don't worry, grandpa won't let anyone harm you anymore. We're all your family, and will protect you well. Xie Bao scanned these extraordinarily handsome men, lowering her guard slowly only when she saw Su Hongtian. Pouting, she shook her head. Xie Bao has no family. Daddy and Mommy didn't like me. The nanny hit me every day, didn't give me food, gave me stale bread instead. It tasted sour and was awful. But when Xie Bao didn't eat, my stomach would hurt so much. She also said that Mommy wishes I were dead. Xie Bao was really well behaved and didn't cause any trouble for Mommy. Why doesn't Mommy want Xie Bao? Elder Su's heart was breaking upon hearing these words. That woman isn't Bao Bao's mom. Bao Bao's mother has always loved you. Little Xie Bao's eyes lit up. Really? Can Xie Bao go see Mommy? Elder Su hesitated. In the first month after baby Bao went missing, her parents had died in a car accident. One day, there was suddenly a phone call saying there was news about Bao, prompting the couple to meet at the designated place. However, along the way, they encountered a fatigued truck driver who drove a large truck that pushed their car down a cliff. Elder Su only saw 2 bodies that were unrecognizable, while the truck driver also died instantly. His entire family perished except for him, leaving Su with no clues to investigate further. At that time, Su Qi had just graduated from university, barely 19 years old, yet his young shoulders resolutely bore the flag of the Su family. Fortunately, he demonstrated extraordinary talent in business, thwarting those wicked wolves who coveted the Su family's wealth. Thinking of this, Elder Su felt profound sorrow and could only gently pat Xie Bao's head. Mommy and Daddy had something urgent, and they've gone far, far away. From now on, we'll take care of little Bao, all right? With wide eyes, little Xie Bao asked carefully, when will they come back? None of them had the heart to place the reality of death directly in front of a 4-year-old child. Su Hongtian held her little hand. When Gai Bao grows up, they'll be back. Perhaps time could dilute everything, and when she grew up, she might gradually understand. Little Xie Bao nodded, shyly glancing at Su Hongtian. Are you my brother too? Su Hongtian quickly nodded. I'm your second brother, Gai Bao. Is there anything you want to say to your brother? Little Xie Bao felt a bit shy. She still remembered how Su Hongtian had carried her out from the cold attic. His arms were warm and made her feel very comfortable, giving her a sense of security. Can you hold Xie Bao? All present were momentarily stunned, and Su Hongtian was thrilled beyond measure, struggling to articulate his excitement. But since little Xie Bao still had an 4 drip on her hand, he managed to control himself and gently cradled her in his arms. All right, brother will hold Xie Bao. The rest were almost envious, their faces contorted. How could they have not gone to the Zhao family to bring Xie Bao back? But Su Xiren and Su Qi had been there too. Wearing his white coat, Su Xiren leaned close. Does little Xie Bao want her 4th brother to hold her? Little Xie Bao wrinkled her tiny nose, already displaying an advanced ability to balance sides at such a young age. Xie Bao wants 4th brother to hold her, but there's only one Xie Bao. Now it hurts so much I don't want to move. Can we hold each other later? Su Xiren's heart melted completely, unable to resist pinching Xie Bao's cheeks. Of course, Xie Bao owes 4th brother a hug. You'll repay him once you're well again. Holding onto Su Hongtian's hands obediently, little Xie Bao nodded vigorously. Okay. The others naturally didn't want to be left behind. I want a hug too. Little Gai Bao also owes 3rd brother a hug. You owe me one too. All brothers should get treated equally. Gai Bao shouldn't favor some over others. Little Xie Bao, slightly dazed, hadn't even touched the ground before accumulating a list of future hugs she owed to everyone, leaving her no choice but to fretfully clasp her hands within the safety of Su Hongtian's embrace. Life is tough, sighed little Xie Bao. Su Hongtian, feeling particularly favored by Xie Bao, beamed with happiness, his demeanor as a top-tier male entertainer forgotten. The expensive courses on emotional management that he attended now seemed useless, and the others found it impossible to bear, condemning Su Hongtian's monopolization of affection strongly. Previously, the few Su brothers would always be busy working or studying, rarely gathering together. Thus, the Su family always felt rather cold and quiet. However, ever since Xiao Bao was found, every evening 7 figures could always be seen in the hospital's premium ward. Due to the last time when Xiao Bao went missing, they dared not leave Xiao Bao with anyone outside. No matter how busy they were, someone would make time to take turns accompanying Xiao Bao at the hospital. When the wounds on little Xie Bao's body were nearly healed, after Su Xiren completed the discharge procedures for Xiao Bao, Grandpa Su ceremoniously brought Xiao Bao back to the Su estate. Seated in Su Hongtian's lap, Xie Bao gazed out of the car window. After months of recuperation, her complexion finally looked better, although she remained frail and weak, making anyone who saw her feel sympathetic. In little Xie Bao's hands, she clutched a small stuffed toy, constantly held while Su Hongtian carried her into the Su estate. Grandpa Su took her hand and led her into the grand living room. Inside the living room, there were many people whom little Xie Bao did not recognize, yet she could feel the gazes directed at her, astonishment, envy, admiration, but mostly jealousy and dissatisfaction. Naturally sensitive to malice, little Xie Bao furrowed her brows and edged closer to Grandpa Su. Before long, Grandpa Su led her to stand in the main position. Facing a sea of heads, without the familiar 7 brothers beside her, little Bao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. While clutching the doll in her hands, unsure of what to do, all of a sudden, the adult standing in front of her began to kneel down to her. Chapter 5 Aunt 2 wants to adopt little Xie Bao. Little Xie Bao was greatly startled. Although she was young, she knew this was not the way elders should behave towards juniors. Grandpa Su stroked little Bao's head, looking gravely at the group of people kneeling below. 1,000 years ago, their Su family was also a prominent clan in the esoteric arts. But as time progressed and the world changed dramatically, the esoteric arts gradually declined and retreated underground. After so many generations of dilution, It had been almost 200 years since their Su family produced an esoteric master with pure bloodlines. And little Bao, she was the treasure gifted by heaven to the Su family. Her eyes were golden when she was born, which shocked the doctor and nurse who thought it might be a rare genetic disease. Later, fourth brother conducted an examination for her and discovered that little Bao displayed a very rare phenomenon of reversion to ancestral traits. Only the esoteric masters with the purest bloodlines would naturally possess the golden pupils at birth, capable of distinguishing good from evil and driving away myriad demons. And only she could be compared with that old ancestor of the Xie family. If there was anyone in this world who could subdue that little ghost king of the Xie family, it had to be little Xie Bao. To hide her identity, the Su family could only use specially formulated medicine to conceal little Bao's golden pupils, making her appear like a normal child. Suddenly, the door to the reception hall was pushed open, and a woman with a bright appearance walked in holding a little girl's hand. Grandpa Su frowned. "Who let you, an outsider, come in? Get out." "Grandpa, look at what you're saying," the woman said. "I'm your daughter-in-law. I should count as half of the Su family, right?" She continued. "I heard that little Bao returned today, so I brought my daughter over just to take a look. All of them are granddaughters of the Su family. How can you be so partial?" This ceremony was the highest ritual ever held in the Su family to meet the head of the household, accessible only to the older generation. Even little Xie Bao's 7 brothers had to wait outside. Once this ceremony was completed, it meant that Grandpa Su handed over the future of the Su family to this baby. There was no way she could let this ceremony be completed. In his entire life, Grandpa Su had only fathered 2 children, both sons. Because little Xie Bao's father gave birth to little Xie Bao, he received favor from Grandpa Su. It was evident that Grandpa Su was about to pass the position of family patriarch to little Xie Bao's father. As a daughter-in-law of the second house, how could she endure this? So Aunt Tu bribed the nanny who used to care for little Xie Bao, letting her sell the child to human traffickers and quietly drown her in water without leaving any evidence. Even if the Su family tried to investigate, they couldn't possibly trace it back to her. Then she employed the same tactic again, luring little Xie Bao's parents out and hiring a truck driver to ensure a mutual death with little Xie Bao's parents. She originally thought this would force Grandpa Su to pass the family leadership to her side, but unexpectedly, at just 19 years old, Su Qi stubbornly took on his father's responsibilities and made the Su family flourish better than ever. A sinister glint passed through Aunt Tu's eyes. One Su Qi was already tough enough to deal with. Now with another young lord endowed with special bloodlines showing up, wouldn't this mean that the Su family would eventually have nothing to do with their second house? Grandpa Su's face turned ashen. "What makes you think you have a say?" Aunt Tu's expression faltered slightly as she covertly pinched her daughter hard on the back. The little girl immediately began to sniffle with tears welling up in her eyes. Following her mother's instructions rehearsed in the car, she pitifully recited, "Does Grandpa not want Xiaya anymore? Now that Grandpa has a younger sister, does he no longer like Xiaya?" Deep down, Grandpa Su was soft-hearted. Unlike little Bao, Xiaya was raised under his watchful eye, often bringing him joy. So for Xiaoya's sake, he decided to give her some face. "What do you really intend to do?" "I am the daughter-in-law of the Su family," Aunt Tu spoke coyly. "Of course I am thinking of the Su family's interests." "You're already getting old," she continued. "How could you possibly take care of a child? Little Bao is less than 4 years old, precisely at the age where kids are troublemakers. Your body won't hold up. All of her brothers are men, rough-handed and incapable of taking care of a child. Luckily, all the family elders are here today. Why don't you give little Bao to us for adoption? I can take care of her. What do you think?" Grandpa Su sneered coldly. "You're dreaming. Don't rush to reject me," Aunt Tu said, smiling while casting a glance toward little Xie Bao. With a soft voice, she coaxed, "Little Bao, wouldn't you prefer to come over to Aunt Tu? Aunt Tu can buy you a lot of dresses, delicious snacks, and you'll have a big sister to play with." A glimmer of certainty flickered in her eyes. No matter how pure her bloodline was, after all, she was still a child less than 4 years old. Wasn't deceiving her as easy as pie? If only little Xie Bao was in her hands, and let her train the child well, perhaps she could even help herself deal with that troublesome Su Qi. Then, this play of sibling rivalry would surely be exciting just to imagine. The position as head of the Su family would definitely go to the second house sooner or later. Unexpectedly, little Xie Bao's eyebrows furrowed, and she took 2 steps back, shouting loudly, "You smell so bad, I don't want to." Aunt Tu's expression twisted. "What did you say?" Little Xie Bao was naturally able to sense whether a person was good or evil. If someone was bad, they often emitted an extremely pungent stench, and the more bad deeds they committed, the stronger the odor. Aunt Tu's smell could be detected from over 10 meters away. Little Xie Bao covered her nose. "You smell so bad. Don't you ever take a shower?" Aunt Tu had never been publicly humiliated like this before, and her face turned unbearably ugly. She immediately stepped forward and grabbed little Xie Bao's wrist, digging her long nails into little Xie Bao's flesh. "Children shouldn't be so disrespectful. But since you've grown up without a mother, you certainly won't be as well-mannered as Xiaoya. I'll make sure to teach you properly." Before she finished speaking, the surrounding air suddenly grew icy cold. Everyone turned their gaze outward. Upon seeing the young boy standing at the doorway, they couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath of cold air. The young boy walked in slowly, everyone making way for him wherever he went. He stopped when he reached Aunt Tu. An overwhelming fear rose in her heart, and instinctively, she wanted to flee on foot, but it was as though her feet were stuck, unable to move even a step. All she could do was blankly watch as the youth extended his finger and lightly tapped between her eyebrows. Then, she felt a bone-chilling cold all around her, as if she'd fallen into an ice pit. Something heavy seemed to press down on her shoulders, its weight suffocating her. Little Xie Bao caught a glimpse of black aura swirling around Aunt 2. She blinked. What is this? The young boy glanced at her. Misfortune. Little Xie Bao didn't understand what he meant, but she recognized the young boy in front of her. It was the same figure who had appeared in her dreams. Excitedly, she asked, "Wasn't it you in my dream the other day?" "Oh right, I haven't even asked your name yet." As she spoke, she reached out and held the young boy's hand. "Absolutely not, Little Bao." The old man, Mr. Su, rushed forward from behind her, attempting to stop Little Bao from touching the young boy. However, it was already too late. Little Xie Bao softly clasped the young boy's fingers and tilted her head curiously. Mr. Su's complexion turned ash-gray, panic flooding his mind. Could this ancestor's hand be casually grasped? He was none other than the reincarnated Ghost King, specializing in feeding on others' luck. Being close to him would bring 3 years of misfortune. Forget about just touching him. That could cost lives. The young boy looked down at the intertwined hands and opened his mouth. "Si Ping." Little Xie Bao looked confused. "What?" "My name." Si Ping's words were concise, yet alarming. Oh. Hello Si Ping, my name is Xie Bao. My last name used to be Zhao, but now it's Su. So my full name is Su Xie Bao. From now on, we are friends. Little Xie Bao enthusiastically held his hand. "You smell so nice." Si Ping remained silent, gently returning the grip on Little Xie Bao's hand. He then pulled out a red string with a delicate silver bell tied to it and slipped it onto Little Xie Bao's hand. Little Xie Bao swung her hand. "Is this your present for me? But I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't prepare anything for you." Si Ping didn't reply. He pointed at the little silver bell on Little Xie Bao's hand. "Ring it, and I will come." Chapter 6, Dolly Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao Jiem muddled nodded, lifted her wrist, and shook the red rope. Strangely, the little bell on it didn't ring. What a strange little bell. Just as she was about to look up and ask, Si Ping had already turned around and walked away. Not long after he left, the 7 brothers of the Su family soon came in and saw their second aunt standing stunned aside. Su Hongtian wrinkled his brows in distaste. "What are you doing here?" The second aunt's face turned pale. That young man looked young, but the aura around him was terrifying. In the Su family, she had also heard about this old ancestor from the Si family, but had never seen him. She thought he would be an old man with white beard. How could he be such a small child? Due to the second aunt's disturbance, the ceremony could no longer proceed and had to be postponed to another auspicious day. Grandpa Su gave a sharp glance at a middle-aged man kneeling among the crowd and said coldly, "Take care of your wife." This middle-aged man was Grandpa Su's second son. He humbly responded. Having achieved her goal, the second aunt naturally wanted to take her daughter and leave. But just as they stepped out of the Su's house, several clumps of bird droppings rained down on her head, and a banana peel suddenly appeared underfoot. She slipped in her high heels and fell flat on her stomach, her head facing a pile of dog poop. There were relatives from all over coming out of the Su family's house. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. The second aunt clenched her teeth, her face ashen. "Why are you laughing?" Second Uncle Su came over to pull his daughter, but stood far away from her. Enraged, the second aunt demanded, "What's your meaning, Su Heir?" Su Heir let his eyebrows droop. "You offended that old ancestor from the Si family earlier, and now there's bad luck following you. For the next half-month, everything will go wrong for you. You wouldn't want to drag us down too, right?" In other words, it was better if only one person suffered bad luck. The second aunt was so angry her chest rose and fell rapidly. Just as she was about to go home by car, Su Heir wouldn't let her get in. He instantly locked the door. "If you get in my car now, there will definitely be a car accident on the road. Maybe you should just walk home, or even better, stay in a hotel for a month and wait until the bad luck dissipates." The second aunt stood outside the car, screaming in distress. "Su Heir, I did all this for you. For our second branch of the family. How can you treat me like this?" In response, she only received Su Heir's luxury car exhaust. Xiao Bao watched the whole thing with wide eyes. So impressive. She wondered if she could learn something from him the next time they met. In that case, no one should dare to bully Xiao Bao anymore, right? Grandpa Su looked at the silver bell on Xiao Bao's hand with worry. After all, it was Si Ping's item and carried some evil energy. When the brothers of the Su family heard that Si Ping put a red rope on their sister's hand, they immediately got furious. The fifth brother angrily said, "Our Xiao Bao is still so young, yet he tied a red rope on her? What is he planning to do? No, you shouldn't stop me. I need to confront him." With these words, he marched furiously towards the door. Su Hongtian called him back. "Wait, fifth brother, are you sure you want to settle accounts with him? That guy is really eerie. What if he put something strange on you? It's too dangerous." The fifth brother paused, quickly turning back. "Big brother, what you say makes sense. But we can't just let this slide, can we? Why don't you go instead?" Su Hongtian handed him a full-face mask. "Fifth brother, take care. Remember to bring this and cover your face. And most importantly, don't tell him you're from the Su family. We can't afford such humiliation." The fifth brother. Xiao Bao glanced around and soon took off the red rope herself, carefully stuffing it into her pocket, seriously saying, "If Big Brother doesn't like it, then Xiao Bao won't wear it." Grandpa Su mainly feared that little Bao would end up like the second aunt. After all, in recent years, anyone who encountered the old ancestor ended up suffering misfortune. But after Xiao Bao put the red rope away, she sat quietly on the side and nothing happened to her throughout the dinner. Only then did everyone relax. Perhaps it was because Xie Bao's bloodline was pure, making her immune to the influence of evil energy? After dinner, the fifth brother took Xie Bao to play swing in the yard. He pushed her from behind. Are you having fun? Xie Bao, excited, replied while sitting on the swing. Yes, it's fun. Brother Wu, can it go higher? Xie Bao wants to see higher places. The eldest brother approached. Be careful, brother 5. Don't swing her too hard right after eating. Understood, big brother. Come on, let's get down, Xie Bao. We'll play again tomorrow during the day, alright? The fifth brother slowed down and prepared to lift Xie Bao off the swing. Xie Bao tilted her head. There seems to be someone outside. Someone. The eldest brother furrowed his brows and looked beyond the wall. No one's there. Yes, big brother. If you sit on the swing, I can push you up high enough so you'll see. Xie Bao patted the swing with an earnest look on her little face as she clenched her tiny fists. Big brother, quick, come sit. The eldest brother hesitated for a moment, then subconsciously sat down on the swing. There's no need for Xie Bao to push me. Let fifth brother do it. Before he could finish his sentence, a soft childlike voice called out, heave ho. The swing instantly shot up to an extraordinary height. The eldest brother almost fell off the swing due to the small bundle of energy beside him, but just in time, he managed to catch a glimpse behind the garden wall. Indeed, someone was peeking stealthily inside. Xie Bao was about to push again when the fifth brother quickly picked her up. That's enough. How do you have such strength at such a young age? Brother Su Qi swung back and forth on the swing for a while before coming to a stop. He tilted his head in confusion and asked Xie Bao innocently, I don't know why. Xie Bao has always been this strong. Sorry, did I do something wrong? Fifth brother and Su Qi exchanged glances. Considering Xie Bao's bloodline, anything really was possible, including her superhuman strength. Who knew? In the future, perhaps even greater surprises awaited. Su Bi squatted down and gently patted Xie Bao's head. Xie Bao didn't do anything wrong. Elder brother already saw what was going on outside. All thanks to you, Xie Bao. Xie Bao smiled brightly. You're welcome. But then Su Bi sighed deeply as he gazed upon the adorable ball of cuteness in front of him. If you're this strong, how come they were still able to bully you so badly at Zhao's place? Xie Bao hid her hands and whispered carefully. The nanny said that Xie Bao mustn't hit others, or else I'd be locked in a little attic without food or water. Xie Bao didn't want to fight, because mommy would like me even less. Su Bi felt his heartache. He hugged the small lump closer and said, from now on, whenever anyone tries to bully you, you don't necessarily need to fight back, but you must make sure to push them away to protect yourself, and then come back and tell your big brothers. Do you understand? Xie Bao nodded. Will my brothers hate Xie Bao? No, Su Bi shook his head. Your brothers will always love Xie Bao. Su Qi touched her head tenderly, feeling sympathetic as he spoke solemnly. There truly was someone sneaking around the walls outside. I'll go check it out. I'm coming too. Xie Bao raised her hand eagerly. Su Bi lifted her into his arms. With us around, Xie Bao will never be in danger. Let's go take a look together. When they reached the outer wall, they found none other than Lin Qing'er stealthily peering in. Chapter 7. Do you deserve to be Xie Bao's mother? She was dressed in very cheap clothing, and the strong perfume she wore seemed like an attempt to cover up some other scent. Su Qi frowned coldly. Number 5, take Xie Bao back first. Lin Qing'er had come this time specifically to find Xie Bao. Even though she had mistreated Xie Bao before, she knew that Xie Bao still regarded her as his mother. Therefore, she was determined to use Xie Bao to get out of her current predicament. Zhao Cheng's company could still operate Venchang until he offended the Su family. Soon after, his funding chain broke, leaving him with no recourse. In order to maintain his reputation and cover his family's expenses, he resorted to illegal fundraising to fill the gap, but this quickly caught the attention of relevant authorities. A lawsuit loomed over them. If she couldn't divorce Zhao Cheng at this point, once the court's judgment came down, she wouldn't get a penny. Thinking about this, she hurried forward to block Su Bi, reaching out for Xie Bao's hand, only to have Xie Bao dodge her. Lin Qing'er hesitated, raising her hand to wipe away tears. Xie Bao, I'm your mother. Don't you recognize your mother anymore? Xie Bao clung tightly to Su Bi's neck. You're not my mother. Grandpa said my mother loves me, even if I'm not your biological mother. I've raised you for so many years. Lin Qing'er tearfully added. There were things I did wrong, but it was all to train you. Though the methods were strict, they were for your good. Mom still loves you deep down. That's why I paid the nanny to look after you. She mistreated you, but mom didn't know. Xie Bao, can you forgive your mom? Xie Bao remained silent, while Su Bi sneered coldly. Are you aware of what's on your conscience? We didn't even seek you out, which would have been considered kindness towards Xie Bao. Yet here you are with the audacity to show up? Leave now. Lin Qing'er refused to budge. Today, she had to let Xie Bao forgive her. Zhao Cheng lost money. To repay those illegal funds, he actually sent Lin Qing'er to a nightclub's lounge, where she had to entertain old, ugly men. She might have nothing, but her face still had some charm. Her ability to allure people wasn't insignificant either, so she managed to rise to the position of Mrs. Zhao in her prime. But now, she regretted every second. Zhao Cheng was the kind of man who would throw his wife out of the house for a lover. How much care or support could she expect from him during a crisis? Just stepping off a bed in the nightclub, having no idea how many men she'd entertained throughout the day, she didn't even have time to bathe, only masking herself with heaps of perfume to cover up the stench emanating from her body. The mixed scents were overwhelming, especially as she continuously tried to approach Xie Bao. Subi held Xiao Jiabao in her arms and furrowed her brows. What bad luck. Brother, you need to get someone to drag this crazy woman away fast. Su Qi called the head of security, and soon several guards arrived to lift Lin Qing. She cried out and stretched her hands. Jiabao, Jiabao, help your mother, please. Please help your mother. Subi covered Xiao Jiabao's ears and swore. Who do you think you are to be Xiao Jiabao's mother? If I ever see you again near Jiabao, I'll have someone break your legs. How did she even get in? Su Qi asked coldly. Who allowed her inside? One of the guards turned red in the face and avoided eye contact. Throw her out. Starting tomorrow, this woman is not allowed to step into the estate even half a foot. Su Qi glanced at that guard and said, you don't need to come back tomorrow. Watching the guards carry away the crazed Lin Qinger, dragging her out of the courtyard, Xiao Jiabao pressed his lips together. Really, making a child see these things, Subi murmured as she carried Jiabao into the house. Xiao Bao will likely have nightmares tonight. It looks like I'll need to sleep with her tonight. Su Qi. Your words just bounced right off my face. Before today, Xiao Jiabao had been hospitalized. This was her first night sleeping at the Su family estate. Old Mr. Su held Xiao Jiabao's hand and pushed open a room door. This is Xiao Jiabao's room. Does Xiao Jiabao like it? If not, there are many more rooms next door. You can choose one you like, okay? Xiao Jiabao nodded and said obediently. Xiao Jiabao can sleep anywhere. Xiao Jiabao isn't picky. Old Mr. Su remembered Su Qi telling him that previously in the Zhao family, Xiao Jiabao always slept in a small compartment on top of the villa. It was cramped, filled with clutter, covered in dust and damp. The child spent 3 years sleeping in such conditions. Xiao Jiabao stepped into the large and warmly decorated room. The floor was covered with pink velvet blankets, and even if you walked on it barefoot, you wouldn't feel cold. It was soft and light, like walking on clouds. In the center of the room was a circular princess bed about 2 meters in diameter. Above the bed hung layer upon layer of pink drapes. Hidden light strips were installed on the ceiling, casting warm white lights that created an atmosphere both beautiful and simple. There were many stuffed animals and small dolls scattered on the floor. Beside them stood a very large desk. Nearby were various gaming consoles, a pink space capsule, and a desktop computer with a huge screen. There were also several guitars hanging on the wall, and even the walls sparkled as if studded with stars. Xiao Jiabao exclaimed in admiration. It's so big, and there are so many things. Grandpa Su chuckled happily as he introduced Xiao Bao to the room. This velvet carpet was suggested by your cousin Su Qi. He was worried that you'd run around without shoes and catch a chill, so this will make it much better. The desk and bookshelf were bought by your cousin Su Zhiran, and he also prepared many storybooks for you. These guitars and musical instruments were bought by your cousin Su Hengtian. As for the computer, it was purchased by your cousin Su Zhou, who only knows how to play games since he was young. Xiao Jiabao gleefully ran back and forth in the room, touching one thing and then another, occasionally letting out an exclamation of awe that sounded as though she'd never seen anything like it before. Wow, this is so big. Wow, this is so pretty. Wow, Xiao Jiabao likes this. The delight of the cousins and Grandpa Su could hardly be contained. All right, it's getting late. Let's all go to sleep, said Grandpa Su as he glanced at the time. Xiao Bao still needs rest to get her body well again, so she should sleep early. Subi placed Xiao Bao on the bed. Would you like me, Brother Subi, to tell you a story tonight? Xiao Bao nodded, and Subi flashed a triumphant smile as the others left. Holding Xiao Bao close, he cheerfully took a storybook from the bookshelf and began reading to her with a gentle voice. Xiao Bao listened intently, showing no signs of wanting to sleep. With bright, wide eyes full of curiosity, she asked, Brother, why can't I understand the words written here? Subi paused for a moment. Because Xiao Jiabao hasn't learned yet. When Xiao Jiabao goes to school, a teacher will teach you how to read, and then you'll understand. Xiao Jiabao rubbed her eyes. Really? Then Xiao Jiabao wants to go to school. That's good, but Xiao Jiabao has to sleep obediently because school starts very early, Subi said softly. Xiao Jiabao closed her eyes obediently. Then, good night, brother. Subi gently patted her soft hair. Good night. Chapter 8, the first day of preschool. Subi was holding little Jiabao, her soft and fragrant little bundle, furrowing her brows in thought. The spring festival was coming soon, and after this year, little Jiabao would be 4 years old. It was time for her to go to preschool. The next day, Subi announced Jiabao's desire to attend school to everyone. Since starting preschool meant she couldn't keep an eye on Xiao Bao all the time, the family had some concerns because they'd lost Xiao Bao this way before. Subi suggested hiring a private tutor or something similar, but Su Hengtian worried. At Jiabao's age, it's still important to interact with peers. If she's alone all the time, her personality may easily become withdrawn and reclusive. Just look at the person from Xie family. The brothers fell silent for a moment. That was indeed too terrifying. She should go to preschool. However, safety precautions were necessary. They equipped little Jiabao with a tracker on her wrist, one inside her shoes, another in her butterfly hair clip, and yet another hanging on her backpack. Little Jiabao had around 7 or 8 trackers installed on her body. If someone tried to take her away, dismantling the trackers alone would take at least 2 hours. If others hadn't stopped him, Dr. Su Zhiran, who seemed to have gone mad, even planned to inject a micro-tracker into Xiao Bao's body. The news of little Bao going to preschool spread quickly, and the elite society's wealthy matrons began secretly investigating which preschool she was attending, specifying even down to which class. They then instructed their own children to get along well with little Jiabao and ideally make friends with her. This way, they could somewhat forge a connection with the Su family. The Xie family naturally also received this news, knowing that their elder cared deeply for the young miss. So the head of the Xie family hurriedly relayed the information to Xie Ping. Xie Ping nodded. I'll go too. The head of the Xie family didn't react immediately. What? That young miss going to preschool was reasonable. But you, elder ancestor, have already experienced countless lifetimes through reincarnation. Why are you going to preschool? Xie Ping gave him a glance. Head of the Xie family. At this age, what else is there besides preschool? Even if you're the elder ancestor, you must go to preschool. No matter what, we can't deprive the child of an education. This school, we absolutely must attend. Head of the Xie family. I'll arrange it right away. On the first day Xie Bao went to preschool carrying her little school bag, she was instantly surrounded by a crowd of preschool kids. Her tiny figure was lost amidst the throng of people. A pile of gifts lay on the table in front of her. Xie Bao, this is my gift to you. Will you be friends with me? This is my favorite candy. Here, eat it, and be my friend. You guys step aside. Xie Bao will be my friend. In the midst of pushing, a girl with twin braids suddenly sat on the ground and let out a shrill cry. The other kids instinctively parted ways, looking at the little girl sitting on the floor, unsure of what to do. Her crying soon caught the attention of the preschool teacher, who hurriedly came over to lift the girl up. Oh dear, Lily, what happened? Lily pointed an accusatory finger at Xie Bao. She pushed me. Xie Bao blinked innocently. I didn't. It was her. Lily sat on the floor, pounding it with both hands. It was her. All I wanted was to be her friend, but not only did she ignore me, she pushed me down. My leg hurts so much, I can't move. It must be broken. This new teacher was very inexperienced, having never even attended university. She managed to get the job by flattering the principal and got paid the same as those teachers who had graduate degrees, yet she acted arrogantly superior. None of the veteran teachers liked her, and no one had informed her about Xie Bao's identity. Therefore, the new teacher did not recognize Xie Bao and simply saw her as unfamiliar. However, she knew Lily. Lily's father often came to pick her up, driving a very flashy Rolls-Royce worth at least 30 million, leaving a deep impression on the new teacher. She picked up Lily and started questioning Xie Bao without any evidence. Why did you push someone? You won't be attending this class today. Go stand in the back. I didn't push her. There were so many people here just now who can testify. Xie Bao exclaimed loudly. A few braver children came forward to corroborate. That's right. We didn't see her pushing anyone. The new teacher's face changed slightly, and she snapped harshly. It was such chaos just now. How could you possibly have seen anything? Do you know that lying kids get taken away? If anyone tries to cover for her again, I'll call your parents. Those children who spoke up for Xie Bao couldn't bear the scare tactics used by the adult and immediately kept quiet. Lily was wiping her tears on the side while the new teacher grabbed little Xie Bao's arm and made her stand at the classroom door. I'm going to take Lily to the medical room first, and when I come back, we'll deal with you. You're not allowed to move from here. If you dare to run around, I'll slap your palms. Do you understand? Little Xie Bao nodded. Okay, I understand. The new teacher consoled Lily all the way as she carried her into the medical room before leaving. Once the teacher left, Lily instantly stopped crying, quickly got out of bed, and ran out, showing no sign of injury on her foot. Sister Xiaoya. After running out, Lily found Su Xiaoya under a nearby tree. I did what you asked me to do. Can I play with you now? Xiaoya was in the senior class and had always been the queen bee in kindergarten thanks to the Su family, receiving flattery from others all the time. But now that Xie Bao arrived, on the very first day, those people who used to revolve around her, even some of her good friends, were now flattering Xie Bao. She was 6 years old and had learned a bit of mischief from Yang Yin over time. Xie Bao stood outside the classroom door. Since the classroom had heating inside, she had taken off her coat earlier and was now standing in the cold wind in thin clothes, shivering. She remembered the phone given to her by the second brother was still in her backpack. Her brother said she could call him whenever she needed to. Little Xie Bao looked down the corridor hesitantly for 2 seconds and confirmed that the new teacher hadn't returned yet. She then thought of sneaking back inside to get her phone. But just as she took one step forward, she heard the sharp voice of the new teacher yelling, "Stop right there." In the next moment, a heavy paddle slapped down on Xie Bao's hand. "Didn't I tell you not to move?" Little Xie Bao turned around and saw Lin Qing'er behind the new teacher. Lin Qing'er smiled at her. "Xie Bao, how can you not listen to your teacher at school?" The new teacher glanced over Lin Qing'er up and down and snorted disdainfully through her nose. Lin Qing'er was dressed in cheap market stall clothes and exuded a strong scent of perfume. One glance told exactly what kind of work she did. The new teacher became even more certain about little Xie Bao's background. With such a mother, what kind of decent child could she possibly raise? Chapter 9. Xiao Bao was taken away by Lin Qing'er. Your daughter pushed someone at school today. The new teacher rolled her eyes. I don't know how you teach her. If those poor people can't afford it, they shouldn't force their way into our kindergarten. Dragons give birth to dragons. Phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. What good could come from daughters born to you, impoverished families? Lin Qing'er nervously replied. Yes, you're absolutely right. Could you let me take her home first? I will properly educate her. Little Xie Bao shrank back. I won't go back with you. Teacher, she's not my mom. Seeing this, Lin Qing'er quickly grabbed little Xie Bao's hand and covered her mouth. The child is speaking nonsense. The new teacher waved her hand in disgust, and Lin Qing'er quickly carried Xie Bao away. She took Xie Bao out of the school and turned into a small alley before setting little Xie Bao down. Little Xie Bao cautiously stepped back. What do you want to do? Xie Bao, I am your mother. You can't enjoy yourself alone and leave your mom behind. Lin Qing'er gripped Xie Bao's shoulders. I know that the Su family treasures you now. Whatever you say, they will agree. Tell your big brother to marry your mom, alright? Then your mom can always be with Xie Bao. Your mom will definitely treat Xie Bao well. Doesn't Xie Bao want a mom, right? Little Xie Bao pushed her. You're not my mom. I am. I raised you for 3 years. I am your mom. Lin Qing'er gritted her teeth. Will you go tell him, or not? Little Xie Bao turned her head. I won't let my brother marry you. You're a bad woman. My brother doesn't like you. Little brat, refusing kindness and asking for punishment, huh? Lin Qing'er looked mad, raising her hand as if to slap little Xie Bao's face. Little Xie Bao instinctively lifted her hand to block. The movement caused the silver bell in her pocket to ring out clearly. Ah! The next moment, Lin Qing'er felt something invisible grab her throat. That force instantly hurled her backward, crashing into the wall behind her. Lin Qing'er felt as though all her internal organs had shifted position. The pain curled her entire body up. Xie Ping appeared at the entrance of the alley, coldly giving Lin Qing'er a glance, then snapping his fingers. Lin Qing'er clutched her own throat, staring at Xie Ping in terror. She couldn't speak anymore. Xie Bao pulled the bell out of her pocket and said, Wow, so magical. Xie Ping glanced at her, then focused on the red string, silent. He then extended his hand, his short yet adorable fingers lifting slightly, exuding an inexplicable cool cuteness. In the next second, Xie Bao's school bag fell to the ground without any explanation. Make a call. Xie Bao immediately reacted, picking up the phone to call Su Qi. When Su Qi arrived, Xie Bao squatted beside Xie Ping and chattered. Can you really not teach me? Teach me? I'm very smart, I learn quickly. Xie Ping showed no impatience on his face, calmly declining. You're not suitable to learn this. Xie Bao hugged her little school bag. Why not? You'll have other skills later, Xie Ping frowned, struggling to soothe the 1,000-year-old elder with a little kid, even more powerful ones. Su Qi walked over, and when Xie Bao saw him, she ran to him quickly, hugging his legs sweetly calling, Big brother. Su Qi casually picked her up, glancing at Lin Qing'er curled up on the ground, raising an eyebrow and asking Xie Ping, Did you hit her? Xie Bao feared Xie Ping would be punished because of this, and hastily said, It wasn't Xie Ping who hit her. It was me. Me. Xie Ping raised his gaze, looking at the small alley, his eyes flashing red momentarily. With a cold expression, Su Qi carried little Xie Bao back to the kindergarten. By this time, chaos had already erupted in the kindergarten. An old teacher noticed that Xie Bao was missing, rushing over to ask the new teacher whether she had seen Xie Bao. Sitting on the desk browsing TikTok, the new teacher said, Her cheap mother came and took her away. Is our kindergarten standard so low now that anyone can enter? That girl obviously comes from a poverty-stricken background. Their financial situation is such that I can't get a single penny from her. Why should I care about her dead or alive? What are you talking about? The older teacher looked horrified at her. What do you mean cheap mother? That lady is the newly found Su family heiress. The principal repeatedly emphasized special care during yesterday's meeting. Didn't you hear? The new teacher hesitated. She had been ignoring work relying on some connections for a long time, and during yesterday's meeting, she was too busy sending messages to Lisa's dad and completely ignored what the principal said. The old teacher spoke up. If anything happens to her, don't say it's just on you. All the staff members of our kindergarten will be in serious trouble. Why are you still standing there dumbfounded? Hurry up and look for her. The new teacher's face turned deathly pale as she put down her phone. What am I supposed to do now? The way I treated her earlier. If she complains to the Su family, I'm finished. The older teacher rolled her eyes. How could she still be thinking about herself at a time like this? Word quickly reached the principal that Xiao Bao had been taken away by Lin Qing'er. He did have some connections in high society and knew exactly who Lin Qing'er was. After slapping the new teacher across the face in front of everyone, he ordered all the kindergarten teachers to review the surveillance footage, while personally heading to the Zhao family residence. The new teacher panicked, grabbing onto the principal's sleeve. Principal, please take me with you. I will sincerely apologize to her. If the Su family hears about this, it won't just be me who suffers. The principal sighed deeply but ultimately decided to bring her along. As they left his office, the new teacher nervously twisted the hem of her skirt, an evil gleam flashing in her eyes. She prayed that little Xie Bao was still in Lin Qing'er's hands, so if they retrieved her soon enough, perhaps they could intimidate her into not telling the Su family about what happened today. It was their only chance. However, just as a large group was about to exit the kindergarten gate, they spotted none other than Su Qi cradling a cute little girl, accompanied by another boyish figure who appeared far too composed for his age, walking toward them. Instantaneously, a cold sweat broke out on the new teacher's forehead. Before Su Qi could approach, she hastily greeted him, putting on a worried expression, reaching to take little Xie Bao from his arms. Little Xie Bao, where have you wandered off to? All the teachers were worried sick. Don't ever run around alone again. Su Qi squinted his eyes slightly, dodging her hand, and replied coldly. Are you implying she ran away by herself? At this time of day, wasn't the kindergarten already closed? How would such a young child escape on her own? The new teacher immediately found someone to blame. That's true. How could such a small child get outside unless there's a serious problem with the kindergarten's security? Little Xie Bao shook her head, holding tightly onto Su Qi's neck. Nope, Xie Bao didn't wander off. Children can be mischievous, sure, but they shouldn't lie either, the new teacher said, her gaze darkening as she glanced menacingly at little Xie Bao. She stretched out her hand, intending to warn the little girl by pinching her back in secret. But Su Qi took a step back and announced loudly. If little Xie Bao wandered off on her own, then how do you explain this situation? No sooner had he spoken than several black-clad bodyguards dragged Lin Qing'er over and unceremoniously dumped her at Su Qi's feet. Lin Qing'er clutched her throat, her veins bulging as she struggled desperately to speak, but no sound came out. Little Xie Bao wrinkled her nose softly. Teacher smells really bad, just like the fake mom. She's also a bad person. That bad teacher wanted to hit Xie Bao, but Xie Bao didn't push Lisa. The new teacher vehemently denied it. Mr. Su, please let me explain. It was Xie Bao who pushed first, everyone can testify. And I didn't slap her hand, I merely wanted to scare her. A child so young, how dare she push people around? Lisa fell because of her, and is still in the infirmary. Your child matters, but other children matter too. As a teacher, it's my responsibility to educate them properly. Do you think just because of one's privileged background, they can act without consequence? Chapter 10, Powerful Logic. This tall hat pressing down. If the Su family were to act against her again, it would appear they were bullying an ordinary person based on their social standing. The more prominent the noble family, the more they care about their reputation. Su Qi wouldn't likely humiliate himself over a child of just a few years old. But Su Qi sneered and said coldly, "Do you think that now your kind of trash can threaten me with the Su family's reputation?" The new teacher was in great fear, but she had no retreat at this moment. She could only insist that little Xie Bao had pushed the person first. She had planned this well before. At that time, among the people present, only she was an adult, and the rest were just children. What they said couldn't be taken seriously. Su Qi opened his mouth indifferently. "Then we will check the surveillance." Hearing this, the new teacher breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, when the teacher told her about little Xie Bao's identity, she had already considered this point. So just as everyone was flustered, she sneaked into the security office and deleted that section of the surveillance video. And she knew the Su family would surely find technicians to recover the surveillance video, which is why she was well prepared for it. As expected, the people in the security room soon found out that the stored surveillance footage from Xie Bao's class had been completely erased, and even the USB drive plugged into the computer had been taken away. The new teacher completely relaxed, looking at little Xie Bao and sneering. Who knows, maybe the little friend didn't want everyone to see the information on the surveillance tape, so they secretly took the USB drive containing the recordings from the security room? Recently, the only person missing in the kindergarten has been Xie Bao. Little Xie Bao pursed her lips and silently hugged Su Qi's neck without saying a word. Although she was young, she understood what the new teacher meant. But she really hadn't pushed anyone, nor had she stolen the USB drive. Even back in the villa on the hilltop, she had been falsely accused many times. The maids would never give her the chance to refute. Gradually, she lost the desire to fight back. Because no matter how she explained, no one would believe her. Su Qi saw the disappointment and silence in little Xie Bao's eyes, his heart aching unbearably. He knew that little Xie Bao was used to being abused at the villa on the hilltop, thus choosing silence instinctively when faced with baseless accusations, because the more she resisted, the more beatings she might receive. He gently patted little Xie Bao's head and said, "Xie Bao, don't be sad. You can tell your brother or anyone else. If you didn't do it, then you didn't do it. I am here, no one will wrongfully accuse you. Understand?" Little Xie Bao gripped onto Su Qi's collar tightly, her round eyes turning red, stubbornly opening her mouth. Little Xie Bao didn't push anyone. Little Xie Bao also didn't steal anything. For things I haven't done, I won't admit. Su Qi chuckled slightly, looking at the new teacher with icy cold eyes. Yes, you should act like this. Xie Bao is the Su family's princess. If little Xie Bao says she didn't do it, then she didn't do it. Even if there's no evidence, what does it matter? Today, I Su Qi want to rely on my power to bully once. Come on, tie up this woman for me. Both the new teacher and the principal behind her panicked. Who didn't know that Su Qi, the eldest son of the Su family, cared most about the Su family's reputation? Supporting the entire Su family at such a young age wasn't easy, and he had always been calm and steady. Who would have thought that today? All this happened just for the sake of this girl, and he was willing to abandon the Su family's reputation. Little Xie Bao shook her head, hugging Su Qi's neck and softly saying, "No, big brother, little Xie Bao is fine. Don't let them bully you." Despite her young age, she seemed to understand everything. Su Qi squinted and pressed little Xie Bao's head to his chest. "Don't look, Xie Bao. Be reassured, no one can bully your big brother. Hit hard. Hit as hard as possible. Leave just a breath. Send the medical bill back to the Su family manor later. This much money, my Su family can still afford it." There were already many people holding up their phones to record around. If Su Qi acted at this moment, this incident would spread quickly, and the Su family might face some thorny small troubles afterward. But for Su Qi, this was far less important than little Xie Bao. He wanted everyone to know that little Xie Bao was the taboo of the Su family. Touch it, and die. Xie Ping looked up at Su Qi's composed face and suddenly spoke. "Wait a minute." Several bodyguards had already restrained the new teacher, but stopped upon hearing this. All eyes turned toward the young boy. The new teacher was crying bitterly at this moment, as if seeing her savior. Although she didn't know who this person was, judging by his bearing, she knew he certainly wasn't an ordinary child. If he could speak up for her, maybe Su Qi would let her go. Thus, under her hopeful gaze, Xie Ping silently revealed his fingers and said, "The USB drive you mentioned, is it this thing?" The new teacher paused for a moment, then burst out incredulously the next second. "Impossible. I clearly threw it away. How could it be in your hands?" Xie Ping responded indifferently. "I picked it up." "Picked it up? How could that be possible?" She had flushed the USB drive down the toilet. How on earth could it be picked up? Her face turned deathly pale as she stared dumbfounded at Xie Ping. Seeing her expression like this, Everyone already knew without checking what was on the USB drive. More and more people gathered around to watch the commotion. It seemed she really wronged that little girl and even dared to do such a shameless thing, shouting thief, when she herself was the one who stole. That's true. Look at that little girl, so adorable, not crying or fussing despite being wrongfully accused. She truly seems pitifully sensible. Besides, how could such a young child know how to delete surveillance footage? Accusing her of stealing the USB stick is absurd and baseless. This kindergarten is the best private one in all of Kyoto. I wanted my kid to attend here next year too. But with teachers like her, I wouldn't dare leave my child here anymore. Xie placed the USB drive into Suchi's palm and said briefly, "That's settled." Suchi blinked in surprise, pocketing the USB drive and reflexively asking, "What do you mean settled?" Xie lifted his gaze and glanced at him, disdain flickering in his eyes. "Weren't you going to beat her? Now go ahead. Don't leave her any breath. It's on me." Suchi. No wonder he's the patriarch. But doesn't it seem too brutal for someone who looks 5 years old to say something like that? Xie Bao quickly climbed off Suchi and pulled on Xie hand to plead. "You can't. Wugu said killing is illegal and you'll go to jail. You mustn't kill her." Xie frowned. "Evil ones have no right to live." All right. Don't be angry anymore." Xie Bao patted Xie little belly. "Your belly is all puffed up from anger. Like this, just beat her until she almost dies. It will be fine. My fourth brother is a doctor, very skilled. He can bring her back to life. Then it won't count as murder." What logic was this? Learned from Xie, probably? Xie barely nodded, and Xie Bao looked at the new teacher, nodding once. "All right, go ahead and beat her. Remember to stop short of death. You know, almost dead, but not quite. Fourth brother can't revive dead people." Xie, "I can." Xie Bao, "Hey, stop messing around." Xie, "Oh." Suchi, "What is this look of regret on your face?" Clearly, little Bao shouldn't spend any more time with Xie. Too brutal. Seeing there was no way to turn things around, the new teacher could only cry tears of desperation while begging the principal for help. "Uncle, why aren't you speaking for me yet? Please save me." The principal's face turned ashen, continuously wiping sweat from his brow. In his heart, he cursed the new teacher profusely. If it weren't for their familial connection, would he ever have allowed her to become a teacher at the school? Now, because of her, they had caused such a huge catastrophe. He now desperately wished to distance himself from her instead of helping her. The new teacher, kneeling on the ground, crawled toward Xie Bao like a dog, attempting to grab the edge of her dress, but was kicked away by Xie. This kick landed squarely on the new teacher's abdomen, sending her flying several meters before colliding with a pillar at the kindergarten gate. Coughing up a large mouthful of blood, the new teacher bent over in pain. Xie withdrew his foot, nonchalantly brushing his expensive sneakers against the ground. "Filthy, don't touch." Little Xie Bao widened her eyes, then smiled mischievously as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Chapter 11, Lin Qing'er offline. Previously, when Lin Qing'er and the others discovered they had immense strength, they thought they were monsters. So, whenever she used this force, they would scold her with fear and anger and even withhold food from her. Xie Bao also thought he was a strange child, so after that, he never dared to show his strength in front of them again. Now, seeing Xie strength, he instantly felt a sense of belonging and joy. A child's world rarely has permanent sadness. Xie Bao muttered something incomprehensible to Xie and quickly became happy again. Suchi looked at Xiao Bao with a slight headache, feeling it wasn't a good thing for him to be with Xie, who was considered an unlucky star. But judging by Xiao Bao's expression, it seemed he really liked this friend. As an older brother, he shouldn't interfere with Xiao Bao's freedom to make friends. He could only hope that Xiao Bao's bloodline could resist the influence of the heavenly execution star. The new teacher was soon taken away by the ambulance. Xie's kick was quite fierce. If it had been more serious, he might have been bedridden for years. This allowed Suchi to avoid dealing with one trouble. However, there was still another issue unresolved. He looked at Lin Qing'er, who was controlled by several black-clad bodyguards. The Xiao family was almost ruined. Offending the Su group caused their small company to not receive a single order. Cooperation companies, upon hearing they offended the Su family, dared not do business with the Zhao family and thus cancelled all cooperation. Moreover, due to reputational damage, the Zhao family faced substantial compensation amounts, leading to their bankruptcy within half a month. To sustain life, the Zhao family had sold all their cars and houses, leaving them renting a decrepit old apartment to barely get by. Zhao Cheng seemed intent on reviving his fortunes, spending lavishly to treat people to meals. This was a huge expense far beyond the current means of the Zhao family, which led Zhao Cheng to send Lin Qing'er to a nightclub. But even that wasn't enough, so Zhao Cheng began engaging in illegal fundraising. All this, Suchi knew well. Zhao Cheng's greed and addiction to drugs were significant. The amount of illegal fundraising in just the past month had reached over 1 million yuan, money that would likely see him spend his whole life in prison. Suchi figured the police would come knocking within a few days, so he paid little attention to the Zhao family, never expecting Lin Qing'er to exploit such an opportunity. Had it not been for Xie, Xie Bao would probably have suffered once more. Thinking about this, Suchi could not suppress his anger and walked towards Lin Qing'er, but Xie Bao quickly came up and held on to Suchi. "Big brother, don't go over there. There are a lot of dark shadows above her head. It's very scary." At that moment, in Xie Bao's eyes, Lin Qing'er's head was covered by a heavy layer of black mist, blurring her features to the point where she appeared as a headless zombie. Suchi knew about Xie Bao's special bloodline. Furrowing his brows, he squatted down. What did you see? Xie Bao edged closer to Su Qi, cautiously saying, no head. Siping also glanced up briefly, a red glint appearing in his eyes, before calmly stating, she is about to die. A dying person's facial features gradually blur. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. Lin Qing'er abruptly coughed a few times and found herself able to speak. She looked at Xie Bao, shouting desperately, save me, save me. I don't want to die. Please save me. Su Qi directly escorted Lin Qing'er back to the Zhao residence. Zhao Cheng and the elder Zhao lady were hiding in a dilapidated old house, not daring to leave during the day for fear of meeting anyone they knew. Elder Zhao's constant cursing could be heard intermittently. That Ms. Lin hasn't returned to cook yet. Could it be that she ran off with some boss? I knew that woman was a restless slut. If it weren't for all the bad things she'd done before, you wouldn't have divorced your wife and married this disaster. Our family has become like this all because of her. And that little disaster. She found her biological parents and abandoned us without any gratitude for raising her for 4 years. What a white-eye wolf. Su Qi kicked open the rusted iron door with his foot. The room was dark, with no lights on and windows tightly shut. It emitted a putrid, musty smell, resembling a dirty, damp rat hole. Elder Zhao was still cursing when she was suddenly frightened by the loud sound, shrieking as she fell off the chair. They were already accustomed to prolonged darkness, and being suddenly exposed to bright light, they fled chaotically like two rats unexpectedly exposed to daylight. Su Qi had someone throw Lin Qing'er inside, and only then did Zhao Cheng realize who was at the door. A look of relief flickered across his face, and he quickly forced a smile as he stood up. Mr. Su, it's been a long time. You finally remembered me. I wanted to visit you at Su Group earlier, but those short-sighted people downstairs always chased me out. But I knew that since I've technically been Xie Bao's dad for 4 years, you wouldn't abandon me. Seeing Lin Qing'er being thrown in by Su Qi's men, his anger flared, and he slapped her hard across the face. It's all because of you. You wicked woman. If it weren't for your scheming all these years, I wouldn't have treated Xie Bao so badly. Mr. Su, as you can see, this is all her fault. Blame her, just her alone. Su Qi took a few steps back with Xie Bao in his arms and remained silent. Lin Qing'er suddenly let out a loud scream and lunged forward, biting down on Zhao Cheng's wrist. Zhao Cheng screamed in pain and kicked Lin Qing'er away. Lin Qing'er was now completely covered in dirt, her face smeared with blood. Zhao Cheng glared at his hand where Lin Qing had almost bitten off a piece of flesh. Filled with rage, he struck her across the face twice. How dare you bite me? You crazy woman. Lin Qing'er's head buzzed from the blows, yet she didn't feel any pain. Instead, she threw back her head and laughed loudly. Both Zhao Cheng and Elder Zhao were terrified by Lin Qing'er's horrifying expression. Elder Zhao trembled in fear, hiding herself in a corner. Xie Bao looked at Lin Qing'er with an expression tinged with pity in Su Qi's arms. Although this mother hadn't been good to her, Xie Bao had still called her mom for 4 years. Suddenly, she spoke. Mom is sick. Upon hearing Xie Bao finally speaking to him again, Zhao Cheng was overjoyed and said, Xie Bao, does this mean you forgive us? Xie Bao, be a good girl. If you forgive us, I'll do anything you ask in the future. Xie Bao hugged Su Qi's neck tightly and said quietly, take mom to the hospital. When you're sick, you need to go to the hospital. Overwhelmed with joy, Zhao Cheng immediately helped Lin Qing'er up. Good, good. As long as Xie Bao listens, I'll do anything. But Lin Qing'er pushed him away while covering her face, laughing maniacally. It's useless. It's too late now. Ha ha, I'm sick, I have AIDS. All of this is your fault, Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng's face turned deathly pale instantly as he released Lin Qing'er and backed away several meters. What are you saying? How could you? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Qing'er sneered mockingly, a look of venomous hatred flashing in her eyes. You think it's that easy to run away now? It's already too late. This morning, there was my blood in that bowl of soup we drank. The color drained from Zhao Cheng's and Elder Zhao's faces instantly. Elder Zhao even burst forth, grabbing Lin Qing'er by the neck and screaming shrilly. You poisonous hussy. If I had known this, I never would have let you come into our family. Lin Qing'er stood up and fixed her gaze filled with hatred on Xie Bao. This is all your fault. If you had asked the Sus for mercy earlier, I wouldn't have ended up like this. My downfall is entirely your doing. You're a disaster. I shouldn't have raised you at all. I should have drowned you in the river long ago. Without thinking, Su Qi covered Xie Bao's ears, the menace in his eyes intensifying dangerously. Chapter 12, The Zhao Family's End. Before Su Qi could take any action, a sharp siren suddenly rang out at the door. The next moment, the police swarmed in. The first policeman to rush and looked surprised when he saw Su Qi. Mr. Su, what are you doing here? Su Qi nodded, which was a greeting to the detective captain. Bring my little Bao over to handle something. The detective captain didn't ask more questions but turned his head towards Zhao Cheng and drew an arrest warrant from his chest pocket. Zhao Cheng, you are suspected of illegal fundraising on a huge scale and have already been anonymously reported. After verification, the report is true. Please come with us. After saying this, several policemen behind him were about to grab Zhao Cheng. Little Xie Bao spoke up. Dad is sick. Su Qi, reminded by this, hurriedly stopped the officers who were advancing. You'd better not touch him now. He may have contracted AIDS. I suggest you wear protective clothing before coming again, just in case he goes mad and tries to harm others. Upon hearing this, the policeman quickly stepped back a few steps. The detective captain glanced appreciatively at Su Qi. Thank you for the warning. I owe you one. Su Qi smiled. Then give that favor to our little Bao instead. If it weren't for her reminder, I would have almost forgotten. Little Xie Bao blinked. What's this favor? Big brother, Dad has no head, and Dad also got the same disease as Mom, isn't it? The detective captain couldn't immediately understand what little Xie Bao meant, but looking into her clear eyes, he instinctively ignored the ominous implication of her words, assuming she was speaking innocently as children do. How could such a cute child possibly say something like no head? It must be that he misheard her. Su Qi wasn't sure how to explain and could only nod. If you do something wrong, you will face punishment, and this is his punishment. Little Xie Bao nodded in confusion, not understanding the fate Zhao Cheng would meet. But deep inside, she had a vague premonition she might never see them again. Thinking about this, little Xie Bao sighed quietly and stole a glance at Su Qi without wanting him to notice her thoughts, fearing that if Su Qi thought she was a bad child. The policeman soon went down and fetched protective gear, then came back up and dragged Zhao Cheng away. By now, Zhao Cheng had become like a pile of mud. If he hadn't had AIDS, he might have spent more than a decade in jail before being released, but now, his remaining days would likely end in prison, and after his death, he wouldn't even have a grave. Grandma Zhao had cried herself hoarse, but Lin Qing'er was still laughing on the side. Filled with rage, Grandma Zhao somehow summoned her strength, grabbed a fruit knife nearby, and furiously slashed Lin Qing'er's face. You wretched woman. All because of you entering my house. You want me, this old woman, to die? I'll kill you first. No one expected an 80-year-old grandma to have such strength. No one reacted fast enough, and Grandma Zhao stabbed Lin Qing'er continuously in the stomach several times before being pulled apart by the police. By then, Lin Qing'er was unrecognizable, blood covered the floor, and she passed away within seconds, even before an ambulance could be called. So, while the police took Zhao Cheng away, they also took Grandma Zhao along. Fortunately, Si Ping had timely covered little Xie Bao's eyes, sparing her from witnessing this scene. Su Qi hugged little Xie Bao, exchanged a word with the detective captain, and then returned home with her. Little Xie Bao sat silently in the car all the way back, lips sealed. Su Qi regretted it deeply, fearing that this incident left some psychological trauma on little Xie Bao. On the road, he made a call to Old Four, asking if there was a good child psychologist available. Then he recounted the events of today. As soon as the car stopped and little Xie Bao's feet hadn't even touched the ground, Old Master Su and Brother Four Su Xiren rushed over in great haste. Su Xiren held little Xie Bao tightly in his arms, while tears welled up in Old Master Su's eyes as he slapped Su Qi hard on the back. Who let you bring Xiao Bao to such a place? What if anything happened to Xiao Bao? How could you face your parents? Su Qi showed profound remorse. Sorry, I didn't think carefully enough. If little Bao really got frightened or traumatized because of this, Su Qi himself wouldn't forgive himself. In Su Xiren's arms, little Xie Bao suddenly reached out a soft little hand and hooked onto Su Qi's little finger, softly saying, Big brother, Xie Bao is fine. Su Qi looked at the pale face of little Bao, clearly scared, but still forced out a slight smile seriously. Xie Bao often sees things even more terrifying than this, so she's used to it. Xie Bao is fine. Big brother said they are bad people, and bad people who make mistakes will receive punishment. Xie Bao knows, and Xie Bao isn't afraid. After saying this, he hurried to reassure Grandpa Su. Grandpa, Xie Bao is very brave and wasn't scared at all. Don't blame Big brother. He is usually so busy but spent the entire day with Xie Bao today. Xie Bao likes Big brother. Grandpa Su quickly comforted her. All right. Grandpa won't blame him. Whatever Xie Bao says goes. Oh my little dear heart. Come here and let Grandpa see if you're hurt anywhere. Xie Bao shook her head. Big brother kept holding Xie Bao all along. Xie Bao is doing perfectly fine. Only then did Grandpa Su let out a reluctant sigh and lightly hit Su Qi's leg with his cane, more of a gesture than actual force. You brat, I'll let this go since Xie Bao pleaded for you. In the future, don't bring Xie Bao along when handling these dirty affairs, understand? Mr. Su, who was as commanding as a typhoon outside, behaved like a little puppy in front of Grandpa Su. I got it, Grandpa. Little Xie Bao leaned on Su Xiren's shoulder, stealthily sticking her tongue out at Su Qi, whispering softly. Big brother protects Xie Bao, and Xie Bao also protects Big brother. Su Qi felt like he'd been shot straight in the heart. How could there be such an adorable sister in the world? So cute and lovable, always like a little sunflower. She deserved the best things in the world. The child psychologist had long since taken a seat in the Su family living room and came out after chatting alone with Xie Bao for a few minutes. How is Xie Bao? Su Xiren stepped forward first. Are there any problems? The psychologist adjusted his glasses. Don't worry, nothing serious. She was just startled by what she saw, but recovered quickly. During our conversation, I found that she actually has a very strong inner core, even stronger than some adults. Su Qi sighed. His heart ached as he said, yes, considering the kind of life she led at the Zhao household, yet she still has such a good character, always trying to comfort others despite struggling herself, forever being everyone's little sunflower. After sending off the psychologist, Su Qi recounted the events of the kindergarten to Grandpa Su, which made the old man extremely angry. Does this Kyoto kindergarten not respect the Su family? Transfer schools. Must transfer schools. Just after Grandpa Su finished speaking, Yang Yan walked in from the door with Su Ye in tow. What about transferring schools? Seeing Yang Yan, the Su family members didn't have pleasant expressions. Grandpa Su asked, why are you here? Yang Yan gave an insincere smile. Haven't we heard that our Xie Bao will be starting kindergarten? Su Ye happens to attend Kyoto kindergarten too. In the future, Yaya can take good care of her younger sister, so no one would dare to bully little Xie Bao. There's no need for a transfer. It's such a hassle, isn't it, Yaya? Suya obediently nodded. I will take good care of my younger sister. Though the elder brothers of the Su family looked down on Yang Yan, Suya was still their Su family child, so they were inevitably more lenient toward her. Grandpa Su snorted. Not transferring is fine too, but the oldest son, go buy me the Kyoto kindergarten. The Su family must own over 50% of the shares. From now on, I want to see who dares to bully our children. Yang Yan interjected with some resentment. When Suya first started school, she was also excluded, which is normal. There's no need for all this trouble. Kids shouldn't be spoiled like this. They'll end up spoiled rotten. Chapter 13. Was Yaya's face scratched by Xie Bao? Grandpa Su let out a cold snort. The future head of our Su family does not need to be taught by you. Yang Yan managed a weak smile, her expression slightly uneasy. In her eyes, Grandpa Su was superstitious and outdated. What era were they living in where people still believed in such nonsense? All the old man cared about was favoring the eldest branch of the Su family. He didn't actually think this little kid could lead the Su family in the future. It didn't matter though. This Su family would eventually become hers. The two from the main branch of the Su family could be quietly eliminated, so what more could this 4-year-old child do? Thinking this, Yang Yan smoothed her hair at the temple and revealed a gentle smile again. Yaya, why don't you go play with your sister? Suya nodded, approached Xie Bao, and took her hand. Sister, let's go upstairs and play, okay? Xie Bao frowned. She could sense that Suya didn't like her at all. This sweetly smiling elder sister radiated an icy chill. Xie Bao didn't really want to play with Suya, but Suya was her elder sister. If Xie Bao didn't play with her sister, would Grandpa and her brothers think she was impolite? Surely Grandpa and the brothers wouldn't like an impolite Xie Bao, right? Xie Bao pressed her lips together and finally went along without resisting as Suya pulled her up to the second floor. Grandpa Su hoped they could get along peacefully and therefore tacitly approved of Suya's actions. Xie Bao followed Suya into her room. Suya shut the door behind her, instantly erasing the cheerful expression she'd had just moments ago. Sister, do you want to read storybooks? Xie Bao dashed to the bookshelf and brought over a stack of storybooks. Xie Bao loves hearing stories from my second brother. Suya grimaced and slapped all the books from her hands onto the floor. Who likes reading these childish things? Xie Bao looked regretfully at the storybooks on the ground. Too bad, sister doesn't like storybooks. Yaya, looking at the luxurious decorations, felt envious. Why should a lowlife like you have such nice things? I am the only miss of the Su family. You're nothing but a bastard. Why should you hog my things? Xie Bao tried to suppress her anger. Grandpa and brother say Xie Bao has parents. Xie Bao is not a bastard. Your parents are already dead. You are a bastard. Yaya mimicked her mother's sarcastic tone. My mom said, a foolish thing like you isn't even worthy to carry my shoes. Xie Bao clenched her small fists tightly, her chest heaving with anger. Xie Bao has parents. My parents just went far away. They will be back soon. They all love me very much. Don't talk about my parents. After saying this, she picked up the scattered books like treasure and hugged them closely. Xie Bao doesn't like sister anymore. I won't play with you. She didn't want to be an impolite child, but sister calling her an abandoned kid made her extremely dislike her. Yaya stepped forward and grabbed the storybook out of Xie Bao's hands. Then, using the children's scissors on the table meant for paper cutting, she snipped the precious storybook that Xie Bao cherished. Why should you have such good things? Mom said that if you didn't come back, these things would have all been mine. It's you who took my things. You can't cut it. Xie Bao quickly reached to grab the book back. Yaya tried to push Xie Bao away, relying on her bigger size and strength, but unexpectedly, Xie Bao did not budge at all. Instead, due to her own momentum, Yaya staggered backward a few steps. The ground was littered with scattered storybooks, making it easy for her to slip while wearing slippers. She fell to the ground, losing control of the scissors which drew a perfect parabola in the air before plunging straight into her face. As the scissors were open, the sharp blade grazed across her face, and blood appeared instantly. Suya, being young, screamed in pain, and the door to the room opened swiftly as Su Qi rushed inside. What happened, little Xie Bao? Xie Bao looked at her shredded storybooks all over the floor, her mouth pouting unhappily. Big brother, sister ruined my storybooks. Yang Yan entered almost immediately after, accusingly and indignantly pointing out. Obviously, it was Yaya screaming. And yet you only asked about Xie Bao? Can't you see our Yaya sitting on the floor crying? Suya sobbed while covering her face. Mommy, my face hurts so much. Yang Yan hurriedly moved Suya's hand and saw the bloody scratch on her face. Instantly infuriated, she stood up to grab Xie Bao. How dare you injure my daughter's face? Su Qi quickly shielded Xie Bao protectively. What are you doing? What am I doing? Yang Yan exclaimed loudly. Can't you see that Yaya's face is injured like this? Children messing around is one thing, but she actually used the scissors on my daughter's face. So malicious at such a young age. How could I, as her aunt, not discipline her? Su Qi frowned. Bao Bao wouldn't do something like this. You'd better find out what your daughter did. I just accidentally damaged Xie Bao's books. It wasn't intentional, mommy. Suya said pitifully. I saw Xie Bao had so many storybooks. I never had that many before, so I envied her and wanted to take a look. After turning just a few pages, I realized the book was already torn. I didn't know why. Assuming I'd done it myself, I even apologized to Xie Bao, but she was still angry and scratched my face with the scissors. Bao Bao is elder brother's younger sister, and I'm also elder brother's younger sister. Why does an elder brother care about me at all? Did I do something wrong? I'll improve. Elder brother, don't ignore me, woo. Xie Bao hugged her storybooks tightly as she explained loudly. It's not like that. Sister called Xie Bao an illegitimate child, cut Xie Bao's storybook with scissors, then tried to push her down. Then sister fell by herself. It wasn't Xie Bao who slashed her with the scissors. Upon hearing this, Suya anxiously glanced at Su Qi, fearing he might believe Xie Bao. With no other explanation coming to mind, she could only sob into Yang Yan's arms. Yang Yan sneered coldly. How could falling down possibly result in having your face slashed by scissors? Can't you fabricate a more convincing lie? Both sides stuck to their claims, refusing to back down. Moreover, Suya kept shouting in pain. Yang Yan ignored her wound and dragged Suya to block the door, instead of letting Su Qi carry Xie Bao outside, demanding some resolution. The commotion disturbed Su Zijing, who was sleeping in the adjacent room. He had just pulled an all-nighter finishing a project, and hearing Yang Yan's voice made him extremely irritated. He threw open the door, and upon seeing Yang Yan, disdainfully sniffed. Who's the woman screaming wildly here in the Su family estate? Oh, it's you. Su Zijing, what do you mean? At least I'm your second aunt. Is this how you talk to your elders? Yang Yan protested indignantly. Look at your main branch of the family. The young ones are rotten to the core. If the Su family ends up under your control, it's bound to fail miserably. This is the Su estate, and if I'm not mistaken, Uncle Tu moved out long ago, didn't he? Su Zijing lazily leaned against the doorframe. Whether the Su family thrives or perishes is our business. We're the Sus. You're a Yang, so what does this have to do with you? Yang Yan turned red with embarrassment from Su Zijing's retort. I don't care, but it's a fact that Xie Bao injured Yaya. I must get justice for Yaya, Yang Yan insisted stubbornly. Yaya is a Su family child too. Why should she be bullied like this? Su Zijing walked over, glancing at the scene inside Xie Bao's room before speaking. These scissors were given to Bao Bao by me for paper cutting play. But Bao Bao dislikes paper cutting and only loves listening to stories, so she hasn't touched these scissors at all. Right, Bao Bao? Xie Bao carefully thought back and then nodded. Yes. Xie Bao hasn't touched the scissors from third elder brother. In that case, things become easy. Su Zijing stretched lazily. I've just developed a software that can automatically recognize identical fingerprints. If you say Bao Bao used the scissors to injure Yaya, then she must have touched them. The scissors handles are made of baked enamel, which easily retains fingerprints. I happen to have fingerprint extraction tools here. Chapter 14. This storybook can talk. Suya's little body shivered in Yang Yan's arms. Although she only half understood the concept of fingerprint identification, she had seen similar scenarios on TV and couldn't help but feel uneasy at this moment. A child's fear is impossible to hide. Su Qi and Su Zijing both noticed Suya's hesitation, and naturally Yang Yan, who held Suya in her arms, felt it too. She hugged Suya tighter and said defiantly, There's no need for testing. Xie Bao used the scissors to scratch my daughter. Why should they blindly believe everything Xie Bao says, while ignoring how long Suya has been crying without a shred of their sympathy? No matter what, Suya is still just a kid. The older male cousins from the main house might have looked down on her, but they were pretty good to Suya. Whenever there was something tasty or fun, they always remembered her. Yang Yan thought it was natural for them to be good to Suya after all. Suya still carries the Su surname. How could brothers neglect their sister? But ever since little Xie Bao came, these cousins obviously became much colder towards Suya. Now they're so biased towards Xie Bao without even asking questions, completely disregarding our Suya. Su Zijing looked coldly at Suya in Yang Yan's arms and said, Suya, I'll give you one last chance. Were the cuts on your face really caused by Xiao Bao? If not, apologize to Xiao Bao, and we won't do the fingerprint test. Yang Yan quickly tightened her hold on Suya. The child is still so young, and you're trying to scare her like this? What kind of cousin are you that's so biased that it's outrageous? Is Suya not your sister? You care only about whether Xie Bao will be hurt, but does Suya not have feelings either? I've done my best for your Su family all these years, and yet this is how you treat me and my daughter. Su Zijing glanced at her. I'm talking to Suya. Yes, it was Xiao Bao who did it. Suya, with tears streaming down her face, shouted, It was her. I don't want to do the fingerprint test. It was her. Big uncle and third uncle, you're all bullying me. Su Zijing shook his head in disappointment. Big brother, let's fetch the machine. Su Qi nodded as well. Disappointment clouded his eyes when he looked at Suya. Actually, when Suya was very small, Su Qi and the others didn't agree to let her stay with Yang Yan because Yang Yan wasn't a good woman. Growing up under her influence certainly wouldn't benefit Suya. They wanted Suya to be placed under the elder patriarch Su to console his sorrow over losing Xiao Bao. But Yang Yan stubbornly refused, claiming such a small child shouldn't be separated from her mother. So Suya stayed with her. Since then, this matter was left unresolved. Now that Suya is 6 years old, her character increasingly resembles Yang Yan's. Two-faced, snobbish, arrogant, and deceitful. After all, she isn't our own child, so Su Qi couldn't say much about it. Soon, Su Zijing fetched the fingerprint machine and began pulling Suya's hand to record the prints. Suya cried and shook her head violently. No, third uncle, I don't want to record my fingerprints. No. Su Qi pulled Yang Yan aside and suddenly heard a cold beeping sound. An icy female voice came through. Fingerprint successfully recorded. Su Zijing cleaned the fingerprint scanner and beckoned to Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, come here. Xiao Bao obediently walked over, imitating Suya's earlier pose. She pressed all 10 fingers and asked curiously, Third brother, what is this? It's a magical device that reveals bad people, made personally by me. Xiao Bao's eyes sparkled, her attention fully captured by the black little square box, completely forgetting that Suya had framed her. With full admiration, she said, "Third brother is so talented." Su Zixing chuckled and ruffled Xiao Bao's head. "If you like, third brother can teach you in the future." Xiao Bao clasped her hands seriously. "Yes, Xiao Bao likes. Xiao Bao also wants to make all the bad people visible." Suya's face turned deathly pale, her body trembling with fear, looking pitiful indeed. Su Zixing spoke again. "Yeah, the results haven't come out yet. You still have a chance to tell the truth." Suya clenched her fists tightly and shouted loudly. "Third uncle is the bad person. She stole my things. She's the bad person. All of you like her and don't like Yiya." After finishing her outburst, she covered her eyes and ran downstairs. Su Qi coldly ordered, "Butler, close the door and don't let her leave." Since she acted, she should bravely face the consequences. Very soon, the fingerprint test results came out. There were only Suya's fingerprints on the handle of the scissors, no sign of Xiao Bao's. Su Zixing slapped the result in front of everyone. "Do you still have anything to say?" Suya apologized to Xiao Bao. Yang Yan's face turned extremely sour. Xie Bao stole Yiya's brothers, so it's normal that Yiya doesn't like her. Such a trivial matter, there's no need to be so serious about it, right? Besides, Yiya is the elder sister. How could an elder sister possibly apologize to a younger sister? Su Zixing crossed his arms. "When you were blocking Xie Bao's door demanding answers earlier, why didn't you say it was a small matter then? You all are not pushing too far, are you? Even if only Yiya's fingerprints are on it, what's the big deal? Kids tug and pull at each other. Yiya just didn't realize the situation for a moment. She didn't do it on purpose." Yang Yan frowned. "All of you adults bullying a child like this, don't you feel ashamed? Are you not also someone close to death, but still have the audacity to bully our Xie Bao?" Su Zixing retorted. "Today either Suya apologizes to our little Xie Bao, or I directly announce this incident to the world, letting everyone see what kind of daughter you've raised." Yang Yan panicked now. "We're all family, and you still want outsiders to laugh at us? It's your joke, not ours, thank you." Yang Yan gritted her teeth and pushed Suya, stiffly saying, "Apologize to your younger sister." "No," Yiya cried loudly by the side. "I won't apologize to her. You said on the heir of the Su family, she's just a bastard. Why should I apologize to her?" Su Zixing looked coldly. "So this is how you talk in front of your daughter?" Yang Yan slapped Suya hard on the shoulder. "When did I ever say such things? Where did you hear such words from? Hurry up and apologize to your younger sister. Don't you want this matter spread out? You're my daughter, absolutely cannot have such negative impact." Suya glanced at Xie Bao, who was holding the storybook standing aside, and reluctantly muttered, "Sorry." Little Xie Bao felt indignant and proudly tilted her little chin. "Then apologize to my storybook as well." Yang Yan's face was dark enough to wring out water. "Don't go overboard." Su Zixing picked up his phone, having already prepared the Weibo post. He arched an eyebrow and let out a long sound. Suya felt humiliated and wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. "I am sorry, storybook." Little Xie Bao stroked her storybook and softly said, all right, it doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go find Brother 4. Brother 4 is very talented and will surely be able to fix you." Both Su Zixing and Su Qi were charmed by little Xie Bao, both revealing indulgent smiles. Only little Xie Bao could hear that her storybook rustled once, quietly saying, "My goodness, it hurts so much. You've almost torn me in half. Hurry up and glue me together." Chapter 15. There's someone on the window of Big Brother's room. Xiao Jiabao first discovered that her storybook could talk on a deep night after Su Hungtian finished telling her a story. Su Hungtian thought she had fallen asleep, so he placed the storybook on the bedside table and left. The evening breeze blew open the curtains made of gauze, flipping the pages with a rustling sound. Xiao Jiabao then heard several small voices. "Did that person leave? Did they leave? They're gone. Thank goodness they didn't discover us hiding in this book. This little goddess has divine power emanating from her. It's so comfortable staying by her side. I want to stay in her book forever." Their chatter woke up Xiao Jiabao. She opened her eyes and touched the pages of the book. "She touched me. It feels so good, like bathing in holy light. Move over a bit. Give me some space. Don't crowd me. Oh no, she's about to touch me now." Xiao Jiabao blinked her eyes. As a child full of innocence and charm, she did not feel scared. Instead, she whispered to ask who they were. Later, the voices between the pages told her that they were tree spirits, which can parasitize anything related to trees, such as this book made from trees. All things have spirits. It's just that ordinary people can't see them. Since Xiao Jiabao came here, the little spirits on the surrounding trees have all sensed the warm aura around her and have found places to parasitize near her. When Xiao Jiabao had nothing to do, she would chat with these little spirits. She liked the world in the storybook. That's why she became so anxious when Suya shredded her storybook. Xiao Jiabao hugged her storybook and wanted to find Su Xiren. Her grandfather had said that the fourth brother, Su Xiren, was the most skilled doctor in the world. He had saved many people and surely could save these little spirits. The spirits in the book babbled together. "Don't go to the hospital. There's too much death chi there. It will affect us. Just glue the pages back together and dry the book under the sun." Xiao Jiabao could only hold her storybook and return to her room, asking Su Qi for some glue, saying that she needed it to fix her storybook. Su Qi tenderly patted Xiao Jiabao's head. "If it's damaged, just discard it. Big brother can buy you a new one, alright?" Xiao Jiabao quickly shook her head. "No need for a new one. Gluing it will be fine. This is Xiao Jiabao's storybook. Even if it's a new one, it won't be the same." Su Qi nodded and asked the housekeeper for a bottle of glue. Then he followed Xiao Jiabao into her room, and they fixed the storybook that Suya had torn apart. Su Zixing was woken up by the commotion. Unable to fall back asleep, he joined in, and for the first time, the two men in their 20s engaged in the meticulous task of mending the book, clumsily fumbling through the process. It's definitely not glued this way. Do you even know how? Su Zixing grabbed the glue from Su Qi's hand. If you keep doing that, 2 sheets of paper will stick together completely. Su Qi had his hands full of glue, and casually smeared some onto Su Zixing's clothes, frowning. You try it then. Su Zixing yelled loudly. Shit, this piece of clothing is expensive. Su Qi mercilessly gave Su Zixing a hard bump on the head. Do not swear in front of Jiabao. Su Zixing immediately reacted, spitting out loud. Didn't hear anything. Xiao Jiabao didn't hear anything. Xiao Jiabao held her teddy bear, watching as the book got more worn out by her brother's antics, and let out a long sigh. Her brothers may be great at many things, but they are not very adept at this simple task. The two busy figures spent the entire afternoon in Xiao Jiabao's room, finally helping her mend the book. Though it couldn't compare to its former state, it wasn't tattered anymore. Xiao Jiabao placed the book on the balcony to dry and sweetly thanked the two brothers. Su Zixing's heart melted in the smile of his cute sister. Holding Xiao Jiabao, he rubbed his face against her soft cheeks like a big dog. So comfy. Xiao Jiabao is adorable. Let your brother rub against you. Xiao Jiabao's face was distorted by Su Zixing's rubbing. Her hair fell on her neck, tickling her and making her giggle. Su Zixing looked crazed with affection. Even cuter when she laughs. Ugh, I want to take a bite. Su Qi grabbed Su Zixing by the collar and pulled him away, freeing Xiao Jiabao. That's enough, Su Zixing. Can you please control your expressions? You look like a pervert. What if you scare Xiao Jiabao? You're talking nonsense. Xiao Jiabao likes me the most, Su Zixing coldly snorted. And don't tell me you don't want to cuddle with Xiao Jiabao yourself. Su Qi paused for a moment. Oh my god, his sister is unbeatably adorable. He also wants to hold Xiao Jiabao and rub against her so much. But no, as the eldest brother, he had to be reserved, calm, and maintain a strong and mighty image in front of Xiao Jiabao. Su Zixing wanted to hold Xiao Jiabao and give her a couple of kisses, but was soon dragged away by Su Qi, who couldn't get his share. Xiao Jiabao touched her cheeks, which were already red from Su Zixing's affectionate rubbing, but she felt very happy. When she was at the Zhao family before, everyone said she was an unlucky star, and Lin Qing'er wouldn't even spare her a glance. But here, everyone liked her so much, both the little spirits and her brothers. It seemed like everyone needed her here. Xiao Jiabao went out holding her teddy bear. After Su Qi had dragged Su Zixing back into the room, he saw Xiao Jiabao standing there holding the teddy bear and looking up at him. Su Qi squatted down, reaching out to pinch Xiao Jiabao's cheeks, then quickly withdrew his hand under control. What's wrong? Do you need something from your big brother? Xiao Jiabao stretched out her soft little hands, hugging Su Qi's neck and rubbing her little face against his. Nothing. I just want to say goodnight to big brother. The tender sensation on his face immediately broke down all of Su Qi's defenses, and he couldn't help but also rub his face against Xiao Jiabao's. Good night, little treasure. The tall president, over 180 centimeters, doing this action looked like a gentle golden retriever. Soon after, Xiao Jiabao went back to her room with the teddy bear. The book pages became a bit stiff after drying following their long afternoon of inhuman suffering, leaving the spirits exhausted and silent. After taking a bath, Xiao Jiabao took out the silver bell given by Xi Ping and placed it under her pillow, ready to sleep. Then she noticed a shadow passing by the window. Xiao Jiabao rubbed her eyes. I thought I saw something pass by the window. The sprites inside the storybook were quiet, as if they had fallen asleep. Xiao Jiabao walked over and opened the window. In the distance, she could see a blurry shadow facing her brother's room. That must be the big brother's room. Chapter 16, Xie Bao's Invisible Friends. Little Xie Bao blinked, opened the window, and leaned on it, staring intently at the blurry shadow. Shadow, who is the ghost between us? What are you doing? Little Xie Bao whispered softly. Are you watching the big brother? The shadow was extremely unclear, and apart from the vague outline of a person, nothing else could be seen clearly. But little Xie Bao wasn't surprised, because she had been able to see these things since she was a child. Some were black shadows, some were white ones, but they all shared one common feature. Their facial features were very blurry. Hearing Xie Bao's voice, the shadow not only didn't respond, but also moved away from the window a bit, getting farther from Xie Bao. Xie Bao reached out to grab it. Come here, I can chat with you. The shadow moved further away. Who asked you to talk with me? Would you mind pulling back your divine light? It stings my eyes. Little Xie Bao clung to the windowsill and began talking incessantly by herself. Are you peeping at my big brother? Shadow. Little Xie Bao. You shy. Shadow. Little Xie Bao. There are always people who want to marry my big brother, but you're too ugly. He would be scared of you. Shadow. She kept chatting to herself, while the shadow merely quietly moved away from her, but still faced Su Qi's room. Little Xie Bao became somewhat thirsty after talking so much, went back into her room to drink some water, and when she came out, the shadow hadn't left yet. Xie Bao, holding a cup of water, said, Do you want some water? After a while, she stomped inside again and took out the silver bell given by Xi Ping. Let me introduce you to my good friend. When I shake the bell, he will come. The silver bell softly rang in the night breeze. Xi Ping sensed that there seemed to be a very faint trace of yin energy near Xie Bao. He furrowed his brow slightly. This kind of weak yin energy should theoretically not dare to approach her. Never mind, he should still go check it out. Just as he stood up, a deep voice of an elder came from behind him. Do you plan to continue like this forever? Xi Ping didn't say anything. The elder spoke leisurely. You have wandered in the human world for 1,000 years in solitude. It's time to return. Xie Ping raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Behind him came a hissing sound, as if something was being burned, followed by the elder's muffled groan and an angry rebuke. Fool. Then he fell silent. When Xie Ping appeared in Xie Bao's room, she was leaning on her head, tirelessly chatting with the shadow. How old are you this year? Have you ever been to kindergarten? Do you have other friends? Are they all black like you? Xie Ping. Still as noisy as before. Little Xie Bao turned her head and saw Xie Ping. She squinted and smiled, pulling Xie Ping to the balcony, pointing to the shadow and saying, Xie Ping, look, I've made a new friend. I heard in storybooks that if you want to make friends, the three of us should kneel down together and recite lines. Xie Ping looked at her. What lines? Little Xie Bao thought hard. Heaven above, earth below. Xie Ping. Who wants to form a peach garden oath with a lonely spirit? Shadow. Who dares to form a peach garden oath with the king of 10,000 ghosts? Little Xie Bao stretched out her hand to touch the shadow, but failed. Come closer. Xie Ping glanced at the shadow. The shadow wavered and edged closer a bit. However, you'd better not touch her. Xie Ping said. The shadow nodded furiously in agreement inside. Yes, you don't need to come closer. With just your divine light, touching me once would make me vanish into ashes. Little Xie Bao felt a little regretful, but obediently listened to Xie Ping. Why can't little Xie Bao touch her? Humans and ghosts are different. She is only a solitary soul, not a resentful ghost. Her spiritual body is weak, and if you touch her, she'll dissipate. Little Xie Bao quickly retreated a few steps, fearing that she might accidentally touch the shadow. Facing the shadow, Xie Ping's childish voice said mature words. Earthly ties are over. Why not enter the cycle of reincarnation quickly? The black shadow swayed in front of Su Qi's window. Xie Ping raised an eyebrow. Her meaning should be that she still has unfinished business, which may be related to your brother. What does it have to do with my brother? Little Xie Bao looked puzzled at the shadow. Can she not speak? She has been dead for a long time, and her features have already dispersed, so she cannot speak. Xie Ping explained. Poor thing. Little Xie Bao scratched her head. Can we help her? Xie Ping never bothered with such trivial matters. There were too many lonely spirits and wandering ghosts in the world. If every case was handled, then he, the Ghost King, would be way too conscientious. Clearly, abandoning the ghost realm for 1,000 years made him an irresponsible Ghost King. But since it was little Xie Bao's request, that was a different matter entirely. He tucked the black shadow into his sleeve. I can nourish her for a while and restore her facial features. Little Xie Bao worried. Will you be alright? Xie Ping shook his head. She can't affect me. Once again, little Xie Bao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xie Ping, you're so amazing. Can you teach me? In the future, if there are more pitiable little black shadows, little Xie Bao could help them on her own. Just as Xie Ping was about to speak, they suddenly heard Su Heng's voice at the door. Little Xie Bao responded and rushed to open the door. Xie Ping's figure warped in the air and vanished instantly. Su Heng had returned from filming late at night. The crew had prepared a hotel for him, but Su Heng still asked his assistant to drive him home. Because of this movie, he hadn't seen little Xie Bao for several days. If he had known how busy it would be, he shouldn't have taken this role. No, he shouldn't have entered the entertainment industry at all. Being a wealthy young idler would have been better. Then he'd have plenty of time to be with little Xie Bao. Sadly, upon returning from shooting, he could only see little Xie Bao before rushing back to the set early the next morning. As soon as Su Heng stepped into the house, he noticed that little Xie Bao's room was still lit up. He called out and went upstairs to check what she was doing so late. Little Xie Bao opened the door, ran happily toward him, and leapt into his arms. Big brother, I missed you so much. Seeing little Xie Bao wasn't wearing any shoes, Su Heng immediately picked her up and tucked her small feet into his chest to keep her warm. Big brother missed you too. Aren't I here now? Why aren't you sleeping? Oh, I was playing with my friends. Little Xie Bao pointed excitedly toward where Xie Ping had been standing earlier. Big brother, look. Su Heng looked at the empty, deserted balcony, then remembered little Xie Bao's special abilities, causing a chill to run down his spine. Chapter 17. Yes, I have a child. Xiao Jiabao noticed that Xie Ping and the black shadow were gone, and exclaimed curiously. Second brother, there really was someone there just now, but it seems like they've left. Su Hengtian swallowed, put Xiao Jiabao on the bed, and bravely walked over to close the door to the balcony and pull the curtains shut. Jiabao, don't be afraid. Your brother is here, and he'll protect you. Sitting on the bed hugging a small pillow, Xiao Jiabao blinked. Jiabao isn't scared because they're all very good friends of Jiabao's. After hearing this, Su Hengtian's heart became bitterly heavy. What kind of upbringing has led a 4-year-old toddler to consider these things as friends? In a place like the Zhao family, she probably wouldn't have any normal friends to play with. Since returning to the Su family, apart from Xie Ping, Su Hengtian hadn't seen Xiao Jiabao get along well with any children, which made him even more concerned after hearing about the incident between Jiabao and Suya today. Absolutely not. He must prevent his little sister from becoming an isolated child without friends. He would make sure his sister has a normal social circle appropriate for her age. Su Hengtian picked up his phone and made a call to his agent. Hey, Brother Chun, I have something. Brother Chin's tired voice came through the phone. Su Hengtian, do you realize what time it is? 1:30 in the morning. Glancing at his phone, Su Hengtian opened his mouth gloomily. I've just finished filming. What's up? Chen was momentarily speechless since, as Su Hengtian's personal agent, he should have been accompanying Su Hengtian on set, but due to the hard-working director of this particular show, who often shot scenes until 1 or 2 a.m., While Su Hongtian worked diligently in the crew, he had already gone home to sleep. Finally, with a trace of guilt, Brother Chen spoke up. What's up? Go ahead. After shooting finishes on this show, I want to take on a kids' variety program. Su Hongtian considered carefully and said seriously. It needs to be one with many high-quality children. You understand what I mean, right? Brother Chen hesitated a moment. Do you also need me to prepare a burlap sack? Su Hongtian, kidnapping children is illegal. Furthermore, even though you've been single for 24 years, if you want your own child, I can understand it, but you cannot steal other people's. What's wrong with you? Su Hongtian replied proudly. Why would I need someone else's child when I already have my own? It's cuter than theirs by 1,000 times. Brother Chen snorted disdainfully. Did you consult with a doctor? What did the doctor say? Can your delusional condition still be cured? Su Hongtian pulled the phone away slightly, then turned to speak to Xie Bao. Come on, darling Ba, call uncle. Xie Bao tilted her head, her voice childish as she called. Uncle, hello. Silent for a long moment, Brother Chen got out of bed and wordlessly opened his computer. Seeing the lack of response from Chun, Su Hongtian placed his hands on his hips arrogantly. So what? Haven't our baby Bao driven you crazy yet? Quickly, arrange a top-notch kids variety show for me. I'm taking baby Bao to make new friends. Hold on a second. Brother Chen's voice remained level. Let me finish writing this emergency PR article first. Frowning, Su Hongtian asked, what emergency PR? Brother Chen seemed utterly devoid of hope. Who is? Glancing at little Bao, Su Hongtian responded. Who are you talking about? Who is the mother of the child? Brother Chen asked sorrowfully. I'll go and negotiate with her. Su Hongtian's expression grew strange. You're going to negotiate with her? Yes. Brother Chen took a deep breath. This matter is serious. I must personally discuss this with the child's mother. Although Su Hongtian didn't quite understand why negotiating for participation in a children's variety show required meeting the child's mother, he still nodded. All right. I'll let her know and see if she can pass on a message to you in her dreams. Brother Chun, the child's mother is dead. What have you done, Su Hongtian? Are you implying you committed some illegal act to obtain the child? Yes, I know the Su family wields enormous power, but we're talking about a human life here. If you do something like this, neither the company nor the Su family can protect you. Surrender yourself. Realizing what Brother Chen was thinking, Su Hongtian was speechless. It's you who needs to see a doctor. What are you thinking? I've been continuously working on shows and commercial endorsements. Where could I possibly have found time to father a child? This is my younger sister. Relieved, Brother Chen exhaled. Why didn't you say that earlier? You scared me to death. Stop blabbering and help me arrange everything. Brother Chen cheerfully agreed. I'll contact the director tomorrow. But previously, I suggested you bring your uncle's daughter, Suya, onto this program, and you declined, saying you weren't interested. Now you agree. So shall we bring Suya? No, Su Hongtian pinched Xiao Jiabao's cheeks gently. I'll bring my real sister. Her name is Su Jia. Brother Chen nodded. The director cared about Su Hongtian and didn't care which child Su Hongtian would bring onto this variety show. After hanging up the phone, Su Hongtian casually picked up the storybook on the nightstand. Jiabao, go to sleep early. Shall brother tell you a bedtime story? Xiao Jiabao was sleepy, but still nodded obediently. She hugged her teddy bear toy and lay down. After Su Hongtian took a shower and came back to bed intending to tell Xiao Jiabao a story, he discovered that the little girl had already fallen asleep. Over these days at the Su family home, she had regained some strength and vitality, looking delicate and cute under the dim night light, like a doll. He smiled, covered Xiao Jiabao well with the blanket, and then returned to his room to sleep. The next morning, when Xiao Jiabao woke up, she immediately started looking for her second brother, but unfortunately, Su Hongtian had already left home by that time. Xiao Jiabao was a little disappointed, but quickly hid her disappointment and happily ran to find Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su, who had just gotten out of bed, saw Xiao Jiabao's radiant smile, and his mood instantly brightened. Leaning on his cane, he held Xiao Jiabao's hand and went downstairs for breakfast. Su Qi was wearing an apron, carrying a plate of children's breakfast from the kitchen. Xiao Jiabao ran over and hugged Su Qi's leg, calling sweetly, "Big brother." Su Qi steadied the dish in his hands and affectionately lifted up Xiao Jiabao with one arm. "Good morning, Bao. Big brother made breakfast for you. Come see if you like it." Because Xiao Jiabao had been sold by a nanny as a baby and was also mistreated by a nanny of the Zhao family, the Su family didn't dare entrust Jiabao to any nanny. They had to take full personal care of her eating, clothing, living, and all other needs. The nanny standing nearby smiled kindly. President Su got up at 5 in the morning just to learn how to make this children's breakfast. Xiao Jiabao looked up at Su Qi. "Thank you, big brother. Jibao will eat everything." Su Qi chuckled, rubbing her head. "Good girl." Jiabao picked up her child-sized knife and fork and obediently finished everything, licking the milk mustache after drinking her milk. Xiao Jiabao is done eating. Su Qi wiped Xiao Jiabao's mouth with a tissue nearby, at which point the telephone began ringing. The screen showed the name by Luo. Su Qi frowned, a flicker of impatience in his eyes, but still answered the call. Xiao Jiabao heard a weak female voice come from the other end of the phone. "Brother Su Qi, I'm sick. Can you come keep me company?" Chapter 18 Hypocritical Mother and Daughter. Su Qi stretched out his fingertips to rub his temples. "If you're sick, go see a doctor. Haven't I already provided you with a personal physician? This is the 12th time you've been sick this month, by Luo. I don't have that much time." The voice on the other end was already tinged with sobs. "I'm sorry, big brother Su Qi. It's all my fault that I am so weak and always get sick. If sister were still here, she would certainly come back to keep me company." Su Qi gripped his phone tightly and said in a deep voice, "I'll be there in a moment." Bai Luo's face immediately lit up with a triumphant smile. "I knew big brother Su Qi wouldn't leave me unattended. I'll wait for you. If you don't come, I won't take my medicine. If sister knows that you didn't take care of me properly, even in heaven, she wouldn't be at peace." Su Qi didn't say anything, just lifted his hand to hang up the call. He looked at Old Man Su. "Grandpa." Old Man Su naturally understood Su Qi's meaning, sighed deeply as he furrowed his eyebrows. "I know you're a loyal child, but Bai Qing is gone now. You've done enough for the Bai family. Don't carry guilt for your entire life." Su Qi rolled his throat and nodded. "I understand, Grandpa. Then about Xie Bao today." Old Man Su waved his hand. "Xie Bao has always been well-behaved and won't give me, an old man, any trouble. Go ahead." Little Xie Bao blinked her eyes, tilting her head to look at Su Qi. "Big brother, where are you going? Can Xie Bao come with you? Xie Bao will be good and won't cause any trouble." She had seen a very thin black thread around Su Qi's neck earlier. She had never seen such a black thread before. When Su Qi agreed to visit Bai Luo, the black thread suddenly tightened. Although little Xie Bao did not know what this black thread was, her instincts made her feel very uneasy about it. She had to follow Big Brother and find out more. Since coming to the Su family, Xie Bao had become closest to Su Qi and Su Hongtian. So Su Qi thought that it was just because Xie Bao lacked security and didn't want to leave him for too long. Thinking like this, he could no longer leave Xie Bao alone at home. After all, Old Man Su was getting older and had difficulty walking. What if something happened? He picked Xie Bao up. Big brother is going to visit his sister. Does Xie Bao want to go too? Little Xie Bao nodded. Yes. Su Qi smiled. All right, then let's take Xie Bao along. Aunt Sun, change her clothes. Aunt Sun, the maid, walked over smiling. Okay, Mr. Su. Xie Bao changed into a green dress, carrying a yellow duck single-shoulder bag, inside which was her inseparable storybook. Aunt Sun also tied her 2 cute braids, which swayed as she ran, making her look especially adorable. Su Qi took Xie Bao to Bai Luo's house. On the way, the tree spirits in the storybook chattered in voices only little Xie Bao could hear. I know about this. I used to be a blade of grass in the Su family yard. I've seen this Bai Luo. She radiates evil energy, super terrifying. Every time she passed by me, I shook in fear. I've seen her too. And her sister. Another little flower spirit spoke up. Her sister was very pretty, like the most beautiful flower in our garden. Let's call her Miss Flower. Originally, Miss Flower and your big brother were supposed to be a pair. But later, for some reason, Miss Flower never came back again. The servants in the estate say she might be dead. Little Xie Bao widened her eyes. Dead? What does that mean? It means going far, far away and never coming back. The little flower spirit said, just like Xie Bao's mother. Little Xie Bao blinked. You're wrong. Mom will come back. If Mom comes back, I'll ask her to bring Miss Flower back. The little flower spirit fell silent, seemingly unwilling to tell little Xie Bao the truth about death. Anyway, this Bai Luo person is bad. How could someone as good as Miss Flower have such a sister? The little grass spirit said indignantly. Don't underestimate me just because I'm small. Only a few hundred years old, but I read people very well. Little Xie Bao held the hem of her skirt with her little hands. If this Bai Luo really was that bad, she must protect Big Brother at all costs. The car quickly arrived in front of a small villa. Su Qi carried little Xie Bao and rang the doorbell. In no time, a woman in a white dress came running out. Seeing the little one in Su Qi's arms through the iron gate, her expression darkened slightly. She came over and opened the iron gate. Big brother Su Qi, why did you bring a child to see me? Su Qi responded coldly, my younger sister. Bai Luo flashed a shallow smile. Oh, it's a younger sister. What a cute little girl. Sister needs to talk to your big brother. Let's have the nanny take you to play, alright? Xie Bao furrowed her brow and caught the stench of evil from Bai Luo's body. Su Qi declined the nanny who had come over to take Xie Bao. There's no need. She can't leave my side, and I wouldn't be at ease even if the nanny were with me. Bai Luo gave a strained smile. She's old enough now. Sticking so close to you isn't a good habit. Kids need to be more independent sometimes. Why don't you try? Let the nanny look after her while she's here so she doesn't run around. There won't be any big problems, Su Qi brother. Plus, I want to spend some time alone with you without any distractions. Su Qi interjected coldly. Xie Bao isn't an outsider. Since you don't have anything important, I'll leave then. Big's brother Su Qi. Bai Luo's eyes reddened as she said. Could it be that you don't care about me at all? You have no idea what Mom and I have been through since sister passed away. You promised her that you would take care of us. Haven't you forgotten? Su Qi frowned deeply, putting Xie Bao down gently, his tone softening. If you're sick, why not let the doctor take a look? Bai Luo almost cried. I know my own body condition. The doctor won't help much anyway. If big brother Su Qi would just stay with me more often, it would definitely be better than any doctor's visit. Su Qi remained silent without a word. A middle-aged woman dressed flamboyantly walked out from one of the rooms. Oh, Xiao Qi, you're here. Why didn't you say hi to me? If it weren't for the nanny telling me, I wouldn't have known you came. Su Qi glanced at Chen Hong and nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Hong noticed Bai Luo's hints and quickly took Xie Bao by the hand. Let the young people talk. Since you don't trust the nanny to watch your child, Annie will personally take care of her. Don't worry about it. Su Qi nodded, looking briefly at Bai Luo before picking up the landline nearby to call the family doctor. He sat on the sofa and said, the doctor is on his way. What do you want to say? Chen Hong carried Xie Bao upstairs. Only then did Bai Luo sit next to Su Qi, leaning towards him and hugging his arm coquettishly. Big brother Su Qi, it's just that I haven't seen you for so long. I miss you terribly. When sister was alive, You don't know how much I envied her to have someone like big brother Su Qi by her side. Sister and I grew up together since we were little, and everything good always went to her first. Then whatever was left would go to me. But she was my sister, and I always let her have the first chance because she was my elder. Even though I envied her so much, I've never dared to imagine having what belonged to her. She leaned even closer, so near that Su Qi could almost feel the strong scent of perfume from her body. Despite its high price, she used too much, and the smell became stifling when she got close. Bai Luo gazed at Su Qi's profile, greedily drinking in his every feature. But now sister has passed away. Big brother Su Qi, please let me take her place to continue caring for you, alright? As Chun Hong carried Xie Bao upstairs, once they turned the corner where Su Qi's sight could no longer reach, her benevolent expression vanished instantly. She locked Xie Bao into the room and barked at her sharply. Don't make a sound, and don't run around. Just stay here quietly, do you hear me? If you dare to mess up my daughter's plan, I'll beat you to death. Chapter 19 Big Brother is in danger. Xie Bao sat where she was, and Chun Hong glared at her for a while before speaking. Are you Mr. Su's real younger sister? I've only heard about him having a cousin. When did he have a real sister? And with your age, could it be that you're his illegitimate daughter? What's an illegitimate daughter? Xie Bao asked, holding her stuffed bear with an expression of confusion. Chun Hong's face darkened even more. It means bastard child. Born from some slut who knows who. From childhood, Xie Bao had heard this term plenty, and she knew it wasn't something nice. Quietly lowering her eyes, she stubbornly defended herself. Xie Bao is not a bastard child. Chun Hong let out a cold laugh and didn't bother speaking to this little fool anymore. So what if she was an illegitimate daughter? As long as Bai Luo married into the family, she would surely make this little fool obedient, then have a big baby boy from Mr. Su. There would be no share of the Su family estate for this little fool by then. Xie Bao could sense the malevolence emanating from Chun Hong and looked down, pinching her little fingers. Adults were really strange creatures. Even though she had just met this auntie too, Xie Bao was very well behaved, but this aunt kept calling her a bastard without reason. Elder brother said, all those who call her a bastard are bad people. Soon, there seemed to be some movement from Bai Luo's side. The private doctor arrived, and Su Qi left the room, heading straight to the backyard garden. Seeing this, Chun Hong immediately opened the door and went downstairs, completely forgetting about Xie Bao's existence. Xie Bao ran to the window of the room. From here, she could see Su Qi walking through a long corridor, appearing in a small yet exquisite open-air garden. Xie Bao had never seen Big Brother look like this. In front of her, he was always tall, kind, as if nothing in the world could ever trouble him. But now, leaning against the wall, looking exhausted and painful, he pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and lit it. The red light flickered amidst the curling smoke, while the black lines around Big Brother's neck tightened further, almost touching his neck. Any further, and they would burrow into Big Brother's skin. Xie Bao pursed her lips and went downstairs with a storybook in her arms. She originally intended to find Big Brother. Big Brother looked very sad now, so she could go comfort him. Her consoling abilities were always good. Grandpa and elder brother always became happy again after she consoled them. However, when she reached the stairs turn, she heard Bai Luo and Chun Hong's voices. Bai Luo's room was nearby, and the sound came from within. Xie Bao blinked and hesitated. The flower spirit in the storybook said, "Get closer, I can't hear." Xie Bao raised a finger to her lips. "Shoo, keep quiet. It's not good to eavesdrop, and Annie Chun Hong is super fierce." The grass spirit also encouraged her. "Just sneak up quietly, don't let them notice you. What if they're saying bad things about your big brother?" Xie Bao immediately stood up straight, looking serious. Letting others speak ill of her is fine, but not of her big brother. She sneaked a bit closer, and the conversation gradually became clearer. First came Chun Hong's voice. She seemed unable to contain her impatience. "Speak. How are things between you and Mr. Su? Why does he still refuse to marry you? Could it be because of Bai Qing, that cheap girl?" Hatefully, Bai Luo's voice sounded. "I truly hate this woman. Even in death, she doesn't leave me in peace. If brother Su Qi found out that before her death, she was, with over 10 men." Luo. Chun Hong quickly interrupted her, stopping her from continuing. The flower spirit, unfettered by the fact they couldn't hear her, blurted out. "Tisich, how dare such bad people exist? Big brother clearly treats them well because of Miss Hua, and now they're speaking such words behind his back." Chun Hong sighed. "Well, take it slow. These matters cannot be rushed. Anyway, that little wretch is dead now, so Su Qi will have to support us for life. Just try harder, he'll definitely marry you eventually. He doesn't have any intention of marrying me." Bai Luo gripped Chun Hong's arm and said, "Every time I get close to him, he pushes me away. What makes Bai Qing, that lowlife, so special?" Chun Hong turned her eyes. "If that's the case, then we must find a way to force him to marry you." Bai Luo's voice clearly became higher. "Mom, do you have a plan? Why didn't you say so earlier if you had one?" Chun Hong glanced around carefully and cautiously pulled a glass bottle from her pocket, whispering, "I've thought about this method before. I originally planned to get him drunk. It would have been the same, but his vigilance was just too high. We couldn't persuade him to drink enough wine, so I had someone arrange for this." Bai Luo looked at the white powder inside the glass bottle. "This isn't." Chun Hong smiled with an ambiguous smirk. "Once Su Qi consumes this, I guarantee he'll wake up too." "Oh, this is wonderful." Bai Luo snatched the small glass bottle and tightly clutched it in her hand. "There's no need to choose a good day. I can't even wait a single day. That woman Bai Qing's belongings will all be mine sooner or later. Mom, Go find him now. Tell him I'm feeling unwell and ask him to come in to keep me company. Chunhong nodded and rose. I'll go fetch you a glass of water. Xie Bao, hearing Chunhong's footsteps, quickly took several steps back. Her knees accidentally bumped into the stairs and scraped against them almost instantly, but she didn't make a sound, quickly climbing back up. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to stay in your room and not wander around? Chunhong's harsh reprimand echoed from behind. Xie Bao gulped, stiffly turning her body as she innocently blinked her eyes. Little Xie Bao is thirsty, so I came down to get some water. Chunhong gave her a strange look. What did you hear just now? Xie Bao put on an expression of bewilderment. Ah. Chunhong narrowed her eyes and relaxed slightly in her heart. If Xie Bao directly said, I didn't hear anything, it would be suspicious. But with such a bewildered appearance, she should have heard nothing. Such a little toddler, even if she had overheard their conversation, wouldn't have understood it. Chunhong glared at her fiercely. Go back to your room right now. I told you not to run around, didn't you hear me? Maid, take her back to the room and lock the door from the inside. Don't let her out. A nanny working nearby quickly walked over and picked up Xie Bao. Xie Bao kicked her legs loudly. I don't want to go back to the room. Little Xie Bao is thirsty. Little Xie Bao wants water. Chunhong feared that Su Qi might hear Xie Bao's cries, so she immediately covered her mouth. Shut up. Xie Bao continued struggling non-stop, forcing Chunhong to speak again. Give her some water to calm her down. The nanny dragged Xie Bao into a second-floor room while still covering her mouth. Chunhong rolled her eyes and spat at Xie Bao. When my daughter marries Mr. Su, you'll have a tough time ahead. We'll see if you still dare to cause trouble like this. After saying this, she went to the water dispenser, poured a cup of lukewarm water, and returned to Bai Luo's room. Bai Luo glanced at her, opened the glass bottle in her hand, and dumped all the white powder into the water cup. In no time, Su Qi walked in. Where do you feel unwell again? Bai Luo held the water cup. Nothing serious. The doctor said that because I haven't rested well these days and am overly concerned, that's why. In truth, I know you can't forget about my sister. How could I possibly forget either? She was the older sister I grew up with since childhood. After she's gone and I'm left in this condition, how will I take care of mother in the future? I don't want to keep depending on elder brother Su. Su Qi moved his lips and finally spoke. You're weak now, so stop overthinking. Bai Luo sniffled softly and passed the cup of water to him. You've been here for quite a while. Have some water. This is all I can manage to do right now. Su Qi furrowed his brows, but seeing Bai Luo's pitiful expression, he accepted the water. Chapter 20. Xie Bao is a healing little angel. Just as his lips touched the transparent cup wall, about to drink the water down, upstairs suddenly came a loud sound of glass shattering. Bao Bao. Su Qi immediately put down the cup and ran out, taking 3 steps at once upstairs. Bao Bao. Xie Bao had her mouth covered and heard her big brother's voice. She tore away the nanny who was restraining her from behind, fumbling with the door handle. Big brother, I'm here. Su Qi rushed to the door, opening coldly. Little Bao, are you by the door? Xie Bao looked at the nanny who fell to the ground and quickly nodded. Big brother, I am by the door. Move aside a bit. Retreat to the side of the door, Bao Bao. Xie Bao quickly obeyed, retreating to the side of the door. Su Qi's voice sounded. Are you ready? Bao Bao answered. Ready, big brother. Su Qi kicked the door worth tens of thousands, open instantly. The door panel hung precariously on the doorframe, then slowly crashed down, just landing on the nanny lying on the ground, instantly causing her head to crack and bleed. Su Qi rushed in, saw Xie Bao standing aside, instantly relaxing, picking her up. Sorry, big brother, should not have left you with others. Are you okay? Xie Bao shook her head. I'm fine, big brother. My knees hurt, can we go home? Su Qi's face turned pale, immediately looking down at Xie Bao's knees. Blood stained her little dress, still seeping from the wound on her knee. What happened? Su Qi pinched Xie Bao's lower leg, full of guilt, blowing gently toward Xie Bao's wound. Sorry, little Bao, I always fail to take care of you properly. Xie Bao rubbed against Su Qi's neck. No, big brother has done really well. Xie Bao accidentally fell while going down the stairs. That's why this happened. It's Xie Bao's fault. Su Qi held her, carefully avoiding her wounds, and quickly headed out of the villa. Bai Luo rushed out, blocking Su Qi's way. Big brother Su Qi. Su Qi burned with anger but maintained basic decorum. Get out of the way. Bai Luo softly said. Big brother Su Qi, don't be angry yet. This must all be the nanny's fault. Put the little one down so we can get a private doctor to examine her, alright? This wound needs to be treated soon, doesn't it? Sit down and have a sip of water, don't rush, alright? Xie Bao naturally knew there was something bad in the water. Although she didn't know what it was, it absolutely couldn't let her big brother drink it. She tightly hugged Su Qi's neck. No, I don't want to stay here. There are bad people here. Xie Bao wants to go home. Su Qi gave Chunhong a cold glance, which chilled her spine, almost making her legs give way. He ignored Bai Luo's hindrance and carried Xie Bao into the car. When Bai Luo chased after them, she only smelled the smell of exhaust fumes. Previously, Su Qi's indifference towards her merely consisted of politely rejecting her enthusiasm. He'd never been so brusque, nor ever given her such a chilling gaze. Today, for a mere bastard, he actually ignored even her condition and walked away without offering any comfort. Bai Luo returned to her room, her face twisted with rage as she reached out and destroyed everything she could see. Chunhong pitied her, saying, Alright, these things aren't cheap. So what if they're expensive? Does that mean I can't smash them? Bai Luo shouted loudly. Anyway, big brother Su Qi will buy me new ones. He will eventually be mine. It's all because of that little tart, just like Bai Qing. How nauseating. If it weren't for her meddling, I would have already become the madam of the Su family. Chen Hong was also enraged, so she called out the nanny whose face was covered in blood to scold and beat her. I told you to keep an eye on that little tart, and you ignored my words? The nanny trembled in pain, crying and shouting. Madam, that child, she's a monster. Seriously, she's super strong. Look at the floor-to-ceiling windows upstairs. Those are tempered glasses, and she shattered them with just one punch. That's why there was such a loud noise, drawing Mr. Su up. Chen Hong slapped her across the face. I see you're just confused by old age, spouting lies just to avoid responsibility? Tempered glass that several adult men can't break, and she, a 4-year-old girl, broke it? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, the nanny herself wouldn't believe it either. But since there were no cameras in the room and no evidence to her claims, she had no choice but to endure it silently. Seeing Bai Luo cry pitifully made Chen Hong feel truly heartbroken, and a hint of malice flashed in her eyes. Don't worry. I, Chen Hong, have seen all kinds of situations over the years, and I can't possibly be dealt with by a mere baby. Meanwhile, Su Qi sat in the back seat and took out the car's first aid kit. He gently helped Xiao Bao tend to her wounds. Xiao Bao blinked and suddenly imitated Su Qi's gesture, patting his head. Big brother, don't cry, don't cry. The little flower spirit and the little grass spirit rushed out one after another to see the president crying, laughing as they watched. Such a big guy. Why are you shedding tears? Su Qi glanced at them with red eyes, slightly wet at the corners. Embarrassed, he rubbed the corner of his eye with his finger. My eyes are dry. I'm not crying. Xiao Bao folded her hands. Oh. Su Qi blew on Xiao Bao's wound again, asking softly, does it hurt? Xiao Bao shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. Su Qi didn't speak, but carefully stuck the bandage over Xiao Bao's wound. Xiao Bao looked around and tugged at Su Qi's hand. Big brother, can we go buy new clothes? Su Qi was momentarily stunned. Ever since Xiao Bao had come to the Su family, she rarely ever proactively asked adults for anything, always joyfully accepting all their gifts like a grateful child. Though young, she deeply understood the feelings of others. Su Qi's heart melted into a puddle, and his knuckles brushed against Xiao Bao's face. All right, you can buy as much as you want. Su Qi raised his head and said to the driver, go to the mall. Generally, most of Xiao Bao's clothes were custom-made overseas, but children's clothing made to order couldn't be immediately delivered. Thus, Su Qi could only bring her to the largest nearby children's clothing store. Seeing the vast shopping mall, Xiao Bao's eyes shone with surprise and excitement. Floors 2 through 5 were all children's clothing sections, and Xiao Bao almost lost herself in the dazzling selection, touching here, reaching there, drooling at the sight. Not too far away, Su Qi and the driver followed her, watching Xiao Bao weave in and out among the colorful garments. He couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth curl into a smile. Even though he wasn't sure what was so amusing, seeing Xiao Bao's happy expression lifted his own mood. The unpleasantness from Bai Luo earlier dissipated instantly. His younger sister was truly a healing little angel. Wow, this dress is so beautiful. Xiao Bao stood before the display cabinet, staring at an exquisite starry sky dress inside, drooling in admiration. She liked it so much that she reached out tentatively, lightly touching the fabric of the starry dress. The deep blue fabric was dotted with countless tiny diamonds, glittering under the light. While Xiao Bao was completely absorbed in the beauty of the dress, a shop assistant hurriedly came out, loudly scolding. Hey kid, what are you doing? Just look, don't touch. How were you brought up, being so ill-mannered? Can you even afford this thing? If you break it, will you be able to compensate for it? Xiao Bao quickly withdrew her hand and apologized politely. I'm sorry, I didn't know I shouldn't touch. The salesperson glanced at Xiao Bao once and noticed that no adult was with her. Her clothing lacked any logo, and when Xiao Bao had just been admiring the dress, she acted as if it were cheap. She assumed Xiao Bao came from a humble background. She immediately rolled her eyes. Is saying I'm sorry enough? Where are your parents? Aren't you supposed to wait for them? This is the most expensive item in our store. What if you damaged it by touching it? No, you stay right there, waiting for your parents to come pay. Chapter 21. How can someone so young be so caring? Xie Bao, feeling a little uneasy, pinched the edge of her skirt and looked down, saying quietly, Xie Bao didn't ruin the dress. The shop assistant gave a sarcastic laugh. So you claim you didn't damage it? Some unknown poor girl claiming it's fine? This is not a dress for someone like you. Once touched by you, who will still want it? Does little Bao like it? Su Qi approached Xie Bao dressed in a black suit with calmness. He squatted next to her, looking at the blue dress in the cabinet together with her. Do you want it? Upon seeing Su Qi, the saleswoman immediately changed her expression. She had worked here long enough. Though she couldn't identify the high-end custom attire on Xie Bao, Su Qi's elegant demeanor was unmistakable. Clearly, this impeccably dressed gentleman wasn't lacking in money. She quickly put on a smile, walking to Xie Bao's side. Little friend, do you fancy this dress? Shall I get it for you to try? No need. Xie Bao shook her head. I might break it. A cold sweat broke out on the salesperson's forehead as she nervously explained. Ahem, I was just joking before. How could I have known you were accompanied by an adult? Children shouldn't wander around unsupervised. Xie Bao nodded, then pulled Su Qi's fingers. Big brother, let's look over there. She rose onto her tiptoes, stretching her neck to observe her surroundings. The store assistant, hearing they wouldn't buy, instantly became sour-faced. Lowering her eyes to a nearby colleague, she muttered, dressed so well. I thought he was some rich person. Turned out he couldn't even afford a dress. His expensive-looking suit must be rented from somewhere. It was true that many high-end suits were rented out, nothing surprising about that. But the cut of his suit fitted perfectly and seemed made exclusively for him. Few rental suits could conform so well. Following behind Xie Bao, Suchi caught their conversation just in time. Apparently, she had likely said something similar to Xiao Bao earlier. That explained why, despite how much Xiao Bao liked the deep blue princess dress in the showcase, she hadn't requested it. After a round through the mall, Xie Bao happened to see an adorable dinosaur trumpet-leg pants. Just when she wanted to call Suchi over, she realized he wasn't following her anymore. She furrowed her brows. How clumsy Big Brother was, even losing her so easily. Thus, with quick steps, she ran back to find Suchi sitting grandly in a children's clothing shop with a blue princess dress. He seemed to be making a phone call. Must be busy with work. Xie Bao obediently walked over. To avoid disturbing Suchi, she stepped lightly. Seeing Suchi end his call, Xie Bao tugged at his hand. Big Brother, I've picked what I wanted, can we go now? Suchi patted her head gently and asked softly, not yet. After spending such a long time in the mall, are you hungry? Although Xie Bao was a bit worried that her selected pants might be taken by someone else, since morning, she hadn't eaten anything and also expended energy at the Bai family residence. Walking around the mall several rounds, she indeed felt Suchi, observing her rubbing her belly while her tiny face contorted in hesitation whether to buy clothes or food first, laughed and instructed the driver to bring snacks she enjoyed, including nuts and pure milk, from the food area downstairs. Have a little snack first, and after buying the clothes, Big Brother will take you to eat something nice. Xie Bao took the nuts, sat on Suchi's lap, and started chewing them earnestly. Her cheeks swelled up with each crunch, resembling an adorable little hamster storing food. The salesperson of the children's wear shop seemed unclear of what Suchi was planning, only able to walk over awkwardly and say, Sir, if you don't plan to buy anything, please leave first. This spot belongs to our shop. Suchi glanced at her, glancing briefly around the vicinity. Are you sure it's your seat? Caught off guard, the salesperson was about to lose her temper, but, upon catching sight of Suchi's handsome profile, her cheeks reddened instead. With feigned indignation, she loudly declared, This place does belong to our shop, sir. Soon, the person Suchi sent returned with a stack of thick contracts in hand. He spoke up, Mr. Su, everything is prepared. These are the lease contracts for these shops, all signed at 3 times the regular price, including this premium children's boutique behind you. Suchi nodded, placing the stack of contracts in front of the store employee and propped his chin as he observed her. Now it's mine. If you aren't going to make a purchase, then scram. People surrounding quickly gathered out of curiosity, leaving the salesperson with mixed expressions written all over her face. Who would have thought that this man, who appeared refined and outstanding, didn't know how to cherish women at all? How dare he make her lose face in public like this? Suchi stood up. Pick out all the clothes here according to Xiao Bao's size. Send them to the Su family estate, and let Xiao Bao choose a few she likes later. As for the rest, send them to the orphanage. The shop assistants were shocked, wide-eyed, and only then realized how ridiculous their actions had been. The Su family estate. In all of Kyoto, almost no one was unfamiliar with the Su family name. Even the Xie family, which had been popular a few years ago, gradually couldn't compete with the Su family. The Su family's businesses nearly covered half the globe, and she had just mocked the world's richest man as a pauper. Cold sweat broke out on the salesperson's forehead, and she couldn't help but go limp-kneed, kneeling down before being dragged out by security and thrown at the entrance of the mall building. People passing by noticed her being dragged out like this. Some even took out their phones to take photos or record videos. After Xie Bao changed her clothes, she went home with Suchi. Initially, Suchi did not know why Xie Bao wanted to change clothes, until they arrived at the door, where Grandpa Su sat in a chair, smiling as he hugged Xiao Bao warmly. How did you change your clothes? Grandpa observed carefully. Don't I remember you wearing something different when you left? My original clothes got dirty. Xie Bao lied to Grandpa Su for the first time, feeling somewhat uneasy and shifting her gaze, saying, So Big Brother bought me a new set. Grandpa didn't suspect anything and was delighted to be charmed by Xiao Bao again, so he didn't dwell much on Xiao Bao changing her clothes. Now Suchi understood why this little devil insisted on changing clothes halfway. Apparently, she was afraid of getting scolded by Grandpa, so she intentionally bought longer clothes to cover her wounded knees. At such a young age, how could she already be so caring? No idea which lucky boy in the future will have the fortune to marry such a perfect sister. After playing with Grandpa for a while, Xie Bao was led to bed by Suchi. Since school was tomorrow, it was necessary to sleep early and wake up early. After taking a bath, Xie Bao peeked outside the balcony for a while, originally intending to see if the shadow that always stood outside Big Brother's window would come again. But Suchi's room light remained on until late into the night. Xie Bao could hardly stay awake and returned to her room to sleep. The next morning, Xie Bao went to school with her school bag. Sure enough, at the kindergarten gate, she encountered Si Ping, whom she hadn't seen for several days. As soon as she saw Si Ping, she sneaked over to ask about the black shadow. Si Ping coldly replied, I've arranged everything properly, don't worry. When the right time comes, I will release her. Xie Bao nodded, seemingly understanding. Then can you come over to my place tonight? And bring Xia He along too. I want to know how well she's recovering. Si Ping hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Xie Bao happily walked toward her classroom. After the previous incident, there had been a major cleanup within the school. Even the principal was removed from office. The new principal appointed was an elderly gentleman with gray hair. The The small classes in the kindergarten were full of children, and Xie Bao's sunny personality quickly attracted a large group of friends, making her seem like the king among these kids. As school was about to end, Xie Bao tidied up her toys obediently, sitting at her seat waiting for the Su family driver to pick her up. At that moment, a little girl ran in from outside, standing by the classroom door and saying, "Su Jia, your driver has arrived and is waiting at the school gate. Hurry up." Xie Bao nodded, politely responded with a thank you, and picked up her little school bag, heading toward the school gate. A Buick was parked at the school gate. After Xie Bao got in, she immediately realized that this wasn't the car driven by the Su family's driver. Chapter 22. The White Shadow in the Abandoned Warehouse. This car was almost identical to the one driven by the Su family driver that she frequently rode in, so Xie Bao didn't notice any difference when she was outside. Only after getting in did she realize that her big brother, who usually sat in the back seat busy with work while waiting for her, wasn't there today. Instead, a woman sat in the passenger seat. That woman was none other than Bai Luo's mother, Chen Hong. At that moment, Chen Hong sneered and pulled Xie Bao Jia closer by grabbing the collar of her shirt. With venom, she hissed, "If it weren't for you, little brat, ruining my daughter's plans last time, she would have already become the madam of the Su family." Xie Bao Jia pursed her lips and looked at Chen Hong without saying anything. She quietly reached into her backpack to try to use the phone inside and call Su Qi, but Chen Hong quickly saw through her intentions. Her fat hands were surprisingly nimble as she swiftly grabbed Xie Bao Jia's backpack. "Little bastard, want to ask for help, huh?" Chen Hong shouted as she threw the backpack out the car window through an open window. "I know the Su family cherishes you dearly. You probably have a cell phone in your bag with tracking software installed. Now, they'll never find you." Xie Bao Jia desperately clung to the window and exclaimed, "No, you can't throw it away." Inside the bag was the silver bell given to her by Xi Ping. Chen Hong grabbed her hair from behind, and the excruciating pain on her scalp caused Xie Bao Jia to abruptly pause. Then her hands were rapidly tied behind her back with a very thick wire. "I know you're strong, but this wire is something even your strength won't break." Chen Hong sneered menacingly. "Unless you snap your hands off." Xie Bao Jia tried using brute force to free herself from the wire's grip, only to find that Chen Hong had been right. As soon as she applied pressure, the thin wire dug into her flesh. The two drove Xie Bao Jia to a desolate place where there was only one abandoned garage. The man driving the car said hoarsely, "All right, just leave her here. We need to go now. This place gets spooky at night. I've heard that cries are often heard here." Chen Hong glanced around, confirming no people or cameras were nearby, then grabbed Xie Bao Jia by her clothes and threw her into the warehouse. She then locked the warehouse tightly from the outside. "She deserves a good scare, and that will teach her not to bother with my daughter anymore." The warehouse was pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. It was much like the small attic at the mountain villa where Xie Bao Jia had once stayed. The chilling cold seeped into her skin, making Xie Bao Jia feel chilly. But she didn't cry. During the years at Zhao's home, she had come to understand one thing. Tears were always useless. She found a relatively safe corner to sit down, because she knew her brothers would definitely come in time. Chen Hong only knew about the tracking software in the phone, but was unaware that ever since the Su family lost Xie Bao Jia once before, they became fixated on safety measures. Besides the phone, they also placed several small-sized trackers on her. After waiting outside for a long time without seeing Xie Bao Jia appear, Su Qi searched the entire kindergarten but still couldn't find her. His face turned grave, and he made a phone call to Su Zixing. It took a while for Su Zixing to answer. He said, "Elder brother, what's wrong? I'm participating in an important computer competition right now. Whatever it is can wait until I get back." Su Qi cut him off mid-sentence and interrupted. "Xiao Bao is missing. Didn't you put many trackers on her? Send me Xiao Bao's location quickly." Hearing this, Su Zixing's voice immediately rose several octaves. "What? Xiao Bao is missing. How could she suddenly vanish? Wait, I'll activate the tracker now. Teacher, may I borrow your computer?" A woman's voice came from the other side. "Student, during the competition, we cannot use computers other than those provided. Also, you can't grab the teacher's computer." Su Zixing held a laptop and quickly opened the tracker program. Within moments, he located Xie Bao Jia's position, took a quick glance, sent the screenshot of the location to Su Qi, who was anxiously waiting, and rushed toward the exit. In the warehouse, Xie Bao Jia patted her stomach, feeling hungry enough for her head to buzz. Suddenly, she spotted a white shadow appearing before her. Xie Bao Jia blinked twice, wondering if she was hallucinating due to hunger. How could there be a white shadow in the warehouse? She wiped her eyes repeatedly and clearly observed that it truly was a white shadow, and worse yet, this shadow had no left hand. The next moment, muffled crying sounds were heard as the white shadow used its remaining hand to wipe away tears. Wah, where's my hand? Where has my hand gone? My left hand is missing. Has anyone seen my left hand?" Xiao Bao paused for a moment. "Do you need help?" The white shadow glanced at her, its gaze quickly sweeping past Xiao Bao as it took a step back. Xiao Bao stood up and walked toward the white shadow. "What's your name? How did you end up here? Did you lose your left hand so you couldn't be reincarnated? Is your left hand still here? Let me help you look for it." As Xiao Bao got closer, the white shadow became extremely panicked and started darting around the warehouse in confusion. Xiao Bao chased after the white shadow for a few steps. "Wait, let's sit down and have a nice chat. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." As she spoke, her finger accidentally brushed against the white shadow. There was a hissing sound, and suddenly, the other hand of the white shadow was also pulled off by Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao looked blankly at the white right hand in her hand. "The white shadow. It's not intentional. I told you not to run. Holding the white hand closer to the shadow, Xie Bao said, "Let me put it back on for you." Then, she reached out and grabbed the shoulder of the white shadow. With another hiss, a huge hole appeared on the white shadow's shoulder, burned by Xie Bao's little hand. "Oops," Xie Bao exclaimed, then quickly hid her hand behind her back, brushing the ashes off her palm. She blinked innocently. "Why did your right hand disappear too?" "The white shadow. Don't you know exactly why? Stay away from me. Don't come near me with that holy light again." Just as Su Qi and Su Zixing arrived and kicked open the warehouse door, they saw their beloved younger sister running around the warehouse without a hint of fear, frantically explaining while running. "Don't run. I didn't mean to." Su Zixing, "Why do I feel like all my worries were unnecessary?" Su Qi, "Must be an illusion." Chapter 23, Yang Yin came again. Xiao Jiabao turned around, and, upon seeing Su Qi and Su Zixing, immediately cried out joyfully, "Big brother, third brother." Then she stopped chasing the white shadow and rushed straight towards Su Qi and Su Zixing. Su Qi was the first to catch Xiao Jiabao, saying with regret, "I'm sorry, it's all Big Brother's fault. I came too late." Xiao Jiabao hugged Su Qi's neck and smiled with closed eyes. "It doesn't matter. Xiao Jiabao is fine and even made a new friend." She pointed at the middle of the warehouse, and the white shadow immediately shrank back into the corner and began trembling. Su Qi and Su Zixing exchanged glances and did not respond to Xiao Bao's comment by mutual understanding. They knew Xiao Bao had gold pupils in her eyes, and these sorts of things were probably often seen by her. She had long grown used to them. But they couldn't get used to it. Su Zixing, panting, asked, "Does Xiao Bao know who locked you in here?" Xiao Jiabao hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head, biting her lip uncomfortably, and pulled at the fabric on Su Qi's shoulder before muttering, "Xiao Bao doesn't want to talk about it." Listening to what those little spirits said, Big Brother seemed to like Miss Hua quite a lot. But the one who threw her in here was Miss Hua's mother. If Big Brother found out, he would be in quite a dilemma. Since she was fine anyway, she didn't want to put Big Brother in such a difficult situation. Seeing how lost Xiao Bao looked, Su Zixing didn't press her further, fearing it would make her sad. If Xiao Bao doesn't want to talk, Big Brother won't ask. Su Zixing reached over and patted Xiao Bao's head. "Is Xiao Bao hungry? Would Big Brother take you home to eat something?" Xiao Jiabao smiled slightly and nodded. "Yes. Xiao Bao is very hungry and will never run away again in the future." As Su Qi carried Xiao Jiabao out, she twisted her head to see the white shadow still in the corner. White shadow, not a person. No, this ghost must be lonely here alone. If only she could take him away. However, whenever she touched him, a big hole would burn through him, and the two brothers couldn't see him and thus couldn't take him away. It seemed that only Si Ping could achieve this. Oh, that's right. Si Ping. Suddenly recalling that her school bag might have been thrown somewhere unknown, containing storybooks and Si Ping's little silver bell, Xiao Jiabao urgently called out, "Big Brother, my school bag is gone. I need to go find it." Su Qi coaxed her. "If it's gone, we won't look for it anymore. Big Brother will buy you a new one another day, okay?" No. Xiao Jiabao grew more anxious. "There's the little silver bell from Brother Si Ping and storybooks inside my school bag. We cannot lose them." Su Zixing chimed in. "The things given by the young Master Si are, indeed, not something to be easily discarded. He has helped Xiao Jiabao several times already." Su Qi nodded, giving Xiao Jiabao a concerned glance. Having friends was good for Xiao Jiabao, but if this friend was Si Ping, then it wasn't so perfect. Those Su family's past grudges with the Si family were minor issues, and their Su family would be willing to reconcile with the Si family for Xiao Jiabao's sake. Yet, Si Ping was absolutely not an ordinary 5-year-old kid. His mind was far more mature than theirs, and he possessed great skills. They feared that he might have ulterior motives in approaching Jiabao. All year long, those dealing in business knew well that every single person within the Si family treated this 5-year-old child respectfully. Even their family leader standing before him would act cautiously. Su Zixing quickly sent people out to search inch by inch nearby. Xiao Jiabao refused to leave without finding her school bag, and Su Qi sat down at the entrance of the warehouse with her. After more than 100 people searched for over an hour, they finally found Xiao Jiabao's school bag in the shrubbery nearby. Xiao Jiabao hastily opened her school bag to check. Both the storybook and the little silver bell were still there. The children's phone inside the bag was crushed and tossed aside beside the bag, and some private custom-made accessories Su Qi gave to Xiao Jiabao had also disappeared. Although Xiao Jiabao liked those small accessories very much, they were not as important to her as these two items. Xiao Jiabao lifted her hand and shook the little silver bell. Unexpectedly, the silver bell rang, and according to past experience, if the silver bell rang, it meant Si Ping would come. Su Qi had just tidied up the school bag and was about to hold Xiao Jiabao's hand to get into the car and go home when they saw a faint white figure emerging from a nearby grove. Xiao Jiabao also spotted Si Ping walking over in the distance, eagerly calling out cheerfully, "Brother Si Ping," and ran toward him. Both Su Zixing and Su Qi were startled for a moment. Su Zixing asked, "What a coincidence. How did this member of the Si family also come here?" Su Qi shook his head. "It's not a coincidence. I always feel like this member of the Si family seems to be protecting Xiao Bao. Every time Xiao Bao encounters danger, it feels like he's around." Su Zixing paused for a moment, and after a while, he opened his mouth jealously. "Why do I feel like Xiao Bao is happier to see him than to see us?" Jiabao was completely unaware of her brother's jealousy. She pulled Si Ping's hand and chattered away, describing the white shadow in the warehouse. Si Ping turned his head and asked indifferently, "Who told you to come here?" Little Jiabao twisted her fingers and whispered, "Aunt Hong. Brother Si Ping, please don't tell Big Brother." Si Ping nodded, remained silent, and followed little Xie Bao into the warehouse. With a wave of his hand, Xie Ping easily captured the white shadow into his sleeve and turned around to say to little Xie Bao, "That's settled. Let's go." This time, little Xie Bao felt at ease. "Brother Xie Ping, is this little white shadow just like the black one, the soul of someone who has died?" Xie Ping replied. "If it were a black shadow, then it would belong to someone who died under wrongful circumstances with unresolved grudges against the world, thus wandering the mortal realm for a long time and might eventually turn into a vengeful ghost. But this white shadow, it either has no attachment left or is locked in some scene from its life, unable to find the path to reincarnation for now. He cannot leave the warehouse, which is probably why." Little Xie Bao understood half of what he said and nodded accordingly. After confirming that Xiao Bao was fine, Xie Ping prepared to return. Su Qi sent a car to take Xie Ping back to the Xie family estate. When little Xie Bao returned to the Su residence with Su Qi, it was already 8 or 9 p.m. Grandpa Su looked very worried as he waited by the door. After getting out of the car, little Xie Bao quickly reassured Grandpa Su, bouncing around energetically to prove she was unharmed. Only then did Grandpa Su finally relax. "Since you're back, let's eat." Yang Yan's voice came from behind. As little Xie Bao looked toward the living room, she saw Yang Yan, Uncle Tu, and Sister Yi there. Yang Yan smiled benevolently, as if she had completely forgotten about recently accusing Xiao Bao, stepping forward to help remove her school bag, but didn't get angry when little Xie Bao dodged her, continuing to smile amiably. Su Zijing has always been straightforward and directly cut to the chase. "Why are you here? You sound so rude. Even though you're uncle and I don't live in this Su manor, we're still family." Yang Yan retorted. "Isn't it normal for family members to have dinner together?" Su Zijing scoffed coldly. "When my parents had their accident, I remember how eager you looked, practically smiling at their funeral. That certainly didn't look like family. And not too long ago, when you ran over to accuse our Xiao Bao, didn't seem like family then either." Yang Yan, shameless as ever, stood aside laughing and refusing to answer. No matter what, they needed to visit this Su manor occasionally to maintain appearances. Although Su Tu made a big mistake and was kicked out years ago, they were still close relatives. Even if Grandpa Su passed away someday, half of this Su manor would still be theirs. Sitting nearby, Su Ya heard Su Zijing mention this and immediately paled, her eyes filling with tears of grievance. She had already apologized. Why was elder brother Sin holding on to this grudge? Hadn't elder brother Sin thought about her feelings at all? She was still a child. Even if she wrongfully accused Xiao Bao, it wasn't done on purpose. How could they be so heartless as to keep bringing up this incident to make her sad? Su Tu frowned deeply and scolded. "What's the point of bringing this up now?" Su Zijing rolled his eyes. "You can act, and I can't mention it." Su Tu's tone grew stern. "I'm still your uncle. Is this how you speak to your elders? After all these years, it seems you've learned nothing, utterly lacking in upbringing." "Uncle Tu, who exactly lacks upbringing?" A clear male voice came from the doorway. "I think it's those who bark unnecessarily in other people's homes who lack proper manners." Chapter 24, A Warm Family. Su Hengtian walked in with a body full of snow and wind. The icy disdain and annoyance in his eyes melted the moment he saw little Xie Bao. He opened his arms. "Bao Bao, come here, let brother hug you." Little Xie Bao was also glad to see brother Tu again. She quickly ran into Su Hengtian's arms. "Second brother, you're back. Oh my little darling." Su Hengtian hugged little Xie Bao's face and rubbed it, but the cold on his body made little Xie Bao retreat involuntarily. "Second brother is so cold. Quick, go inside and warm up. If you warm up, you won't be cold." Little Xie Bao grunted as she dragged a chair over and climbed onto it to turn up the heat in the villa, hoping that her second brother would warm up faster. Grandpa Su saw this and hurriedly called someone to carry little Xie Bao down from the chair, concerned. "You can just have the nanny do these kinds of things, climbing so high. What if you fall?" The nanny, knowing the right thing to do, immediately stepped forward and turned up the heating a bit. Su Hengtian tried to get closer to little Xie Bao again, but was blocked by Su Zijing, who had already begun to feel jealous. "All right, you've just returned from outside, with all that cold energy on your body. Stay away from Xie Bao a little. Don't let our little Xie Bao catch the cold." Su Hengtian clicked his tongue. "Xie Bao likes being cold because of me. Isn't that right, Xie Bao?" Little Xie Bao happily said, "Yes. Xie Bao loves second brother the most." Su Zijing's jealousy became apparent as he gritted his teeth. "I don't know what kind of sorcery you've used on Xie Bao." Little Xie Bao, hidden in Su Hengtian's arms, looked at Su Zijing, who was clearly jealous and grinding his teeth. The two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh simultaneously. Yaya sat aside, watching the brothers dote on little Xie Bao like that, envying them without showing it. She had never been so close to any of her older brothers, even though she was their sister too. Yang Yan soon interrupted this harmonious scene. "Since Hengtian is home now, let's eat together." Her tone suggested Su Hengtian was an outsider while she, Yang Yan, was the true mistress of the house. Su Hengtian didn't respond to her, leading little Xie Bao to the dining room. "Second brother is starving to death. Are you hungry, little Xie Bao?" Little Xie Bao nodded. "Me too. I'm really hungry." Grandpa Su stood up. "Then let's eat." Everyone took their seats. Little Xie Bao looked at the abundant dishes in front of her and asked, "Why hasn't fourth brother come back?" She was thinking about asking her fourth brother to treat the white shadow's broken arm. Grandpa Su sighed. "At this time, your fourth brother is at his busiest and can't leave the hospital." The beginning of the year was always his busiest time. Older brother 5, Su B, is a national athlete and recently has competitions. He's currently training overseas and can't come home. Brother 6, since early childhood, has been addicted to gaming. These past few years, he has entered the esports circle and his popularity almost matches Su Hongtian, this big star. He usually lives at the base, rarely returning home. 7 is still in school, only living at home during winter and summer breaks, usually boarding elsewhere during term time. Back when Xie Bao wasn't around, the Su family was even quieter. Only him, this old man, while Su Qi and Su Zixing were often tied up in the company. And as for Su Hongtian, well, he's always incredibly busy. But now it's better, it's slowly becoming livelier. All this is because of Xie Bao, this little sunflower. Grandpa, try this. When Grandpa Su came to, he found little Xie Bao picking out bones from a piece of squirrel mandu fish, carefully removing all the bones inside, placing it neatly in a clean porcelain bowl, pouring soup over it with a spoon, then handing it over to Grandpa Su. This is very delicious. Aunt Nanny did an amazing job. The nanny standing aside smiled widely. If Miss likes it, I'll make it often. Grandpa Su chuckled and accepted the small bowl, patting her nose tip. Smart little girl. Even when flattering him, she didn't forget to include the nanny. Su Zixing coughed lightly. Oh, I want some boneless squirrel mandu fish. Little Xie Bao quickly grabbed a communal chopstick and began to pick another piece of fish meat. Big brother 3, wait a moment. Little Xie Bao, we'll be done soon. Su Zixing was satisfied, enjoying the bone-free squirrel mandu fish specially picked by little Xie Bao, feeling like he was elevated. Su Hongtian mocked. Look at you with such low standards, little Xie Bao, your second brother. Before he finished speaking, Su Qi picked a piece of fish with bones and threw it directly into Su Hongtian's bowl. Eat yours. Little Xie Bao hasn't eaten much herself, but she spent all her time picking out bones for you guys. Who's the adult here? Aren't you being immature? Su Hongtian snorted, removed the bones, and returned it to little Xie Bao. Of course I am the adult. I take care of little Xie Bao, not like certain people, needing little Xie Bao to personally remove the bones. They're not acting like an adult at all. Su Zixing lifted his head. Grandfather, Su Hongtian said you're not an adult. What a clever move. Su Hongtian clicked his tongue and kicked Su Zixing under the table. You. Su Laozhai couldn't stop laughing. Yang Yin hid her gloom and let out a cold snort. In the past at the Su family, eating in silence and not speaking while resting were the most basic courtesies. Ever since this little disaster star arrived, they can't even keep to these rules. She doesn't look like a young lady from a distinguished family at all, unlike her daughter Yang Yin, who is surely destined to be a noble young lady. Yang Yin proudly looked at Suya sitting next to her, only to find that she was staring at Xiao Jiebao's bowl of meat with envy on her face. Yang Yin immediately got angry and pinched Suya hard on the back under the table. Suya let out a cry. This sound drew the attention of a few people, and Su Qi frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Suya quickly shook her head. "No, nothing." Then she lowered her head, elegantly picking up a small grain of rice with her chopsticks, and began to eat. Yang Yin turned her head in satisfaction and boasted, "Our Yaya has always been so refined. Sometimes I do want her to be more carefree like Xiao Jiabao, though it would seem very inelegant and even wild. But this child refuses, haha." A few people fell silent. They hadn't failed to notice Suya's envious gaze earlier. But since Suya is Yang Yan's daughter, they didn't think it appropriate to interfere too much. As Yang Yan continued to boast while subtly insinuating that Xiao Jiabao was like a wild child, the nanny walked in from outside, holding a beautiful envelope in her hand. "Master, I just found this letter in the mailbox. I don't know who put it there." At that moment, Suya's eyes lit up, and she instantly grabbed the envelope. "It's mine." Chapter 25, She's Just a Child. Suya held the exquisite envelope carefully in her arms, lifting her head with pride as she declared smugly, "I recognize this envelope. It's an invitation from the hottest reality show right now. My mom and I registered for this program last year, and we've finally been chosen." Upon hearing this, Yang Yan's eyes immediately brightened. "Really?" Suya shook the invitation in her hand. "The invitation has already been sent to our home, so how could there be any mistake?" When they filled out the address form, they had entered the address of the Su family manor. Not only would it subtly hint at their status to the selection staff, but the director seeing the delivery address would also increase their chances of being selected. If the invitation was sent to the Su family manor, they could flaunt it. However, the letter was sent off like a stone into the sea, with no news for more than half a year. They originally thought they had been rejected, which made Suya upset for quite some time. Unexpectedly, after a year, the invitation finally arrived at the manor. The two were too excited to express themselves in words. Yang Yin glanced at Xiao Jiabao, who was sitting attentively at her seat, carefully picking fish bones from her bowl of fish. She seemed entirely indifferent and not the least bit envious or curious about the invitation. In her view, this invitation paled in comparison to feeding the fish meat to her big brother. Yang Yin chuckled coldly. The little brat simply didn't know the significance of this invitation, so she needed to enlighten her properly. Adjusting her hair elegantly, she said casually, "This invitation is nothing special. It's all Suya deserved. Since she took piano lessons and dance lessons since childhood, she is now proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. If she hadn't been selected, that would have been strange." Previously dispirited, Suya immediately stood tall like a peacock showing off her tail. After putting the invitation into her small backpack, she arrogantly picked up her chopsticks and proclaimed, "Once I appear on this variety show, many people will love me. In the future, I might not be able to come home often. Xiao Jiabao, you need to take care of Grandpa for me." Xiao Jiabao looked up from struggling with the fish meat and gave Suya a puzzled glance. Even if she hadn't attended the reality show, she wasn't living in the Su family manor, so she didn't have to take care of Grandpa anyway. However, since Suya said so, Xiao Jiabao obediently nodded her head. Alright, I'll take good care of Grandpa. Seeing Xie Bao completely missing her implied boast, Suya rolled her eyes right there. What an idiot. Su Hongtian relaxedly finished a bowl of soup before slowly commenting. I indeed have heard of this variety show. Suya's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. It was the first time her famous second brother ever talked to her. When she was in kindergarten, she often bragged that her older brother was Su Hongtian. The other children didn't believe her, so Suya asked Su Hongtian to sign his name. He readily agreed, signing dozens of autographs for her at once to take back to her classmates. For this, he was slightly reprimanded by his agent. After all, he was a national film emperor, a top star supporting half of the entertainment industry, so how could his signature possibly be so worthless? But Su Hongtian didn't think much of it. It was just something to make the kids happy. Who knew that Suya used these signatures to lord over her peers in kindergarten, ordering them around through those signatures. She even formed a small clique, bullying anyone who wouldn't follow her commands. Later, when Su Hongtian found out, he stopped giving Suya autographs altogether. Not to be deterred, Suya would sneak into his room and steal some of his personal items, causing Su Hongtian great headaches for quite some time. Finally, he simply refused to stay at the Su family manor. Suya had always watched her older brother surrounded by crowds as a big star, stealing everyone's attention the moment he appeared, making everyone go wild for him. Millions of people unconditionally loved him. Her idol was none other than her second older brother, Su Hongtian, and she wished to become a top-tier celebrity like him in the future. Therefore, she had diligently practiced piano and dance since childhood, preparing thoroughly for the opportunity to step onto the stage. Now, that chance had finally arrived. Wiping his mouth, Su Hongtian then suggested, since this is such a happy occasion, why don't you take the invitation out and read it aloud for everyone instead of keeping it hidden? Suya hesitated, unsure what Su Hongtian really meant. Yang Yin also sensed something amiss and quickly pulled out the small backpack, retrieving the invitation inside. The invitation looked lavish, with golden designs gleaming under the light. However, the name written at the bottom stood out sharply, Sujia. This invitation belonged to Xie Bao. Yang Yin suddenly raised her head, looking at the bewildered Xie Bao. Just as the little girl finished picking the fish bones, she placed the fish in front of Su Qi and said with a tilted head, Big brother, eat the fish. Su Qi smiled with his eyes squinted and put the piece of fish into his mouth. Thank you, little Bao. Suya abruptly stood up. Impossible. How could it be her? I don't believe it. There must have been a mistake. Xie Bao was attracted by Su Ya's voice, tilting her head with incomprehension as she looked over. Su Hongtian sat back, legs crossed, smirking. You took something that belonged to someone else. Aren't you going to give it back? I won't. Suya clutched the invitation tightly. It's mine. It's absolutely mine. Yang Yan's expression turned sour, glaring darkly at Su Hongtian. You knew from the beginning who this invitation really belonged to. It was your doing, giving what belonged to Suya to Xie Bao. Who exactly is taking whose thing? Don't you have any idea yourselves? Su Hongtian frowned coldly. Yang Yan shouted. How can there be uncles like you? How could you be so partial? What did Suya do wrong for you to treat her like this? Just because of Xie Bao, can you keep hurting Suya again and again? Do you know how much this hurts her? The one truly harming Suya isn't us, Grandpa Su stated coldly. It's you. What were you doing when Suya made mistakes? You indulged her forming cliques and bullying weaker kids in kindergarten, allowed her to use any means for personal gain, and let her steal things from my second son just for some superficial vanity. Not only did you fail to teach her remorse, but you even encouraged her arrogance. Look at what a fine child has been turned into under your guidance. Suya stood on the side, gripping the invitation while sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Yan's eyes watered as she exclaimed, Suya is my child. Of course, I care about her. Those things she did are merely insignificant matters. As a miss of the Su family, she naturally differs from ordinary children. Being a bit spoiled isn't such a big deal. Moreover, Su Hongtian is indeed her second uncle. Why can't we talk about this openly? Even if she took something from Su Hongtian, shouldn't he, as an older brother, be more tolerant of her? She's only 6 years old, still just a child. Chapter 26. Do you want to be on TV with second brother? As Yang Yin showed no sign of repentance, Elder Su had nothing more to say. He just waved his hand and told the butler to call someone to take Yang Yin away. Seeing her daughter's tear-streaked face, Yang Yin felt that the entire Su family owed her. When she first got involved with Su heir, Elder Su also disagreed with their relationship, looked down on her nouveau riche background, and firmly opposed their marriage. Later, she tricked Su heir into getting her pregnant, forcing Elder Su to eventually give in and let her marry into the Su family. Yang Yin originally thought she would live a life as a wealthy madam, but before her child was even born, she discovered that Su heir was not only gambling outside, but had lost a huge sum of money, and was even using her dowry to support another woman. But she didn't want to give up on the Su family, such a great cash cow, so she endured it. Later, when Su heir's creditors chased him to the Su estate, Elder Su found out about the situation and angrily expelled Su heir from the family. However, Su Corporation wasn't solely owned by Elder Su. Though Su heir no longer lived at the Su family estate, he always retained a position within the company. Yang Yin used this opportunity to frequently visit the Su family estate, attempting to build a better relationship with Elder Su to get Su heir back. Elder Su, reflecting on the fact that Su heir was at fault while Yang Yin and Suya were ultimately innocent, especially Suya, who was just a newborn infant at the time without any understanding of what was happening, did not obstruct these interactions. Unfortunately for her, before her plan could fully materialize, the Su family's elder son had a child, Xie Bao. This legendary child, said to carry pure bloodlines, was born, and it became evident that Elder Su was completely captivated by the young boy. His preference clearly exceeded that of Su Ya, which greatly heightened Yang Yan's sense of crisis. She even resorted to harming others. After Xiao Jiabao disappeared, Elder Su indeed began to dote more on Yaya, as if trying to make up for his feelings of guilt over Jiabao. Yang Yan enjoyed a smooth sailing life for 4 whole years, until Xiao Jiabao returned. This brat's return disrupted all her plans. Xiao Jiabao, noticing the malevolent resentment on Yang Yan's face, tugged lightly on Su Qi's sleeve and whispered, "Big brother, why does second aunt always look so unhappy?" Su Qi replied, "Greed often leaves one unsatisfied." Xiao Jiabao didn't fully understand but nodded nonetheless. "Oh." Su Qi gently patted her head and said, "Little treasure, don't be afraid. Grandpa and the brothers will protect you." Xiao Jiabao seriously nodded her head. Little Jiabao knows. A warmth rose in Su Qi's heart as he turned his gaze to Yang Yan, who was still wailing and shouting curses nearby, making him increasingly irritable. To be fair, they had never neglected Yaya. Even when Yaya made mistakes, after a few verbal scoldings, everything went back to normal. In the past, the older brothers often brought gifts to Yaya and took her out to play. However, Yang Yan's excessive indulgence meant that even verbal reprimands caused her to lash out in complaints and defense. Gifts brought for Yaya would be thrown into the trash unless they were something Yaya specifically liked. They couldn't criticize or say anything further, so they decided to distance themselves from Suya, stopped speaking to her, and ceased bringing her gifts. All the coldness and estrangement were not baseless. Not long after, Su Er received a phone call from the butler and arrived on the scene. Seeing the spectacle, he sighed wearily and grabbed Yang Yan, yelling, "What are you doing here again?" Yang Yan cried loudly, accusing them. "Ask them, is this how your Su family treats us mother and daughter? Since I'm married into your family, I've never had a single day of good life. Now I ask for nothing. I just want my daughter to be happy. Is that too much to ask? And yet, right before my eyes, they snatch things originally belonging to Yaya. As her mother, how can I not feel aggrieved?" Su Er pleaded, "Let's talk about this at home, alright? Please stop causing trouble here." Yang Yan refused to back down, retorting, "Today, I must have an explanation from the Su family, otherwise, I'll stay here forever." Su Er felt an overwhelming headache, regretting countless times that he hadn't listened to Elder Su's advice and married such a nouveau riche daughter. Yang Yan had never attended school, lacking grace, poise, and refinement. All she knew was to cry and complain, embarrassing the family even at the doorstep. Coldly, Elder Su observed Yang Yan's tantrums. "It is already very late. Xiao Jiabao needs to rest. If you continue to cause disturbances, don't blame me for being merciless." Yang Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "I am your Su family's officially wedded daughter-in-law. For all these years, you have been shaming our Su family using your status as a member. Every time, Xiao Qi has to clean up after you." Elder Su leaned on his cane. "Xiao Qi is your nephew, not your nanny. If you continue making a fuss, get out." Yang Yan cried even louder. Elder Su held Xiao Jiabao's hand and said, "Butler, tell someone to kick them both out." The butler responded with a single word, and soon black-suited bodyguards appeared, grabbing Yang Yan by the arms and forcefully dragging her away. Suya had never seen such a scene before. She let out a shriek, her face turning pale as she clutched onto Yang Yan's clothes and screamed, "Mom, let go of my mom." Despite her struggles with all her strength, Yang Yan could not break free from the bodyguard's grip. She could only helplessly watch as she was dragged and thrown out of the Su family estate. This farce quickly attracted many onlookers who stopped to watch. Su Er took Yang Yan's hand and said, "Let's go home first and discuss this there. Look at how your Su family treats me. I don't care, but if Xiao Jiabao can have something, then so should our Yaya." Pointing at Su Er angrily, she shouted, "My daughter shouldn't be less than anyone else, especially not some stray kid picked up along the way. No matter what you do, make sure Yaya gets on that show." Ignoring Suya, who was still crying and yelling, she snatched the invitation from Suya's hand and viciously stomped on it twice. Who needs their things? Surrounded by people, some of whom had already taken out their phones and were snapping pictures wildly, Suya felt her face burning with embarrassment. She'd never been so humiliated in her life. She bit her lower lip and hid in Yang Yan's arms, trembling all over with fear. Finally, Yang Yan stormed off muttering curses, and Xiao Jiabao sighed in relief. How scary was that look from Aunt Yang just now? Then, Su Hongtan pulled another invitation out from his pocket. Su Qi frowned. "How did you get this invitation? What about the one earlier?" "Oh, it's nothing much." Su Hongtan gave a slight humph. "I just asked the production team to prepare too." Su Zizheng raised an eyebrow. "Did you do it on purpose?" Su Hongtan shrugged. Who would have guessed they'd react so drastically? "I just wanted to surprise Xiao Jiabao, but it ended up being snatched away." Xiao Jiabao looked at the new invitation curiously, furrowing her brows. "What is this?" "It's an invitation." Su Hongtan squatted down in front of little Jiabao. "Do you want to go on TV with second brother?" Xiao Jiabao looked at the television set in the living room, puzzled. "Why would we need to go on TV?" Su Hongtan paused for a moment. "If you appear on TV, people in every corner of the world will see Xiao Jiabao." Xiao Jiabao hesitated, then suddenly asked, "Will my parents see it too?" Everyone fell silent for a moment, and Elder Su let out a long sigh. A lump rose in Su Hongtan's throat as he choked while stroking Xiao Jiabao's head, saying, "Yes, they will see it." Jiabao's eyes lit up, and she cheerfully declared, "Okay, Xiao Jiabao wants to go on TV so that my parents can see me." Chapter 27, Variety Show. Su Hengtian lifted his hand and hugged Xie Bao into his arms. Su Qi turned his head to look outside the door. It had been more than 3 years since their parents passed away. Back then, Su Qi and Su Hengtian, who were a bit older, were just in their early 20s, having just graduated from university. Every time they thought of that decrepit car burned down to its frame and the two unrecognizable, cold bodies in the morgue, the heavy sorrow lingering in their hearts almost engulfed them. Xie Bao seemed to also sense her brother's sadness, quietly shrinking in Su Hengtian's arms without speaking. Even though she was young, she was very perceptive. She noticed that every time anyone mentioned their mom and dad, her brothers would get extremely sad. Perhaps the little fairies were right. Her parents, like Miss Hua, had gone to a very faraway place from which they would never return. Su Hengtian picked up baby Bao and kissed her face hard. Come on, big brother will take you to bed. Xie Bao nodded and was carried upstairs by Su Hengtian. The next morning, Xie Bao was groggily pulled out of her cozy bed by Su Hengtian. Big brother, Xie Bao yawned. Why do we have to get up so early? Isn't Xie Bao going to appear on TV with Big Brother? Su Hengtian placed Xie Bao in front of a small vanity mirror and attempted to braid her hair into a simple bun. The program's car is coming soon. It's the first day of filming, so we'll start a bit earlier. If Xie Bao is very sleepy, you can sleep in the car later. Xie Bao shook her head, struggling to keep her eyes open. I'm not sleepy. I can't let mommy and daddy see me in a bad light. Su Hengtian softened inside, whispering softly. Xie Bao, you're good no matter what, because mommy and daddy love you as much as we do. No matter how you are, mommy and daddy will always love you. Xie Bao loves you all too. Xie Bao shook her crooked bun, squinting and smiling. Big brother, your hairstyle skills aren't as good as elder brothers. Su Hengtian clicked his tongue, playing with Xie Bao's fine soft hair. Never mind, leave it for now, and let the stylist do it later. Let's go. Su Hengtian carried Xie Bao downstairs, where the maid auntie had already prepared breakfast. Seeing them come down, she quickly served Xie Bao's breakfast. Young master, miss, you woke up quite early today. Breakfast is ready. Su Hengtian sat Xie Bao down on the stool, picked up his phone, and glanced at it to find a message from his agent saying the production team was arriving soon. Xie Bao ate unusually fast this morning. The maid auntie beside her warned her not to eat too quickly, as it was bad for her stomach. But before she could finish her sentence, Xie Bao had already finished eating. At this point, the program's car had arrived at the entrance to the Su family estate. Su Hengtian took Xie Bao onto a business van. Agent Brother Chen sat in the front passenger seat and looked back at Xie Bao. Hey, you really are a cute little sister. Xie Bao snuggled in Su Hengtian's arms and obediently called out, Uncle hello. Chen clicked his tongue and reached over to pinch Xie Bao's cheeks. Oh my goodness, so adorable. Come on, call me again. Su Hengtian slapped Chen's hand away. Can't you stop acting like a freak? Chen hissed, then said, be careful this time around. Word has it that someone heard about you joining this variety show and signed up herself. Su Hengtian raised an eyebrow. If the director knows I'm coming, why would he approve her? Insider information. Chen whispered. Word is she invested $5 million into the show, such a bold move. To share a frame with you, she really spares no effort. Su Hengtian didn't react too strongly. Chen was referring to a female online celebrity who was very popular on the internet. During one of his commercial performances, Su Hengtian shared the stage with this female online star once, and the next day, media reports emerged claiming that he and the online celebrity were in a romantic relationship, along with photos of them entering and exiting a hotel together. Although they debunked the rumors later, this incident boosted the female online celebrity's popularity significantly, drawing a wave of new fans. In contrast, Su Hengtian also felt some negative impact. There was nothing he could do to quarrel with such online celebrities as it would diminish his own image. So ever since then, whenever Chen arranged any commercial performances, he made sure to avoid her. Never expected that this online celebrity would chase after him all the way to a reality show. Xie Bao became drowsy on the car, but when they arrived, the moment she stepped out of the car, she was startled awake by a chilling cold energy. In front of her stood a giant European-style castle, behind which stretched an endless forest. She looked up at the towering castle. Even Su Hengtian standing beside her felt something off about this mansion. Looking at it made him very uncomfortable. He asked, who chose the filming location for this time? The director, Brother Chen said, catching on later. Such a large estate, with exquisite decoration, but at an incredibly cheap rent. He held up 5 fingers. A place like this, and the rental for a week is just this much. Su Hengtian remained silent for a moment. It was indeed ridiculously cheap. Look at this estate. The land area is probably larger than your Su family's estate. Brother Chen patted his shoulder. I heard that because the owner is an extremely wealthy billionaire and is abroad, it's so cheap. Let's go in. Su Hengtian took Xie Bao's hand and walked over. A few tents had been temporarily set up in front of the castle as places for the production crew to store equipment and for staff to stay. Xie Bao walked into the makeup room and saw Suya there giving instructions haughtily to her stylist to do this and that. At this moment, Su Hengtian also spotted Suya and noticed Zhang Feifei sitting beside her. He only slightly twitched his eyebrows and didn't say much. Now he finally understood where Zhang Feifei got the 5 million yuan from. This Yang Yin must have spared no expense to let her daughter participate in this variety show. His uncle worked in the Su group, and Su Hengtian knew exactly how many assets were under his name. Where did he get 5 million in liquid assets? Su Hengtian lowered his eyes and sent a text message to Su Qi, asking him to investigate if his uncle had made any significant moves recently. Zhang Feifei stood up and approached Su Hengtian when she saw him, her body emanating a very strong perfume smell. Originally a high-class fragrance, it had become somewhat unpleasant due to excessive use. Big Emperor of Acting Su, nice to see you again. Zhang Feifei extended her hand to drape it around Su Hengtian's arm. Our last collaboration was fun, hoping this time will be the same. Su Hengtian skillfully avoided Zhang Feifei's hand, his smile polite but distant. Miss Zhang, what a coincidence, I didn't expect to see you here. Zhang Feifei reached up to pat her hair bun. Actually, all guests participating in the program would be announced on the official website before the show began. People like Zhang Feifei, who suddenly appeared, were all well aware of how she managed to secure a spot. But Zhang Feifei didn't feel any shame at all. After all, spending 5 million, even if it were to become public, people would merely criticize her for having money and wouldn't say much else. Especially since the 5 million wasn't even hers. Do you even know how to do styling? Suddenly, a loud scream erupted from the makeup room. Suya sat on the chair and threw items from the makeup counter towards the nearby stylist, shouting, "How dare you take me lightly? Do you know who I am? My dad invested in this show, do you know that?" Chapter 28. A young master very much like Xi Ping. Everyone's attention was quickly drawn over. The makeup artist had been hit on the forehead by something unknown, leaving a large red mark on her head. She was also covered in loose powder and eyeshadow, looking very disheveled. Suya glanced at Xie Bao standing aside and coldly snorted, haughtily saying, "Why haven't you found me another makeup artist yet? I don't want this one." With no choice, the makeup artist endured the insult and left. After all, Suya's family had invested 5 million yuan, making her one of the bosses. Xie Bao looked at Suya, then turned and ran out. She saw the makeup artist's sister squatting by the faucet next to the tent washing her hands, so she hurried over and handed her a pack of wet wipes. "Sister, here you go." The makeup artist turned around and took the wet wipes, saying, "Thank you, little kid." Xie Bao shook her head, squatted down beside her, and quietly watched as the makeup artist wiped off the mess from her body. Then she handed her a pack of dry tissues. The makeup artist gratefully accepted them, asking, "Thank you. Are you with Emperor Su?" Xie Bao nodded obediently, replying, "Yes, Su Hengtian is my second brother." "I heard that the person inside is also Emperor Su's younger sister," said the makeup artist while wiping herself clean and complaining. "Compared to you, there really is a big difference. No wonder she's a cousin." Xie Bao smiled, but didn't say anything. When the makeup artist left, Su Hengtian came out from the tent, scooping up Xie Bao. "Where did you run off to?" "Delivered tissue paper to sister makeup artist," Xie Bao softly replied. She looked so pitiful. Su Hengtian patted Xie Bao's head and suddenly asked, "Do you like Sister Suya?" Xie Bao pressed her lips. Of course, she didn't like Sister Suya, but it would be rude to say so directly, wouldn't it? Her cheeks turned slightly red as she hesitated. Big brother said not to talk bad about people behind their back. Su Hengtian nodded approvingly. Your big brother is right. Then he carried Xie Bao back into the dressing room, where Suya was still instructing the makeup artist to do her hair and makeup. Standing in front of Suya, Su Hengtian loudly asked, "Now we're not talking behind anyone's back anymore. Does Xie Bao like Sister Suya?" Xie Bao suddenly understood, earnestly shaking her head, and replied, "No." Su Hengtian continued, "If later during the show when your second brother isn't around, will you bully Sister Suya?" Xie Bao held her little fists tightly and confidently answered, "Yes." Su Hengtian kissed Xie Bao's cheek with encouragement. "Good job. Though she is older than you, it doesn't matter. You're both kids. Don't let her off easily." Xie Bao determinedly responded, "All right. Suya, wait. Should this even be said openly in front of others?" Both the staff and Zhang Feifei, standing to the side, were stunned. This can actually be done? Speaking openly in front of everyone about bullying someone else on camera? No wonder he's an emperor-level actor. Definitely unpredictable. Suya's face twisted in anger, but she could do nothing against these two siblings. The program would be aired live, featuring 6 guests forming 3 parent-child teams, consisting of 3 adults and 3 children. Besides a shared main live streaming room, each team also had their own private sub-live streaming rooms, allowing viewers to freely switch between different perspectives. Audiences could also vote for and support their favorite parent-child teams through individual sub-live streaming rooms. There were various tipping channels as well. These tips would be split with the production team. After deducting 3/10 for the production company, the remaining funds would serve as living allowances for the guests. Indeed, this ultra-frugal reality show provided no meals or housing arrangements in its early stages, not even any activity budget, requiring everything to be self-effort by the guests. However, precisely due to this lifelike approach, this child-focused reality show became much more grounded. The 6 people stayed together in a fully equipped villa. The European-style castle within the estate was dignified, elegant, and exuding luxury. There were plenty of empty rooms, and the 6 guests could freely choose which room to stay in, making it incredibly spacious. Suya sported a stunning hairstyle, wearing a princess gown, looking like a fairy in front of the camera, but such heavy makeup on a child made it hard for people to feel good about it. On the contrary, Xie Bao's little face was completely clean, though somewhat frail, but her eyes sparkled brightly. She faced the camera without the slightest bit of shyness, and her friendly interaction with Su Hengtian immediately gained them a huge batch of fans. Their live streaming room instantly swarmed with a mass audience. The other 2 combinations, however, appeared somewhat awkward due to the lack of genuine blood relationships. The first day of filming began in the evening. The production team provided free accommodations for the guests, but required the physical supplies to be solved by themselves. Due to the rush of shooting and recording, none of the 6 had eaten much. Zhang Feifei and Suya immediately turned sour faces. In another group, a popular idol brought along a dapper little master whose delicate features bore some resemblance to Xi Ping. Thus, Xiao Bao couldn't help but steal an extra glance at him. The young master furrowed his eyebrows and showed his tiny teeth with a menacing glare that was far from adorable. Xiao Bao, what an ugly face. This expression wouldn't suit Xi Ping at all. Su Hengtian intended to take Xiao Bao around the estate to look for something to eat, but unfortunately, the show's production team had left nothing for them. Looking into each other's eyes, a growling sound emerged from Xiao Bao's stomach. Su Hengtian felt somewhat embarrassed. On the first day of filming, he already made her hungry, and he figured Grandpa and elder brother were probably yelling at him right now while watching the live stream. Su Hengtian was spot on. Clutching his cane and sitting on the sofa in the living room, Grandpa Su watched the live stream. Concerned about his granddaughter, he shouted, "How useless! Daring to make my Xiao Bao starve like this. I heard Lao Air invested 5 million yuan into the program? Lauda, come here, we'll invest too, 10 million. Sitting beside him, balancing work on his computer with keeping an eye on the stream, Su Qi rubbed his temple. Grandpa. Of course, Grandpa Su knew 10 million wasn't pocket change. He grumbled quietly. Suddenly, Xiao Bao's eyes lit up as she looked at the tent. She grabbed Su Hengtian's hand and spoke up. "Second brother, I've got an idea." Su Hengtian paused for a second. "Did you see food?" "No." Xiao Bao shook her head honestly. "So what is your plan?" Xiao Bao didn't see any food. Her eyes sparkled brightly, but Xiao Bao saw shadows. Su Hengtian, ? In the next moment, Xiao Bao let go of his hand and ran toward the pitch-black jungle not far away. Su Hengtian's heart clenched instantly as he hurriedly chased after her. "Xiao Bao, you shouldn't go there." The two disappeared one after another into the forest, with the cameraman trailing behind them until they reached the edge of the jungle, where it became too dark to follow further. The cameraman quickly contacted the production team. "Director, Su Hengtian's group has run into the jungle." "What?" The director leapt up. "Why didn't you stop them? It's so dark out, and that forest is huge. What if they get lost inside?" And those were no ordinary people. It was the great Emperor Su and his own younger sister. Before the director could organize a search party into the jungle, he suddenly turned around and noticed that the once crowded tent area had become eerily empty. At that very moment, the lighting above sputtered and went out instantaneously. Chapter 29 Story in the Manor 1. Things happened too suddenly, and before the director could react, a vague shadow quickly passed by. He couldn't help but recall the indescribable expression on the face of the manor owner when he rented out this manor. In fact, the owner had clearly informed him that something bad had happened within the manor a few years ago, which is why it wasn't peaceful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have abandoned such a luxurious estate and moved overseas. But the director didn't believe it. He thought it was just some ghost story fabricated by the owner. Moreover, there were so many of them around. Even if there really was something supernatural, it should be afraid to come out, since living people don't fear the dead, do they? But at that moment, his heart started to pound. Due to sudden power cuts all around, various live streaming rooms went dark as well, and the audience waiting in the live room began murmuring among themselves. "Did you see that just now? It seemed like something ran past the living room's floor-to-ceiling window. I originally thought the pretty girl would be an easy one, but I didn't expect her to be so disobedient and go into the woods. Now Su Hengtian has to search for her in the dark. If anything happens, it will all be her fault. Why did the power suddenly go out? Is it part of the program arrangement?" At this time, the director mustered up his courage and tried to find the switch to restore power, but no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't feel the switch. While feeling blindly in the darkness, he suddenly heard an eerie laugh. He turned around and saw a white figure hanging in the middle of the tent, swaying back and forth with the evening breeze, with a tongue that resembled fresh blood hanging down, long enough to reach its toes. The director screamed, rolled his eyes, and fainted. At that moment, the curtain of the tent was pulled aside, and Xiao Bao tiptoed in, panting slightly. Upon seeing the floating white figure, she asked, "Why did you run so fast? I can barely keep up with you." The white figure giggled, making strange faces in front of her. Xiao Bao took a step forward, saying, "Will you please come down? Let's talk." The ghostly figure ignored her, continuing to move around the tent. Xiao Bao vaguely identified it as a child from its shape, its light much stronger than any shadow Xiao Bao had seen before. Su Hengtian also entered after chasing Xiao Bao. "What are you doing?" Before Su Hengtian finished his question, he spotted the white figure hanging on the top of the tent, instantly turning pale. Xiao Bao curiously asked, "Elder brother, can you also see the white shadow?" Su Hengtian swallowed, inching closer to Xiao Bao and grabbing her wrist. "Xiao Bao, don't worry, I'll protect you." Xiao Bao said strangely, "I'm not afraid, though it's very curious. How can you see him? Bill C should know about these things, right?" "Yes, Bill C." Xiao Bao remembered the little bell that Bill C gave her, currently inside the house of the manor. Turning to Su Hengtian, she said, "Elder brother, stay here and make sure he doesn't leave the tent, okay? I'll get brother C." Su Hengtian's mind was in chaos. What? Before he could ask more questions, Xiao Bao turned and ran out of the tent. Su Hengtian exchanged a glance with the small white figure, and the features of the young child suddenly became distinct, showing a disturbing grin directed at him. Su Hengtian, "Help me, Xiao Bao?" Woo. When Xiao Bao rushed into the manor, she hadn't reached her room, yet when she collided with a boy who looked similar to Xi Ping. He was curled up in the corner of the living room sofa, trembling quietly in loneliness. Xiao Bao walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Startled, the boy turned his head under the moonlight, recognizing Xiao Bao and immediately throwing himself into her legs, sobbing and wailing loudly. Finally someone came. Why did you come so late? It's so scary here. There's nobody. Scared me to death. Whoa. Xiao Bao paused, remembering that whenever she was sad, her brothers would comfort her by gently stroking her head, so she applied the same method on the young master. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I will protect you. The young master nodded, struggling to wipe away his tears. While being held tightly by the young master, Xiao Bao found it difficult to move toward her room. Can you let go first? I need to find something in my room. Don't. The young master shook his head. You'll abandon me. Xiao Bao took his hand. I won't leave you. I'll hold your hand. Is that okay? The young master hesitated for a moment and reluctantly agreed. He got up and walked side by side with Xiao Bao toward the room. Fortunately, the moonlight was fairly bright tonight, so they could still see the path ahead clearly. Xiao Bao asked softly, "What's your name?" The young master paused for a moment and obediently replied, "Li Minghan." Xiao Bao nodded her head. She hadn't had much schooling and didn't know which 3 characters his name corresponded to, so she decided, "Can I call you Xiao Ming then?" Young Master Li bit his lower lip and whispered a protest. "That sounds so rustic." Xiao Bao felt a bit perplexed. Just as she started pondering, Li Minghan added quietly, "If you want to call me that, go ahead." "Okay." Xiao Bao sighed in relief, then led Li Minghan into the room, fishing out the silver bell from her backpack and shaking it under the moonlight. Xie Ping appeared at the door. Li Minghan was utterly stunned, stumbling back 3 steps. Fortunately, Xiao Bao held him so he didn't fall flat on his behind. Xiao Bao let go of Li Minghan's hand and quickly approached Xie Ping. "Big brother Xie Ping, I found another white shadow, but it seems different from the other ones. Please come with me." Xie Ping remained silent, letting Xiao Bao drag him outside. He looked back once at Li Minghan, who had been frightened into a daze, and a faint smile flickered across his lips. It seemed like he was quite satisfied with Li Minghan's dumbfounded expression. When they finally reached the tent, Su Hongtian clung to the wall, clutching a cold shining dagger in his hand, nervously confronting the white shadow. Seeing Xiao Bao arrive immediately calmed him down. For some reason, he felt safe around her, and it seemed like just seeing her was enough to reduce his fear. Xie Ping followed Xiao Bao inside. He glanced upward at the white shadow on the tent roof and spoke coldly, "A vengeful spirit." Xiao Bao blinked. "What's a vengeful spirit?" "A ghost born from someone who died unexpectedly and harbors evil intentions after death becomes a vengeful spirit, which can consume ordinary wandering souls while drifting through the human world." Xie Ping explained. "Its spiritual energy is much stronger than that of an ordinary wandering soul, so sometimes it can be perceived by human eyes." With an emotionless face, he snapped his fingers. The vengeful spirit screamed twice before twisting and dissipating. At that moment, all the lights came back on, and Xie Ping said, "It's fine now. Nothing to worry about." Xiao Bao's eyes sparkled again. "Big brother Xie Ping is so awesome. I want to learn too." Xie Ping thought silently for a moment. Given how kind-hearted Xiao Bao was, there was no telling what sorts of vengeful spirits or even more powerful entities she might encounter in the future. He couldn't always be by her side, so teaching her some self-defense skills wouldn't hurt. Would she accidentally attract ghostly energy? His lips tightened as he stayed silent, clearly hesitant. Xiao Bao ran over and helped Su Hongtian get up. Still shaken, Su Hongtian didn't have time to ask how Xie Ping ended up there when the director lying on the ground suddenly moaned softly, showing signs of waking up. To avoid others discovering Xie Ping, he turned around and left the tent first. Xiao Bao tugged on Su Hongtian's arm and whispered earnestly, "Elder brother, remember to play along with me later." Su Hongtian paused in confusion. "Huh? Play what kind of act?" Seeing that the director was about to wake up, Xiao Bao hurriedly exclaimed, "Ah, there's no time." She suddenly pulled out a stack of yellow talismans from her pocket. Su Hongtian, when did she stuff those in her pocket? And why on earth would she bring this stuff for a reality show? The director screamed loudly and opened his eyes abruptly. By now, the lights were already back on. He saw a doll-like child standing in front of him holding yellow talismans, blinking innocently at him, and saying cheerfully, "Do you want an amulet to exorcise evil spirits?" Chapter 30 Story Within the Manor 2. Just as the director was at a loss, Su Hongtian finally caught on to the implication of Xiao Bao's actions and picked up his role. He opened his mouth solemnly. "Director, actually there is another identity of our little Xiao Bao that she hasn't told you yet. She once studied under a Maoshan Taoist priest and delved into learning various Maoshan magic arts for 3 whole years. This descent from the mountain is actually her master's test. She specializes in 360 ghost-catching methods, so she's quite reliable." The director, "But she's only 4. How could she have managed to study Maoshan magic arts for 3 years?" Xiao Bao glanced sideways at her second brother, highly acknowledging Su Hongtian's acting skills. Su Hongtian, who deserves his title as an emperor of film, had instantly fabricated a complete story system that deeply convinced the director, who then looked at the yellow talisman in Xiao Bao's hand and asked, "How much does each one cost?" "Not much, not much." Xiao Bao patted her little belly and revealed a smile like that of a little fox. "I just need some food. What do you think, second brother?" Su Hongtian nodded and began to collaborate with Xiao Bao. "We need a barbecue grill, some charcoal. Oh, also your reserve of 10 jin of beef, 10 jin of mutton, 2 chickens, along with all sorts of seasonings. Vegetables if you have them will work too." The director, "I thank you. You could have just stolen it, but instead you still gave me a yellow talisman." Su Hungtian grabbed the yellow talisman from Xie Bao's hand, squinting his eyes coldly. You don't need me to repeat what you went through just now, right? This is something crucial to save your life. You can't buy this outside no matter how much money you spend. The director recalled the white figure that had stuck out its tongue just moments ago, his body trembling involuntarily, gritting his teeth, and said, All right, but you must ensure that once he takes the things, he won't come back. Xie Bao patted her chest. Don't worry, he's been driven away. The director nodded. All right. After a hissing sound, the live streaming platform returned to normal. The audience saw all the guests crying uncontrollably. Zhang Feifei had already been scared unconscious and lay sprawled out at the foot of the stairs on the second floor, a bruise already appearing on her head, looking very pitiful. As for Suya, she'd already cried off all her makeup and appeared even more ghastly than a female ghost. Many viewers turned off her small live stream window when they saw her. In another live stream room, everyone saw a happily laughing little cutie pie along with Su Hungtian happily moving stuff out of the director's tent. The director sat nearby, not only not stopping them, but also helping them move the barbecue grill. All the lights in the manor lit up, and half an hour later, the smell of grilled meat started wafting on the big lawn in front of the ancient castle. Li Minghan ran out of the castle first. Seeing Su Hungtian leading Xie Bao grilling meat on the grass in front of the castle, and seeing a variety of spices beside them, the aroma immediately made Li Minghan's soul go dizzy after being hungry all day. Xie Bao, holding 2 skewers of grilled beef, waved her hand at him. Little Ming, you're here. This tastes good, do you want some? Li Minghan didn't hesitate to take the beef skewer from Xie Bao, and took a big bite. The freshly grilled beef carried the fragrant smell of cumin and still sizzled as oil dripped out. Despite being scalded, Li Minghan didn't care, and in no time 3 big beef skewers were swallowed down his throat. As the only young master of the Li family, Li Minghan had never eaten such food before. It tasted so good that he felt like swallowing his tongue as well. Su Hungtian's craftsmanship was truly excellent. The 2 kids ate very happily, and mineral water provided by the production team accompanied them. Xie Bao and Li Minghan both ate quite a bit, and Su Hungtian was so full he was burping, but the meat was still unfinished, leaving half remaining aside. Soon, the other Flow celebrity who came with Li Minghan also walked out of the ancient castle. Upon seeing the barbecue grill, his face showed a hint of surprise. Is this? Oh, these are gifts from Uncle Director. Xie Bao held up the meat and offered it to him. Brother, would you like to try it? Seeing that Li Minghan had already eaten his fill, he also accepted the grilled meat, said thanks, and quickly started eating. Everyone had been starving for a whole day, and the sight of food made him wolf it down while trying to maintain his idle image at the last possible moment. Xie Bao propped her head up watching him. This brother wasn't bad looking either, though compared to her second brother, he was still lacking a little bit. Su Hungtian laughed, handing over another grilled lamb skewer. How about my younger sister? Adorable, isn't she? The man hesitated for a moment and genuinely nodded. Very cute. Su Hungtian grinned until his eyes were almost invisible. Come, this is Uncle Yunting, call Uncle. Xie Bao chirped. Uncle hello. Yunting choked. My age is probably not far from yours. Why should I call you brother, and when it comes to me, become uncle? Su Hungtian glanced at him with a sideways look. You're eating my barbecue right now, so think carefully about what you say. Yunting naturally knew Su Hungtian was joking. This emperor-level actor in the industry was known for his mildness and generosity. He relaxed as well and started chatting happily with everyone. Su Hungtian asked him, I remember you saying you were single, and if I'm not mistaken, that is little master from the Li family, correct? When did you start interacting with the Li family? While chewing on a lamb skewer, Yunting replied helplessly. Oh, the head of the Li family is my brother. This is my nephew. Su Hungtian paused for a moment. If you have this kind of background, why didn't you say it earlier? But then, why do you have the surname Yun? Yunting said softly. It's just my stage name. I actually have the surname Li, but I'm an illegitimate son. You know, I don't really want to be in the Li family, so I left to explore the entertainment circle. Recently, our grandpa became severely ill, and my eldest brother, well, let's call him my elder brother, keeps wanting me to come back. As I wouldn't, he sent this little ancestor over, saying I should experience family affection. Su Hungtian raised his eyebrows. He had heard before from gossips that the Li family had an illegitimate son whom the old man favored immensely, nearly giving him the position of family master. However, he ran away without hesitation, leaving it all behind. Ultimately, it was the Li family's first son who inherited the family property. At that time, Su Hungtian found this illegitimate son to have some principles. He never thought it would be the Yunting he'd always known. Xie Bao tilted her head while watching the 2 brothers chat. Although she couldn't understand much, she still looked full of interest. Suya and Zhang Feifei also came out attracted by the aroma of meat. Suya's makeup had already been washed off, and there were no cosmetics in the manor. So, she could only appear on screen without any makeup. Plain looking when not made up, Suya wasn't as cute as Xie Bao. Having grown up around Yang Yan for years, she exuded an acidic and mean-spirited quality, making her face appear sullen and unlikable compared to Xie Bao. They both approached, reaching for the lamb skewers on the barbecue grill without a word. Su Hungtian chuckled coldly. Did you even ask my opinion before taking my stuff? Zhang Feifei, famished after being starved all day, stared at Su Hungtian's serious expression. Her face turned red and pale alternately. Hungtian, I am really too hungry. Please give me something to eat, okay? Su Hungtian refused. No. Zhang Feifei's face turned sour, grinding her teeth in silence. Suya, however, snatched a lamb skewer. Mom said that you are my second cousin brother, which means your stuff is mine too. Why shouldn't I be allowed to eat it? In no time, she swallowed the skewer and tried to take another one, but Su Hongtian slapped her hand away. Regardless of whatever relation we have, taking others' things must require permission. Your mother didn't teach you, so let me. What gives you the right to teach me? Suya screamed loudly. My mom said you're not qualified to control me. Su Hongtian originally didn't intend to make Suya difficult. He just wanted her to understand the principle that taking others' things should come with prior communication. Had Suya humbly asked whether she could have some, Su Hongtian wouldn't have refused her. After all, she was his cousin. There was at least some blood connection between them. But Suya clearly hadn't given it a thought. She believed deeply that Su Hongtian was just torturing her. After several attempts to snatch more skewers that were thwarted by Su Hongtian, Suya suddenly pushed the barbecue grill down onto the ground. The charcoal scattered everywhere, and a few meat skewers fell onto the ground as well. Not stopping there, Suya trampled hard on them several times. If you won't let me eat, neither will you. Chapter 31. The Story Inside the Manor 3. Suya's capriciousness soon drew the disdain of netizens, with all livestream comments criticizing Suya for being spoiled. But quickly, an unknown malevolent wind started blowing. Many low-level accounts with only a few posts suddenly stood out from numerous comments and gradually shifted the tone of the livestream comments. I think Suya isn't really at fault here. She's just a 6-year-old child. Being hungry all day and throwing a tantrum is pretty normal. The real culprit in this matter is Su Jie. It seems like she's deliberately targeting Suya. It's already said that the production team won't provide any food to guests. Didn't Su Jie get all her food supplies from the show's team? Why can Su Jie have the food provided by the crew but not share it with others? Exactly. She is clearly targeting Yaya on purpose. She has so much meat, more than she could ever eat herself, yet she doesn't give any to Yaya. Though young, why is her heart so wicked? There were also some random passers-by chiming in among the comments. Are these Water Army members helping Suya speak? All those who defend her are level 2 or 3 accounts. Did they even afford high-quality Water Army? The crew gave the food to Xie Bao for a reason, obviously because it belongs to her. Doesn't she know how to share? Li Minghan and Yun Ting came along, and she was enthusiastic about sharing her own food with them, right? Li Minghan and Yun Ting are men, Zhang Feifei and Suya are women, so she only gives food to males and not females? Trying to curry favor with men at such a young age, huh? Of course, the people recording the program were unaware of all these heated arguments. Xie Bao glanced at the dirty meat skewers on the ground, sighed, and muttered softly, what a waste. After speaking, Yaya ran inside the mansion alone, slamming the door and bursting into tears while lying on the bed. She originally joined this program hoping to attract a wave of fans elegantly, but she didn't expect how difficult conditions were here. No food for her, power cuts, and ghosts. She wanted to quit and go home to find her mom. So she picked up her children's phone and sobbed while calling Yang Yin. Yang Yin, sitting before the live stream, felt extremely heartbroken watching her daughter suffer. She cursed under her breath at the show crew for mistreating her daughter as she answered the call to hear Yaya's cries. Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to participate in this program anymore. They're bullying me. Yang Yin gritted her teeth. This show was one that Yaya had cried and begged to be on back then, and thus they had secretly misused company funds to raise 5 million yuan as an investment in the program. At that time, Su Air disagreed, but Yang Yin had argued that once Suya participated in the show and became famous, making money in the entertainment industry would be easy. 5 million wouldn't be an issue in no time. She just needed to cover this cost fast before Su Qi found out. Only then did Su Air agree. If Suya stopped participating in the program now, those 5 million would be wasted. Not wanting to come out empty-handed after attempting something deceitful, Yang Yin had no choice but to coax Suya to hold on a little longer. Suya complained bitterly to Yang Yin for a long time until finally calming down. How could the program crew let a child really go hungry? Later, they sent her bread and milk. Though it wasn't tasty, it was enough to tide her over for a while. Mainly, all the meat from the production team had been taken by Xie Bao, so now the staff could only eat these provisions. Unexpectedly, Suya's temper rose, and she threw all the bread and milk provided by the program directly into the trash bin. I'm the daughter of the Su family. I would never eat such stuff. After saying this, she turned around and returned to her bedroom, leaving several people in the living room looking awkwardly at each other. Xie Bao whispered softly, is Suya's sister really not going to eat anything? But the barbecue grill was broken by her, and we can't cook the meat now. Zhang Feifei was actually starving too. Her stomach was practically caved in. The production crew took care of the children, but they neglected the adults. Swallowing hard, she looked at Xie Bao and said, actually, I brought my own electric hot pot. Xie Bao glanced at Zhang Feifei. She had faintly heard Uncle Chun and second brother chatting on the car. Although she didn't fully understand their conversation, she sensed that both Uncle Chun and second brother weren't fond of this older sister. Apparently, it was because this older sister had bullied second brother in the past. Xie Bao pulled Su Hongtian's hand and said, people who bully second brother are bad. Xie Bao won't share food with you. Su Hongtian was stunned for a moment, quickly realizing that the bullying mentioned by Xie Bao might refer to something Uncle Chun had talked about in the car, the blood-sucking controversy Zhang Feifei had previously caused with him. Su Hongtian's heart instantly softened. Originally, he thought she had dozed off without hearing anything, but she remembered it so clearly. If Su Hongtian had known back, then that one day he'd be overjoyed because a 4-year-old girl was protecting him, he'd probably feel incredibly embarrassed. But now, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he was quite smug. Xie Bao is truly so cute, protecting her brother. How could anyone resist such an adorable child? Being protected by Xie Bao feels so good. The others at home have never experienced this feeling. This is a small step for Xie Bao, but a giant leap on his path to winning favor. It seems the day when he'll exclusively enjoy Xie Bao's affection isn't far off. Looking at Su Yingdi's mouth stretched almost to his ears, the brothers sitting before their computers watching the live stream all felt a little frustrated with his lack of effort. Just look how shamelessly he's acting. Xie Bao walked away with Su Hongtian, and Yunting and Li Minghan exchanged glances. The two plastic brothers each revealed expressions of disdain before turning back to their respective rooms. Is this really a parent-child reality show? Except for Su Yingdi and Xie Bao, who are very loving. The other two teams seem like strangers. Thank you for inviting me, just a passerby. Is this program called Parent-Child Transformation Plan? Su Hongtian held Xie Bao and took out a strawberry bear pajama set from the suitcase, placing it on her bed. Xie Bao, are you 4 years old now? Can you change your clothes by yourself? Xie Bao nodded softly and sweetly said, I can do it. Su Hongtian looked around, covered the camera in the corner of the room with a piece of clothing, then turned and left. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Xie Bao got up first. She changed into her clothes, hugged a storybook, and walked out of the manor. Facing the rising sun, she put the storybook aside, stood solemnly in the cold morning air, and firmly sank into a horse stance. Only Xie Bao could hear the bustling discussion inside the storybook. Exactly, just like this. Then clench both fists and focus your energy below the navel. Xie Bao blinked. What does focus your energy below the navel mean? The grass spirit was stumped. It had only heard the old men who often practiced Tai Chi in the park say this term before, so it mimicked them without knowing its actual meaning. All the other spirits besides Xie Bao were also eagerly looking at it. The grass spirit hesitated and bluffed. This, focusing energy below the navel, is a kind of sensation. Xie Bao pursed her lips. What kind of sensation is it? The grass spirit thought for a moment. According to the literal meaning, it might be akin to the feeling of passing gas. Xie Bao frowned in confusion. How strange. Why would exercising produce the sensation of passing gas? I'm not entirely sure about that either, but just follow along. Xie Bao seriously nodded, crouched down, and tried hard to find the sensation of passing gas. She strained for a long while, and her face turned red. The grass spirit urgently asked, How about it? Did you feel anything? Xie Bao paused, then covered her little bottom as she stood up. I need to go to the bathroom. Then she hurriedly ran back into the manor. Xie Ping appeared on the treetop nearby. Seeing Xie Bao running back holding her bottom, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. With the icy demeanor of young Master Xie, this genuine smile was like the melting of snow, quiet and beautiful, and his round eyes shimmered with laughter, making him appear handsome and adorable. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared beside him. That shadow already had blurred features. It wasn't hard to see that this shadow was once a pretty woman, though her slightly drooping mouth and furrowed brows now made her appear mournful. Xie Ping turned and glanced at the shadow, saying, After digesting the spiritual force of that resentful ghost yesterday, indeed much of it has been replenished. The shadow nodded toward Xie Ping in thanks. Leaning against the tree, Xie Ping said coldly, In this manner, there should be more than one resentful ghost, so you'll have plenty to eat. The shadow stood beside him, gazing together at the luxurious manor shrouded in dark clouds. Chapter 32. You seem to have dug up someone's grandfather. After Xie Bao came out of the bathroom, she heard Suya loudly screaming, I didn't steal. She ran downstairs and saw Su Hongtian sitting on the sofa, drinking his own black coffee lazily. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush, Su Hongtian said after finishing his black coffee. I just said that there seems to be less ingredients than last night, but I didn't say it was you who stole them. Suya's face turned red, not knowing what to say for a moment, and could only keep repeating, I didn't steal. Su Hongtian sighed, not intending to argue with Yaya, and was about to go upstairs to wake up Xie Bao. Xie Bao came down by herself, leaning against the staircase railing, calling out in a crisp voice, Second brother, good morning. Su Hongtian picked up Xie Bao and said, Good morning. Xie Bao looked at the refrigerator in the living room. Last night, they had put the leftover meat inside. There were clearly 2 large pieces of beef left last night, but now there was only 1 left. This matter could have been solved by checking the surveillance. Everyone's room cameras were turned off last night, but the recorder in the living room must still be working. Su Hongtian was too lazy to check, and he knew without thinking that Suya wasn't the only one who came to steal the meat last night. Perhaps Suya didn't know the recorder was working, but others might have known. Su Hongtian's gaze swept over Zhang Feifei standing beside him. She was starving last night and her face was pale, but now she looked rosy and even did some early morning makeup. Zhang Feifei patted her face at the camera and said, Oh no, everyone woke up so early that I didn't have time to do my makeup. My skin isn't looking great. Yinting rolled her eyes. All of them are seasoned performers from the entertainment industry. Even the most natural makeup would leave traces that are easily noticeable when facing each other. Is this woman treating us as fools? Zhang Feifei moved closer to Su Hongtian and said, Mr. Su, your skin is so good. Can you tell me how you maintain it? Su Hongtian held Xiao Bao and dodged slightly, smiling falsely. Wash your face with makeup remover. Zhang Feifei. Su Hongtian ignored Zhang Feifei's awkward expression and took Xiao Bao downstairs to wash up. At 9:30 in the morning, everyone was more or less ready, sitting together on the couch in the living room listening to the director announce today's tasks. The director told them that due to the power outage yesterday, the guests didn't find the food hidden by the production team, so the crew would provide breakfast for free this morning. After solving the breakfast issue, lunch was next to consider. The production team handed each of the 6 guests a hoe. Suya and Zhang Feifei frowned and asked, "Why give us hoes?" The director replied, "There's a piece of farmland in this estate where vegetables and fruits can be grown. Your task today is to turn over all the soil here. These are vegetable seeds. These vegetables grow very quickly, generally maturing in about 3 days. If you plant them today, then you will have food in 3 days. Also, the production team has buried today's lunch ingredients in the field you're about to cultivate. Please work together as families and cultivate your own little paradise. If you're lucky, you might uncover surprises." It was the first time Xie Bao had heard of such a game, so she quickly rolled up her sleeves with bright, sparkling eyes, ready to go. Li Minghan, who was pampered since childhood, wouldn't touch dirt like digging at all, pinching his nose and refusing to step into the soil. Yin Ting endured much hardship when he was young, so he soon went down to start digging. Little Xie Bao, wielding a small hoe, dug here and there, with a heishio sound echoing everywhere. Su Hengtian initially felt a bit reluctant, feeling that getting dirty while digging soil was unpleasant. However, seeing little Xie Bao sweating hard in the fields, he couldn't stand idly as an older brother either, so he endured the discomfort and stepped down into the soil, quickly starting to dig alongside little Xie Bao. Xie Bao was the first to dig something up. It was shallowly buried in a cardboard box, containing canned Coca-Cola. Su Hengtian couldn't help but laugh a little. The production team really knows how to play tricks, soda popping out from underground. But Xie Bao was delighted, holding the can of cola and showing it off to him. "Big brother, for you." Su Hengtian was about to decline when Xie Bao shoved the can into his hands and happily continued to dig, even accompanied by a BGM. Heishio, 80, 80, 80, 80. After countless 80 repetitions, Xie Bao unearthed another case of cured smoked meat. Su Hengtian was soon infected by little Bao's good fortune and became more motivated to dig. In just an hour, Xiao Bao and Su Hengtian had unearthed quite a few things, even some kitchen utensils for cooking. Seeing that they were close to having enough for a grand banquet, Li Minghan couldn't keep up his aloofness any longer and started digging with his little hoe. Soon he too was finding bits and pieces. Zhang Feifei and Suya exchanged glances. If they didn't start digging soon, the production team's buried items would all be dug up by the others, which meant they'd end up hungry again. Suya gritted her teeth and handed the small hoe to Zhang Feifei. "Go dig." Zhang Feifei took a step back. "Why don't you go? I'm just a kid. How could you let a child do such hard labor?" Suya said, "You, hurry up, dig for me, or I'll tell my dad. He's very powerful. He's the investor of this show, and if you don't dig, I'll have him fire you." Zhang Feifei clenched her teeth. "You." Suya pushed Zhang Feifei. "Hurry up." To maintain her image as a gentle goddess in front of the camera, Zhang Feifei had no choice but to swallow her anger. She glared at Suya from the corner of her eyes and began digging with the hoe. Sure enough, not long after, Zhang Feifei also unearthed something. There was a clanging sound as the hoe seemed to hit something ceramic-like. Zhang Feifei exclaimed, then dug out the entire object only to find it was a sealed earthenware jar. Suya, pinching her nose, said, "What is this?" Zhang Feifei looked equally confused. "I don't know. Could it be pickled mustard greens?" Their conversation quickly drew the attention of the others who were busy digging. Most of the things buried by the production team were in cardboard boxes or wooden crates. An earthenware jar like this one was truly rare. Xiao Bao walked over with her hoe and stared at the little jar for a long time. Li Minghan spoke. "For some reason, this jar feels familiar, as though I've seen it somewhere." Xiao Bao raised her hand. "I know. Xiao Bao saw it on TV before. These jars are used to store grandfathers." The group hadn't fully processed what she said. "Huh." Xiao Bao, her little face serious, earnestly told Zhang Feifei, "Sister, you seem to have dug up someone's grandfather." Chapter 33. The consequence of reaping without sowing. Everyone was stunned for a moment, taking some time to figure out what Xiao Bao meant by digging up someone else's grandpa. Zhang Feifei immediately turned pale and let out its on call, instinctively dropping the clay jar she held and jumping back. Xiao Bao smoothly caught the jar, sighing, "Why did sister throw away grandpa?" Zhang Feifei covered her ears and screamed, her body trembling as if in convulsions. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Please stop saying that." Xiao Bao tilted her head and leaned over to whisper to Su Hengtian, "Big brother, what's wrong with this sister? Is there electricity in her shoes?" Su Hengtian paused for a second, looking at the ceramic pipe in Xiao Bao's hand and swallowed. "Hey, Xiao Bao, why don't you put down what's in your hand first?" "Oh." Xiao Bao nodded and placed the jar on the ground. Yin Ting called over the production team and gravely informed them that it might be an urn containing ashes. The production crew gave him a puzzled look. "Who told you this is an urn for ashes?" Li Minghan stood up straight, determinedly stating, "It must be." Xiao Bao said so. After last night's experience, Li Minghan had developed a kind of idol worship toward Xiao Bao and began to blindly admire her. The director cast a look of disbelief at Zhang Feifei, who was trembling on the side. A 4-year-old kid's words. Fine. The children believe her, but why do you, as an adult, believe her too? Both Su Hengtian and Yun Ting, who subconsciously trusted Xiao Bao, felt criticized. They looked at the white powder inside the clay jar. "Are you saying this isn't someone else's grandpa?" The director almost laughed at their faces. "Of course not. What nonsense about someone else's grandpa? It's just a jar of salt we prepared." Oh. The two men, who carried half the entertainment industry on their shoulders, glanced at each other, and Yin Ting broke into laughter first. Su Hengtian followed suit. "I don't know why, but Xiao Bao just seems very reliable, even though she's only 4 years old." Yin Ting agreed with a nod. Yes. Li Minghan didn't believe them, pulling Xiao Baobao's wrist. I won't believe you guys. I only trust Xiao Baobao. Xiao Baobao looked at the ceramic jar on the ground, scratching her neck embarrassingly. What a pity. Turns out it's not someone else's grandpa. Standing aside, Zhang Feifei nearly vomited from fear at Xiao Baobao's antics. What exactly is so pitiful about that? After Xiao Baobao finished speaking, she happily picked up her little hoe and resumed her treasure hunting. In no time, they dug up a large area of land, while Su Hengtian and Yun Ting scattered seeds provided by the production crew. Li Minghan trailed after Xiao Baobao like a puppy, also working hard all afternoon, digging and watering. By sunset, all the tasks were completed. Yun Ting looked at Li Minghan, whose face was covered in yellow mud, sweat streaming from his forehead, yet still smiling happily, then took a sip of mineral water on the nearby soil. Xiao Baobao is really impressive. This young master who wouldn't even lift a finger at home, now worked all afternoon without complaining. Su Hengtian was washing off some ingredients he dug out of the ground with water, raising his head upon hearing this, and looking at the two kids squatting in the muddy field with their bottoms up. Finding a high-quality playmate for Xiao Baobao has been initially successful. Su Hengtian felt quite satisfied internally. Although this master Li from the Li family was indeed somewhat arrogant, coming from a distinguished noble family, he could pass as Xiao Baobao's playmate. Xiao Baobao squatted on the ground, Li Minghan beside her, gazing at the already watered moist soil, asking her, "What are you looking at?" "Shoo." Xiao Baobao covered Li Minghan's mouth with her hand. "Look over there. Something seems to be moving." Li Minghan examined carefully and noticed something indeed hidden in the nearby bushes. The bushes suddenly moved, and abruptly, a large white rabbit darted out. Li Minghan was startled as the rabbit rapidly zipped past him. Xiao Baobao let out a cry and lunged forward, pinning the rabbit securely under her, shouting, big brother, hurry." Not far away, Su Hengtian heard Xiao Baobao's voice and immediately approached along with Yunting. Seeing Xiao Baobao lying flat on the ground, they curiously asked, "What happened? Why lie here like this?" "There's a little rabbit." Xiao Baobao pointed to her belly. Xiao Baobao caught it. Su Hengtian and Yunting exchanged glances. "Get up first." Xiao Baobao cautiously stood up, one hand pinching the back of the rabbit's neck with ease. Her small fingers held a rabbit that weighed at least 10 pounds without any difficulty, stunning Yunting, who commented, "Your kid sure has a lot of strength." Su Hengtian proudly replied, "Everything about our Xiao Baobao is extraordinary." Yunting, "No need to be so proud." It was also the first time Li Minghan had seen a live rabbit, and he became very excited. "Wow, little rabbit." This exclamation drew the attention of Yaya and Zhang Feifei, who had just stepped out from the estate. Zhang Feifei gave the rabbit a glance of disdain but quickly concealed it, shouting dramatically, "The bunny is so adorable." Despite her words, she stayed at least 3 to 4 meters away from Xiao Baobao, showing no intention of coming closer. Yaya looked at the little rabbit and sneered with clear contempt. Of course, a country bumpkin dog would make such a fuss over catching a rabbit. Xiao Baobao gently stroked the rabbit's soft fur and happily asked, "Big brother, can I build a home for the little rabbit?" Li Minghan also joined in enthusiastically with starry eyes. "I want to help too." Su Hengtian nodded. "If you like, you can keep it and take care of it." Then Yunting took the two kids into the room to grab a few cardboard boxes and some weaving ropes to build a nest for the little rabbit. Su Hengtian continued preparing dinner. Xiao Baobao's luck was quite good. She unearthed quite a few things during the afternoon dig, so they should have a hearty meal tonight. However, Zhang Feifei and Suya didn't share the same good fortune. After Zhang Feifei dug out the salt jar, she didn't want to continue, and Suya could only pinch her nose while digging briefly and then stop after only finding a few potatoes. As Xiao Baobao and Li Minghan were still wielding their hoes enthusiastically, Zhang Feifei and Suya had already thrown down their tools to go shower and sleep soundly for the entire afternoon. Now, however, Zhang Feifei and Suya were shamelessly approaching Su Hengtian. Zhang Feifei still hadn't forgotten her online persona as a noble princess influencer and followed behind Su Hengtian, saying, "Hengtian, let me help you. I studied culinary arts abroad for a period of time, trained by a 5-star Michelin chef through an exclusive 3-month program that cost me a total of 1 million yuan in tuition." Yaya chimed in as well. "Second cousin, unlike my younger sister who only thinks of herself and plays all day, I will help second cousin prepare dinner." Chapter 34, The Last Day. How could Su Hengtian not know what wicked schemes these two had in mind? They rested all afternoon, and now they wanted to come and mooch off the fruits of others' labor. "No need." Su Hengtian cut straight to the point. "The food we have is only enough for 4 people. Any more than that, and there won't be enough." The two who were caught out immediately felt somewhat awkward. Suya gritted her teeth and glared resentfully at Su Hengtian, who was busy nearby. Yunting finished building the house and came out with the rabbits and 2 little children after making sure everything was fine. Right away, they saw Zhang Feifei, after being rejected by Su Hengtian, directly taking Suya to the program crew in an attempt to get them to provide food. Suya tilted her head. "Uncle photographer, Yaya is really hungry. Can you give Yaya a little bit to eat?" The photographer looked helplessly at the director. The director came over and sternly rejected Zhang Feifei and Suya, who were still trying to charm him. Both their expressions were far from pleasant. They could only stay to one side looking pitiful as they started a fire and roasted the potatoes they had dug up in the afternoon. Little Xie Bao's dinner was very sumptuous. After eating, she went to watch the little rabbits for a long time before being pulled away to sleep by Su Hengtian. Reluctantly letting go of the door of the small house, she said good night to the little rabbits. The next morning, Little Xie Bao eagerly went to feed the rabbits, but found that the little house was already empty, without a trace of the little rabbit. There were only a few rabbit hairs and some drops of fresh red blood left behind. In silence, she put down the vegetables in her hands and sat silently in the living room. Not long after, everyone woke up, and Li Minghan loudly asked in the villa who had taken the rabbit. When Suya came downstairs, she just happened to see this scene. She smirked with a hint of satisfaction but quickly retracted her smile and pretended innocently. What's wrong? Li Minghan gruffly spoke up. The little rabbit outside the estate gate disappeared last night. How can this be? Yaya ran to the door of the little house and took a look, barely able to hide her joy. It's really gone. Su Hongtian frowned, glanced outside the estate, and comforted Xiao Jiabao while patting her head. It's all right, Xiao Jiabao. In the future, second brother will buy you a lot of little rabbits, okay? Xiao Jiabao shook her head. I'm fine, second brother. I'm just thinking about something. Su Hongtian sighed and held Xiao Jiabao in his arms. Xiao Jiabao looked at the rabbit cage that now only contained some blood stains, and remembered feeling an intense cold aura the previous night when she was sleeping. Could it be that there are other malevolent spirits in this manor besides the little child? Tonight she must check it out. Soon the production team arrived and began recording for today. They also ranked the donations received from the livestream audience. After a few days, the adorable and sunny Xiao Jiabao had already amassed a substantial number of fans. Thus, the amount donated through Su Hongtian and Xiao Jiabao's personal livestream room was the highest, reaching a whopping 800,000 yuan in just 3 days. After deducting the production team's share, their income amounted to 400,000 yuan. Coming in second place were Yunting and Li Minghan. Even though these two didn't display much camaraderie, their dynamic of mutual dislike, yet necessary cooperation attracted a significant audience. Their donation earnings were 200,000 yuan. The least popular by far were Zhang Feifei and Su Ya's team. Not only did they try to shirk work, but their contrived interactions turned many viewers off, resulting in a meager donation tally of merely 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this number, Su Ya and Zhang Feifei both turned green with envy, but could only grit their teeth and feign delight while accepting their paltry reward of 10,000 yuan. Unfortunately, since they were trapped within the estate, even having money provided no place to spend it. Next, the production team announced a series of tasks. Only by completing these could they obtain today's ingredients. A blackboard was placed in the middle of the living room. On it were written various small tasks. Fertilize the vegetable patch in the estate to receive vegetable ingredients. Help milk the cows at the cowshed to obtain beef and milk ingredients. Dozens of such tasks were listed. The director then said, each task can be completed by 2 people working together. Since today is the last day of the recording, guests may form teams freely. The intention of the production team was to let the 6 guests harmoniously finish this final day. Li Minghan was highly satisfied with the production team's arrangement. He was tired of being on the same team as Yunting anyway, so he walked toward Xiao Jiabao. Xiao Jiabao, we. Before he could finish his sentence, he watched Xiao Jiabao walk directly to Zhang Feifei, tilting her head and asking, Sister, would you like to form a team with me to complete the first task? Zhang Feifei herself was also startled, not expecting Xiao Jiabao to invite her to form a team. However, as Xiao Jiabao was Su Hongtian's younger sister, if she could just get on well with Xiao Jiabao, then her relationship with Su Hongtian would develop further. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feifei smiled and held Xiao Jiabao's hand, saying, Of course that's great. After finishing, she turned her head to glance at Su Hongtian, smiling while speaking. Hongtian, it seems your little sister really likes me. Su Hongtian didn't say anything, just watching silently as Xiao Jiabao went off with Zhang Feifei. He decided to team up with Yunting and headed off to complete the second task. That left Su Ya and Li Minghan behind. Su Ya looked at Li Minghan, her face slightly flushed. She had already been feeling jealous since seeing Li Minghan so close with Xiao Jiabao earlier. The Li family, although not as prominent as the Su family in high society, was equally significant. When she arrived at the program, Yang Yin had specifically instructed her to build a good relationship with Li Minghan. But for the past few days, since Li Minghan had always been around Xiao Jiabao, she hadn't had much opportunity. Now finally, she could be alone with Li Minghan to do tasks together. Suya walked over to Li Minghan, attempting to hold his hand. Big brother Minghan, let's go and do the tasks together. Li Minghan felt goosebumps all over from Suya calling him like that. Already upset because Xiao Jiabao wasn't in his group, he became even more annoyed now. He roughly pushed Suya's hand away, completely unable to endure anymore. Who wants to do tasks with you? Stay away from me. Suya was momentarily stunned, her eyes welling up with tears instantly. Frowning deeply, Li Minghan snapped. If you're going to cry, do it somewhere else. Even if I do tasks alone, I'd rather do them myself than be in your group. With that, little master Li Minghan turned and ran out of the estate, leaving Suya all by herself. Suya stared at Li Minghan's retreating back, feeling incredibly wronged. She was also a daughter of the Su family. Why did everyone only see Xiao Jiabao and ignore her? Before Xiao Jiabao appeared, people used to pay attention to her too. It was all Xiao Jiabao's fault. If she hadn't shown up, all the affection would still belong to her. Why doesn't she just die? This wicked thought suddenly sprang into Su Ya's mind. In some unseen place, there loomed an ethereal white shadow that fixed its gaze on Su Ya's back and grinned maliciously. Chapter 35, Xiao Jiabao wants to help her second brother fight back. At this moment, everyone was busy with their tasks at hand, and none of them noticed Su Ya's strange behavior. And Su Ya's partner, Zhang Feifei, was overjoyed because she had gained the favor of Xiao Jiabao, leaving her with no time to bother with Su Ya. Xiao Jiabao, Do you know what kind of girls your brother usually likes? Xiao Jiabao thought for a moment and spoke. I think my second brother should like pretty girls. Zhang Feifei touched her hair. Then, do you think I'm pretty? Pretty, Xiao Jiabao sweetly said. But there are many beautiful older sisters in the world. My second brother likes those who are not only pretty, but also capable. She stopped walking and pointed to the vegetable garden in front of them. So, if you can prove to my second brother that you're hardworking, he might look at you differently. Zhang Feifei stared at the vast vegetable garden. It was clearly meant to let her do all the manual labor alone. This girl may be young, but she's quite clever. But it was too naive, as if she couldn't hear through the scheme. That Su Hengtian liked hardworking girls. She didn't believe it one bit. Xiao Jiabao waited for a while. Noticing Zhang Feifei didn't make any move. You're not going to do it, right? Zhang Feifei looked at the big bucket of fertilizer water that the staff brought out, pinched her nose, and stepped back. She said, I don't know how to do this. How about you go instead? Xiao Jiabao sat on the nearby railing, propping her head up, and said, these little bok choy will soon be eaten by us, and now we have to splash fertilizer water on them. How pitiful. Zhang Feifei twitched the corner of her mouth. So what? I feel sorry for them. Xiao Jiabao said sorrowfully, sighing. Zhang Feifei stood by, arms crossed. I also feel sorry for them. All right. It seemed like Xiao Jiabao didn't expect Zhang Feifei to deflect the problem so easily. Her expression was rather disappointed. Then we can chat here. Fine. Zhang Feifei smirked inside. Little brat, dare to play such mind games with her? Neither of them moved, staying far away from the bucket of fertilizer water. The production team hadn't encountered such uncooperative guests before. Xiao Jiabao was young, that much was understandable, but Zhang Feifei actually stayed put as well. Even the audience watching live in the chat room were getting angry at these two slacking off. Why are they so delicate? Isn't it just fertilizing the vegetable garden? They actually gave up on the task. Our Feifei is a noble lady worth billions. How could she do something like this? The show producers went too far. Previous guests who came to participate in the show also had this task. Why didn't they complain then? This kid really doesn't have enough discipline. So spoilt. And she even tried to trick Feifei into watering the land alone earlier. Wasn't she adopted into the Su family under false pretenses or something? Maybe through some shady parentage test? Seeing the increasing hostility from the livestream comments, the director's team decided to prompt them to hurry up. Attention, Zhang Feifei and Xiao Jiabao group. You don't have much time left. If you fail to complete the task within the specified time, you won't get today's ingredient rewards. Xiao Jiabao nodded. Xiao Jiabao knows. But Xiao Jiabao has leftovers from yesterday in the fridge, so Xiao Jiabao doesn't want vegetables today. Zhang Feifei suddenly realized. Xiao Jiabao had food stored up, meaning she wouldn't starve without today's ingredients reward. Besides, she would likely also receive food from Su Hengtian. On the other hand, if Zhang Feifei failed to complete this task, she would probably end up hungry tonight. Thinking of this, Zhang Feifei clenched her teeth in frustration. She'd been hungry for several meals already. If she couldn't obtain the ingredients tonight, she'd once again have to sneak to the living room to steal food. Somehow, every night, this estate turned creepy and terrifying, making her not wanting to leave her bedroom to get food from the living room. With no choice, she gritted her teeth and picked up the spoon used for fertilizer water, pinching her nose and starting to water the vegetable garden. Seeing her actions, Xiao Jiabao kindly reminded her. Sister needs to hurry. Time is almost up. Zhang Feifei checked the remaining time. It was down to just 5 minutes, and she still had a huge vegetable garden to water. This made her increasingly anxious and flustered. The stinky fertilizer water splashed all over her clothes, releasing an unbearable smell, causing Zhang Feifei's face to turn ashen and nearly retching. Finally, she managed to water all the vegetable gardens within the specified time. Clutching her mouth, Zhang Feifei ran to the side and vomited. Only then did Xiao Jiabao jump down from the wall, clapping her hands and ask, Can you smell the odor now? Wiping her mouth, Zhang Feifei found that the pungent smell assaulted her senses. This was intentional. Xiao Jiabao nodded. That's right. Zhang Feifei, filled with hatred, her face reddened as she reached out to slap Xiao Jiabao. But Xiao Jiabao easily pushed her away. Zhang Feifei stumbled back 2 steps and fell to the ground, scraping the skin off her palms. As Zhang Feifei was surprised by Xiao Jiabao's strength, she heard a tender childlike voice speak from beneath her foot. It's already over. She has been punished now, so you can feel at ease. Zhang Feifei paused for a moment. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm talking to yesterday's little rabbit. Xiao Jiabao looked at her seriously, as if not lying. You came to the living room last night, didn't you? That rabbit was taken by you, wasn't it? Zhang Feifei's face changed. How do you? I don't know what you're talking about. It has already told me everything. Xiao Jiabao squatted down, and Zhang Feifei noticed a glimmer of golden light in her eyes. Next time, you shouldn't harm the little rabbit anymore, nor should you bully my second brother. Otherwise, Xiao Jiabao will retaliate again. Monster, you're a monster. Zhang Feifei turned pale, supporting herself on her elbows as she took a few awkward steps back, ignoring the wound on her body as she stood up and ran towards the estate. Xiao Jiabao tilted her head, standing behind her. Are monsters that scary? But Xiao Jiabao doesn't bully others. Those who bully others are the real monsters. When Zhang Feifei reached the door of the ancient castle, Su Hengtian and Yunting had just finished their tasks and were coming back. They saw Zhang Feifei running toward them in a disheveled state. Su Hengtian quickly pulled Yunting aside. This made Zhang Feifei stumble forward and miss her target. Yunting gave Su Hengtian a grateful look. At this moment, Zhang Feifei was covered in dirt, and an unbearable stench emanated from her body, making her quite repulsive. Su Hongtian frowned as he looked at her. What monster? Where's Xiao Jiabao? Didn't she go with you to complete the task? Second brother. I'm here. Xiao Jiabao panted as she ran over. Hug me, second brother. Su Hongtian stepped back. Just a moment. Let second brother take a shower first before hugging Jiabao, okay? He and Yunting had the task of milking cows, spending a long time in the cow sheet, leaving them somewhat smelly too. After speaking, they both went into the ancient castle to take a shower. Chapter 36. Suya was possessed by a white shadow. Zhang Feifei's eyes now looked at Xiao Jiabao with a bit of fear. She dared not stay alone with Xiao Jiabao, and could only make an excuse about changing her clothes before returning to her room. Su Hongtian and Yunting took showers very quickly, finishing in basically 5 minutes. Xiao Jiabao nestled in Su Hongtian's arms, cheerfully saying, second brother smells nice. Su Hongtian hugged her and nuzzled her. Little treasure is truly cute. That's not right. Earlier, big sister Feifei said little treasure was a monster. Xiao Jiabao said while hugging Su Hongtian's neck. Are monsters also cute? Su Hongtian frowned. She said that about you? Xiao Jiabao nodded. Because little treasure saw a little rabbit. It was by big sister Feifei's foot. Su Hongtian paused for a moment, then quickly glanced around and whispered, what did you see? The little rabbit, said big sister Feifei bullied it. Xiao Jiabao innocently answered. Last night, it was big sister Feifei who took the little rabbit away, and then the rabbit turned into a white shadow. Other people might not understand Xiao Jiabao's meaning, but Su Hongtian already knew Xiao Jiabao's way of thinking very well, immediately guessing what she meant. Do you mean that the rabbit was killed by Zhang Feifei? Xiao Jiabao scratched her eyebrows and sincerely asked, what does killed mean? Su Hongtian covered Xiao Jiabao's ears and spat once. Xiao Jiabao didn't hear anything. It's fine. Second brother will get revenge for you. No need. Xiao Jiabao pulled Su Hongtian's hand. Xiao Jiabao has already helped the little rabbit take revenge. Su Hongtian thought of Zhang Feifei's appearance like a crazy woman and the unpleasant smell on her body. That should be the so-called revenge Xiao Jiabao referred to. He hugged Xiao Jiabao and kissed her twice. Good job, little treasure. Xiao Jiabao folded her hands. Big brother said, anyone who bullies others is a bad person. Xiao Jiabao is going to become a bad girl soon. But even if I turn into a bad girl, I will still help second brother take revenge. Su Hongtian chuckled. So good to second brother? Xiao Jiabao seriously nodded her head as if saddened by losing her status as a good baby. With Xiao Jiabao here, no one can bully second brother, nor can they bully big brother. And they can't bully third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or seventh brothers either. Su Hongtian clicked his tongue, unwilling to let go of Xiao Jiabao after holding her tightly. Where else could he find such a great sister? Even though she had gone through so many bad things, she still chose to treat them with all her kindness. Don't worry, little treasure will always be little treasure, and won't become a bad girl. Bullying the wicked doesn't count as bullying. They deserve their punishment. Su Hongtian consoled for a while until Xiao Jiabao became happy again. Not long after, Li Minghan returned from completing his mission. He obtained seafood ingredients rewarded by the production team, and there were quite a few varieties. It was only then that everyone noticed that Suya seemed to have disappeared. Yun Ting asked Li Minghan, where's Suya? Wasn't she on your team? Why hasn't she come back? Li Minghan coldly replied, I haven't seen her. All these tasks were completed by me alone. Just as everyone got up to look for Suya, a scream came from Zhang Feifei's room. Everyone immediately went upstairs to check. They saw Suya holding a pair of scissors, her hair disheveled, lunging towards Zhang Feifei. A large wound had been cut on Zhang Feifei's arm, and fresh red blood soaked the entire arm. Everyone was shocked by this scene. A few strong and robust cameramen from the production crew tried to grab Suya, but couldn't catch her at all. Xiao Jiabao pursed her lips. She saw a white shadow behind Suya, manipulating her limbs. What's going on? Yun Ting loudly exclaimed. How did Suya suddenly change like this? Xiao Jiabao walked over, and Suya, whom several people couldn't control, was easily caught by her wrist. The white shadow on Suya's back let out a screech upon being touched by Xiao Jiabao's hand and quickly left Suya's body. Then she rolled her eyes and fainted. The medical staff accompanying the production team was standing by, and Suya and Zhang Feifei were carried away soon after. Su Hongtian solemnly told the director, if you don't want your channel closed down, stop the live broadcast right now. The director, remembering the white shadow from the shooting session on the first night here, hurried off in panic and shut down all the live streaming equipment. Li Minghan and Yun Ting both stepped out of the room. Originally, Xiao Jiabao wanted her second brother to leave too, but Su Hongtian just wouldn't leave as he wasn't at ease with leaving Xiao Jiabao alone. Xiao Jiabao rolled up her sleeves and soon began manually catching the white shadow in the room. Hey, so close, just a little more. I've got you. Oh no, you escaped again. If you keep running, I'm going to call Brother Siping. The white shadow screamed and actually hid behind the curtain, trembling. Don't come near me. Xiao Jiabao shook her small hands. All right, but you need to tell me why you're here. This is my home. Where else should I be? The white shadow angrily replied. It's you who invaded my home. I'm sorry, Xiao Jiabao scratched her head. I didn't know it was your home. The white shadow sniffed disdainfully and warned them. You'd better leave soon. Let me tell you, I'm really scary. I'm a ghost. A ghost? Xiao Jiabao nodded. Let me take you to find some friends. The young ghost coldly snorted. I don't need any friends. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Jiabao picked up the silver bell and began to shake it. The young ghost shouted. Don't summon anything horrible. Siping suddenly appeared in the room. Su Hongtian stared wide-eyed as he saw the air twist inexplicably, and out of a pitch-black rift in space, Xie Ping emerged. What kind of high technology is this? Isn't this metaphysics rather than science? Xie Ping took a step forward, and from his sleeve floated a streak of black shadow. Eat it. Xie Bao immediately recognized the black shadow, and cried out loud. Xiaohe. Xiaohe stumbled slightly as she walked toward the white shadow, and said, Don't call me Xiaohe. Xie Bao exclaimed delightedly. Xiaohe, you can speak now. Your voice sounds so good, like that of a gentle elder sister. The young ghost immediately knelt down before Xie Ping, trembling all over. Please don't eat me. Don't eat me. I beg you. Xie Ping's expression remained indifferent. You killed people during your lifetime and carried grudges into death, becoming an evil spirit that must be eliminated. It wasn't me. The young ghost buried her head in her palms, sobbing and shaking. He made me lead him away. We were all forced. We were all driven to our deaths by them. Chapter 37. Xie Ping actually because of Xiao Bao? Xie Bao squatted down, looking at the little ghost who had buried her face in her hands, and was crying bitterly. It was not hard to see from her blurred features that she should be a girl. Judging by her figure, she was probably only 16 or 17 years old. She cried so sadly. It seemed unlikely that she was the same ghost who had manipulated Suya to kill earlier. Xie Bao spoke softly. Then why do you want to die? The white shadow was stunned for a moment, slowly lifting her head. It's been too long. I can't remember. I only know that this place used to be my home. I brought my younger brother and turned on the gas stove at home. They went out and didn't come back for many days. Su Hongtian stood at the door, wrinkling his brows. As far as I know, this large estate is an industry owned by a very famous old artist. Both her and her husband were quite famous in their circle. They indeed once had 2 children, but later died of carbon monoxide poisoning. The white shadow looked at Su Hongtian, her eyes full of bewilderment. Su Hongtian looked at Xie Bao and Xie Ping's eyes, raising a hand to rub his forehead. This matter happened a long time ago. At the time I also heard someone mention it. The specifics are unclear. At the time, it was thought to be the negligence of the nanny, which caused the death of the 2 children. That nanny supposedly committed suicide later. Xie Bao, propping her chin, asked, What is suicide? Su Hongtian and Xie Ping exchanged glances. Neither of them spoke. Both seemed unconsciously reluctant for Xie Bao to come into contact with the concept of death. The white shadow appeared lost in old memories, muttering something while keeping her head low. Xie Ping could see that Xie Bao wasn't heartless enough to just use the white shadow as nourishment for the black shadow. He nodded slightly toward the storybook Xie Bao always carried. This. Xie Bao looked up. Xie Ping brother, do you also want to read the storybook? Xie Ping shook his head. I have created a ghostly realm within it. If you do not wish her to disappear, you may put her inside the book. There are my binding threads in the book, which can bind spiritual entities and prevent her from doing harm again. Xie Bao was utterly confused by Xie Ping's literary words, her big watery eyes revealing her puzzled expression due to lack of understanding. Xie Ping paused for a moment, then suddenly lightly bit his lower lip. Furrowing his eyebrows, he seemed to be troubled and unsure about how to explain it in a way Xie Bao could understand. Su Hongtian had never seen any other expression on the face of this elder ancestor of the Xie family besides indifference, feeling it more lively and interesting, thus even more admiring his younger sister. She could make this dreaded star humble. Deservedly so, their little Bowie. Seeing that Xie Ping truly didn't know how to explain, Su Hongtian interjected. Xie Ping probably means, you can let this little ghost temporarily stay in your storybook. And whenever you encounter other shadows in the future, you can let them live in your storybook. Xie Bao understood now. She hugged the storybook tightly. No, there are fairies in the storybook. It would bully them. Xie Ping responded indifferently. It won't. Xie Bao blinked her eyes and ultimately decided to trust Xie Ping. She opened the storybook and allowed the white shadow to move inside. Then she found that those little fairies were indeed safe, surrounding the white shadow, chattering and discussing in her ears. Xie Bao finally felt relieved, patting the storybook and admired Xie Ping even more. But without nutrients, the black shadow recovered much slower. A broken-armed white shadow also emerged. Xie Ping said that he killed people before death, but since it wasn't deliberate murder, he had no malicious intent in his heart. Hence he didn't become a resentful ghost, and could also be temporarily recorded in the storybook. Xie Ping looked at Xie Bao's storybook. They carry my binding threads. If in danger, you may call them forth for help. Xie Bao blinked her eyes, didn't understand. Su Hongtian translated. If Xiao Bao encounters bad people in the future, she can summon them to fight bad people. Xie Bao widened her surprised eyes. It could be done like this? Xie Ping opened his mouth. Calling names will suffice. Xie Bao now understood. But I don't know their names. Randomly, Xie Ping flipped to the first page of the storybook, where a white shadow already existed, with black threads wrapping around its body, like a picture imprinted on the storybook. Whatever you name her, that becomes her name. Xie Bao tapped her chin. Let's call Little Red then. Xie Ping nodded. Good. Little Red. Did anyone ask me for my opinion? Don't randomly give me such a country name. But Little Red's rebellion was ineffective. The corner of the storybook floated up with the words, Little Red. Xie Bao put away the storybook. Xie Ping snapped his fingers, and the black shadow returned to his sleeve. They had been here too long, and the people outside were already anxious. Su Hongtian opened the door, and a few people cautiously peeked into the room. When they confirmed that the white shadow was indeed gone, each of them revealed an admiring expression towards Xie Bao. The director regarded Xie Bao as his savior. If it weren't for her today, Suya and Zhang Feifei would definitely have run into trouble. Should there be a lawsuit involving fatalities over this program, his directing career would be over. Truly worthy of being a Mao Shan disciple, the director sighed. Master, I previously offended you greatly. Master, please don't bear a grudge against me. Master, do you still have any talismans? I'm willing to pay for your talisman paper. Xie Bao shook her head. This isn't my accomplishment. Those bad ghosts were dealt with by Si Ping brother. As she said that and looked back, she found that Si Ping, who was originally in the room, had disappeared long ago. Xie Bao pouted. He always left so quickly. The director hesitated. Huh? What? Su Hengtian naturally couldn't let the director know about Si Ping's existence, so he quickly cut in. It doesn't matter. Her meaning is that these talisman papers are invaluable treasures, only given to those in need, and cannot be handed out casually. The director nodded. That's right. Unfortunately, I wanted to buy a few talismans for my wife and children as safety talismans. I was thinking that no matter how much they cost, life is more important. Su Hengtian glanced at Xie Bao and coughed. Actually, these talismans are also given to people with good fortune. Xie Bao blinked and looked up at Su Hengtian. Actually, the talismans she had mentioned were just random doodles. The director's eyes lit up, opening his mouth. Really? Master, I sincerely wish to request 2 protective talismans. How much? Su Hengtian shook his head. Director, protective talismans aren't about money but fate. He held up his hand, indicating a number. 88,000 yuan. The director immediately pulled out a card. Do we transfer? WeChat or Alipay? Direct bank transfers are fine. I'll take 2. Yunting and Li Minghan stood by the door exchanging glances and soon squeezed in. Yunting spoke. I'd like one as well. Li Minghan counted on his fingers. I want ones for my parents, grandparents, and older brother too. Xie Bao blinked her eyes, still not quite reacting, when Su Hengtian was already standing by the door with his phone. Soon after, there came a sound of coins jingling. In an instant, hundreds of thousands appeared in Su Hengtian's phone account. He leaned against the doorframe and put his phone away. Whether or not it was about money didn't matter much. What mattered was his younger sister, the master. A single talisman for 88,000. Xie Bao bit her lips, pulling out several talismans from her pocket and softly asked, Second brother, is this considered fraud? Su Hengtian whispered a reply to Xie Bao. How can this be called fraud? Look at the people before you. 88,000 means nothing to them. Besides, the talismans you draw are actually effective. In the future, if they encounter something unclean, you can simply take your storybook, go and seal that thing inside. Wouldn't that work? Xie Bao reluctantly nodded. Everyone received Xie Bao's talismans and carefully tucked them into their pockets. Suddenly, a voice was heard from the doorway. I'd like one too. Can I? Everyone turned to look and saw that her wounds had already been treated by a doctor. She now stood not far away, pale-faced. Su Hengtian saw her and gave a cold laugh, leaning against the door frame and saying, Of course, you can get one. But in your case, it will be 800,000 yuan. Zhang Feifei's face instantly changed color. Why should I pay? Aren't I badly injured enough? For insurance purposes, shouldn't you give me one for free? Chapter 38. Exposing Zhang Feifei's true colors. Su Hengtian didn't have much good feeling toward Zhang Feifei. It wasn't just because of the reason that Zhang Feifei once tied her up to suck blood, but also because Zhang Feifei was notorious in the internet celebrity circle. She flaunted her wealth all over the internet, claiming to be the young lady of the Zhang family. In the upper circles of Kyoto, there indeed was a Zhang family that controlled dozens of mining veins and were real mine owners. To say they had piles of gold and jade wouldn't be an exaggeration. But unfortunately, with the status of the Su family, Su Hengtian couldn't possibly not know that such a person as Miss Zhang simply did not exist. Su Hengtian's personality was straightforward. He always detested false people, yet it wasn't like he would bother to call out Zhang Feifei. Hence, he never debunked her persona, allowing Zhang Feifei to think that her poor acting skills could fool everyone. He did intend to make things difficult for Zhang Feifei, knowing she definitely couldn't afford 800,000 yuan. But he didn't expect that Zhang Feifei would directly try to freeload. She didn't want to spend even 88,000 yuan or 8 fin coins. Zhang Feifei, holding her wound, realized the live stream had already started, and her eyes instantly turned red. She began speaking in a very vulnerable manner. I thought after so many days of interaction, our relationship was special, at least as friends. I even got so severely injured today because of such a matter, and none of you feel any sympathy for me. At this moment, the audience in the live streaming room also felt what Zhang Feifei said made a lot of sense, and started discussing animatedly. This isn't really a scenario designed by the production team, right? Is there really a ghost? Can this pass the review? It must be a scenario designed by the production team. I guess it's some wild operation by the director who wants to promote Su Jie's debut. I think the director and guest's expressions were quite genuine. When I saw this ancient castle, I also felt uncomfortable. Perhaps there really is something unclean inside. Isn't this a warm, life-emulating parent-child reality show? When did it start having this eerie style? Putting aside whether the event is true or not, I think Su Jie was definitely wrong, demanding 88,000 yuan for one talisman. These people treated her well in the program, right? Even if 88,000 is nothing for these young masters, talking about money with friends really hurts feelings. Exactly, let alone that Zhang Feifei suffered severe injuries for shooting this variety show. Her arm bled profusely, and it doesn't look like she's faking it. She is so pitiful, yet Su Hengtian still makes things hard for her, turning neutral into negative. Those who think Su Hengtian making things difficult for her is wrong should review how Zhang Feifei stuck close to Su Hengtian to exploit him years ago. The losses she caused Su Hengtian far exceeded 800,000, right? If Zhang Feifei's family is so rich, why does she need to ride on Su Hengtian's popularity? Zhang Feifei sniffled and glanced at those present. You understand? It's not a question of money. 80,000 yuan is actually nothing for me. Going out with friends for a couple of days costs me millions. My family has a lot of money, but your actions really make me feel disheartened. Zhang Feifei constantly hinted that she wasn't short of money, wanting a free safety charm merely to test the bonds formed over so many days. You know, I'm not such a materialistic person. I value emotions deeply. After listening for a long while, Li Minghan understood. Standing next to little Xie Bao, he loudly said beside little Xie Bao, "Isn't she trying to get your stuff without paying?" Little Xie Bao naively nodded. "Seems like it." Li Minghan expressed his distaste. "Then she's a freeloader." Little Xie Bao looked at Li Minghan with admiration. What's a freeloader? The things Gugu said she didn't understand. Even what Li Minghan said she couldn't grasp. They were both so competent, understanding so much. Only little Xie Bao didn't understand anything. Li Minghan usually surfed the web quickly and confidently stood up. People who want to take others' belongings without paying. Little Xie Bao nodded. Ah, that way. Li Minghan touched his face with his finger. Even at 5 years old, I know taking others' items requires payment. You're so big yet you don't know? Shame on you. Little Xie Bao found it fun and mimicked. Shame on you. Zhang Feifei's complexion alternated between red and white, gritting her teeth and saying, I'm not refusing to pay. I just want to cherish our friendship. How come? Do you mean there is no friendship between me and little Xie Bao? Yun Ting snorted coldly and asked. With stubborn persistence, Zhang Feifei replied, I'm a girl, maybe a little more emotional. If little Xie Bao refuses, then it's fine. I thought we were friends. Turns out it was me overestimating our relationship. The director, hearing the staff mention in his earpiece that the live stream's comment section had been completely swayed by Zhang Feifei, noted some extreme viewers were already cursing at little Xie Bao and Su Hengtian, accusing them of being money-grabbing. He walked over to Su Hengtian and whispered, How about you just give her one talisman? I'll cover the cost. Not necessary. Su Hengtian smirked coldly as he took out his phone. Just happens that I haven't contacted Mr. Zhang for a while now. Perhaps it's time for me to call and greet him, while asking if he knows his precious daughter is pretending to be a beggar out here. Zhang Feifei suddenly turned pale, quickly interrupting. If you're not going to give me the talisman, fine. There's no need to bring this matter to my father. Su Hengtian's phone let out a beep as the call connected, leaving Zhang Feifei panicking and attempting to snatch his phone. But Su Hengtian deftly sidestepped, activating the phone's speaker function. A robust voice came from the phone. Mr. Su, the great actor, what brings you to call me today? Just as Su Hengtian was about to speak, Zhang Feifei interrupted hastily. Dad, I'm sorry, don't be mad at me anymore. I know when you said you didn't want me as your daughter before, you were just joking with me. Su Hengtian could only remain silent for a moment. Chapter 39, A Lesson for the Couple. Zhang Feifei struck first, and although it seemed a bit suspicious, her move effectively prevented the person on the other end of the phone from denying Zhang Feifei's existence. Su Hengtian exchanged pleasantries with the person on the phone for a few sentences before hanging up. Zhang Feifei was extremely pleased. There were also netizens online who doubted the authenticity of her identity, but what did that matter? As long as there was no definitive evidence against her, the discussion could continue indefinitely. As long as there was discussion, there would be attention. With attention, she could keep masquerading as a Miss Zhang from the internet. In this rapidly developing information age, no one cared if she truly was a Zhang heiress. People loved to see extravagant society, so she gave them that through her actions. For the sake of chasing traffic, she would do anything. Xi Ping leaned by the window, placing some binding threads on the talisman paper given by Xiao Jiabao. These threads carried his aura. Ordinary wandering spirits or low-level vengeful ghosts wouldn't dare approach. His binding threads weren't cheap. They cost more than 8 million. Xi Ping thought back many years ago when even the old beings in heaven lined up to request just a thread of his binding silk. Forget 8 million. Someone would have paid 800 million. Back then, he considered it too much trouble and didn't bother giving them any. Now he's generous enough to use them to repay a favor to Xiao Jiabao. Would those ancient immortals get angry enough to pull out their beards if they knew about this? Xiao Jiabao had finished recording the last segment for the show, finally wrapping up work. Su Hengtian held Xiao Jiabao and went home, only to find many reporters gathered at the gate. They all came specially to wait for this 4-year-old child called the Maoshan prodigy, who could make the director chase after him, calling him master. Compared to the liveliness around Xiao Jiabao, Su Ya's side felt lonely and desolate. Because she had been possessed by the white shadow, she was still unconscious and had to be carried home. Forget reporters, not even relatives or friends came to offer condolences. Yang Yin was furious. She spent 5 million yuan sending Su Ya to participate in the show hoping that she'd become an overnight sensation, and from then on Yang Yin could live counting money until her fingers cramped and no longer have to deal with the Su family's condescending looks. But unexpectedly, while the show indeed made someone an overnight success, it was only Xiao Jiabao gaining attention. Everyone was interested in him, while Su Ya was like a pebble thrown into the sea, hardly making a ripple. Even Zhang Feifei gained attention, being chased and criticized by others. Su Ya, however, received no such attention. She was completely ignored. Su Ya was very worried as well. Previously, upon hearing Yang Yan's suggestion, he had withdrawn 3 million from the company account, combined with his savings to gather the full 5 million to send Su Ya into the program. Now, not only had his savings disappeared, but he also couldn't pay back the company money. It's all because of your lousy idea. Su Er stared at Yang Yan and yelled angrily. She's just a little troublemaker. Why did you mess with her? Now look, our savings are gone. We owe the company $3 million. If Su Qi teams up with the board to sue me, I'll be done. Yang Yan stood up and shouted loudly. If it weren't for my help years ago, would you even be living the good life now? You'd have been tossed away somewhere into some garbage dump long ago. Now I'm just trying to secure a better future for our daughter. Am I wrong? Su Er fell silent under Yang Yan's argument. He usually lacked the ability to make major decisions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed himself to be manipulated this way by his wife. Many things at home were determined by Yang Yan. He sighed. Then what should we do? Su Qi is your nephew. How can he actually sue you? Yang Yan said unhappily. If he does that, he'd be violating human decency and acting like a heartless beast. Let alone others. Even the elders in the family will criticize him severely. Hearing what Yang Yan said, Su Er let out a sigh of relief and put his mind at ease. Yes, Su Qi was his nephew, close blood relatives no matter what. Could he really do anything to him? As soon as Xie Bao got out of the car, she ran straight into Grandpa Su's arms. Her eyes shone brightly with excitement. Grandpa, did you see Xie Bao on TV? I saw her. Grandpa Su beamed with joy, unable to contain his laughter. Our Xie Bao is the prettiest kid ever. Oh dear, look at this, your little face has gotten thinner. Next time, let's ask your older brother to take you to a less tiring variety show. Xie Bao smiled happily. I'm not tired, Grandpa. I'm young. Young people must be full of energy, right? Xie Bao loves this variety show. Grandpa Su nodded approvingly, unwilling to let go of Xie Bao as he held her close. My Xie Bao understands the most, much more so than your brothers, who cause me a lot of stress. If I leave someday, I'm really worried they won't take good care of you. Xie Bao paused for a moment before timidly asking, where would you go, Grandpa? Would it be where Daddy and Mommy are? Can Xie Bao go with you? Since they can't come back, then Xie Bao can go see them. Grandpa Su hastily spat a few times. Kids shouldn't talk like that. Xie Bao, you should spit twice as well. Confused, Xie Bao tilted her head slightly, but still mimicked Grandpa Su by spitting twice. Grandpa Su sighed. It's wrong of me to bring this up in front of you. You're still young. You'll understand when you grow up. My greatest wish now is to watch you grow. Then I will definitely help Grandpa achieve your wish. Xie Bao stood up straight and said proudly, I'll write down Grandpa's wish and give him my birthday wish next time. This comment made Grandpa Su laugh heartily, his cheerful laughter echoing from his wheelchair. Su Qi, standing behind Grandpa Su, also smiled faintly. Ever since little Bao went missing, his grandfather's health had declined significantly. It had been worse each year for these past several years. Now that little Bao had returned, his grandfather was smiling non-stop every day. A few days ago, their private doctor told him that Grandpa's health was slightly better than it was a few years ago. Even though recovery was extremely slow, it was still improving bit by bit, and that was all that mattered. Xie Bao was truly a little lucky star. Su Zijing approached from behind him, standing side by side with him, and spoke solemnly. Big brother, about Uncle Tu. Su Qi understood that he referred to Uncle Su or misappropriating company funds. Rubbing his temples, feeling quite troubled. $3 million isn't a small amount, but considering the company account. In the past, we might have just covered for him, but now. He glanced at Xie Bao. He wasn't oblivious to what Yang Yan had planned. Even if it were for Xie Bao, he could no longer tolerate their actions any further. He needed to teach them a lesson. Make sure they understood that Xie Bao's position in this household was untouchable. Whoever dares to harm Xie Bao will end up going against the entire Su family. Chapter 40, The Wicked Second Aunt. Suya had been lying at home for several days. Although the doctor had examined her long ago and said there was nothing wrong with her physical characteristics, Suya still seemed somewhat disoriented. Every day, she would do nothing but sleep and eat, then shrink herself into the covers, ignoring everyone. Whoever approached her, Suya would start screaming like crazy and lash out with punches and kicks. Later, Yang Yin found herself in such a predicament that she could only appeal to old Master Su. Yaya has never been like this before. She must be possessed. Yang Yin wiped away her tears and began speaking. Yaya went to participate in this reality show together with Xie Bao. Now, Xie Bao has returned safely, so why does my Yaya have to suffer? Old Master Su asked with a solemn face. What is it that you want? Yang Yin replied. I heard that Xie Bao has special talent in this area, and you old man mentioned something about her lineage. Therefore, I would like her to take a look at Suya. Xie Bao stood by old Master Su's side, listened to Yang Yan's complaints, and immediately expressed her willingness to go see Yaya. When Xie Bao arrived at Yaya's room and saw Suya lying on the bed, she blinked her eyes and said, Nope, there's no shadow around Sister Yaya. Yang Yin interjected. Then why has she become like this? Xie Bao furrowed her brows in distress. Jia Bao doesn't know either. Yang Yin covered her lips and cried. I should never have let her go with you to attend this show. Since you both went together, now you've come back fine. Yet my Yaya has turned out like this. You're nothing but a curse. Xie Bao pressed her lips together and remained silent. Su Qi quickly embraced Xie Bao and said coldly, the old master agreed to let Xie Bao see Yaya because of Yaya's young age. If you don't know how to act as an elder, I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson. Yang Yin glared at him and retorted, what do you want to do? I'm your second aunt, after all. Su Qi smirked coldly. It's just because you are my second aunt that you can still stand here talking to me. Without this blood relationship, you should already be lying down in the hospital. Yang Yin screamed and cursed while crying. Is this how the Su family teaches its juniors manners? At the very least, I am one of your elders. I may not ask you to respect me humbly, but basic respect should still be maintained, right? She stood in the yard, shouting loudly as if trying to attract everyone nearby. My daughter went with her to participate in this reality show, and now she has returned safe and sound, but my daughter has gone insane. What else could it be except for her mischief behind the scenes? Su Qi squinted his eyes, acutely sensing cameras pointing their way from the surroundings. Instinctively, he protected Xie Bao in his arms and pressed her face into his chest, demanding fiercely, Yang Yan, did you invite the media into our house? Are you out of your mind? Yang Yan wiped the tears from her face and shot back. So what if I did? Has Yi not been hurt because of all of you? Can I say anything now? Su Qi frowned darkly. Yi turning out this way has absolutely nothing to do with Xie Bao. If you still wish to be regarded as the daughter-in-law of the Su family, listen to me and stay put. Hand over the video you just recorded and delete it in front of me. Otherwise, I will make you regret today's choice. Yang Yan stared at Su Qi, who was radiating icy vibes, and subconsciously started trembling. But when she thought about Yi's condition, all she could see in her mind was the radiant smile of Xie Bao during her interviews, something that should have belonged to Yi. She really couldn't understand why. Clearly Xie Bao had taken everything away from Yi, yet they continued protecting her? Now, Yi's illness was her only weapon. The sensational headline of a wealthy family driving a 6-year-old girl insane would undoubtedly spark countless discussions and draw immense attention. As long as it could bring Yi into public view, as long as it could make her famous, anything would suffice, no matter what means or image. Step by step, Su Qi advanced toward her, which made Yang Yan shout loudly out of fear. What are you doing? I tell you, this is my house, and there are surveillance cameras everywhere around here. If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll call the police. With a cold expression, Su Qi said, showing mercy to people like you is a waste of my emotions. Prepare to receive a court summons. Yang Yan shrieked. What kind of court summons? What do you mean? The thing about Uncle Tu misappropriating company funds. Shouldn't you know better than anyone, Aunt Tu? Su Qi laughed lightly. Do you really think I, Su Qi, am someone without temperament, molded out of clay? Yang Yan looked at Su Qi in shock. In the past, when her husband and she misappropriated company funds to subsidize their home, Su Qi always quietly took money from the Su family to help them fill the gaps. Why does he suddenly want to hold on to this issue now? Yang Yan's gaze fell on Xie Bao. It was all because of this little wretch again. What is so great about her that has caused not one, but two members of the Su family to be so good to her? Yang Yan's eyes turned red with anger. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped at Xie Bao. Su Qi reacted quickly, stepping back with Xie Bao. The slap did not land on Xie Bao's face, but instead struck her small backpack worn across her shoulder. This backpack was specially prepared for carrying storybooks. The zipper wasn't closed because the little spirits needed to look outside through the gap in the bag. At this moment, the storybook was knocked to the ground, opening a few pages. Xie Bao saw a white shadow emerge from the storybook. It was the handless white shadow from the warehouse. He had no left hand originally, and during the time in the warehouse, Xie Bao tore off his right hand as well, leaving both of his arms empty now. But the instant he saw Yang Yan, he screamed and rushed toward her, muttering something repeatedly. Xie Bao strained to listen and finally heard what he said. He spoke rapidly, repeating the same sentence over and over. It's you. It's you who hid my hands. Where are my hands? Where are they? Could it be that this white shadow knows Yang Yan? A low-level resentful ghost like this could be visible to others when it had enough energy. Before Yang Yan, a face suddenly flashed into view. The face was both unfamiliar and familiar, staring at her with large eyes, demanding his arm. It was the driver she hired years ago to kill Xie Bao's parents. That driver had no relatives or friends. Even if he died, no one would seek justice for him. She promised the driver that she would arrange everything so he would collide with Xie Bao's parents' car, make it look like an accidental traffic accident, and save his life. If he agreed to go to jail for a few years, she would give him a huge sum of money afterward, enough to let him indulge carelessly for the rest of his life. The driver agreed. However, dead men can't keep promises like living ones. And dead men don't need money. So she tampered with the driver's car, and the moment he collided, the fuel tank at the back of the car exploded instantly, causing the driver to die on the spot. When Yang Yan accompanied Old Master Su to the police station to claim the bodies of Xie Bao's parents, she also briefly looked at the driver's corpse. The body was scorched black, missing a left hand. Now the face she remembered appeared before her eyes, glaring at her and asking for his hand. In an instant, Yang Yan almost fainted out of sheer terror. Chapter 41. Xie Bao is truly an illiterate. Xie Bao tilted her head curiously as she stared at the white shadow. Ever since she brought the white shadow out of the warehouse, due to its weak spiritual power, it did not dare to confront people directly even if they were encountered. Could Yang Yan be the person who caused him to lose his left hand? Seeing that Yang Yan had fainted, Xie Bao opened a storybook with a serious expression and commanded, "Come in." The white shadow floated into the storybook. It seemed necessary to find a chance to question this white shadow properly. Soon after, a bodyguard entered. Su Qi coldly ordered, "Wake her up." The bodyguards roughly dragged Yang Yan into the room. One of them unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and forcefully sprayed it onto Yang Yan's face. Yang Yan screamed and suddenly opened her eyes. When she realized what was happening, all she saw were Xie Bao and Su Qi. There wasn't a trace of any driver. She glanced at Xie Bao fearfully. Su had previously informed her that with Xie Bao's bloodline, she could indeed see things others couldn't. But back then, She hadn't believed it. Now she believed it, realizing how strange this little child truly was. Su Qi stated, Yang Yan, if you dare to spread rumors outside and defame the Su family's reputation, do you know what consequences you will face? Yang Yan hung her head silently. Su Qi didn't want to waste another second with her, so he carried Xiao Jiabao and walked out. In Su Qi's arms, Xiao Jiabao looked toward the second floor of the villa and spotted Suya peeking through the window with half of her face exposed, stealthily watching them. Ye's sister is obviously fine, Xiao Jiabao asked curiously. Why is she pretending to be insane? Su Qi gently patted Xiao Jiabao's head, but remained silent. Suya's series of actions were likely suggested by Yang Yan. Su Qi chose not to expose them, preserving Suya's dignity for the last time. And it would only happen this once. After tonight, Su Heir should no longer appear in the Su family. Upon returning home, he provided the court with a detailed and solid chain of evidence, and soon after, the police came and handcuffed Su Heir. With a large amount of misappropriated public funds, Su Heir faced at least 10 years or more of imprisonment. Yang Yan acted crazy in front of the police, refusing to let the police take Su Heir away. A woman in her 30s rolled on the ground half-dressed, resembling a madwoman on the street. Yet all of this was futile. Su Heir was still taken away by the police. Yang Yan stormed to the Su family mansion with Suya. Su Qi, in front of all the elder members of the Su clan, tell us what good things you have done. Yang Yan, holding Suya's hand, had hired journalists following behind her, shouting, not only did he file a lawsuit against his own uncle, but also ruined my daughter like this. Several old and graying elders of the Su clan quickly chimed in with traditional thoughts. That's right. You are after all part of the Su family. Su Heir is your second uncle. Doing this will not be agreed upon by our ancestors. That's true. Who sends their real uncle to prison? How will you face the Su family's ancestors in the future? Flashes from media cameras kept hitting Su Qi's stern face. As the young master managing the family estate, Su Qi now exuded unwavering stability with an unchallengeable demeanor. Su Qi narrowed his eyes and smirked. Did the ancestors whisper to you that they disagreed? After being confronted like that, the elder immediately turned red in the face and became speechless. The crowd grew increasingly agitated. Su Qi, you're utterly disrespectful. Su Zixing stepped out from behind Su Qi. I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Haven't they secretly plotted enough tricks before? If it weren't for the blood relationship that my elder brother respected, he would have long been forced to step down as CEO. How could he remain carefree until now? Su Hongtian stood beside Su Qi, glaring at Yang Yan. All the dirty schemes you used privately back then against the Su family, we can overlook. But you absolutely shouldn't have targeted Jiabao. Yang Yan looked at Xiao Jiabao and croaked. She's a calamity. My daughter is the true heiress of the Su family. You're blind. You'll see. She'll eventually ruin your family entirely. Pointing towards the media behind her, Yang Yan continued. Look, my Yaya was such a healthy and joyful child before, and now she has become like this. The claims about some Maoshan prodigy or a life protection talisman are all her tricks to deceive you. Xiao Jiabao pulled on the hand of old Master Su and softly asked, what is home broken? People scattered mean. Su Hongtian caressed Xiao Jiabao's cheek and explained, Jiabao is a small lucky star who will bring prosperity to the Su family. Xiao Jiabao happily said, yeah. Xiao Jiabao hopes grandfather stays well, big brother stays well, and everyone stays well. She hugged her teddy bear doll. The little flower fairy had told her before, when you're a person, you should always return favors. If someone gives you a gift, then you should give them a gift back. If someone compliments you, you should compliment them too. This way, everyone will think Xiao Jiabao is very polite, and they will all want to be friends with Xiao Jiabao. Then Xiao Jiabao will have so many good friends, and won't be lonely anymore. Xiao Jiabao didn't particularly want this second aunt as a friend, but she wanted to be a polite child. So she loudly exclaimed in her baby voice, thank you, second auntie. Xiao Jiabao also wishes your home full of joy and happiness. Whether Xiao Jiabao would face family ruin was uncertain, but Yang Yan truly was about to experience it, making this phrase extremely hurtful to Yang Yan's ears. Yet not a single person from the Su family stood up to speak for her. Yang Yan clenched her teeth in hatred. Years ago, she should have let the nanny smother this little calamity with a pillow. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Su Heir was imprisoned, her daughter participating in a variety show hadn't gained fame, and now she owed a mountain of debt. Naturally, Yang Yan couldn't wait for Su Heir to come out of prison and intended to divorce him. But before the divorce, she needed to find a way to get rid of Su Heir's debts and mercilessly take away a large chunk of Su family's wealth. However, she didn't have any leverage right now. So, she created one. It was the public opinion online. The Su family matters were a huge uproar online because Yang Yan manipulated and distorted the facts behind the scenes, so netizens' insults grew loud, even affecting Su Hongtian. Is Suya really suffering because of what Xiao Jiabao did? I watched that episode of the show. I can only say she is indeed eerie. How could the Su family have such a child? Even earlier, when stories about some Maoshan prodigy or protective talisman circulated online, I thought it was strange. A 4-year-old kid being so superstitious is truly terrifying. I heard Su Hongtian is also a resource star who has risen in the entertainment industry only because he has the Su family backing him. I originally thought marrying into the Su family meant entering a wealthy household, but look at how miserable Yang Yan is. Poor thing. The Su family drama was widespread throughout the city, and Li Minghan saw many comments on his phone. How can they say such things? They don't know the truth at all. Li Minghan sat beside Xiao Jiabao holding his phone, his chubby baby face filled with indignation. Blabbermouths. I'm going to spend money to hire people to hack all their computers. Xie Bao, however, remained calm, shaking her head and saying, don't get angry, don't get angry. If others get angry, I stay cool. Getting sick from anger won't help. If I die of anger, who would benefit? Plus, it only hurts myself unnecessarily. Li Minghan was speechless. You're not mad about this? I'm furious. Who taught you these? Xie Bao packed her bag. It's second brother. He recites this poem every day by the balcony. He said whenever he gets angry, reciting it calms him down. Li Minghan gave a thumbs up. Impressive. You've been criticized like this, and even our stock market has been affected according to my big brother. Your big brother must be annoyed. My brother always gets annoyed during times like these. Xie Bao shook her head. Big brother isn't annoyed. He made breakfast for me today. Why should he be annoyed? What does stock fluctuation mean? Is it something about butts? Li Minghan sighed. Xie Bao was great in every way, except she was illiterate. Still, what was wrong with the Su family? Things were getting dire, yet no one seemed panicked. Chapter 42. Helping Bai Ying recover memories. Looking at the appearance of Xie Bao, Li Minghan suddenly felt like the eunuch was more anxious than the emperor. After tidying up his things, Xie Bao walked out. Xie Ping stood by the kindergarten gate, as if waiting for someone. When Xie Bao saw Xie Ping, he ran over happily and sweetly called out, Big brother Xie Ping. Li Minghan did not rush forward with Xie Bao. For some reason, he subconsciously felt a little afraid of this young master named Xie Ping. Although they were somewhat related, Li Minghan's mother was a miss from the Xie family, and back in the day, this story was pretty well known in their circles. When Li Minghan was still very young, his mother took him back to the Xie household. He had met Xie Ping then, and he also witnessed his mother kneeling before him, respectfully calling Xie Ping her old ancestor. Perhaps it was due to that impression, but he always kept his distance from Xie Ping. However, when he saw Xie Bao going up to Xie Ping and acting so affectionate, he felt slightly irritated. He transferred from the kindergarten near home because of Xie Bao. He only had Xie Bao as a friend, so why couldn't Xie Bao have just him as a friend? After saying a few words to Xie Ping, Xie Bao started to leave together. Seeing that Xie Bao had no intention of coming back, Li Minghan reluctantly ran forward. Why didn't you come back to find me? Complained Li Minghan. I was waiting for you there. Xie Bao seriously replied. Go home first, Ming. Brother Xie Ping and I are going somewhere dangerous. You can't go. Li Minghan's strange competitive instinct quickly flared up. He puffed out his chest and said, Where's a place that I can't go? If you both can go, so can I. Xie Bao frowned in confusion. But really, you cannot go. If something happens to you, big brother Yunting will definitely scold me. He probably wishes I'd get as far away as possible. Li Minghan huffed. Don't worry. He won't care about me anyway. And if you take me, I won't tell him. Xie Bao looked at Xie Ping and softly asked for his opinion. Brother Xie Ping, can we? Xie Ping glanced at Li Minghan and turned away. It doesn't matter to me. That kid from the Li family, what did he have to do with Xie Ping? Only then did Xie Bao hesitantly agree to take Li Minghan along. Li Minghan immediately felt like he had joined the small circle between Xie Bao and Xie Ping, feeling elated. Then you wait here for me. I'll go and let our driver know. Xie Bao nodded. Hurry back. Li Minghan skipped off happily. Xie Bao and Xie Ping waited where they were. Today, Xie Bao had already told Grandpa Su and her brothers that she would be going out with Xie Ping today, so they were instructed not to send a driver to pick her up. At first, they refused to agree, but after Xie Bao mentioned Xie Ping, they reluctantly nodded. As long as Xie Ping was around, there shouldn't be any accidents. Not long after, Li Minghan rushed back cheerfully, asking Xie Bao where they were headed. The cemetery, replied Xie Bao. Oh, it's the cemetery, huh? Li Minghan stared with widened eyes. Say that again. Where are we going? Xie Bao obediently repeated herself. The cemetery. In horror, Li Minghan questioned, why are you guys going to a place like that? Before, an aunt locked me in a warehouse. Xie Bao gestured while explaining to Li Minghan. And inside the warehouse, I found a white figure. Now, I've realized this white figure knows my second aunt. Recalling carefully, Li Minghan asked, your second aunt? Yang Yan. Xie Bao nodded. I've recently discovered that the white figure seems familiar with Aunt Yang, and it's likely that she took his arm. When I accidentally pulled off the other arm of White Shadow while we were in the warehouse, Big Brother Xie Ping said that Little White needs to fulfill his wish and find his other arm in order to reincarnate. So I want to help Little White. Li Minghan appeared expressionless. You accidentally pulled off his arm? That was quite the accidental act. Little White currently has no memory, but Big Brother Xie Ping says cemeteries have heavy Yin energy, which can collect more Yin energy for Little White, allowing him to quickly remember his past with Second Annie and possibly find his arm. Xie Bao helplessly shrugged upon seeing Li Minghan's terrified face. I already said you shouldn't come. It was you who insisted on following. Li Minghan. Is it too late to quit now? Throughout the journey, Xie Ping hardly spoke, appearing calm and composed. Very dependable. Li Minghan's strange sense of competitiveness flared up again. I'm not afraid at all. You're a girl, and you're not afraid. So why would I be? Xie Bao looked puzzled. But I remember during the filming of that show, when the power went out in the manor, you... Shut up. Li Minghan reached out to cover Xie Bao's mouth. That was an accident. And anyway, this time I won't be scared. Okay. Xie Bao nodded. But if you get scared, you can hold on to the strap of my school bag, and don't wander off randomly, okay? Li Minghan carefully nodded. When the children arrived at the cemetery, the gravekeeper stopped them, telling them they needed to go home and have their parents sign them in before they could enter. Xie Bao and Li Minghan exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, Si Ping lifted his eyes coldly to look at the gravekeeper, who then walked out with a dazed expression, opened the gate for them, and then returned inside without saying a word. Li Minghan swallowed hard and took a few steps further away from Si Ping. My goodness, how terrifying. Xie Bao admired with starry eyes. Big brother Si Ping is so powerful. Li Minghan. What's so great about this weird ability, huh? Chapter 43, The Truth of That Year. 3 little kids sneaked into the graveyard in a furtive manner. To be precise, it was Xie Bao and Li Minghan who were acting stealthily, while Si Peng followed behind them, walking as if he were heading home like an elder. Xie Bao took out the storybook, and black gas continued to flow into it from all around. Li Minghan cautiously looked around and asked, Are we done yet? It's been so long. Xie Bao pushed him away slightly. Wait a bit longer. Don't hug me so tightly. You're going to strangle me. Li Minghan reluctantly let go of Xie Bao and nervously stayed close to her. Don't wander too far. Xie Bao showed an expression of helplessness. I told you not to come before. Look how scared you are now. I'm not scared, Li Minghan stubbornly retorted. I just feel a bit cold. That's all. After pondering for a moment, Xie Bao took off her pink little jacket. Then wear my jacket. I'm not cold. Li Minghan refused. No way. I'm a boy. How can I wear a girl's clothes? Xie Bao put on the jacket again with a frown. You're so delicate. Li Minghan opened his eyes wide. What did you say? How dare you call me delicate? Well, Xie Bao nodded. Before, Sister Feifei said she was very cold. Elder brother asked her to go back and get dressed, but she didn't, instead insisting he hugged her. Back then, elder brother used the same phrase on her. Li Minghan. His face turned red with embarrassment. How could I be the same as Zhang Feifei? She. Arg arg arg. Xie Bao, there's a ghost. A ghost. Just when he was ready to argue further, he saw a shadow floating nearby, with its feet not touching the ground and hair longer than its legs. It floated past him like this. Xie Bao calmly glanced at the female ghost and spoke up. Sister, why are you taking a walk so late? The female ghost turned mechanically, gently nodded, and then floated forward, disappearing into a tombstone. When Li Minghan finally dared to open his eyes, he saw another hunched-over figure drifting towards them. Xie Bao greeted the ghost again. Grandma, out practicing square dancing this late? Oh, you're returning after finishing your practice? Rest early then, Grandma. Li Minghan. Xie Bao exchanged pleasantries with every white figure they encountered, showing no sign of fear whatsoever. Uncle, look how big your belly is now. Next life, don't drink so much alcohol anymore. Grandpa, I see you live together with Grandma. Wow, the two of you must have been great friends. When I turn into a white spirit, I'd also like to live with my good friends. Li Minghan clung tightly to Xie Bao, pale-faced and afraid, even refusing to open his eyes. After Xie Bao finished greeting those wandering spirits, she curiously looked at Li Minghan. Why can you see them? These were just ordinary lost souls. Theoretically, Li Minghan shouldn't be able to see them. Li Minghan screamed in frustration. How would I know? Then open your eyes and take a look. Perhaps you've become someone like Xie Bao. Li Minghan wildly shook his head, tears welling up at the corners of his eyes. No. Wah, it's too scary. Are you done yet? Can I leave already? Open your eyes. They are actually cute and won't harm you. Si Peng stood by silently observing the storybook. Hearing Li Minghan's trembling voice, he subtly retracted a wisp of spiritual energy attached to his eyelashes. When Li Minghan opened his eyes again, he realized he couldn't see those things anymore, but he knew they were still there. This uncertainty terrified him even more, and deep down, he solemnly vowed never to follow Xie Bao around aimlessly again. All right, Si Peng said softly, we've had enough. Let's go. Seeing how truly frightened Li Minghan was, Xie Bao pulled his hand and led him to quickly run out of the graveyard. After leaving, Si Peng turned around and glanced at the gravekeeper. The gravekeeper closed his eyes briefly and reopened them, his gaze gaining clarity. Why did I feel like I fell asleep earlier? He noticed the 3 children standing before him and frowned impatiently. I already said no entry at night. Tell your parents tomorrow morning to come sign the forms to enter. What are children doing in the cemetery at night, anyway? Tsk. Xie Bao politely bowed her head. Sorry, Grandpa, for troubling you. We'll leave now. Once the gravekeeper saw Xie Bao's polite behavior, he didn't feel right continuing to scold her. He simply told them to leave immediately. After Xie Bao walked away with the storybook, the white shadow finally appeared. Because he had absorbed sufficient yin energy, Xie Bao could now clearly see his appearance. It was an uncle nearing 40 years old. He looked disheveled, with long and messy hair, and a big red nose from drinking too much alcohol. Upon seeing Xie Bao for the first time, the man burst into tears and dropped to his knees in front of her. Xie Bao blinked her eyes. Uncle, what are you doing? The white shadow hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. I'm sorry. I listened to Yang Yin back then and went to harm your parents. It's all my fault. He revealed everything that happened back then. Xie Bao silently listened to all he had said and only afterward realized the truth. It turned out that her grandpa and brothers might have been lying to her. Her dad and mom didn't go far away, nor would they come back. They were like this uncle, transformed into white spirits. But she could see these white spirits. Why had she never seen her dad's or mom's white spirits? The driver's name was Zhang Shan. He grew up in an orphanage and had no family. In middle age, he still hadn't found a wife, living alone. Yang Yin precisely targeted this weakness when choosing him. And at that time, he was so terrified by poverty that, faced with the large sum of money Yang Yin offered, he chose this path. In fact, right after agreeing, he regretted it. But Yang Yin sent him a recording, a piece of evidence that he agreed to work for her. Yang Yin threatened him. If he changed his mind, she would hand this recording over to the police, resulting in at least attempted murder charges and jail time. He didn't want to go to prison and also believed if he didn't do it, Yang Yin would find someone else. So, upon seeing the millions-valued luxury car on the highway, he bit the bullet and pressed down hard on the gas pedal. But he didn't know Yang Yin had tampered with his vehicle beforehand. He ended up dead. For a long time after his death, his wandering soul lingered around the Su family house. He wanted to tell them everything, but no one in the Su family could see him anymore. So, he continued floating in the world until he saw the old warehouse where he'd made his fateful promise to Yang Yin. After 4 years passed, he remembered nothing except that he was searching for something here. He thought he was looking for his lost hands, but it wasn't his hands he sought. It was Su family's descendant. He was waiting for someone who could see him, someone who could give him a chance to repent. He stood up. The recording Yang Yin used to threaten me can now backfire on her. Xie Bao remained silent, lips pursed. She felt too complex about Zhongshan. On one hand, he told her the truth of the past events. On the other, he indeed hurt the parents she yearned to see most. Si Peng coldly asked, "Where is it?" Zhongshan gazed afar. "In that warehouse. I made a copy of that recording and hid it in the warehouse where I did business with Yang Yin. She doesn't know about this." Si Peng nodded and looked at Xie Bao, suddenly reaching out to pat her head. Xie Bao looked up at him. Though still as frosty-faced as ever, his gaze softened somewhat. Si Peng opened his mouth. Revenge? His words were brief to the point that ordinary people wouldn't understand Si Peng's meaning. However, Xie Bao understood. Si Peng was asking her how she wished to deal with Zhongshan. She clenched her small fists and softly said, "Evil people will get their deserved punishment." Si Peng acknowledged and spoke. "Everyone has evil thoughts sometimes. It's human nature and normal. However, those who act on such thoughts must face repercussions. Zhongshan, even though you've repented, the karma of killing has already been set. It cannot be erased." Zhongshan covered his face, but realized there were no tears left to cry. Ghosts don't have tears. I know. Being able to speak about it, I have no regrets now. Si Peng waved his hand. A black shadow emerged from his sleeve, and with a loud "Ao Wu," swallowed the white spirit. Her features became clearer, but not fully formed yet. Si Peng shook his head. Too much resentment. It's still not enough. Li Minghan watched, stunned, taking quite some time before regaining composure. He reminded everyone, "Shouldn't we look for that evidence now?" Chapter 44, Yang Yan's Retribution. "It's already very late. Let's go back first," Si Peng said. "The Su family must be anxious by now." Si Peng wasn't wrong. At this moment, in the Su family mansion, Grandpa Su was walking anxiously with his cane. "You all have big hearts. How could you really leave Xie Bao with Si Peng?" Su Hongtian whispered. "Isn't it what you said that he is reliable? Besides, we wanted to follow, but Xie Bao didn't allow it." "You're arguing back with me?" Grandpa Su huffed. "It's already 8 o'clock, and they still haven't returned. Su Qi, go check at the Si family. Bring Xie Bao back." Su Qi agreed. "Yes, Grandpa. Steward, prepare the car for me." Su Zijing also said. "Then I will go too." Su Bi, standing aside, spoke up. "Let me come as well. That is the Si family after all. In case someone dislikes you, I can fight them off." Su Hongtian clicked his tongue. "We are going to pick people up, not to fight. Why are you creating chaos?" Su Bi retorted. "Who can guarantee that the Si family won't attack us?" Su Ziren adjusted his glasses, finding Su Bi's point quite reasonable. He stood up. "Wait a moment. I'll bring my dissection tools." Su Hongtian. "More outrageous. If outrageousness had a mother, it would surely open the door for its child. This situation has reached its peak. If Xie Bao doesn't return soon, the Su brothers might have already planned where to bury the head of the Si family once he passes." Just as the situation was getting out of control, Xie Bao's voice came from the doorway. "Grandpa, big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. I'm back." Everyone rushed over immediately, sighing in relief upon seeing Xie Bao unharmed. Grandpa Su held Xie Bao's hand, instantly transforming from a furious face into a gentle one. "Xie Bao, did you have fun? You must be starving coming back so late. Let Grandpa call Auntie to start dinner right away." Xie Bao shook her head. "Grandpa, I'm not hungry. I found something in that old warehouse earlier." Grandpa Su thought Xie Bao had picked up some old object or a toy, so he didn't pay much attention, holding Xie Bao's hand while repeatedly saying, "Good, good, as long as Xie Bao is happy." Xie Bao then opened her hand, revealing a black, mud-covered USB drive lying on her palm. "I found this. There's Mom inside." Su Zijing dealt with computers, being very familiar with such items. At a glance, it seemed like an ordinary USB drive, aging significantly with little storage capacity. It probably cost just $10 or $20 from any market. He held Xie Bao and said, "Does Xie Bao like this? Tomorrow, the third brother will buy you a better one, okay?" Xie Bao shook her head, solemnly reaffirming, "There's Mom inside." This statement was rather strange. How could a random USB drive contain a mom? Su Qi guessed. Is Xie Bao wanting to check its contents? She probably thinks this USB contains photos or videos of Mom. A flash of light passed through Su Zijing's eyes, and he quickly stood up, carefully taking the USB from Xie Bao's hand, speaking gravely, "I will handle it. Give me half an hour." After saying this, he took the USB and turned to walk into the room. Half an hour later, a loud noise came from Su Zijing's room. Everyone thought something unexpected happened to Su Zijing and rushed inside. Su Hongtian opened the door. "How old are you? Yet still throwing things. What is it?" Su Zixing clenched his fists, his eyes already turning crimson from anger. Listen yourself. What thing? Su Hongtian furrowed his brows, approaching the computer and clicking on the audio file. Simultaneously, he connected two Bluetooth speakers on Su Zixing's desk. A sound loud enough for everyone to hear played in the living room. You remember, it's this car, with the license plate number times. 3 days from now, it will appear on this section of the highway. All you need to do is crash this car off the cliff nearby. Do you understand? This voice was unmistakable. It belonged to Yang Yan. Xie Bao sat quietly on the sofa in the living room. By the second playback of this recording, the stunned Su family finally snapped into awareness. Grandpa Su gritted his teeth. It's her. It's her. She's the one who killed my son-in-law. She killed my daughter-in-law. Su Shuangjing was Xie Bao's father's name. Su Bi stood up, grabbing the knife set left on the table by Su Ziren and headed out. But he was stopped quickly by Su Hongtian. Su Bi choked out. Move aside. I'm going to avenge mom and dad today. It was her who planned their murder. If it weren't for her, Xie Bao wouldn't have been missing for so many years. I'll make her pay blood for blood. You need to calm down. Rushing into her house and killing her will only dirty your own hands, Su Hongtian said coldly. Rest assured, no one in the Su family will let her go unpunished. Su Qi backed up the recording, then immediately uploaded it online. Yang Yan had been very pleased these past few days. She had already taken control of the public discourse on the internet. Now everyone thought she and her daughter were kind, pitiful victims. Everyone was speaking up for her, and she believed that in no time, Su Qi would be running around trying to protect the reputation of the Su group. Eventually, he'd have no choice but to come crawling back to her. Suya sat by her side, thrilled as she read the comments online. They all say I'm pretty and call Xie Bao a strange kid. Yang Yan scoffed. Of course, you're my daughter and naturally more outstanding than anyone else. Suya nodded, full of anticipation. Mom, will this really make the brothers like me and dislike Xie Bao? Yang Yan gazed lovingly at her daughter. Silly child, of course it will. What could a 4-year-old possibly bring to the Su family? Only you, my darling, are most valuable to them with your immense online popularity. Suya smiled contentedly, showing no signs of the fragile and sensitive girl portrayed online. Yang Yan turned off her phone, ready for a good night's sleep since she needed to hire trolls tomorrow to keep this story heated. But suddenly her phone rang with a loud ding-dong. The screen showed an unknown number. Frowning, Yang Yan reached for the phone just as Suya picked it up casually and answered. On the other end came an extremely angry female voice. Yang Yan, you murderer. How dare you pretend to be pitiful online? I can't believe I once defended you. You demon. May you get hit by cars every day when you step out. Yang Yan froze on the spot. Suya was equally terrified, frozen holding the phone. In the next instant, the phone blared again sharply. Chapter 45. Yang Yan goes offline. Not only the mobile phone, but also the landline at home, the laptop, and even Suya's phone watch began to go off like crazy. Suya pressed the answer button, and a male voice quickly came from the phone. You damn liar. Before Suya could hear the next words, Yang Yan instantly turned off the phone. Her face pale, she shut down all communication devices in the house just to get some peace. Suya stood by the sofa, a little scared, and asked, Mom, what happened? What's going on? Yang Yan took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, No matter what happens, there will be a way. Let's go to the Su family. She grabbed Suya's hand, and the mother-daughter duo, wrapped up tightly, drove to the Su family estate. Unexpectedly, it seemed that the Su family had known she would come. They hired security guards who stopped them from entering. The guard dressed in black, dutifully said, Sorry, Mr. Su specially instructed tonight that you cannot enter. Yang Yan furrowed her brows and slapped the guard across the face. What do you think you are? Dare you stop me? Yang Yan shouted at the top of her lungs. I am the daughter-in-law of the Su family. The guard who was slapped showed only a faint sign of anger on his face, but he didn't burst out yet. He still said firmly, Sorry, you cannot enter. Yang Yan was extremely angry. She didn't know what had happened at the moment, why the online public opinion suddenly turned against her, and how the water army she had hired could not suppress the voices cursing her. She must see Su Qi today. So, she picked up a stone by the roadside and threw it fiercely at the guard. Get out of my way. The guard dodged by tilting his head. His eyes grew darker. Please leave. Yang Yan's action quickly attracted many onlookers. She decided to resort to her old tricks again, dragging Suya and sitting right down at the gate of the Su family estate, crying out loud and making a fuss about how the Su family abused her and how hard it had been for her these years in the Su family. Old Mr. Su inside heard this and his face darkened with anger, wishing he could immediately rush out and knock her dead with his cane. But he couldn't do it. What Yang Yan had done would be punished as it should. He needed to live longer. His son and daughter-in-law were gone, but little Xie Bao was still around. If it wasn't for little Xie Bao, this half-dead old man would really want to rush out and die together with Yang Yan. The brothers currently at home in the Su family were the eldest Su Qi, the second elder Su Hongtian, the third elder Su Zixing, the fourth elder Su Ziren, and the fifth elder Su Bi. The remaining two weren't at home. The sixth elder Su Zhou was a professional esports player who mostly stayed in the base and rarely returned home, while the seventh elder Su Yi was still boarding at school. The phones at home soon rang. Su Qi picked up. It was a call from Su Zhou. It seemed like he was packing something on the other end. I saw the recording that elder brother posted online. I'll be back soon. Su Hongtian nearby heard Su Zhou's voice and said in a hoarse voice, Why are you coming back? Su Zhou didn't speak. There was a clang on the other side. Seemingly, one of Su Zhou's teammates stammered, Brother Su, you won't be able to pass through the security check with those restricted knives, right? Su Qi frowned and said, Just don't come back and add chaos. I'll handle this matter. Suzhou loudly said. No, I must return now. It's been so long since I last saw little Xie Bao. She might have forgotten me. Suzhou was busy with training. He had merely glanced from afar when he went to pick up little Xie Bao the other day, after which he kept training at the base and hardly spent any time alone with little Xie Bao. Previously, Suzhou, who always stayed at the base throughout the year, suddenly felt an urgent desire to return home. He saw his younger sister on the variety show. His sister was cute and pretty, with a pair of big, pure eyes. When an accident occurred on the show, she was calm like a small adult, gaining praise from many netizens. What they didn't know was that at that time, Suzhou dragged his teammates from the base and made them sit in front of the projector usually used for reviewing games. He was so proud that his tail almost reached the sky. This is my younger sister. Suzhou repeated every 3 minutes. My real younger sister. Suzhou's teammates had never watched parenting shows before. At first, they lazily hung their eyelids, unwilling to look, but after watching for a while, they found it truly satisfying and expressed 12 times their fondness for little Xie Bao. Suchi didn't oppose Suzhou's decision and soon ended the call. Outside the door, Yang Yin was still crying and causing a disturbance. Someone among the crowd recognized her. Isn't this the woman who was on the internet a few days ago claiming that the Su family's young miss had driven her daughter crazy? How does she even have the face? Yes, I saw the trending topic too. This woman incited murder. The couple from the Su family's main house was killed because of her back then. Truly, women can be the cruelest. It's just that the Su family would let her cause such a commotion. If it were me, I'd surely fight her to death. Never would I have thought she is this kind of person. In my opinion, villains like her should taste their own destruction. Yang Yin heard these murmurs among the crowd and immediately got goosebumps all over her back. It's impossible. What happened years ago was done perfectly without leaving any trace, and the driver had long since been dead, so there was absolutely no evidence left behind. How could they know? Yang Yin grabbed the bystander's hand and clenched her teeth. What are you talking about? You're spouting nonsense. The onlookers were all frightened by Yang Yan's mad demeanor, and Suya was also stunned on the spot, looking at her crazy mother with immense fear. But there was nothing she could do. In the past, it was always Yang Yin who made decisions for her. As long as Suya wanted something, Yang Yin wouldn't hesitate at all costs to satisfy her. But in her current state, Yang Yin couldn't even take care of herself, let alone think about her. Soon, sirens could be heard nearby. When the police stepped out of the car, they saw Yang Yin acting madly in the rain, muttering something unintelligible, and everyone stayed away from her. Ms. Yang Yin, upon anonymous reporting, you have a connection to a deliberate murder case 4 years ago. We need you to cooperate with us in the investigation. Looking at the police, Yang Yin suddenly lost her temper, tilting her head back laughing crazily. You're all lying. Lying. You're all bad people, wanting to harm me. I tell you, don't even think about it. Someone nearby commented, isn't she going crazy? I said why someone dare commit murder. It turns out she's mentally ill. In this era, killing by someone who's insane isn't illegal. She might just get sent to the mental hospital. Surely, being sent to a mental hospital would be much better than going to jail. A calculating glint passed through Yang Yan's eyes, continuing her act of madness, squatting on the ground, digging up mud and shoving it into her mouth, clapping her hands all the while. Tasty. Tasty. At this moment, the Su family members also came out, coldly watching Yang Yan's antics. Would this fool really think she could escape this way? Whether sent to a regular hospital or a mental institution, he still has ways to make her suffer worse than death. Little Xie Bao opened her storybook. Although Zhongshan had already been swallowed by Little Black, she knew what Zhongshan looked like. She bent down and drew a few strokes on the storybook. It was a simple sketch portrait, though only a few strokes. It vividly captured Zhongshan's features. Anyone who had seen him would immediately recognize who the portrait depicted. Little Xie Bao tore out the page with Zhongshan's picture and walked to Yang Yan. A flash of murderous intent passed through Yang Yan's eyes, but before she could carry out her action, her hand felt as if it was bound tightly, unable to move no matter how hard she tried. Her initial resentment gradually turned into overwhelming fear. As little Xie Bao slowly placed the paper with Zhongshan's portrait right before her, this fear peaked. No, it was impossible. Back then, little Xie Bao might have only been a few months old, and she had been sold by the nanny to child traffickers. She definitely couldn't have seen Zhongshan. Even if she did see him, she certainly wouldn't know what he looked like. This couldn't be possible. You're a monster. Yang Yin screamed wildly. You're not human. You're a monster. Don't come near. Don't come near. The police quickly moved forward to restrain her. If Yang Yin had been faking her insanity earlier, she was now genuinely mad. Struggling to break free from the police's grip, she extended her hands towards little Xie Bao, eyes glaring furiously. You're a monster. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. If I could kill your parents, I can surely kill you too. But Su Zijing kicked her from behind. His years of athletic training gave his limbs incredible strength, and instantly, he shoved Yang Yin several meters away. Little Xie Bao looked regretfully at her tiny hands. What a pity. If it were her doing, she could surely kick Yang Yin much further. Yang Yin wasn't discouraged, screaming and trying to rush again. A glint appeared in little Xie Bao's eyes. Mimicking Su Zijing's actions, she performed a spinning kick with her little legs. And just like that, she sent Yang Yin flying over 20 meters away, almost landing on the other side of the road. Yang Yin slammed into a tree, losing consciousness as her world turned dark. Everyone watched little Xie Bao in disbelief. Even the policeman's eyes held a hint of surprise. Little Xie Bao retracted her leg and hid behind Su Zijing, saying softly, seems like I used a bit too much force. Su Zijing. Indeed, a whole lot of force. Chapter 46, Su Ye's grandmother. Yin Yang was quickly taken away by the police. The local authorities' most reputable psychiatrist conducted a mental evaluation on Yin Yang. It was discovered that while she had been affected and had become unhinged, her mental state at the time when she killed the Su couple was normal. Thus, despite her insanity, she still faced legal retribution. With the Su family's resources, combined with solid evidence, Yin Yang's judicial process was extremely swift, and within less than a month, the verdict came down. Charges of murder and incitement to commit murder led to a death sentence, to be carried out after the new year. Suya, on the other hand, was placed under the care of the Su family. Little Xie Bao looked at Suya sobbing in the living room and kindly handed her a tissue, saying, "Don't be upset." Suya didn't take her tissue but instead pushed Xie Bao away. "I don't need you. What are you doing here, being fake kind? It's because of you my mother died." Xie Bao said nothing. She simply put the tissue back into her pocket and turned to walk upstairs. Suya cried until her face was smeared with snot and tears, but no one seemed to care for her, not even giving her another tissue. She grew even more disheartened and began wailing loudly in the living room. Zhang emerged from his bedroom, coldly glaring at Suya. "Shut up." "No," Suya shouted shrilly. "You all killed my mother. You're all bad people." Zhang gave a cold laugh. "Housekeeper, throw her into the storage shed in the backyard and close the door. Let her cry to her heart's content inside." Hearing this, Suya immediately became terrified and struggled wildly. "I don't want to go there." The housekeeper ignored her struggle and dragged her off by her arm into the shed in the backyard. This place used to be the second young master's practice area for singing, but later it was repurposed as a warehouse for miscellaneous items after Su Hengtian moved the vocal equipment out. Soundproofing was installed on all four walls, ensuring not a single sound could escape. For over half an hour, Suya cried inside, and outside there wasn't a bit of response. She soon realized her cries were contained within the soundproofed space. Her throat ached and felt dry from crying for so long, and her body craved water badly due to continuous tears. She stopped crying and knocked on the storage door. "I want some water." No one responded. She called out 2 more times, still receiving no answer. Suya felt extremely wronged. If her mother were still alive, they certainly wouldn't have allowed her to be treated like this. Crying softly, she squatted by the door. Not long after, the automatic door of the warehouse opened, and Xie Bao stood at the entrance, holding a bottle of mineral water. Suya looked at the bottle of water in her hand and instinctively licked her dry lips. In a quiet voice, Xie Bao asked, "Do you want to drink some water?" Suya silently nodded. "I used to want water too after crying for a long time," Xie Bao said gently as she handed the water over to her. "Here, drink it." Suya originally intended not to take it, but her thirst overwhelmed her. She reached out, twisted open the cap, and began drinking the water. Xie Bao watched her gulp down the water and wrapped her arms around herself. "I know it's hard without a mother, but crying won't do any good. Don't cry anymore." After finishing half the bottle of mineral water, Suya looked at Xie Bao silently. Though Xie Bao didn't quite like Suya, she also thought Suya pitiful. Similar to Xie Bao, now without a mother, the older brother said her mother only received her due punishment. Yet since elder sister Suya came to the Su household, they must get along well together. Otherwise, Grandpa would feel sad, right? Xie Bao could tell that Grandpa still cared about elder sister Suya after all. She had grown up before Grandpa, and he surely couldn't bear to see elder sister Suya continue crying like this. 2 years older than Xie Bao, Suya naturally understood what Xie Bao did. She huffed slightly, saying, "Don't think your flattery will make me forgive you. I am the true daughter of the Su family, and Grandpa likes only me. You're just a country girl." Xie Bao replied, "That's not true. Grandpa likes both elder sister Yiya and little Xie Bao. That's what I know." "Nonsense. Grandpa loves only me." Suya yelled furiously, pushing Xie Bao aside and running out of the warehouse toward the living room. She already knew that crying was useless. No one in the Su household would ever sympathize with her like her mother did. As long as Grandpa loved only her, she'd eventually drive Xie Bao out of this house. Even though Yin Yang had gone, the ideology she instilled in Suya was deeply entrenched. Suya's mind never entertained the concept of peacefully coexisting with Xie Bao. All she could think was that as long as Xie Bao stayed in this house, she could never be the sole young miss. After sitting in the living room for a while, coincidentally, the grandfather returned with Suya's grandmother. In the end, Grandpa Su felt pity for Suya, thinking that after going through this ordeal, she should become more sensible. Since no one in the Su family could properly take care of Suya, he decided to bring Suya's grandmother back home. When Suya's grandmother saw the grand estate, there was not a trace of sorrow on her face. Instead, she was secretly overjoyed inside. Her relationship with Yang Yin had never been good since the beginning. After Yang Yin married into wealth, she simply dismissed her with just a few 100,000 yuan. Now that her daughter was dead, she actually had the opportunity to enter the Su family's household herself. She couldn't have been happier. Chapter 47, by Luohan and by Luo. Suya saw that her grandmother was indeed in a much better mood, so she stayed by her grandmother's side all the time. Grandpa Su also worried that little Xie Bao would be upset, so he bought her many storybooks that she liked. Little Xie Bao hugged the storybooks and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Grandpa." Grandpa Su stroked little Xie Bao's head, feeling incredibly guilty. Yang Yin certainly committed unforgivable sins, but Suya was so young back then and had no knowledge of what her mother had done. Even if Suya had picked up some bad habits being around Yang Yin these years, she was still their Su family child. Moreover, now that Suya has lost both parents at such a young age, apart from this grandfather, she has no other support. All he could think was how pitiful little Xie Bao must feel. He had been worried that little Xie Bao would get mad at him for this. However, little Xie Bao showed not a bit of dissatisfaction with Suya's arrival. She even took out her own toys and gave them to Suya. Grandpa Su felt greatly comforted and sincerely hoped that they too could get along peacefully. Seeing all this, Su Qi felt even more heart-wrenchingly understanding about how considerate little Xie Bao was. She clearly didn't like Suya, yet when Su Zijing locked Suya up, she still went over to give Suya water. She wasn't accepting Suya. She just didn't want them to worry. Since Suya's grandmother came into the estate, she had taken on the heavy responsibility of taking care of the two children. But how could Su Qi trust anyone else with little Xie Bao, let alone Suya's grandmother? Therefore, wherever possible, he personally took charge. However, there was Su Group Corporation to manage, and he was busy all day long to the point of exhaustion. Moreover, for some unknown reason, he'd been experiencing dizziness, chest tightness, and difficulty breathing these past few days. Little Xie Bao noticed that the black silk thread around her big brother's neck was already cutting into his skin, which made her very anxious. Before, she didn't know what it was, so she didn't dare make a move. But now, this thing was clearly endangering her big brother's safety. She looked at her small hands, slowly extended them, and cautiously pulled away the black silk thread. When the black silk touched her hand, it broke with a snap. Little Xie Bao blinked, surprised that something she'd been so worried about for so long could be resolved so easily. The next moment, another wisp of black silk wrapped around Su Qi's neck. Of course, it couldn't be removed. Su Qi was handling documents in the office while little Xie Bao listened to stories beside him. Although she had already started kindergarten, she still couldn't read the stories in books. Therefore, Su Qi directly bought an entire row of story machines that could tell stories automatically, filling up an entire wall of cabinets in his office to store these different story machines. As little Xie Bao supported her cheeks, deep in thought about the issue of the black silk thread around her big brother's neck, there was a knock on the office door. Su Qi frowned and said, "Come in." Little Xie Bao looked up and saw someone dressed in a pure white cotton dress, with long, jet black straight hair. Though she had a simple and elegant look, whether because she wanted to show off wealth or for other reasons, her neck, wrists, and even all 10 fingers were laden with jewelry. It made her look like a moving jewelry showcase. Little Xie Bao recognized this jewelry showcase as well. It was Bai Qing's younger sister from last time when her big brother took her to Bai Qing's house. Her name seemed to be Bai Luo. Bai Luo walked past her, bringing with her a strong scent. Even with such an intense aroma, it could not completely cover the foul smell emanating from her. Little Xie Bao wrinkled her nose. Su Qi looked up, and, seeing Bai Luo, his expression was somewhat weary. "What do you want?" "I just missed you, brother Su Qi." Bai Luo subtly pushed aside Xie Bao and stood next to Su Qi, saying, "You haven't visited me for a long time. Didn't I send you a message saying I was sick?" Su Qi, with his long fingers, rubbed his temples, opening his mouth impatiently. "If you're sick, see a doctor." "Brother Su Qi," Bai Luo pouted. "Do you not care about me at all? My sister always cared about me deeply. When she heard I was sick, she would come to visit me at home. I miss my sister." Su Qi paused momentarily. Even though he was extremely irritated, he still managed to say patiently, "Go back first. I will visit you later, okay?" "No, I've traveled so far to be here. Brother Su Qi must accompany me today." Bai Luo grabbed Su Qi's arm and shook it. Su Qi was almost blinded by the smell of her perfume, sighing helplessly. "I can't today. I have very important work." "No, brother Su Qi, my sister." Bai Luo mentioned Bai Qing every 3 sentences, making unreasonable demands to Su Qi to abandon his work and accompany her. Hugging her storybooks, little Xie Bao consulted with the flower spirits. "Sister Bai Luo misses Miss Bai Qing so much. She must really like her, right?" The grass spirit scratched its head. "I think that might not be the case. Maybe you're just wrong." The flower spirit sniffed once and said, "I thought she wasn't a good person before, but now she's grieving so much for Miss Bai Qing. They must have had a great relationship." "It could be." The grass spirit nodded. "And little Xie Bao, I see them acting this way. Do you think they're about to get married?" Little Xie Bao looked confused and asked, "What's getting married?" "Getting married means," the flower spirit clasped her hands together and danced joyfully in the air. "It's the happiest thing in the world. Only people who love each other can enter the sacred hall of marriage. After marriage, it means they'll stay together forever." Little Xie Bao furrowed her brow, holding her hands tightly. "Does that mean little Xie Bao will also always be with her?" "Of course," the flower spirit replied. "If she marries your brother, then she'll be your big sister-in-law." She added, "That makes her family, so naturally, you'll stay together." Little Xie Bao pressed her lips together silently. She didn't want this relative. But if big brother liked her, perhaps little Xie Bao could learn to accept her too. Just like when she didn't want to share her toys and storybooks with Suya, but because grandpa liked Suya, she learned to share. Alas, she had to learn how to get along with sister Suya, and now, she would have to also learn to live peacefully with the future sister-in-law. Children have so many troubles these days. She picked up a marker nearby and began drawing something on a piece of paper. "I'll give my big sister-in-law a present." Little Xie Bao nodded decisively. "What should I give her?" The flower spirit chattered excitedly. "She seems to value Miss Bai Qing so much. Why don't you give her a portrait of Miss Bai Qing? I remember humans always reminisce by looking at objects." Little Xie Bao sighed. "But I've never seen Miss Bai Qing." "We've seen her," the flower spirit answered. "The grass spirit has also seen her. You just need to draw based on our descriptions. Miss Bai Qing has a small nose, a straight bridge, and large, bright eyes. Plus, there's a little black mole under her left eye." Yes, the grass spirit agreed. "Humans call it a beauty mark." Little Xie Bao touched her nose tip. "A beauty mark? It means someone with this mark is beautiful." The flower spirit spoke knowledgeably. After listening to the flower and grass spirit's detailed descriptions, little Xie Bao sketched out a few rough drafts and chose the one the flower spirit thought was most accurate. Tearing it off, she folded it neatly and ran over to hand it to Bai Luo. Sister Bai Luo, last time at your house, I accidentally broke a glass window, and I'm sorry. Little Xie Bao said sincerely. This is my present for you. Bai Luo glanced at little Xie Bao, inwardly dismissing her gift as trivial. But since Su Qi was still around, she reluctantly put on a smile, pretending to be delighted, as she slowly unfolded the piece of paper, sneering slightly. Thank you, little Xie Bao, but gifts like this aren't necessary. Before she finished speaking, her voice suddenly stopped, as though strangled by an unseen force. Chapter 48. Yaya is going to take Xie Bao's things. She stared at the simple sketch on the painting that captured 7/10 of its subject's essence with just a few strokes, and suddenly felt an eerie chill rise up. Bai Luo let out a shriek and dropped the painting in her hand. The paper floated gracefully to the floor. Su Qi saw what was depicted in the drawing, his pupils suddenly widening. He rushed over and picked up the paper. He seemed excited, trembling involuntarily. The person in the painting was smiling with slightly raised lips, exactly like the gentle smile she used to give him. However, how could Xie Bao know Bai Qing's appearance? He remembered that after Bai Qing had met with misfortune, he originally intended to keep some of her mementos. But when he finished arranging Bai Qing's funeral and went to her house to gather her belongings, Chen Hong and Bai Luo informed him that all of Bai Qing's possessions had been burned. Not even a single photo was left. Xie Bao couldn't possibly have seen Bai Qing alive, which meant Su Qi looked at Xie Bao and asked, "Have you seen this sister?" Xie Bao innocently shook her head. "No, I haven't. Someone else told me what your sister looks like." Su Qi lowered his gaze despondently and looked at the woman in the portrait. Xie Bao said, "Does Bai Luo's sister dislike the present I gave you?" Bai Luo responded instinctively. "Who would like a painting of a dead person? I thought since Bai Luo's sister kept mentioning your sister, you must miss her dearly. So, I tried asking others what your sister looks like." Xie Bao scratched her head. "Oh no, it seems she accidentally did the wrong thing out of kindness?" Bai Luo fidgeted her eyes, guiltily saying, "Of course, I miss my sister. I miss her in my heart, but since so long has passed without seeing her portrait, now when I suddenly see it, I'm only startled. Brother Su Qi, please don't misunderstand." Su Qi carefully stored away the portrait. If one were to repeatedly think of a person many times in their mind, they wouldn't react like that upon seeing a portrait. Su Qi naturally knew Bai Luo was lying, but he didn't have the energy to care right now, and coldly said, "Go home. Don't bother me." Bai Luo's eyes watered from fear, resentfully responding, "Brother Su Qi, why are you speaking to me like this? I'm scared." Su Qi glared at her with ominous darkness. "I said leave. Can't you hear me?" Bai Luo trembled in fright, grabbed the bag next to the sofa, and ran out of the office. A large crowd was surrounding outside Su Qi's office watching the commotion. Seeing Bai Luo being unceremoniously driven out of Su Qi's office looking rather disheveled, a few employees smugly laughed. "I said she wouldn't last half an hour. Our boss Su isn't someone she can presume to approach easily." "Did you hear earlier?" Boss Su sounded really angry. His voice broke through the soundproof walls even though they're so good. "Ha ha, wasn't this woman strutting around proudly at the door earlier claiming she's the Mrs. Su? That's hilarious." Bai Luo turned red then pale with anger. She glanced back at the door to Su Qi's office and stomped off in her sky-high heels. One day, she will truly become the Madame Su of the Su family. Just wait and see. Xie Bao squatted on the ground, curiously asking, "Big brother, will Bai Luo's sister become my sister-in-law?" Su Qi hesitated for a moment, opening his mouth to say, "Who told you that?" "The little flower spirit." Xie Bao honestly replied. "She said people who love each other get married. After getting married, they become family, and then they stay together forever and ever." Su Qi knew she always heard those strange voices, so he didn't inquire further, simply murmuring, "It won't happen. She's not your sister-in-law." Xie Bao felt a bit happy. That was good. Su Qi took out Xie Bao's portrait again and studied it several times, almost becoming obsessed with it. This was the normal reaction of someone seeing the portrait of a cherished person, not like Bai Luo, whose face immediately turned ashen white with shock, even showing signs of unease. He had the portrait framed and spun Xie Bao around twice, hugging her tightly. "You're really my lucky star." She'd always been called a little disaster star. Apparently, no one had ever called her a lucky star before. Lucky star? It seemed like quite a nice nickname after all. Xie Bao giggled while holding onto Su Qi's arm. In high spirits, Su Qi took Xie Bao on a crazy shopping spree, buying everything imaginable. There was a doll resembling Si Ping with a cool demeanor that caught Xie Bao's eye. Xie Bao liked it immensely and clung to the doll throughout the rest of the day. Even on the way back to the Su residence, she fell asleep, still holding the small doll tightly. When Su Qi returned home, it was already very late. The security detail followed him inside, carrying the numerous big and small bags he purchased. Suya and her grandmother were sitting in the living room watching TV. Seeing the items carried by the bodyguards behind them, the grandmother knew that Mr. Su had bought something for Xie Bao again. Since they were both sisters, why not buy something for Suya too? So the grandmother deliberately asked, "Little General Manager Su, what did you buy?" Su Qi ignored her and was about to carry Xie Bao upstairs. "It's a dress." Suya, sharp-eyed, saw a corner sticking out of one package and quickly went over to hold it. "Is this the dress you bought for me? If you like it, then it's for you." Su Qi said indifferently and picked out a few more things from the pile and handed them to Suya. But Suya noticed that she only got 3 or 4 items, while Xie Bao had so many, and immediately felt unbalanced. She looked at the doll Xie Bao was holding and said, "I want that one too." Xie Bao hesitated for a moment, pulled the doll tighter into her arms, and shook her head. "No, there's only one of this. Choose something else." "I don't want anything else, I want this." Su Qi smirked. It wasn't necessarily that Suya liked this relatively inexpensive doll. She just wanted to snatch it because she saw how Xie Bao wouldn't let go, knowing Xie Bao loved it, and was teasingly trying to grab it from her. The grandmother hurriedly intervened to smooth things over, saying, "Since Suya likes it, why don't you give it to her? It's just a simple doll. Can't you just buy another one for Xie Bao?" Xie Bao tightly held the doll behind her back, panic-stricken. "No, there is only this one mine." Suya began sobbing almost instantly. "Look how pitifully she's crying. Xie Bao, won't you give your toy to your older sister?" The grandmother coaxed as she stepped forward to take the toy from Xie Bao's hands. Su Qi set Xie Bao down, patted her head, and said, "Hold on to your doll tightly." Xie Bao nodded and stood behind Su Qi. He deliberately stressed the words, "yours," and stared coldly at the grandmother. The grandmother was a little scared, awkwardly forcing a smile on her lips. "What's wrong with you? We're family. My surname is Su, yours is Wang. When exactly did we become family?" Su Qi retorted. The grandmother was momentarily taken aback. "Suya is crying so pitifully. She just lost her mother. She's going through hard times. And you, as her elder cousin, can't even spare her a single toy? What does that have to do with me?" "This doll belongs to Xie Bao," Su Qi pointedly stated. "I've already said it. If it's hers, then it's hers. No one can take it away from her. Understand?" The grandmother's face changed dramatically. "How dare you speak such language in front of a child?" Chapter 49, Punishing Suya. As soon as Grandpa Su walked in, he saw Suya's grandmother hugging Suya. Suya was standing on the side sobbing softly, her head hanging low as she quietly wiped away her tears. Su Qi had Xie Bao sheltered behind him, his expression very cold as he looked at the big and small figure. When Xie Bao saw Grandpa Su, her eyes lit up instantly, and she peeked out from behind Su Qi. "Grandpa?" Grandpa Su smiled. "Did little Bao behave well in school today? Come over and let Grandpa take a look." Xie Bao ran to Grandpa Su with her doll. "Xie Bao has been good." Grandpa Su smiled and patted Xie Bao's head. Beside them, Suya cried even louder. Grandpa Su turned his head and frowned. "What is going on?" "Suya being young and crying around daily can be understandable, but why are you also complaining?" The grandmother wiped the corner of her eyes. "It's nothing. It's normal for children to fight sometimes. Xie Bao is the youngest miss of the Su family, the apple of your eye. My poor Yia lost her real mother, and now her father is still in the detention center. Now she has no one. I am just heartbroken as an old grandma watching this." Suya opened her tearful eyes and said, "Grandpa, I want that doll." Grandpa Su followed Suya's gaze and saw the doll in Xie Bao's arms. Xie Bao instinctively tightened her grip on the doll slightly, remaining silent with pursed lips. Su Qi took a step forward, just about to speak when the grandmother cut him off. She then spoke to Xie Bao. "After all, it's just a doll, not worth all this fuss. But ever since Yia lost her parents, she has been gloomy and rarely likes anything. She's different from Xie Bao, who has so much already. Yet she only wants this one thing, and Xie Bao wouldn't give it, not showing any reaction seeing her elder sister so sad. How can such a younger sister exist, knowing nothing about humility?" Xie Bao suddenly interjected. "That's not true." All eyes fell on Xie Bao, who, while holding her little doll, said, "Big brother bought these all for me. Big brother said I should be humble, so I let elder sister Suya pick a present. But this little doll belongs to Xie Bao. Xie Bao really likes it. I don't want to give it away." "Spoken well," said the third uncle descending from the second floor. "They are our belongings. To give is favor, not to give is right. How can some people plan to snatch things forcibly?" The grandmother knew Grandpa Su was always soft-hearted, or he wouldn't have allowed second aunt to enter the Su home pregnant back then. She deliberately stated, "Yia, did you hear? If we don't want something, that means it belongs to Xie Bao. We live under the Su household, looking after people's faces every day." Grandpa Su narrowed his eyes and remained silent. The eldest son glanced at Xie Bao with a bit of concern. He knew that if Grandpa Su told Xie Bao to hand over the doll to Suya, she would surely not object. But she was his own sister, someone sold to others as a child, not having grown up by his side, enduring hardships in the Zhao family. When they initially brought her back to the Su family, she constantly watched their expressions, shrinking back at the slightest sign of dissatisfaction. This made them heartbroken. For half a year, they've tried their best to give Xie Bao the care she needed. Now finally Xie Bao laughs freely and tells them what's on her mind. If Grandpa Su were to force Xie Bao to give her doll to Suya today, wouldn't all the efforts from these months be wasted? Although Xie Bao is only 4 years old, during the past 6 months, the eldest brother interacted most with her and knew that despite appearing naive, this child actually understood everything in her heart. "Suya is my descendant, so I brought her back into the Su family." Leaning on his cane, Grandpa Su said sternly, "By logic, as the younger sister, Xie Bao should yield to her elder sister." A spark of triumph flashed in the grandmother's eyes, quickly masked as she lowered her head again. Seems like Grandpa Su still favored their Suya. Growing up by his side naturally feels different compared to Xie Bao, who came back later. Suya wiped away her tears, looking smugly at Xie Bao before reaching toward the toy in her arms. "Give it to me. Haven't you heard what Grandpa said? Things I want should be given to me." Xiao Jiabao had a reluctant look in her eyes. She gazed blankly at the eldest brother, but was still about to let go. The eldest brother watched painfully, swallowed hard and croaked, "Grandpa." But, Grandpa Su slowly continued, his eyes filled with icy severity towards the grandmother. "Didn't Xiao Jiabao offer you the choice of gifts? If it was given to you, then it's yours. If not, then it's not your property." The grandmother raised her head in surprise, and Suya also froze. "I took you in because you are the offspring of the Su family." Grandpa Su stretched out his cane and struck it hard against the back of Suya's hand as she was pulling the little toy. An instant red mark appeared on Suya's hand. She screamed loudly and quickly pulled her hand back, no longer holding onto the doll. She instinctively wanted to cry, but one icy glance from Grandpa Su choked the sob in her throat, silencing her immediately. "Xiao Jiabao is the future head of the Su family. A fact I've already told you long ago, haven't I?" said Grandpa Su sternly, shifting his gaze back. "To be part of this family, especially my Su family, means understanding boundaries first." The eldest son relaxed slightly, finally letting go of the breath he had been holding. Of course, they could all see how much Grandpa Su doted on Xiao Jiabao. Though he pitied Suya, he would never let her inconvenience Xiao Jiabao. Suya puckered her lips again, ready to cry. "Grandpa Su, crying cannot solve any problems. In the Su household, it's not always about who's weaker having more reason. If you insist on crying, you won't get your dinner tonight. Go into the back warehouse and cry your heart out." Suya blinked in shock, staring blankly for a moment, too stunned to react. Never before had her grandfather treated her like this. This is why she thought that Grandpa liked her more than Xiao Jiabao, which gave her the audacity to openly snatch things from Xiao Jiabao. Grandpa Su didn't acknowledge either granddaughter or her grandmother, instead leading Xiao Jiabao toward the dining hall. He left one sentence behind. "If you think Suya is pitiful, then go accompany her. Butler, fetch a camera and record her crying. Note down. Suya cries as long as necessary, and you record as long as she cries." The butler responded immediately and headed off. Trembling with pale face, Suya whispered to her grandmother, "Grandpa, I won't cry anymore, I want to eat." "How can you stop crying now?" Grandpa Su interjected. "Isn't crying your favorite thing?" "No problem. The Su family may lack many things, but space isn't one of them. Cry away. Also, listen to your own crying. Off with you." Grandma wore a troubled expression. "Elder, is this really necessary? Keep crying for 3 hours, or else leave the Su house." Grandpa Su was merciless. "Take her down." Suya and her grandmother were soon locked inside the warehouse, where the second son used to practice musical instruments. The butler, who has served Grandpa Su for years, knew exactly how to handle these delicate moments. He grabbed an old-school 7-8-pound heavy camera. At the very moment he handed it over to the grandmother, she nearly dropped it to the ground. The butler added helpfully, "You better hold on tight. This was our 8 master's beloved item, costing over $1 million when purchased. It's no longer available now on the market. Second-hand prices have soared to $7 million. Accidentally damage it, and you'll lose not only your burial fund, but everything." The grandmother held the camera, her complexion ashen. $7 million. Forget burial funds. Her entire next 2 lifetimes worth of money combined still wouldn't be enough. Chapter 50. Poor little Ming Hanli. In order to have dinner tonight, Suya could only cry her heart out. Her grandmother stood beside her holding the video camera, her wrist shaking uncontrollably. This camera was really too heavy. After just 2 minutes of holding it, her hand was already sore beyond belief. Suya had cried with genuine emotion for about half an hour. She couldn't cry any longer as her throat hurt like it was on fire, almost devoid of tears. Her eyes were red and swollen, itchy and painful when she wiped them. Her grandmother also struggled holding the video camera. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, stinging her eyes painfully. She didn't dare to wipe them because she had to use both hands to hold the camera. If she freed one hand to wipe the sweat, the camera would certainly drop. Exhausted, Suya sat on the ground, her voice hoarse. "Grandma, I'm so tired. I don't want to cry anymore." Her grandma, struggling with the camera, said painfully, "Then go plead with your grandpa, okay?" Suya nodded and went to knock on the warehouse door. Before she could knock, the door opened by itself. Grandpa Su appeared at the door to the small warehouse, seeing Suya with tear-streaked eyes and said, "Are you done crying?" Suya quickly nodded. "Grandpa, I know I was wrong. I will never fight with my sister over toys again, and I won't cry anymore. I'm hungry. I want to eat." "Just in time. I also think you should have cried enough." Grandpa Su nodded, turning his head to call out, "Xie Bao, are you ready?" Xie Bao responded from a distance, "Coming soon. Just let Sister Yaya wait a little longer." Unsure, Suya looked at Grandpa Su. A moment later, Xie Bao carefully carried over a large bowl and said, "Grandpa here." He handed the bowl to Suya. "Sister Suya, here's your drink." Suya saw that the enormous bowl, almost as big as a wash basin, was full of water, causing her spine to involuntarily chill in fear. "What is this?" "It's salt water," Xie Bao explained, placing the bowl in front of her before dashing to the kitchen to get another pot. "This is glucose. Fourth brother said that since you cried for so long, you lost a lot of salt and moisture. Drinking salt water will help you recover, and if you don't have strength to cry anymore, drink this glucose solution." Excited by having learned something new, Xie Bao said, "Isn't that amazing? Don't stop. Keep crying." Xie Bao placed the glucose water in front of her. "Drink this if you get tired." Suya. Seeing Suya wasn't crying anymore, Grandma tried lowering the camera. Su Chi coldly glared at her. "Who told you to put it down?" Grandma complained with a bitter face. "Young Master Su, I really can't hold it up anymore. As an old woman, it doesn't matter if I tire myself out. but if I break young Master Ba's camera, that would be bad. Moreover, who would take care of Yaya tomorrow if I collapse? This is none of my concern. Your grandfather brought you into the Su family to take care of Suya. If you think you're incapable, you can pack your things and leave right now. Grandma immediately shut her mouth. She had barely managed to latch onto such a golden branch in the Su family. How could she possibly leave just like that? Seeing that Grandpa Su wouldn't step in to support her, and that Su Chi clearly didn't plan on letting her off easily, Suya reluctantly drank a sip of salty water, almost gagging it back out immediately. Xie Bao quickly covered Suya's mouth and shoved the salt water back in, the briny liquid sliding down her swollen throat, bringing sharp pain. Suya was extremely uncomfortable. You cannot spit it out, Xie Bao said seriously. This is to replenish the salt, Sister Yaya. I'm doing this for your own good. Grandpa says as a younger sister, I should care about the health of my elder sister. Suya could only gasp for breath angrily, but with Su Chi standing nearby, she dared not say anything. However, there was no way she was going to drink that salt water, so after taking a few sips of glucose water, she started wailing loudly in front of the camera once more. As Su Chi was about to leave, he noticed Xiao Jiabao huffing and puffing while dragging over a small stool, which she unhesitatingly placed in front of Suya. With her chin propped on her hand, she curiously stared at Suya. What are you doing? Suya asked. I'm not doing anything. Xiao Jiabao blinked innocently. Both the salt water and glucose were made by me personally. I just want to watch you drink all of them. Suya. Su Chi couldn't help but laugh aloud. This little grudge holder would probably never lose to anyone else in public. That night, she cried for 3 solid hours. Xiao Jiabao didn't find it noisy at all. Instead, she watched with great interest until Suya drank both basins of water before patting her bottom in satisfaction and leaving with her little stool. Afterward, Suya looked at Xiao Jiabao with a gaze filled with fear, finding her truly terrifying. That evening, Suya didn't know how many times she woke up to go to the bathroom, and Grandma's wrist was almost paralyzed from holding the camera, swollen like a large steamed bun for an entire week. Yet, thinking about still having to serve Suya irritated her greatly. Previously, Grandma thought Suya had value to exploit and thus did everything possible to please her. Now, seeing Suya's position in the Su family, she showed her true colors, barely acknowledging Suya while frequently flattering Xiao Jiabao. However, Xiao Jiabao wasn't buying any of that nonsense. After this lesson, Suya visibly became much more obedient, no longer daring to whimper and cry for fear that Grandpa Su would make her scream in that small warehouse again for 3 hours. Once more, Xiao Jiabao arrived with a bowl of salt water and glucose, saying innocently, "This is what I've prepared for you. Drink them all. You can't sleep unless you finish them." It was pure nightmare material. Xiao Jiabao and the Su brothers relished the peace and quiet. If Suya didn't cause trouble, they could act as if she didn't exist except for another mouth to feed. With this issue settled, Xiao Jiabao finally turned her attention to the black threads on Big Brother's neck. When kindergarten let out in the afternoon, Xiao Jiabao didn't go home directly, but went instead to the middle class. Li Minghan and Xi Ping were both in the middle class. Seeing Xiao Jiabao, Li Minghan was delighted. "Why are you here?" "Recently, my big brother came back and made me recite the alphabet every day, picking me up and dropping me off from school, so I had no time to play with you. I missed playing with you so much, and it seems like you miss me too." Xiao Jiabao bypassed Li Minghan, grabbing Xi Ping's wrist, and asked, "Big brother Xi, can you come home with me today?" Li Minghan stood there speechless. Xi Ping raised his eyelids slightly, giving Xiao Jiabao a glance with his usual cold tone. "Sure." Xiao Jiabao pulled Xi Ping away without giving Li Minghan a second glance. Li Minghan. Is it because others don't get angry that they think I'm a fool? I'm genuinely furious. Chapter 51. Xi Ping arrives. Li Minghan followed behind Xiao Jiabao and coughed loudly twice. Xiao Jiabao was entirely focused on the black silk thread around her big brother's neck, not hearing any external sounds at all. Xi Ping glanced at Li Minghan, seemingly without any intention to remind Xiao Jiabao. His throat was about to be coughed raw, but Xiao Jiabao still showed no reaction. As Xiao Jiabao was about to pull Xi Ping onto the Su family car that had come to pick her up, Li Minghan became anxious with sweat covering his forehead. He stopped coughing and squeezed into Xiao Jiabao's car together with Xi Ping. Only then did Xiao Jiabao notice Li Minghan. "Little Ming, what are you doing here?" Li Minghan, holding his fists in anger, said, "Didn't you see me just now? I greeted you, but you ignored me." "Sorry, I was thinking about my big brother, so I didn't hear your greeting." Xiao Jiabao sincerely apologized. "What do you need from me?" "Nothing." Li Minghan suddenly felt somewhat awkward and asked with a red earlobe, "I haven't visited you these days. Are you mad at me?" Xiao Jiabao shook her head. "Why should I be mad at you? I'm angry. Am I allowed to be angry?" Li Minghan rolled his eyes, speaking quickly with an extremely agitated facial expression. Droplets almost sprayed on his Xiao Jiabao's face. "These past few days, my brother has been really strict with me. He wouldn't even let me find you to play. If I don't go to you, you won't come to me either, right? Do you care about me at all? You said before that you would be my friend and protect me. Weren't you lying?" "I knew it, my brother was right. You women are all liars." Annoyed, Xiao Jiabao replied, "You're the liar. You." Halfway through Li Minghan's anger, he burst out laughing again. "What nonsense is big liar? I said big liar. Stop being so funny." "Huh." Realizing this, Xiao Jiabao turned red and took a glance at Xi Ping beside her, muttering, "You didn't explain yourself clearly." Leaning back against the leather seat, Xi Ping did not join in Li Minghan's laughter, only calmly turning his gaze to the window outside. Curiously, Xiao Jiabao observed Xi Ping's profile. It seemed since they'd met, she had never seen Xi Ping smile. When Xiao Jiabao used to be in the Zhao family, she wouldn't laugh either, because her heart was filled with sorrow, unable to laugh. But ever since returning to the Su family, she found her grandfather and her big brother there. They cared about how she felt, and did many things that made Xiao Jiabao happy, slowly making her smile more often. Does Si Ping brother not laugh because he's never happy? Or maybe someone as capable as Si Ping brother just doesn't laugh. If that's the case, then Xiao Jiabao doesn't want to smile too much anymore. She pulled down her mouth, sitting upright like Si Ping's aloof demeanor. Li Minghan tugged at her clothes anxiously. Turn around. Look at me. I have a very funny thing to tell you. My brother finally hasn't had time to supervise me these days because my dad wants him to get married. You didn't see his reluctant attitude. It was hilarious. Xiao Jiabao looked at him, maintaining a flat line for her lips, showing no amusement. Xiao Jiabao, indifferent.jpg. Li Minghan. He clicked his tongue, lifted Xiao Jiabao's lips with his hands, and said fiercely, "Isn't this funny? Smile quick." With her face pinched in pain, Xiao Jiabao looked at Li Minghan's energetic gestures and couldn't help but burst out laughing again. Satisfied, Li Minghan joined her in a heap of laughter. The two children chattered happily all the way, causing headaches even for the driver ahead. Once they arrived at the Su family estate, Xiao Jiabao did not forget the purpose of inviting Si Ping today. When she got out of the car, she saw the butler watering the flowers by the entrance and ran over to ask, "Grandpa Butler, has my big brother returned?" The master. The butler thought for a moment before replying. He should not have returned yet. Worriedly hugging her arms, Xiao Jiabao said, "But he promised me today that he would return earlier. I've even invited brother Si Ping and brother Li Minghan." The butler initially laughed warmly, but upon hearing Si Ping's name, he was so startled that he dropped the flower sprinkler in his hand. "Who did you invite home?" "Brother Li Minghan," Xiao Jiabao answered. "I originally only invited brother Si Ping, but for some reason, he insisted on coming along, so I brought them both." Trembling, the butler stepped back several paces. By the estate gate, Si Ping indeed leisurely stepped down from the car. He turned and left, leaving Xie Bao confused as she watched his frantic back disappear. She called out, "Grandpa Butler, where are you going?" The butler waved frantically in fear. "Close the doors, close them quickly. Prepare some mugwort for fumigation and all sorts of things to drive away evil spirits. Quick, quick." Several maids heard this command and sprang into action immediately. In the next moment, all the doors of the villa were shut tight, leaving only the living room for receiving guests. The butler and the maids were wearing isolation suits, fully equipped. Xie Bao, is it really necessary to be so exaggerated? Why do they seem to dislike brother Si Ping so much? Xie Bao felt somewhat sorry for Si Ping. Before, when she was at the Zhao family, everyone also called her a little calamity star, reluctant to get close or touch her, let alone embrace her. In her coldest and hungriest moments, all she ever wanted was just a hug from her mother. That must have been very warm. Si Ping and Li Minghan entered the villa one after another. Li Minghan paused for a moment and pointed at the protective suits. "Xie Bao, is there an epidemic at your house?" Xie Bao said, "You stop talking nonsense. There's no epidemic at our house." "Then what are they doing?" Li Minghan sat on the sofa casually. "Is this some special welcoming ceremony at your house?" "Then what are they doing?" Li Minghan sat on the sofa casually. "Is this some special welcoming ceremony at your house?" Xie Bao pulled Si Ping to sit down on the sofa, then suddenly hugged his head. "Brother Si Ping, don't be sad. They're not rejecting you. They're just afraid of you." But Xie Bao isn't afraid. Xie Bao can give brother Si Ping a hug. "Si Ping, Li Minghan, what are you guys doing?" Xie Bao, "Let go, my brother says this is not allowed." Xie Bao frowned. "Why not? A boy and a girl cannot do this." Li Minghan stood up, seemingly somewhat upset. "My brother said that only after marriage is such behavior permissible." Xie Bao paused. "Why? Only married people can hug each other?" "No, I often hug my brother and grandfather, but I don't marry them. It's different." Li Minghan came over. "Why haven't you let him go yet? Why did you randomly hug him?" "I just want to hug him." Xie Bao even rubbed Si Ping's head. This way, brother Si Ping won't feel cold anymore. Si Ping's face still remained expressionless. Although he found Xie Bao's actions somewhat helpless, he did not push her away with his hand. Instead, he patiently endured Xie Bao's not-so-gentle hug. All the butlers standing behind were stunned. Who hasn't heard of the venerable name of the old ancestor of the Si family? The second auntie was a cautionary tale. It was said that the last time the second auntie touched him slightly, she suffered bad luck for more than 3 months. Food got stuck in her throat, water choked her. Even mysterious things fell from the sky while walking on the street. She was sent to the hospital more than 10 times in those 3 months. Truly heart-wrenching and tear-inducing for anyone who saw or heard about it. Yet Xie Bao dared to come so close to him, and the young master of the Li family could also get this close to the venerable ancestor. As Li Minghan pulled Xie Bao, his fingers accidentally touched Si Ping, and the next moment, his knee collided with the crystal coffee table beside the sofa, making a loud clang sound. The young master's face turned pale instantly. He screamed in pain, bent over, and started hugging his knee while howling. The butler. "See, I told you so." Xie Bao patted Si Ping's head. "Brother Si Ping, don't be afraid." Si Ping sighed and pulled her away slightly. "Let go." To make his tone sound less harsh, he even used a softening particle. Okay. Xie Bao finally released his head and sat beside him. Her eyes caught sight of her big brother's car pulling into the estate gate. "My big brother is back," she shouted while running outside. "Big brother." The expensive Bentley stopped, one side of the car door slowly opening. Xie Bao ran forward and saw a pair of ankles with black high heels step out of the car. None other than Bai Luo stepped out of the car. Chapter 52, Bai Luo's Plan. Xie Bao stopped in her tracks, looking at Su Qi who had just stepped out of the other car door, blinking her eyes. Bai Luo chuckled and approached to pinch Xie Bao's cheeks. Hello there, little one. Nice to see you again. Her fingers seemed to use a bit too much force, making Xie Bao's cheek hurt slightly. Before she could react, Big Brother scooped up Xie Bao and coldly glanced at Bai Luo. Who gave you permission to touch her? I only thought the little girl was cute. Bai Luo replied innocently with a smile. My hand must have gone a bit too far, but it's because Xie Bao is so adorable. Surely Xie Bao won't blame me, right? Xie Bao rubbed her sore cheek and shook her head, saying, nope. You see, Xie Bao herself said she won't blame me. Bai Luo said smugly. I know you're concerned about your precious sister, but kids are tough. Don't you worry too much? Xie Bao waved at her. Sister Bai Luo, come closer. I have something important to tell you. Bai Luo hesitated for a moment but still leaned closer. What is it? Xie Bao stretched out her chubby little hand and slapped. Right on Bai Luo's face. With all her strength, this slap sent Bai Luo staggering back several steps, stunned for a few seconds before shouting. You dared to hit me? Not really. Xie Bao held her hands, blinking innocently. I saw a mosquito on your face just now, so I wanted to help you swat it. But maybe my hand went a bit too hard. A beautiful sister like you wouldn't hold it against a kid, right? Bai Luo's face quickly swelled up, tears welling in her eyes. That's nonsense. You intentionally hit me. How could there be mosquitoes in winter? And what mosquito? Where's the mosquito now? The mosquito flew away. Xie Bao shrugged. We didn't hit it. There really was a mosquito, wasn't there, Big Brother? Big Brother lied straight-faced and with utmost confidence. There was. Bastard Su Qi. Bai Luo gritted her teeth. Do you let her bully me like this? If my sister were here, she wouldn't allow some little brat to do this to me. If your sister were here, Big Brother said sternly, you wouldn't be here either. Bai Luo choked, speechless for a moment. She could only glare venomously at Xie Bao while clutching her red cheek. Let Big Brother take a look. He grabbed Xie Bao's wrist. Did it hurt your hand? A little. Xie Bao leaned against his shoulder. But I'm not scared. Big Brother said mosquitoes are pests. They should be hit. They sure should be hit. Big Brother nodded and turned back to glance at Bai Luo, raising an eyebrow. Of course, I'm talking about the mosquito. Bai Luo. Xi Ping stood nearby watching the entire scene, seeing Xie Bao proudly lying in Big Brother's arms about merely trying to kill a mosquito. An imperceptible upward curl of the lips crossed Xi Ping's normally expressionless face, as if he almost smiled. It seemed that the Su family was treating her pretty well. At least now she fights back when bullied. Beside him, Li Minghan looked completely perplexed. Were you smiling just now? Xi Ping turned his head, still wearing his usual inscrutable expression, as if the slight smile a moment ago was purely Minghan's hallucination. Li Minghan. Maybe I didn't sleep well these past few days. I must have been hallucinating earlier. As Xie Bao crawled out of Big Brother's arms, she pulled Xi Ping aside to whisper. Did you see the black thread around Big Brother's neck? Xi Ping squinted and took a look at the black threads coiled around Su Qi's neck. He immediately knew whose doing this was. He lowered his gaze and glanced at his own sleeve. Do you have any way to remove this black thread from my Big Brother's neck? Xie Bao asked. Xi Ping paused for a second, then shook his head and replied. It's called binding silk, created by the resentment of the dead. It cannot be severed with normal methods. As long as the spirit's resentment isn't resolved, the black thread will regenerate indefinitely. Huh. Xie Bao scratched her head. Who hates my Big Brother this much? Xi Ping lifted his hand, a wisp of black smoke rising from his sleeve. The black shadow became visibly agitated upon spotting Su Qi and Bai Luo, lunging wildly as if trying to tear them apart, but alas, constrained by Xi Ping's binding silk, struggling uselessly in midair. Xie Bao gasped in surprise. Is it Xie? Could Xie have a grudge against my Big Brother? Xi Ping nodded briefly and waved his hand to retract the black shadow. Xie Bao squatted down, propping her chin in her hand, and said, My Big Brother is a good person. He would never do anything against morality and reason. There must be a misunderstanding here. But Xie can't speak right now? Xi Ping, what exactly needs to happen for Xie to speak? Xi Ping paused for a moment. Do you want her to speak as soon as possible? Yes. Xie Bao nodded. You see, the black silk around my Big Brother's neck is almost cutting into him. Moreover, he hasn't been looking well these past few days. Sometimes he coughs and has difficulty breathing. It must all be because of this black thing. We have to get rid of it as soon as possible. After some consideration, Xi Ping finally nodded. All right, I will make her speak in 3 days. Xie Bao's eyes sparkled. Really? You are indeed the best, Brother Xi Ping. Big Brother came closer at that moment, eyeing Xi Ping warily. What are you two whispering about? Xie Bao shook her head while waving her hands. It's a secret that cannot be revealed. Ah, so Xie Bao has secrets with other boys now. Big Brother nodded. Guess I misjudged you. Xie Bao grinned with twinkling eyes. Big Brother squatted next to her. Since that's the case, let me trade something for your heavenly secret. Would that be all right? Xie Bao curiously asked. What is it? All the work at the company is done these days. How about Big Brother takes you to the amusement park? Does that sound good? Xie Bao's eyes lit up immediately. Really? That's wonderful. She had only seen amusement parks in magazines and hadn't actually been to one yet. Bai Luo, holding her cheek, spoke unclearly. Look, didn't I say children love going to amusement parks? I've already bought 3 tickets, Mr. Su. Why don't we go together tomorrow? Big Brother stood up and glanced at her. No need. But this idea was mine. And I've already bought the tickets. Bai Luo opened her mouth pitifully. I specifically purchased them. Not going would be wasteful. Sister detested waste most of all when she was alive. Big brother hesitated for a moment, touched somewhat, and ultimately accepted 2 tickets. Chapter 53. Let's go to the amusement park. The next day, Su Qi took little Xie Bao to the amusement park. Because it was off-season, there weren't many visitors at the amusement park. In addition, the Su family held shares in this large amusement park. With Su Qi's intentional arrangements, the atmosphere in the park that day was very pleasant. It wasn't empty like when the whole park was rented out, but had fewer people than usual, with no need to queue for the rides. When little Xie Bao arrived, Xi Ping and Li Minghan followed behind her. She brought Xi Ping mainly because she wanted to resolve the issue of the black silk thread on Big Brother's neck. Moreover, she heard that amusement parks were places that made people happy, so she wanted Xi Ping brother to cheer up as well. However, Xi Ping didn't look well when he arrived today. As a matter of fact, Xi Ping's expression was never particularly good even on normal days, and no one else noticed anything amiss with him. But little Xie Bao was inherently sensitive and quickly realized that Xi Ping seemed especially fragile today. Perhaps due to his overly pale complexion, his entire figure appeared almost translucent under the sunlight, his lips less vibrant than usual, seeming somewhat whitish. She walked over. Brother Xi Ping, are you sick? Xi Ping lowered his gaze and replied softly, No, you don't look well at all. If you're sick, you really should see a doctor. Little Xie Bao fretted anxiously beside him, babbling on. My 4th brother is an excellent doctor. Why not let him take a look? Xi Ping shook his head. Not necessary. Little Xie Bao wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Li Minghan, who approached from behind. The young master frowned and muttered angrily. I don't even know what you're doing here. I've come to this place countless times since I was little. I'm already bored with it, okay? Little Xie Bao scratched the back of her head. But wasn't it your idea to come? Me? Li Minghan looked even more annoyed, muttering quietly. If you all are coming, then I can only tag along too, can I? Ugh, just stop asking. Aren't you the one who hasn't played yet? Today, I'll show you around. Before little Xie Bao could reply, she was pulled by Li Minghan towards the carousel. Standing hesitantly in front of the carousel, she asked, Do you want to ride this? Li Minghan turned away. Yeah, aren't these the things girls like? Looking upward, little Xie Bao's face lit up with anticipation at the sight of the roller coaster towering hundreds of meters high. I want to try that first, can I? Li Minghan froze for a moment before replying. That's not much fun. Really? Little Xie Bao tilted her head in confusion, but it looks fun. Flying through the air feels great. Li Minghan puffed up his chest and declared, Of course. I've been here so many times, I definitely know better. Despite his stubborn insistence, little Xie Bao still wanted to ride the roller coaster. As Li Minghan refused, saying it wasn't worth it, Xi Ping walked over, grabbed her wrist, and said, Go ahead. No one else understood what Xi Ping meant by this ambiguous statement, but little Xie Bao caught on quickly. She nodded and walked towards the roller coaster together with Xi Ping. Li Minghan clenched his teeth and ultimately followed them reluctantly. Xi Ping glanced at the pale-faced young master and suggested, If you're afraid, you don't have to go. Who's afraid, huh? The young master puffed up his chest again. I've ridden these so many times, they're so boring, far less fun than the carousel. Xi Ping shifted his gaze, failing to comprehend the young master's stubborn refusal to lose face. By now, little Xie Bao had already taken her seat on the roller coaster. Xi Ping sat beside her while Li Minghan, being slower, had to sit behind little Xie Bao, sharing the same row with Su Qi. Bai Luo awkwardly watched him, biting her lower lip. Big brother Su Qi, don't you want to sit together? It's my first time riding this, I'll be scared. Su Qi impassively fastened his safety belt and sincerely advised, Then don't get on. Bai Luo felt rejected and could only move backward. The roller coaster soon started operating. Little Xie Bao's bright eyes sparkled with excitement. She didn't feel afraid at all, seemingly finding this weightless sensation quite natural within her body. But strangely enough, she had never ridden a roller coaster before, right? Xi Ping sat calmly beside her, showing no fear, just slightly squinting his eyes against the wind. He furrowed his brows in slight irritation, because the screams of terror from Li Minghan behind him were incredibly loud, practically piercing his eardrums. After one round on the roller coaster, grandson Li Minghan was frightened to tears, so weak-kneed he couldn't stand, and in the end, it was little Xie Bao who helped him off the ride. His expression blank, he stood dazed for some time before bursting into desperate sobs in little Xie Bao's arms. Little Xie Bao and Big Brother exchanged bewildered glances, both of them thoroughly confused. Big Brother looked at young Master Li Minghan sobbing and sniffling, couldn't help but laugh, and said, Isn't young Master Li familiar with the ride from all his previous experiences? Li Minghan sobbed pitifully. Wah wah wah. It's so terrifying. I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Although there weren't many tourists around, a few of them still threw mocking glances his way. Little Xie Bao took 2 steps back instinctively. How embarrassing. Seeming to realize it was undignified himself, Li Minghan didn't know how to face little Xie Bao, so he turned and ran. Little Xie Bao paused for a moment and said, This place is so big, will little Ming get lost? Big Brother patted her head and said, I'll send someone after him. I'll have him sent home later. You don't need to worry. Little Xie Bao frowned slightly and nodded, but she was still uneasy. Even though Li Minghan was timid and afraid of the dark, he was one of her precious few friends, and little Xie Bao cherished him. Well, I'll go look for him. Little Xie Bao said. Su Qi nodded. I'll come with you. Xi Ping glanced at Bai Luo and said, You two go find something to eat. I'll go with her and make sure we bring them back. Big Brother checked the time. It was indeed lunchtime already, so he had to follow Xie Ping's suggestion and look for a restaurant nearby. Xie Ping walked a few steps with little Xie Bao before whispering quietly. There was something wrong with that person earlier. Little Xie Bao stopped, looked at Bai Luo's back, and asked cautiously, "Brother Xie Ping, did you sense anything?" "It wasn't me." Xie Ping shook his head and pointed to Xia He in his sleeve. "It was her." Little Xie Bao bit her lower lip and said, "Let's go find little Ming first. Once we find him, we'll come straight back." Xie Ping nodded and followed little Xie Bao. They searched for about half an hour before they found Li Minghan hiding away in a secluded corner. Li Minghan, his ear tips red, refused to return with little Xie Bao no matter what. It wasn't until little Xie Bao suggested finding someone to take him home that Li Minghan grumbled reluctantly. "I'm not going back." Xie Ping frowned, seeming somewhat impatient. Human kids were truly troublesome. Little Xie Bao gently consoled. "Then would you come with me? I won't let you ride the roller coaster, I promise." Only then did Li Minghan nod and follow little Xie Bao back. When little Xie Bao tried to contact Su Qi via phone, the call went unanswered and hung up automatically after ringing for over 40 seconds. Chapter 54, Rescue Big Brother Operation. Xie Ping's eyes darkened as he spoke. "Don't rush. Can you feel where he is?" Xiao Jiabao held her phone watch and whispered softly, "I don't know." A red glint flashed in Xie Ping's eyes as he extended his fingertip and touched the center of Xiao Jiabao's forehead. "You can sense his position. Focus your mind, repeatedly asking yourself where he is in your mind, and your intuition will give you the answer." With no choice, Xiao Jiabao closed her eyes and followed his instructions. Initially, her mind was a jumble of chaos, feeling nothing. But when Xie Ping's cool fingertip pressed lightly on her forehead, and his calm voice slowly sounded beside her ear, Xiao Jiabao quickly calmed down. Her eyes shut tightly. It seemed like she had entered into a void-like space once again. She recognized this place. Back then when she was still with the Zhao family, it was in this very space that she saw Xie Ping's shadow. At that time, she was locked up in a pitch-black attic, cold, hungry, and nearly dying from weakness. Her mind was completely blank, except for her survival instinct which told her that if only someone could come to rescue her, everything would be alright. Later, she saw Xie Ping, and after that, her brother really came to save her. Now, Xiao Jiabao saw the blurry figure of her big brother gradually emerging in the empty space. Although the image was unclear, it was enough to identify the direction. She abruptly opened her eyes. "I think I know where Big Brother is." Li Minghan stood to the side, and before he could react, he saw Xiao Jiabao take off running with Xie Ping closely following behind. "Hey, where are you going? Take me with you." He immediately joined them without another word. Bai Luo took over Su Qi, who was barely conscious from a tall man, whispering gently, "You did well. There will naturally be someone coming to pay you your reward." The man, dressed in a waiter uniform from the themed restaurant, pulled a packet of powdered medicine from the side pocket and said, "This thing you wanted earlier, it's hard to find in the market now. You have to pay extra. No matter how much money you ask for." Bai Luo reached out and took the packet of medicine into her hand. "Once I successfully become the grande dame of the Su family, I can fulfill all your demands." Satisfied, the man handed over the packet of medicine. Unable to carry Su Qi alone due to his towering height, the man called out, and two more men supported Su Qi and walked away slowly. Right next to this amusement park were several five-star hotels. Bai Luo had already booked a room at the nearest hotel. As the two men helped support Su Qi past the front desk, the staff casted puzzled glances their way. "My husband." Bai Luo smiled slightly at the front desk attendant. "He just got too drunk playing with friends." The front desk attendant nodded and redirected his gaze. The two men lifted Su Qi into the room, throwing him onto the bed before bidding Bai Luo farewell and leaving. After locking the door, Bai Luo turned to see Su Qi lying sprawled out like a heap of clay on the bed, and a sinister smile curled at her lips. As soon as today is over, whether Su Qi wants it or not, she will be the mistress of the Su household. Still retaining some consciousness, Su Qi slowly propped himself up, hoarsely saying, "Bai Luo, how dare you? Brother Su, please don't blame me. Why wouldn't you let me get closer to you?" Bai Luo brushed her hair behind her ears and revealed a pitiable expression. "It's clear how much I like you. Yet you always remember a dead person. It doesn't matter. I'll eventually replace her in your heart." Su Qi's breathing grew heavy. In order to stay alert, he pinched the inside of his thigh forcefully. Seeing this, Bai Luo smirked and said mockingly, "There's no use, Brother Su. This thing is specially prepared with increased dosage." After finishing her statement, she walked to the bedside holding a dress made of very little fabric, showing it briefly to Su Qi before entering the bathroom. "When I come out, Brother Su." The sound of trickling water soon rang out from the bathroom. Su Qi squeezed his eyes shut, forcing his body to stand, and walked toward the door. But the effect of the drug was far too strong. He couldn't even stand up. After failing multiple times, the sound of water from the bathroom ceased. Su Qi helplessly closed his eyes. Suddenly, the sound of the door being pushed open broke the silence. Familiar voices were heard, masterly. "Little Jiabao, what brings you here? My brother said places like these aren't suitable for children. Also, how did you manage to open the door? Wasn't it locked?" Xiao Jiabao cautiously peered around the corner, taking a look at her surroundings. "Be quiet. I thought I felt Big Brother inside, but I'm not sure." Xie Ping coldly stated, "Let's check inside." Xiao Jiabao nodded, and together the three kids went inside. Xiao Jiabao almost couldn't help but scream when she saw her big brother lying in the bed, but she was quickly silenced by Xie Ping covering her mouth. He pointed toward the bathroom door, and Xiao Jiabao nodded lightly before tiptoeing over. Li Minghan was also stunned. He couldn't understand how Su Qi, who was with them just moments ago at the amusement park, could end up so pitifully on a hotel bed? Xie Bao approached the bedside. Big brother, are you alright? Her big brother didn't even have the strength to speak. He could only use his eyes to tell Xie Bao to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Bai Luo came out of the bathroom, she would certainly harm little Xie Bao. She was just a child, and Su Qi didn't expect her to do anything at all, only hoping that with Si Ping around, at least Xie Bao could be protected. But then Xie Bao did something incredible. She lifted him up as though he were nothing, and it seemed effortless. Her voice was low, yet firm. Si Ping, big brother, let's go. Li Minghan gasped in astonishment, and quickly followed Xie Bao out of the room. Since Su Qi was so tall, it looked comical for Xie Bao to carry him on her back. Almost half of his body dragged on the floor. Thankfully, the hotel's floors were smooth marble, so there was no danger of skinning any knees. Si Ping walked behind them, glancing around the room one last time. As he left, he shut the door and gave it a quick touch with his small hand, destroying the lock instantly. When Bai Luo emerged from the bathroom after her shower, clad in a set of sexy lingerie, Su Qi was already nowhere to be seen. Startled, her first thought was that Su Qi must have escaped on his own. It was imperative that Su Qi not leave this place. What she had done now meant a complete breakdown of relations between herself and Su Qi. If this failed, Su Qi would surely become cautious of her. She rushed to the door, attempting to open it, but for some unknown reason, the door refused to budge. She hammered on the door desperately, her loud cries drawing the attention of hotel staff. The staff was surprised upon checking and discovering the quality lock broken. It was well known to withstand even a hammer blow without damage. Yet somehow, it had failed, while still maintaining its normal appearance. They summoned a repairman quickly to force the door open. As they entered, they were greeted by Bai Luo in her revealing lingerie and several other men who immediately turned their gazes and expressions to suspicion upon seeing her attire. Chapter 55. Bai Luo wants to hit Xie Bao. Bai Luo quickly regained her composure and remembered that she had just walked out of the bathroom, so preoccupied with panic that she forgot to drape a coat over herself. Now not only did the hotel's maintenance staff see large patches of her exposed skin, but there were also many onlookers who had been attracted by her screams. Enraged, Bai Luo raised her hand and slapped the maintenance worker in front of her, shrieking, "What are you looking at? Is this your hotel service attitude? I'm going to complain about you. I'm calling the police." A few waiters looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. It was clearly her own fault for being dressed like that while banging on the door. Now she was turning around and complaining about them. The door to the hotel room could not be closed since it had been forcibly removed. Bai Luo could only hurriedly retreat to the bathroom and change into another set of clothes before coming out with a cold expression. How could Su Qi, having been drugged, have the strength to escape from her room? "Call your boss over here. I want to check the surveillance in your hotel," the waiter patiently explained. "Miss, to protect our customers' privacy and safety, under non-essential circumstances, we cannot casually let outsiders see our surveillance footage." Bai Luo sneered and pulled out a credit card from her pocket, slapping it onto the waiter's face. "Isn't it just about money? I already know what kind of people work as front desk staff at this kind of luxury hotel. Here's a tip for you. Enough to cover an entire night's worth. Call your boss out. Do you know who I am? I will be the future madam of the Su family. I have plenty of money." The waiter had never been humiliated like this, hesitated for a moment before replying. "Miss, we are a regular 5-star hotel. To view the surveillance, unless you have the relevant permits. Do you think I care?" Bai Luo rolled her eyes, sitting down on a sofa in the hall, and said, "Go call him now. Within 5 minutes, I want to see him in front of me. Otherwise, tomorrow the Su family can make your shabby little and go bankrupt. Believe me." The waiter inwardly rolled his eyes but still maintained a smile on the surface. "This is how it is. Our manager has something urgent to attend to. If you must see him, perhaps you could wait here a bit longer." Bai Luo furrowed her brow impatiently. "Do you dare to make me wait in your crummy little hotel? Do you even know who I am?" In the middle of the hotel lobby, in front of tourists walking back and forth, she proclaimed for several minutes that she would be the future mistress of the Su family. The waiter kept standing by the door greeting guests, ignoring her completely. On the other side of the hall, Xie Bao peeked out from behind a wall with a small head. Above her head appeared Li Minghan's head. "This woman is truly vicious," Li Minghan whispered while clinging to the wall. "I don't know what she fed your older brother, but he looks really dangerous now and needs medical attention soon. But this woman blocks the door, we can't get out." Xie Bao remained silent with her lips pressed together. When she snuck elder brother out earlier, he was still conscious, only asking her not to call the police. Then he fell completely unconscious. His body felt hot, looking quite uncomfortable. "Why doesn't your elder brother allow us to call the police?" Li Minghan asked. "People like her should be locked up in prison." Si Ping stood behind them, observing the two children sticking their bottoms out to peek outside, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He slightly turned his head and spoke. "He himself can handle it. These kinds of things are inconvenient for others to know about." "Huh? Why is it inconvenient?" Xie Bao pouted. "She poisoned my big brother." Si Ping closed his mouth and didn't intend to explain to Xie Bao that it wasn't poison, but some indescribable drug. "So what do we do now?" Li Minghan pulled out his phone. "Otherwise, I'll call Yinting and let him come pick us up." Xie Bao instantly got reminded, her eyes brightening as she straightened up her posture. "Yes, that's right. Ah." The sudden movement caused her to bump the back of her head against Li Minghan's chin above her, both letting out loud cries simultaneously. One holding the back of her head, and one holding his chin. Tears of pain streamed down their faces. Li Minghan loudly said, "Why did you suddenly stand up?" I forgot. Xie Bao rubbed the back of her head and soon remembered the serious matter. That's right. I can call my fourth brother. My fourth brother is a doctor and will definitely have a way to save elder brother. Li Minggan's voice came from beside her. I think the call can be made later. No. Xie Bao bent down and found her phone watch that she carried with her at all times, diligently searching for the fourth brother's number in her contact list. Older brother is definitely in a lot of pain right now. I must have my fourth brother come quickly. Xie Ping extended his hand and grasped her wrist. Look up. Xie Bao instinctively looked up and immediately saw Bai Luo, who was just causing trouble in the lobby moments ago, running toward them. Her scream with Li Minghan earlier hadn't been soft, and with the shape of the hall, the sound had easily spread. Xie Bao paused, carefully taking 2 steps back. Li Minghan retracted his head and hid behind Xie Bao. Do you think she would hit kids? Xie Ping. What do you think? Xie Bao clutched the phone watch and shouted loudly. Run. Li Minghan turned around and ran. Xie Ping looked at his retreating figure and nodded approvingly. Not bad. He was an obedient child. Xie Bao turned around and saw Xie Ping still standing there, thinking he had been scared stiff. She then pulled his wrist and ran into the hotel corridor. The moment Bai Luo caught sight of Xie Bao, she almost instantly understood what had happened. No wonder. Despite having been drugged, Su Qi obviously could not have left alone and hidden somewhere. This must be the doing of this little brat. The first time they met, she had already thought there was something strange about this child. Didn't Chen Hong already teach her a lesson? How dare she defy her like this now? Xie Bao dragged Xie Ping and huffed and puffed as they ran a long distance, climbing 2 flights of stairs. Bai Luo was already out of breath following behind, but the 2 children were full of energy. Xie Bao only had a slightly rosy face, while Xie Ping didn't even change his expression. I haven't made the call yet. Xie Bao looked down and finally managed to dial the number. Behind them, Bai Luo saw Xie Bao, and Xie Ping stop, noticing the movement of her hands and realizing she was making a call. She inwardly cried out in alarm. This little brat might be calling other members of the Su family. Fear and anger drove her adrenaline sky high, and she didn't know where she found the strength. With a hideous expression on her face, Bai Luo sprang towards Xie Bao and slapped the phone watch out of Xie Bao's hand. Chapter 56. Bai Luo gets beaten. After slapping away the phone watch, Bai Luo instinctively raised her hand to hit Xie Bao. As Simon was about to kick the person out with a red glint in his eyes, Xie Bao pushed back and threw Bai Luo to the ground with a loud thud. She then squatted down and screamed, Fourth brother, help me. Fourth brother, save me. Simon. Bai Luo fell hard, never imagining that a 4-year-old child could have so much strength. For just a moment, it felt like being struck by a huge iron hammer to her abdomen. It wasn't just a push. It was as if she had been hammered into the ground. This couldn't possibly be the strength of a little kid. Not one to believe in such weakness, Bai Luo kicked the phone watch aside and reached out to grab Xie Bao's collar. Xie Bao screamed and delivered a swift kick to Bai Luo's lower leg. A sharp snap sounded clear, and Bai Luo let out a pained cry, instinctively releasing Xie Bao and falling onto the floor, clutching her leg and wailing continuously. But it didn't stop there. In panic, Xie Bao started pounding wildly on Bai Luo, who was already suffering from a fractured lower leg. The cries of agony echoed endlessly through the long corridor. Even Simon couldn't help but turn his head and look out the window. Soon enough, Bai Luo's screams drew the attention of hotel waiters and security guards. When they arrived, they saw a 4 to 5-year-old girl looking scared and crouching at the side. Beside her stood a boy around the same age, while Bai Luo lay on the ground crying out. Seeing people finally arrive, Bai Luo crawled toward them pleading, Save me. Please, someone save me. She's a monster. She's trying to kill me. Save me. Everyone glanced at Xie Bao, whose innocent expression made them question Bai Luo's claim. And next to her, Simon looked too weak to harm anyone. What nonsense was this woman spouting? The girl didn't look like someone capable of killing anyone. Instead, some of the spectators remembered seeing Bai Luo abusing staff near her room earlier, and now with her injured form, they found themselves silently enjoying her misfortune. They even took photos with their phones. It took some time before anyone decided to call the police and dial 120. Older brother C arrived with the police car after hearing Xie Bao's cries for help on the phone, which set his heart racing with worry. But since Xie Bao had multiple tracking devices, he quickly determined her location and drove over. Seeing all the policemen, he nearly passed out from tension. Hadn't Xie Bao gone out with Big Brother? Why was she calling him and yelling for help without Big Brother responding? And more troubling, why hadn't he heard Big Brother's voice over the phone? Had something gone wrong? Xie Bao was their precious treasure, hard won after searching. If anything happened to her, he'd never forgive himself. He hurried along with the police until he witnessed the scene. He immediately crossed over Bai Luo and embraced Xie Bao. Are you alright? Did anything happen? Simon Pitted looked down at Bai Luo lying half dead on the floor. Xie Bao truly was afraid. Her attacks were reflexive. At that point, she wasn't aware how badly injured Bai Luo was, only sobbing into fourth brother's arms. Wah, fourth brother, you're finally here. Oh yes, big brother, fourth brother, you should check on big brother. He's almost unconscious. Fourth brother's expression darkened. Standing up, he said firmly, lead me. Xie Bao nodded but was stopped by a uniformed policeman. Wait, where are you going? Fourth brother shielded Xie Bao behind him and replied, my older brother is still in the room. He might be in danger. I need to check on him with my sister. The policeman glanced at Bai Luo and called 2 others to follow them. Xie Bao paid no heed and hurriedly led the way, reaching the hallway corner of the hotel floor. There, Su Qi leaned against the wall, consciousness blurred, and his face unnaturally flushed. Fourth brother examined Su Qi's eyelids carefully and declared gravely, "He's been drugged. We need to know the components and dosage. Who gave him these drugs?" Xiao Jiabao clenched her tiny fists angrily and exclaimed, "Sister Bai Luo. She wanted to hit Jiabao." Fourth brother stood up and helped Su Qi to his feet, passing him off to the two policemen behind him. "Could you please help me take him to the hospital?" The two policemen agreed and lifted Su Qi onto the stretcher that followed closely behind. Naturally, Bai Luo also ended up being taken to the hospital. It was only at this point that Li Minghan quietly showed up beside Xiao Jiabao, unnoticed by everyone, asking, "How did Sister Bai end up like this?" Xiao Jiabao was startled by the sudden voice. Somehow, she managed to restrain herself from throwing a punch and instead pursed her lips, saying, "I don't know. Where did you go just now? Didn't you tell me to run?" Li Minghan responded, "So I did." Xiao Jiabao, "However, I saw the police earlier, so I came back. Are you alright?" Xiao Jiabao shook her head. "I think I'm fine." Su Qi was rushed to the hospital for stomach pumping and woke up quickly after lying on the bed. Su Xiren, wearing a white coat, stood by his bedside and said as soon as he opened his eyes, "Which family's delinquent boy ended up in our hospital?" Su Qi rolled his eyes, trying to raise his hand to hit him, but had no strength. "You're the delinquent youth. Aren't you the one who got drugged? Still not a delinquent youth then?" Su Xiren continued. "And you have no sense of caution at all, Mr. Big President Su." Su Qi hesitated for a moment, touching his nose awkwardly. "Actually, I knew what Bai Luo intended to do. I planned to turn her strategy against her, but I didn't expect her to get hold of such drugs." Su Xiren crossed his arms, glancing at him sideways. "Turn her strategy against her? Didn't you used to keep indulging her because she is Bai Qing's sister? Now suddenly you're thinking about turning her own tactics against her? I thought you were always treating her as a substitute for Bai Qing." Su Qi's smile disappeared. He gazed out at the pitch-black night, lowering his gaze and saying, "Bai Qing is Bai Qing, and she is her. I know they are two completely different people. I took care of her before because of Bai Qing's letter. It was okay in the past, but it's unacceptable now. Now I have Xiao Jiabao with me, and I can't tolerate anyone who wants to harm her." Older brother Si also became serious. "This woman is truly ruthless. If you really married her, our little Xiao Jiabao would suffer a lot." Big brother chuckled lightly. "Marry her? In my life, other than Bai Qing, I don't want anyone else." Su Xiren looked at him and sighed, leaving after saying, "Take good care of your wound." In the neighboring ward, Bai Luo also regained consciousness after emergency treatment. Unlike Su Qi, her injuries were severe. Almost her whole body was casted. It wasn't clear how it happened, but her left calf was fractured, her right arm joint dislocated, and 3 ribs broken. As Su Xiren pushed open the door of the ward, Bai Luo was struggling, gritting her teeth and speaking forcefully. "It was Su Jia. Su Jia did this to me. Hurry up and arrest her, quick." Chapter 57. I want you to marry me. Two policemen stood by her bed, seemingly interrogating something. They glanced at each other for a while, and then one of them opened his mouth. "It's like this, Miss Bai. The corridor where you fell down is a blind spot for surveillance cameras. However, before that, we saw that you were chasing after that little girl." Bai Luo exclaimed in disbelief. "Do you mean that I am wrongfully accusing her? I'm already in this state. Isn't this evidence? Would I intentionally hurt myself just to frame her?" "This." The other one spoke. "You also know she is only a 4-year-old little girl. She doesn't have the ability to beat an adult like you into this condition, Miss Bai. Please tell us the truth, or we will not be able to help you." Bai Luo collapsed, pulling at her hair. "I've said it was her. What else do you want me to say? My legs are already in this condition now. The doctor said my legs might not recover, yet instead of catching the culprit, you're doubting me here? I've told you Su Jia isn't human. She's a monster." The two policemen paused for a moment, and one of them quietly said, "Look at her current mental state. Does she need a psychological evaluation?" Bai Luo's face turned red with anger. Since she woke up, many people had visited her bedside, including police and journalists. But no one believed that Xiao Jiabao could have beaten her into this state. Siga stood at the door and knocked lightly. The two policemen turned around, and seeing him in a white coat, they said, "Miss Bai, rest well. We'll come back another day." After saying that, both men left. In anger, Bai Luo grabbed the pillow behind her and threw it towards the door, shouting hoarsely, "Hurry up and capture that demon." The two policemen ignored her and soon left. Siga bent down, picked up the pillow, and threw it back on the bed, saying, "This belongs to the hospital. Please, Miss Bai, do not damage it casually." Bai Luo frowned and retorted, "Can you even stop me? I pay for it, so it's mine." "Did you pay?" Sigu raised his eyebrows, his eyes narrowing slightly behind his glasses. "Who actually paid your medical fees?" Bai Luo snorted coldly, saying it would scare you. "Why do you need to ask so much as a doctor?" Su Xiren pulled over a chair and sat beside the bed. "My courage should be more than enough. Say it." Bai Luo furrowed her brows. Since this doctor looked handsome and had an extraordinary aura, she decided to tone down her sharpness slightly, saying, "It was the Su family who paid for my medical fees. And your hospital is also owned by the Su family." Su Xiren nodded. "So you know quite a lot. That's obvious. I'm going to be the future mistress of the Su family." Bai Luo crossed her arms, chin almost touching the sky. "Why are you, a doctor, asking so many questions? Surely you're not attracted to me, right? Let me tell you, our social levels differ greatly, and I wouldn't consider being with someone like you anyway. Besides, I already have a boyfriend." Su Xiren coughed. "You're thinking too much. I just came to collect your medical bills." Bai Luo froze for a second, then incredulously asked, Su Qi didn't pay my medical bills? That's impossible. Hand me your phone, let me borrow it and call him. Su Xiren slowly took out his phone and handed it to Bai Luo. Anxiously, Bai Luo grabbed the phone and pressed a familiar series of numbers on the dial pad. Su Qi had 2 phones, one for work and one for personal use. Only those closest to him knew this private number. She spent a lot of money acquiring Su Qi's personal number from his assistant earlier, intending to bribe the assistant for more information about Su Qi, but the assistant was fired the next day. When she pressed the 6th digit, she noticed the contact method automatically displayed on the phone screen matched the string of numbers in her mind. This proved that this doctor had Su Qi's private number. Furrowing her brow, Bai Luo clicked into the number and saw the name clearly marked as Big Brother. She abruptly lifted her head, staring at the tall and handsome doctor in front of her. Bai Luo rarely had the chance to go to the Su family mansion. Generally, she could only be brought along when Bai Qing was mentioned, and even then, Su Qi would occasionally take her there just once in a while. Even so, she couldn't stay for long at the estate. Su Qi wouldn't let her meet any of his family members, so she didn't know who the person before her was. Su Xiren raised an eyebrow. Are you done yet? Bai Luo clutched the phone, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Is Su Qi your older brother? Right. Su Xiren's hands were in the pockets of his white coat. But don't worry, I'm here purely as a doctor with benevolence, not to pull out your oxygen tube on behalf of my brother. Bai Luo calmed herself down, handing the phone back to Su Xiren. Did Su Qi send you? Not exactly. Su Xiren shook his head. I came on my own accord, hearing that you're not very friendly to our little Xie Bao. At the mention of Xie Bao, Bai Luo's eyes lit up with uncontrollable hatred. If it weren't for that disaster, she wouldn't be in this state now. Su Xiren glanced at her legs and clicked his tongue. Your legs, they probably won't stand again. You're lying. Bai Luo became agitated. You're all in cahoots. I want to change my attending physician. Su Xiren shrugged. Sure thing. Bai Luo glared, tears forming in her eyes. Where is Su Qi? Call Su Qi over here. Su Xiren obediently pulled out his phone and called Su Qi. Hey, big brother, Miss Bai from the next ward wants to see you. Are you insane? Su Qi paused, speaking. Do you think I want to see her? Su Xiren innocently replied. As a doctor, fulfilling patients' requests is my duty. Bai Luo gasped, pleading. Big brother Su Qi, I have something important to tell you. Su Qi was about to hang up. Panic-stricken, Bai Luo cried out. I know the truth about my sister's death. If you don't care, go ahead and hang up. But if you want to know how my sister died back then, we can talk conditions. Su Qi was silent for a while before finally saying, wait. Not long after, Su Qi entered, dressed in hospital pajamas, but still radiating an unyielding aura. Bai Luo, who had been calculating in her mind just moments ago, felt a twinge of fear upon seeing him. Speak, Su Qi sat beside her. What do you want to tell me? Su Xiren tactfully left the room. Bai Luo tightly gripped the blanket on her body, sweating on her forehead. I'll tell you, but I have one condition. I want you to marry me. Chapter 58. Is the big brother going to marry Bai Luo? Su Qi squinted his eyes. Bai Luo dared to bring up such conditions in this situation. Could it be that Bai Qing's death years ago wasn't an accident? He steadied himself and said, why do you think I would agree with you? That depends on whether or not you truly like my sister. Bai Luo said, if you really care for her, you need to know this matter. Otherwise, even if my sister becomes a ghost, she won't forgive you. Su Qi sat there for a long time, while Bai Luo looked at the gloomy but handsome face of the man sitting by the bed. She was extremely confident Su Qi would accept her condition. Since Bai Qing passed away, Bai Luo had wanted to take her place. Therefore, she understood how deeply Su Qi loved Bai Qing most clearly. They met during university. Bai Qing had been there with him through the hardest times. On the day they confirmed their relationship, Bai Qing introduced Su Qi to her family. She wanted her mother to know that she had found an exceptionally outstanding boyfriend. She sought her mother's approval. Thinking about it now made Bai Luo want to laugh. Bai Qing was a complete fool. She would never understand that her birth was a mistake. No matter how much effort she put in, she could never measure up to Bai Luo in her mother's heart. Her mother wouldn't be happy about her finding an excellent boyfriend. Instead, she would be extremely angry. How could such a good man belong to Bai Qing rather than Bai Luo, who was pampered since childhood? When Bai Luo first saw the tall, dignified man by her sister's side, she harbored feelings for Su Qi. Everything good should belong to her, including men. But Su Qi and Bai Qing were inseparable, allowing no third person to interfere. That's why Bai Qing eventually died in what appeared to be an accident. Well, have you thought it over? Bai Luo asked. You can refuse me, but for the rest of your life, you will live in regret because you don't know just how tragic and desperate Bai Qing's death was. Su Qi suddenly clenched both fists. Indeed, he was the last one to learn of Bai Qing's passing. At the time, he was overseas on business and heard the terrible news upon returning. It was his failure to protect Bai Qing properly, and until now, he still regrets it immensely. Looking at Bai Luo's stubborn face, Su Qi choked out. All right. Having achieved her purpose, Bai Luo slightly relaxed. No matter what, her engagement with Su Qi was set. Su Qi turned and walked out. Su Xiren waited outside, seeing Su Qi's somber expression. What? Did you find anything out? Su Qi rubbed his temples and recounted his conversation with Bai Luo inside. I've always suspected her, which is why I've indulged her so much over the years. Shunhong surely couldn't be clean of this either. I'll eventually get to the bottom of this. You're going to marry her? Su Xiren asked. The old man won't approve. Be careful, or he might break your legs. I must uncover the truth from those years ago, Su Qi resolutely said. No matter the cost. Su Xiren sighed and patted his older brother on the shoulder. Let's go home then? Xiao Jiabao. A trace of tenderness flickered in Su Qi's otherwise dark eyes when mentioning Xiao Jiabao, nodding lightly. This time we truly owe everything to Xiao Jiabao. Do you want to come with me to the mall to buy her some gifts? No way I'm going with you, Su Xiren waved his hand. Last time you emptied a children's store. What are you planning to empty this time? You're acting like some nouveau riche. It's too embarrassing to go shopping with you. Su Qi was momentarily speechless, keeping pace with Su Xiren. What's wrong with buying more? The unused items can be donated, and nothing will go to waste. I'm so wealthy, spending more isn't an issue. Can I not earn it back? Isn't it only right that I spend my money on my beloved younger sister? At home, Xiao Jiabao was watching as Xi Ping and Li Minghan stared each other down, her head aching. Li Minghan glared intently at Xi Ping. Xiao Jiabao tentatively approached. Ming, you should go home. It's late already, or your brother will call soon again. I won't go home, Li Minghan petulantly said. He's not going back either. Why should I? Xi Ping coldly turned away without speaking. Xiao Jiabao interjected. Xi Ping brother has things to do. Your staying here won't help. You're the one being useless. Li Minghan fumed. Regardless, he doesn't leave, and neither will I. Why does he get to be your Xi Ping brother, while I'm not your brother? I'm also older than you by a year. You haven't even called me Brother Minghan yet. Xiao Jiabao. Just as Xiao Jiabao didn't know what to do, Xi Ping suddenly stood a little farther away from Li Minghan. What are you doing? Li Minghan frowned. There's something on your back, Xi Ping said indifferently. Li Minghan knew Xi Ping's skills. His face instantly turned pale, and he stiffened. Xiao Jiabao looked at the empty space behind Li Minghan. There's nothing. Very fierce, malevolent energy. Xi Ping made it seem very serious. You can't see it for now. Xiao Jiabao quickly became worried. Huh? How could this happen? What should we do? I've never seen such a powerful ghost. She used to be able to see them. If she couldn't, it must be extremely dangerous. Li Minghan was so scared that he burst into tears and dared not move. What? What should we do? Xi Ping said indifferently. He cannot leave this room. Li Minghan immediately cried out and ran outside, where the driver waiting to take him home was. The driver was on the phone with Li Minghan's older brother when he saw the young master come screaming out and quickly jumped into the back seat, slamming the door and urging, Go home fast. The driver paused for a moment but soon started the car. It was strange. He had just refused to go home. Xiao Jiabao seriously stared at the air around her. Brother Xi Ping, where is it? Should we put it in the storybook? No need. Xi Ping shook his head and sat on the sofa. I was deceiving him. Xiao Jiabao, you deceived. Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise as she looked at Xi Ping. Xi Ping actually lied, and it was perfectly successful. So cool. Indeed, Xi Ping was the best. Xi Ping glanced toward the door. The shadow in his sleeve grew more restless. If she absorbs the moonlight tonight, she should be close to regaining her memory. Xiao Jiabao supported her cheek and asked about the shadow. How many more days will it take? Xi Ping thought for a moment. At least 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the voices of his fourth and eldest brother coming from outside. You really plan to marry Bai Luo? Have you told grandfather? After the Yang Yin incident, grandfather probably won't agree. It's just going through the motions, no need for grandfather to know. Find an excuse and let the old man stay in the hospital for a few days. Xiao Jiabao got up and exchanged glances with the black shadow. What? Big brother Su Qi is going to marry Bai Luo. Chapter 59. Sometimes adults are really strange. Ever since Bai Qing passed away, Su Qi no longer valued his marriage very much. To him, marriage was no longer tied to feelings, but merely a bargaining chip. He would never be able to have the person he truly wanted, so being with anyone else didn't matter. Thus, when Bai Luo proposed this arrangement, he didn't hesitate for long before agreeing. He knew Bai Luo might not tell him the whole truth, but as long as she let her guard down, he would eventually find a way to uncover it. Su Xiren understood his intentions, and thus did not try to dissuade him. When they returned together, they saw little Xie Bao sitting on the couch, with someone from the Xi family beside her. The two older brothers raised their eyebrows and asked, Sir, today why are you still here so late? They were unsure what to call Xi Ping. Following what others in the Xi family called him, great ancestor, seemed awkward when addressing such a young child. However, it seemed that Xi Ping didn't care much about what others called him. He simply glanced at them without a word. Older brother 4 wrinkled his nose. In his heart, he grumbled about how rude this kid was. Nothing like their own little Xie Bao, who was gentle and affectionate, always calling out brother. Su Xiren walked over to little Xie Bao, stretching out his arms and picking her up. Come give your brother a hug. I've been at the hospital these past few days and haven't been home to see little Xie Bao. Did little Xie Bao miss her fourth brother? I missed you. Little Xie Bao nodded seriously. I've been thinking about my fourth brother often. Really? You think about your fourth brother so much, huh? Tell me, when do you usually think of your fourth brother? Su Xiren fondly pinched little Xie Bao's cheeks. Little Xie Bao replied in unclear baby talk. When I'm sick. For a moment, Su Xiren wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry, poking her tiny nose. So you treat your fourth brother like a tool, huh? Little Xie Bao tilted her head curiously. What's a tool? It's, after some thought, Su Xiren explained. Someone you only think about when something happens. Little Xie Bao, holding her small hand seriously, asked. Does fourth brother not want little Xie Bao to think of him when something happens? Su Xiren paused, feeling touched. Softly, he said. No, your fourth brother likes it when little Xie Bao thinks of him whenever anything happens because helping little Xie Bao makes your fourth brother very happy. Holding on to Su Xiren's neck, little Xie Bao whispered. Little Xie Bao also wants to help fourth brother. Grandpa said fourth brother is very tired in the hospital and doesn't even sleep. Su Xiren pressed his lips tightly together and whispered back, just a little tired. Little Xie Bao lifted her head and touched the dark circles under Su Xiren's eyes with her fingers. Fourth brother, go to bed and rest. Little Xie Bao won't bother you anymore. After saying this, she kicked her legs, wanting to climb down from Su Xiren's arms. Reluctantly, Su Xiren put her down and rubbed her head. Seeing little Xie Bao makes me not tired at all. Little Xie Bao looked up and smiled, persistently urging Su Xiren to go rest. Su Qi chimed in. Little Xie Bao cares for you. You've worked several days straight in the hospital and rested poorly due to Bai Luo's matters. All right, go rest now, and I'll take care of the rest. Though Su Xiren wished to stay with little Xie Bao a while longer, he was indeed so exhausted that his vision blurred slightly. He embraced little Xie Bao and deeply breathed in her scent, then went upstairs to bathe and rest. Little Xie Bao ran off to the kitchen with light steps, seemingly deep in thought. There were many dangerous items there, and Su Qi quickly followed behind. If little Xie Bao wants to eat something, just tell brother. He saw little Xie Bao drag a chair over, standing on it, and reaching out half her body toward the milk atop a large refrigerator. Su Qi came forward and took out the milk from the fridge. Do you want to drink milk, little Xie Bao? Hugging the milk, little Xie Bao shook her head. It's for fourth brother. Upon hearing this, Su Qi hesitated mid-motion while pouring the milk, sighing. I haven't had milk poured so earnestly by anyone yet. Little Xie Bao grabbed the honey jar nearby and added a spoonful of honey into the milk. Upon hearing Su Qi's semi-joking comment, little Xie Bao gave some thought to it before reaching again for the glass cups in the cupboard, asking, Can you pour your own, big brother? Su Qi stared in disbelief, shaking his head in amusement. Reluctantly, he poured himself a glass of milk and drank it cold. Little Xie Bao placed the honey-enriched milk in the microwave. Su Qi, startled, raised an eyebrow. And you know to heat it in the microwave. Yeah, Auntie does it this way. Little Xie Bao nodded affirmatively. Auntie says heating makes the milk warm, it feels better in the stomach, and helps one sleep well. Su Qi glanced at his now empty glass of cold milk and suddenly felt a chill in his stomach. Little Xie Bao had carefully warmed the milk and brought it upstairs to Su Xiren. Su Xiren had just finished showering and was standing by the bed, drying his hair while holding his phone and tapping away as if he were sending a message to someone. Little Xie Bao knocked gently on the door. When Su Xiren looked up and saw her, he quickly set down his phone and took the tray from her hands. Be careful not to spill it, he said softly. Little Xie Bao pointed at the milk and loudly said, Fourth brother, drink your milk so you can sleep soundly. Su Xiren looked at the steaming milk and felt as though the exhaustion from several days of constant work was instantly cured by this simple glass of milk. All his troubles seemed to vanish, and his body began to warm even before he took a sip. This is for me, he asked. Yep. Little Xie Bao nodded, standing in front of him and looking up to say, After you finish drinking, I'll ask big brother to wash the cup. Leaning against the doorframe, Su Qi heard this and interjected teasingly. So I'm just a tool person, huh? Little Xie Bao thought about Su Xiren's earlier explanation of what a tool person was and nodded matter-of-factly. Yes. Su Qi was torn between laughing and crying. Su Xiren held the glass of milk triumphantly in front of Su Qi. Su Qi gave him a scornful look. Look at how smug you are when you're not even worth it. Besides, I'm the one who poured that milk for you. Drink it already, then die and go to sleep. After Su Xiren finished his milk, he went to bed. Little Xie Bao looked at Su Xiren's closed door with obvious reluctance. When Su Qi carried little Xie Bao downstairs, he noticed that Si Ping was still sitting on their couch. Young Master Si, it's getting late. Shouldn't you be going home now? Si Ping glanced at little Xie Bao, but said nothing. Little Xie Bao suddenly spoke up. Big brother Si Ping isn't going home today. He'll sleep with little Xie Bao. Without hesitation, Su Qi replied, No way. Why not? Little Xie Bao pouted stubbornly. Little Xie Bao has something important to do with big brother Si Ping. Su Qi eyed them warily. Can't you do it during the day? Little Xie Bao shook her head. It has to be done at night. Si Ping observed how Su Qi's expression darkened. Little Xie Bao climbed off Su Qi's arms, taking Si Ping's hand and walking toward the room. Come on, big brother Si Ping. With a stern face, Su Qi squeezed himself between the two children. I'm coming with you. Little Xie Bao scratched her head in confusion. Big brother couldn't see Xiahe, so why did he insist on joining them while they waited for Xiahe to absorb moonlight and regain its memory? Sometimes adults really were strange. Chapter 60. I disagree with this marriage. One adult and two children sat on the balcony. Si Ping stared downward, seemingly in a light slumber with closed eyes. Little Xie Bao looked up at the moonlight and the shadow under it, while Su Qi fixed his gaze on Si Ping. This kid, how old is he? He already wants to be alone with our little Xie Bao. Absolutely unacceptable. As if reading his thoughts, Si Ping glanced at him and coldly said, Take back your ridiculous thoughts. That's disgusting. I'm still a child. Stunned, Su Qi sneered. You're no child. Don't think I don't know. Si Ping chuckled sarcastically. If I wanted to harm little Xie Bao, do you really think you could stop me? Su Qi was speechless. Even if I have to die, I won't let you hurt little Bao. You'd better take care of yourself first. Si Ping shot a glance at the shadow above them, which was gazing resentfully at Su Qi. Many people are after your life. But for me, you're nothing more than garbage. Su Qi had never been so disdained before, especially by someone who still looked like a child. Little Xie Bao couldn't comprehend what these two were talking about. Her mind was entirely focused on when the shadow might regain its memory. The black thread around the big brother's neck must be related to this shadow. Si Ping said that she probably remembered nothing now, only instinctively hated by Luo and big brother, hence her attempt to harm them. But there was no black thread around Bai Luo's neck, only around Big Brother's neck. Xie Ping explained that it was because the shadow harbored stronger hatred towards Su Qi. Xie Bao chose to eliminate her resentment rather than eliminate her. Though she didn't understand the intricacies of adult love and hate, her intuition was always spot on. She felt deep down that this shadow seemed to have much to say to Big Brother. Under the moonlight, the shadow clawed furiously at Su Qi but was restrained by Xie Ping's binding threads. However, Su Qi saw none of this. All he knew was that he spent half the night on the balcony with little Xie Bao. When the golden glow of dawn peeked through and the moon vanished, Xie Ping finally stood up and kicked Su Qi, who was asleep nearby. Opening his eyes, he saw Xie Ping's indifferent childlike face. You can choose another path. Confused in the early morning haze, Su Qi asked, what? Forget the past, accept the present, live the life you want to, and stop investigating further. Not all truths are something worth anticipating. Turning away, Xie Ping added, some truths, knowing them may cause you even more pain. Suddenly alert, Su Qi narrowed his eyes. Do you know? Knowing this fact isn't difficult. Xie Ping examined his fingers. I naturally have an understanding of all things. Then tell me. Su Qi spoke gravely. Ching, how did she die? Xie Ping turned around, his eyes red. I've told you. Knowing some truths won't make you feel relieved. Whether or not I'll feel relieved is my business. I must know. Su Qi's voice was hoarse. She left me long ago. It's been 3 years, right? They say time heals all wounds. It's wrong. Some things, time cannot wash away. As time passes, she grows more vivid in my memory. Xie Ping nodded. If you want to know, then continue down your own path. Before Su Qi could respond, Xie Ping had turned and walked out the door. Just as Su Qi was about to chase after Xie Ping to ask why he said those words, the boy was already gone. Lowering his gaze, Su Qi returned to Xie Bao's room, gently lifted her onto the bed, tucked her in, and walked out. News of Su Qi's marriage to Bai Luo hadn't spread yet in their circles, but the wedding venue was already set up. Everyone receiving the invitations looked utterly astonished. Bai Luo, wearing a pristine white wedding dress, sat in a wheelchair, her face radiant with the warmth of springtime. Chen Hong wheeled her out from the dressing room. The wedding was about to start. Who would have thought she actually has some skills, able to seduce Mr. Su successfully? You're right. Nowadays, even common girls end up flying high. If you ask me, Bai Luo is half crippled now. I doubt she will stay in the position of Madame Su for long. What man would like a disabled woman? Especially one as prominent as Mr. Su. Upon hearing these comments, Bai Luo's expression darkened abruptly. Chen Hong pushed her closer. The women making the remarks immediately stopped, exchanging glances before collectively flashing fake smiles. They raised their wine glasses and offered insincere wishes for Bai Luo's happiness in her new marriage. Bai Luo gave them a glare, but chose to remain silent and return their stares with only a faint smile so as not to spoil the wedding. Su Qi stood at the end of the red carpet, his eyes filled with indifference. Chen Hong wheeled Bai Luo in front of him as the MC loudly prompted them to exchange rings. Su Qi frowned. The wedding had been prepared too hastily, and since he'd been preoccupied with thoughts of Bai Qing from the start, he hadn't even spared a moment to think about wedding rings. Bai Luo took out her own prepared ring and looked at Su Qi with anticipation. Though this man married her solely to uncover the truth of Bai Qing's death, she didn't care. The one alive now was her. The one marrying Su Qi was her. And the one who would always be by Su Qi's side in the future was her too. She had already triumphed over Bai Qing long ago. Su Qi, furrowing his brows, casually skipped the ring-giving ritual and asked directly, now can you tell me? Bai Luo was taken aback. He hadn't even prepared a ring? Given the wealth and influence of the Su family, obtaining a wedding ring for Su Qi was as easy as buying a toy. Even if he lacked time to select it himself, delegating it to an assistant could have easily taken care of things. Yet he hadn't bothered. This meant that he hadn't given this marriage even a second thought. Bai Luo couldn't help but feel disheartened. Amidst the murmurs and concealed laughter from the crowd below, Bai Luo's face darkened. You wouldn't spare even this much time to prepare? It's unnecessary, Su Qi replied impatiently. Either you tell me now or I leave. It's up to you. Bai Luo stared at him, shocked. This is our wedding. Su Qi, even if you don't like me, you can't humiliate me like this. Su Qi sneered coldly. Isn't this humiliation entirely your own doing? You. Bai Luo gritted her teeth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face from anger. Seeing this, Chen Hong quickly came forward and gently pulled Bai Luo's hand, whispering consolingly, please calm down. Let's get through the wedding first, alright? Swallowing her resentment and ignoring the mocking laughter from the crowd below, Bai Luo softly said, I'll tell you tonight when we go home. For now, let's finish this wedding. Chen Hong signaled the MC with a glance, prompting the ceremony to continue swiftly. When the MC asked if anyone opposed the marriage, a chubby little hand shot up from among the seats below. Little Xie Bao, dressed in a white lace dress, politely spoke up, can I disagree? Chapter 61, The Disgusting Mother and Daughter. Almost in an instant, all eyes were on the little baby. Bai Luo and Chen Hong's faces turned very unpleasant. The child doesn't know any better, said Chen Hong, stepping forward in an attempt to walk to Xiao Jiabao's side. Adult matters. What does a child like her know? She just yells around for fun. Li Minghan was sitting next to Xiao Jiabao. He extended his leg to block Chen Hong's way. The young master who usually followed Xiao Jiabao's lead now had an air of Li family young master about him. Did I let you pass? For the Su family wedding, the Xie family, which always did business with the Su family, and the Li family were all present. With adult members of the Li family there, Chen Hong didn't dare to do anything to Li Minghan, but could only grit her teeth. The officiant quickly ignored Xiao Jiabao's voice and continued the process. Su Qi's gaze lingered on Xiao Jiabao. Xiao Jiabao looked up at him, her expression showing confusion. Li Minghan said that only two people who liked each other could get married, but Big Brother obviously didn't like Bai Luo, so why could they still get married? Everyone says marriage is a good day, so since this is such a good day, why isn't Big Brother happy at all? Little Flower Fairy jumped out and spoke up. Of course it's because your Big Brother doesn't like Bai Luo. Bai Luo softly coughed, drawing Su Qi's attention back. If you want to know the truth from back then, this is what you promised me. Su Qi pressed his lips together. Xiao Jiabao glanced back at the crowd, her eyes full of anxious emotions. Xie Ping Brother said to stall a bit, otherwise Big Brother would definitely regret it in the future. She didn't want Big Brother to be unhappy, but Xiao Jiabao couldn't hold on much longer. Li Minghan turned his head, whispered into her ear. Didn't you say Xie Ping will be here soon? Why hasn't he come yet? And why does he want us to stop them from completing the ceremony? Xiao Jiabao replied. Because Big Brother doesn't like Bai Luo. If he doesn't like her, can't they just not get married? Li Minghan tapped his chin. My dad doesn't seem to like my mom either, but they still got married and had me and my older brother. I think my dad likes Yunting's mom more. Xiao Jiabao didn't understand the complexity behind all this. She only knew Big Brother wasn't happy. Big Brother was very good to her. She didn't want Big Brother to be sad. She frowned, trying desperately to figure out how to interrupt this ceremony. At that moment, a hoarse voice came from nearby. Why wasn't I informed about my grandson's marriage? An unexpected turn arose during the wedding. Everyone turned their gaze backward. There was Su Xiren pushing Grandpa Su from behind, the old man sharply glaring at Bai Luo on stage, making Bai Luo shiver involuntarily. If Su Qi was angry like a lion, then Grandpa Su's gaze was akin to a poisonous snake, exuding a fatal pressure and fear. Su Qi glanced at Su Xiren. Su Xiren shrugged. Found out, Big Brother. Su Qi helplessly pressed his finger between his eyebrows. Grandpa Su sat in the wheelchair, his gaze turning to Su Qi. Do you want to follow in your second uncle's footsteps? I am not like my second uncle, Su Qi responded. He would never let Bai Luo harm anyone in the Su family. What's different? The old man snorted coldly. White Qing has been dead for 3 years. Su Qi's eyes brimmed with redness, choking on emotion. I know. He understood better than anyone, and could feel the passage of time after White Qing's death more acutely, every moment dragging on interminably. Take off that offending suit, ordered Grandpa Su without room for argument. Chen Hong stepped forward, smiling falsely as she spoke. Grandpa Su, are you trying to break up the match? Let the young people decide their own plans. Since Director Su agreed to marry my daughter, they've already registered their marriage license. How can they change their minds now? Grandpa Su smirked coldly. If they have registered, they can divorce too. What kind of person is your daughter to even consider coveting our Master Su? Chen Hong immediately looked extremely disgruntled. Even if we are in-laws, Grandpa Su shouldn't speak this way, right? Divorce can happen, but the Su family's property must be divided equally between our mother-daughter pair. Don't take advantage of the fact that I haven't studied law. I do know some basic laws. Grandpa Su chuckled. You don't really think my eldest grandchild is stupid enough to fall into such a trap, do you? Chen Hong narrowed her eyes. What do you mean by that? Bai Luo suddenly turned around to look at Su Qi. Su Qi spoke up. The Su family's assets have never been in my name. As for the properties under my name, before we got our marriage certificate, I had already signed a transfer agreement and transferred them to Xiao Jiabao. Xiao Jiabao, What assets under his name? What does that mean? Bai Luo felt her heart turn cold. So you were guarding against me this whole time? Do you think I married you just because of the Su family's wealth? Doesn't matter, Su Qi said coldly. The reason why you married me is not important to me. All I want to know is the truth from years ago. How did Bai Qing die? Bai Luo turned around. Since you've made things so embarrassing between us, do you really expect me to tell you? I'll keep this secret buried with me until the grave. It might take longer to keep it buried, but bringing it to the grave shouldn't be too far off. At that moment, a child's innocent voice came. One wedding drama after another unfolded, as everyone watched with the gleam in their eyes that they were about to see some real gossip. They looked at the slowly approaching child nearby. Xiao Jiabao happily stood up and ran quickly toward the boy. Xie Ping Brother. The people from the Xie family also all stood up. With the old ancestor still standing, none of them dared sit. Behind Xie Ping followed another person. A woman. She had a bright and beautiful appearance, quite attractive. She somewhat resembled the bride standing on the stage. But by comparison, Bai Luo's beauty seemed vulgar. The young lady was radiant and stunningly hard to describe. Despite having a strikingly beautiful face, her eyes were clear like mountain springs, without any trace of flirtation, resembling a newly formed fox spirit. Chen Hong and Bai Luo both widened their eyes the moment they saw her. Bai Luo trembled so much she couldn't control herself. Even the bouquet in her hand dropped to the ground in fright. Chen Hong was also horrified. She took 2 quick steps backward and kept muttering. It can't be. Weren't you dead? I saw it with my own eyes. You breathed your last breath right in front of me. I witnessed it. Su Qi held his breath for a moment, feeling as if this was all a dream. Bai Qing approached with no expression on her face. She raised her hand and delivered a heavy slap across Bai Luo's face. Bai Luo's face instantly swelled, and she fell out of the wheelchair, awkwardly sprawled on the floor, her eyes filled with fear. Sister. Bai Qing reached down, grabbing Bai Luo's neck tightly, her eyes blazing with overwhelming hatred. Her hands were ice cold, colder than those of a living person. Bai Luo struggled, her neck bulging with veins, yet no one present thought to save her. Su Qi stood aside, steadily staring at Bai Qing's face as if wanting to engrave her features into his memory forever. Su Qi, brother. Bai Luo instinctively grabbed Su Qi's trouser hem. Save me, save me. Bai Qing abruptly released her grip, then slapped her again, her voice hoarse and rough, sounding like an evil ghost come straight from hell. What did you just call him? After gasping for air a few times, Bai Luo finally reacted. Fear gripped her body uncontrollably, causing it to spasm. She painfully crawled up, kneeling at Bai Qing's feet. Sister, I'm sorry, I truly realized my mistake. Let me go, all right? Please let me go. My legs are paralyzed now. I have nothing left, sister. I have nothing left. Bai Qing pinched her chin, her long nails almost digging into Bai Luo's flesh. But you still have your face to beg me, don't you? It's Mom's fault. It's all Mom's doing. It really has nothing to do with me, sister. Bai Luo cried out in pain. Those men, those ruffians, they were all brought by her. She was the one who told me to lure you to that place. She said if only those men got to you first, Su Qi wouldn't want you anymore. It was her. All her doing. Yeah. Chapter 62, Bai Qing's past. Chen Hong had long been scared out of her wits, and only snapped back to reality upon hearing Bai Luo's voice. She stood below the stage, looking at Bai Qing with fear. It couldn't be. It mustn't be wrong. She'd seen her dragged into the woods by those men years ago, and witnessed them leaving her covered in blood one by one. Initially, she hadn't intended to take Bai Qing's life. However, those men lost control when they saw Bai Qing's face and became crazier. Dozens of men. When it was over, Bai Qing's body was already cold and stiff. At first, she felt a bit frightened, but the men didn't seem to think this was something significant. They just warned her not to talk about it, and then carried away Bai Qing's body. She didn't know what happened after that. Bai Qing disappeared without a trace, and Chen Hong secretly rejoiced that the police never came knocking on her door, finally freeing herself from Bai Qing. When Su Qi returned from abroad, she and her daughter had already devised strategies and responses. The person who could marry Su Qi was Chen Hong's daughter, and that person could only be Bai Luo, would always be Bai Luo. Looking at Bai Qing standing before her unscathed, her heart was almost drowned in terror. You weren't supposed to, how is this possible? Bai Qing looked down at her with icy eyes. She stepped closer to Chen Hong, and Su Qi seemed to have just realized the situation, tentatively calling out, Qing Qing. Bai Qing paused for a moment, turned her head, and gazed at Su Qi with no emotion whatsoever. Was it you and Bai Luo who tricked me together? Su Qi hesitated for a moment. What? I wasn't. I don't know what happened. I was doing business abroad, and when I returned, Chen Hong and Bai Luo told me that you had an accident. Tears welled up in Bai Qing's eyes. You lied to me. Su Qi hurriedly stepped forward as if trying to explain something, but Bai Qing screamed and grabbed his neck. Xie Bao quickly ran over and pushed Bai Qing away. As soon as her hand touched Bai Qing, a piece of flesh burned off Bai Qing's pale skin. Bai Qing reluctantly let go of Su Qi, and Xie Bao cautiously placed her hand behind her back. Sister Hua, I'm sorry, Xie Bao didn't mean to. But can you please stop hurting Big Brother? He misses you. Standing behind Xie Bao, Su Qi stared at Bai Qing. He could sense that Bai Qing had changed, perhaps deep inside. He also vaguely sensed that Bai Qing was no longer a normal person. Xie Bao tilted her head up at her. Mom used to dislike Xie Bao too. Back then, Xie Bao was so sad. Sometimes I even hated my mom. I did nothing wrong. Why didn't Mom like me? Later, Xie Bao found out, because that woman wasn't really my mom. Grandpa said, every mom in the world loves their own child. Bai Qing smirked lightly. Is that true? It must be. Xie Bao nodded. Grandpa said it. He said he's old and knows a lot. He wouldn't lie. Bai Qing squatted down and looked directly at Xie Bao. Maybe your grandpa was deceived by his grandpa too. Xie Bao was stunned for a few seconds. It seems there might be some truth to it. Bai Qing turned to look at Si Ping. I know, you and that elder could have eliminated me directly, yet you painstakingly gave me this chance. That elder paid quite a price for it, and I am grateful. But you can't help me. Xie Bao firmly stated. I can. My big brother isn't a bad person. There must be some misunderstanding. Can all of you sit down and have a good chat? A tear slid down Bai Qing's eye corner and fell onto Xie Bao's hand. Xie Bao blinked, suddenly feeling dizzy. After a flash of white light, she found herself back in that void-like space. This time, she saw Bai Qing. Back when Bai Qing was very young, she knew that her mother didn't like her. Because Chen Hong had come from the countryside with little social experience early in her life and was deceived by a man. That man had sweet-talked her, but ultimately left her. After that man left, Chen Hong discovered she was pregnant. Back then, she had no money for an abortion and could only grit her teeth and give birth to the child. Bai Qing was born in a small and dilapidated clinic, and immediately after birth, Chen Hong tried to strangle her but was stopped by the nurse and doctor. Later, relying on her youth and beauty, Chen Hong found another man. She was very happy with this second man and had Bai Luo. Ever since Bai Luo was born, Bai Qing's life became even more difficult. The room she liked was Bai Luo's, the food she liked was Bai Luo's, the clothes she liked were Bai Luo's. From childhood to adulthood, she never had a single piece of clothing that fit her properly because all of them were clothes Bai Luo no longer wanted, too small for her. Since childhood, her academic performance was excellent. She went to school with Bai Luo and consistently ranked first in the grade year after year, while Bai Luo always placed at the bottom. Later, Chen Hong wouldn't let her rank first anymore. As long as she scored better than Bai Luo, she would return home to endure a beating from Chen Hong amidst Bai Luo's tantrums. Her stepfather seemed to be a decent man. At least that was what Bai Qing thought until she turned 18. When Chen Hong would beat her mercilessly, He would intervene and even secretly give her money so she could buy things she liked. But this money would soon end up in Bai Luo's pocket, and if Chun Hong found out, Bai Qing would receive yet another beating. Until that day, Bai Qing's 18th birthday. The family had never celebrated Bai Qing's birthday. That evening, after dinner, she cleaned the dishes as usual and prepared to take a shower before going to bed. Holding Bai Luo's discarded pajamas, she passed by the master bedroom when she overheard her mother and stepfather talking. They were discussing how to send her to her stepfather's bed that night. Over the years, Chun Hong had become much more haggard, losing her former beauty. She realized her stepfather had another woman on the side, and the first thought that came to her mind was to give Bai Qing to her stepfather. She still remembered Chun Hong's exact words clearly. Anyway, you don't share any bloodline with him. If your father finds another woman and has a son, then comes back to seize all our property, what will happen to us? People inside the family are always more trustworthy than those outside. I've raised you for so many years. Now it's time for you to repay me. Bai Qing felt nauseous and nearly threw up. She pushed away her shirtless stepfather who tried to approach her and stumbled out of the house, too terrified to go back. She spent the whole night on a park bench and began living at school afterward. Not until her stepfather met an accidental death and Chun Hong asked her to come back home did she dare return. She thought Chun Hong wanted her back because she might actually care for her as a daughter, but it turned out only that the college entrance exam was approaching. Given Bai Luo's grades, even a third-rate university was beyond her reach, so Chun Hong planned to have her take the exam in Bai Luo's place. Chapter 63, The Self-Destructive Mother and Daughter. Bai Qing took the exam in place of Bai Luo, and their lives were swapped. Bai Luo went off to attend a top university with great fanfare, while she had to work outside to make money to support Bai Luo's education. She thought that by making such a great sacrifice, Chun Hong would at least care about her a little more. Since childhood, all she yearned for was attention from Chun Hong, but she never received any. Once, Bai Qing went to Bai Luo's university to deliver her living expenses and met Su Qi, who was also a university student at the time. They got acquainted, and not long after, Su Qi dropped out to manage the Su family. Coincidentally, they crossed paths more frequently thereafter. She brought Su Qi home, originally intending only to let Chun Hong know that she had found someone to accompany her through life, and also hoped to receive blessings from her mother. But Bai Luo and Chun Hong had their eyes on her boyfriend. Unbeknownst to her, Su Qi was going abroad on business that day. She received a text message from Su Qi on her phone saying he would be away for some time and asked her to go to a certain place as he wanted to talk to her. Bai Qing did not suspect anything amiss. Little did she know that this location would become the greatest nightmare of her life. Xie Bao suddenly snapped back to reality as the surroundings gradually returned to the real world. She looked at Bai Qing in front of her and reached out, wanting to touch her head to offer some comfort. But then remembering she couldn't touch her, she quickly withdrew her hand. Bai Qing stood up, staring at Bai Luo and Chun Hong, her eyes reddening. Tell me, how am I supposed to stay calm with hatred like this? Bai Luo clutched her own head, wildly yelling. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I swear. It was her. It's Chun Hong. Take your revenge on her. It has nothing to do with me. I just followed what she said. It really has nothing to do with me. She was utterly terrified, crying her eyes out while kneeling at Bai Qing's feet. Chun Hong, hearing Bai Luo's words, gritted her teeth. Isn't everything I've done for you? All the benefits have been yours, and now you want to cut ties. Bai Luo revealed a pitiful expression. This is what you willingly chose, not something I forced you into. What does it have to do with me? Coldness ran through Chun Hong's heart as she glared at Bai Luo. Just look. This was the child she had cherished like the apple of her eye since childhood. This was the daughter for whom she didn't hesitate to get her hands bloody to pave the way. Bai Qing watched this dog-eat-dog scenario and lightly laughed. How interesting these mother and daughter are. She squatted down, her deep gaze focused on Bai Luo, and spoke. Today, I might spare both of your lives. A trace of joy flashed in Bai Luo's eyes. Kneeling on the ground, she kept bowing her head repeatedly. Sister, sister, I knew you still cared about us. Although there have been many unpleasant things in the past, we share the same blood after all. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't harm us because of family ties. Sister, come back, and I promise I won't take your things anymore. I'll give everything back to you, okay? Good, Bai Qing nodded and replied. But since I've gone through so much trouble to come back, it would be a pity to just leave. Kill Chun Hong for me, and I'll spare you. How about that? Bai Luo paused, stunned. What? One of you two has to die anyway. Bai Qing shrugged. Or else why did I come back? Do you think I came back just to reunite with you all? Bai Luo cast a panicked glance at Chun Hong, showing a hint of hesitation. Alarm bells rang loud in Chun Hong's heart as she anxiously said, Luo, don't listen to her. She's already dead. Shouldn't two living people fear a ghost? But Bai Luo was too terrified to hear anything. Bai Qing glanced around and threw over a knife used for cutting cakes at weddings. She stared at the cold blade flashing in front of her, having one thought in mind. If Chun Hong died, she could live. With trembling hands, she grabbed the handle of the knife and raised her gaze to look at Chun Hong with an imploring look. Mom, I know you've done all this for my good, but I really don't want to die. Chun Hong looked at Bai Luo with a heavy-hearted expression. You've done so much for me already, Mom. Can you help me once more? Bai Luo's voice was low as she crawled toward Chun Hong with the knife in hand. If you die, I can live. You don't have much longer to live anyway, so give me this chance. With all your kindness towards me, you'd definitely agree, right? Rest assured, if you die, I'll burn paper money for you. Lots and lots of paper money. Her lips turned pale, trembling non-stop, murmuring nonsensically as she lunged at Chun Hong like a mad woman. The sharp edge of the blade gleamed with cold light as it pierced toward Chun Hong's body. Chun Hong let out a loud scream, narrowly dodging Bai Luo's blade. Seeing the mix of fear, pleading, and malice on Bai Luo's face, she was filled with overwhelming regret. She had bared her soul for Bai Luo, but now, all Bai Luo wanted was to kill her just to save herself. If only she had known how ungrateful Bai Luo would turn out to be, she should have strangled her at birth. Regret and anger burned in Chun Hong's eyes. When Bai Luo lunged at her again, she swiftly grabbed the knife from Bai Luo's hand and fiercely plunged it back toward her. Bai Luo never expected Chun Hong to retaliate like this, still frozen in shock. With her impaired legs, she had no time to dodge. The blade instantly pierced into her eye. Bai Luo let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching her bleeding eye as she shrieked in agony. The horrifying scene sent all the guests into panic. They scattered, fleeing everywhere. Su Qi stood there, his face cold, snapping his fingers. All the guests immediately collapsed unconscious. Xie Bao's eyes were suddenly covered by a warm hand. Su Qi's palm was trembling slightly. "Big brother," Xie Bao whispered softly. His voice quivered as he kept her eyes covered. "Don't look." Bai Qing turned around, glanced at Su Qi, and gave a faint smile. "Do you think I'm cruel?" Su Qi pressed his lips together. "I just don't want Xie Bao to see. She's too young." Bai Qing lowered her gaze, looking at the black thread around Su Qi's neck, then waved her hand. The thread snapped into two pieces. Su Qi suddenly felt an immense sense of relief. The constant discomfort in his breathing finally disappeared. He looked at Bai Qing. "All these years, you've been by my side." Bai Qing remained silent and started to walk away. "Wait, Qing." Su Qi called out urgently. Bai Qing stopped, her figure gradually becoming translucent. Xie Ping had only given her this much time. She turned into a shadow, disappearing into Xie Bao's storybook. Xie Bao suddenly felt something warm drip onto her face. It was hot. She knew it was tears, Big Brother's tears. Even someone like Big Brother could cry so sorrowfully. Chapter 64, Finale. Chun Hong stared at the blood streaming from Bai Luo's eyes, her own vision clouded with murderous intent. She stabbed Bai Luo repeatedly until the cries ceased, and no more could be made. With a cold face, she thrust her blade into Bai Luo again and again, half of her face stained crimson, resembling a vengeful demoness of hell. Bai Luo had long since passed away, yet she showed no signs of stopping as though intending to reduce Bai Luo to mush. It was finally Su Xiren who called the police. When they arrived and pulled Chun Hong away, she seemed to awaken from her stupor, bursting into crazed laughter. With bloodshot eyes, she glared at Xie Bao and shrieked, "You harbinger of misfortune! If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have come to this end. Just wait. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." Xie Bao's eyes were covered by Su Qi and thus didn't know that Chun Hong was talking to him. He stood still in place. Xie Ping glanced at her with narrowed eyes. Chun Hong inexplicably felt a shiver down her spine. Despite his small stature, this boy emanated an intimidating aura that sent chills through Chun Hong's scalp. Though Xie Ping's lips did not move, somehow Chun Hong heard the cold voice of a child. "If you dare to return, feel free to give it a try." Chun Hong instantly deflated and was dragged away by the police. Grandpa Su gave a respectful look at Xie Ping, saying, "Mr. Patriarch of the Xie family, what do you think?" Xie Ping responded, "I will erase their memories." Grandpa Su nodded and ultimately said nothing, giving Su Qi a glance before uttering, "Take Xiao Bao home. Don't linger here amidst bad omens." Su Qi nodded, carrying Xiao Bao back home. Xiao Bao quietly lay on Su Qi's shoulder, whispering softly, "Big brother, I'm sorry." Su Qi choked out, "What is there for you to apologize for?" Xiao Bao scratched his head, replying, "I originally thought that doing this would make you happy. You miss Miss Hua so much, I thought you'd be joyful." Su Qi curled the corner of his lips into a faint smile, feeling somewhat relieved. "Being able to see her again makes me very happy." "Will you blame Miss Hua?" Xiao Bao asked. "Please don't blame her. She's extremely pitiable." "Little fool," Su Qi shook his head. "How could I possibly blame her? Everything she went through, every single incident, was enough to justify Bai Luo and Chun Hong being put to death 10,000 times. If only he had known earlier. If only he had known, would things have turned out differently?" Xiao Bao patted Su Qi's head and said, "Big brother, stop feeling sad. Miss Hua must be very happy seeing you too." Su Qi nodded, brushing against Xiao Bao's cheek, and fell silent. Xiao Bao sat with him in the living room. Su Qi's expression remained somewhat vacant, seemingly reflecting on what had just occurred. Not long after, Li Minghan and Xie Ping walked in. Li Minghan broke down, crying out, "Why didn't you erase my memory too? I don't want to remember such a thing." The bloody scene earlier, Xiao Bao hadn't seen it, but Li Minghan had witnessed everything vividly. No one from the Li family came up to shield his eyes either. To this day, whenever he recalled the crazy, blood-soaked figures of Chun Hong and Bai Luo, he shivered uncontrollably. When all the guests woke up, they had no recollection of what happened. A few consoling words from Grandpa Su and Su Xiren calmed them down, allowing them to leave in a daze. Xie Ping cast a glance at Li Minghan, slightly frowning due to his chatter. Minghan kept chatting until he noticed Xiao Bao nearby, and quickly approached him, wearing a worried expression. "Are you okay?" Xiao Bao shook his head. "I'm fine." "I'm not fine." Li Minghan pointed at Xie Ping and said angrily, "He's terrible. We'll never play with him again." Xiao Bao blinked. "But Xiao Bao wants to play with brother Xie Ping. What are you going to play with him?" Li Minghan whispered cautiously. "I heard your grandpa call him patriarch earlier. In reality, he's just an old millennium demon, specifically eating kids like us." Xiao Bao hesitated. "Brother Xie Ping doesn't eat people." Who says so? Li Minghan crossed his arms. Old demons always eat children. Xie Ping smirked without mirth and remarked, I prefer the smarter ones. Li Minghan immediately turned around and complained to Xiao Bao. Look, he's calling you dumb. Xiao Bao. As the children bickered around him, Su Qi sat beside them, turning his eyeballs to take in Xiao Bao's side profile, exhaling deeply. At least, he still had Xiao Bao. After Bai Qing's matter reached its conclusion, Su Qi felt significantly lighter. Now that he knew the truth from years ago, despite how bloody and raw it was, Bai Qing's vengeance was fulfilled. Bai Luo and Chun Hong received their deserved punishment. She left this world in peace, didn't she? Chun Hong was directly sentenced to death in the court for intentional homicide with extremely heinous behavior, and she was quickly executed by firing squad. Su Qi had originally been concerned about the words Chun Hong said when she was arrested by the police, fearing that Xiao Jiabao might encounter some misfortune. But with Xiao Jiabao always being around Li Minghan and Xie Ping, Su Qi set his mind at ease. With Xie Ping present, what kind of evil spirits or ghosts would dare to approach Xiao Jiabao? Maybe because the black silk thread wrapped around his neck was gone, Su Qi's luck improved rapidly. Some thorny issues within the Su group were resolved smoothly. At the end-of-year report, profits soared several points. The member from the Li family was jealous nearly to distortion, suggesting that Su Qi should arrange a Wao-Chin, child betrothal, between Li Minghan and Xiao Jiabao. Such a little good fortune star as Xiao Jiabao deserved to be married into their family. Then, the President Su rejected it with great disdain. Isn't your kid unworthy of our Xiao Jiabao? The eldest brother of the Li family sincerely nodded. That is indeed. How about letting her become my daughter? Sitting beside, Xiao Jiabao tilted his head, not quite understanding. Are you Xiao Jiabao's father? The eldest brother of the Li family delightedly took advantage of Su general manager. Does Xiao Jiabao want me to be your dad? Mr. Su, look how reasonable Xiao Jiabao is. You'd better call dad out loud. Mr. Su glanced coldly at the eldest brother of the Li family and carried his own Xiao Jiabao away gracefully. It was almost time for the new year. Passing through the peak busy period of work, Su Qi basically spent every day at home playing with Xiao Jiabao. The prestigious president of the group dressed in an apron like a housewife, yet found joy in it. Xiao Jiabao's kindergarten also went on holiday, so he couldn't see Xie Ping and Li Minghan every day. Li Minghan called Xiao Jiabao every day, chattering a lot. Su Qi listened to the sound of children coming through the phone, like setting off firecrackers. It sounded very festive. He helplessly chuckled. This young master of the Li family used to be notoriously arrogant and overbearing, but in front of Xiao Jiabao, he behaved like an obedient puppy. Indeed, quite amusing. Chapter 65, Li Minghan is sick. The people of the Li family did not object to Li Minghan associating with Xiao Jiabao, even though it seemed like someone from the Xie family was often around. As long as Xiao Jiabao was present, there shouldn't be any accidents. However, Li Minghan's constitution was ultimately different from Xiao Jiabao's, and being constantly together with Xie Ping, he couldn't help but be influenced by his evil aura. So, during this festive season when everyone was joyfully preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner, Li Minghan had fallen ill, and judging by his condition, it wasn't light. Xiao Jiabao received a call from Li Minghan's older brother while she was at home making dumplings with her big brother. She learned things very quickly. After seeing the housemaid make a few, she got the hang of it. With strong practical skills, it wasn't long before she could shape the dumplings nicely. Su Qi wiped the flour off her nose and smiled. Whose little treasure has turned into a little flower cat? Xiao Jiabao raised her hand and rubbed her nose tip, giggling twice before continuing to pick up a dumpling wrapper and filling it. Grandpa said all the brothers will come back today, right? Xiao Jiabao's eyes sparkled. Then I'll make a lot of dumplings for them to eat. And also, these coins, I want to put more in. Grandpa said whoever finds the coin in the dumpling will have good luck all year. Su Qi laughed and said, all right, our Xiao Jiabao is the most capable. But even though the coins have been sterilized, they should still be best kept away from your fourth brother, who has obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Xiao Jiabao nodded vigorously. Oh. At that moment, Su Qi's phone rang, and he looked at the caller ID. Li Mingwan? What does he want calling me now? Su Qi wiped his hands and answered the call. A voice quickly came through on the other end. Hello? Su Qi, is Xiao Jiabao with you? Su Qi paused for a moment, glanced at Xiao Jiabao, and replied, yeah, what's wrong? Can you bring her over now? Li Minglan asked urgently. Minghan has been running a high fever for 2 days. Surprised, Su Qi questioned, if the kid is this sick, why not send him to the hospital? Why are you contacting us and Xiao Jiabao? He was sent to the hospital, and his fever went down there, but once he returned home, it spiked again. Li Minglan explained anxiously. I heard him constantly mumbling about some old woman, so I thought there might be something unclean. Since your Xiao Jiabao can see such things, I wanted her to take a look. Since Su Qi had the speakerphone on, Xiao Jiabao naturally also heard Li Minglan's voice, so she hastily put down the dumpling she was wrapping and spoke up. Big brother, let's go over there fast. Su Qi quickly gathered his things and took Xiao Jiabao to the Li residence. As soon as they arrived at the Li estate, they saw Li Minglan anxious to the point of sweating. Seeing Xiao Jiabao was like seeing a savior, so he quickly snatched her from Su Qi and carried her inside. Su Qi. Xiao Jiabao was a little confused too. She was carried into Li Minggan's room, where his mother sat by his bedside crying bitterly, and Li Minggan's father paced anxiously in the room. Upon seeing Xiao Jiabao, Mr. Li immediately frowned. Minglan, this is your plan? She's just a 4-year-old child. What can she do? Li Minglan replied. Dad, I don't have time to explain much right now. Just let Xiao Jiabao take a look at Minghan first. You're simply being ridiculous. Mr. Li continued severely reprimanding Li Minglan while pulling out his phone. If the hospital couldn't cure this illness, how can you expect her, a mere little girl, to solve it? Minghan may act foolishly, but why are you following in his footsteps? Quickly escort them out. Don't disturb your younger brother further. Actually, I know a master. He's rumored to be highly skilled. I'll have him come over. Xie Bao blinked her big eyes, then glanced toward Li Minghan's bed, but the canopy hung in front of it, and Mrs. Li blocked her view, making it impossible to see clearly. Mr. Li would not let her check on Li Minghan, so she could only return to the living room with Li Minglan. There, Su Qi sat on the couch and stood up upon their arrival, asking, "What's the matter? Nothing serious, right?" Li Minglan's face showed displeasure, and he remained silent with pursed lips. Xie Bao shook her head. "Uncle doesn't let me see Xiaoming. He says kids aren't reliable." Su Qi paused briefly, suddenly becoming upset, and coldly said, "He dares to talk down to you? It's your Li family seeking our help, through Xie Bao. Xie Bao, let's go." Xie Bao scratched her head. "Big brother, I want to see how Xiaoming is doing. Can we stay a little longer?" Su Qi pouted angrily and sat back down on the couch, not mentioning leaving anymore. He knew that Li Minghan was a good playmate for Xie Bao. The purest kind of friendship between two children shouldn't be tainted by the convoluted thoughts of adults like them. Li Dad soon got in touch with the so-called master, first transferring 10,000 yuan as an appearance fee, and only then did the master deign to arrive 3 hours later. By now, Li Minghan was almost cooked like a shrimp from the fever, constantly talking about some old woman and calling out to Xie Bao, yet Li Dad wouldn't let Xie Bao see him. The master took 2 rounds around the house and declared that Li Minghan had been possessed by an evil ghost. The couple from the Li family were terrified and hurriedly asked the master what could be done. The master shook his head and said, "This is very difficult. Has the young master recently been to any ominous places? To exorcise this demon will cost me much longevity." Mr. and Mrs. Li quickly understood what the master meant and hastily responded, "Master, as long as you can cure my son, I'll give you any amount of money." The master swiftly pulled out his phone and POS machine. "Do you prefer card or transfer?" Even Su Qi, as an outsider, couldn't help but twitch his lips at the master's appearance. The couple, whether due to their desperation or other reasons, immediately pulled out their phones to transfer money to the master. Xie Bao, sitting on the side, suddenly interjected, "It's not an evil ghost." Hearing this, the master turned around, looked at Xie Bao, furrowed his brows and retorted, "Who are you? Don't meddle here. You're just defaming me, and if something goes wrong when I perform the ritual, I won't take responsibility." After hearing this, the lazy couple immediately wanted Xie Bao to leave. Xie Bao insisted stubbornly. "Xie Bao can smell it. There's no trace of an aggrieved ghost. He's a fraud." The master sneered, "What does a baby know? If my ritual fails later, it'll be because this child spoke without thinking. It has nothing to do with me." Su Qi narrowed his eyes, shielding Xie Bao behind him. "My sister says it's not, so it's not. If you insist on arguing, I don't mind making a call to report a fraud." Upon hearing this, the master's face changed, and he loudly shouted, "It was you who paid a hefty sum to invite me. What's all this nonsense now?" Xie Bao peeked her little head out from behind Su Qi. "If you drive out the evil spirit, and Xiaoming doesn't get better, what happens then?" The master rolled his eyes and replied, "Even if the exorcism succeeds, these symptoms will persist for a few days. Without the exorcism, he might not recover." Su Qi chuckled coldly. "You actually want the high fever to last for several days? This man would either burn himself irreversibly or end up as a fool. How haven't people beaten you to death yet?" Xie Bao blinked her eyes. "Xie Bao can make Xiaoming stop being sick right away." Chapter 66. The Bad Master Who Tricks Kids. The master scoffed. "At such a young age, you're already out here deceiving people. I wonder how you were raised at home." Xie Bao hugged her little hands and innocently said, "Then uncle, why are you so old and still tricking people? Is there no one at home to teach you manners? Don't you have parents?" The master was momentarily speechless. This little girl sure knows how to talk. Xie Bao looked seriously at Mr. and Mrs. Li and said, "Uncle, Auntie, Xiaoming is a very important friend to Xie Bao. Xie Bao won't harm Xiaoming. Can you please let me take a look, okay?" Mr. and Mrs. Li clearly didn't trust Xie Bao, thinking that a baby couldn't possibly do anything. Li Minglan became anxious and could only say, "Let this so-called master drive the evil spirits away first. After he's done, we'll let Xie Bao take a look. That should be fine, right?" Only then did Mr. and Mrs. Li reluctantly agree. The master rolled his eyes and started wildly shaking in the big house, walking around while sprinkling glutinous rice powder. It's said this stuff has powers to drive away evil spirits, but it's useless against wandering souls with deep grievances. The master danced for nearly 2 hours, appearing to exert quite a bit of effort. Xie Bao sat on the couch watching him run around the room while anxiously glancing toward Li Minghan's room. When he finally finished, Mr. and Mrs. Li rushed into the room and saw that Li Minghan was still running a high fever. Moreover, because of all the incense burning in the room, thick smoke made Li Minghan cough continuously. The master spoke up. "I already said, the symptoms won't disappear so quickly. It'll take at least a couple of days. The coughing and sneezing now are just ways to expel the dirt." Li Minglan glanced at his suffering younger brother lying in bed and said, "Can Xie Bao come in and take a look now?" As Xie Bao walked into the room, she was almost choked by the smoke inside. She pulled back the curtain and saw Li Minghan lying on the bed, his forehead covered with beads of sweat. An old woman was sitting at the foot of the bed, unmoved by the heavy smoke in the room. She just stared blankly at the child lying in the bed. These past few days, Xie Bao had learned a lot from Xie Ping, so she could at least discern that this old woman absolutely wasn't an avenging ghost, but rather a wandering soul in the mortal world who somehow floated over to Li Minghan. Wandering souls often carry a bit of yin qi, negative energy. When Li Minghan used to see these things before, Xie Bao was always by his side, naturally making him immune to any poison or harm. But without Xie Bao around, he easily fell under the influence of the yin qi. Furthermore, he had spent quite some time with Xie Ping, and thus, in his state of high fever, he vaguely saw the old woman, which caused him to remain in his continuous high fever. Xie Bao climbed onto the bed and sat face to face with the old woman, saying, "Grandma, why are you here? Have you lost your way home? Please stop scaring my friend. He has a small heart, is very weak, and will die easily." Sensing something from Xie Bao perhaps, Li Minghan slightly opened one eye. Xie Bao. Hearing Li Minghan's voice, Xie Bao quickly turned around and said, Here. You don't need to be afraid. Let me talk to Grandma, and make her leave soon, all right? Li Minghan frowned. I'm dying from the heat. Why did you come so late? Xie Bao sighed. Maybe it's because your parents want you to get more experience. Li Minghan. After speaking just a few words, he felt too uncomfortable all over and passed out again. Xie Bao continued talking with the old woman. However, the old woman seemed like she wasn't listening to anything. No matter what Xie Bao said, she just sat at the bedside, motionless. Xie Bao got mad. Even though you're an elder, you shouldn't act like this. If you don't leave, Xie Bao will get angry. Unmoved, the old woman remained seated. Frowning in anger, Xie Bao took out her storybook from her backpack. Although you're elderly, and Xie Bao should respect elders and love children, Xiao Ming is a very good friend of mine, so I'm sorry. She directly sucked the old woman's wandering soul into the storybook. White Qing peeked out from the storybook and said curiously, it's just a wandering soul, not an avenging ghost, and it lacks spiritual power. Are you collecting even this? Your magical tool isn't really efficient, is it? Does adult Xie Ping know you use his tools to collect wandering souls? Xie Bao patted White Qing's head and pushed her back inside. Miss Hua, go inside first. After the old woman's soul was collected, the yin qi around Li Minghan dissipated somewhat. He broke out in a cold sweat, and the high fever quickly subsided. When Mr. and Mrs. Li came in later, they found Li Minghan able to open his eyes and speak. Xie Bao leaned on the bedrail, stuffing the storybook back. Li Minglan finally sighed in relief, turned around, and gave the so-called master a cold look. He spoke. Master, didn't you say that these symptoms would last at least a day or two? How come after one 4-year-old little kid made a move, my younger brother is already better? That master broke out in a sweat on his forehead and said, Everyone's constitution is different, right? Besides, it could be because of the successful exorcism I did earlier, which made the young master wake up. This little girl didn't do anything. She just muttered some words in the room for a few minutes. She was just lucky, taking credit for what I did. Su Qi laughed coldly. The master initially said it would take a day or two to get better, but now he changed his tune. At this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Li finally realized that the so-called master in front of them might very well be a fraud. The master coughed once and said, Since the young master has recovered, then I'll leave first. And with that, he tried to sneak away. Li Minglan interjected. In the middle of the New Year's celebration, Master, are you rushing off to defraud another family? The master stubbornly defended himself. I've already told you, I didn't deceive you. It was this young girl who stole the credit from me. I cast the spell first, before her. Xie Bao rolled her lips. Fraudster. Anyone who deceives kids is a bad adult. Miss Hua, why don't you scare him a bit? White Qing poked her head out of the storybook. Leave it to me. I hate people like this who lie through their teeth. Immediately afterward, the master felt a tightness in his throat, as if something were choking him. His face turned red, and in an instant, he fell to the ground, rolling over and clutching his throat. Everyone was shocked. Xie Bao squatted down, tilted her head, and said, Uncle, the thing inside just now wasn't a vengeful ghost and wouldn't attack anyone, but this current one is truly a vengeful ghost. The master stretched out a hand toward Xie Bao, pleading with his eyes. Xie Bao asked, Will you still cheat children? The master shook his head painfully. Then return the money you just swindled from Uncle and Auntie. The master hurriedly nodded. Xie Bao clapped her hands and said, All right then, Miss Hua, come back. Hearing the title Miss Hua, Su Qi abruptly turned his head toward Xie Bao. Chapter 67. In my dying illness, I suddenly sit up in shock, only to realize the clown is myself. If it hadn't been for the presence of the Li family, Su Qi might have rushed forward to ask why Xie Bao called out that name. He knew this name was how Xie Bao referred to Bai Qing. The day Bai Qing returned, he had heard Xie Bao mention it. Although he didn't know why Xie Bao called her Miss Hua, what was most important right now was that Bai Qing seemed not to have fully left. After leaving the Li residence, Su Qi hesitated many times before finally speaking up. Xie Bao, did Qing really not leave? Xie Bao thought for a moment and replied, Miss Hua, Xie Ping brothers said her malevolence was too deep to allow her back into the ghost realm to enter the cycle of rebirth, so Xie Bao temporarily let Miss Hua stay in my storybook. Su Qi's eyes lit up. Is there any way I can see her? Xie Bao leaned on her hand, took out the storybook, and nodded seriously. Miss Hua said she doesn't want to see you, so just consider her dead. It's strange. Why should you pretend she's dead when she's already dead? Miss Hua. Su Qi laughed bitterly. She still doesn't believe me? Nope. Xiao Jiabao patted the storybook. Miss Hua said, separated by the realms of yin and yang, we are no longer the same kind of people. The past has already passed. She's not Bai Qing anymore. She likes being called Miss Hua. From now on, she wants to be an easygoing ghost. Miss Hua, please speak slower. Xiao Jiabao can't keep up. Su Qi pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat dispirited as he sat down in the driver's seat. He had never expected more than at this moment to have the abilities of Xiao Jiabao. If he did, he could see Bai Qing again, no matter what she looked like now. Even if it was just one glance, it would be good. Xiao Jiabao patted Su Qi's shoulder with the air of a little adult. Big brother, you promised me you wouldn't be sad. And Miss Hua doesn't want to see you sad either. As long as I'm here, I will definitely protect Miss Hua well. Su Qi forced a smile and ruffled Xiao Jiabao's head. Xiao Jiabao is the best. Xiao Jiabao grinned proudly twice. The already vengeful spirit, Miss Hua. Do I need your protection, young lady? Xiao Jiabao nodded and said, if any ghosts try to bully you later, remember to tell me. What good would it do telling you? She mumbled, with your current divine powers sealed, you're probably only half as strong as before. If you encounter a ghost more powerful than me, you wouldn't be able to help anyway. Xiao Jiabao placed her hands on her hips and said, I can call for reinforcements. As she spoke, she took out her small silver bell and shook it. Suddenly, in the back seat of the speeding luxury car, a boy with an indifferent expression appeared. Although Su Qi had seen many similar scenes, he was still startled subconsciously. He asked, can you just casually make things happen like that? Si Ping did not respond, but only looked at Xiao Jiabao and asked, what's the matter? Si Ping brother, Xiao Jiabao turned around and said, Happy New Year. I want you to come over to my house to eat dumplings. Miss Hua stuck her head out of the pocket and muttered, dream on, little girl. I didn't know when I lacked awareness, but now I surely do. Would someone of Si Ping's stature possibly eat dumplings with a goddess whose spiritual energy is almost depleted? Isn't this just a joke? Si Ping, Miss Hua, laughing. In my dying illness, I suddenly sit up in shock, only to realize the clown is myself. Si Ping glanced at Miss Hua poking her head out and coldly curled the corner of his lips. You seem to have a lot of strength. Cough, not really. Miss Hua quickly pulled back, just helped Xiao Jiabao fight earlier. So tired. I'll go to sleep now. Good night, Master Si Ping. Xiao Jiabao then remembered there was also an old woman's wandering soul in the storybook, so she quickly told Si Ping about the incident that happened in the Li family mansion. Si Ping closed his eyes and said indifferently, you can do whatever you want. Maybe the old lady got lost trying to find her way home, Xiao Jiabao said, holding her hands together. Si Ping opened his eyes. Judging by the clarity of her spiritual body, she must have passed away not long ago. Therefore, her amnesia isn't due to wandering as a ghost for too long. She probably suffered from this condition even before death. Perhaps drawing a portrait based on her appearance might help find her family. Xiao Jiabao nodded. Okay, I know that now. Xiao Jiabao will draw well. But it's just a wandering soul. Releasing her somewhere should suffice, Miss Hua interjected. There are so many wandering souls in the world. You can't possibly handle all of them. Xiao Jiabao held her storybook tightly. But this old grandma looks so pitiful. A person who overflows with sympathy. Miss Hua muttered a sentence, not daring to look at Si Ping's expression, and quickly shut her mouth. When they arrived at the Su residence, Old Master Su was being pushed out by the housekeeper to water the flowers. Seeing their arrival, he smiled and waved at Xiao Jiabao. Xiao Jiabao, where have you been? Xiao Jiabao glanced back at Su Qi and said, Xiao Jiabao went out to play with Big Brother. Old Master Su nodded. Did Xiao Jiabao have fun playing? Yes, it was so much fun. We played a game of defeating bad guys. Xiao Jiabao made fists and threw several punches into the air, full of youthful vigor, making the old master feel more energetic as well. Xiao Jiabao took the hand of Old Master Su and said, Grandpa, let me take you inside to eat dumplings. Xiao Jiabao has prepared a lot of dumplings, and there's also a surprise. Old Master Su laughed. Is that so? I wonder what kind of surprise Xiao Jiabao has waiting for Grandpa. Xiao Jiabao said mysteriously, I can't tell you now. You will all find out in the evening. It wasn't long until night fell, and a few brothers of the Su family came back one after another. All of them couldn't help but hug Xiao Jiabao tightly, especially second brother Su Hungtian. He held Xiao Jiabao close and rubbed her affectionately. Ever since the children's program ended, we haven't seen our Xiao Jiabao for a long time. Second brother missed you so much. Did Xiao Jiabao miss second brother? I did. Xiao Jiabao smiled with squinting eyes. Xiao Jiabao also made dumplings for second brother. Si Ping sat on the sofa, his eyes lowered, looking at the fruits on the table, completely ignoring the lively atmosphere around him. He wasn't someone who enjoyed such liveliness, but if Xiao Jiabao were present, it might be bearable. After the dumplings were cooked, Old Master Su spoke up. All right, stop surrounding Xiao Jiabao. Let her come over to eat dumplings. At this moment, Suya also descended from upstairs and silently sat aside, lifting her eyelids and sneakily checking out Si Ping. Taking advantage of everyone focusing on Xiao Jiabao, Suya approached and sat next to Si Ping. Si Ping pressed his lips together, slightly frowning. Seeing that he was sitting alone here, Suya assumed Si Ping was also an overlooked child in the Si family, so she wanted to get closer to him. Don't you think they are all blind? Suya complained softly to Si Ping. She is just some talentless wild girl, yet so many people like her. It's really incomprehensible why. Si Ping remained silent, but Xiao Jiabao noticed this side and saw Suya almost leaning onto Si Ping, so she hurriedly said, Move away. Don't get too close to big brother Xie. Not only did Suya not move further away, she got even closer. I just thought it was pitiful to see him sitting alone here, so I wanted to keep him company and talk. Have you monopolized your brother and grandfather not enough already? Do you want the whole world to love you and hate me before you're satisfied? Chapter 68. Knowing there's a tiger on the mountain. Everyone in the family had heard Suya's words, and the brothers of the Su family suddenly had darkened expressions. Fifth brother coldly said, "Why is that woman's child still in the Su household?" Eldest brother explained, "Grandfather saw her as a pitiful young girl with nowhere to go, so he allowed her to stay temporarily at the Su residence. If one is staying under another's roof, one should be aware of that position. Do you know that?" Fifth brother scoffed coldly. "If you dare to say such things again, I'll throw you out the window." Suya shivered violently at his aggressive tone. She now looked at fifth brother with some fear and defended herself softly. "Fifth cousin, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to chat with the guest." "You want to chat with him?" Fifth brother gave Suya an odd look, then glanced at Xie Ping beside her, asking, "Did you touch him just now?" Xie Bao sighed. Sister Suya's arm accidentally brushed against brother Xie Ping earlier. Suya blinked and said, puzzled, "It was just a slight touch. Nothing bad happened. Are you alright?" Sixth brother, Su Zhou, chuckled maliciously. He was handsome, but his smile made him seem like a mischievous little fox. "If you're fine, stand up and take a couple steps." Though Suya didn't know what he meant, she obediently stood up and took 2 steps. Well, more accurately, 1.5 steps because, when she stepped again, she somehow tripped over her own feet and fell flat on the ground. The fall bruised Suya severely. Her nose was red and her face swollen, and she almost even knocked out her front teeth. Tears began streaming from her eyes in large droplets. And it wasn't over yet. As she tried to get up, she slipped once more, and this time her knee collided painfully with the corner of the coffee table. Seeing Suya cry in pain, Xie Bao let out a heavy sigh. "Alas, I already told you not to touch brother Xie Ping. You really do know there's a tiger on the mountain." She hesitated midway through her sentence. This proverb, which her kindergarten teacher had clearly taught her before, had suddenly escaped her memory now, so she blurted something nonsensical. "No, there's a tiger on the mountain. Deliberately go and find the mountain." Uffed. The 7th brother couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. With the 7th brother starting, the others could no longer suppress their giggles either. Xie Bao scratched her head subconsciously and flushed slightly. "Brother Xie Ping, what are they laughing at?" Xie Ping held his lips tightly. "They'll stop laughing when I start beating them." Hack, hack. Everyone instantly used coughing to mask their embarrassment, straightening their lips stiffly. This little Xie Bao was truly clever when it came to matters of interest. No matter how complex or difficult, she only needed to learn once and would quickly master it. But for things she wasn't interested in, repeated teaching seemed futile, and she wouldn't remember anything. Her intelligence fluctuated like Schrodinger's cat. Seeing that no one cared about her, Suya realized they could forget about her entirely because of a simple mistaken poem by Xie Bao. That little brat was intentional. On purpose, Xie Bao didn't want the brothers' attention to be on her. Afraid her own brilliance might outshine Xie Bao. Mom was right indeed after all. Wild breeds from unknown origins always possessed unfathomable scheming minds. Soon, everyone stopped paying attention to Suya and started taking their seats to eat dumplings. In high spirits, Xie Bao happily served several dumplings to Xie Ping, who remained expressionless as he started eating. The brothers successively bit into coins hidden in their dumplings, while Xie Bao recited auspicious blessings. A chubby baby girl with 2 pigtail braids bounced joyfully with every movement, adorable enough to brighten anyone's day. The elder brothers were all smiling, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Only poor 4th brother had eaten 4 bowls of dumplings, but hadn't found a single coin. As he watched all his lucky brothers receive blessings from Xie Bao, while he himself got nothing, he adjusted his glasses and announced firmly, "1 more bowl." 2nd brother swallowed hard. "4th, aren't you usually the one most careful about health? Saying not to eat too much. You've already eaten 4 bowls tonight. I don't care. Just give me 1 more bowl." 4th brother patted his nearly bursting stomach. He accepted a new bowl of dumplings from the nanny and bit into one greedily. No coin. Next one, still no coin. By the time he neared the bottom of the bowl without any sign of copper, Xie Bao finally chimed in. 4th brother really likes the dumplings made by Xie Bao, but there aren't many dumplings left without copper pieces inside. 4th brother froze. "What did you say?" Xie Bao blinked innocently. "Big brother said 4th brother has a cleanliness disorder and doesn't like dumplings with coins inside. So, your dumplings were cooked separately, with not a single copper piece in them." 4th brother stood up slowly. At this moment, everyone understood the 4th brother's purpose and couldn't help but laugh. The 2nd brother asked, "Old 4, where are you going?" The 4th brother replied with a sour look on his face, "To take some digestive medicine. Auntie, serve me a bowl with copper coins." Everyone burst into laughter. Little Xie Bao went to the kitchen and placed a bowl of dumplings in front of Xie Ping. "Big brother Xie Ping, I set these aside specially for you. Take a look if there's a copper coin inside." Xie Ping picked up his chopsticks and started eating. However, after devouring all the dumplings, not a single coin emerged. Xie Bao furrowed her brows. "That's strange. I remember leaving dumplings that had copper coins in them. Why isn't there one?" She rushed back to the kitchen and served another bowl, which Xie Ping ate again without spitting out a copper coin. "Did you accidentally mix up the dumplings?" 2nd brother asked. "Did you take from the 4th brother's portion?" "No, little Xie Bao is sure there's a copper coin in here." Xie Bao frowned and split open a dumpling to reveal a copper coin. She then passed it over to Xie Ping, saying, "All right, here's one with a coin." Xie Ping wrinkled his brow slightly before putting the dumpling into his mouth. Then came a crackling sound as he effortlessly chewed the copper coin and swallowed it down. Everyone stared. No wonder not a single coin was spit out. Chapter 69, a new character unlocked. Xiao Bao was stunned for a moment, then in panic, grabbed Xie Ping's chin and said, "Xie Ping brother, spit it out quickly. That's not edible, Xie Ping had no expression on his face. Why can't I eat it? Didn't you pass it to me so I would eat it? Xiao Bao explained. I did let you eat, but not with the copper coin inside. Lao Wu quietly spoke to Lao Air next to him. Has he never eaten dumplings before? Su Lao passed a glare at Lao Wu, who immediately shut his mouth. Xie Ping frowned and said, Indeed, I've never eaten them. Usually, I don't need to consume food actively. Xiao Bao pulled Xie Ping in front of the fourth brother anxiously and said, Fourth brother, take a look at Xie Ping brother quickly. Is he alright? Su Zhiran twitched the corner of his mouth, hesitant to touch Xie Ping with his hands. I treat humans. According to Xie Ping's constitution, he might be out of my expertise range. Xie Ping took his hand back from Xiao Bao. I'm fine. Xiao Bao blinked. Are you really okay? Xie Ping shook his head, went back to the chair, picked up the chopsticks, ate another dumpling, and spat out the coin inside. He then looked up and asked, Is this the right way? Xiao Bao dazedly nodded her head. Xie Ping understood. Got it. Su Qi looked at Xie Ping, suddenly smiled slightly. Everyone's attention was drawn to the eldest brother, who coughed, saying, I just think. Everyone says that the ancestors of the Xie family are extremely powerful, yet seem inferior to children when it comes to common knowledge, and somewhat oddly cute. Xie Ping frowned as he turned to look this way. Xiao Bao nodded her head, patted Xie Ping's hand, speaking like an adult. Xie Ping brother, don't worry. Xiao Bao will teach you going forward. Xie Ping didn't say anything, continuing to stuff dumplings into his mouth. He had never consumed human food before, but now found it quite palatable. Xiao Bao noticed that although Ghost King Dashi appeared normal, his ears were slightly red. As the whole family was enjoying dumplings in harmony, the phone in the villa suddenly rang. Xiao Bao ran over to answer it. Inside came Li Minggen's voice. Xiao Bao? Happy New Year. Xiao Bao sweetly responded. Happy New Year. Are you feeling better? I'm much better. Li Minghan sounded fairly lively. Xiao Bao felt a bit reassured. He continued. Luckily, you came this afternoon. Otherwise, I would have been killed by that big liar. Oh yeah, when I had a fever, I often saw an old lady sitting there. What's that all about? No big deal. Xiao Bao and Xie Ping brother will take care of it, Xiao Bao replied. It's probably just a lost old lady. Are you with Xie Ping now? Li Minghan immediately increased his volume. No way. I'm coming over too. He's at your house. Xiao Bao nodded. Sure. Xiao Bao has prepared dumplings. Little Ming, come have some. Li Minghan eagerly agreed and put down his phone, heading to tell Li Minglan he wanted to go to Xiao Bao's place for dumplings, only to be rejected very heartlessly. Having no other choice, Li Minghan promised Xiao Bao that he'd come over tomorrow and asked her to keep a plate of dumplings for him. After promising, Xiao Bao hung up the phone. After finishing eating, Xie Ping left. Xiao Bao hugged the storybook, flipping through pages to find the old woman, thinking how to help her find her way home. Old grandma, do you still remember where your home is? Xiao Bao waved at the old lady. The old lady seemed to really hear Xiao Bao's voice. Her hollow eyes turned and stared straight at Xiao Bao, her hoarse voice sounding like a rusty mechanism that hasn't been oiled for a long time. Xin Mu. He said he would come to pick me up. Why hasn't he come yet? Xiao Bao scratched her head. Who is Xin Mu? The old lady seemed to only repeat this one sentence, unable to answer anything else. Having no other choice, Xiao Bao closed the old lady back into the storybook, deciding to ask Li Minghan tomorrow. Since Li Minghan knew more people, maybe he knows who Xin Mu is? The next day, Xiao Bao got up early, intending to go to the Li residence. However, she discovered there were many guests at home. Li Minghan was also standing in the living room, with a little girl dressed in pink nearby. She ran downstairs, patted Li Minghan on the shoulder, and mysteriously said, How did you come so early? Li Minghan was also very happy to see her and replied, This morning, my brother said he would visit your house, and thank you for saving me yesterday, so I came along. By the way, you said last night that you would keep some dumplings for me. Xiao Bao held onto him and said, The dumplings can wait. I have a question. Do you know who Xin Mu is? Li Minghan paused. What Xin Mu? That? Xiao Bao gestured with her hands, but realized she didn't know which characters it was. Xin Mu. The old lady mentioned only this name to me yesterday. Come with me. I'll let the old lady out, and you can ask her. Li Minghan hesitated fearfully. Will she make me run a fever again? Not at all. With Xiao Bao here, you'll be fine. Xiao Bao pulled his wrist and started to drag him upstairs. Hurry up, we're going upstairs. Just as they took 2 steps, the little girl in pink standing next to Li Minghan reached out and grabbed his other wrist, insisting sweetly, Brother Minghan, don't play with her. She's a curse. She will kill you. Upon hearing this, Li Minggen's face turned cold immediately, and he responded, Who gave you permission to grab me? Let go. It's true. The little girl seemed resolute. You'll die, and I can't let you go. Xiao Bao looked at the little girl, noticing a small red mole between her eyebrows, thinking how cute she was even though her words were unpleasant. Xiao Bao is not a curse, Xiao Bao said, looking at her. I need to talk to little Ming. Could you let him go first? I won't. You should be the one to let go first. The little girl spoke haughtily. You're a villain. I'm not a villain, Xiao Bao answered patiently. You are. My mom said you're a villain. You got your second uncle sent to prison and drove your second aunt crazy, and you even killed your big brother's wife. The little girl pointed at Xiao Jiabao accusingly. You're a menace. Her voice grew louder, drawing the attention of the guests in the living room. When the Su family members entertaining the guests heard this, their expressions darkened instantly as they looked toward the child's mother. A child couldn't possibly know about so many things, most likely overhearing from idle chats between adults. The girl's mother forced an awkward laugh and promptly pulled her daughter over, scolding her. XN, don't talk nonsense. XN, too young to understand the subtleties of adult interactions, refused to give in, pouting stubbornly. I'm not talking nonsense. These are all things Mom said when she talked to other aunts. Her mother became even more embarrassed, offering apologies with a smile. It's just children talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Big Brother 2 scoffed sarcastically. Can children randomly know so much about our Su family without good reason? If you really belong to a reputable household, if you cannot discipline them, maybe it'd be better not to bear them. That made the woman's face turn sour as well, thinking Big Brother 2 was overly condescending. It was simply a child's unintentional mistake. During the new year, it might be better not to ruin the occasion by making it awkward like this. Upon hearing this, Brother 7 walked over from the sofa, looked at the little girl in her mother's arms, and said, Do you have a mother but no father? Why such foul language? Was it because you ate something secretly last night and didn't brush your teeth in the morning? And saying bad things about people behind their backs causes one's tongue to rot. Quickly check if your mother still has a tongue. Oh, where's your dad? Why isn't he around? Go back home now and check if he's planting plum trees in the backyard. The little girl didn't fully understand the latter part of Brother 7's speech, but comprehended the front part entirely, tears welling up in her eyes instantly. She had grown up being spoiled, never having anyone dare humiliate her in such a manner. The mother was also quite furious. How dare you speak to a child like this? Do you have any manners? Brother 7 put his hands in his pockets, shrugged, and said, Since you've called me a child, then it's just another child's unintentional slip-up. During the new year, there's no need to make the situation so unpleasant, right? Being silenced by his own words wasn't a pleasant experience, but the woman couldn't utter a single word. Subi Suzai was only 11 or 12 years old and could be considered a child. Seeing the woman's eyes redden, Suzai smirked slightly and added fuel to the fire. Older auntie wouldn't bother quarreling with a child like me, right? That one title of older auntie almost made the madam vomit blood thrice. In the end, she could only force a laugh awkwardly, pretending to be magnanimous. Of course not. So let your daughter apologize to my sister. Brother 7 pointed at the woman and continued. On her knees. The aunt's expression changed. It's unnecessary. Although our Xin is a child, she has her dignity too. How can she kneel down to apologize? Dignity? Did she have any when she opened her mouth and said my sister was a calamity star? Whatever dignity she had must have been crushed underfoot. Brother 7 interjected. If you cannot teach her well, I could help teach her, so that she learns no matter the time or age. One should always take responsibility for their own words and actions. The aunt had no options. Her family ran a small company which couldn't possibly compete with the Su family. To avoid angering the Sus, she could only let her daughter endure this injustice. Xin, just apologize to Xiao Jiabao. She pushed her daughter forward. Go quick. Having her kneel down and apologize in front of so many people would be worse than killing her. Xin refused absolutely. The aunt then lifted her hand and slapped her daughter across the face. Who gave you the permission to talk nonsense? Do you understand now what you can say and what you shouldn't? The aunt gritted her teeth, though heartbroken, but for her family's future, she had to make her daughter suffer. Xin cried loudly, seeing her mother's fierce side for the first time ever. Filled with grievance and fear, she could only do as her mother said, and kneeled down to apologize to Xiao Jiabao. Xiao Jiabao waved her hands and said, No need, it's not such a big deal. Xiao Jiabao has already gotten used to it. Let's go quickly, Minghan. She truly didn't have time to waste on Xin anymore. She wanted to help the old lady find her way home as soon as possible. It wasn't just her being alone during the new year. It was a ghost, lonely and pitiful out there all by herself. Her display of magnanimity won her a chorus of praises. The aunt's expression darkened, thinking to herself how accurate the rumors about Xiao Jiabao were. How devious even at her young age, pretending to be generous before adults to win their favor. How could her pure-hearted, innocent Xin possibly match up to this little schemer? However, Xin was somewhat grateful because Xiao Jiabao hadn't made her really kneel down. She sniffed and looked at Xiao Jiabao once. Xiao Jiabao took Li Minghan upstairs. Li Minghan was amazed upon entering Xiao Jiabao's room. Wow, why are there so many games in your room? I've always wanted this one, but it's a limited edition, impossible to get. So how did you manage? Xiao Jiabao scratched her head and answered. Grandpa said my sixth brother is a professional gamer, so all these gaming consoles and game discs were gifts from my sixth brother. I don't even know how to play them yet. You're too lucky. Li Minghan sighed regretfully. Why isn't my brother a professional gamer? Xiao Jiabao smiled. Well, stop staring at those. Come here. I'll show you the old grandma. After we help the old grandma find her home, I'll lend you all these games. Li Minghan quickly became interested and leaned closer towards Xiao Jiabao. They didn't know how long they had stayed upstairs until Xiao Jiabao heard some cautious knocking on the door. She hastily hid the old woman and rushed to open the door. There stood Xin, hesitantly glancing into the room and quietly asking, What are you doing upstairs? There are all adults downstairs. I'm so bored alone. Can you bring me along and let me play with you? Xiao Jiabao hesitated. It's not that she wouldn't want to bring her along. It's just that what they were doing really wasn't suitable for her. Li Minghan stepped over and frowned, saying, "How shameless are you? You insulted Xiao Jiabao like that earlier, and now you have the nerve to ask us to play with you." Xian felt embarrassed, but she still didn't want to stay downstairs alone. "I've already apologized earlier. It's thanks to Brother Su defending Xiao Jiabao that you're not still calling her a calamity star right now." Li Minghan frowned with distaste. "I won't play with gossipy girls like you." Xian felt incredibly sad and started wailing, lifting her head and crying. "I'm not a gossip monger, wah." Her crying quickly attracted the attention of the adults. Chapter 70, Substitute Driver. Seeing Xinxin crying so sorrowfully, Xinxin's mother quickly shielded her. Before the Su family came up, she gave Xiao Jiabao a strong push. If not for Li Minghan who supported Xiao Jiabao from behind, it would be certain that Xiao Jiabao was about to have a hard fall on her bottom. Li Minghan stepped back 2 steps and immediately frowned with anger. "Are you insane? Why did you push her?" Seeing many people had arrived, Xinxin's mother hastily put on an air of pitiful helplessness. "I didn't. Li young master, although you and Miss Jiabao are good friends, and together isolate our Xinxin has always been an obedient child. Why can't you just let her be?" Li Minghan sneered coldly. "It's her own fault for running up here and wanting to play with us. Otherwise, who would even pay her any attention? You pushed Miss Xiao just now. You should apologize to her immediately. How could an adult like me care as much as you children?" Xinxin's mother smiled faintly, turning around to say to the guests who walked to the second floor, All right. It's just a misunderstanding. With the new year approaching, everyone should stop making such a fuss. If Miss Jiabao doesn't like us, then we'll leave. Xinxin, let's go." Everyone looked at each other, and no one had seen what happened moments ago. They were uncertain whether or not Xinxin's mother had pushed Miss Xiao. For a moment, it was difficult to find the words to speak. "Minhan wouldn't tell such lies," said Li Minglan, stepping forward to add. "Please, madam, give both of the children your apologies." Xinxin's mother addressed Xiao Jiabao, saying, "This is your territory, and you shall dictate how things go." "Sorry, Miss Jiabao." Li Minghan made a hissing sound. "Your tone sounds like we've wronged you, but you're the one who acted poorly." Xinxin's mother lowered her head, showing a look of humiliation. "If you insist I pushed her, then I pushed her. If you want me to apologize, I've apologized. So you don't need to press so relentlessly, do you? You're pretty convincing." Li Minghan replied in disdain. "No wonder your daughter turns out to be such a little tea girl. It seems the mother herself is the original Lijab, green tea, queen." Li Minghan always spoke straightforwardly. He came from a prominent family, was indulged and doted upon. Unlike Xiao Jiabao, he was quite overbearing when facing anyone other than Xiao Jiabao and Xi Ping. Being criticized this way by a kid, Xinxin's mother felt somewhat embarrassed, and Xinxin herself turned very red in her face. She wasn't too young to understand what the term little tea girl implied. All she wanted was to come up and play with them. Xinxin was quite good looking. In the past, every boy around her pampered and gave way to her, which instilled in her an innate sense of superiority. It was her first encounter with someone as unyielding as Li Minghan, who also labeled her as a little tea girl. How could she tolerate such humiliation? Without hesitation, she let out a scream similar to a shrew and lifted her hand, using her nails to fiercely scratch Li Minghan's face. Quickly reacting, Xiao Jiabao pushed Xinxin away. Her strength wasn't negligible. Consequently, Xinxin fell against the railing on the second floor, hitting her back against the iron railings. She instantly winced in pain, turning ghostly pale. Li Minghan initially felt warmth on his face, followed by intense stinging pains, taking a while before realizing incredulously that the detestable little tea girl had actually clawed his face. "Are you alright?" Xiao Jiabao hurriedly leaned close to examine him. On his face were 5 blood-stained streaks oozing blood. "You're bleeding." Li Minghan screamed, getting up to fight with Xinxin. Others hadn't realized yet what was happening. In rage, Li Minghan kicked Xinxin several times as she fell sitting on the ground. "How dare you scratch my face? I'll kill you." With cries of agony, Xinxin finally caught her mother's attention. Screaming, she hurled herself to shield her daughter and ended up being hit by Li Minghan's kicks as well. Although Li Minghan's kicks lacked the severity of Xiao Jiabao's, his boots were high-end Martin boots, tough as stones. Struck on a person, they were enough to bruise severely. Seeing enough, Xiao Jiabao finally stepped in, holding onto Li Minghan's waist and performing a theatrical act, yelling, Minggu, that's enough, okay, enough, let it go." Li Minghan paused momentarily. He distinctly sensed no real force coming from those arms around his waist. Considering Xiao Jiabao's strength, if she wanted to pull him back, it'd be done effortlessly, right? Why would she shout so loudly throughout the house without pulling him even slightly? Li Minghan added a few more kicks before stopping only after hearing Li Minglan's voice. "That's enough, Minghan." Xiao Jiabao exhaled deeply, leaning on his shoulder to rest. Acting really tires one out, more exhausting than actual fighting, indeed. Li Minghan spoke quietly to her. "What did you call me earlier?" Xiao Jiabao blinked. "I saw on TV where others use such calls to mediate conflicts." Li Minghan twisted his fingers. "You call Xi Ping brother every day? Why can't you call me brother?" Xiao Jiabao scratched her head. "Then I'll stop calling Xi Ping brother, okay?" Li Minghan rolled his eyes. "So you just won't call me brother, is that it?" Xiao Jiabao nodded. "That's right." Li Minghan was about to speak when he was interrupted by the cries of Xinxin's mother. She hugged Xinxin and sobbed as if her heart would break into pieces. Xinxin also cried with her mouth open, gasping for breath. They looked like they had suffered an immense wrong. Li Minghan clicked his tongue, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "It's too noisy. I'll knock them out." The two women immediately shut their mouths in fright. Li Minglan walked over and gave Xinxin's mother a cold look. Your family Wang clearly doesn't want to celebrate the new year, does it? Xinxin's mother glanced fearfully at the injury on Li Minggen's face. She truly couldn't say anything. Although Xinxin had clawed him, the kicks he'd delivered to both Xinxin and herself were no less forceful. However, because those marks were hidden beneath their clothes, they were unseen. All she could do was smile weakly and say, although Xinxin wasn't in the right, since Master Li's junior self has also hit our Xinxin, isn't this settled? Who said I hit you? Li Minghan placed his hands on his hips. I used my foot, alright? And what makes you think you're in a position to negotiate with me? My face has been scratched like this. Is it something you can just brush off by saying it's settled? Xinxin's mother could only ask. Then what do you want us to do? Simple, Li Minghan replied. As many wounds are on my face, there should be just as many on hers. That's what it means to be even. Xinxin's mother disapproved. How could that work? Xinxin is a girl. If her face is ruined, how will she ever show her face again? So, is this not a face then? Li Minghan touched his cheek, grimacing as he spoke. Brother, my face hurts so much. Hurry up, call your parents. Everyone knew how much the least doted on this young master, so Xinxin's mother's expression changed. Biting her lips, she finally agreed. Fine, we'll do it your way. Xinxin screamed. Mom. Xinxin's mother hugged her daughter and cried. Xinxin, I'm sorry. Mom isn't capable enough to protect you. Xinxin felt utterly heartbroken, believing that everyone here was bullying her, all because her family didn't have as much money as the Su family or the Li family. This was why she was being treated this way. Li Minghan pointed at Xiao Jiabao. There you go, you hit her. You? Xiao Jiabao blinked. But she scratched you, not me. Xiao Jiabao cannot hit people randomly. Li Minghan reasoned. You're stronger than me, so it's better if you hit her. Xiao Jiabao paused. Can it be like that? Of course, Li Minghan answered. Go ahead, hire a hitman style, activate. Xiao Jiabao nodded seriously after rolling up her sleeves. Are you ready? Xiao Jiabao is coming. Chapter 71, We Sleep Together. Xinxin closed her eyes in fear, too scared to move. Xie Bao dutifully delivered the slap, and Xinxin's face quickly swelled up with 5 distinct finger marks. Li Minghan pursed his lips, finally having relieved some of his anger. Xie Bao shook his hand and exclaimed a few times, Ow ow ow. Su Qi walked over, holding Xie Bao's hand worriedly. Let brother check. Oh no, it's already red. We should apply some medicine. Li Minghan followed closely behind. Brother Su. Obviously my face needs medication more than anything else. Su Qi laughed. Then go find your brother. Why are you coming to me? No way. My brother would make applying the medicine hurt too much. I want you to do it for me. Xinxin was stunned for a long while, unable to react. Not until her mother, crying, embraced her did she open her mouth, spitting out 2 bloody baby teeth. Xinxin's mother was utterly terrified. Now daring not to cause a commotion, she left Su's house immediately with Xinxin in her arms. By the time Li Minghan and Xie Bao came out, they had long since disappeared. Good thing they ran away fast. Li Minghan waved his fists. Otherwise, I'd have made them regret it. Xie Bao followed behind him. You'd better stop talking. Every movement of your face makes the wound bleed again. Fourth brother had already helped treat Li Minggen's wounds, but from afar, blood traces were still visible. If I go home like this tonight, my parents will surely be heartbroken and bombard me with questions. Li Minghan waved his hand and said, Can I stay at Xie Bao's house tonight? After pondering for a moment, Li Minglan decided that bringing Li Minghan here to celebrate the new year, only to return with him looking this way, would definitely earn him some scolding. Besides, the wound wasn't deep, and with Su Xiren around, it would heal in a day or two. Once the wound healed, he could fetch Li Minghan back to the Li family residence. This wasn't impossible, so Li Minglan nodded in agreement. Excited, Li Minghan ran off to tell Xie Bao that he could sleep together with him tonight. Xie Bao nodded, showing that he understood. Li Minghan crossed his arms. Aren't you at all happy? I'm happy, Xie Bao replied. But Bill is coming over tonight. Frowning, Li Minghan asked, What for? Xie Bao patted his storybook. He's going to replenish its energy. Without energy, some vengeful ghosts inside the storybook might come out. Reluctantly, Li Minghan accepted that explanation. That night, when Si Ping appeared in the room, he saw Xie Bao and Li Minghan wearing pink pajamas, with a large pink set placed in the middle. The three were playing games together in Xie Bao's room. Hurry here. Don't let that zombie escape. Li Minghan slapped his thigh. Sixth brother Su, aren't you just incredible? Sixth brother proudly spoke. Is this hard for me? Xiao Jiabao, isn't sixth brother handsome? Xie Bao cooperatively nodded. Handsome. Sixth brother grinned widely and planted a kiss on Xie Bao's cheek. Xie Bao wiped his face and chuckled. Sixth brother, I secretly ate durians and haven't washed my face yet. Durian allergic sixth brother. Instantly, he put down the game controller and rushed to the toilet to rinse his mouth. Then he noticed Si Ping standing behind him. Damn, sixth brother stepped back 2 steps. When did you arrive? Why didn't you knock when entering? You scared the living daylights out of me. Si Ping lowered his gaze and pressed his hand downward, causing Xie Bao's door to crash down with a loud sound. Calmly, he remarked, No door. Sixth brother. Both kids playing the game also turned their heads and spotted Si Ping. In a low voice, Xie Bao said, Si Ping seems a bit angry. Li Minghan responded quietly. Well duh, if he broke your door, wouldn't you be angry? They exchanged a glance, then both showed ingratiating smiles, each pulling one of Si Ping's wrists to drag him in front of the game console. Why are you here? Join us to play. Then Li Minghan shoved sixth brother's game controller into Si Ping's hands and explained the game to him. This controls the wheel, this attacks, and this uses potions. Si Ping frowned, lifting his gaze toward the giant gaming screen. It prompted him to choose an ID belonging to him. An old man like Qian Shui has never played these children's games and has no idea what an ID is. Xie Bao popped out his head, giving him a name. What should we call you? I'm Xie Bao, and Li Minghan is Xiaoming. So how about Little Bottle? How does that sound? Xi Ping. Straight face. Xi Ping. All right. After inputting the ID, the game officially started. Every time, Xi Ping was the first to die, and Li Minghan mercilessly mocked him. Xi Ping. You're so weak, haha. Xi Ping. With a crack, one corner of the game controller was directly crushed by Xi Ping. Li Minghan. Xie Bao saw his head and sat a little farther away from Li Minghan to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Sixth brother soon returned, seeing them playing very happily, and then sat nearby to play with his phone. After a while, he shrank his neck. Don't you guys feel cold? Already frozen by Xi Ping's low-pressure demeanor, Xie Bao and Li Minghan turned back in unison, each with two big runny noses. No, we're not cold, sixth brother. Sixth brother. But you look like you're about to freeze to death. He stood up. I'll fix the door. Before he finished speaking, Xi Ping snapped his fingers, and the door clanged shut as if it had never been dismantled. Sixth brother exclaimed in surprise. Where did this god come from? Not a god. Xie Bao wiped his nose. It's Little Bottle. Xi Ping raised an eyebrow, and the gameplay under his hands became increasingly smooth. Sixth brother noticed that Xi Ping's game controller was broken, so he went to his room to get a new one for him, and then returned to his room to sleep, reminding them not to play too late. Xie Bao hummed twice, his eyes returning to the game screen. By now, Xi Ping seemed to have completely mastered the gameplay and was killing rampantly inside the game. Even Li Minghan was somewhat stunned. He didn't seem to know anything earlier. In the end, his score broke sixth brother's record, which was the one Li Minghan worked hard all night, but still failed to break. This left Li Minghan utterly in awe. Xie Bao stretched lazily, rubbing his eyes. It's time for Xiao Jiabao to go to bed. Li Minghan quickly put on his pajamas and climbed into Xie Bao's bed. Then let's sleep together. Xi Ping pursed his lips, then without a word, lay down like a corpse between the two of them. Li Minghan. Chapter 72. Don't you have legs? Li Minghan turned around and looked at Xi Ping, saying, Why don't you go home? Xi Ping closed his eyes and didn't say a word. Xie Bao put the storybook on the bedside table, then pulled up his little blanket. He completely missed the tension between the two men. Soon he fell into a carefree sleep. Li Minghan gritted his teeth and let out a cold snort. This young master doesn't have very good sleep quality. If you run into me in the middle of the night, don't blame me for kicking you off the bed. Xi Ping had a cold face and ignored him. Li Minghan twisted his butt and turned his body over. Not long after, he also fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Xi Ping opened his eyes. Xie Bao hugged his arm as if it were a doll, tightly holding his arm while sleeping. In his dream, he was eating something delicious, drooling all over his face. The saliva even soaked through the sleeve of his cotton shirt, making his arm feel icy cold. And Li Minghan, this so-called gentleman with light sleep, sprawled over him like an octopus. Half of his body was pressing down, his thigh lying on his stomach, almost suffocating him. Xi Ping expressionlessly picked up Li Minghan's arm and flipped him over. The young master slept soundly and almost tumbled off the bed without noticing. Xi Ping exhaled, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Black silk threads slowly extended, firmly binding the young master into a standard corpse shape, straight and peaceful. He moved his arm that Xie Bao had pressed numb, but ultimately did not pull it out. Xie Bao slept extremely soundly. There was always a faint aroma around Xi Ping, which made her feel safe and familiar. The next morning, Li Minghan was the first to open his eyes. He felt sore all over, as if he had been moving bricks all night. He tried to move his hands and feet, but found they couldn't budge at all. Xi Ping and Xie Bao were hugging each other in slumber, looking unusually beautiful in the morning light. Young Master Li didn't think this beauty needed to be cherished. Instead, he angrily shouted, Xi Ping, get up. Why did you tie me up? Is it that others not getting angry means they're idiots? I'm really mad now. Xi Ping slowly opened his eyes, with a momentary haze of confusion in his gaze, but soon returned to clarity. He sat up and looked at Li Minghan. Too heavy. Li Minghan said, What do you mean too heavy? What does my weight have to do with you? Are you trying to slander this young master for having bad sleeping posture or something? You are utterly unreasonable, I must say. This young master always sleeps peacefully, just like being dead. Xi Ping lowered his eyes, full of disdain. Anyway, tying me up is wrong. Or you asked Xie Bao to reason this out, would you act like this? Do you not feel a bit of shame? Li Minghan stood on the bed, hands on his hips. You give me an apology. An apology is necessary, or this young master will definitely not let it go. Xi Ping frowned. I'm not even human. You're not even human. Li Minghan paused. Oops, no one has ever responded this way when he used to say similar things to others. How could he respond to this? Li Minghan blushed red, unsure how to continue with what Xi Ping had said, so he could only stubbornly insist. Anyway, you've caused great emotional damage to me. Xi Ping was annoyed by his noise and directly snapped his fingers. Li Minghan saw the scene from last night on the white wall in front of him. He almost wished he could press his entire body onto Xi Ping. Young Master had nothing left to say. Seeing Xie Bao about to wake up, he quickly waved his hands. All right. This young master won't hold it against you. Quickly undo this thing. Xi Ping lifted his hand, and the image disappeared instantly. Xie Bao groggily sat up, without even looking at the two of them, relying on his subconscious to climb up. Dressed in pink dinosaur pajamas, he waddled to the curtains and pulled them open. Then he stood on the balcony and performed Tai Chi with great momentum, muttering some words under his breath. One watermelon, cut it in half, in the middle half for you, half for him. Li Minghan. Xie Ping. Where did this kid learn such a random Tai Chi? As Xie Bao took a deep breath and made a collecting motion. If you don't want it, I'll take it back, and if he doesn't want it, I'll take it back again. Li Minghan couldn't help but laugh and commented. It's you all right. That watermelon never made it out once. Xie Ping narrowed his eyes slightly. He could clearly see that as Xie Bao moved, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth actually started flowing towards Xie Bao's dantian. He had been worrying that she wouldn't be able to harness the forces of heaven and earth in this life, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Her power in this life was especially formidable. Perhaps it was because the heavenly punishment was drawing near. Xie Bao seemed oblivious to Li Minghan's voice. After finishing her Tai Chi, she closed her eyes and waddled toward the bathroom, stepping on a small stool as she began brushing her teeth and washing her face. Li Minghan nodded. Sleepwalking while waking up is worth learning from. When Xie Bao came out after washing her face, she appeared completely refreshed compared to the sleepy version just moments before. She looked at the two still sitting on the bed and paused. Are you two lazy pigs? Why haven't you gotten up yet? Li Minghan pulled back the blanket. I'm getting up right now. Xie Ping is the last one. He's the little lazy pig. Xie Ping. The little lazy pigs took turns using disposable toiletries for brushing their teeth and washing their faces, then left the room together. It was already 9 in the morning. The nanny was downstairs preparing lunch, while the large TV in the living room played last night's Spring Festival Gala program, full of festive noise and cheer. The Su family usually didn't watch the gala, but on New Year's Eve, since Su Hongtian was set to appear, Xie Bao stayed up with everyone else until his performance. Once his song ended, she lost interest. As Xie Bao passed through the living room, she suddenly heard 2 familiar words coming from the television. Now, please welcome our country's renowned classical dance choreographer Xie, who will bring us his new work. Xie Bao's steps toward the kitchen abruptly halted, and Li Minghan, following behind, accidentally bumped into her. Why did you stop all of a sudden? Did you hear those 2 familiar words just now? Xie Bao asked. The ones the grandma said, Heartwood. Li Minghan hesitated, unsure. I think I did. Xie Ping spoke up. Rewind. Xie Bao quickly grabbed the remote on the coffee table and slightly rewound the progress bar. Now they could clearly hear those 2 words. The host was referring to Xie. Li Minghan slapped his thigh. That's right. How could I forget? Grandpa Xie. Xie Bao turned to look at him. Do you know this grandpa? I met him once when I was shooting a show with Yunting. My brother even wanted me to apprentice under him. Li Minghan scratched his head and said softly. But he told me my coordination was so bad that I couldn't even do calisthenics properly, so he told me to leave. Xie Bao, why didn't you say this earlier? I forgot. Li Minghan stuck out his tongue. Though, I feel like it might be someone with the same name. That grandpa was very fierce, and he liked scolding kids. No matter if it's the same name or not, we should at least meet him and ask him, Xie Bao said. If he really is the grandma's family member, he might know where her body is buried. Then we can send grandma home. How are we going to meet him? Li Minghan asked. Xie Bao thought for a moment. You said brother Yunting knows him. Maybe my second brother also knows. Let's go ask my second brother first. If he doesn't know, we'll find brother Yunting. Li Minghan nodded. Teacher Xie. Su Hongtian leaned against the doorframe, looking at the 3 children. What do you want with him? The old man has long retired and rarely makes public appearances. It won't be easy to see him. Even I don't have the privilege to just visit. Li Minghan sighed. Our Su family is such a big and influential household, and yet we can't even see an old man. What do you mean, our Su family? Big brother frowned. It's our Su family. What does it have to do with you? Whose surname is Li? Xie Bao's home is my home. Li Minghan waved his hand. We're family eventually, don't overthink it. All 3 simultaneously turned their heads to look at Li Minghan. The gleam in Su Hongtian and Xie Ping's eyes was even colder. Big brother smirked. Tonight, your left and right eyes better take shifts on guard duty. Li Minghan straightened up and coughed. I was joking, continue. Su Hongtian continued. Even if the Sima, Su, and Li families join forces, if the old master doesn't wish to meet you, it won't happen. He's a respected artist. How can he stoop to the level of us merchants who reek of copper? There's only one way to see him. Xie Bao blinked with excitement. What way? There's a classical dance studio in the city center opened by the old master. He frequently visits the studio, so you might get lucky there. Xie Bao nodded. Great. Let's go there then. Eldest brother spoke up. Although I don't know why you're looking for the old man. Since you guys are going, I'll take you. Let me make this clear though. The old man has a very peculiar temper and doesn't care about age when he scolds people. If you get scolded later, you aren't allowed to cry. Xie Bao anxiously fidgeted with her fingers. Okay. Li Minghan wiped his nose. This young master doesn't even know what tears are. Su Hongtian nodded. Yes. Hey Xie Bao, look up at the ceiling. Can you see all those cows? Xie Bao obediently looked up. That's right, eldest brother. Why are the cowboys floating on the ceiling? Eldest brother smiled faintly. Because your Li brother is blowing on the ground. Xie Bao exclaimed in shock. Li brother is so talented. Li Minghan. You really are too much. Eldest brother glanced at Xie Ping. Never mind. If he cries after being scolded by the old man, then it's the old man who should be worried. After tidying up, he set off with the 3 children to the classical dance studio located in the city center. As soon as Xie Bao entered, she was immediately struck by the strong sense of classical elegance. The decorations were all very meticulous. Exquisite pavilions, rock gardens, and streams were arranged tastefully. They walked through an elegant corridor where wall hangings displayed one ink painting after another. In each painting, a woman dressed in white danced gracefully, as if in a celestial realm. After passing through the corridor, they arrived at a large dance room where a few little girls in practice outfits were following their teacher's rhythm, practicing their steps. Xie Bao curiously watched them from outside. Then she saw a familiar figure, Xie. The handprint mark on her face that Xie Bao had left hadn't completely faded yet. Li Minghan clearly saw Xie too and muttered coldly, "What bad luck." Xie quickly noticed Xie Bao as well. When she saw Xie Ping standing next to Xie Bao, her eyes lit up instantly, and she held her head high like a peacock, trying hard to show off. However, Xie Ping's gaze only briefly swept over her before moving elsewhere. Xie bit her lower lip and suddenly fell down in a rather pitiful manner, letting out an exaggerated, coquettish cry. Ouch. The teacher quickly came over to help her up. Xie, what happened? Are you alright? Xie shook her head, speaking in a voice loud enough to be heard, but not overly so. Teacher, I'm fine, I just want to dance well. I'm really stupid, I can't seem to do it no matter how hard I try. The teacher consoled her. It's okay, go rest at the side first. Xie nodded and limped over towards Xie Bao and the others. Li Minghan smirked lazily at her. You tripped while dancing? Aren't you limb coordinated? People like you shouldn't trouble the teacher here. It would be better for you to go home and learn calisthenics. Xie turned red in anger but couldn't think of anything to retort, so she could only shed tears with her red-rimmed eyes. A nearby teacher stepped in. Don't say such things to a girl. Who exactly are you? Teacher, we're here to find someone. Xie Bao hurriedly interjected. Is Grandpa Xie here? The old master rarely comes here, the teacher replied. He didn't mention coming today either. I'm sorry to disappoint you. You might come back another day. Sitting on the side, Xie sniffed derisively. Just you guys finding the old master? He wouldn't even bother to meet people like you. People who don't even know how to dance. Li Minghan cast a cold glance at her. I see. Does that mean the palm print on your face needs more symmetry? Xie was startled but then pitifully glanced at Xie Ping, muttering softly. I'm just telling the truth. You guys don't even know how to dance, so how would you ever meet Master Xie? My mom sent me here to study dance for 2 years, and I haven't seen him even once. Xie Bao panicked. No, I can't wait 2 years. Xie rubbed her foot and batted her eyelashes at Xie Ping. Big brother, I'm so thirsty, I want some water, but my foot got twisted accidentally just now and I can't walk. Can you buy me a bottle of water? Xie Ping kept his gaze fixed elsewhere without saying a word. Seeing this, Li Minghan let out a mocking laugh. Xie turned bright red in embarrassment and raised her voice even higher, reaching out to grab Xie Ping's sleeve. Only then did Xie Ping turn his head and frowned. Are you talking to me? Xien's eyes sparkled. Why yes, big brother, can you buy me a bottle of water? She thought there was no way he would deliberately ignore her. He must have not heard her before. Xie Ping asked directly, why? Don't you have legs? Xie. Chapter 73, Becoming a Disciple. When Xie Ping said this, Li Minghan burst out laughing even harder. Xien's complexion was not good at all. She could only glare fiercely at Li Minghan and then stop talking. Calling him brother every day. Do you really think anyone wants to pay attention to you? Li Minghan scoffed. At such a young age, already trying to seduce men, truly deserving the name of a little green tea girl. He must be skilled at hitting others' sore spots, as Xie finally couldn't hold back, tearfully blurting out, I'm not. Su Hongtian had just gone outside to make a call and now walked in, asking, what are you all doing here? It wasn't until he approached that Su Hongtian noticed Xie. Seeing Su Hongtian, Xie began crying softly and with apparent wrong feeling, expecting Su Hongtian to at least walk over and ask why she was crying so that she could naturally report her grievance. Unexpectedly, Su Hongtian didn't even glance at her, but instead patted Xiao Jiabao's head, saying, Xiao Jiabao, would you like to give it a try? After seeing the paintings of women performing classical dances on the walls earlier, Xiao Jiabao seemed moved, as if those dance movements looked vaguely familiar. She nodded hesitantly and timidly asked, can Xiao Jiabao give it a try too? Of course, Su Hongtian replied while pulling her hand. Older brother will take you to the changing room to change your clothes, alright? Xiao Jiabao agreed and followed Su Hongtian away. Xie glared bitterly at the retreating backs of these two, gritting her teeth. Li Minghan and Xie Ping waited for Xiao Jiabao by the side. Xiao Jiabao quickly came back, dressed in a brand new set of practice clothing. The teacher inside the practice room, upon seeing the training suit worn by Xiao Jiabao, knew immediately that Xiao Jiabao had signed up for lessons at the reception. Thus, he quickly approached her with a smile, asking, young lady, have you ever danced classical Chinese dance before? Xiao Jiabao, looking curiously at her long sleeves and white dress, shook her head lightly. It's fine, you'll learn shortly following the teacher, the instructor assured her kindly, adding gently, if you work hard, one day you will meet old Master Xie here. Xiao Jiabao sighed softly, but I can't wait that long. I need to see Master Xie right away. Xie hurried over, her twisted ankle seemingly no longer a problem. Looking at Xiao Jiabao, she said, Teacher Xie wouldn't possibly prefer a student who has never danced before me. I am the best in the beginner's class, so obviously he'd prefer to see me. Xiao Jiabao scratched her head. Well, seeing you is also fine. I just need to talk to him, as long as he shows up. Xie coldly snorted, ignoring Xiao Jiabao, and ran to one side, where she effortlessly performed a waist bend. All the other children practicing together were astounded. Wow, Xie is so awesome. I cannot do this yet. Xie has such elegant demeanor. Xie is so pretty. Her mom is very beautiful too. Hearing all these compliments, Xie smiled satisfactorily, completely forgetting about the anger she felt towards Li Minghan. Li Minghan coldly remarked, "Are these people brainless? They applaud everything they see." She said she's been dancing here for 2 years? 2 years and still in the beginner's class. Not even meeting that whatever old man. She's obviously useless. Our Xiao Bao will definitely meet Mr. Xie on the first day. Xie Ping, don't you agree? Li Minghan originally thought Xie Ping wouldn't respond based on his character, but this time he surprisingly responded, Xiao Bao, on the other hand, hadn't thought much about it. She only felt like she had seen the figure dancing in the corridor somewhere before. So when Su Hongtian asked her, she agreed without hesitation. Although she had never practiced dancing before, once wearing the dance outfit and standing in the studio, recalling the painting she had seen in the corridor earlier, her hands and feet started moving involuntarily. Closing her eyes, she felt like she returned to that void-like space, where an indistinct woman in beautiful attire gracefully danced in front of her. That graceful dancer had a lithe figure, unknowingly causing Xiao Bao to mimic her dance moves. Initially, the teacher intended to let Xiao Bao press her legs alone on the side, warming up her muscles first, but unexpectedly, turning his head, he saw Xiao Bao had already begun dancing. And the dance she was performing was exactly the same set of award-winning moves from Master Xie Mu's younger days. Back in the day, Master Xie Mu and his partner became world-famous overnight due to this dance. And over all these years, aside from Master Xie Mu's beloved partner, no one else could bring out the dance's rich emotional depth so vividly. The teacher also stood dumbfounded. At this moment, Xiao Bao no longer seemed like a little girl, but a woman who was passionately narrating the story through her dance. Xie stood aside, believing that Xiao Bao had lied. She surely wasn't dancing for the first time. Seeing the teacher mesmerized, Xie realized all the attention had shifted to Xiao Bao. But Xiao Bao's movements were so precise, as if she had completely immersed herself into the dance. Xie couldn't accept it. She had practiced for so long, yet she couldn't match Xiao Bao's performance. So, under the guise of losing balance, she stumbled and fell directly onto Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, absorbed in her dance, was startled by Xien's interruption. The two slid far across the smooth practice room floor until they collided with the mirror beside the dance area. In the shadows, Xien viciously stomped down on Xiao Bao's leg. However, Xiao Bao had anticipated this and retracted her leg, leaving Xien's attack empty. Not deterred, Xien reached out and pinched Xiao Bao's waist with all her strength, twisting the soft flesh beneath the dance costume. After being pushed away, Xiao Bao quickly stood up, sitting gently on the ground. Xien feigned weakness. Xiao Bao, why did you push me? When everyone saw Xiao Bao fall, Xie Ping and Li Minghan rushed over to help her up. Li Minghan said furiously, "Clearly, you were the one who started by crashing into Xiao Bao. But it was just an accident," Xien murmured softly. "Teacher, I swear it wasn't intentional. I only wanted to join Xiao Bao because she danced so well." The teacher, unsure how to handle the situation, said, "You two should get up. Did anyone get hurt?" Xiao Bao shook her head. "Big brother, I'm fine." Su Hengtian glanced coldly at Xien. He couldn't do much to a child, so he said, "Our Xiao Bao won't be dancing with someone like her. Therefore, I expect you can resolve this issue properly." The teacher hesitated, cautiously asking, "Mr. Su, what exactly do you mean?" "I don't want her to be here anymore." Su Hengtian coldly replied. "Is that clear enough for you?" Xien's face turned pale. She didn't expect Su Hengtian to act so unreasonably. Even without evidence, or even if there were proof showing she acted intentionally, it wasn't necessary to go as far as not allowing her to dance here. This is Master Xien's place, not the Su family's territory. The teacher was clearly also at a loss, but Su Hengtian added, "You needn't worry about Master Xien. Don't you think I have the connections to get him to agree? Would Master Xien deny my request?" Xien hurriedly interjected, "Teacher, you can't do this. You've always said my foundation is good. If Master Xien saw me dance, he would definitely take me as his disciple. If I'm expelled, Master Xien will definitely be mad." Annoyed, Li Minghan ran over. "Like hell. Go dream your spring and autumn dreams." Afraid that the teacher would expel her, Xien raised her voice, shouting, "If you kick me out, it'll be because you're scared of the Su family. If Master Xien knows you kick me out due to them, he'll surely be angry." Just then, an aged voice came from outside. "Who said I'd be angry?" Everyone turned to see an old man with a dignified and upright figure walk into the practice room. Xiao Bao had seen him on TV before. This was the legendary Xie Mu. Naturally, Xien was stunned. Having been here for 2 years, and never having met the legendary Xie Mu, now he appeared on Xiao Bao's very first day. Xien immediately ran over and pleaded before Xie Mu. "Grandpa Xie Mu, could you take me as your disciple? My mother has sent me to learn dance for a long time, and many teachers have told me I have talent." Xie Mu nodded. "Your natural flexibility is indeed impressive, and you truly have talent." Upon hearing this, Xien almost jumped for joy. She looked smugly at Xiao Bao with her peripheral vision. She was sure that someone like Xiao Bao wouldn't catch Grandmaster Xie Mu's eye. Standing nearby, Li Minghan muttered under his breath. What terrible judgment. Xianmu shook his head and continued. Nevertheless, I cannot take you as my student. Xian's smile froze on her face. Why? Didn't you say I dance well too? Rest assured, I promise I will train hard in the future. Perhaps you will be diligent, perhaps very hard-working, and might even become a good dancer with great achievements. Xianmu's old voice was slow but firm, carrying an unyielding severity. But you do not belong in dance. There are too many distractions in your heart, so it's impossible for you to fully commit all your thoughts to dance. People like you may succeed, but can never become top-tier dancers. Xian was still young and couldn't understand the meaning behind Xianmu's words. She only felt that Xianmu was unreasonable, feeling extremely wronged. Clearly, she danced the best, yet Xianmu denied her. Next, Xianmu glanced at Xiao Jiabao, who stood not far away, and motioned for her to come over. Xiao Jiabao quickly ran up, respectfully calling out, Grandpa. Xianmu looked at her and smiled. Little girl, you give me a sense of familiarity. Xiao Jiabao rolled her eyes, realizing that it must be due to Grandma's spirit. However, since there were too many people present, it wasn't appropriate to mention this, so she quietly waved at Grandpa. Grandpa, could we talk alone? Xianmu was amused by Xiao Jiabao's serious demeanor and said, Of course. Then he continued, I saw you dancing outside just now. Have you studied dance before? Would you like to learn from me? Everyone was shocked, especially Xian, who stood there open-mouthed, unable to accept what had just happened. Since becoming famous with his lover through one breakout performance, Xian master hadn't taken on any more disciples. Xiao Jiabao shook her head and replied, No, I'm here for something else, not to be apprenticed. She merely wanted to help Grandma find her way home, not to apprentice herself. The teachers nearby all lamented for her. This young girl probably didn't know the honor of being apprenticed to Master Xianmu. She actually declined without hesitation. Master Xianmu didn't seem perturbed though, just smiling and asking, Even if you don't want to be apprenticed, would you like to study dance with me? Xiao Jiabao hesitated for 2 seconds. It's okay, but I don't have much time. Xianmu said, 2 hours per week. Would that work for you? Xiao Jiabao thought about it. All right. Su Hengtian commented. So Grandpa Xian has taken a liking to our little Jiabao? For many years, no one has been able to dance that piece as well as she did. Grandpa Xian looked at Xiao Jiabao, his smile turning into a sudden choke. Finally, I found you. You're the only person capable of inheriting all my skills. Xiao Jiabao didn't quite grasp what Grandpa Xian meant, but immediately asked him about Grandma, pulling him aside to a quiet corner and softly opening. Grandpa Xian, do you know an old lady? Grandpa Xian furrowed his brow. What old lady? Xiao Jiabao tried to describe Grandma. She has white hair, a round face, red earrings dangling from her ears, fair skin, and a mole on the tip of her nose. The more detailed Xiao Jiabao's description became, the wider Grandpa Xian's eyes opened. Finally, he excitedly exclaimed, You've seen her? Where is she? Bring me to her immediately. Xiao Jiabao replied, She's in my storybook right now. Before, she went to the wrong place. She ended up at my friend's house and caused them to get a fever, so I had to temporarily confine her. Grandpa Xian paused. What do you mean she made your friend run a fever? What exactly does that imply? Xiao Jiabao scratched her head, gesturing. A living person cannot stay with a spirit for long, or they will develop a fever. At last, Grandpa Xian comprehended Xiao Jiabao's point and gently asked, Do you mean, Baidu has passed away? She is now. Xiao Jiabao nodded. That's right. Little Bottle says, if a wandering soul doesn't find its way home, it will affect reincarnation. So, do you know where Grandma's grave is? I'll send her back. Grandpa Xian's eyes reddened, his trembling hands covering his cheeks. How could this happen? It's all my fault. All my fault. I've searched for her for so long, and I never imagined she had already. I wasn't fast enough to bring her home. Xiao Jiabao tilted her head, although she didn't fully understand why the grandpa was crying. But someone who cried certainly needed comfort, right? She patted Grandpa Xian's silver white hair. Don't be sad. Little Jiabao is protecting her. Everyone saw Master Xian, after conversing with Xiao Jiabao, first display a look of astonishment, then crouch down like a child, crying loudly in despair. Chapter 74. Little Jiabao was wrongfully accused. Everyone was a bit surprised, not knowing what this little baby had said that made the old man cry so sadly. Little Jiabao squatted on one side, originally intending to wait until this Xinmu grandpa had cried enough to ask him properly. However, Grandpa looked so heartbroken, and it seemed like he wouldn't stop anytime soon. Thus, she squatted there quite helplessly. Xinmu was older, and he originally thought Baoyue just got lost. From Baoyue's disappearance to now, it had been only a few months, and when Baoyue got lost, she was very healthy. Besides having a bit of memory trouble, there were no other issues. How could she suddenly die? He clearly promised Baoyue that he would take her home together. There were myriad knives cutting into Xinmu's heart. The sudden news drained him of his strength, and he actually fainted on the ground. Little Jiabao? Grandpa? The people standing beside quickly came forward to support the old man. Su Hengtian immediately took out his phone and dialed the emergency number, opening his mouth in a deep voice and saying, Don't gather around here first. Let the air circulate. Little Jiabao usually learned some first aid knowledge from her fourth brother and knew people shouldn't crowd around, so she promptly moved away a little. Xin twirled her eyeballs and rushed forward, pushing little Jiabao, shouting loudly, It's you. It's you who made Mr. Xian become like this. If anything happens to Mr. Xian, You are a murderer. Little Xie Bao paused for a moment and softly said, I don't know. When the old man fainted earlier, it already drew many onlookers. At this time, Xinxin's mom also came to pick up Xinxin. Seeing this scene, and hearing Xinxin say this, a surge of wild joy suddenly welled up inside her. If something really happened to Mr. Xin because of little Xie Bao, even if their Su family had immense power, they wouldn't be able to protect little Xie Bao. She said nothing more, took out her phone, and started recording video without even managing to look after Xinxin. Come over quickly, everyone. This is the famous young miss of the Su family on the internet, and today she has caused trouble at Mr. Xin's dance studio. She made Mr. Xin like this, truly bringing calamity. Rest assured, I have already called an ambulance, and believe me, the ambulance will arrive soon. Su Hongtian narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, blocking little Xie Bao's figure, saying, Put your phones down. Who gave you permission to record videos? Don't you know about invasion of privacy? Delete everything. Xinxin's mom relied on the fact that there were so many passers-by here, believing that Su Hongtian wouldn't dare to hit openly in public, so she mustered the courage to speak. Your miss angered Mr. Xin first, and now you want to use your family influence to silence us? Mr. Xin is one of the top elder artists in Beijing City. Ask everyone here, whose daughters haven't studied dancing in Mr. Xin's studio? Even for such respected elders you show no mercy. What exactly does your Su family plan to do? Su Hongtian didn't waste words with her and went over to snatch her phone. Xinxin's mom screamed shrilly. In broad daylight, you want to beat someone? Everyone, come quickly, see what's happening. The Su family is bullying others based on their position. Mr. Su, if you still want to keep your good reputation, I suggest you stay away from me. I just can't believe it. If this scandal comes out, your acting career will definitely be over. Then why don't you try it? Let's see who will end up finished. Me or you. Su Hongtian indeed displayed an attitude completely indifferent to his acting career as he lunged to grab the phone from Xinxin's mom. All he had on his mind right now was ensuring little Xie Bao did not get hurt, even at the cost of his own career. Xinxin's mom hadn't expected Su Hongtian to act completely fearless, so she hastily hid behind the passers-by. A few busybodies stepped out to block Su Hongtian, allowing Xinxin's mom to finally escape smoothly. Li Minghan raised his hand and blocked in front of little Xie Bao, yelling angrily, Stop filming. None of you should film any longer. Xi Ping frowned, watching the noisy crowd with cold eyes. No one dared approach Xi Ping and were instantly scared by the chill he exuded, causing them to put down their phones. The ambulance arrived shortly, carrying Grandpa Xinmu to the hospital. Only then did Su Hongtian remember to ask little Xie Bao, don't be afraid. Second brother is here. I won't let them bully you. Understand? By the way, what did you tell Grandpa Xinmu just now? What's going on anyway? Little Xie Bao hugged her storybook and opened her mouth honestly. I told Grandpa Xinmu that Grandma had already passed away, and Grandpa Xinmu was very heartbroken. Then he kept crying and crying. Xie Bao wanted Grandpa Xinmu to stop crying, but it seemed like he couldn't hear me. Xie Bao could only wait until Grandpa Xinmu had cried enough to talk again. And then Grandpa Xinmu fainted. Xie Bao didn't know Grandpa Xinmu would cry himself into fainting. Su Hongtian pressed his lips together and picked up little Xie Bao. Let's go home first. Go home with your brother. Little Xie Bao nodded and said, Second brother, was it little Xie Bao who made Grandpa Xinmu like this? If little Xie Bao hadn't told him, would he not have cried? It is certainly not your fault. Su Hongtian placed little Xie Bao in the child's seat on the front passenger side and said seriously, Little Xie Bao did the right thing. Grandpa Xinmu fainting has nothing to do with you, so you didn't make any mistakes. Little Xie Bao hugged her own little hands and looked down, saying, But they all say that little Xie Bao is wrong. Su Hongtian brushed little Xie Bao's hair behind her ear and spoke softly. Do you like Xinxin? Do you think what Xinxin said was right? Little Xie Bao raised her eyes and shook her head. I don't like them. I think they're bad people. That's right. So little Xie Bao shouldn't listen to bad people, right? Su Hongtian patted little Xie Bao's head. What bad people say is always backward. Look, they say it's your fault, but actually it's their fault. Little Xie Bao frowned and thought hard, suddenly feeling second brother made a lot of sense. Bad people speak backwards. She smiled and said, But why did Grandpa Xinmu cry and then faint? Is he going to be okay? Su Hongtian's expression turned serious but remained gentle when facing little Xie Bao as he smiled softly. Don't worry. In a few days, brother will take you to visit Grandpa Xinmu in the hospital. He'll be fine for sure. Little Xie Bao sighed and patted her storybook. The location of Grandma's grave hadn't been found yet, and Grandpa Xinmu had fainted. Somehow, it felt a bit strange. She gazed outside from the passenger seat and suddenly sat up straight. From the moment she met Grandpa Xinmu, it was as if she could no longer feel Grandma's presence inside the storybook. She had thought something was off all along. Little Xie Bao hastily opened the storybook and indeed, Grandma's wandering soul was no longer inside. There was a binding thread around the small bottle in the storybook, but she had forgotten. It only worked on vengeful spirits, not on a wandering soul like Grandma's. Grandma wouldn't have gone to find Grandpa Xinmu, would she? Second brother. To the hospital. Let's go find Grandpa Xinmu. Hurry up. Little Xie Bao slapped her thigh and called out anxiously. If we're too late, Grandma will take Grandpa Xinmu away. Chapter 75. Xinxin full of lies. Su Hongtian didn't dare to delay, instantly changing course and heading straight to the hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital, he saw the children of Grandpa Xin waiting outside the ward. Little Xie Bao hurriedly tried to rush in, but was stopped by one of Grandpa Xin sons. Who are you? You're so undisciplined. Little Xie Bao quickly explained. Let me in fast. I left Grandma here. What nonsense about grandfathers and grandmothers? Who exactly are you? And what are you doing here? The eldest son of Grandpa Xie stated. The doctor just put a ventilator on Dad, saying that he needs rest now and cannot be disturbed. You cannot go in. With her hands clasped together, little Xie Bao pleaded. Can I just take a quick look inside? Just one glance. I promise to be quiet and not disturb Grandpa Xie's rest. He is in critical condition right now. If I don't go in, he might die. You little brat. Talking nonsense. As soon as the elder heard these words from the child, he got very angry and raised his hand to hit little Xie Bao, but it was quickly grabbed by Su Hongtian, who had just arrived. Su Hongtian said, let her go in first. Otherwise, old man Xie might really be in danger. Did the doctor say no visits were allowed? If you're really worried, I can call the best doctor here immediately. Do you know Dr. Su Xiren? Xie naturally knew the reputation of the prodigious Dr. Su Xiren and asked suspiciously, can you really get Su Xiren to treat my father? Of course, Su Hongtian lied fluently. I can not only get him to treat old man Xie, I can have him watch over old man Xie 24/7, even bring tea and water to him. If you don't believe me, I can call him right now. At that moment, Su Xiren, who was in the lab wearing his white coat, sneezed. Then the phone in his pocket rang. He wiped his nose and answered. Hello, brother Hongtian. What's the matter? Su Hongtian looked at Xie and spoke gravely. Come quickly, something happened to little Xie Bao. Su Xiren stood up immediately. What? She. Su Hongtian couldn't think of any plausible lie. If he asked Su Xiren to come for old man Xie, Su Xiren would definitely refuse. But if he mentioned little Xie Bao was in critical condition, he'd come running. Little Xie Bao caught Su Hongtian's gaze and immediately understood what he was implying. She suddenly clutched her head. Su Hongtian hurriedly said, little Xie Bao has a headache. Su Xiren swiftly turned and walked out, asking on the other end of the phone, where are you? I'll come immediately. Which part hurts specifically? Does it hurt a lot? Little Xie Bao then clutched her stomach. Su Hongtian, seems like her stomach hurts too. How could the stomach hurt as well? Where does it hurt? Upper or lower? Little Xie Bao crouched down holding her leg. Her thigh hurts too. Su Hongtian said with a concerned tone. Anyway, from top to bottom, everywhere hurts. She's almost fainting and convulsing all over. Come quickly. Another second, and something terrible will happen. Hurry. Su Xiren's heart leapt. Running towards the location Su Hongtian mentioned, he moved as fast as if he were racing against Bolt himself. Su Hongtian's description was terrifying. He had to see little Xie Bao with his own eyes immediately. Little Xie Bao gave Su Hongtian a thumbs up in approval. Su Hongtian patted little Xie Bao on the shoulder proudly and said, trust me, kid. Standing nearby, Si Ping stayed silent. Li Minghan covered his face and remarked, you two are truly awful parents. When Su Xiren arrived, he saw little Xie Bao, perfectly fine, standing in front of the ward. Immediately, he realized this mischievous duo had teamed up to deceive him. Seeing Su Xiren, little Xie Bao rushed over and grabbed his wrist. Big brother Su, you finally came. Come quick. Before Su Xiren could react, little Xie Bao dragged him to the door of the ward and said, this is my big brother Su. You can tell him anything you need done. Can I go in now? Xie was also baffled by this sudden scene. He had been too busy to notice Su Hongtian earlier. Only now did he recognize him. A famous actor and a prodigy doctor. Both were alive and standing before him. Xie felt somewhat embarrassed and said apologetically, sorry, I didn't realize. It's fine, little Xie Bao responded. Can you let me in to see Grandpa Xie? Of course. Xie nodded. With Dr. Su's assurance, I naturally won't stop you. Just as little Xie Bao was about to open the ward door and enter, a piercing scream came from afar. She can't go in. Everyone turned around and saw Xinshin's mother pulling Xinshin coming this way. Stop her. It's her who caused teacher Xie to end up like this. Xinshin also shouted loudly with her mother. She wants to kill teacher Xie. Xie instinctively pulled little Xie Bao out just as she was about to enter. Xinshin ran over, looking triumphantly at little Xie Bao, and said, Uncle Xie, she's really bad. Don't let her in, or teacher Xie will definitely not wake up again. Furrowing his brow, Xie asked, you all are the people who saved my father, right? But what did you mean earlier? Was my father hurt because of her? It was Su Hongtian who called the emergency number when Grandpa Xie fainted. At that time, Xinshin's mother was busy filming a video slandering little Xie Bao and didn't call for an ambulance at all. Afterward, Su Hongtian hurried little Xie Bao home to protect her from the flashing cameras. Once the ambulance arrived, Xinshin's mother claimed the credit naturally. She even followed the ambulance to the hospital and called Grandpa Xie's son, telling him on the phone that it was her who saved Grandpa Xie. We just turned our backs for a moment, and you almost got tricked by her, Xinshin's mother said. This little girl made teacher Xie so angry, and then she was going to run away. Fortunately, I called the ambulance. Otherwise, teacher Xie would have been beyond salvation this time. Xie was somewhat confused. Little Xie Bao looked innocent and cute, and didn't seem like someone who would do such things. But if Xinshin's mother was the one who saved the old man, she shouldn't be lying, right? Xinshin's mother exaggerated further, saying, don't think it's unbelievable, but this kid has bad luck. Ever since she came back, she cursed second aunt to death, ruined her older brother's wedding, and even cursed the girl who was supposed to marry her brother to death too. Teacher Xie became sick after coming into contact with her. Absolutely don't let her get close to teacher Xie again. Xinshin rolled her eyes and added, today, teacher Xie was originally going to take me as his disciple, but little Xie Bao might have felt jealous, so she came over and pushed teacher Xie, and even hit me. Chapter 76. Get these two fools out. Xie Dajong looked at Xiao Jiabao doubtfully. The old master had indeed said today when he went out that it was because of an intergenerational friend calling him, saying to let him go see a little girl. If she has sufficient talent, he might even want to become the old master's disciple. The old master was extremely delighted and went there right away. In his younger years, the old master was conceited, looking down on everyone he met. Even though many people came to learn from him back in those days, among them some truly talented children, he did not choose anyone. Now that he was old, and his mother had been missing for half a year, he began to feel urgent, realizing that all his skills needed no successor. Thus, he started thinking about accepting disciples, but still maintained high standards. Upon hearing this, Li Minghan couldn't tolerate such distortion of facts, and spoke up. You quit bullshitting here. That old man clearly said at the time. You have an impure heart. He won't accept you. Xin, a bit panicked, took a step back behind her mom, quietly defending herself. I'm not lying, you are. Xin's mom also agreed with Xin, confidently believing she was old Master Xine's savior. So no matter what, once he wakes up, he must definitely take Xin as a disciple. Since the old master is unconscious now, Xin's mom chuckled, but such matters shouldn't be delayed. You're Mr. Xine's son, why don't you make the decision and officially take Xin as a disciple? With such good news, I'm sure Mr. Xine will be delighted. Who knows, if he feels good, his health might significantly improve. Su Hongtian stood aside and sarcastically remarked, I've only ever heard of marriage ceremonies done in hopes of improving one's fortune, but never have I heard of taking on a disciple for the same purpose. You're so eager to establish the teacher-student relationship between Xin and Master Xine, because once he wakes up, your lies will be uncovered, right? Xin's mother changed color and muttered, I don't know what you're talking about. That's simply slander. As they were arguing at the hospital room entrance, Xiao Jiabao saw the grandmother's spirit passing through the door, heading out. Behind her followed the wandering spirit of Grandmaster Xine. Xiao Jiabao hurried over, but dared not touch Grandmaster Xine's ghost, as her strength might harm him. Xie Ping glanced at Li Minghan, who was completely unaware, then suddenly raised his hand and pointed before him. Before Li Minghan could react, instinctively frowning and asking aloud, What are you doing? The next moment, he saw the two elder spirits walking out one after another. Xiao Jiabao urgently ran before them, wanting to stop them, but their souls passed straight through her body, as if unable to hear whatever Xiao Jiabao was saying. You go, Xie Ping said. Remember, use your hands. Li Minghan didn't hesitate much and immediately rushed forward, grabbing old Master Xine's wrist with his hand. Wait, don't go yet, old man. Surprisingly, Xine Mu was really caught by Li Minghan, hesitated a bit like being suddenly awakened, and swiftly turned into a wisp of spirit energy returning inside the ward. Xiao Jiabao tilted her head. Why can you see them? Don't know. Li Minghan blankly glanced at his own hand. Xie Ping told me to grab. When the two youngsters turned around, Li Minghan was shocked. He just ran from the hospital room door here and touched old Master Xine's wrist, but turning his head, he discovered himself lying at the hospital room entrance, pale-faced and in obvious pain. Su Xiren held onto his body, giving him CPR. Xie Ping stood nearby, coolly snapped his fingers, causing a dizzying sensation. The next thing he knew, he seemed to return to his own body, feeling his chest being forcefully pressed upon, violently coughed twice. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Su, stop, you're going to press me to death. Seeing he was awake, Su Jiran stopped his actions and sighed with relief. Just now, why did you suddenly pass out? Is there any family history of illness? With a poker face, Li Minghan got up, took a deep breath, and painfully said, This isn't genetic disease, it's meeting the wrong person. Sufer wasn't quite responsive for a second. As he was about to inquire further, Xie Ping softly stated, Old Master Xine has woken up. Next, they actually heard some sound coming from inside the hospital room. A few people entered the hospital room, and Su Fu heard Li Minghan complaining quietly to Xie Ping. Were those your tricks just now? Xie Ping nodded. Yes. Young Master Li shouted. And you dare admit it? Do you realize how much damage that caused to this young master's mental health? After a brief silence, Xie Ping said, More than just mental. Young Master Li, what do you mean? Just now, I sent one of your souls out of your body. Only in this way can we pull the old man back without hurting him, Xie Ping explained lightly. However, there will be a price to pay. You might lose a few days off your life. Li Minghan said with grief and anger. Why do you sound so casual about it? Xie Ping paused for a moment and then replied as if it were natural. Because it's not my lifespan being shortened. Li Minghan exclaimed. I'm going to fight you. Sufer looked on in silence. He glanced worriedly at Xiao Jiabao standing beside, watching the two brothers argue without fully understanding the situation. See, I told you, befriending Xie Ping is very dangerous. Xin and her mother came in after seeing Mr. Xine wake up. Old Master Xine saw Xiao Jiabao behind Su Fu and was just about to say something when Xin's mom rushed to his bedside and interrupted him first. Mr. Xine, you've finally woken up. You really had me worried sick. Oh my, you don't know how scared I was when you fainted, so I quickly called for an ambulance and brought you to the hospital. Old Master Xine glanced at Xin's mom, then looked over at Xin standing nearby. Perhaps due to lying earlier, Xin felt somewhat uneasy and hid behind her mom. But Xin's mom pulled her forward and forcefully pushed her in front of Old Master Xine, smiling brightly and saying, Mr. Xine, do you still remember? Before you fainted, you said you wanted to take my daughter as your disciple, right? Old Master Xine nodded. Xin's mom couldn't be happier and turned triumphantly to address Xine. You see, what did I tell you? Mr. Xine wants to take my daughter as his apprentice. Old Master Exine spoke slowly. I did say I wanted to take on a disciple, but not you her. His frail hand pointed towards Xie Bao, who stood quietly on the side. She is the person I'm looking for to be my disciple. Xinxin's mom's face fell immediately, but she forced herself to smile and retorted. Mr. Exine, you must be confused by old age. She is the one who made you faint. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't be lying here, would you? Old Master Exine shook his head. Only he and Xie Bao knew what truly happened. The supposedly cunning mother-daughter pair assumed that Xie Bao had angered him into fainting. Without knowing the real cause, they hastily claimed credit and attempted to malign Xie Bao. It was no surprise that such a mother taught her daughter poorly and ended up raising someone who's utterly useless. Old Master Exine said firmly. I may have fainted, but I'm not dead. The one who called for the ambulance, I am quite aware of. Exine hurriedly responded. Yes, Dad. Get these two fools out of my sight. Don't let them dirty my eyes any longer. Chapter 77. The pitiful state of Xinxin's mom. Xinxin rushed to Grandpa Exine's bedside in great fear, sobbing and shouting. Grandpa, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I just don't understand. I am better than Xie Bao. She has never learned dance. Why did you choose her instead of me? Xinxin's mother echoed. That's right, Grandpa Exine. The child is still young. You must allow her to make mistakes. She is so young. Any mistakes can be slowly corrected. You cannot condemn her entirely, can you? Grandpa Exine coldly sniffed. I have given you a chance, and I have explained it very clearly to you. You will never become my apprentice. Throw her out. At this moment, Exine was also somewhat angry. He had almost believed the two women's explanation and thought that Xie Bao was truly an unlucky star causing harm. Fortunately, the old man woke up on time. Otherwise, he would really have been deceived by these two venomous women pretending to be kind. My father said to let the two of you leave. Didn't you hear that? Exine grabbed each of them with one hand and wanted to drag them out. But neither Xinxin nor her mother were willing to leave. Xinxin's mom even fell on the ground and threw a tantrum, saying, You must accept my daughter today, otherwise I won't leave. She had already boasted about this in various groups of wealthy women. Her daughter was going to become the only apprentice of the famous classical dance master Exine Mu, and she had received countless praises and vanity. If Master Exine chose Xie Bao instead, wouldn't she be laughed at? Seeing her mother crying painfully, Xinxin squatted down and wailed too. This quickly drew the attention of the hospital security guards and nurses. The nurse stepped forward to stop her, saying, Ma'am, this is a hospital. Please control your emotions and don't cause a commotion that disturbs the rest of other patients. Xinxin's mother stood up, slapped the nurse, and screeched, Do you know who you are? How dare you teach me a lesson here? What if my voice is loud? Let me tell you, I earn in one day what you earn in a year. You poor thing, I could crush you with 1 foot. The little nurse, having been slapped, looked somewhat stunned. Su Zhiran then coldly spoke up. What are the two of you standing there for? Are you waiting for the little girl to do it herself? Throw out these two troublemakers immediately. The guard stationed at the door quickly reacted but hesitated when they came in. The guests appearing on this floor were all rich or noble, and they indeed dared not lay a hand on them, fearing that they couldn't afford the compensation if someone got hurt. Su Zhiran coolly stated, Don't hesitate. Any injuries or death will be on my account. With Su Zhiran's reassurance, the two guards felt much safer. They brutally grabbed Xinxin's mother's shirt and lifted her off the ground. Xinxin's mother screamed, What are you doing? Is there no justice, no law left? In the next second, she was thrown out of the hospital's gate by the two guards, and Xinxin also ran out in fear. Xinxin's mother's collar had been torn off during the struggle, exposing large areas of white skin. She now appeared like a madwoman trying to rush back into the hospital. However, the several guards standing at the entrance, armed with batons, weren't weak either. One of them zapped her with the baton, and she collapsed on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, with many people pointing fingers at Xinxin's mother. Xinxin's mother was filled with shame and anger, holding Xinxin and spitting at the hospital entrance. What kind of people are you? When I have more money, when our family prospers, none of you will matter. As she walked away muttering curses, the crowd soon dispersed. Grandpa Exine sat up from his bed and beckoned Xie Bao. Come, child, come over. He changed from speaking coldly to Xinxin earlier, now resembling a kind elder. Xie Bao walked quietly to Grandpa Exine's bedside and softly said, Grandpa Exine, it's good that nothing happened to you. Grandpa Exine patted her head and sighed. If it weren't for you, where would these old bones of mine be? It doesn't matter much if I die, but I must pass on my skills, otherwise, how would I face Baidu after I die? Child, can you pity the old man, please? Exine was also quite shocked. His father, always looking down on others, actually spoke such words to a little child, showing just how extraordinary Xie Bao's talent was. Xie Bao scratched her head, somewhat shyly replying, But Grandpa, Xie Bao doesn't know how to dance. Previously at the dance club, it seemed to be because of being influenced by Grandma Baidu. The elder's eyes dimmed, as if he was an oil-dry candle about to go out. Xie Bao then continued, If grandfather does not look down upon Xie Bao is willing to learn from grandfather. Hearing this, Grandpa Exine quickly became delighted, eagerly grabbing Xie Bao's hand. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were meant for this. Regardless of any influence or not, your eyes look exactly like Baidu's when she was young, and your personality matches too. You're the person I've been searching for all these years. Xie Bao spoke up, Grandpa Exine, there's one more thing. The elder smiled warmly. Are you still calling me Grandpa Exine? If you don't mind an old man like me, call me master instead. Xie Bao quickly adjusted her tone. Master, we can talk about learning dance later. There's something very important now that Xie Bao needs to tell you. Grandpa Xie nodded. Go ahead. The longer Grandma's spirit lingers in this world, the weaker it becomes. If she can't find her way home for a long time, there will be only two outcomes. Xie Bao glanced at Xie Ping. One is that she swallows another spirit and becomes a wicked ghost. The other is that she gets swallowed by another wicked ghost. So, we must find Grandma's grave as soon as possible so she can return home and enter reincarnation. Xie Mu's expression turned somber. His voice cracked as he said, in fact, Baidu went missing 6 months ago. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have known she had already gone. Realizing this, Xie Bao asked, so you don't know where Grandma's grave is either? Tears streaming down his face, Xie Mu replied, I don't know. I'm not even sure how she passed away, or if there's even a grave. Xie Bao suddenly reached out, patting Xie Mu on the head. Don't cry, master. Xie Bao will help you. It wouldn't be good if you cried yourself into unconsciousness again. Wiping away his tears, Xie Mu spoke. Thank you, Xie Bao. I understand. I must find Baidu's body and bring her back home. Xie Bao nodded. All right. Rest assured, Xie Bao will solve this problem because Little Bottle is very powerful. Li Minghan stepped forward as well. And me. Xie Bao quickly handed him water. Yeah. Xiao Ming is also super capable. Moved deeply, Grandpa Xie sincerely said, Thank you all. Speaking of which, Su Zhiran suddenly interjected. Recently, the hospital seems to have received many elderly corpses, none of which were claimed. Could it be related to Grandma Baidu going missing? Chapter 78, The Unorthodox Grandmother. Xiao Jiabao scratched her head, not understanding what the two older brothers were talking about. All she knew was that it seemed like they couldn't find Grandma's grave now. Fourth brother and second brother didn't plan to let Xiao Jiabao see the body in the morgue either. Although Xiao Jiabao had a talent in this area, she was still so young to be exposed to things most people avoided, which could be seen as unlucky. Since the day Xiao Jiabao was taken back to the Su family, Grandpa had already told them about her unusual bloodline power. But in the eyes of her group of older brothers, Xiao Jiabao was just Xiao Jiabao, a 4-year-old toddler who needed to be pampered in the arms of adults. I will investigate this matter secretly, fourth brother said to Old Master Xen. If there are any leads, I'll notify you immediately. Old Master Xen glanced at Xiao Jiabao and nodded in agreement. Xiping looked at Xiao Jiabao and said, Don't worry, as long as it's within the storybook, with ample spiritual energy, nothing bad will happen in a short time. Xiao Jiabao nodded, retrieved Grandma into the storybook, then went home with Su Hongtian. The next day, news that Old Master Xien would take Xiao Jiabao as his disciple spread quickly online. Initially, those who praised Xinxin for her extraordinary talent instantly changed their tune, criticizing Xinxin for overestimating herself by associating with Master Xien, while hypocritically congratulating Xiao Jiabao. Su Hongtian, having spent many years navigating the entertainment circle, could clearly see which blessings were genuine and which harbored ulterior motives. Thus, he did not let Xiao Jiabao overly expose herself to the public eye, declining many interview invitations. After the new year, the Su group also started getting busier, so Su Hongtian became one of the people frequently around Xiao Jiabao. Su Hongtian's parenting philosophy was entirely different from Su Qi's. Su Qi was always highly planned, ensuring that under his care, Xiao Jiabao followed a strict schedule, eating on time, going to school on time, sleeping on time. However, with Su Hongtian, things were different. This unreliable second brother ran around doing promotional events himself, dragging Xiao Jiabao all over the world, today in Sanya Beach, tomorrow in Paris. Xiao Jiabao spent nearly the entire winter vacation traveling and only returned home right before school resumed. El Minghan had hardly caught a glimpse of Xiao Jiabao's hem during the entire winter break except for the few days around Chinese New Year. Now that school had started, he eagerly rushed over to the Su residence early in the morning. Xiao Jiabao had just arrived back late last night after a flight, and she sat sleepily at the dining table eating breakfast. Xiao Jiabao, El Minghan excitedly rushed in. You're finally back? You don't know how boring it was without you. With one big bite, Xiao Jiabao swallowed down a hot spring egg and cutely held up her spoon. How can that be? Didn't you go play with Xiao Pingzi? El Minghan snorted. Without you, why would he pay me any attention? I went over to him a few times. Guess what he was doing at home? Curious, Xiao Jiabao asked. What was he doing? Meditating. El Minghan imitated Xi Ping sitting cross-legged, his hands resting on his knees, eyes closed, like an unmoving statue. Xiao Jiabao laughed until her eyes squinted shut. Adding drama to the situation, El Minghan continued. You wouldn't believe it. When you're around, that dead bottle has a bit of life. When you're gone, he's like a corpse. My mom says he used to sit like this at home, not eating, not coming out to play, and not even doing his winter homework. Tell me, isn't that scary? Xiao Jiabao stopped eating for a moment. Her cute child spoon fell into the bowl as she paused. What kind of homework? Winter vacation homework, El Minghan said. I remember you're in the small class, and although it's not much, your teacher should have assigned some winter vacation homework too, right? Xiao Jiabao's face crumpled like a puppy's. Xiao Jiabao didn't do it. El Minghan gulped. Not a single word. Xiao Jiabao forgot. She almost cried, leaving her unfinished meal behind and running upstairs to look for her bag. Watching Xiao Jiabao bounce down the stairs holding 3 workbooks, she grabbed a pen and began scribbling furiously. Stunned, El Minghan leaned in to take a closer look. Can you already write at such a young age? Xiao Jiabao kept quiet. and El Minghan saw her drawing a line of little flowers on a blank workbook. El Minghan blurted, "What are you doing?" Xiao Jiabao replied, "Doing homework." "Your homework is drawing little flowers?" El Minghan questioned, "Is this art homework?" Xiao Jiabao shook her head. "I don't know what the homework is, but the teacher said filling it up is fine." El Minghan sighed. Then, he watched Xiao Jiabao use the whole morning to fill up 3 blank workbooks with little flowers, grass, and she even enthusiastically drew a little picture of Pingxi, the bottle. Then she happily packed her school bag and prepared to go to school for enrollment. Su Qi's assistant was taking Xiao Jiabao to school. He was a tall and thin young man wearing glasses, speaking clearly but appearing rather cold. When Suya came downstairs with her school bag on her back, she saw Li Minghan. Hesitating for a moment, she finally walked over and asked him, "Li Minghan, would you like to go to school together? Has your driver come to pick you up yet? Let me take your car, all right?" Li Minghan looked at her as if he'd seen a ghost and snapped, "Why would I go to school with you? I'm waiting for Xiao Jiabao." Suya glanced at Xiao Jiabao, her eyes full of jealousy. "You're not in the same class as her anyway. You're so big already. Why are you always following after Xiao Jiabao? Are you her little follower, or what?" Little Master Li, being very concerned about his image, immediately flared up upon hearing Su Ya's accusation, retorting, "What does it have to do with you? Who said I'm following her? It's Xiao Jiabao who wants to play with me. Isn't that right, Xiao Jiabao?" Xiao Jiabao obediently nodded. Yeah. Xiao Jiabao wants to play with Xiao Ming. Xiao Jiabao and Xiao Ming are very, very good friends, not followers. "That's true," said Li Minghan as he held Xiao Jiabao's wrist, rolling his eyes. "Don't think this young master doesn't know what you're thinking. You just don't want to take the bus with your grandma, that's all. This young master won't give you a ride to school. Come on, Xiao Jiabao, let's go." Suya gritted her teeth in frustration, stomping her foot where she stood. Though living in the Su household, Grandpa Su no longer provided her any luxurious lifestyle, giving only 5,000 yuan per month to Suya's grandmother. So Suya did not have a luxury car to send her to school. She could only wake up early with her grandma to catch the bus. She had once cried and complained to Grandpa Su, but it didn't work. He just glared coldly at her and told her that her parents owed Su family lots of money, which wasn't something they earned effortlessly, but instead earned through hard work by the eldest brother. The eldest brother could choose not to care about these debts, but the old man couldn't, telling her that when she grew up, these amounts would be counted carefully alongside what she spent during her years in the Su family. Sitting in his wheelchair at that time, Grandpa Su had an exceptionally serious look on his face. "Strictly speaking, the money you spend now is actually from the eldest brother. If you want to live like Xiao Jiabao in luxury, then it will all be accounted for, and you will need to pay it back in the future." Suya pouted, wiping away her tears with the back of her hand. Why did Xiao Jiabao have such good fortune, having such capable brothers who could provide a princess-like life for her? While she could only stay at home during winter break, Xiao Jiabao could travel all over the world with her star brother number 2. Why? After all, she was also surnamed Su, and she was also a young lady of the Su family. Just because she was born in the second house, she had to be inferior to Xiao Jiabao, right? She resentfully glared at Xiao Jiabao's back when her grandmother tapped her shoulder from behind. "What are you looking at? Hurry up, otherwise you'll miss the bus and be late." Suya Wangda opened her mouth and said, "Grandma, I don't want to take the bus anymore. I also want to be like Xiao Jiabao, having a good friend and a sedan to drop her off. Why can she have all that, and I cannot?" Her grandmother snorted coldly and grabbed Suya's hand, saying, "What's she compared to? A kid without proper education because her parents passed away early. Remember, all these things the Su family owes you. When you grow up and become successful, all of this will need to be repaid to you. Your parents were harmed because of them." Suya tightened her lips, clenching her fists without a word. Chapter 79, Night Intrusion at Xinxin's house. After registering at the kindergarten, the children who had been apart for a holiday gathered in small groups talking. Li Minghan came to find Xiao Bao after registering, and the two of them sat in the yard, discussing Grandma's situation in low voices. Although Su Sigi had promised to investigate this matter, more than half a month had passed, but there was still no news. It was unclear whether it was because there were no leads, or they hadn't been told. "You shouldn't think too much about it anyway. Those are adult matters," Li Minghan said. "By the way, since you have apprenticed under Mr. Xian, starting from this semester, will you be going to his house to practice dancing?" Xiao Bao nodded. "Yes." Li Minghan visibly looked unhappy. "Then will you have no time to play with me?" Xiao Bao rested her chin on her hand and thought for a moment. "You can come with me." "I would never." Li Minghan frowned, quickly rejecting. "That is dancing for girls, I wouldn't go." Xiao Bao blinked. "But Grandpa Xian is a boy." Li Minghan retorted. "He's an old man." Xiao Bao nodded. "A male old man." Li Minghan's face scrunched up in frustration. He really didn't want to follow Xiao Bao to learn that dance. But more so, the idea of seeing Xiao Bao less frequently troubled him even more. As he stayed quiet, Xinxin's mother sent Xinxin to school. Xinxin was wearing a beautiful little dress, her hair neatly styled and looking stunningly beautiful. Many children wearing cotton-padded jackets immediately envied her and swarmed around her, chirping how pretty her dress was. A little boy sniffed and said, "Xinxin sister, aren't you cold wearing so little?" The smile on Xinxin's face stiffened for a second. Was she freezing? Of course. But this dress was custom-made in Italy by the hottest children's wear designer especially tailored for her. It wasn't an exaggeration to say it was one of kind in the world. Even if she froze to death, she had to wear it on the first day back to school. Li Minghan whispered to Xiao Bao, "Behaves like a peacock wherever she goes." Xiao Bao unhelpfully stared at the little dress and drooled. "Hee, so nice." Li Minghan gave Xie Bao a look of disappointment, but still got up and walked over to Xinxin. Upon seeing Li Minghan, Xinxin's first reaction was fear, as she'd had many misfortunes under this young master's hands before. When she realized the young master wasn't there to hit her, she summoned the courage and softly called out, "Brother Minghan." Uncharacteristically, Li Minghan did not mock Xinxin. He just glanced at Xinxin's dress and stood beside the other children. Soon, the children began asking questions of interest to Lord Li due to their envy. "Xinxin, your dress is really pretty. Where did you buy it?" Xinxin proudly responded, "This dress isn't for sale. Let me tell you, Mom specially asked the designer to make it for me. Do you know Jeremy? The world-famous children's clothing designer whose schedule my mom had to wait 2 years to get on." The children gasped. Proudly, Xinxin revealed the price of the dress, even surprising Li Minghan enough to raise an eyebrow before returning to Xie Bao. Though Xie Bao liked the dress, she didn't stare at it like some of the other children. She'd seen far more extravagant things while with Su Hongtian. While the dress was initially shocking, that only lasted for a moment. By now, she was chatting with little flower fairies and grass sprites, having greeted all the ladies and grandmothers from the storybook. Running over to Xie Bao, Li Minghan whispered, "Xinxin's family has struck gold. Earlier, I heard her say it took 2 years from when they custom-ordered the dress until it was rushed out. And those diamonds on the dress are real. They reportedly cost $10 million US. Confused, Xie Bao asked, "How much is $10 million US?" Li Minghan, always sensitive to money, thought for a moment and asked Xie Bao, "What do you think is the most valuable thing around you?" Xie Bao thought hard and answered, "Text messages." Li Minghan paused for a second. "Huh?" Xie Bao nodded. "During the spring festival, Little Bottle sent me a text message. My second brother said that text was worth 30 million. So 3 should be bigger than 1, right?" Li Minghan couldn't believe it. What kind of text message could be worth 30 million? And besides, that was in US dollars. Xie Bao pulled out a small phone from her bag and showed the text message to Li Minghan. Xie Ping had copied a New Year greeting from somewhere that read loud and clear. "In the new year, I give you 3 tens of millions. You must be happy, you must be blissful, and you must be healthy." Li Minghan looked at him with an expression as if he had eaten a turd. Xie Bao saw his strange demeanor and asked curiously, "What's wrong with you? Do you feel unwell?" "My brain feels uncomfortable." Li Minghan frowned and spoke. "My elder brother told me about the Wang family. They have indeed been rising rapidly in the pharmaceutical industry these years, but this 30 million US dollars is just too exaggerated for the Wang family. Even our Li family couldn't come up with 30 million US dollars in liquid assets so easily, especially just to buy a dress for their daughter." Xie Bao didn't understand, but she felt it was impressive. Although Li Minghan sometimes looks a bit foolish, his talent in business and sensitivity towards money are indisputable, sometimes even surpassing adults. All those professional terms Xie Bao still struggles to comprehend roll off his tongue effortlessly. While she hasn't even learned to recognize numbers from 1 to 100 yet, Li Minghan can already accurately know various units and quantities, and his mental arithmetic speed is very fast. This is also why, despite being somewhat arrogant, Little Master Li remains very popular within the Li household. Xinxin was still twirling around to show off her new skirt when Li Minghan touched his chin and said, "Xie Bao, would you like to skip class today?" Xie Bao paused momentarily. I think there's something suspicious with the Wang family. You might as well not go for dance practice first. Let's visit the Wangs after school." Xie Bao shook her head. "No." Li Minghan continued, "Come on, don't worry. Even if we're found out, we're just kids. They wouldn't suspect anything." "Not because of worry," Xie Bao replied. "Little Bottle isn't here, and without him, we won't be able to sneak in unnoticed." Xie Ping's cold voice came from behind. "I'm here." Chapter 80, Xie Bao's bottom line. Li Minghan and Xie Bao suddenly turned around. They saw Xie Ping had quietly appeared behind them without either of them noticing. "When did you get here?" Li Minghan stood up, patting Xie Ping on the shoulder. "I thought the young master of your Xie family was quite extraordinary, but it turns out that during the new year, instead of handing out red envelopes, you only gave Xie Bao a 30 million foot envelope, right?" Xie Bao, "Look, I told you, your brother Minghan treats you best." Xie Ping awkwardly twitched the corner of his eyebrow. Though he had lived in this world for so many years, he never really immersed himself in the life of ordinary people. Devices like mobile phones were still mainly used by Xie Bao, so it was only recently that he started learning how to use one. But aside from Xie Bao, no one dared to teach him how to use a smartphone. And even with Xie Bao's intermittent teaching, 2 days fishing, 3 days drying the nets, all he managed to learn was how to send text messages and answer phone calls. During the spring festival, Grandpa Su specially sent him a blessing message, so he simply copied the message and sent it to Xie Bao as well, not understanding its full meaning at all. As Li Minghan looked over at Xie, who was still boasting nearby, he said, "Let's just decide if we're acting tonight or not. I really feel something is off." Xie Bao rested her chin on her palm. "But I still have to go practice dancing at Grandpa Xian's house." Li Minghan hissed. "All right then, I'll follow you with Xie Ping. We'll wait for you to finish practicing before we go." Only then did Xie Bao reluctantly nod. After enjoying the admiration from the other children, Xie noticed Xie Ping and Xie Bao standing nearby and approached them. Xie Bao tilted her head slightly when Xie asked, "Xie Bao, don't you think my dress looks nice?" Xie Bao truthfully nodded. "It does." Xie humphed. "Look at your family, such a large estate, and they don't buy dresses for you, huh? Isn't it because your parents don't care for you?" Other children chimed in. Xine's mom bought her such a pretty little dress. She must love Xine very much. "Exactly. I wish I could have a mother like hers too." Xiao Jiabao lowered her eyes, pursing her lips in silence. Xian covered her mouth, pretending to be surprised. Why aren't you speaking, Xiao Jiabao? Don't you have parents? In this kindergarten, all the students were rich daughters, having heard their mothers casually chat about the Su family. One little girl spoke up. Xian, you don't know, Xiao Jiabao doesn't actually have parents. Xian laughed, pretending innocence. Mom says everyone has parents. How come Xiao Jiabao doesn't have parents? Is it because Xiao Jiabao popped out from a crack in a rock? The group of kids burst into laughter, clearly amused, encircling Xiao Jiabao and mocking her. Haha, Xiao Jiabao doesn't have parents. Xiao Jiabao popped out from a crack in a rock. Ha. Xie Ping narrowed his eyes slightly and lifted his hand a bit, not yet doing anything, when suddenly Xiao Jiabao slapped Xian across the face. This time, with real force, Xian instantly fell flat, her elegant white gown becoming stained with mud from the garden, looking rather pitiful. Not only was Xie Ping shocked, even Li Minghan, who had been eagerly preparing to help Xiao Jiabao, froze momentarily. Xiao Jiabao was usually soft-spoken, resembling a malleable rice dumpling that could be manipulated any which way without issue. Such a lovable side of her always made people worry about her getting bullied outside, which was why Li Minghan followed her closely. Who would have thought she'd actually lash out? Xiao Jiabao has parents. Xiao Jiabao gazed down at Xian sprawled on the ground, her voice cold. Not popping out from a crack in a rock. Your behavior is very impolite. Has your mother not taught you manners? Or perhaps, you are the one who has no mother? Xian gritted her teeth in anger, her face on the side hit by Xiao Jiabao both red and swollen, leaving her unable to speak, crying tearfully and pointing at Xiao Jiabao. A teacher from the kindergarten, noticing the commotion, came over to check what was going on, only to see this scene. She quickly helped Xian up, asking what happened. All the little friends had been frightened by Xiao Jiabao's earlier show of bravado and had since hid behind the teacher. Teacher, it was Xiao Jiabao. She hit someone. That teacher was from Xian's class, so naturally, she recognized Xian and Li Minghan. She turned to Li Minghan and asked, you tell me, what exactly happened here? Was it Xiao Jiabao who struck someone? Li Minghan took a step forward, shielding Xiao Jiabao behind him. He was just about to say that it was his own doing when Xiao Jiabao tugged on his arm and said, Teacher, I hit her, but it wasn't intentional. The teacher furrowed her brows. What do you mean it wasn't intentional? I saw a little bug on Xian's face just now, so I wanted to help get rid of the bug for her. Xiao Jiabao blinked her big, innocent eyes, earnestly saying, then added with a bit of regret. Unfortunately, I missed and let the bug fly away. You're bluffing. Xian sobbed, slurring as she spoke. There weren't any bugs at all. The teacher also believed Xiao Jiabao was lying. In the middle of winter, all the bugs are hibernating. How could there be any bugs? Xiao Jiabao stood upright with her hands clasped behind her back and replied matter-of-factly. Teacher, is it true that all the bugs are hibernating? Isn't it possible that some bugs don't hibernate? This. The teacher frowned, starting to think deeply. How would she know if all the bugs hibernate? She answered cautiously. Sorry, teacher doesn't really know this. After all, I'm not a biology teacher. It's okay. Xiao Jiabao generously replied. Our Chinese teacher always says that no one can know everything. Even though you're already very knowledgeable, there may still be things you don't know. Therefore, we should constantly seek knowledge, apply our learning in practical ways, and never feel ashamed to ask questions. So perhaps the teacher can go ask the biology teacher whether or not all the bugs are truly hibernating. The teacher listened and found this completely reasonable. She didn't expect such a young child like Xiao Jiabao to understand such profound life wisdom. Nodding approvingly, the teacher responded. Teacher will go to the office and ask the biology teacher later. Xiao Jiabao waved at the teacher cheerfully. Once the teacher finds out, remember to tell me. The teacher nodded. Sure. As Xiao Jiabao watched the teacher hurry off into the distance, she sweetly called out. Bye-bye, teacher. Xian, question mark. Li Minghan, question mark. Xie Ping. Just like that, they let the teacher leave? Xian was absolutely fuming and wanted to call the teacher back, but every time she tried to speak, it caused pain from the injury on her face, preventing her from opening her mouth. All she could do was watch helplessly as the teacher left. Chapter 81. One slap is enough. The teacher happened to meet the biology teacher, who had just returned from collecting homework, in the office. She grabbed him and asked whether all little bugs hibernate in winter. The biology teacher looked at her strangely, telling her that not all bugs have the habit of hibernating. A great majority of them still need to be active in winter. The teacher nodded, with a relieved look on her face. Sitting at his desk, the biology teacher asked, Why are you asking about this out of the blue? Oh, earlier in the small garden. The teacher stopped midway. What was the reason she went over to find Xiao Bao in the first place? Xiao Bao was already slumped on the table, dozing off by now. Li Minghan sat beside her, chattering incessantly. Without the teacher backing her up, Xian was both scared of Li Minghan and even more terrified of Xie Ping. She no longer dared to bother Xiao Bao. Wow, Xiao Bao, you were quite cool just now. No wonder you're my friend, Li Minghan. Li Minghan babbled on. I thought you were a little softy, which made me always worry about you being bullied outside. But even if you were a little softy, it doesn't matter. I like you a lot. In the future, if anyone bullies you, just do what you did today. Raise your hand and slap them. Xiao Bao said. Big brother says that Xiao Bao can't randomly hit people. But if really necessary, one must make sure the slap lands firmly. Li Minghan admired. My brother Su is truly an exemplary model. I didn't originally intend to use my hands. Xie Bao looked at her tiny hands. Because hitting people really hurts, you know. Li Minghan noticed that Xie Bao's palm was indeed red. It seemed reasonable that the deep palm print on Xine's face wasn't without cause. Seeing Xie Bao's palm, Xie Ping frowned slightly, reaching out to grasp Xie Bao's hand. Huh. Xie Bao looked up briefly at Xie Ping. Xie Ping let go almost immediately after gripping. Xie Bao felt the fiery sensation on her palm subside a bit. When she looked down again, her palm had recovered its normal color. Enviously, Xie Bao exclaimed, "That's amazing." Ignoring the underlying surprise in Li Minghan's eyes, he turned his head and hummed. What? Why would someone have all the features of a refrigerator? Can even ice pack? Tell me, Xie Ping, are you a fridge come alive? Xie Ping didn't glance at Li Minghan, turning around and walking away. The bell rang for class, and Li Minghan whispered a reminder to Xie Bao. Remember to wait for me after school. We'll visit Grandpa Xie and then go to Xine's house. Xie Bao nodded in agreement. The first day of kindergarten didn't involve any classes, but instead consisted of playing games all day with the kids. Although Xine's dress got dirty, she still managed to stay in the spotlight all day long. By the time school ended, Xine's mother saw the slap mark on her daughter's face and shot Xie Bao a harsh glare. Perhaps because of the losses incurred during previous incidents, this time, unusually, she didn't confront Xie Bao. Instead, she pulled Xine along and walked away. Xie Bao went to Grandpa Xine's house with Xie Ping and Li Minghan. Grandpa Xine was very happy upon seeing Xie Bao, bringing out lots of delicious fruit. Li Minghan, sitting comfortably on the sofa with crossed legs, remarked, I thought training would be so tough, but it turns out to be pretty relaxing. Xie Bao also patted her little belly, sighing, yeah. After the two children finished eating, old Master Xine approached smilingly. Are you rested enough? Xie Bao nodded. Yes, Grandpa Xine, Xie Bao isn't tired at all. Good child, old Master Xine said. Little Li, you should practice as well. Li Minghan was surprised, blushing as he replied. No way, this is something girls do. I will learn Taekwondo in the future. Old Master Xine nodded. That too, I'm good at it. Since you're here, follow Xie Bao and practice some basics. Li Minghan sighed deeply. But why don't you ask Xie Ping to practice as well? Old Master Xine smiled cunningly. He didn't eat my fruits. Having no choice, Li Minghan followed Xie Bao into the dance room. Surprisingly, the usually amiable Grandpa Xine was completely different inside the dance room. Not long after, Xie Ping heard two high-pitched screams outside. Xie Bao still managed to handle it better. Li Minghan, on the other hand, cried out like a pig being slaughtered, sounding utterly pitiful. Grandpa Xine's cold and composed voice reached their ears. Dad Xine, come over here and press little Li's legs down another 2 centimeters. He's young, and his bones haven't set yet. We should take advantage of this period for development. Xie Bao, crying due to the pain, negotiated with Grandpa Xine. Then if you press Li Minghan's legs, you can't press mine anymore, okay? Old Master Xine snorted coldly. I'll personally take care of you. Little Xie Bao, QAQ. Xie Ping listened to a duet of screams outside, and the two practiced for more than 3 hours. They finally came out of the dance room supporting each other. Old Master Xine smiled and saw the 3 of them off at the door. Little Xie Bao pouted. Little bottle, it hurts so much. Xie Ping exhaled softly, then snapped his fingers, making little Xie Bao feel as if her legs weren't sore anymore. Li Minghan said, do the same for me. Xie Ping turned his head away, pretending not to hear. Li Minghan cried out, that's not fair. The young master took quite a while trembling and resting before he could barely walk. Supporting him, little Xie Bao suggested, since you're like this, why don't we just go home today? No, I must find out what's going on at Xine's house. Li Minghan insisted. I want to see what they're up to. My older brother is also worried about this issue. If I can help solve it, he won't look down on me. Little Xie Bao scratched her head. All right then. By now, it was gradually getting dark. Little Xie Bao called home to say she would be back a little later. Though old Master Su was concerned, he still let her go out and play. In the past, he had sent a few bodyguards to secretly follow her, but later found that with Xie Ping always around, the bodyguards couldn't even protect little Xie Bao, and instead frequently got themselves into trouble because of Xie Ping's influence. So eventually, they stopped sending bodyguards altogether. As long as Xie Ping was there, and with young Master Li from the Li family following along every day, there wouldn't be any problems. Li Minghan scouted around Xine's house and chose the most suitable place to climb in. After Xie Ping snapped his fingers, Li Minghan felt his body becoming weightless and his hands turning transparent. Little Xie Bao exclaimed, what is this? It's merely an illusion technique, Xie Ping replied. With this, they won't be able to see us. Li Minghan gave Xie Ping a thumbs up. Still my brother bottle to count on. Xie Ping coolly said, let's go. The 3 confidently walked into the villa of Xine's family. Just as they reached the door, they heard Xine sobbing loudly, and then a male voice and a female voice arguing. I've already told you not to draw too much attention. Can't you understand? If someone really catches on to anything, you'll be shot. Chapter 82, The Black Chi on Grandpa's Face. The woman's voice, tinged with sobs, came through. How am I being too high profile? I haven't done anything. You don't know how people outside look at me. Take the Su family for instance. When I went to visit them during the new year, we returned with injuries all over us. Can't you see that? The man sat on the couch panting, his face still somewhat angry but eventually calmed down. Xine hugged her mother's leg crying sorrowfully. Mom, why doesn't Dad let me wear my dress to school? I like this dress and wanted the other kids to see it too. Is that also wrong? Xine's mom, while touching her hair, said, What's right or wrong about that? If the dress is ours, we must definitely wear it out so everyone knows. Why doesn't Dad let me wear it out? Xian's father rubbed his face and lowered his voice as he spoke. You shouldn't take advantage of Xian's youth and naivety, spoiling her. She doesn't know where the dress comes from. Do you not know either? All the kids in kindergarten are 6 or 7 years old. Some of the teachers aren't worldly wise either. Would they really notice anything? Xian's mother asked resentfully. I just want our daughter to hold her head high, instead of always being bullied by that little tramp from the Su family. Little Xie Bao stood aside and whispered, Is the little tramp from the Su family that Xian's mom mentioned me? Xi Ping and Li Minghan exchanged a glance and saw anger in each other's eyes. Li Minghan quietly responded, No, she should be referring to Su Ya. Xie Bao nodded. All right. Xian's father, hearing these words, urgently opened his mouth. Shut up. What kind of people are the Su family? Are they someone we could offend? Right now, it's my own house. Xian's mother sat on the couch and shot her husband a glare. Do you think talking at home will reach their ears? Xian's father looked helplessly at his wife. Regardless, you cannot let Xian wear that dress to school anymore, and definitely not mention its price. These children don't understand. What if they tell their parents? Especially the Li family. Recently, they seem suspicious of us, watching us closely. If they find out, our whole family is doomed. Xian's mother reluctantly agreed with her mouth, but inside was still quite unwilling as she took Xian back to the room. Li Minghan was getting quite tired standing, and his foot was still weak. Thinking no one here would see him anyway, he simply sat on the sofa. Xian's father was reading his phone on the couch, when his peripheral vision suddenly noticed that the previously full sofa had sunk in a little bit, as if someone was sitting there. Instantly scared pale, he didn't even dare to scream and jumped off the couch, escaping from the living room like running away from danger. Li Minghan sitting in front of him was also startled by Xian's father's sudden reaction. What's wrong with him? Little Xie Bao honestly replied. It seems you scared him. Only now realizing, Li Minghan sighed and said, A clear conscience fears no accusation. Let's find the study. I've heard enough from this couple's conversation earlier. The origin of Xian's dress is definitely not simple. Little Xie Bao scratched her little head. Although she heard their conversation before, she understood nothing. Why isn't the origin simple? Little Xie Bao followed behind Li Minghan like an inquisitive baby. A dress, even if made from the most top-tier materials, wouldn't cost $30 million in US currency, meaning if converted to RMB, this dress costs over 100 million yuan. As Li Minghan searched for the study in the villa, he explained to little Xie Bao, even if the dress was designed by a globally renowned designer, it wouldn't be worth this much. Nobody would be such a big fool, unless the actual purpose of this dress is money laundering. Little Xie Bao listened in shock. Money laundering? Li Minghan paused, patted little Xie Bao's head, and gently said, With your level of intelligence, it's hard to explain to you. Just know that this is an illegal act, and will get you arrested by the police. Little Xie Bao nodded. All right. Little Xie Bao understands. Li Minghan walked around the villa and quickly found the location of the study, but there was a password lock on the door, so they couldn't get in. I've seen this kind of password lock at Big Brother's place before. It's of particularly good quality and doesn't give you any chances to test it wrong. Li Minghan sighed regretfully. If not, I'll go back and directly inform Big Brother about this matter, letting him figure out a way. Before the words had even finished, Xi Ping stretched out a finger and tapped on the password lock. With a click, it opened. Xi Ping turned around, his face cold as he looked at him. What did you say? Li Minghan raised his hand to form the number 6 gesture. You must have misheard. I didn't say anything, Master C. The room was pitch black inside. Li Minghan was a little scared. He took Xie Bao's hand and said, Let me hold your hand. Xie Bao nodded. Don't worry, little Xie Bao won't let go. Only then did Li Minghan muster the courage to step into the study. However, it was so dark in here that they couldn't turn on the light, so they could only search blindly by the faint moonlight. Xi Ping sat idly on the windowsill, while Li Minghan and Xie Bao searched for a long time before finally finding a briefcase with a password lock. Xi Ping, come over and open this password briefcase. Without even glancing, Xi Ping snapped his fingers, and the briefcase popped open instantly. Li Minghan heard him exclaim in admiration, and then quietly said, I touched it. It seems like some sort of document, a few cards, and a wad of cash. The moonlight is too dim, I can't clearly make out what's written in the document. Little Xie Bao also leaned over to take a look. I can see it clearly. Li Minghan spoke somewhat enviously. Are both of you super science or something? A trace of golden light flowed through little Xie Bao's eyes. Li Minghan then said, What good is being able to see? You still can't read it. Little Xie Bao picked up the document, crumpled it a bit, and stuffed it into her small backpack. Then we'll take it with us. You can't take it away, Li Minghan immediately said. If they find out and become alert early, it would be bad. My brother calls this scaring the snakes out of their holes. Little Xie Bao replied, Your brother sounds amazing. Li Minghan, frustrated, said, Now what should we do? Xi Ping, do you have any ideas? Certainly, Xi Ping responded coldly. Li Minghan became ecstatic. What idea? Xi Ping tilted his head slightly. Kill them all. Li Minghan. He'd seen many holy figures before, but encountering a living Yama, god of death, like Xi Ping today, he felt utterly respectful. Suddenly, little Xie Bao said, We're done looking, let's leave. Li Minghan. Question mark. Little Xie Bao. I've memorized it. Li Minghan. Li Minghan. Shouldn't this be just data or ledger entries? You couldn't possibly have memorized it if you can't even understand it. Little Xie Bao nodded. I can, though. Young Master Li thought his brilliant life had received a severe blow. Xie Ping didn't need mentioning. He wasn't human, more like a demon. Even little Xie Bao, who couldn't figure out addition and subtraction between 1 to 10, displayed such formidable memory skills. Such complicated stuff. Forget reading it once. Even if Li Minghan were given 10 or 100 tries, he wouldn't remember it. Xie Ping spoke. Let's go. It's late. After midnight, our forms will appear. Li Minghan glanced at his watch and saw there were only 5 minutes left until midnight. You mentioned this now? Li Minghan whispered desperately. No. Are you Cinderella, where your pumpkin carriage turns back at midnight, right? Xie Ping ignored his sarcasm and leapt down from the window. Li Minghan inhaled deeply. This is the second floor. Xie Ping nodded. Stay any longer, and we'll get discovered. Li Minghan was about to turn back and go out the front door when he heard footsteps outside the door. It seemed someone was coming this way. Just as he hesitated, the password door emitted a series of warning beeps. Someone was coming in. Li Minghan and little Xie Bao stood side by the window. Xie Ping stood below and softly said, Jump down, little Xie Bao. Who believes you? This is the second floor. Although jumping might not kill you, it would surely injure you. Little Xie Bao, let's. Grandma Xie Bao shouted hey, and jumped. Li Minghan? Question mark. As they were almost about to be discovered, Li Minghan closed his eyes and threw himself forward. Little Xie Bao floated gently down to the ground. Xie Ping retracted his threads and whispered, Go. Li Minghan landed with a crash, almost splitting his butt open. But he had no time to question Xie Ping's double standards and chased the two of them all the way out, successfully exiting the Xie family's home before midnight. Panting heavily, Li Minghan checked himself. At exactly midnight, they hadn't returned to their original form either. Not until Xie Ping lazily snapped his fingers did their true appearances return. Unable to bear it anymore, Li Minghan exclaimed, You lied to me again. Little Xie Bao sympathetically glanced at Li Minghan, unsure how Little Ming annoyed the bottle sprite 3 times in a row to get teased like this. Li Minghan asked, Little Xie Bao, are you sure you've memorized everything? Little Xie Bao nodded. Absolutely. Let's go. First find some paper and pen. Write down what you remember so you don't forget it tomorrow, Li Minghan said. I think this matter is definitely not simple. Maybe it even has something to do with Grandma Baiwei. How could it be related to Grandma Baiwei? Xiao Jiabao asked. Is her grave at the Xie family? Li Minghan rolled his eyes. Well, just write down the stuff now. You'll figure it out later. Xiao Jiabao nodded. Since Brother Ming mentioned Grandma Baiwei, she had no choice but to take it seriously. When Xie Ping and Li Minghan sent Xiao Jiabao home, Su Laozhu was still waiting in the living room. Seeing Xiao Jiabao come back, he finally relaxed. Xiao Jiabao rushed over and pushed Su Laozhu's wheelchair towards the bedroom. Big Brother Si said that Grandpa needs to sleep early for good health. Su Laozhu nodded. But Grandpa can only fall asleep when I see Xiao Jiabao. Xiao Jiabao felt guilty. Sorry, Grandpa. From now on, I will return early and won't stay out too late. Su Laozhu patted Xiao Jiabao's head. Although your bloodline is protected by the Si family's master, there's no need for me to worry much. However, since you were away from Grandpa for such a long time and have returned now, Grandpa always fears losing you again. It's my fault, making Xiao Jiabao worried. Xiao Jiabao shook her head. The maid soon came up. Miss, let me help. You cannot support Grandfather by yourself. Thank you, Auntie. Xiao Jiabao rubbed her eyes. From now on, I'll return very early. Grandpa doesn't need to wait up anymore. Seeing Xiao Jiabao with reddened eyes, Su Laozhu immediately became heartbroken. Grandpa will sleep now. Don't cry, Xiao Jiabao. Xiao Jiabao nodded and stayed watching as the maid helped Grandpa get into bed. She sat until Grandpa fell asleep before quietly leaving the elder's room. She stood outside Grandpa's door for a while. Earlier, she noticed dark chi on Grandpa's face, which she'd also seen on many elderly people's faces. It indicated that a person's life would end soon, reaching their natural limit. But Xiao Jiabao didn't want her grandpa to die. Her parents were already gone, and she had reunited with her grandpa not too long ago. She couldn't bear to lose him. At first, Xiao Jiabao didn't know the meaning of death, but now she did. Death meant being separated forever, just like Miss Hua and Big Brother, or Grandma Baiwei and Uncle Shimu. Xiao Jiabao wiped her eyes as she returned to her own room, where Xie Ping was standing by her bed. She glanced at Xie Ping, remaining silent as tears trickled down her cheeks. Xie Ping sighed. It will be fine. Can you stop Grandpa from dying? Xiao Jiabao asked Xie Ping softly. Xie Ping shook his head. I govern the ghost domain and cannot interfere with mortals' young souls. Xiao Jiabao felt extremely sad and lowered her head again without speaking. Xie Ping approached her. However, you can make it happen. As a divine individual, you can exchange meritorious virtue for grandfather's longevity. Xiao Jiabao was confused about most of what he said, but understood the key part. She could help her grandpa live longer, and immediately brightened her eyes. What should Xiao Jiabao do to keep Grandpa here? Xie Ping pursed his lips. I'll teach you some small spells. I'm not very familiar with divine spells either, but you taught me a little before, not much, but it's enough to deal with human resentful ghosts. Xiao Jiabao eagerly nodded. Yes, I will learn well. Xiao Jiabao is smart and learns quickly. I'll earn lots of merit to exchange for Grandpa's longevity. Xie Ping raised his hand and patted Xiao Jiabao's head. I know, you can learn very well. He looked at Xiao Jiabao's storybook. For every vengeful ghost you capture, you accumulate a bit of merit. About 10 ghosts could add a year to his lifespan. If it's a particularly malevolent one, it could add more years. Xiao Jiabao solemnly nodded, hugging her storybook tightly. Chapter 83. Picking the Right Place. Xie Ping had originally made some plan charts for Xie Bao. Back when he was studying these spells, even though it didn't take him long either, he still spent 3 years on them. However, since he was not originally from the divine realm, and also had bloodline barriers, the obstacles to learning these spells should have been hundreds of times more than Xie Bao's. But that didn't mean that what took him 3 years to learn, Xie Bao could master with a blink of an eye in 30 minutes. Xie Ping looked at his custom-made plan chart and fell silent. Xie Bao sat on the bed, her fingertip hovering with a small ball of fire that she tossed around while playing. She tilted her head and said, "I've learned this already, little bottle. Hurry, let's learn the next one." Xie Ping. The little ghost king was rarely nervous as her thumb and forefinger subconsciously rubbed the corner of her clothes. "That's all we'll do for today." Xie Bao put away the small fireball, looking natural and effortless as if she'd always known this spell, showing no signs of panic that a beginner would have. "It's really late now, we should go to bed early." Xie Bao nodded. "Little bottle, are you tired?" Xie Ping nodded. Xie Bao's energy seemed boundless. Even though it was past 1 in the morning, she showed no signs of sleepiness. She carefully placed the storybook on the bedside table and asked, "Can I really use vengeful ghosts to exchange for Grandpa's young lifespan? Does Miss Hua count?" Xie Bao pulled Bai Qing out of the storybook. "Bai Qing," she then said, "I consider you my sister, but you're trying to use me to trade for young lifespan?" Xie Ping replied, "It can be done, but rational vengeful ghosts like her are rare. You can try to control her and make her serve you. However, these are the spells of our ghost domain, which conflict with your bloodline, so they will be harder to learn." Xie Bao nodded. "Then I'll just struggle to learn them." Xie Ping. Xie Bao flipped through a few more pages of the storybook, discovering her speed of catching vengeful ghosts was too slow. Including Miss Hua, her storybook only contained 2 vengeful ghosts, still short of reaching 10 vengeful ghosts. Xie Bao paused, counting on her fingers. "Brother Little Bottle, there are 2 vengeful ghosts in my storybook, 12 less than 10, right?" Bai Qing stood by crossing her arms. "How did it end up more and more short? Your intelligence doesn't match your brother's. I remember his academic performance used to be top-notch." Xie Bao scratched her head. "Miss Hua, do you know how?" "Of course I do," Bai Qing answered. "You're still missing 9. Xie Bao trusted her fully and nodded. "All right. Thank you, Miss Hua." Bai Qing hovered around Xie Bao smiling. "Good child. If someone else tricked you into trafficking, they'd probably make you count money for them. Oh wait, you can't because you can't count clearly, huh?" Realizing later, Xie Bao said, "You were laughing at me." Bai Qing entered the storybook. "I wasn't." "You were." Bai Qing stayed quiet. Xie Bao held the storybook and went to complain to Xie Ping. "Brother Little Bottle, tell me, was she laughing at me just now?" Looking up, she found only a light breeze sweeping across the room, and Xie Ping's figure was nowhere to be seen. Xie Bao muttered something and quickly went to brush her teeth, wash her face, and sleep. When Xie Ping returned to the family estate, the patriarch was still waiting outside his room. Seeing Xie Ping return, he respectfully helped him open the door. "Ancestor, you're back." Xie Ping indifferently hummed an acknowledgement, then walked into the room. Unlike usual, instead of sitting down for meditation, he climbed up to the small attic in the room and brought out several boxes. The family patriarch knew these were things that their ancestor had kept close for years, never opened, and no one dared touch them. Thus dusting thickly coated them. Xie Ping lifted his hand and opened the box. After the dust settled, he burrowed inside to search. The patriarch quickly went forward and asked, "Ancestor, what are you looking for?" Xie Ping tersely said, "Books." The patriarch hesitated. "Books? What kind of books?" "The name of that book. Shall I immediately order someone to look for it?" Xie Ping picked a worn ancient book out of the box, its value incalculable. "Not necessary, I've found it." Then he carried the book and returned to his meditation place, reading earnestly. From afar, the patriarch caught glimpses of a crooked title scrawled in ink on the cover. "The ultimate compilation of spells for supreme might in the divine realm." At the bottom, smaller still, the author's name written carelessly, though much handled, was smudged to almost nothing. It could vaguely be read as the first beauty of the divine realm. The patriarch. Were their names in the divine realm always this casual? It's not a problem. But why is the old ancestor looking at divine realm spells? Could it be that after being silent for 1,000 years, the old ancestor can no longer contain himself and plans to attack the divine realm? The head of the family solemnly helped Xie Ping close the door. The old ancestor has great ambitions. They must fully cooperate with him. Xie Bao arrived at school the next day, and Li Minghan was already there. He grabbed Xie Bao's wrist excitedly and said, "There's definitely something fishy about Xinxin's family. I showed your notes from yesterday to my older brother, and he said Xinxin's company might be producing counterfeit drugs." Xie Bao widened her eyes in shock. "Producing counterfeit drugs?" Li Minghan nodded seriously. "Xie Bao, what exactly does producing counterfeit drugs mean?" Li Minghan. "So you don't even know what counterfeit drugs are? And yet you acted so shocked earlier." He pursed his lips before explaining. "Producing counterfeit drugs means manufacturing expensive medicines with extremely low-cost materials. But these produced drugs don't only fail to cure diseases, they could even kill people." Xie Bao nodded as if she understood. "Oh," Li Minghan said. "The reason I suspect Xinxin's family may have something to do with Grandma Baibai's disappearance is because their pharmaceutical company specializes in producing an Alzheimer's disease special effect drug. My brother found out that Grandma Baibai suffered from this illness before she went missing. Therefore, I think this incident might be related to their family." Xie Bao nodded fiercely. Yes. Li Minghan continued. Unfortunately, our current evidence is insufficient. The documents alone aren't enough to prove that their pharmaceutical company is producing counterfeit drugs. Xiao Jiabao, Li Minghan. Did you understand any of that? Xiao Jiabao shook her head. Nope. Li Minghan slapped his forehead. Xiao Jiabao scratched the back of her head. Can you summarize it for me, brother Xiao Jiabao? Li Minghan paused for a moment. I don't know how to summarize it. Xie Ping stood behind them and succinctly said, Avenge ghost nearby. Xiao Jiabao jumped up immediately. What? Where? Xie Ping looked up and glanced at Xinxin who was nearby. She has the smell of a vengeful ghost on her. Though faint, I can still detect it. Xiao Jiabao carefully observed Xinxin and whispered, Xinxin really smells bad. Li Minghan swallowed nervously, unconsciously pulling on Xiao Jiabao's skirt hem while shakily asking, What should we do then? Xiao Jiabao answered seriously, Catch her. Xinxin came to school wearing that beautiful white dress again. Initially, all the kids marveled and asked questions around her, making her feel very proud for a while. But when Xinxin wore the same dress for the third time at kindergarten, only a few children were still interested in her new dress. The focus of children shifts quite quickly. Being suddenly isolated, her discontent was clearly visible on her face. Moreover, over these past days, she constantly felt cold around her body, even in rooms with heaters on. This chill refused to go away. These days, her father seemed increasingly busy, hardly staying home. However, her mother's smile grew more and more frequent. People often came to give gifts to her mother, which made her mother incredibly happy, boasting daily on social media. This also inflated Xinxin's vanity. Those visitors always praised Xinxin whenever they saw her, saying how pretty and obedient she was, calling her the most elegant heiress in the entire upper-class circle. She quickly forgot that chilling sensation, immersing herself instead in the joy of constant praise. Not long after the start of school, Xiao Jiabao's kindergarten planned a spring outing where every child could go out with their parents to enjoy the greenery. Su Qi had been just as busy as Li Minghan's older brother lately, so naturally, the responsibility of accompanying Xiao Jiabao on the school's spring outing fell to the now-free Su Zijing, her third brother. Unlike in the past where occasions like parent-teacher meetings would attract many people trying to befriend Xiao Jiabao to become acquainted with the Su family, they were always thwarted by the eldest brother's cold demeanor. This time, however, many parents gathered around Xinxin and engaged enthusiastically with her mother. Xinxin's mom, you're so lucky to have married such a good husband. Yeah, I heard from our household that recently, the Wang family's business momentum has been incredible. They're almost catching up to the Su family in market share. That's right. The daughter they raised seems much more graceful than Su family's little girl. I heard Su family's young miss was brought back halfway through, having grown up at Zhao's place. What could she have learned in such an environment? Still, our Xinxin comes from a legitimate line, so obedient and well-behaved. Xinxin's mom, how do you usually educate Xinxin? If I had a daughter like Xinxin, I would die content. Xinxin's mom laughed with delight, holding Xinxin's hand as she spoke. Where do such words come from? Honestly, I don't really manage her that much. It's all because the child is naturally obedient. The school bus drove along while those wealthy women chattered around Xinxin's mom nonstop. Li Minghan rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath in disdain, How superficial. Yun Ting sat on a nearby seat and said, Youngster, those words shouldn't be spoken carelessly. Because Li Minglan was too busy recently, Li Minghan attended this spring outing together with the unnamed illegitimate son of the Li family. Little Jiabao recognized Yun Ting. He had participated in shows before with herself and her second brother. As for Xie Ping's parent, it was the master of the Li family who accompanied him, a middle-aged man with a mustache. He appeared fair-skinned, slightly plump. Other parents were holding their children's hands, but only the patriarch of the Xie family humbly stood behind Xie Ping, his face full of respect and compliance, which seemed quite out of place compared to everyone else. Big brother Su stroked little Jiabao's head and asked, Is little Jiabao happy playing with so many people? Little Jiabao nodded. She finally had a chance to catch the resentful ghost behind Xinxin. She was, of course, thrilled. The odor around Xinxin's mom was becoming stronger, and little Jiabao was almost certain that by nightfall, the vengeful spirit would surely appear beside Xinxin's mom. Soon, the bus arrived at its destination. The teacher called the children down from the bus. They were now at the foot of a mountain. The teacher, using a small megaphone, announced, This is the location for our spring outing. Phoenix Mountain, a newly developed tourist attraction known for its beautiful scenery and fresh air. It is an ideal spot for both children and parents to enjoy greenery. Our trip will involve climbing the mountain. Tents are available for rent at the summit, where we'll spend one night. The starry skies and sunrises here at Phoenix Mountain are stunning and leave deep impressions for both children and parents alike. Jiabao sniffed subtly and sighed quietly. What Phoenix Mountain? This place wasn't far off from being a wasteland, despite its seemingly fresh air with a soil scent. Upon closer inspection, there was a hint of bloody stench mixed with the smell of burned joss paper. They had truly chosen a well-suited place, full of energy, haunted by lingering grudges. Could this really be considered a spring outing? Aside from Xie Ping and Xiao Jiabao, no one noticed anything peculiar about this place. Xinxin approached, carrying her skirt, unable to hide her smug expression. She glanced at Li Minghan first, then at Xie Ping, ultimately deciding to walk up to Xie Ping and said, Xie Ping brother, could you climb the mountain with Xinxin? Xinxin is wearing a white dress today, which is easily dirted. Can you help Xinxin lift her skirt? Xie Ping furrowed his brows, but stayed silent. The patriarch of the Xie family shot a strange look at Xinxin. What kind of person was she? Did she have the right to ask the venerable ancestor to lift her skirt? You kid, go away. The patriarch blocked Xie Ping and added sharply. Wearing such a dress knowing that you're going on a spring outing, yet expecting others to lift your skirts? Mom Xinxin quickly arrived, casting a glance at the Xie family patriarch, with obvious disdain in her eyes. Now her husband's company was flourishing. Even powerful families like Su needed to give some deference to her husband. And never mind the less prominent Xie family compared to Su. Letting my daughter get you to lift her skirt is a great honor for your family. Mom Xinxin coldly laughed and asked, do you know who I am? The patriarch looked at Xinxin's mom and, naturally, knew she was the wife of the Rising Wang group. He threw a strange glance at Xinxin's mom and responded, you really think you can compare to the Xie family now? Who in the social circles doesn't know about my Wang family? Mom Xinxin directly addressed Xie Ping and declared, today, my daughter wants you to lift her skirt, and you better do it. Otherwise, your business won't last any longer. Chapter 84. I see that you're getting arrogant. The head of the Xie family saw how outrageously conceited Xine's mother was acting, and became so enraged that his face turned red and his neck swelled. He was about to lunge forward without a second thought, ready to teach this mother and daughter duo a lesson with his fists, to show them who they can mess with and who they cannot. But unexpectedly, Xie Ping simply raised his hand and said, do you want me to lift your skirt? Xine had originally only intended to act coquettish towards Xie Ping, but she didn't expect him to coldly refuse her like this. Initially, she just felt sad, hurt, and embarrassed. However, after Xine's mother spoke those words, Xine instantly lifted her head high. She was no longer the same person as before, someone who could only trail behind Xie Bao and look up to her. Her father, like Xie Bao's older brother, could earn a lot of money too and spoil her like a little princess. So whatever Xie Bao had, she would have too, including these two friends, Li Minghan and Xie Ping. Xine liked to cling to Xie Ping and Li Minghan, and it wasn't entirely because of the status of the Li and Xie families. The main reason was that these two young masters were handsome, and it was rare for Xine to encounter boys so exquisitely refined from kindergarten. While other boys were still running around in split-crotch pants, smearing snot everywhere, these two young masters always resembled untouchable highland flowers, clean and noble beyond reproach. And yet, both these young masters seemed to revolve around Xie Bao, which secretly made Xine seethe inside. At this moment, when faced with Xie Ping's question, Xine hesitated only for a second before responding. Yes, I'm more capable than Xie Bao now. You two are not allowed to play with Xie Bao anymore. Only with me. Xie Bao furrowed her brows, not worried about Li Minghan and Xie Ping agreeing to Xine's demand. She only thought this person was truly strange. She hadn't done anything. So why did this girl dislike her so much? Ever since their first meeting, she kept calling her a mini disaster star. Li Minghan lost patience first and gave out a cold snort through his nose. You want to compare yourself with Xie Bao and claim to be better than her? Are you dreaming while it's still daylight? Saying this, he stuck out his tiny thumb. You're not even worth comparing with Xie Bao's fingernail. Xine's eyes reddened with anger, but she dared not say another word. Even though her mother had told her that they were now part of the upper-class circle and didn't need to fear Li Minghan anymore, the sight of Li Minghan's face alone made her feel an inexplicable urge to flee. Xie Ping coldly replied, all right. After speaking, he casually snapped his fingers, and suddenly, a mysterious wind swept across all the teachers present, lifting Xine's skirt unexpectedly. She immediately tried to cover her skirt, but realized it wouldn't work since she herself started floating off the ground. And what was worse, it looked like she was rising higher and higher. Xine, who had been afraid of heights since childhood, screamed in terror, Mom! Mom, save me! Xine's mother was stunned by Xie Ping's move, arriving late to the capital city, unaware of this ancient Xie ancestor's legends. She only regarded him as some kind of monstrous creature, scared stiff. It seemed she had little time to worry about Xine's situation. Turning on her heels, she ran towards the crowd and began yelling wildly, someone! Help! There's a monster here! Someone quick! Xie Bao tilted her head upwards, looking at Xine flailing helplessly in the sky, tears streaming down her face, and sighed. Your mom doesn't seem very concerned about you, huh? She hasn't even asked whether Xie Ping will lift you up to the 20th floor and drop you. Already terrified, Xine was chilled to the bone hearing this possibility, and quickly pleaded, No, I don't want to fall. Xie Bao, save me. Tell Xie Ping to put me down. Is it really so hard for him not to lift my skirt? Xie Bao shook her head regretfully and sighed again, behaving quite maturely as she crossed her hands behind her back. Sorry, Xie Bao is a disaster star, meant to bring harm, not salvation. Xiao Ping's brother, raise her up to the 100th floor. Li Minghan stood by silently without saying a word, knowing that Xie Bao was terrible at math and had no idea what the 100th floor actually meant. Probably 100 was the biggest number she could think of, thus leading to such a statement. Xie Ping, however, didn't care for such details. If Xie Bao said to go up 100 floors, then it would be 100 floors. Based on the minimum 3-meter height per floor, Xine ascended like she was riding a jump tower without safety belts or seats, instantaneously shooting up from the ground to a height of 300 meters. She could almost feel the clouds brushing past her. Looking up from the ground, Xine's figure was already completely invisible. Xie Bao created a tent-like structure with her hands over her eyes and gazed upward into the sky, saying, I can't see Xn anymore. Has she gone to heaven? Xie Ping shook his head, no. Li Minghan smirked and chuckled. A person like her, even if she dies, would likely not enter heaven, right? When Xie Bao noticed Xine's mother leading a group of people approaching, she said, "Xie brother, please put her down." Xie nodded and slightly pressed his fingers downward. Instantly, Xine plummeted from a height of 300 meters. Her screams were ear-piercing. Just before she was about to hit the ground, her fall abruptly stopped. The immense inertia caused her internal organs to ache as if someone had delivered a fierce punch to her chest, causing her to faint on the spot. By the time Xine's mother arrived with her group, she only saw Xine lying unconscious on the ground. Her face flickered with shock, but she quickly regained her composure and shouted loudly, "Did you all see that? It's them. They killed my daughter." Ting Yun and brother Su Zijing exchanged glances, their adult eyes filled with mockery. This mother, upon seeing her daughter in danger, didn't rush to save her, but turned tail and ran. Only after ensuring her own safety did she bring reinforcements, intending to save her daughter. Seeing her unconscious daughter, her first instinct was to declare her dead and immediately shift all the blame onto them, to achieve her secret ulterior motives. She was an extremely selfish woman. With such a mother, it's no wonder Xine's character became twisted and arrogantly presumptuous. Xie Bao squatted beside Xine and explained urgently to the teacher who had hurried over. Xine isn't dead. She just fell asleep." The teacher hesitated. "Fell asleep?" Xie Bao pointed at Xine's chest, which rose and fell rhythmically. "Teacher, look, she's still breathing." After careful observation, the teacher let out a sigh of relief but asked curiously, "Mrs. Xine, you didn't even see how your daughter fainted, so how can you claim she is dead?" Xine's mother's face alternated between red and white as she looked at Xie Ping and accused, "I saw it. The little boy is a monster. He wanted to kill Xine." Standing there, Xie Ping lifted his eyelids and glanced at Xine's mother, the coldness in his eyes immediately making her retreat a step out of fear. Even though he appeared young, why did his gaze carry such intense pressure? As if he had lived for many years already. The teacher clearly felt confused by what Xine's mother was saying, standing there speechless. Su Zijing, however, casually interjected, "You really think a 4-year-old like Xie Ping could want to kill your daughter? Teacher, do you believe that?" The teacher blushed at Su Zijing's face, lowering her head and softly replying, "Xie Ping has always been a well-behaved child who listens, absolutely incapable of doing something like this." Su Zijing's eyes swept over everyone present as he lowered his voice. "Is there anyone here who saw Xie Ping attempting to murder Xine?" The parents exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Although they intended to flatter the Wang family, Su family was a century-old influential clan in the capital city, not to be easily offended. "You've all been deceived." Xine's mother raged furiously. "He's a monster. He truly is a monster. We shouldn't stay with him, or else he will kill us all." The teacher stepped forward and spoke gently. "I think Mrs. Xine is overly emotional due to Xine fainting, hence talking nonsense. Maybe I should send someone to take Xine to the hospital." Just as she finished speaking, Xine woke up in her arms. Xine's mother immediately grabbed her shoulders and anxiously asked, "You're awake. Tell me, did Xie Ping try to kill you? Is Xie Ping a monster?" Upon waking up frightened, Xine heard not concern from her mother, but rather a questioning command asking her to accuse Xie Ping. She moved her lips, just about to speak, when she turned to encounter Xie Ping's cold stare and was instantly terrified, shaking her small head as she buried herself in her mother's embrace. No, not him. I fainted by myself. It has nothing to do with Xie Ping." The teacher wore a look of understanding. "See, Mrs. Xine, you wrongfully blamed Xie Ping. It seems Xine simply has weak constitution, exhausted from climbing the mountain for so long, resulting in fainting. There's no big issue." Unexpectedly, Xine's mother pushed Xine away and slapped her across the face. "How dare you lie?" Her sharp and cutting voice resounded, making Xine wail while holding her face. Seeing this, others quickly came to mediate, finally managing to calm the situation down. Clearly, the teacher wished to avoid further entanglement with this issue, and thus soon diverted attention by leading the parent friends group to continue climbing the mountain. Everyone remained spirited during the trip except for Xine's mother, whose venomous glares continually swept over Xie Bao's back 1 inch at a time. By the time they reached the mountaintop, it was already evening. Some parents were completely exhausted and sat on the grass at the summit catching their breath. Su Zijing was a habitual shut-in who spent long hours in front of a computer. This amount of exercise was more than enough for an entire year's worth of activity. He and Yunting both lay on the ground, gasping for air. Limihan Jihan clearly had also expended a lot of energy. He leaned next to them, half dead as he rummaged through Xie Bao's bag for a bottle of mineral water. Xie Bao and Xie Ping looked completely unfazed, not even blushing. Moreover, when they were halfway up the mountain, Xie Bao noticed Su Zijing showing signs of being about to faint. So she grabbed the backpack filled with water from him and carried it all the way to the summit. Yunting raised his thumb and remarked, "I understand Xie Ping having stamina, but why is your Xie Bao such a monster?" "Shut up." Having overheard Xine's mother accuse Xie Ping of being a monster down at the foot of the mountain, Su Zijing now strongly opposed the term. "Our Xie Bao will always be a little princess. You're the monster." Ting Yin was too tired to say anything and only panted. Xie Bao squatted on the ground as if observing something. Limian Jihan thought she might be watching ants moving or some similar phenomenon. So as he walked closer, he smirked and said, "You're too childish. How could you possibly still be into HHHH? Instead of watching ants, Xie Bao held a white bone in her hand. She turned around innocently and asked, "What did you say, little Ming?" Li Mihan Jihan jumped back several steps and trembled as he asked, "What is that thing in your hand?" Xie Bao replied nonchalantly, "A bone. Of course I know it's a bone." Hiding behind Ting Yun, Li Mihan Jihan shivered uncontrollably. "But whose bone is it?" Xie Bao tilted her head. "I don't know. If you don't even know what it is, how dare you pick it up?" Li Mihan Jihan glanced around warily and whispered anxiously, "What if it's a human bone?" Xie Bao swung the bone casually and remarked, "Then it can't be used for making soup." Li Mihan Jihan stuttered, "No kind of bones can be used for soup. It's already rotten brown." Ultimately, Su Zizhen came to his rescue, explaining that it was actually just a cow bone, probably marinated, left by previous tourists who had cooked barbecue at the top. Li Mihan Jihan remained silent afterward, thoroughly embarrassed, and quietly sat beside Ting Yun. Soon, the teacher borrowed tents from nearby rental stalls and mobilized everyone to set them up together. Su Zizhen and Ting Yun looked at each other helplessly. None of these young masters knew how to pitch a tent. Eventually, Xi Ping endured everything himself and single-handedly set up 3 tents, finishing just as the sky began to darken. Xie Bao felt an intense surge of sinister energy. Fortunately, Xi Ping had taught her how to draw talismans a few days ago, specifically protective talismans against evil spirits. Thus, Xie Bao entered one of the tents and started drawing numerous protective talismans. She pasted them onto all the tents and warned everyone sternly, "If you hear any sounds during the night, do not come out under any circumstances." The parents all thought it was merely a child playing around and didn't take it too seriously. Most of the parents found her amusing and even played along by not removing the talismans. Only Xian's mother sneered and tore off the talisman Xie Bao had posted. "These tricks may scare others, but don't try to pretend to be mystical in front of me. If there really are ghosts, then they'd rather be you. Born with misfortune, destined to die early. And that kid next to you? He's also bad luck, a disaster star, a malevolent spirit, destined to die young too." The teacher standing nearby thought this was slightly excessive and quickly intervened, saying gently, Xian's mom. Xie Bao is simply being innocent and adorable." Xian's mother gave the teacher a cold glare before retreating into her tent. That night, the top of Phoenix Mountain was abnormally cold, and everyone stayed inside their tents. Suddenly, strange sounds came from somewhere in the campsite. It sounded like something singing. Chapter 85, Beating Mommy Xian. Almost everyone heard the eerie singing. Xie Bao, who was dozing off inside the tent, suddenly lifted his head and eagerly ran out with his storybook in hand. Older brother Sin called to him softly, "Xie Bao, where are you going?" Without looking back, Xie Bao rushed out of the tent, shouting, "Big brother San, hide in the tent. Don't come out. I'll capture the ghostly resentment for Grandpa's extended life force." Sen immediately got up and whispered, "Xi Ping is out there. It's not necessary for you to handle this one." Before he could finish his sentence, Xie Bao had already run away. At that point, Xi Ping also stepped out of the tent. A thick fog emerged outside the tent. The humid air felt as tangible as if they were surrounded by a sticky layer of glue. Xie Bao and Xi Ping walked to Xinxin's tent, only to find the curtain pulled aside and no one inside. They've gone out? Could they have been taken away by the vengeful ghost? Xie Bao glanced around at the other tents, noticing protective talismans attached to each except for Xinxin's tent. Li Minghan peeked out of his tent and quietly called Xie Bao over. As Xie Bao approached, he saw Li Minghan and Ting Yun huddled together, too frightened to leave their tent. "It seems like Xinxin has disappeared," Xie Bao asked cautiously. "Did you see her?" Pale-faced, Ting Yun shook his head. "We've stayed in the tent the entire time, didn't dare go out. We didn't see her. What's happening?" Xie Bao smiled and reassured them. "Don't worry. There are protective talismans drawn by little bottle on your tent, so nothing will happen if you stay inside. If you're really scared, you can sing loudly." Tightening his grip on Xie Bao's hand, Li Minghan said firmly, "I don't want to stay in the tent. I want to be with you." Xie Bao comforted him. "You shouldn't be afraid. You won't encounter the vengeful spirit if you stay in the tent, but you will if you follow me out." "I refuse to stay in the tent." Li Minghan stood up. "I want to go with you. I'm not particularly afraid anyway. You might need my help later." Scratching his head, Xie Bao said, "All right then, just make sure you stick close behind me." Li Minghan nodded and crawled out of the tent. Ting Yun, left alone in the tent, felt slightly frightened but did not express it, considering himself an adult who should not be as terrified as the children. Noticing his fear, Xie Bao spoke softly. "Uncle Ting, don't be scared. If you're really frightened, sing aloud." Ting Yun nodded and questioned, "Does loud singing drive that thing away?" Honest Xie Bao responded, "Nope." Frazzled, Ting Yun blurted, "Then what's the point of loud singing?" Xie Bao hesitated before answering, "Because you'll hear your own voice. Little Bottle says, ultimately, the person who can protect you the most is yourself." Ting Yun looked at Xie Bao and felt consoled for some reason. His ears turned red. He felt as though roles were reversed. How strange listening to a 4-year-old baby teach him life lessons. Yet it made perfect sense. Seeing Ting Yun calm down, Xie Bao turned to Li Minghan, saying, "Stop squeezing my hand. It hurts. How about you hold on to the edge of my clothes instead?" Nodding, Li Minghan followed Xie Bao. Standing at the back, Xi Ping turned around and warned Ting Yun, "When you sing, be cautious. If another voice joins in, stop immediately." Ting Yun. All courage momentarily gained from Xie Bao's encouragement disappeared. Ting Yun screamed, and curled into his sleeping bag shivering. What's wrong with Uncle Ting? Xie Bao looked at Si Ping and asked curiously, wasn't he fine just now? Unsure. Si Ping shook his head calmly. He might be preparing for his singing, practicing voicing exercises. Xie Bao nodded in agreement. Impressive preparation indeed from Uncle Ting. Li Minghan retorted bitterly. Where exactly do you hear preparation? That was sheer terror scream. Before Xie Bao could reply, they heard Xinxin's cry not far away. Mommy, what are you doing, Mom? The three kids quickly ran towards the source of the sound. They soon spotted Ms. Xin holding Xinxin, walking step by slow step deeper into the jungle, which didn't look normal. Xinxin tried to break free from her mother's embrace, punching and kicking furiously, but to no avail. It seemed as though Ms. Xin could feel nothing. Her hands clamped down like a pair of iron pliers, impossible to loosen. Just as Xinxin was about to lose hope, she heard a sound cutting through the air. A tender pink fist brushed past her cheek and slammed fiercely into her mother's face. Xinxin was stunned, with tears still wet on her face as her mom was knocked flying several meters away. Together with Xinxin, they both rolled into the muddy ground. Xie Bao clenched his fists, yelling as he rushed over. Beat you, beat you, beat you. Then Xie Bao began pummeling and kicking Mrs. Xin repeatedly. Come out, come out, come out. Hey, huh. Xinxin almost doubted that Xie Bao was deliberately seeking revenge. There he sat directly on Mrs. Xin, with his little palms gripping the collar of her shirt while his other hand formed into a fist, smashing blow after blow onto Mrs. Xin's face. As he hit, he shouted loudly, hey, huh, 80, 80, 80. Mrs. Xin emitted an inhuman sound from her throat, but couldn't escape Xie Bao's grip. Under Xie Bao, she twisted helplessly, receiving punch after punch. Finally, the ghostly spirit that possessed Mrs. Xin seemed unable to endure any longer and escaped out of her mouth. A wisp of black gas emerged from Mrs. Xin's mouth and transformed into a black shadow in the air. The shadow screamed loudly. Whose brat dares meddle in my affairs? I'll eat you. The black shadow's face then split open into a blood-red maw which lunged towards Xie Bao to bite him. Xie Bao stood there motionless. The black shadow enveloped Xie Bao's head entirely. Li Minghan immediately became alarmed. Xie Bao. Si Ping restrained Li Minghan, who wanted to rush forward. Don't go. That vengeful ghost just ate Xie Bao. Li Minghan's eyes turned red. If you're so capable, why didn't you protect Xie Bao? Si Ping frowned and replied. He doesn't need protection. At the very moment Si Ping finished speaking, a scream of agony rang out. A flash of golden light appeared inside the vengeful ghost's mouth, and the next instant, its head exploded with a loud bang. Xie Bao still stood there, a flame flickering at the tip of his finger. Did your teacher not tell you that it's dangerous to eat random things? You might end up with a stomachache. Terrified, the black shadow looked at Xie Bao, then turned to flee. Xie Bao reached out and grabbed the arm of the shadow, with a snap, tearing off one of its hands. Unmindful of its missing limb, the black shadow continued running forward. Xie Bao caught its other arm, snapping it off as well. With another run, Xie Bao snapped off one of the shadow's legs. Xie Bao extended his hand toward the shadow's only remaining leg. The shadow panicked. I won't run anymore. Don't pull anymore. Wah, I'm going to be pulled into a bald stick. Xie Bao placed his hands on his hips, taking out his storybook. Then enter this first. Reluctantly, the black shadow slithered into the storybook. Only then did Li Minghan dare approach, touching Xie Bao's head, sighing in relief. Your head wasn't bitten off. Good. You're not too bright already. If your head were eaten, you'd be even dumber. Frowning, Xie Bao retorted. You're the dumb one. Fine, fine, I'm dumb. So what was that vengeful ghost's background? Asked Li Minghan. Xie Bao tucked his storybook away with satisfaction. No idea, don't care. Anyway, it can be captured to exchange for Grandpa's extended lifespan. What about them two? Li Minghan glanced at the unconscious Xinxin and her mother lying in the mud pit. Xie Bao scratched his head. Take them back. How can we three children carry these two people back? Xie Bao pulled 1 foot of each person and walked a few steps ahead. Let's go. Li Minghan. My apologies. By the time the 3 children returned to the campsite, dawn had already broken. Many parents had heard that eerie singing last night and were now gathered together, chatting nervously about something. What happened? Was someone singing last night? Yes, I heard it too. Whose child was singing? That's utterly impolite, disturbing everyone at midnight, and it sounded quite creepy. Ting Yun and San sat off to the side, their eyes underlined by big dark circles. They clearly hadn't slept all night. Ting Yun was afraid, but San was worried about Xie Bao. Seeing Xie Bao return safely, San finally sighed in relief. Surely that song wasn't sung by a human, right? Who sings that terrifyingly? I feel the same way. Witnessing the obvious fear on everyone's faces, and considering it might be better not to let them know what truly happened, Xie Bao placed Xinxin and her mother down, then spoke up. What's singing? You must have misheard. Maybe it was Xinxin singing. I've heard her sing before, and it sounds exactly like that. The parents looked at Xie Bao, their eyes filled with doubt. Really? Xie Bao nodded. Yeah, really. Anyway, since Xinxin had fainted, she wouldn't be able to contradict them. Come to think of it, that's strange. Where are Xinxin's mom and Xinxin? They're here. Xie Bao dragged them over, glanced at Si Ping, and explained. Last night, Xinxin's mom sleepwalked, and we barely managed to bring her back. Oh, how pitiful. She injured herself like this. Everyone stared at the fist marks on Mrs. Xin's face and shoe prints on her blouse, falling into deep thought. What kind of fall could produce both shoe prints and bruises? One parent spoke up, but judging from the marks on their bodies, it doesn't look like they fell. Sin walked over, glanced at the mother and daughter lying on the ground, and asked seriously, "Do you really think 3 children would gang up and beat an adult?" That parent originally intended to say these marks were from a beating, but was cut off by San's question and couldn't find any words now. "Last night, Xinxin's mom left holding Xinxin. I saw it," the teacher said. "I even called out to Mrs. Xine twice, but she didn't respond, just left holding Xinxin. I thought she was going to the restroom, so I didn't ask further, but it turns out she was sleepwalking." Li Minghan also stood up and added, "It took Xie Bao, Xi Ping, and me all night to find them, and when we did, she was already in this state." The teacher picked up her phone. "The signal up the mountain is bad. We should hurry down and send Xinxin's mom and Xinxin to the hospital." The whole group moving down the mountain was too slow, so the teacher found 2 strong fathers to first escort Mrs. Xine and Xinxin down. The rest remained on the mountaintop to take down the tents and prepare to go down later. After they finished tidying up, fog suddenly rose on the mountain. Such thick fog, if they went down now, it would be easy to get lost. The teacher suggested taking a break and waiting for the fog to clear before going down. Unexpectedly, the fog lingered throughout the entire day and only dissipated by evening. The supplies everyone brought weren't enough. Now starving, they felt utterly powerless and had no strength to go down the mountain. Some parents opened their mouths and said, "I just noticed some wild fruit nearby while wandering around. Let's gather some fruits to fill our stomachs temporarily. Once we get down, there will be better food." Everyone thought it sounded fun and started gathering fruit with their kids. Xie Bao enthusiastically packed his little backpack and followed San to pick the wild fruits. However, San, who might have been influenced by Xi Ping or something, circled around with Xie Bao, but couldn't find a single fruit, and when they returned, they stepped in a pile of poop. Many wild animals have the habit of burying their droppings to prevent predators from finding them by smell. So this pile of dung was quite hidden until the strong smell finally spread. Xie Bao shook his head and recited, "An expedition not yet successful. We're stuck in shit." Tears streamed down the hero's cheeks. "Susan, what exactly are you learning in kindergarten?" Parents gradually returned and cleaned their harvest by the brook. Xie Bao squatted by the brook, eyeing their food enviously, and couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Xie, what are you washing?" The patriarch of the Xi family smiled and replied cheerfully, "I'm washing mushrooms. I collected so many." Xie Bao then asked, "Uncle Yunting, what are you washing?" Yunting and Li Minghan were washing red wild fruits in the river. Li Minghan proudly answered, "We're washing wild fruits. We've collected so many." When he saw Susan upstream constantly scrubbing something with grass, he curiously asked, "Susan brother, what are you washing?" Susan darkly replied, "I'm washing my shoes. I stepped in so much poop." Li Minghan, ? Yunting, Xi family patriarch. Chapter 86. Mama Xine lost her mind. Although third brother didn't manage to gather anything, Xie Bao, Xi Ping, and Li Minghan did collect quite a bit, which kept them from starving. After finishing their food, everyone packed up and prepared to go down the mountain. The teacher wandered around on the mountain with his phone in hand, frowning and muttering something under his breath. Phoenix Mountain, though remote, was still a tourist attraction and shouldn't be so secluded as to lack any signal. Moreover, when they had climbed up, there was at least a weak signal that allowed phone calls, but now there wasn't even a trace of it. Tired and sleepy, some began to complain. Sweat already covered the teacher's forehead. These were all top-ranking figures from the capital. If they became unhappy, he would likely lose his job upon returning. Everyone silently made their way down the mountain without a word. Li Minghan edged closer to Xie Bao, grabbing onto her sleeve with a pale face and whispered softly, "Don't you think something strange?" Xie Bao glanced back at him, puzzled. "You can see again?" Li Minghan whispered, "See what?" "There's been a little kid following us the whole time." Xie Bao turned her head to look behind into the forest, shaking her head. "It looks too ugly, better not to see it." Li Minghan felt a shiver run down his spine. "I can't see anything, but it feels very strange. Look at this vast mountainous forest. Why is there no sound right now? I could hear the wind earlier, bird songs, animals moving through the woods, but now, it seems like we don't hear a thing anymore." He instinctively swallowed. "All we can hear are our own noises. It's as if everything else on this mountain is dead." Xi Ping gave him a sideways glance. Xie Bao pressed her lips together and held Li Minghan's hand. "The little kid ghost behind us is a resentful ghost, but there are too many people here now for it to act directly." Li Minghan's voice quivered as he asked, "Why does it keep following us?" Xie Bao shook her head, "I don't know." As they walked for half an hour, ready to leave the mountain soon, the little resentful ghost that had been trailing them grew impatient and suddenly lunged forward. When a resentful ghost attacks, its form often reveals itself due to its intense hatred. In that instant, everyone caught sight of this horrifying figure and instantly scattered in terror. It's very easy to get lost wandering aimlessly in the jungle. Xi Ping simply raised his hand and incapacitated everyone. Third brother picked up Xie Bao at once. "Little treasure, don't be afraid." Xi Ping added, "Don't pull my clothes." Without hesitating, third brother held Xie Bao and hid behind Xi Ping, his tall frame of nearly 6 feet squatting behind the diminutive Xi Ping, and even reaching out to grab the hem of Xi Ping's clothes. Xie Bao patted third brother's head. "Rubby doggy head, no scary-o. Brother 3, don't worry, hide behind me, it'll be fine. Little Xie Bao won't let it hurt you." "Su 3, are you calling me doggy?" Xie Bao looked at the small, resentful ghost, her eyes flashing with a glimmer. "Another 1/10 of life force, excellent." The little resentful ghost dared not approach Xie Ping or Xiao Jiabao, instead rushing toward Li Minghan and the others. Xiao Jiabao pulled out a talisman from her small backpack, pinching a finger seal known as Qingxin, while reciting the spell taught by Xie Ping in her childlike voice. Pure heart like water, clear water as heart. My heart untainted. Heaven and earth return to heart. Grandmaster Lousy commands, break. The talisman immediately transformed into a giant water sphere that lunged toward the little resentful ghost. Before the resentful ghost even touched Li Minghan's cloak, it was hurled several meters away by the water sphere. The resentful ghost glared at Xiao Jiabao, its voice hoarse. Get out of my way. Not leaving. Naya Naya Naya. Xiao Jiabao placed her hands on her hips and stuck out her tongue. But just a little one. Actually, a little ghost outside alone is very dangerous. Why not come to my storybook, where it's safer? You're a liar. You're all liars. The resentful ghost's grievance grew heavier. They are liars too. They drank my blood. They peeled my skin. They deserve death. Death. That voice carried 1,000 years of accumulated hatred, causing those who heard it to feel icy chills. Yun Ting had never seen such a scene before and asked, his face pale, what exactly is this? A resentful ghost, can't you tell? Lord Xie approached Yun Ting like someone familiar with the scene, calm as ever. He patted Yun Ting's shoulder. Still haven't reflected yet? When did you drink its blood or peel its skin? Yun Ting fell apart. But I am a law-abiding good citizen. Pay taxes on time, live cleanly. Modern quality idol, alright? How could I possibly do such things? Li Minghan and Yun Ting cowered behind Xiao Jiabao, who calmly opened her mouth. Don't be afraid. With Xiao Jiabao here, there won't be any trouble. Phew, how could you bear being protected by a girl? Third brother looked at them disdainfully. Yun Ting gave him a sidelong glance. If you're not scared, then why are you squatting behind Xiao Jiabao with us? Third brother shrank even more behind Xiao Jiabao. It's Xiao Jiabao's decision for me to do this. I'm not afraid. I'm just indulging my younger sister. The patriarch of the Xie family ran over and squatted with them, also looking down on third brother. When you die and your body is burned in the crematorium, I reckon even after all your flesh is turned to ashes, your stubbornness will still be hard as stone. Stop crowding me. You're going to shove me out, Li Minghan sighed. Bringing along adults is such a hassle. Previously, Xiao Jiabao only needed to protect me. Haven't you seen a lot? Why are you hiding here too? Just because I've seen things doesn't mean I have the ability of the old ancestor or the young immortal from Su family. As the four bickered back and forth, Xiao Jiabao stood at the front, gazing at the small resentful ghost, intending to talk it out properly. Big brother says, anything can be talked about sitting down quietly. There's nothing that a glass of wine cannot resolve. If there is, then 2 boxes should. What's the use of finding these guys when they aren't the ones who drank your blood or skinned you? Xiao Jiabao reasoned emotionally and logically. The small resentful ghost knew it was no match for the little girl in front of it and turned to run. Xiao Jiabao cried out, hey, don't run away from Yangshou. The resentful ghost. Xie Ping was standing aside, with no intention of taking action. Xiao Jiabao chased after the resentful ghost, soon disassembling it into scattered parts. In third brother's mind, the image of his frail and pitiful younger sister collapsed instantly as he blankly watched Xiao Jiabao yank off the resentful ghost's head with a swift motion and toss it on the ground before running after it again. Yun Ting stared wide-eyed. Isn't Xiao Jiabao supposed to be so brutal? Just get used to it, Li Minghan said knowingly. A normal person fighting may result in bruises here and there, but when Xiao Jiabao fights this kind of resentful ghost, she usually tears them apart. The scene was extremely brutal, with the resentful ghost's wails of pain and pleas for mercy echoing endlessly. Xiao Jiabao grabbed onto the arm of the resentful ghost, let out an "Ao-woo" sound and bit down. Xie Ping swiftly intervened with a flick of his hand, knocking off the arm, causing another cry of agony from the resentful ghost. Don't eat random things. Xie Ping said simply. Dirty. Xiao Jiabao spat twice, picked up the arm, and said, if Master Xiaoping says not to eat, then don't run, I'll give it back to you. Hearing this, the resentful ghost finally stopped and snatched its arm back, carefully reattaching it while sitting on the ground sobbing. The blood-streaked, horrifying appearance of the small, resentful ghost had suddenly transformed into a little girl. Dressed in a pristine white cotton skirt, she had a delicate face, her skin almost translucent in pallor, looking somewhat cute, quite different from the vengeful spirit chasing others for sacrifice just moments ago. Xiao Jiabao scratched her head and gathered all the scattered limbs for her. Don't cry anymore. The little girl piteously attached those pieces back onto her body. Xiao Jiabao opened her storybook. Don't be shy, come in and sit. The little girl. You want to trade me for Yangshou, so I won't go in. Who said that? Xiao Jiabao frowned cutely. I am so kind-hearted, why would I trade you for Yangshou? The little girl sniffled. Really? Yes. Xiao Jiabao nodded earnestly. Absolutely true. You're lying. The little girl blinked. Xiao Jiabao gasped in astonishment. How did you know? The little girl. It's written on your storybook, Yangshou +1. Xiao Jiabao scratched her head and chuckled nervously. Isn't it just because I didn't want to forget? I can go inside. But, I have one wish, the little girl spoke. If you can help me fulfill it, I'll go in. Xiao Jiabao puffed her little chest out confidently. Say it. As long as I can, I will definitely help you fulfill it. The little girl's face suddenly contorted, seemingly transforming back into that full of resentment ghost. I want revenge. I want someone dead. Xiao Jiabao shook her head repeatedly. No, Big brother said killing people is illegal. Murderers are bad people. They should be taken away by the police uncles. Xie Bao can't be arrested by the police uncles. That person, he has killed more than one person. He's the one who truly deserves death. The little girl shouted loudly. He has killed so many good people. Xie Bao nodded. Then he must be a bad person. Who is he? Tell me. I'll have the police uncles arrest him. The little girl paused, her brows furrowing deeply. Who is he? Who is he? I can't remember, I don't know. I just remember that he had a scar on his forehead from a knife wound. The rest, I don't remember at all. What was his name? Who is he? Clutching her head, the little girl let out a painful, loud cry. Xie walked over and pressed a point between her eyebrows. Instantly, the little girl became silent, her eyes closing as she fainted. Then she transformed into a wisp of smoke, drifting into Xie Bao's storybook. Xie retracted his finger. It's getting dark, let's go down the mountain. Xie Bao put away her storybook and, counting on her little fingers, said, Today I've captured 2 resentful ghosts. There are now 1, 2, 3 resentful ghosts in my storybook. If there are 3, then how many more until 10? 7, Li Minghan replied. Xie Bao carefully drew 7 stick-figure little skulls on her storybook. This way, each time another resentful ghost was caught, they could simply cross off a skull head. How convenient. She truly was the smartest child in the world. Xie erased everyone's memories before allowing them to wake up. The teacher rubbed her temples. What happened? It seemed like she couldn't remember anything. Before she could dwell on it, Xie Bao poked her head in. Teacher, it's almost dark. If we don't get off the mountain soon, we won't make it. Realizing this, the teacher quickly responded. Oh yes. We must hurry down the mountain. She hurriedly organized everyone to leave the mountain and forgot about the event right away. Since the location was close to the foot of the mountain, they arrived shortly after, boarding their bus back home. As soon as Xie Bao got home to Su's house, elder brother Su Chi lifted her into his arms. I heard from your third brother that you guys encountered something ominous today. Were you hurt? Xie Bao shook her head. Nope. Su Chi sighed in relief. That's good. Hugging Su Chi around the neck, Xie Bao asked, Big brother, are you done with work at the company? Xie Bao misses you so much. Big brother misses you too. Big brother smiled and continued. We'll talk about the company things later. Xie Bao, did Xian's mom go to Fenghuang Mountain with you? Do you know what happened to her? Taking a step forward, third brother said. A dirty thing possessed her, but Xie Bao already drove. No, chased it out. She went down the mountain earlier than us to the hospital. Is there a problem with her? Shaking his head, elder brother responded. Fourth brother told me she went crazy upon arriving at the hospital, muttering you all deserved it. After fourth brother called the police, she hadn't even waited for them when she jumped off the top floor. Third brother immediately covered Xie Bao's ears. How can you say such things in front of Xie Bao? Elder brother explained. I'm worried in case the police come asking questions, so I want to know what happened from Xie Bao. From what I understand, it might be related to Wang Family Pharmaceutical Company. Killing so many people, it makes sense she'd go mad. Fourth brother came down the stairs, holding a document. I've been investigating this matter these past few days, combined with the data provided by the Li family. We should be able to confirm that Wang family is indeed manufacturing and selling counterfeit drugs. All 3 looked at each other, and fourth brother continued. They have a specialized training base where they train salespeople to deceive elderly people with fake medicine. These scams target rich families' elders. When the elderly are alone, they take advantage of their vulnerability due to illness and establish relationships with them under false pretenses of healing them. Actually, they lead these elders into massive underground facilities, transferring them inside, and then persuade them to lie to their families, claiming vacations or hospital stays, requesting money repeatedly from their children. Thinking their parents' health improved, the children never hesitated to transfer funds to their parents' accounts. Once they drained all their savings, the elderly would be expelled without any knowledge of how to find their way home, leaving them wandering on the streets. That explains why so many missing elderly cases were reported recently, and the hospitals receiving numerous bodies. Third brother murmured quietly. Such wickedness. Aren't they afraid those elders might report them? All these victims are ill elders who may not even realize they've been deceived, let alone expose the scam, fourth brother said. Wang family supplies medicine to such organizations. As far as I know, this organization is huge, dominating domestically, even internationally. Xie Bao tugged on third brother's hand and softly asked, Did Grandma Baiwe also fall victim like this? Fourth brother looked at Xie Bao, gently patting her head. He hated that she had to face such darkness at such a young age, but seeing her resolute and clear eyes, he finally said, Because she refused to call her family, those people got angry and directly killed Grandma Baiwe and buried her body. Xie Bao paused for a moment, then softly asked, Since Grandma Baiwe couldn't find her way home, she was wandering around outside. Can we now find where Grandma Baiwe is buried? Older brother Su Chi nodded slightly. I'll take you there tomorrow. Xie Bao nodded, then tugged on big brother's hand, about to go to sleep, when suddenly a series of police sirens wailed from outside. Chapter 87. I won't play with girls. Eldest brother calmly patted third brother on the shoulder. The police must have come to ask questions. You take Xie Bao upstairs to sleep. Third brother nodded, holding Xie Bao's hand as they went upstairs. The police came for a short while and quickly left. Xie Bao soon fell asleep, hugging her little stuffed doll. The next day at kindergarten, it was noticed that Xin didn't show up for class today. Li Minghan informed Xie Bao during the recess time yesterday evening that the police had taken Xinxin's whole family away. It seems like someone reported them, Li Minghan said. But even the police can't figure out who made the report, because my younger uncle works at the station and they found something strange in the surveillance. Under surveillance, the evidence mysteriously appeared outside the police station entrance, as if it magically materialized. Li Minghan propped his chin on his hand. However, my uncle told me not to talk about this outside, so please don't tell anyone. Xie Bao nodded. The police only catch bad people. Xinxin's father must be very bad. Yes, he is bad. Due to him, that organization specialized in scamming elders grew this big. Li Minghan clenched his fists angrily. If not for them, those elderly wouldn't have died. Grandma Baiwe wouldn't have gotten lost. She wouldn't have drifted here, and I wouldn't have had a fever for several days. After school today, we'll send Grandma Baiwe home then. Xie Bao touched the storybook inside the desk. Grandpa Shimu must also want Grandma Baiwe to go back home. All right, I'll go with you. Li Minghan propped his head and sighed. Xie Bao blinked. What's wrong? You look like you have something on your mind. Li Minghan frowned and said, in a few days, my aunt is going abroad, so my cousin has to stay at my house for a period of time. Xie Bao asked, you don't like your cousin? Nope. Li Minghan instantly showed an extremely disdainful expression. Among all our relatives, the one I dislike the most is my cousin. We won't play with him then. Xie Bao patted Li Minghan's shoulder. If he bullies you, you must tell Xie Bao, and Xie Bao will bully him back for you. Li Minghan finally squinted and smiled, pulling Xie Bao's hand and rubbing it. Xie Bao, you're too good. Xie Bao grinned with narrowed eyes and then whispered close to Li Minghan, discussing something no one else could hear. Xie Ping stood nearby, slightly furrowing his brows. When it was time to leave school, Xie Bao got into the car following the older brother, with Li Minghan and Xie Ping sitting in the back seat. Eldest brother pressed down on the clutch and spoke. One of you is the young master of the Li family, and the other is the patriarch of the Xie family. How come you always hitch rides in my car? Don't you both have cars at home? Li Minghan made a face. Who would ride in your car? If it wasn't for Xie Bao, this young master wouldn't even consider it. Eldest brother scoffed. Xie Bao belongs to our Su family too. Why don't you just stop playing with Xie Bao? I won't. Li Minghan humphed. Your Su family and the Xie family are always rivals in business, so why don't you tell Xie Ping not to play with Xie Bao? Xie Ping looked out the window, showing only his chubby side face. This elder looked delicate and cute, but his personality was usually rigid and aloof. Eldest brother dared to tease Li Minghan, but did not dare to provoke this old master, immediately changing the subject. When they arrived at the destination, as Xie Bao jumped off the car, one foot stepped right into the dirty yellow mud water. Eldest brother originally wanted to pick Xie Bao up, but Xie Bao shook her head and said, Grandma Baiwe is here. Eldest brother lowered his gaze and led Xie Bao forward. The road was like a country path, full of muddy sludge, emitting an overwhelming stench. Yet, not a single person complained. Even someone like Li Minghan, who was used to luxury, stepped deep into the sticky mud and had his high-end custom shoes filled with sludge water, but he did not say a word of complaint. Silently, the group walked to the end of the small road. It was a garbage dump. The smell was almost overwhelming. Eldest brother furrowed his brows, understanding why Grandma Baiue's body hadn't been discovered until now. Such a strong odor perfectly masked the putrid smell of decaying flesh. Grandpa Shimu soon arrived too, and they painstakingly flipped through the pile of garbage. It took a long while before they finally found Grandma Baiue's already decayed corpse. Xie Bao opened the storybook, and Grandma Baiue's spirit drifted out. She floated in midair, watching as her body was lifted onto a stretcher and covered with white cloth. She watched Grandpa Xian sobbing over her body. Xie Bao looked up and saw tears brimming in Grandma Baiue's eyes. She tilted her head. Finding her body meant finding the way back home, so Grandma Baiue could embark on a new cycle of reincarnation. Wasn't this something worth celebrating? Why was Grandma Baiue crying then? As the stretcher was carried away, Grandma Baiue looked at Shinmu's seemingly aged figure and slowly walked to Xie Bao's side, softly saying, Thank you. Xie Bao replied earnestly, You're welcome, Grandma Baiue. After I'm gone, can you help take care of Shinmu for me? Grandma Baiue smiled. This is my only wish. Now, only you can see me. Xie Bao patted her chest. Don't worry. I'll definitely take good care of Grandpa Xian. Grandma Baiue nodded, and tears welled up in her eyes. We met when we were young and have been together through life. Being able to accompany him until here is not wasted on this lifetime. After speaking, Grandma Baiue's spirit became transparent and quickly disappeared. Xie Bao scratched her head. She didn't fully understand what Grandma Baiue's last words meant. But whether it was Grandma Baiue or Miss Hua, they should be very important family members to Grandpa Xian and Big Brother, just like how her grandpa and brothers are to her. She clenched her fists tightly and shouted loudly. I will definitely take care of Grandpa Xian well. Grandma Baiue, you must have a good rebirth. When you get there, remember to mention my name. And Xiaoping's too. Oh right, his name is Xie Ping. Xie Ping, standing nearby. It was his human name. Those people in the ghost domain probably wouldn't recognize it, would they? Should he go back sometime and give some instructions? Not far away, Shinmu heard Xie Bao's voice and turned his head to give a slow smile. His disciple probably wasn't taken in vain. By the time Grandma Baiue's funeral arrangements were completed, it was already 2 weeks later. Li Minghan came over to play with Xie Bao, as usual on the weekend, except this time, he brought along an unfamiliar little boy. Here, Li Minghan lifted his chin towards Xie Bao. This is my cousin. My mom insisted that I bring him along. Such a hassle. Xie Bao blinked, looking at the boy dressed in a luxury brand outfit, and said, then let's all play together. Unexpectedly, the little boy slapped Xie Bao's extended hand away, his small face full of disdain. You're a girl. My grandma says girls are money wasters. I won't play with girls. Chapter 88. Sell this money-losing item. Xie Bao glanced at Li Minghan. Li Minghan shrugged. I've already said he's very annoying. If it wasn't for my mom insisting that I bring him along, I wouldn't bother with this fool. The little boy sniffed and walked over to tug at Li Mingjian's closed corner, shouting loudly. Big brother, you shouldn't play with her either. We are boys. These girls can only serve us. They're nothing but money-losing items. Li Minghan shoved him lightly. Before I get angry, shut your stupid mouth. Do you think everyone is like you? Xie Bao, holding his back, asked seriously. Isn't your grandmother a girl? If you hate girls so much, do you even have a mother? The younger cousin was instantly stumped by Xie Bao's question, choking there on the spot. Xie Bao now understood why Li Minghan disliked this cousin. She didn't like him either. After a while, the cousin turned red with anger and loudly disputed. Anyway, girls aren't worth anything. My mom can only serve me and my dad at home. If it weren't for her giving birth to me, Grandma would have kicked her out of the house long ago. Li Minghan covered Xie Bao's ears and recited mantras. Don't listen, turtles chant mantras. Let's ignore him, Xie Bao. Let's go play by ourselves. Xie Bao nodded, and held Li Minghan's hand to swing on the swing in the garden. As Xie Bao sat on the swing, Li Minghan pushed her beside her. Push higher. Xie Bao giggled happily twice. My big brother can push me really high. Li Minghan worked hard to help Xie Bao push the swing. I can also push it high. Next time I will definitely use a lot of strength. Xie Bao seemed completely unafraid and laughed joyfully on the swing. When Li Minghan pushed until he was panting, Xie Bao also stopped. Xiao Ming, let me push you. I can push very high too. Li Minghan immediately shook his head palely. No need. I don't like playing this. Joke. With Xie Bao's strength, he might end up doing a 360-degree turn on the swing. This kind of stimulating thing really doesn't suit him, who is a cerebral laborer. Seeing how exhausted Li Minghan was, Xie Bao quickly ran into the house and brought out a box of milk for Li Minghan. Drink it, I'll push gently. Li Minghan smiled faintly, unable to resist reaching out and ruffling Xie Bao's head. Xie Bao is great. Xie Bao squinted and smiled, then carefully started pushing Li Minghan from behind on the swing. Li Minghan sipped the milk and patted the seat beside him. Stop pushing. Sit with me for a moment. Let's go call Si Ping. Then we'll go to the entertainment center to play. The boss has recently acquired a batch of claw machines. The dolls inside all look great. Your noble lord will show his prowess today and catch them all for you. Li Minghan sipped the milk and patted the seat beside him. Stop pushing. Sit with me for a moment. Let's go call Si Ping. Then we'll go to the entertainment center to play. The boss has recently acquired a batch of claw machines. The dolls inside all look great. Your noble lord will show his prowess today and catch them all for you. Xie Bao's eyes lit up. Good idea. Li Minghan chuckled a couple of times. Indeed, completely ignoring the cousin standing nearby. Seeing them having so much fun, the younger cousin also came over, rolling his eyes at Xie Bao, and earnestly looked at Li Minghan. Big brother, take me with you. I want to go too. Li Minghan coldly replied. Not bringing you. I won't agree. I'm going. The cousin immediately got upset. Auntie said you should take good care of me. You have to take me, or I'll complain to Auntie. You're bullying me. Li Minghan clenched his fists tightly. Bringing his cousin was a task given to him by his mom. If this shameless little brat really went to complain, his mom would likely scold him again for an entire day. But he really hated this cousin. He also hated his aunt's husband, and the mother-in-law of his aunt. He still remembered last time when he went to his aunt's place. She was living worse than a servant. From laundry, cooking, mopping floors, cleaning, taking care of kids, all the things a nanny would do, were done solely by his aunt. At the time, his mom suggested that his aunt hire a nanny. His mother-in-law immediately responded, hire what nanny? It's not easy for my son to make money. She's such a big person, eating my sons, living off my sons, wearing my sons. She can't even handle a bit of housework. His mom icily replied, what's your meaning? My sister was the second miss of the Xie family before she married here. She never did these kinds of chores before. She married my son, so she needs to give up the identity of a young lady. A married daughter is like spilt water, don't you know? She is now one of our family members. Whatever I tell her to do, she must do. Otherwise, it means being disrespectful. Just as the two were about to start arguing, his aunt hurriedly came forward and pulled his mom aside, suppressing her tears and asking her mom to say less. His mom was fuming, with a red face, and dragged him away, saying she would never come to his aunt's house again. After that, Li Minghan rarely saw his aunt. Later, his aunt apparently had a daughter and was severely bullied by her husband's family. When his mother learned about it, she originally planned to go and ask his aunt to divorce, but his aunt refused. During these 2 years, his aunt had been pregnant several times. Her brother-in-law's mother used some kind of secret technique, claiming she could tell whether the baby in her belly was a boy or a girl. Whenever it was a girl, her brother-in-law's mother would force his aunt to have an abortion. No one knows how many miscarriages there were before his cousin, a boy, was born. His aunt's health was ruined after giving birth to her son and spent a long time recuperating in the hospital. The little cousin's health was also not very good, and he stayed in the incubator at the hospital. It was during this period that the first daughter of his aunt went missing, and no one knew where she had gone. At the time, his aunt's daughter was with her grandmother, who was also her brother-in-law's mother. His aunt did not know about this incident because the grandmother never brought the daughter to the hospital to see her. Not until a year later, when his aunt was discharged from the hospital after recovering from her illness, did she find out that her daughter had been missing for more than a year. When she asked her grandmother where her daughter had gone and how she could be lost, the grandmother casually remarked, "She ran off herself. How can you blame anyone? This girl has never been obedient since childhood, and I'm too old to keep track of her. Lost is lost. Anyway, she's a daughter, not worth much." His aunt trembled with anger upon learning that her mother-in-law hadn't even reported her disappearance to the police. Later, his aunt kept searching for her daughter, but never found her. Because there was no police report filed, it was already over a year, making the chances of finding her back extremely slim. The grandmother tried to console his aunt, saying things like, "Even though you've lost your daughter, you still have a son. You should spoil him more, considering it as making up for what you didn't give to your daughter by treating your son well." Li Minghan was young back then and didn't understand why his mother was so upset, only understanding now. His uncle's family were all terrible people, including this spoiled-to-the-bone cousin. I don't care. Take me with you." The little cousin was still causing trouble, sitting on the ground crying loudly. "You'd rather bring this money-losing item than me. I'll tell Grandma, and let her sell this money-losing item." Chapter 89. It was me who hit him, so what? Li Minghan couldn't stand the little cousin's insult toward Xie Bao, but he couldn't teach this younger cousin a lesson by force either. So he tried to drag Xie Bao as far away as possible. Xie Bao, however, stood in front of the young cousin and said earnestly, "If you say so, has your grandmother sold any other children?" The young cousin glanced at her and soon became smug, letting out a cold snort before saying, "Of course. My grandmother says girls aren't worth much. I'm telling you, you'd better not mess with me, or I will definitely let my grandma sell you. Let's see if you're afraid or not." Xie Bao nodded, then took out her little phone. Li Minghan walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" "Calling the police, uncle." Xie Bao tapped on the phone screen. "Big brother said it is illegal to abduct kids. People who do such things will be caught by the police. I want the police to catch the bad guys." Upon hearing this, the young cousin immediately panicked. At his age, he didn't know much, but after listening to Xie Bao's words, he thought the police would really come to take away his grandma. He quickly reached out to snatch Xie Bao's phone. Before Xie Bao could react, the phone was thrown on the ground and stepped on twice. "How dare you tell the police?" The young cousin glared at Xie Bao. As Xie Bao was about to speak, she heard a woman's voice outside. It was Li Minghan's mother. "Minghan, I told you to take your brother out to play. Where have you gone?" Li Minghan loudly replied, "I'm here." Mrs. Li came over upon hearing the sound. The young cousin seemed to have thought of something, grabbed Xie Bao's hand, and sat down on the floor, crying and sobbing loudly while tilting his head up. When Mrs. Li saw this scene, she quickly walked over and picked up the sitting young cousin. There was also an elderly person coming behind her. This elder rushed to Mrs. Li, snatching the young cousin from her arms and holding him protectively, shouting, "I asked you to look after my grandson, and this is how you take care of him?" After that, she spat near Xie Bao's feet. "What kind of little brat is this, daring to lay a hand on my grandson?" Li Minghan frowned, skillfully pulling Xie Bao behind him. It was the younger cousin who fell himself. It's not Xie Bao's fault. Normally unable to help with ghostly matters, he knew very well how to handle such peculiar people. The young cousin clutched onto the old lady's clothes, incessantly nagging. "Grandma, it's her. She hit me. Sell her fast." The elderly one gave Xie Bao a sidelong glance before speaking. "Just now, she was in front of my grandson. I saw her raise her hand, still denying it. Born without proper upbringing. How dare a girl fight with my grandson? It must be due to a lack of family education." Xie Bao blinked and suddenly gestured to measure the current height of the young cousin. The elder looked at Xie Bao's gestures suspiciously. "What are you doing? You're evidently disrespectful. Who taught you to gesture around adults like that?" At present, the young cousin hid in the elder's arms, beyond Xie Bao's reach. So Xie Bao turned around and brought a chair from the flower hall, placing it in front of the elder. She then turned to Li Minghan and said, "Xiaoming, can you help me steady the chair?" Though Li Minghan didn't know what Xie Bao was going to do, he instinctively approached and firmly held the stool beneath Xie Bao's feet. "Be careful. Never mind. Even if you fall, I'll definitely catch you." Standing on the chair, she now was level with the short-statured elder. Then she clenched her fist, breathed out in front of her mouth, and swiftly raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap to the young cousin with great speed and accuracy. The elder only felt a gust of wind followed by a tremendous force that sent her staggering back several steps. Unbalanced, she plopped right down on the ground with a thud. The young cousin in her arms was flung out of her grasp and tumbled across the pebble path in the garden until he finally came to a stop. This slap was extremely hard. Dazed and bewildered, his face bore numerous abrasions from the stones, his visage covered in blood, looking quite horrifying. Standing to the side, both Li Minghan and Mrs. Li were momentarily stunned. They both then very synchronously looked away. Standing steadily on the chair, Xie Bao loudly announced, "Yes, it was me who slapped him, so what?" The elder was dazed for a few seconds, quickly snapping back, screaming incredulously, "You shameless little brat. How dare you touch my precious grandson? Watch me beat you to death today." With that, she rose to grab Xie Bao. Xie Bao jumped down from the stool. "Xiaoming, let's run." Li Minghan pulled Xie Bao and ran into the villa, with the elderly woman chasing relentlessly from behind. Despite her age, she was still in good health, her legs fast and agile. It seemed as though she was about to catch up with Xie Bao. Li Minghan stopped, quickly saying, "You run first. Grandpa Su is inside the villa, you go find him. I'll stop her." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rushed toward the old lady, blocking her way. Grandma Sun, please don't chase anymore. You get out of my way. This little wretch hit my grandson. Grandma Sun furiously shoved Li Minghan aside. I'm going to skin her alive today. Whose skin do you want to peel? Grandpa Su walked out from the house, one hand holding Xie Bao, his eyes coldly staring at Grandma Sun. Grandma Sun had only come here with Madame Li to pick up the child, naturally unaware of Xie Bao's identity. However, now that she looked at this elder, it became clear that he must be the master of the villa. Xie Bao stood beside Grandpa Su, looking at her innocently and purely. At the sight of her, Grandma Sun felt her teeth grinding in rage. This little girl hit my grandson, and everyone saw it just now. Tell me, didn't you see her hitting my grandson? Madame Li stood aside, secretly pleased in her heart about Xie Bao hitting that kid. Though this was her sister's child, he had been raised by his grandmother for years and developed some bad habits. His mother would receive complaints from Grandma Sun, even for saying a single harsh word to him, followed by being scolded and slapped frequently. In that household, almost no one could manage this little monster, but now getting slapped by Xie Bao brought some relief. Cough. Aunt Sun, what are you talking about? Sorry, the wind got into my eyes just now. I didn't see anything. Grandma Sun's face turned black with anger, her eyes turning toward Li Minghan. Li Minghan quickly aligned himself with his mother, gazing at the sky. The weather is really nice today, isn't it, Mom? Madame Li. Yes, it's quite good. Camping and barbecuing outside tonight with Xie Bao will be pleasant. I think so too. Oh, did your eyes also get sand blown in by the wind just now? Mine too. What a strong wind it is today. Night? Oh, my eyes are blurry now from the wind. By the way, it's perfect for flying kites. Li Minghan nodded in agreement. You're right. You really are. Grandma Sun pointed at them. You're doing this on purpose. Thinking I am an old woman who's easy to bully. Let me tell you, I've seen the world. There must have been surveillance in that garden. Just pull it up and take a look. Li Minghan glanced sideways at Grandma Sun and muttered softly. This old hag knows more than expected. Madame Li quickly smacked his bottom. Don't say such things. Li Minghan rubbed his bottom and shrank back into silence. Grandma Sun placed her hands on her hips and raised her voice high enough that Xie Bao could almost see saliva spitting from her mouth in the light of the setting sun. What? You're scared now, aren't you? Xie Bao frowned slightly as she noticed a black mist enveloping Grandma Sun's face. This indicated that she was responsible for at least one human life. Chapter 90. Beating someone half to death and removing 2 kidneys should be enough. Very soon, Mr. Su got his wish to review the garden surveillance footage. Everyone saw what had happened from beginning to end. Grandma Sun didn't think there was anything wrong with what her grandson had said. She just shouted at the top of her lungs. Look, wasn't it your granddaughter who hit someone? A whole family living in such a big villa. They hit someone but don't admit it. So low in quality. Mr. Su frowned deeply. When did we deny it? Little Xie Bao stood up proudly and said in a babyish voice, yeah, we admitted it already. I said it was me, so what? Haven't you been to school or something? You can't even understand this. Grandma Sun paused for a moment. It seemed they really hadn't denied it. They were just silent all along, while the 2 from the Li family only claimed they didn't see it. Swallowing this frustration silently, Grandma Sun could only keep her anger inside as she questioned loudly. Since you've admitted to hitting someone, don't you need to apologize to my grandson? And compensate for his medical expenses, nutritional costs, emotional damages, and of course my lost wages. Anyway, your family is big and successful. It's not like you can't pay. So just give us 1 million yuan. Little Xie Bao held out 10 fingers and looked up at Minghan Li, asking, 100 big or 10 big? Minghan Li realized that Grandma Sun wanted to extort money. Covering his forehead, he said, it's not an issue of whether it's 100 or 10 right now. Xie Bao blinked and took out a green banknote from his little school bag, then handed it to Grandma Sun, saying, after hitting someone, you have to pay compensation. This is my duty, here you go. 10 is a very large number. Minghan Li twitched his mouth corner. Isn't that just 1 yuan? Nope. Little Xie Bao held his small hands behind his back, opening sincerely. Big brother said to maximize one's benefits, so it's not 1 yuan, it's 10 jiao, which equals 100 fun. Such a way to maximize benefit, eh? Minghan Li couldn't help but laugh and gave a thumb up. Brother Su really has effective teaching methods. Little Xie Bao raised his chin high, his nose almost reaching the sky, right? These past few days, Big Brother has been teaching me about money recognition. I learned it very quickly. Am I super smart, huh? Minghan Li nodded. Indeed, extraordinarily capable. Pinching the dime in her hand, Grandma Sun was almost ready to explode in anger. Do you know who my son is? Anyway, if you don't compensate me financially, I will stay here indefinitely. After saying that, she sat down on the ground and started crying and acting stubborn. Little Xie Bao squatted by the side, watching with great interest. She originally thought only children would act like this. Turns out elders do too. Not all elders are as refined as her grandpa. Doesn't Grandma Sun feel dirty doing this? Just as Mr. Su was about to let the security guard throw her out, Grandma Sun cried out loud. Even if you get people to throw me out, it won't matter. I'll come back tomorrow. I'll cry under your doorstep every day. Go ahead. Kill me, old woman, if you dare. Mr. Su restrained his anger. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Grandma Sun toughened up and said, what are you going to do? This is a rule of law society. If you truly try to harm me, my son definitely won't forgive you. He'll drag you down with him no matter what. Seeing Grandma Sun's words getting increasingly absurd, Mrs. Li was just about to step forward to stop her when a Rolls-Royce drove into the estate from outside. Su Qi descended from the car, closely followed by the fourth brother, Xiren Su. Mrs. Li sighed in relief. Good thing she had messaged Su Qi earlier, otherwise this old lady would truly cause catastrophic trouble. Her brother-in-law's small company, Su family could crush it easily if they wanted to. Although everyone in their family deserved it, her sister shouldn't suffer this misfortune. Su Qi raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at the little boy lying in Mrs. Li's arms before turning around and telling Su Xiren, "You check him out." Su Xiren nodded, walked over to the boy, lifted his eyelid to take a look, then returned, whispering a few sentences into Su Qi's ear. Little Xie Bao ran over and hugged Su Xiren's leg. "Big brother 4, why are you back?" Su Xiren picked up little Xie Bao. When Big Brother received Mrs. Li's call, "I happened to be nearby. We heard our little Xie Bao hit someone. So how could we not hurry over to take a look?" Little Xie Bao somewhat embarrassingly put his hands behind his back. He deserved it. Xie Bao doesn't hit people without reason. Of course Big Brother knows that. Su Xiren hugged her and said, "Being beaten by little Xie Bao is his destined calamity. No, it should be called his honor. Otherwise, with his brain, he probably would never be able to talk on the same level as our little princess." Little Xie Bao smiled with narrow eyes, hugging Su Xiren's neck joyfully. "Big Brother 4 is the best." Su Qi seemed a little jealous. "What's wrong? Is your big brother not good enough?" Xie Bao immediately interjected. "Big Brother is great too. You've all been so busy lately. Xie Bao hasn't seen you in ages and misses both Big Brother and Brother 4 very much." Su Qi poked her nose. "You're just trying to flatter me, aren't you?" Seeing these few people enjoying each other's company, seemingly having forgotten all about her, Grandma Sun raised her voice again. "Oh my poor grandson. They from the Su family rely on their power and wealth to bully us two lonely grandmas and grandson. Look at what they've done to you. Yet they refuse to compensate even 1 cent. Xie Bao, perched on Su Xiren's shoulder, said, "Grandma, are your math skills bad or is your memory bad?" I said 100, and Xie Bao already paid 100. Grandma Sun clenched the green banknote, recalling her theory of maximizing benefits. She suddenly burst out furiously. "I mean 1 million, not 100 points. Xie Bao scratched his head. "What's the difference? Aren't they both 100? Li Minghan nodded and said, "Let him understand. He hasn't learned units yet." Grandma Sun. Su Qi squinted and spoke. "I heard you want 1 million in compensation." Grandma Sun, looking at this towering man before her, felt a bit intimidated and muttered, "That's right, 1 million, not a cent less. My grandson shouldn't suffer in vain. With how rich you are, you spill more money than that through your fingers and still refuse to compensate. How stingy can you be?" "I, Su Qi, am a businessman, not fond of losing deals." Su Qi nodded. "Your grandson's injury probably isn't worth 1 million. If you insist on 1 million, then I will make sure his injuries are worth it." Grandma Sun widened her eyes in shock. "Wait, could this actually be calculated? Who taught the Su family such arithmetic?" "Rest assured, regarding whether the injury is worth 1 million, my fourth brother is an expert in this area. With him around, I guarantee we won't let you old lady down." Su Qi sneered. "Brother 4, tell us, how badly should one be injured to be worth 1 million? Su Xiren stroked his chin and said without any medical ethics, "Beat someone half to death, leave a breath so they can still be saved. No need for legs and arms either. Oh, and remove 2 kidneys as well. 1 million isn't cheap. These 2 kidneys can recover some costs." Chapter 91, You Worthless Thing. Grandma Sun's expression became very interesting. On one hand, she thought that the Su family, being so wealthy and powerful, shouldn't be incapable of producing $1 million. On the other hand, looking at fourth brother and elder brother's expressions, it seemed like what they were saying wasn't a lie. She glanced at the lady standing beside her, Mrs. Li, then suddenly pulled her arm. "You should say something, right?" The 2 from the Su family had such an imposing presence that she didn't dare to make eye contact with them. So, she pushed Mrs. Li to speak for her. "How could you simply let your sister's son be bullied this way?" Mrs. Li frowned, but ultimately remained silent. Grandma Sun soon began cursing under her breath. "I knew it, you women have no skills. Same as your sister, you're both useless. I've already told my son not to let women like you interact with my grandchild. It's beneath our status. Once you've given birth, you can't even take care of children. Doing housework requires hiring a nanny. Good for nothing except spending men's money. If I were in your place, I would have rather died long ago." Since marrying into the Li family, Mrs. Li had never been scolded like this, despite the discord in her marriage. She took a step forward, her expression cold. "Does my business concern you so much that you feel free to interfere? My sister is your daughter-in-law, but I have absolutely nothing to do with your family. If you ever dare say such nonsense to me again, I'll rip your tongue out." After saying this, she pulled Mr. Li Minghan and left in high heels, walking away with great dignity. Mr. Li Minghan looked back and gestured for Xiao Jiabao to call him. Xiao Jiabao waved and loudly said goodbye to Mr. Li Minghan. With Mrs. Li gone, the old lady was afraid of the Su family members, not even daring to lift her eyes, appearing outwardly strong but inwardly weak. "Aren't you leaving?" Su Qi said coldly. "Still thinking about the 1 million? Old 4, come." Grandma Sun grabbed the little cousin beside her and followed behind Mrs. Li, fleeing quietly. When stepping out of the estate gate, the oppressive feeling from the higher up gradually disappeared. She spat harshly toward the gate. "Just because you have money doesn't mean anything, treating a gold digger as a treasure. You blind fools." As Grandma Sun left, Xiao Jiabao kept standing by the door, staring at Grandma Sun's receding figure. Su Qi pulled her hand. "Mr. Li Minghan has walked far already. If you want to play with him, we'll invite him over tomorrow, okay?" Xiao Jiabao shook her head. I wasn't looking at Xiao Ming. Is that so? Fourth brother patted Xiao Jiebao's head. Then who was on our Xiao Jiebao's mind? Xiao Jiebao looked up and said, Grandma's son. Her face has blackish aura, and she smells bad. Senior Mr. Su snorted. That old woman clearly isn't any good. Xiao Jiebao nodded in agreement. Not any good. Senior Mr. Su, seeing Xiao Jiebao, immediately changed his demeanor and smiled, pulling her hand. Have you been outside for a while? Are you cold? Hungry? What do you want to eat tonight? Grandpa will ask the nanny aunt to prepare it for you. Su Qi and Su Xiren followed behind, pushing Senior Mr. Su inside. Su Xiren intentionally said, Why doesn't Grandpa ask what we want to eat? Favoring girls over boys is feudalism and should not be tolerated. Senior Mr. Su laughed softly. So what if I favor girls over boys? None of you brats are as precious to me as my little treasure, right? Xiao Jiebao blinked cleverly and replied, Grandpa loves me. Xiao Jiebao loves her brothers too. Xiao Jiebao will also ask the nanny aunt to make delicious food for the brothers, to eat more. All of us are important. Su Qi pinched Xiao Jiebao's little cheek. To be honest, our Xiao Jiebao's emotional intelligence really follows after her second brother. Su Xiren smirked disdainfully. What's following after her second brother? Aren't you just trying to say that Xiao Jiebao knows how to talk to different people appropriately? Xiao Jiebao raised objections against this. Xiao Jiebao talks nicely to ghosts too. Xiao Jiebao doesn't know ghost language. But those ghosts seem to speak human language too. It was the first time Su Xiren heard someone call ghosts, sounding unexpectedly cute. He squatted down and looked into Xiao Jiebao's clear eyes. Can Xiao Jiebao usually see these ghosts? Xiao Jiebao shook her head. Not always. Ghosts have things to do too. Only lost or lingering ghosts appear before Xiao Jiebao. Fourth brother paused for a moment, then suddenly spoke softly. Will people really turn into ghosts after death? No. Xiao Jiebao sat on the sofa, waiting for the dinner to be prepared by the nanny, her little legs swinging cutely. Ordinarily, after a person dies, they turn into wandering spirits. They float around their body for a few days. After burial, they'll find where they're supposed to go. Only those with grievances who remain in the mortal world turn into malevolent ghosts. Su Xiren sat next to her, with a somewhat blank look in his eyes as if deep in thought. Xiao Jiebao patted Su Xiren's shoulder. Fourth brother, what's wrong with you? Fourth brother curled his lips upward and gave a small laugh. Nothing. I'll check if dinner is ready and whether there's Xiao Jiebao's favorite sweet and sour pork with pineapple. At the mention of this dish, Xiao Jiebao's eyes lit up, and she quickly jumped off the sofa, running with fourth brother into the kitchen. Ooh, pineapple gurgling meat. Fourth brother's laughter carried through. It's gulu meat. Xiao Jiebao tried to mimic carefully. Gorilla meat. Gulu. Gurulu. All right, Gurulu. Is pineapple gorilla meat delicious? Yes, it's delicious. Fourth brother should also eat, and I want another piece. The eldest brother leaned against the edge of the couch, watching fourth brother interact affectionately with Xiao Jiebao, and sighed quietly. He actually knew what fourth brother was thinking about just now. That was probably fourth brother's lifelong heartache. Though fourth brother was now a renowned genius doctor near and far, no one was born holding a scalpel. He had once been a child too. When he was young, a playful mistake caused a patient's death. Both the Su family and himself paid a heavy price for that incident. It was from that moment on that he decided to become a doctor. It wasn't an easy path for him back then. Yet, over these many years, he persevered and excelled at it, pushing himself to master it completely. Grandpa Su cheerfully wheeled into the dining room and saw fourth brother taking Xiao Jiebao to sneakily eat some dishes before the meal began. The one big, one small, were eating pieces of leftover pineapple from making the sweet and sour pork with pineapple. Grandpa Su tooted. Don't eat so much fruit before dinner, otherwise Xiao Jiebao won't have enough appetite for dinner. Look at her little face, already starved thin, and she wasn't fat before either. Xiao Jiebao pinched her own face, which was evidently rounder than before, and said, Grandpa got it wrong. Xiao Jiebao has gotten much fatter. Not fat enough. Grandpa Su took away the bowl of pineapples. Xiao Jiebao needs to eat more rice to get even fatter. Xiao Jiebao frowned and said, Xiao Jiebao doesn't want to. Fat makes you very ugly. Who said? Grandpa Su huffed. Whoever dares call our little treasure ugly, I'll ruin him financially. Xiao Jiebao giggled and hugged Grandpa Su's arm. Then Xiao Jiebao wants dompa pork, big trotters, sweet and sour pork with pineapple, big ribs, and beef fried rice. Grandpa Su waved his large hand. Eat. Have Aunt prepare it. Prepare it well. Su Qi, didn't we import some top-grade snowflake cattle from abroad the other day? Hurry up and make my granddaughter some beef fried rice. Su Qi helplessly shook his head. I know. While Xiao Jiebao acts like a child, Grandpa Su seems only slightly older than a kid. Thousands of dollars worth of premium snowflake beef, made into roadside snacks, delicious beef fried rice, has become Xiao Jiebao's latest favorite food. To encourage Xiao Jiebao to eat more meals, Grandpa Su and the nanny are constantly researching ingredients and recipes. These premium ingredients transform into Xiao Jiebao's favorite street-side snacks under the nanny's hands. At first glance, they might seem ordinary, but only the person preparing knows that Xiao Jiebao's small bowl of beef fried rice costs tens of thousands of dollars. Even with this level of food, Grandpa Su still thinks it's not enough and appears determined to fatten Xiao Jiebao up quickly. After diligently finishing all the rice in her bowl and eating the last piece of sweet and sour pork, Xiao Jiebao patted her little belly and let out a satisfied burp. Grandpa Su looked joyfully at Xiao Jiebao's full little belly. Little treasure, are you full? Would you like some dessert? Fourth brother immediately stopped him. Grandpa, you can't stuff Xiao Jiebao up like this. Given her current physical condition, Eating too much could strain her stomach. Grandpa Su finally relented. Eldest brother and fourth brother exchanged glances, almost hesitant to let Grandpa Su take care of Xiao Jiabao. At this rate, in less than a year, they'd turned Xiao Jiabao into a chubby munchkin. After dinner, Xiao Jiabao went to the garden with eldest brother for a walk to digest the food. Suddenly, Xiao Jiabao felt as though there was a sound coming from her storybook. She pulled it out, and the grass sprite and flower sprite eagerly jumped out. Madness. Pure madness. The flower sprite stomped its foot angrily. Xiao Jiabao, hurry and check. The resentful ghost you captured yesterday is going crazy inside your storybook. Exactly, she's been yelling and screaming, keeping us awake all night. The grass sprite covered its ears. The flower sprite just went to her page and said she was going to eat her up. Xiao Jiabao remembered the little girl she had encountered on Phoenix Mountain and quickly turned back to Su Qi, saying, Big brother, I'm sleepy. I want to go back to sleep now, so I can't accompany you for a walk anymore. Big brother watched her bouncing figure heading back inside the villa and couldn't help but pause. Normally, she plays until 8 or 9 at night before returning. Why is she so early today? After Xiao Jiabao returned to her room, she hurriedly opened her storybook. There, Bai Qing was seen struggling with the little girl. Bai Qing was an extremely vengeful ghost, so the little girl couldn't possibly fight back. By then, one of her hands had already been ripped off by Bai Qing, who was about to crunch it in her mouth. Xiao Jiabao shouted immediately, Stop, stop. Little bottle told me that if you eat her hand, she won't have any hands when she reincarnates. The little girl's face was pale, fear filling her eyes as she stared at Bai Qing. Bai Qing spoke coldly. This is easy to fix. I'll eat her entirely, so she cannot reincarnate at all. She won't end up disabled like this. Oh dear, put her hand down, and I can ask Little Bottle to lead you to absorb some yin energy. Xiao Jiabao pleaded anxiously. But you really shouldn't eat her, even though she's a malevolent ghost. She hasn't harmed anyone yet. Reluctantly, Bai Qing tossed the little girl's hand back and grumbled. If she hasn't hurt anyone, how could she be considered a true malevolent ghost? She's bringing shame to our ghost world. Little girl, QAQ. It took a great deal of effort for Xiao Jiabao to persuade Bai Qing back, after which the little girl pitifully reattached her arm. Xiao Jiabao looked sympathetically at the little girl. Such a capable ghost should not become a mere collectible toy where her arms and hands keep getting detached repeatedly. Why have you been shouting? Xiao Jiabao asked. I've heard her voice. The little girl hung her head. Who? Xiao Jiabao blinked and seriously tried recalling the people they'd met during the day. Are you referring to Lady Li? The little girl shook her head. It sounded like it wasn't secured properly, producing a clicking sound. Xiao Jiabao continued. Could it be Xiao Ming? Cousin. At the mention of cousin, the little girl abruptly raised her eyes, gaze unfocused, looking ahead. Brother. Xiao Jiabao pursed her lips and tentatively asked, Do you know cousin Xiao Ming? The little girl nodded. Brother. Your meaning is, he's your brother? Xiao Jiabao rested her chin on her hand, frowning. Then Grandma's son must be your grandma too. The little girl nodded again, and then her head fell off. Xiao Jiabao hastily exclaimed. Oh no, your head fell off. Let me help you put it back on. As she reached out, a crackling sound was heard, and the little girl's hair was burned away. Little girl. QAQ. Xiao Jiabao quickly withdrew her hand and sighed. Well, you'll have to put it back yourself. Be sure to do it properly. The little girl silently hugged her head into her arms. You just said Grandma's son is also your grandma, so you're related to Xiao Ming. So he must be your... Xiao Jiabao suddenly brightened, her fingers pressed together as if adjusting imaginary glasses on her nose. He must be your... uncle. Little girl. Little girl. I already said, he's my brother. Xiao Jiabao. Not true. Little girl. Question mark. Xiao Jiabao. In cartoons, there's always this boy wearing blue clothes with a butterfly tie who speaks this way. Whenever he does, everything he says is right. Xiao Jiabao crossed her arms, mimicking the serious tone from anime. Maki Jiwa? He keeps touching your stomach. He's your... older brother. Little girl. The little girl retreated back into the storybook. Xiao Jiabao patted her storybook. Why are you leaving? From within the book came the little girl's weak and tired voice. I need to see Li Minghan. Before seeing him, I won't say another word. Xiao Jiabao scratched her head. Could it be that the little girl prefers talking to Xiao Ming and doesn't like conversing with her? Chapter 92, Poisonous Mother-in-Law. The next day, Xiao Jiabao went to Li Minghan's house with a storybook. Also at Li Minghan's house were his little cousin and Grandma's son. Grandma's son had lost face in front of Xiao Jiabao the previous day, so when she saw her today, she gave her a tremendous, icy glare. Li Minghan walked over and led Xiao Jiabao into his own room. While walking, he quietly complained. If it weren't for my aunt treating me quite well, I wouldn't even let them stay at our place. Xiao Jiabao softly asked. Then how long are they going to stay here? They've already been here for 3 or 4 days. Li Minghan closed the door. Calculating the time, my aunt should be back today too. Finally, we can say goodbye to her. Xiao Jiabao nodded. By the way, why did you decide to come find me and play? Li Minghan smiled slyly. Do you miss me? She said she has something to tell you. Xiao Jiabao patted the storybook and let the little girl out. But Li Minghan couldn't see the small, vengeful ghost. She could only act as an intermediary through voice communication. The little girl stared at the door, knowing that the person outside was exactly who she wanted. Therefore her resentment grew stronger, black mist swirling around her. She says that she is the daughter of your aunt who got lost years ago. Xiao Jiabao relayed the little girl's words to Li Minghan. And, that year, she wasn't actually lost, but Grandma's son deliberately threw her away. After hearing this, Li Minghan was extremely shocked. He always assumed that the little girl must have wandered off herself. a child 2 or 3 years old without any ability to take care of herself. No matter how cruel someone's heart might be, they couldn't possibly commit such a heinous act. It turned out that Grandma's son was even more repugnant than he had ever thought possible. Xie Bao stumbled over her explanations many times, mixing her own interpretations. Li Minghan listened for a long while and hardly understood much. The little girl seemed to have memory lapses and was unclear in some descriptions. This back and forth left everything ambiguous by the end. Li Minghan anxiously said, "Can't you explain more concisely?" Xie Bao blinked. "I'm just telling what the little ghost said. He told me to ask you to keep it simple." The little girl hugged her head and spoke in a distressed tone. "This is what happened. It was her fault I died. I want revenge on her. I will kill her. That's all there is to it." Xie Bao sat down on the floor and suddenly stood up. "When in doubt, consult the little bottle." She rummaged in her pocket and pulled out Xie Ping's small silver bell. Xie Ping recently seemed preoccupied with something. During weekends when kindergarten was off, he would usually come looking for Xie Bao. However, not this week. At this moment, Xie Ping was in the ghost realm making arrangements for the ghost officials to look after an elderly white-haired person named Bai Wei. The ghost official nodded humbly, acknowledging the instruction, then asked, "May we inquire about the relationship between this elder and your highness?" Xie Ping paused and answered, "A friend. A friend of the prince must not be an ordinary wandering spirit." The ghost official nodded again. "Shall we assist you by arranging for her to work within the ghost realm?" For a wandering soul to be able to work in the ghost realm was a tremendous blessing. Not only would they avoid the suffering of reincarnation, but their souls would endure eternally. It was akin to a permanent position within the ghost realm. But Xie Ping raised an eyebrow and responded, "No need. If she mentions Xiao Sujie Bao, or Xie Ping, help her find a good place." The ghost official nodded, saying, "Understood, your highness. There's one more thing. Since you've gone to the mortal world for 1,000 years, do you know when you'll return?" As Xie Ping gazed at the misty black clouds ahead, he responded, "Soon." The ghost official lowered his voice and whispered beside Xie Ping, "Your highness hasn't been in the ghost realm for a long time, and it seems the pressure from that other party is increasing. Cannot suppress it?" Xie Ping coldly laughed. "Let him come out then. Tell him that staying confined in Fangtianyu jail is to ensure his survival. If he dares to break free from the jail, he will not find freedom or peace but destruction." The ghost official shivered at the chill in Xie Ping's tone, only daring to nod repeatedly in response. Legends of this young ghost king have circulated in the ghost realm for 1,000 years. However, the events were so ancient that most existing versions may lack credibility. No one knows the connection between the prisoner in Fangtianyu jail and the ghost king except that it was rumored that he offended a minor deity from the celestial realm. After finishing his instructions, Xie Ping was just about to leave when he heard the ringing sound of the silver bells. In the next moment, his figure disappeared amidst the encircling black clouds of the ghost realm. Without the oppressive presence surrounding him, the ghost official straightened up, wiping sweat from his forehead. The ghost realm's greatest and most powerful ghost king throughout its history was known for his unmatched strength, though he never stayed in the ghost realm for long. Truly terrifying. No, terrifying for ghosts. He had just sighed in relief when, not far off on the long yellow earth road, he saw a white-haired old woman staggering along. Because of Xie Ping's instructions, the ghost official treated all elderly women with great importance and quickly approached her, escorting the old woman to the side of the bridge. Bai Wei held the ghost official's hand and asked, "Is this ahead the bridge of forgetfulness?" "Exactly so, Grandma," replied the ghost official. "After crossing this bridge, the past will turn into nothing more than yellow dust on the road." Bai Wei paused for a moment before suddenly speaking up. "I have a favor to ask of you, young sir." The ghost official replied, "What is it?" "My name is Bai Wei. I had a lover named Shimu in my life. We promised to stay together forever, but I couldn't keep that promise." The pace of Bai Wei's voice was slow, yet the ghost official patiently waited until she finished speaking. "I got sick, and my mind often became confused, but I always remembered that he said, no matter how far I went, he would come to pick me up. One day, I followed a group of people to a strange place where they told me to call Shimu and ask him for money. Shimu earned every penny through hard work. In his early years, he even lived in the basement to save a few $100s. I couldn't give away his money to others. The few individuals grew very angry after that. Later, I didn't remember what happened. All I knew was that I was waiting for him to pick me up at home, but he never came. I know he wasn't doing it on purpose. Later, I met a little girl who looked obedient and pretty, very charming. She said her name was Xie Bao, and she would send me home." The ghost official's eyes lit up. It seemed that the wandering soul his highness had asked him to take care of earlier was exactly this grandmother. "Later, I met Shimu and realized that we could no longer meet again in this lifetime. This life, it was I who broke the agreement, and I'm sorry to him. That's why I'd like to ask if I can wait for him here. We'll hold hands and cross the bridge together, so that we may be together in the next life." The ghost official nodded. "Certainly, don't worry, I'll help you watch out for him." Granny Bai Wei happily nodded and sat down on a stone by the side of the bridge, her eyes constantly looking at the long yellow earth road. From deep within the black fog, came sounds of thunder shaking the heavens, causing the ghost official to shake his head. "That person is creating a commotion again. Grandma, don't be afraid." By the time Xie Ping arrived at Li Minghan's house, it was already dark outside. Xie Bao and Li Minghan were each hugging a doll, both lying on the soft carpet, asleep. Xie Ping walked over and picked up the silver bell from Xie Bao's hand. Xie Bao opened her eyes and sat up. "You're here, Xiao Pingzi." Li Minghan also woke up, stood up and walked to one side, turning on the room light. Upon recognizing Xie Ping, he immediately regained his energy. "You've finally come. Quickly tap my forehead so I can see the vengeful ghost, just like last time, right?" Xie Ping listened to Xie Bao ramble on for a while before understanding what they wanted to do. "There's no need for such trouble," Xie Ping said. "She still retains her memories, and I can let you see them." Li Minghan patted Xie Ping's shoulder. "You have such abilities, why didn't you tell us earlier? You're like a human video recorder." Xie Ping glanced at the little girl sitting on the bed and snapped his fingers. Xie Bao and Li Minghan felt dizzy as they blinked their eyes open and found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place. When Li Minghan opened his eyes, he realized he was floating in midair, which startled him so much that he immediately clung tightly to Xie Bao's arm. "Are we souls separating again?" "Not exactly," explained Xie Ping. "In her memories, we do not exist, so we are in this state." Xie Bao shook off Li Minghan's grip. "Xiaoming, it's okay. We won't fall." Still frightened, Li Minghan shifted his grip and tightly held onto the hem of Xie Bao's clothes instead. Their location seemed to be inside a villa. The little girl sat quietly on the sofa in the living room. Soon, they saw a young woman covering her face as she rushed into the living room, her hair disheveled, tears streaming from her eyes. Li Minghan spoke up. "Isn't that my aunt?" The little girl, seeing her mother, immediately jumped off the sofa and ran to her mother's arms. "Mom, what's wrong? Did Grandma hit you again?" The young aunt knelt down, holding the little girl in her arms and shaking her head as she cried. "Sweetheart, Mommy is fine." "You're lying. There's no way you're fine." The little girl hugged her mother and began crying too. "Grandma's hits hurt really badly, I know." Judging by the way she talked, it seemed like she had endured quite a lot of beatings herself. Soon, Grandma's son's voice echoed through the house. She stormed out with a broomstick in her hand, glaring furiously. "You useless thing. I told you to wash the clothes, and instead, you used the washing machine? Do you have any idea how expensive my son's clothes are? Since you didn't break them, it doesn't matter to you anyway, right?" Auntie stood up, shielding the frightened little girl behind her, her voice trembling weakly. "Mom, I checked. This clothing can be washed in the machine. It's freezing winter, and there's no way I could wash all those clothes in cold water." The little girl looked at her mother's hands frozen bright red and quickly tucked her mother's hands into her own coat. The empty house had no heating, and she was wearing very few clothes despite the freezing weather. Her lips turned deep purple, yet she never once complained about the cold. Seeing her daughter's face, Auntie started crying and spoke. "There's actually underfloor heating installed in this house, but you won't let me turn it on. Look at how frozen she has become. Please, just open the heating." Before she could finish speaking, Grandma's son swung the stick and hit her. "You ungrateful good-for-nothing. Wanting to use the heating too. My son works hard outside to make money, while you stay home and live in luxury. And now you dare to use the heating? Is electricity free of charge then?" Auntie couldn't take it anymore and shouted through her tears. "Mom, this house was paid for entirely by me. From renovation to utility bills, everything has been covered by me. No need for your son to spend any money." Grandma's son exploded in anger. "You shameless little slut. Is that even your money? When you married into our son family, you became entirely ours, body and soul. Now what's left of your money? That's my dowry. Of course it's my money. Once you married into our family, it all belongs to my son. You cheap woman, not only did you give birth to a baby girl who costs us money, but you even dared to use the washing machine and heating? If I hadn't been merciful enough to keep you from getting kicked out of this house, you'd already be homeless. Mom, if you dare talk back to me again, neither of you will eat dinner tonight." Auntie bit her lower lip and ultimately remained silent. Li Minghan was already boiling with rage, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to fight someone. "What kind of person is this? According to my mom, before my uncle met my aunt, he earned only 3,000 yuan per month working a menial job. After marrying my aunt, he got into Mr. C's company, which gave him a stable high-income job. The house and car were provided entirely by my aunt. At first, we thought since she married so lowly, they would surely treat her respectfully. Who knew that my aunt, who's the daughter of a rich family, would suffer like this? In the end, Auntie still washed that bucket of clothes in icy water. The originally delicate and beautiful fingers were now full of chilblains, oozing pus. Swollen and ugly to look at, touching cold water caused immense pain, and after warming up, the itching was unbearable. But she didn't even have enough money to buy a single bottle of ointment for her chilblains. After marriage, believing in her husband, she handed over all her money to him. Now, all her finances were controlled by Grandma's son. At dinner time, neither her nor her daughter had the privilege to sit at the table. They could only stand beside to serve Grandma's son and her husband. Only after they finished eating could she and her daughter share some leftover food. Even after that, Annie had to clean the dishes. Li Minghan was already seething with anger but powerless, jumping around angrily. "Ah, I'm so angry. That old hag actually dared to treat my aunt like this. I'll beat her to death." Xie Bao also frowned, rolled up her sleeves, and clenched her fists. "Xie Bao will help you beat her up." The scene shifted again. This time Annie was pregnant. Through some so-called folks' secret methods, Grandma's son determined this would be a boy, making her incredibly happy. Annie's life improved somewhat as all sorts of supplements were brought to her, even though she was unable to eat much more. "Hurry up, this is an old hen from my hometown village. Quickly eat it. It will strengthen my grandson." Annie frowned and said, "I've eaten so much today already. The doctor said I shouldn't overeat supplements because it could make the baby too large, putting the mother's life in danger during childbirth." Grandma's son picked up the chicken soup and forced it down Auntie's throat. "Eat. My grandson will definitely be healthier if he's fatter. Don't listen to what the doctors say. They're just talking about risks. Which woman hasn't gone through childbirth like passing through the gates of hell? Hurry up and eat. Chapter 93. She's only worth 200 yuan. Li Minghan watched his aunt furrow her brows, but still drink the bowl of chicken soup. Only then did Grandma's son leave in satisfaction. The aunt lay in bed, tossing and turning uncomfortably, unable to sleep. She could only wait until Grandma's son and her husband fell asleep, then sneak off to the toilet to induce vomiting. Every time she drank the supplements Grandma's son gave her, she felt an urge to vomit, as if her body was instinctively rejecting the food offered to her. However, she couldn't refuse or throw up at all because if she threw up even a sip, Grandma's son would definitely force her to drink more supplements. She struggled through the 10 months of pregnancy. After many prenatal checkups, the doctor always looked worriedly at her, saying that the baby had grown too big, making childbirth risky. Grandma's son would each time pull her hand and grumble as she took her out of the hospital. Later, during labor, the baby wouldn't come out naturally, so the doctor suggested an epidural or a C-section, which needed the consent of the family members. Grandma's son refused without hesitation. What? A C-section? Absolutely not. Don't think I don't know that a C-section is bad for the child. Babies born through natural birth are smarter. I strongly oppose the C-section. The doctor could only say, now that the baby has grown too large, there will be danger to the mother if it's a normal delivery. Didn't people give birth this way in ancient times? There wasn't any C-section back then either. I say it to doctors who aren't up to par. Anyway, I don't care. She's my daughter-in-law, and if she's told no C-section, then it's no C-section. And what about this painless injection? No way. Don't think that I'm unaware. All your tricks aim at making that money-losing woman comfortable, not considering my grandson. Seeing the unreasonable Grandma's son, the doctor could only ask the husband, Sir, continuing like this will cost both your wife and son their lives. The husband stood behind Grandma's son and timidly spoke. Everything will follow my mom's decision. The doctors exchanged looks, while in the delivery room, cries from the aunt were constant. Grandma's son, glancing around with shifty eyes, pulled out a red envelope secretly from her pocket and tried to slip it into the doctor's hands. I know you've worked hard on this matter, and this little token is just some gratuity. The outcome of the woman inside doesn't matter, but my grandson must be safe. Wearing sterile gloves, the doctor stepped back quickly and said seriously, Miss Sun, what you're doing is illegal. I cannot accept this. According to the law, before the baby is born, they do not enjoy basic human rights, and we will prioritize the life safety of the mother. Grandma's son turned red with anger and started shouting loudly. If you can't keep my grandson alive, I'll stir up trouble at your hospital. I'll visit every day and file complaints, because this is manslaughter. In the delivery room, the aunt, nearing fainting due to pain, heard Grandma's son's voice and her husband's voice and felt her heart chill to the bone. Back then, she had fallen in love with a penniless husband, ignoring her family's disapproval to marry him, never expecting that betting everything on him would end up like this. Her vision flickered between brightness and darkness as her consciousness became unclear. In the end, the doctor leaned over to tell her that even if the family disagreed, she could make the final decision herself by signing. Thus, a strong survival desire surged within her. She couldn't just depart like this. She still had a daughter to take care of. Given Grandma's son's nature, if she passed away, what kind of life would her daughter have afterward? With trembling hands, she rose and signed the patient notification form. The doctors quickly arranged the epidural and C-section, and she finally delivered the child after a narrow escape. When the child was born, it weighed a full 11 pounds, much larger than normal infants 2 or 3 months old. His cry was loud and clear, but his birth nearly took half of the aunt's life. Because of birthing him, she suffered health issues and spent 2 whole years in the hospital before being discharged. During her hospital stay, she didn't even dare look at the son she had given birth to. Compared to her own flesh and blood, he seemed more like a demon draining her nutrients and vitality. During these 2 years that the aunt was hospitalized, Grandma's son was taking care of the little girl. Initially, the aunt was uneasy about this and wanted to hire a nanny for the little girl, but Grandma's son rejected the idea. The husband always showed great respect towards Grandma's son, and not wanting to argue needlessly with her husband, the aunt let the matter slide. Looking back now, the aunt regrets her choice immensely. The scene shifted again. The little girl trailed behind Grandma's son, looking up and asking softly, Grandma, can I go see Mom today? Look, what are you looking at? You ungrateful brat, eating our food and wearing our clothes, and yet having so many demands. Grandma's son shoved her irritably. I also have to send you to school. What a waste of my time. Starting tomorrow, you walk yourself to school and don't delay me from taking care of my grandson at home. Xie Bao sighed. The little girl at that time was about the same age as her, only 3 or 4 years old, probably still in the kindergarten small class. The kindergarten wasn't close to home, but she had to walk alone. The little girl hung her head and silently followed behind her grandma. Xie Bao thought it was Grandma's son who made the little girl walk to school alone that led to her going missing, but the truth wasn't like this. During the way to school, a rather creepy-looking uncle had been following them. The little girl seemed to sense something. Even though she was very scared of Grandma's son, she recognized her as someone she knew, so she anxiously pulled on Grandma's son's clothing corner. But Grandma's son found her annoying and would always push her away. That man seemed to notice Grandma's son didn't like her granddaughter much and ducked into a nearby alleyway. Just as the little girl relaxed slightly, she saw a Taoist-dressed person holding a flag that read, Free Fortune Telling, walking straight towards Grandma's son and the little girl. Dear sir, please stop. The Taoist blocked Grandma's son and said, Female sir, I observe your face. There is great misfortune awaiting you soon. Grandma's son frowned. What nonsense about misfortune? I don't believe in fortune-telling. Go away. Go. The Taoist quickly responded. Does this female sir recently have a new chubby big grandson? As soon as the big grandson was mentioned, Grandma's son paused for a moment, some joy appearing on her face. Can you really calculate this? Seems you've got some skills after all. The Taoist stroked his beard. It's just that your grandson will die soon. Grandma's son was greatly startled. What did you say? The Taoist glanced at the little girl hiding behind Grandma's son, pointing at her and saying, she has a heavenly calamity fate and will bring death to all siblings around her. Grandma's son took a look at the little girl, immediately biting her teeth and slapping the little girl across the face. I knew you're not good. The little girl received an unexpected slap, yet dared not cry, only clutching Grandma's son's clothes edge and pleading. I'm not a heavenly calamity star, Grandma. Please don't abandon me. At this moment, Grandma's son had already decided to find a secluded place to abandon the little girl. How could she listen to what the little girl was saying, shoving her forcefully? You calamity star, stay far away from me. The little girl sat blankly on the ground, completely at a loss. The Taoist then suggested, why not hand her over to me? With my many years of power, perhaps I can transform her. Grandma's son was worrying about how to get rid of the little girl. After hearing the Taoist's words, she hurriedly handed the little girl over to him. Then bother master for this matter. My daughter has been raised by me for so many years. The Taoist immediately noticed Grandma's son's intentions and took out 2 red bills. I'm transforming her also as an act of kindness, not for profit. If this isn't enough, then take this girl back. Grandma's son accepted the 200 yuan and left without looking back. The little girl wailed loudly at the back, trying to chase after her grandma, but was firmly held by the Taoist who wouldn't let her go. Chapter 94, The Little Girl's Experience. The Taoist priest dragged the little girl along while walking into the alley. The cries of the little girl soon drew a crowd, with some people frequently looking back at her. The priest, fearing someone might call the police, struck the girl harshly across the face and loudly said, Why are you so disobedient? Your master merely scolded you a few times, and you snuck down the mountain, even stealing the incense money from the temple. Do you know that is a month's food budget for the brothers at the temple? Dazed by the slap, the little girl couldn't even cry properly. After hearing the Taoist priest's words, onlookers changed their initial suspicion to judgment, believing that the girl was too misbehaved. They quickly dispersed. A few tried to persuade him, saying the child didn't know better, urging him not to hit her so hard. The priest held her and nodded at the onlookers. Yes. I just lost my temper. She's the youngest sister at our Taoist monastery. Usually everyone spoils her. Struggling desperately, the little girl's face swelled up and she could barely speak, but still managed to cry out incoherently. No, I don't know him. Please save me, save me. However, no one could clearly hear what she was saying, and soon no one paid attention to this minor episode. The priest smirked coldly and dragged her into a small alley where the scruffy uncle waited at the end. Shit, almost got caught, you little brat. The priest kicked the little girl and cursed. That damn old woman wanted 200 yuan from me too. The scruffy uncle took out a thick stack of paper bills and shoved it into the priest's hands. So what if it was 200 yuan? This is profit without cost. You've made big money here. Seeing the money, the priest immediately grinned and began counting greedily with his tongue licking his fingers. There were 5,000 yuan. Excited, he stashed away the money and asked, This month, you've had me bring you 7 or 8 little girls already. What do you need so many little girls for? The scruffy uncle lit a cigarette and said, Mind your own business. If it's none of your concern, shut your mouth. The priest instantly felt a chill run down his spine and hastily agreed. Yes. It won't hurt to tell you this. It should be the last one. The scruffy uncle snorted. Once this job is done, I'll never have to worry about the rest of my life. Laughing, the priest watched as the scruffy uncle picked up the little girl and walked away. Xie Bao looked carefully at the scruffy uncle and suddenly spoke. What the little girl said earlier sounds like it's him. Li Minghan clenched his fists and slammed them onto the ground, shouting, Who? That's the uncle who said he would peel her skin and drink her blood. I remember her saying he had a mole on his nose. Xie Bao tilted her head. And this uncle has a mole on his nose too. Li Minghan screamed towards the sky. Arg. I want to punch that old lady right now. Xi Ping then spoke. There will be a chance. But according to his words, this isn't the first little girl he has kidnapped. What does he need so many little girls for? Both Xie Bao and Li Minghan are innocent children and naturally didn't speculate much. However, Xi Ping seemed to have some inkling, directly skipping over the next segment of memory. Why did you skip that? Li Minghan asked. Xi Ping crossed his arms and coldly said, That part isn't worth watching. It would only make you angrier. Let's jump straight to how she died. Xie Bao's cheeks were flushed red, clearly very upset. They are truly wicked, even worse than the ghost of grievances. Xi Ping glanced at Xie Bao and said, Some hearts are dirtier than sewers. People aren't all good, ghosts aren't necessarily all evil. Those wicked grievance spirits weren't evil because they turned into grievance spirits, but because they were bad people in life, and after death became grievance spirits who caused chaos. And as for ghosts like Bai Qing and the little girl, they died in such a terrible manner that even transformed by strong grievance energy into grievance spirits, they simply seek revenge and won't harm innocents. Xie Bao looked down at the little girl. By now, she was covered in wounds, her clothes filthy and smelly, her skirt full of bloodstains. Outside, it sounded as though someone was talking. How many young girls has Dazhuang ruined these past years? Supposedly for offering to the mountain god, but hasn't he always been the first to enjoy them? You'd better lower your voice. If Dazhuang hears you, you'll be in trouble. There are no more female children in our village, and only Dazhuang can obtain them from outside. If it wasn't for Dazhuang bringing female children for human skin drums, would our village be so peaceful? But those human skin drums are too expensive. Our village has to gather several million yuan each year for Dazhuang. Hush, he's coming, stop talking. The dark underground warehouse was opened by a man who walked in and lifted the little girl from the ground. Behind him trailed two plainly dressed villagers. Dazhuang, squinting, tied the little girl to an iron bed and took out a sharp razor blade, chillingly saying, "Do you know how to properly peel a complete child's skin? Only drums made of these unblemished skins can satisfy the mountain god." The two villagers stammered fearfully, "This, only you, brother Dazhuang, could know this kind of thing, right? With my good mood today, I wouldn't mind sharing it with you as an act of kindness." Dazhuang grabbed the little girl's hair, continuing while moving. "First, shave off all her beautiful hair, then cut open a small patch of scalp like this, and use a syringe to slowly inject mercury into the wound. When the skin touches the mercury, it begins to bubble. Lastly, fill the entire body with mercury, making it swell like a balloon. So entertaining. Just wait a few days, and a complete human skin will naturally peel off." The two villagers witnessed the entire process and almost simultaneously ran outside to clutch a big tree, vomiting. Chapter 95, Hanging Grandma's Son for Beating. Li Minghan instinctively closed his eyes as Xie Ping lifted his hand and covered Xiao Jiabao's eyes. Xiao Jiabao blinked and said, "Big brother's eye Pingzi, I actually already saw." Xie Ping said, "Don't look anymore. Let's go out." The next moment, the scene in front of them reverted to Li Minghan's room. The little girl clutched her head, looking extremely anguished. As soon as Li Minghan opened his eyes, he turned over, intending to rush out. Xie Ping coldly asked, "Where are you going?" "Of course, I'm going to tell my aunt that her daughter was deliberately abandoned." Li Minghan ground his teeth angrily. This grandma's son is truly a demon. That was her own granddaughter, yet she sold her for just 200 yuan. If it weren't for her, my aunt's daughter wouldn't have turned into a vengeful ghost. Xie Ping shook his head. "No evidence." Xiao Jiabao also nodded in agreement. "Big brother says we must have evidence when speaking. Even police officers need evidence to catch criminals." Li Minghan stormed around on the spot twice before dejectedly saying, "Then what should we do? We can't possibly do nothing, right? Shall we just let her continue bullying my aunt?" Xiao Jiabao raised her fists and joyfully shouted loudly, "Big brother says we need evidence to talk. But who needs evidence to beat someone up? As long as we don't say anything, we can hit her." Xie Ping turned his head and looked at her. "Who taught you that?" Xiao Jiabao scratched the back of her head. "Big brother." Xie Ping fell silent for a while. How exactly does this Su family raise their children? He glanced at Xiao Jiabao's sparkling eyes and hesitated a moment. Although they're not doing too badly after all. Li Minghan suddenly stood up. "Good. Then we beat her. She should still be in the guest room. We'll sneak over there quietly." Xiao Jiabao nodded and followed him. It was already 9:30 at night. Grandma's son was still sitting with little cousin in the living room downstairs, watching cartoons. The sound was incredibly loud, and the entire villa could hear it. Mrs. Li had come by several times, asking her to lower the volume. Grandma's son spat sunflower seed shells onto the exquisite cashmere carpet and rolled her eyes, saying, "Rich people are just delicate. I'm old, my ears don't work well, I can't hear." Mrs. Li glanced at her watch. Her sister would likely return by 10:30, so she didn't want things to get ugly with this old woman, thus choosing to endure it silently and return straight to her room. Not long after, she seemed to hear several dull thuds. Thinking what kind of trouble the old lady was stirring again, just as she was about to step out and take a look, she heard her son's voice. "Oh, Xiao Jiabao, don't hit the head, don't hit the head. With your strength, you might kill her next time." Xiao Jiabao asked seriously, "Then where should I hit?" Li Minghan replied, "Hit the butt then." Xiao Jiabao quickly put a burlap sack over Grandma's son's head and tied little cousin up along with her. Then, right in front of little cousin, she pulled down Grandma's son's pants. After looking around for a while, she finally dragged out an electric fly swatter from the nearby storage room. With the help of Xie Ping, they gave Grandma's son a thorough beating, after which they hung her up entirely, right outside the entrance to the Li family villa. Grandma's son's screams were quite loud. The previously empty area in front of the Li family villa was now crowded due to her loud yelling. However, Grandma's son herself had her entire head covered, having no idea what had happened. Still, she continued shouting and hurling increasingly foul insults. The winter night was particularly cold, and given that Grandma's son had been stripped off some clothes by Xiao Jiabao, she was left frozen for over an hour outside. It wasn't until uncle and aunt came to pick up little cousin that Grandma's son was released. Who would have thought that Grandma's son had such strong constitution? Despite being frozen outside for more than an hour, she suffered no serious problems and merely lay in Uncle's arms moaning, "Yeah." Uncle held Grandma's son and angrily said, "What exactly is going on here? My sister and I just went abroad to handle some affairs, and this is how your family treats my mother?" Mrs. Li covered her mouth, feigning surprise. I don't even know what happened. Grandma's son was watching TV in the living room just now. How did she end up hanging outside the door in the blink of an eye?" Grandma's son cursed violently. "You little wretch, you don't even feel guilty for lying. I screamed so loud for so long outside. I don't believe you didn't hear it." Mrs. Li rolled her eyes. "Then I apologize, but I was in the room and all I heard was the television. How could I hear anything else?" I assumed you were still watching TV in the living room. You're making it up. Grandma's son grabbed hold of Uncle and tried to stand. Call out that good-for-nothing brat of yours, and the 1,000-knife-slicing bitch from the Sioux family. I won't let them go today. Auntie stood by the side and quietly said, Mom, let's leave it at this. You see, there are so many people watching here. It's not a good impression. Whatever issues we have, let's talk about them when we get home. Talk about it at home? Would you consider my feelings? I, an old woman, got bullied like this and all you can think of is protecting your own family, huh? Annie tried to explain softly. That's not what I mean. You exactly are. Marrying into our family was truly 8 lifetimes of bad luck. I'll make sure my son divorces you sooner or later. Realizing arguing with Grandma's son was useless, Auntie could only keep silent. Uncle also chimed in. You're really something, aren't you? Mom suffered such a great wrong, and instead of helping her, you want her to forgive and forget. Before, my mom used to say that you always pushed her around back home, but I didn't believe her. Now, it seems like she wasn't lying after all. Lifting her tear-filled eyes, Auntie retorted. I didn't do anything. Who's pushing who here? Don't you have eyes to see it yourself? If you had any consideration for Mom, you'd ask your sister to bring out those children who bullied her and give them a proper lesson. Uncle angrily rebuked her. People should stand for truth, not for family ties. But now I see how unreasonable you are becoming. Having no other choice, Auntie bit her lip and sobbed softly, calling out, Sis. Mrs. Lee looked disdainfully at Auntie and coldly chuckled. So you accuse my son and the Sioux family girl of hitting you. Do you have any evidence? Your head was covered. Shouldn't you be unable to see who hit you? And still you're so sure it's my son. This doesn't even need any proof. Grandma's son cut in. It's them. I heard their voices. Mrs. Lee crossed her arms. Hearing something cannot count as evidence, right? My grandson saw it too. He witnessed everything. Mrs. Lee called over the young cousin. Tell me, who beat your grandma? Already terrified stiff, the little boy remembered Xie Bao pounding on his grandma and couldn't help feeling scared. All the usual arrogance disappeared from him as he turned pale and shook his head. I don't know. Grandma's son hugged her trembling grandson tenderly. They've scared him to death. You evil ones. You see, even your grandson says he doesn't know. Mrs. Lee calmly said. Looks like it was just your one-sided accusation regarding Xie Bao beating you. Check the security cameras then, interjected Auntie's husband next to Grandma's son, decisively addressing Mrs. Lee. The surveillance won't wrong anyone, will it? Chapter 96 Auntie, it seems like your daughter has something to say to you. When Lady Lee first heard the voice of Li Minghan, she knew that this matter was their doing. So almost immediately and decisively, she retracted her foot that was about to step out of the room and called the security office to have them handle matters like surveillance tapes. Now faced with the request from her brother-in-law to check the surveillance, Lady Lee firmly stated, the home surveillance system has been broken for several days. It cannot be checked. Her brother-in-law angrily responded. Such a large villa cannot possibly have all its surveillance systems broken. If one is damaged, there are always others. If I say they're all broken, then they're all broken. Lady Lee's presence was equally commanding. Are you saying you can't understand what I am saying? Her brother-in-law was intimidated by Lady Lee's aura and couldn't get another word out. A 7-foot man actually being scared by a woman seemed somewhat embarrassing. Her brother-in-law's eyes darted around and landed on his sister, standing quietly beside him, wiping away silent tears. He had finally found a vent for his anger. Look at her. Is there even one reasonable person in your family? Looks like what my mother said is true. Women like you should never be coddled. Now you've even started to talk back to men. Lady Lee's sister bit her lips, enduring all this silently. Li Minghan, hidden somewhere nearby, could no longer bear to watch. He ran out shouting. It's not related to my aunt that your mom got hit. So what gives you the right to scold her? Her brother-in-law saw Li Minghan as just a kid, completely disregarding him. He helped Grandma's son sit down and forcibly pulled Lady Lee's sister out of the room. You always say how good your sister's family is, but I see they're just a bunch of unreasonable barbarians. Follow me home, and let's see what happens when I discipline you properly. Lady Lee stepped forward and held onto her sister's hand. What are you trying to do? Commit domestic violence. Her brother-in-law furiously shook off her hand. This is my personal matter, none of your business. Lady Lee confronted him fiercely. She's my younger sister, and it's none of my business to intervene. Lady Lee's sister sobbed uncontrollably in between. Little Xie Bao came over, looked up at her, and suddenly spoke. If you go back with him, he will beat you. Her brother-in-law glared at little Xie Bao. Is it your place to speak? The next moment, his wrists suddenly hurt, unable to hold on to her sister anymore, and he instinctively let go. Si Ping stood behind little Xie Bao, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Who gave you permission to touch her? Her brother-in-law was always the type who bullied the weak but feared strength. Though Si Ping was young, the aura of supremacy he radiated sent shivers down everyone's spines. Instantly, he became submissive and dared not to utter a word. Lady Lee pulled her sister into the living room, and her brother-in-law also brought Grandma's son inside. Lady Lee took out 2 tissues and handed them to her sister. Why don't you just divorce him already? They eat your food, drink your drinks, use your things, yet treat you like this. Lady Lee's sister sobbed and shook her head. I can't leave him. I can't let my child lose his father. Little Xie Bao glanced at the little cousin next to her and tilted her head. Why would the little cousin losing his dad happen if you split up with him? Would the uncle die if you broke up with him? Her brother-in-law was nearly driven mad by little Xie Bao's innocent remarks, but with Si Ping nearby, he didn't dare make a move and could only swallow his fury. Lady Lee chuckled. Yes, what a useless husband, divorced from my sister. Wouldn't he starve to death? Little Xie Bao scoffed. That uncle looks like a parasite. Lady Li carried little Xie Bao and placed her on her lap. She found this little one's words quite amusing. Ever since little Xie Bao saved Li Minghan last time and drove away the unscrupulous master, Lady Li had become very affectionate toward little Xie Bao. Lady Li talked to little Xie Bao. How do you know about parasites? My fourth elder brother told me. Little Xie Bao innocently answered while hugging her arms. Fourth elder brother said that if I ate too much junk food, there would be parasites in my stomach. Parasites are bad bugs that can only survive by depending on me. And since uncle depends on Annie to live, is uncle also a parasite? Lady Li laughed and mocked sarcastically. Xie Bao is really smart. Yes, the uncle is a parasite. Little Xie Bao nodded seriously. Then I can ask my fourth elder brother. He is the parasite fighter. He can expel all the parasites. After saying that, she really bent her head, wanting to look for her phone in her bag to call her fourth brother. Lady Li chuckled. This parasite is too small. There's no need to call your fourth elder brother. She raised her head and coldly stared at the two of them. Sis, did you bring your ID? Lady Li's sister paused. Yes, I did. You're staying here tonight, and I'll see who dares to take you away. Tomorrow morning, as soon as the Civil Affairs Bureau opens, the two of you will go and get this divorce finalized. Lady Li announced decisively. The younger sister glanced at her husband, biting her lower lip. Her feelings for her husband had already grown very distant. When she was young, she had once loved him passionately. She thought that although he wasn't good with words, his heart was good, respectful to his parents. He would certainly be a man of responsibility. But after so many years of marriage, she had long realized that her husband was nothing more than a timid, fearful mama's boy raised under the shadow of an overbearing mother. The only reason she hadn't chosen divorce was because she feared hurting their child. Their child was still so young. If mom and dad got divorced, would he be mocked by other children in kindergarten? Would he be looked down upon? The younger sister was confused about what to do, and when she lifted her head, she happened to see Xiao Jiabao looking at her too. Xiao Jiabao's eyes seemed to pierce through people's souls, clearly seeing all her hesitation and inner conflict. Frightened, she clutched the couch beneath her. Sis, maybe we should just let this matter drop. We're all family, and I have lived pretty well at their place. Lady Li was almost driven mad by her own sister's weakness. She knew Grandma's son always favored boys over girls, and ever since her younger sister gave birth to a boy, she treated her even worse. But this younger sister of hers, having such a soft heart, was completely out of control. Just as the younger sister was about to pick up her nephew to return home with her husband, Xiao Jiabao suddenly spoke up. Auntie, it seems like your daughter has something to say to you. The younger sister paused, disbelief evident on her face. How do you know I have a daughter? Grandma's son's expression changed, seemingly anxious as she pulled the younger sister's hand and led her out. What does a little baby know? Hurry up and come home with me. Don't listen to her nonsense. Lady Li glanced at Xiao Jiabao and immediately stood up. Xiao Jiabao can see things ordinary people cannot. It was Xiao Jiabao who solved Xiao Ming's high fever last time. She is a good child who never tells lies. Finally, the younger sister stopped moving. Chapter 97. The overbearing big brother supporting the scene. Auntie Xiao broke free from Grandma's son's grip and stood at the door, gazing at Xiao Bao with deep longing and sorrow in her eyes. I don't care who told you this, but if you know where my daughter is, please tell me. I've been searching for her for so long. She's right here now. Xiao Bao pointed behind Grandma Sunday. Whatever you're saying now, she can hear every word. Grandma's son instantly turned pale with fear and quickly looked back. There was nothing but empty space behind her, no one there. With a sigh of relief, she determined that Xiao Bao must be lying. Annie Xiao stood there, taking 2 seconds to understand what Xiao Bao meant. You mean, she is already? Xiao Bao, looking at the little girl standing behind Grandma's son, kept silent, her lips pressed tightly together. If Li Minghan could see the current state of the little girl, he would undoubtedly have hidden behind her without hesitation. Her originally smooth, white skin started peeling off gradually. Blood began to seep out of her body and soon pooled on the ground. The scene was horrifying. Si Ping originally didn't want Xiao Bao to witness it, fearing it might give her nightmares. But Xiao Bao intently observed as the once beautiful child transformed into an extremely hideous ghost. Her clear, innocent eyes brimmed with curiosity. The little girl soon lunged and grabbed Grandma's son by the throat. However, her strength was too weak. Even after becoming a resentful ghost and drifting in the human world for such a long time, her power remained pitifully feeble. Why? Why did you sell me? The little girl screamed furiously. Why do you treat mom like this? We've been so obedient, so obedient. Why couldn't you just let mom and me go? Soon, heart-wrenching cries echoed through the room. Annie Xiao looked towards the direction of the little girl, sensing something deeply. Are you saying, my daughter? Is there? Xiao Bao nodded slightly. How did she die? Auntie Xiao asked tremulously. Xiao Bao glanced at Grandma's son and whispered, a bad uncle took her away. Grandma's son handed her over to the bad uncle. Annie Xiao took a deep breath. For years, she had believed her daughter had merely gotten lost by accident. She had reported it to the police, and they promised to inform her immediately if any news of her daughter came up. Even though there had been no word for several years, Annie Xiao always believed that her daughter was living somewhere, possibly suffering the same pain she herself endured while waiting for her mother to come rescue her. She never imagined that her daughter had already died 4 years ago. And worse yet, this was because of Grandma's son's deliberate actions. At this moment, Grandma's son was also frightened. Shock ran across her face as she stared at Xiao Bao, a 4-year-old child. How could she know about this? Facing her daughter-in-law's accusing eyes, Grandma's son thought of her usual docility and assumed that, as with previous times, she would endure the situation quietly. Thus, she loudly protested. You don't trust me, but I'm her own grandmother. How can you listen to a stranger's gossip? I tell you, if I had done such a heinous thing, may heaven strike me down. Seeing Grandma's son make such a dire oath, Auntie Xiao, who had initially trusted Xie Bao, started to waver. When Uncle Xiao noticed Auntie Xiao's hesitating demeanor, he knew she wasn't entirely steadfast in believing Xie Bao. Encouraged, he countered aggressively. Should you believe everything she says? She's just an outsider, not even a part of the Li family. You have no kinship or relation with her, and you're trusting her over your own mother. Sitting on the floor, Grandma's son beat her chest dramatically. Sure, maybe I've treated you harshly before, but I am still her grandmother. How could I ever commit such beastly acts? Uncle Xiao chimed in. It's just a child talking nonsense. And why would you believe her? Your daughter went missing 4 years ago, but this child wasn't even born then. How could she know your daughter was sold by your mother-in-law? Did she witness it firsthand? Auntie Xiao glanced at Xie Bao, and then at Uncle Xiao, stammering. I don't know. After all, this was a matter without evidence. Xie Bao was just a kid. She couldn't doubt her mother-in-law and husband based solely on the word of a child. Mrs. Li had earlier claimed that Xie Bao possessed psychic powers and was very gifted, but Grandma's son hadn't taken her seriously at first. After all the masters she had seen were either old with gray hair or at least adults. How could a 4-year-old child conjure anything significant? But those words Xie Bao had just said matched exactly with the circumstances surrounding the selling of the little girl at the time. Afraid that staying longer might cause Auntie Xiao to truly believe Xie Bao, Grandma's son worried about returning home to a potential divorce conflict with her son. Her own son was still working at the Xie family company. As long as he sat in the office blowing air conditioning, he could earn tens of thousands every month. If he divorced this little tramp, that good job at the Xie family would be gone. She grabbed her brother-in-law's sleeve and gave him a wink. Receiving the cue, her brother-in-law quickly came forward to play the white face, not showing the same arrogance as before. He gently said to Xiao Yi, all right, we just flew back from abroad. We're all quite tired now. It's already so late. Our son needs to sleep. We'll go home first. Whatever matters are between us, they're family matters. Why are you discussing these things with a stranger? Don't you agree? My mom may have indeed neglected the daughter she raised years ago, but I'll talk to her when I get home. Grandma's son rolled her eyes and added, exactly. This matter has passed for so many years now. What's past is past. You now have a son, so stop longing for that daughter. Stop walking around looking mournful. It makes me feel gloomy. The life of a 3 or 4-year-old girl had only just begun but was already over. Yet Grandma's son dismissed her sin with a casual, it's all in the past, burying the girl's entire lifetime. Xiaoyi stood in the hall, uncertain for a moment who to trust. She looked at her husband, then at Xie Bao. I promised her I would help her catch the bad uncle. Xie Bao glanced at the little girl and addressed Xiaoyi. She says she misses you a lot, hopes you will no longer be bullied. You're still talking nonsense here. Grandma's son widened her eyes and approached angrily. If the Su family doesn't know how to raise kids, I don't mind helping them educate them properly. Who says my Su family doesn't know how to raise children? A voice suddenly rang out at the door, and Grandma's son's raised arm was forcefully pushed back by Xi Ping. The brother-in-law's face turned a bit pale. He worked at the Xi family company. Although based on his role, he couldn't directly discuss business with Su Qi, but he had met Su Qi once at a dinner party led by the company's leader. Su Qi was an extremely difficult person to deal with. Xie Bao, it's so late, and you haven't returned home yet. Su Qi sidestepped the brother-in-law at the doorway, walking straight in without even glancing at them. Grandfather asked me to pick you up and take you home. Suddenly remembering something, Xie Bao said, that's right, I should go home. Otherwise, Grandpa will sleep late again. Su Qi picked up Xie Bao and said to Ms. Li, today the Li family seems quite lively. Ms. Li nervously replied, causing a laughingstock for Manager Su. Laughingstock isn't the issue, Su Qi pointedly said. There's no family within our circle without 2 or 3 unsightly incidents, and everyone understands. None will spread it around. But my kid was found only a few months ago, and everyone treats her like their apple of the eye. In this city of Beijing, there's nobody daring enough to mess with the Su family. Do you agree? Ms. Li hurriedly nodded. Of course, of course. Su Qi sat down with Xie Bao on the sofa and leisurely asked, did this grandma hit you earlier, Xie Bao? Xie Bao shook her head. No, grandma didn't manage to hit Xie Bao. Su Qi nodded and ordered, call someone over. Soon several bodyguards dressed in black suits walked in. Su Qi lifted his chin slightly and calmly commanded, give her 2 slaps. Grandma's son became horrified. I didn't hit her just now. You missed hitting her because Xi Ping was nearby, Su Qi stated solemnly. Had he not blocked your hand, wouldn't your slap have landed on our child's face? Grandma's son was held down on the ground with both hands tied behind her back by 2 bodyguards. I didn't hit her anyway. You should be reasonable. Bullying me, an old woman, is no great skill. Su Qi nodded. You're right. Bullying an elderly woman indeed isn't much of a skill. So let's bully your son together then. As soon as he finished speaking, bodyguards also pushed the brother-in-law to the ground. Satisfied, Su Qi commented, is this skillful enough? Mrs. Li and her son, Li Minghan, were watching idly throughout the process. Li Minghan heard Mrs. Li quietly whispering, I said Xie Bao's reasoning skills must have been taught by her big brother. Li Minghan. The brother-in-law knelt on the floor and shouted loudly, Mr. Su, this is all a misunderstanding. Truly, it's all a misunderstanding. My mother is old. She doesn't recognize you and speaks without thinking. Please don't take it personally. Su Qi fixed Xie Bao's messy little braids, finding them displeasing to the eye, so he simply undid them and started redoing them. A tall president nearing 6 feet 2 inches handled this kind of task, as if naturally skilled. In no time, he neatly styled Xie Bao into a comfortable and pretty princess hairstyle. Xie Bao wiggled her head. I like my big brother braiding my hair the most. Not like brother 3, who always pulls out several of Xie Bao's hairs every time. Older brother Suchi opened his mouth satisfactorily. Then we won't let them braid your hair anymore. Xie Bao thought for a moment. But Xie Bao still wants second brother to braid. Even though second brother himself couldn't braid her hair, he had an immensely large hairstylist team at his disposal who would make her braids look very pretty. At this moment, Grandma's son and the brother-in-law, who were kneeling on the floor, had already been slapped several times by those bodyguards. The bodyguards were all highly skilled in martial arts, with bulging biceps under their suit sleeves as if they might burst out of them any second. They'd worked for the Su family for many years, so they knew exactly when to use light force and when to use heavy force. Miss Xie Bao's position in the Su family was universally acknowledged. Not just these two lowly individuals. Anyone who dared to touch a single hair on Miss Su would face severe punishment from Old Master Su, who would rise from his wheelchair just to deal with them. Therefore, their blows were extremely harsh, nearly each slap landing on flesh. After only a few slaps, both their faces had swelled up like pig heads. Grandma's son finally realized how formidable Su Chi could be. She screamed and cried while incessantly bowing her head, begging Su Chi to spare them. Su Chi lifted his finger slightly, signaling the bodyguards to stop their assault. 4 years ago, didn't you sell your granddaughter to someone else? This was what he had heard from Xie Bao upon entering. Grandma's son clenched her teeth and shook her head. No, I absolutely did not do such a thing. Su Chi let out a cold snort and narrowed his eyes. Really no? Grandma's son responded. No. Then keep hitting them. Su Chi casually sat back down again. Grandma's son was terrified from being beaten. A single slap from a guard caused the brother-in-law to lose one of his back molars. Witnessing this, she was so scared that her legs turned limp. She quickly admitted, don't hit me anymore, don't hit me anymore. I admit it. I really handed her over to a man, but that man wasn't a human trafficker. He was a Taoist priest from the mountain. I handed my granddaughter over to him because I hoped he would teach her well. I never intended to sell her. The aunt who had been standing aside screamed suddenly and rushed forward, grabbing Grandma's son by the sleeve. Sobbing loudly, she yelled, You actually sold my daughter. How can you do this? How can you be so heartless? She's your granddaughter. Give her back to me. Give her back. Grandma's son shouted loudly. I just sent her away for discipline. It was like sending her to school. If she hadn't died due to her own incompetence, it wouldn't have anything to do with me. My daughter was obedient. She needed no discipline. The aunt erupted in anger, grabbing Grandma's son's collar and screaming. It's you who killed my daughter. It's you who killed my daughter. Grandma's son shoved the aunt away, breathing heavily as she spoke. She was nothing but a liability. Gone is gone, so what? If it weren't for your unreasonable behavior here, how would this incident have reached the Su family? You're a disgraceful woman, Xie Bao, sitting nearby, stated seriously. You didn't want to send her to school. You know that uncle was a bad person, or you wouldn't have taken money from him. Seated on the ground, Grandma's son found herself speechless. The aunt beside her cried until her voice cracked. Xie Bao saw the little girl gradually return to her original clean and beautiful appearance, floating in midair, looking at her weeping aunt without a trace of emotion. Xie Bao seemed to sense what the little girl was thinking right now. But, Aunt C, you also made a mistake leading to this outcome. Xie Bao climbed down from Su Chi, squatted in front of the aunt, and said, It's because you are too weak that Grandma's son became increasingly domineering day by day. In fact, you could have resisted. You have the ability. Look, Grandma's son doesn't dare to mess with my big brother at all. Sometimes, evil people are actually quite powerless. The aunt paused for a moment. Having lived more than 30 years, she was unable to see as clearly as a 4-year-old girl. Chapter 98, Grandma's son's Retribution. Su Chi sat on the couch, his lips curving with satisfaction as he watched little Xie Bao. Truly worthy of their little Xie Bao, so insightful. Far superior to these fools. Inheriting the Su family business in the future would surely be no less impressive than what he himself could manage. Grandma's son and her son-in-law were beaten half to death. The young cousin was terrified to the extreme, shrinking behind his mother. The aunt looked at her young cousin, sorrow filling her eyes. Due to Grandma's son's influence, she had never been close to her son, who treated her like a servant in the house. Whenever she didn't indulge him, he'd report her to Grandma's son. Then the aunt would be belittled by Grandma's son, deemed worthless, and even beaten while her son stood aside watching coldly, clapping and cheering more often than not. It seemed to him that she wasn't his blood-related mother, but merely a nanny who could be beaten and cursed at will. But now, out of fear, he hid behind her, seeking her protection. Children of this age don't have many complicated thoughts. They instinctively hide behind someone they relatively trust. The aunt covered her face and burst into tears uncontrollably. When her precious daughter was handed over to that villain by Grandma's son, did she ever hide behind Grandma's son seeking protection? But all she got was a hand that pushed her away. The aunt looked at the wretched Grandma's son and her husband, her heart turning as gray as ash in an instant. She stood up and addressed the two cowering on the ground. I want a divorce. No, her brother-in-law blurted out instinctively. I will absolutely not agree to your divorce. You've just been swayed by outsiders. You love me so much. There's no way you'd divorce me. The aunt wiped her tears and seemed to really stand up, not only physically, but mentally. I said, I want to divorce you. The aunt whispered softly. I once loved you, but after so many years, this little love has been eroded bit by you and your mother. If you still have any regard for what I've done for your family, don't make things ugly. I won't agree. As long as I don't consent, you can't divorce me alone. That's right. If my son doesn't agree, there will be no divorce. Grandma's son said resolutely. Do you think you can find a better match after divorcing my son? Who would possibly want you, a fallen woman? Secondhand goods. Madame Lee grabbed Grandma's son's collar and slapped her twice with the back of her hand. I advise you to shut your foul mouth, or I won't hesitate to sew it up. Grandma's son was dizzy from the blows, but as she thought about her son divorcing the aunt, she realized that if they divorced, her life with her son would no longer be as comfortable as before, and it felt like the sky was falling. You can't divorce. You can't divorce. Grandma's son clenched her teeth and dragged the young cousin from behind the aunt. Divorce would harm the child so much. He's only a few years old. Are you going to abandon him? The aunt took a deep breath. He's already 4, with his own ideas. If he chooses to follow me, I'll take him with me. If not, he'll stay with you. Grandma's son's eyes were red as she shouted curses. Is that something a human should say? You're nothing but an animal. Where in the world is there a mother who abandons her child? Unless it's an animal throwing away its offspring. For the many years I've been married into your family, have you ever treated me as a person? In the house, I couldn't even sit at the dinner table. The aunt coldly looked at Grandma's son. I endured for the sake of the child all these years, but I never expected you to treat my child this way. Is a son born but not a daughter? She was so obedient, so sensible. She should have grown up peacefully and happily. Not like today, like this, passing away in childhood. She choked up, almost unable to speak. If it weren't for misjudging the people around her, her daughter wouldn't have had to suffer this fate. And if it weren't for her weakness and tolerance, she wouldn't have become a wandering ghost. She had made mistakes for too long. Now, seeing the light, she absolutely couldn't continue making mistakes again and again. Su Qi glanced at his watch. It was already 11 p.m. He held little Xie Bao and stood up, saying, Our little Xie Bao has said everything he wanted to say. The rest is your own family matter. Deal with it yourselves. Little Xie Bao, let's go to sleep. Little Xie Bao nodded and spoke to Li Minghan. I want to go home and sleep. Grandpa will worry if I don't come back. You should sleep early too. Li Minghan nodded, waving goodbye to little Xie Bao. Little Xie Bao glanced at the little girl, raised his hand, and placed her back into the storybook, whispering softly, Don't worry. I will definitely find that bad uncle, and your mother will leave that house. The little girl shrank into the corner of the storybook without saying a word. She had originally been filled with resentment, intending to take revenge on Grandma's son and the bad uncle, but in seeing her mother, all meaning seemed to vanish. She was already dead and could no longer stay by her mother's side, and her mother should learn independence and resilience on her own. Bai Qing walked over to the little girl's page, bent down, and patted the little girl's head. I thought you were just an ordinary ghost, but it seems like your situation is pretty pitiful. Don't be sad anymore. At least your mother truly has your best interest at heart, unlike my mom, whose favoritism knows no bounds. You can rest in peace because this world will always have someone who remembers you. One day, you'll return to her. The little girl nodded, hugging Bai Qing as she closed her eyes. Little Xie Bao patted the storybook and said aloud, Big brother Xiaoping, let's go. Si Ping followed behind Su Qi as they left the villa. The quarrel continued behind them. Grandma's son clung onto the aunt. You must come home with me today. I absolutely won't allow you to divorce my son. The aunt broke free from Grandma's son's hand. I'm not going home today. Tomorrow, you'd better show up at the civil affairs office with your son. Otherwise, I'll file for divorce through litigation. Mrs. Li felt very satisfied seeing her sister finally determined to break free from this parasitic family. She opposed this marriage from the very beginning. Neither of their parents approved of it either. But years ago, her sister stubbornly insisted on marrying him, using extreme measures such as attempting suicide, running away from home, or eloping. Unable to bear watching their daughter go through such turmoil, their parents eventually agreed to the marriage and arranged jobs for her husband after they got married. Unfortunately, her brother-in-law had a low level of education and was lazy, unable to master any skills. Their parents had no choice but to place him in a nominal position within their company, giving him several 10,000 yuan per month, which was essentially providing for their daughter. To this day, the elderly couple remained unaware of everything the aunt endured at her husband's home. Bring them out, Mrs. Li ordered. My family's doorstep isn't somewhere just anyone can enter at will. In no time, Grandma's son and the brother-in-law were thrown outside while wailing. The doors of the villa closed decisively in front of their eyes. The brother-in-law started to feel scared now. In the past, the aunt wasn't unfamiliar with mentioning divorce, but was always restrained by the excuse of the child. Whenever she mentioned it being harmful to the child, she'd invariably retract the idea. Why isn't it working this time? Trembling, he stood up and said, Mom, what are we going to do now? She's never been like this before. Why is she so resolute about divorcing me today? Without the job provided by the Xie family, I'll have to return to the factory. Mom, I don't want to go back to the factory. What should we do? It's all that little witch from the Su family's fault. Grandma's son couldn't bring herself to admit any wrongdoing. Instead, she blamed little Xie Bao for encouraging the aunt to divorce her son. Looking at Su Qi carrying little Xie Bao away, she was fuming but didn't dare shout as loud as before. She didn't want to be pinned down and slapped again. When Su Qi's figure disappeared into the distance, she began muttering curses. They say it's better to destroy a temple than ruin a marriage, but the little scumbag from the Su family clearly lacks morality. If heaven sees, it should strike her down with a thunderbolt. As soon as she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning came crashing down, striking her body instantaneously. Not even the brother-in-law standing nearby escaped unscathed. Struck by the lightning, he passed out instantly. As for Grandma's son, there was no question. Her entire body was charred black, barely even having time to let out a scream before she stopped making any sound. Su Qi paused while walking towards the car, turning his head to look at the villa standing solemnly in the darkness. Wasn't there a flash of lightning just now? Little Xie Bao, lying on Su Qi's back, responded, "It seems so." Xi Ping frowned and looked up at the sky, not uttering a single word. "Should we go back and check?" Su Qi asked quietly. "How did a bolt of lightning come down in such a clear sky?" Little Xie Bao looked hesitantly toward the distance. "Then I'll give Grandpa a call." Su Qi nodded, taking out his phone to dial home. The phone was quickly answered, and the voice of Grandpa Su could be heard. "It's so late. Why haven't you brought little Xie Bao back yet? What are you good for? Little Xie Bao is still growing up. You know he needs to go to bed early." Su Qi pulled his phone away slightly and timidly said, "Given Xie Bao's lineage, isn't it normal for her to be more energetic at night? Don't worry, she definitely rests well during the day at school." The kindergarten teacher complained to Lao Si the other day that Xie Bao never wakes up during class. Xie Bao obediently lowered her head. Grandpa paused for a moment, then quickly became angry again. "Then why haven't you prepared a place for Xie Bao to sleep yet? Sleeping on a desk is so easy to catch a cold. You go and discuss with the teacher about switching desks into beds." Xie Bao's eyes lit up. "Can we do that, big brother? It was really tiring to lie on the desk." "Of course not," Big Brother responded, utterly speechless. "You're in class. You should respect the teacher and the classroom. It's already fortunate enough that you're allowed to sleep in class without punishment. To ask for even more. When I was your age, I got my butt spanked for sleeping in class." Xie Bao scratched her head. "All right." Grandpa Su humphed. "Well, anyway, you must ensure my granddaughter sleeps well. It's already late at night. Bring her back soon to sleep." "Grandpa, don't wait for me. Go to sleep properly." Xie Bao took the phone and said, "Big brother and I will come home later. If I get home and find you still awake, Xie Bao will be mad." Her voice was adorably threatening, and Grandpa Su found it incredibly cute, responding quickly. Okay, Grandpa will sleep. When will you come back?" "In a bit," Xie Bao replied seriously. "There seems to be someone who got struck by lightning here. Big brother and I are going to check it out." What got struck?" Grandpa Su immediately worried. "What struck them?" "Su Qi, protect your sister, hear me? Where are you two? And how did someone get struck by lightning?" Su Qi grabbed the phone, preparing to tell a harmless lie. "Nothing serious, Grandpa. Someone got cheated on, and Xie Bao and I are watching the commotion." Grandpa Su, what's interesting about that? A grown man standing around like a woman gossips. What's wrong with you?" "It's Xie Bao's interest." Su Qi shifted the blame. "I'm letting her gain some understanding of human diversity to prevent her from being deceived by men in the future." When Su Qi said this, he instinctively glanced at Siping next to him. He thought it was indeed necessary since Siping had been glaring at them suspiciously all along. Grandpa Su nodded, agreeing with Su Qi, and soon hung up, following Xie Bao's wish to go to sleep. Li Qiang's wife and her aunt were wondering as well. How did the previously noisy mother-son duo suddenly become silent? Li Qiang looked at his little cousin, while his little cousin stared back at Li Qiang, both completely confused. Li Qiang's wife spoke up. "They wouldn't have left already, would they?" The aunt sighed in relief and sat down on the sofa. "That's good. They're gone. It's better if they leave." Li Qiang's wife frowned, thinking those two wouldn't simply give up easily after stirring up such trouble. "I just now saw a flash of white light outside." Li Qiang suddenly interjected. "Maybe we should still go check it out?" Li Qiang's wife nodded and went over to open the door of the villa. There lying beside the door were two bodies, one so charred black that its shape was unrecognizable. She screamed in fright, but quickly covered her mouth. The aunt walked over. "What's wrong?" Li Qiang's wife hurriedly closed the door, blocking her aunt's view. "Don't look. It's too horrifying." The aunt's face also paled somewhat. She'd experienced massive emotional ups and downs today, and the previous argument had already drained much of her energy. Li Qiang's wife lowered her voice. "That old hag outside appears to have been struck by lightning and killed." The aunt's eyes widened in shock. "Really dead?" "I didn't see clearly, but struck to that extent, it might be close." The aunt panicked. "What should we do? Should we call the police?" A suffocating silence followed. Just as they spoke, the villa's doorbell suddenly rang. Chapter 99. I feel nauseated just looking at you. Auntie and Mrs. Li screamed as they ran upstairs, clutching their heads. Li Minghan stood in place, shaking his head. These adults are way too timid. None of them are like him. He's young, yet he's already used to being scared with Xie Bao. The doorbell rang again. Li Minghan pursed his lips and didn't open the door immediately. Instead, he looked through the monitor on the wall from beside the door. Then he saw Xie Bao standing at the door, pressing the doorbell with one hand, while Xi Ping stood by her side with a cold face. After waiting for a long time without anyone answering, Xie Bao pressed the doorbell while cooing innocently. "Open up quick. I know you're inside. If you've got the guts to cheat on your husband, why not open the door? Open it." Li Minghan. He had said repeatedly not to let Xie Bao watch weird stuff. He moved over a chair, stood on it, and opened the door. Xie Bao peeked around, looking inside and asked, where are your mom and aunt?" "They're upstairs." Li Minghan jumped down from the stool. "How come you came back?" "Xie Bao just now saw a streak of white light land outside your house with a piu sound." Xie Bao answered. "So I came back to check." Li Minghan glanced outside. "Did that old woman really get struck dead?" "Thoroughly," Xie Bao replied. "There was a smell of roasted meat." Li Minghan revealed an expression of distaste. You're too uncouth. I won't be able to look at roasted meat the same way ever again. Xiao Bao let out a small sigh. At this moment, Aunt and Mrs. Li shakily walked down from upstairs, while the little cousin was still trembling in fear upstairs. Mrs. Li whispered softly. Minghan, who is outside the door? Oh, it's Xiao Bao, Li Minghan announced loudly. Don't worry, it's not a ghost. Come down. Xiao Bao also placed her hands on her hips and nodded. That's right, it's Xiao Bao, not a ghost. Aunt walked to the door, couldn't resist curiosity, and glanced out, only to be frightened back a few steps after just one look. Goodness, it's truly horrifying. At this point, Mrs. Li had calmed down and, looking out the window, opened her mouth viciously. This is what that old woman deserves. The heavens do have eyes. There's still some life in the person next to her. The older brother spoke. I've already called the ambulance and the police. The police will surely arrive soon. Aunt patted her chest, nodding. We really owe you thanks. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. The elder brother smiled. You should thank our Xiao Bao. Aunt quickly pulled Xiao Bao's hand earnestly. Thank you. If you can see my daughter, please tell her that it was Mom's fault in the past. It was Mom who hurt her. Mom feels very guilty. Xiao Bao nodded. She can actually hear now. Aunt glanced at the surrounding air. Although she could see nothing, since Xiao Bao said she's here, then she must certainly be. I hope you're doing well, and don't choose me as your mother again next life. Aunt's eyes were brimming with tears. Xiao Bao, can you help Annie with one thing? Guide her into reincarnation, in a good family, okay? Xiao Bao shook her head. Little bottle brother said life is unpredictable, like big intestine wrapping small intestine. Once the cycle of rebirth is tampered with, pulling just one hair will. What's the term again? But anyway, the consequences would be severe, so we cannot intervene in normal human reincarnation. Xi Ping moved his lips, but ultimately did not explain about the big intestine wraps small intestine, which he had never mentioned, and could only stop there. Soon, the police and ambulance arrived. After taking away the body and her brother-in-law, the police questioned Andy about some things and obtained the surveillance footage from Mrs. Li's mansion before leaving. The surveillance clearly showed that Grandma's son was killed by a lightning strike, and there were no devices outside Mrs. Li's house designed to attract lightning. Thus, the case was quickly ruled as an accident. Her brother-in-law lay in bed for a few days before waking up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the lawsuit document for divorce initiated by Aunt. He almost fainted again immediately. He grabbed his phone and hurriedly dialed Aunt's number. What exactly do you want? Aunt was asking Xiao Bao questions about her daughter at that moment. Learning of her daughter's experiences filled her heart with pain. His accusation made her expression turn cold instantly. I wanted something very simple, a divorce. Originally, if you agreed to part ways peacefully, out of respect for our past relationship, I wouldn't mind giving you some things. But now, I'll take everything that belongs to me back. My mom has already passed away, so let it be her apology to you. All right, the uncle continued hastily. Actually, all these years, I wasn't deliberately treating you badly. It was all because of my mom. She forced me to do this. Honey, can we not divorce? The aunt coldly laughed once. Do you think if your mother were to return on the 7th day after her death and hear these words from her filial son, would she still be willing to leave? How did your mom serve you when she was alive? She treated me and my daughter poorly, yet she was ready to even feed you yourself personally. Tell me, wouldn't she have died with regret? The uncle choked up for a moment, looking around nervously. He was still in the hospital, and he was the only person in the entire ward. To avoid disturbing patient rest, the thick curtains were drawn, blocking the sunlight, making the room seem dim and eerie. Don't say such things to scare me. There's no such thing as ghosts in the world. The uncle fidgeted the blankets and angrily exclaimed, What exactly do you want me to do so that you'll reconsider the divorce? I swear, I will treat you better in the future. My mom is gone now, why don't we live our lives together? Isn't this better? Not good. How could I possibly look at you anymore without feeling nauseated? You wolf-hearted man. The aunt scolded him with those words, and then hung up the phone. The uncle lay in bed, furious and red-faced, throwing his phone immediately. But soon, he felt a chill on his exposed skin. He trembled and shivered under the blanket, terrified. It's not my fault. Please don't come for me. Xiao Bao watched as the aunt decisively hung up the phone, propping up her cheek admiringly. Wow, auntie, you were so cool, just now. Upon hearing this, the aunt gave a bitter smile. She reached out to pinch Xiao Bao's little cheek. I hope you won't have such a cool time. Xiao Bao shook her head, standing up with her hands on her hips. Xiao Bao will be just as cool in the future. Xiao Bao will catch bad people, and even more, many vengeful spirits. The aunt and Mrs. Li sat by, smiling broadly. Yes, our little Xiao Bao is the best, Mrs. Li said while holding Xiao Bao. Since there's nothing else to do today, why don't we go shopping? Would you like to buy some clothes, Xiao Bao? Xiao Bao kicked her legs and replied. No need. Brother always buys me so much clothing. Not only does he customize them for me, but he also empties all the stores nearby. I don't want to go to that mall anymore. Why not? The aunt asked. Is it because the people in the mall are not nice to Xiao Bao? Or are the clothes unattractive? Mrs. Li nodded. I know, those brand name counters indeed have plenty of snobbish shop assistants. Xiao Bao shook her head. No, it's not because of that Xiao Bao dislikes going to the mall. The aunt asked. Then why? Every time Xiao Bao goes to the mall, many older sisters and brothers laughingly run out, handing over piles of clothes into Xiao Bao's hands. Then brother buys all of them. The ones Xiao Bao doesn't like, he donates. But the orphanage simply can't wear that much clothing. Xiao Bao pouted. Their smiles make Xiao Bao feel like my brother is a big fool. I don't want my brother to be a big fool. but he insists on buying everything. Mrs. Li couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who would have thought that Mr. Su, the ruthless and icy executive who makes quick decisions, acts this way in front of his sister? If he heard these words, he'd probably be annoyed for quite some time. The aunt also laughed after being amused by Xie Bao. As she looked at Xie Bao, she kept seeing an image of her own long-lost daughter. She couldn't help but spoil Xie Bao a bit more, another bit more. As if this could compensate for the motherly affection she had lacked for so many years. Do Su family men really know what little girls like? Mrs. Li said. Why don't we distance ourselves from those smelly men? All right. Xie Bao jumped off the couch and nodded vigorously. Yes. Thus, the aunt and Mrs. Li tidied up and prepared to take Xie Bao out for a normal stroll where they didn't end up packing the entire mall back home. Li Minghan quickly threw down his game controller. I'm going too. Mrs. Li curiously remarked. Weren't you usually most reluctant to go shopping with us, troublesome women? Li Minghan's face reddened slightly. She coughed lightly. That was before, and this is now. Anyway, I'm free right now, so I can accompany you guys. Besides, haven't you always been saying I'm disrespectful for not shopping with you? Anyway, I just feel like going today. Auntie teased him with a smile. Sister, it seems that usually he doesn't dislike shopping with troublesome women, but simply dislikes shopping. Li Minghan shouted loudly. Auntie, don't talk nonsense. Aren't you going to apply makeup before we go out? And Mom, aren't you going to change clothes? Hurry up, don't make me wait too long. Mrs. Li also laughed and stopped teasing him, quickly changing her clothes and getting ready to go out. Little cousin timidly stood upstairs watching them. Ever since Grandma's son passed away and uncle was hospitalized, little cousin had been living at Auntie's place in the Xie family home. Without Grandma's son's backing, whenever he threw tantrums, no one paid any attention to him. When he swore or denigrated women like he used to, he would end up without meals and go hungry. Because Mrs. Li would say to him, you look down on women, right? The food and dishes are all made by women, so don't eat them. At first, he stubbornly refused to eat. It worked well for him because then he could just have his fill of snacks. But Annie wouldn't let him eat snacks either and confiscated all the snacks hidden in his room. You look down on women, right? These snacks were all bought by your mom, who is a woman, so you're not allowed to eat them. He wanted to play games with Li Minghan, but Li Minghan wouldn't bother with him. I will not play games with an old-fashioned misogynist. Since he was born, Grandma's son had always ingrained the thought in him that women are money losers and are born to serve men. Recently, he has faced some devastating shocks. It turns out that only his grandma disliked girls, and only people in his family took belittling women as an honor and achievement, whereas even his seemingly cool, handsome, trendy older cousin despises misogyny. It turned out that misogyny is a bad idea, which has long been abandoned. Misogyny, casually degrading others, is not at all a cool behavior. Finally, after 2 days of hunger, little cousin hugged his mother's legs and cried, saying that he wanted to eat. Auntie felt pity but still personally came forward and gave little cousin a bowl of instant noodles. The normally picky eater little cousin ate this bowl of instant noodles very fragrantly, and after eating, he actively cleaned up the garbage. He has been obedient these few days, just a bit silent, and stays secluded in a corner alone. Mrs. Li also thought that little cousin was still so young, quite pitiful. Seeing him standing alone, she asked, do you want to come with us? Little cousin's eyes brightened, but he still felt shy and stood silently without saying anything. Xie Bao saw that his gaze fell on the candy in his hand, so he ran upstairs in 2 quick steps and gave him a lollipop. Here, for you. Little cousin looked at the lollipop but didn't reach out. Xie Bao peeled off the wrapper and stuffed it into his mouth. Come on, eat it, it's very sweet. Big brother only allows me to eat 1 every day, but today Xie Bao secretly took 2. Little cousin licked the sweet candy and nodded. Li Minghan stood aside and coldly sniffed. Rude. This candy originally belonged to me. Little cousin blinked, then suddenly spoke. Thank you, sister. Thank you, cousin. Auntie and Mrs. Li exchanged glances and both saw relief in each other's eyes. I told you Xie Bao is the most likable child, Mrs. Li said proudly, boasting about her daughter, who wouldn't like Xie Bao. Auntie nodded. I really envy the Su family, having a child like Xie Bao. If my daughter were still alive, she would probably be as innocent and lovely as Xie Bao. Mrs. Li held Auntie's hand. All right, let's go shopping, Xie Bao, let's go. Coming. Xie Bao bounced down the stairs. Xiao Ming, hurry up. Li Minghan also followed up and looked back at the little cousin still standing there. Will you stay home alone? Little cousin hesitated for a moment and stumbled down. Li Minghan rolled his eyes. Old fossil, run faster, or I won't bring you. Chapter 100. Little Xie Bao was taken away by a stranger. Little brother soon ran over, timidly holding the edge of Aunt's skirt. Mrs. Li planned to first take little Xie Bao to the mall to pick out a few clothes. As little Xie Bao stepped into the mall, Mrs. Li could visibly see an obvious disturbance from the children's clothing area on the 2nd floor of the mall. She could even hear some people excitedly saying, here she comes. Hurry, prepare, the money god is finally here. We've waited for her like waiting for the stars and the moon, and we've finally got her here. Move aside all of you. This time I get to be in the front row and gain recognition. Oh well, who's at the front doesn't matter. This little money god will buy all the clothes anyway. She's finally here. Every single time she visits, the commission I earn can last me a lifetime of meals. The next moment, countless people appeared, each holding several pieces of children's clothing, rushing down from the 2nd floor and quickly surrounded little Xie Bao. Mrs. Li and Aunt were stunned by the sight, momentarily not knowing how to respond, and very soon they were separated from each other. Little Xie Bao was surrounded in the middle, with nothing but shaking new clothes and skirts before her eyes, her ears bombarded by noisy sounds, the air filled with their agitated saliva. She covered her head and said, "You shouldn't do this. Little Xie Bao came here today to accompany Mrs. Li." Her words were drowned out by various noises, completely unheard. Aunt widened her eyes. "Isn't this just like a Stars fan meeting?" Mrs. Li was also dazed. "This is absurd. But it's more absurd than expected." Only Minghan Li was squeezed outside the crowd, trying hard to squeeze in to pull little Xie Bao out, yet to no avail. Usually, if Su Qi was around, there would be security guards or something to maintain order, but Mrs. Li had no idea to bring any security, so now she could only stand outside worrying anxiously. "Please move aside a bit. Stop surrounding her." Minghan Li sweat profusely, shoving through adults beside him. "Mom, look what we should do." Soon, Mrs. Li called the mall security, managing to save little Xie Bao from these almost frantic employees. Little Xie Bao's pretty floral clip was disheveled. No one knows when it fell and was picked up. Mrs. Li had no time to deal with that right now, quickly checking little Xie Bao thoroughly with worried tone. "Little Xie Bao, are you alright? Have you been injured anywhere?" Little Xie Bao was the apple of the Su family. If anything happened to her because she was with her, she truly deserved death 100 times. Little Xie Bao shook her head and sighed in relief. "I'm fine, Mrs. Li, don't worry." Since getting rid of Grandma Sun's family, Aunt had come to a profound realization. The weaker you appear, the more people bully you. But once you hold your head high, no one dares to easily bully you. Thus her presence returned, now yelling under the protection of security at the merchants. "Are you all crazy? Children so small, being squeezed by you all like that. It's dangerous. Did you receive no training when you joined? Do you know what polite social distance means?" Several store clerks stood quietly listening to her reprimands, though they knew as soon as little Xie Bao would purchase all the clothes from their store, letting them make a big profit. So they thought the scolding didn't matter much. While on one side, Mrs. Li tidied up little Xie Bao's hair, making a simple twin-tail ponytail, then held little Xie Bao and turned to walk away. "What kind of people are these? Let's go, little Xie Bao. We're not buying clothes today." Once those shopkeepers heard little Xie Bao wasn't buying clothes anymore, regrettable expressions appeared on their faces, and some of them even wanted to call out to little Xie Bao, but were stopped by the security. Little Xie Bao went upstairs with Mrs. Li. Only after moving away from the children's clothing section did she sigh in relief. "That was really scary earlier." Aunt patted her chest and said, "Phew, it's my first time seeing such a scene." Mrs. Li rolled her eyes. It's all her big brother's fault. Every time there's a new item, he brings little Xie Bao to sweep the mall clean. Little Xie Bao sighed. "Big brother is just too rich. What wrong has big brother done?" Mrs. Li tapped her forehead. "You. Later I'll tell your big brother. I'll handle all your clothes and jewelry from now on. Don't let him come here and play the fool, sustaining a bunch of lazy eaters." Little Xie Bao brightened her eyes and nodded. "Good, good." The women quickly started browsing in the jewelry store, with little Xie Bao leaning on the counter, curiously looking at the golden decorations inside. After the incident earlier, Minghan Li tightly followed little Xie Bao, afraid that someone would suddenly rush out again, pushing little Xie Bao into the crowd. Little brother saw a children's toy store next door, with a giant toy model displayed at the entrance. He tugged at Minghan Li's sleeve and said, "Brother, let's leave them alone and go check out that big model instead." Minghan turned his head. "Nope, if you want to go by yourself." Little brother was slightly disappointed, yet didn't dare show it, just quietly lowering his head, eyes fixed on the toy model. "Let's take a look." Little Xie Bao took little brother's hand. "But we'll come back quickly, okay?" Seeing the toy store right across from the jewelry store, not too far, Minghan also nodded in agreement. The kids ran toward the toy store. Little brother stared up at the tall model, exclaiming enviously, "Wow, so big." It was a car model, almost half a person's height. Little Xie Bao wasn't interested in these kinds of things and stood aside watching little brother touch this and that, drooling like he was starving. Minghan pulled little Xie Bao's hand. "You're about to start drooling." Little brother hugged the model and said, "I want this one." Little Xie Bao scratched her head. "But we don't have any money. Let's go back first. After Mrs. Li and Aunt finish looking at the jewelry, we'll come back to buy this." Little brother refused to let go of the model. "I want this. I must have this. I won't leave unless you buy it for me." Minghan rolled his eyes. "Didn't say we wouldn't buy it for you. Can't your mom come later and buy it?" "I want it now." Little brother sat down on the floor, tightly clutching the model. "No matter what, I want it now." Then, he started crying loudly on the floor, much like Grandma Sun. Minghan thought it was embarrassing and whispered to little Xie Bao, "Shouldn't have brought him along. It's humiliating." Little Xie Bao nodded. "It's embarrassing indeed." Little brother had made up his mind to get the toy no matter what, refusing to stand up. At this moment, an aunt walked over. Looking at little brother, she squatted down and said with a smile, "Youngster, do you want this model?" Little brother nodded pitifully. "Yeah, then why not ask your mom to come and buy it?" The aunt spoke gently. "This model isn't very expensive, you know. My mom is choosing jewelry. She will come soon," said little brother. "Oh, I see," the aunt nodded. "In that case, I can buy the model for you first. Then you bring me to meet your mom and we settle the payment, okay?" Little brother thought for a moment, then quickly nodded. "Okay, wait a minute." Minghan grabbed little Xie Bao and stepped forward. "Auntie, thank you, but we don't need your help. Our mom is right across the street. They'll find us after they're done shopping." The aunt's face froze as she glanced toward the jewelry shop. "Ah, it looks like they still need some time, and you can't keep waiting here, right? Anyway, I'm just helping to connect you with your mom. Do you really think I'll sell you off?" Little brother stood up hugging the model. "I'll take you to my mom." The aunt smiled and patted little brother's head. "See, This little buddy is being well behaved. You're the big brother, right? Don't be so guarded. I'm not a bad person. Little Xie Bao furrowed her eyebrows. Auntie, why are you buying a toy for little brother? Auntie just felt sorry seeing you wait so long, the aunt replied. It's such a pity. Little Xie Bao blinked her eyes. If you're so compassionate, then why don't you just give it to him as a gift? It's not expensive anyway. No need to ask for the money from little brother's mom, right? The aunt's expression became somewhat awkward. Well, auntie's money doesn't grow on trees either. How could I just give it away like that? Little Xie Bao tilted her head. Then don't sympathize with little brother. Big brother always says to only do things within our capabilities. The aunt was left speechless by little Xie Bao and decided to ignore her. These two kids were sharper than most adults. At least the boy was easier to fool. She took little brother's hand and paid for the model, then bent down to whisper to him. I've already paid for it. This model belongs to you now. Little brother nodded happily. Thank you, auntie, the aunt said. Now let's go find your mom, okay? Little brother pointed towards the opposite jewelry store. My mom is over there. I'll take you. The aunt nodded and led little brother toward the jewelry shop. Minghan and little Xie Bao had no choice but to follow. On the way, the aunt suddenly bent down, holding her stomach. Ouch, what's wrong? My stomach suddenly hurts a bit. Little brother paused. Auntie, what's wrong with you? The aunt smiled. Auntie has a bit of a stomach ache. I might need to find a restroom. Can you come with me to find one, and then come back? Little brother glanced at the jewelry store, hesitating a little. The aunt quickly said, Such a big mall. There's bound to be a restroom nearby. We'll be back soon. Finally, little brother nodded. Little Xie Bao pulled on his wrist seriously. We're not going. Auntie, please endure it. The jewelry store is just ahead. My aunt will be fast at paying. The aunt waved off little Xie Bao's hand holding little brother's and quickly said, No, I can't wait. When nature calls, you must answer. I have to use the restroom first. Little brother was a bit scared but, after glancing at the toy model in his hand, he gritted his teeth and followed the aunt. Little Xie Bao let go of Minghan Li's hand. I'll go follow them. You quickly tell aunt and your mom. Minghan Li shook his head. No way. We're going together. Little Xie Bao patted his back. Oh come on, don't be so slow. Don't you remember how strong I am? Besides, this mall is full of cameras. Even if we get lost, eldest brother and third brother will still be able to find me. You go. After saying that, she caught up with little brother and the aunt. Having no other choice, Minghan Li ran quickly to inform Mrs. Li. That aunt seemed to realize that Minghan Li had gone back to alert the others, because her steps suddenly quickened a lot. Little Xie Bao wouldn't budge, pulling little brother along with her. In a panic, the aunt scooped both of them up with one arm each and hurriedly rushed out of the mall. Aunt and Mrs. Li were still standing by the counter examining the jewelry, debating what kind of accessory would be best for little Xie Bao, when they turned around and realized all three children were gone. They were here just a moment ago. Aunt worried. Where could they have gone? Don't worry, Mrs. Li said calmly. Minghan is with them. As the older brother, he'll take good care of the younger ones. He's always reliable. She continued. I'll check nearby first, while you contact the mall announcements. Aunt nodded, about to split up with Mrs. Li when they saw Minghan Li panting and pushing through the crowd toward them. Is it just you, Minghan? Mrs. Li asked immediately. Where are your cousin and little Xie Bao? Minghan Li didn't have time to explain much. He just pulled on Mrs. Li's hand and ran. An aunt took them away, Mom. Hurry up. Mrs. Li's heart tightened as she hastily rushed out of the jewelry shop. But the whole mall was crowded with people, and there was no sign of little brother or little Xie Bao anywhere. Aunt's face went pale. What do we do now, sister? Even though Mrs. Li seemed calm under pressure, her trembling hands betrayed her nervousness. I'll check the surveillance. And you make a call. And paused, huh? Make a call? To who? The police? They won't handle cases until 24 hours have passed. Call the Su family, Mrs. Li replied firmly. The Sus have wider connections than us. Aunt hesitated. But, should we really involve the Su family? Will they blame us? This isn't the time. Mrs. Li turned around briskly and walked away. Our priority now is to find little Xie Bao. We'll sort out the rest later. While Aunt pulled out her phone and dialed Su Chi's number. Since she only had Su Chi's work phone, it took several attempts before she finally reached him. Hello? Ms. C. Mr. Su, Aunt swallowed hard. Today, we brought little Xie Bao shopping in the mall, and somehow, we accidentally lost her. She heard silence on the other end for a few seconds. Then a voice filled with fury responded, which mall? Her back was already drenched in cold sweat, making her voice quiver. Fu Tian sighed. You'd better hope nothing happens to her. Su Chi hung up the phone and opened his laptop with a dark expression. Because of their concerns about little Xie Bao wandering off as she used to, they had installed multiple trackers on her. Su Chi narrowed his eyes as he watched the red dot constantly moving on the computer screen, quickly grabbing the driver out of the car and sitting in himself. He chased after the red dot on the calculator screen, almost catching up when suddenly the computer screen showed the tracker losing connection. Chapter 101. The Reason for Doing Bad Things. Xiao Jiabao and her young cousin were taken to a small car by the woman. It seemed that the young cousin only realized this now. He started to cry and make a fuss with tears in his eyes. The woman grabbed his hair and slapped him hard twice on the face, yelling angrily, "Do not cry." Then she looked at Xiao Jiabao. Xiao Jiabao obediently sat on the seat, neither crying nor making trouble. Her clear eyes looked at the woman, and she said, "Since you've hit my cousin, you can't hit me." The woman seemed a bit speechless, rolled her eyes, and ignored her. The young cousin's face was marked with two bright red handprints, hurting so badly that he could only bite his lower lip to hold back his voice for fear of being beaten again by the woman. He whispered to Xiao Jiabao, "What shall we do? It seems like we've met a bad person." Xiao Jiabao glanced at the woman and remembered what Xi Ping usually says to counter Li Minghan. With such intelligence, how did you survive until now? The young cousin sniffed. Previously, my grandma always followed me around. Xiao Jiabao sighed. Is your grandma the one who wipes your bottom even when you go to the bathroom? The young cousin nodded. How did you know that? Just as Xiao Jiabao was about to say something, the woman next to her turned her head fiercely and glared at them, shouting, Do not talk. The young cousin immediately closed his mouth and dared not say a word. Soon, the car started moving. The driver in front tossed a black box to the woman. Attach this thing onto these two children. The woman immediately complied, attaching a black box on a Xiao Jiabao while asking, What is this? The man's voice was raspy. He glanced at the two children through the rearview mirror and said seriously, A signal jammer. Wealthy people nowadays often buy cell phones or watches for their children, which may have positioning functions. The woman glanced at Xiao Jiabao, grinding her teeth, opening her mouth and saying, She really is quite wealthy. Xiao Jiabao looked up at the woman curiously. Why would she know she was rich? Looking at her, it suddenly occurred to her that this face was somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere. She frowned for a long time, eventually recalling. This was one of the saleswomen from the second-floor children's clothing store in the mall. The car drove out of the city center, gradually heading towards some quiet places with no sign of life. Xiao Jiabao blinked her eyes, whispering softly, Auntie, I feel a bit carsick. Can we open the window? The woman spoke harshly. Toughen up, but I really feel very dizzy, and I'm going to throw up. After saying this, she opened her mouth as if ready to vomit. The man in front muttered, That's bothersome. So, he found a place by the side of the road to stop. Xiao Jiabao squatted by the roadside, clutching her stomach. Both the woman and the driver detested Xiao Jiabao vomiting, so they walked far away. Xiao Jiabao's school bag had already been taken away by the woman earlier. Both the little bell and the storybook were inside. She had to think of a way to get the bag out. Are you done yet, kid? The driver approached, impatiently said, You have 2 more minutes. Xiao Jiabao held the little accessory on her head in her hand. It was a diamond-strung bow, but its string had already been broken by her. Now, the tiny diamonds lay in her palm. I'm done, uncle. She dropped the diamond on the ground and walked towards the car, saying, Uncle, my brother is very wealthy. Could you help me take the phone out of my bag? I'll call my brother. He can pay whatever amount. The driver furrowed his brow, obviously not here for money, and paid no attention to Xiao Jiabao at all. Instead, he threw her and her cousin back into the car. The car started again. Not 2 minutes passed. Xiao Jiabao once again complained about car sickness and needing to throw up. Uncle, your car smells so awful. I can't bear it. The woman took a glance at the school bag left on the car seat, picked it up, and emptied everything inside. Throw up here. Xiao Jiabao nodded and took the bag. Since the little bell was hidden in the bag's compartment, it wasn't dumped out. While pretending to puke into the bag, she stealthily reached her hand toward the concealed compartment inside the bag, touching the little bell. In one swift motion, she pulled the little bell out. The little bell emitted a crisp sound. Seeing Xiao Jiabao's action, the woman didn't know what purpose the bell served, but still grabbed the bell from her. What are you doing? Xiao Jiabao sat upright quickly, pulled the adjacent seatbelt and fastened it before seriously speaking. Auntie, driving without safety protocols leads to 2 streams of tears for family members. Before the woman could say anything, the car suddenly stopped. The woman who had just started to get up to hit Xiao Jiabao was thrown out by the great inertia, rolling onto the passenger seat. Her head collided heavily with the window, instantly making her vision blacken. Zhao's little cousin also rolled off the seat and landed with a hard thud. However, Xiao Jiabao was simply pulled slightly by the seatbelt, still firmly sitting on the seat. What's going on? Why did we stop suddenly? The woman asked the driver, her hair disheveled. The driver looked at the front grimly. Through the car window, they saw a pale-faced, good-looking little boy standing in front of the car, his eyes dark and expressionless as he gazed at them. How could there be a kid in this desolate mountain area? The woman paused for a moment, then said, Anyway, you are still 1 child short, and this is exactly what we need. The driver felt it strange too, but the woman was right. Urging from higher authorities had become more pressing, and finding 2 children today was already not bad. Never expected that heaven would send him 1 more. They got out of the car, preparing to tie up Xi Ping as well. Xiao Jiabao unfastened her seatbelt, lowering the window and looking outside. TSK, so pitiful. Little cousin rubbed his sore bottom, seeing the 2 fearsome people walk towards Xi Ping, and said, How come he came? Just like us being kidnapped by bad people. How pitiful. Xiao Jiabao turned around and looked at little cousin, exasperatedly saying, I was referring to these bad guys. Before the little cousin reacted, both men let out a cry of agony. As he peeked out, the 2 were already kneeling down in front of the little boy. Their fingers were stepped into the ground by the boy. Xiao Jiabao leaned out half of her body, waving at Xi Ping. Big brother Bill, I'm over here. Xi Ping looked up and saw Xiao Jiabao, then kicked both men away and walked to Xiao Jiabao's side, opening the car door. Xiao Jiabao put the red rope and storybook back in the school bag and hung it on herself. The little cousin followed Xiao Jiabao coldly, saying, You're really awesome. Xi Ping didn't say a word throughout the whole time, but the little cousin's starry-eyed admiration was full of stars. So cool. Xiao Jiabao went beside the 2 people and said, Big brother Bill, can you tie them up? I want to call the police officer and tell them, in case they escape. Xi Ping nodded and lifted his finger. A strand of black binding wire flew out and bound the 2 tightly. Xiao Jiabao squatted in front of the woman and said, Auntie, I think I recognize you. Aren't you one of the saleswomen on the second-floor clothing store? The woman glared angrily at her, but the presence of Xie Ping behind Xiao Jiabao made her fearful, so she only kept her head low without saying anything. Xiao Jiabao called the police, but found no signal. She remembered the black little box she had on her earlier. She heard the uncle mention before, the black little box might block any tracker from working. She reached out and held the tracker in her hand, and pulled the same device from the little cousin's body. Then, with a simple pinch, the metal trackers twisted and deformed in her palm, instantly turning into two useless pieces of iron. The terror was evident in both the woman's and the driver's eyes. Could this girl have such strength? Not even an adult man could do that. Wrong. Crushing steel by hand wasn't something humans could do, was it? Xiao Jiabao wiped her hands, returned to the car, and directly removed the car seat cushion with a hey-ha sound, carrying it which was almost as big as herself, and placed it in front of them. Driver. Woman. There's something kind of adorably ruthless about it. Sitting on the cushion, Xiao Jiabao took out her phone and tried to call the police, but discovered it still didn't work. She had no idea what to do next, and could only sit here waiting for her brothers to find her. Meanwhile, she wanted to ask this bad aunt why she was kidnapping children. Auntie, you clearly have a job. Why are you doing this? Xiao Jiabao casually sat in front of them, muttering. Older brother says this is bad behavior. It leads to imprisonment. Though I don't know who sewing machine is, it must be quite terrifying. The woman gritted her teeth. I originally didn't plan to lay my hands on you. But why didn't you buy clothes? You used to buy everything. Why not today? Xiao Jiabao froze, not speaking. Why didn't you buy today? The woman seemed to recall something extremely enraging, her face almost contorting. It's all your fault. If you had bought those clothes today, I would have gotten millions in commission. Why would I partner with him to kidnap you? Xiao Jiabao scratched her head, not comprehending. What does this have to do with buying clothes? Tears kept falling from the woman's eyes as she gritted her teeth and spoke. A few months ago, when I wasn't in the store, there was a man who brought you to the mall to buy clothes. All three of my colleagues met you, and they got $1,000,000 commission, so they quickly quit. I envied them. Why wasn't it me who was there back then? The woman muttered quietly. I needed money more than they did. Watching their glamorous appearances made me feel so frustrated. They all came here to work together. How could they have such good luck? They wore branded clothing, carried branded bags, walked past me. Do you know how angry I felt? Why is it always me who's unlucky? Why should I be the only one looking so shabby? In our private group chat, not only did they flaunt their new lifestyles, but they also mocked me subtly. So what if they got lucky once? I'll get mine too eventually. But you stayed away for too long, and I couldn't wait anymore. Thinking that since you'd come anyway, I borrowed high-interest loans outside. Finally, I became just like them. I was happy. I enjoyed being rich for the first time. That kind of life gets everyone hooked, including me. The high-interest loans just kept piling up, yet you never showed up. With the repayment date looming near, where could I find so much money? They came to collect debt, splashing red paint on the doorframe outside my rented place, even breaking into my house, threatening to chop off my arms if I didn't pay them back. The landlord found out I had tangled with these people, so he refused to rent the house to me anymore. Every day, I lived in fear, just waiting for you to show up. If you did, all my problems would be solved instantly. I waited for so long, and finally, today, you came. Do you know how happy I was when I saw you? If you had bought clothes today, none of these things would have happened. Why didn't you buy them? Why didn't you? It's all your fault. All this is because of you, she screamed hysterically. You used to buy stuff before, you're just doing this on purpose. You're deliberately ruining my life. If that's the case, I won't let you have an easy time either. The woman's frenzied appearance was absolutely terrifying. Xiao Jiabao's little cousin instinctively hid behind her. Xiao Jiabao finally understood what she meant. She cupped her small cheek and said, But, I'm just a kid. The woman laughed madly. Some people are born lucky. They know how to pick parents well. They are, and you are too. What more do you have than me? Why were you born into wealth and can spend millions buying clothes at the mall? Xiao Jiabao sighed. You don't understand. Life as a rich person is also monotonous and boring. I'm troubled by it too. So many clothes. I can't possibly wear them all. Hearing those words, the woman's eyes turned blood red. Crazed, she tried to break free from the binds and lunge forward to bite Xiao Jiabao, more horrifying than any ghost. But in the next moment, she was suddenly kicked away, tumbling messily into the muddy ground. Big brother scooped up Xiao Jiabao and anxiously asked her, Are you okay? Did they hurt you anywhere? Xiao Jiabao shook her head and happily replied, Big brother, you're here. Seeing that she was fine, Su Qi let out a breath of relief, but his face remained dark with anger. It was soaking wet with emotion. He thought about the feeling he had when he realized the tracker was jammed while driving halfway. He was anxious as hell, even though when he was younger, managing the Su family's affairs and nearly losing deals worth hundreds of millions due to lack of experience hadn't made him this frantic. Fortunately, he retrieved full surveillance from the police station, knowing roughly where the car had gone. He drove after them, and, finding the diamonds Xiao Jiabao scattered on the ground, managed to reach this spot. Sorry big brother, I worried you for so long because I probably couldn't make calls. Xiao Jiabao held her phone in front of Su Qi. Su Qi hugged Xiao Jiabao tightly and said, It doesn't matter, as long as you're safe. At this point, there was a sudden burst of static coming from the pocket of the driver, tied to one side. Xiao Jiabao went over and pulled a walkie-talkie out of the driver's pocket. Where are you now? A man's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Xiao Jiabao seemed vaguely familiar with it. They're getting impatient upstairs. Bring those children over as soon as possible. After that, the walkie-talkie sputtered once and went silent. Holding the walkie-talkie, Xie Bao spoke up. Big brother, that voice. I think I recognize it. You recognize it? Su Qi questioned, puzzled. Who is it? How do you know him? It sounds like the uncle who kidnapped Auntie's daughter years ago. I remember hearing his voice in the memories of the little girl. Chapter 102, Replacing Little Bao's Merits. The person on the other end of the walkie-talkie noticed there was no response and immediately became alert. What happened to you? Su Qi handed the walkie-talkie to the driver, giving him a fierce look, silently telling him to answer. The driver swallowed nervously, trembling in his voice. Nothing. We're on the road. These two little kids have been chatting nonstop, wasting some time. The voice from the other side finally relaxed. Hurry up. See you at the old place at 5 in the evening. After saying that, the walkie-talkie went dead with a click. Older brother stood up, first binding the driver and woman with ropes and shoving them into the car. For some unknown reason, there was no signal for phones here. Though the signal jammer had long been broken by little Xie Bao, older brother looked at the metal piece and said, something like this shouldn't be destroyed by force. But before I came, I already sent a message to third brother and left marks along the way. He should be arriving shortly. Such matters require someone professional like third brother to handle. As expected, third brother arrived soon after, rushing forward upon seeing little Xie Bao and hugging him tightly, rubbing his head fiercely. Little Bao, you scared your brother to death. Let me see if you're hurt. Little Xie Bao helplessly shrugged. Big brother has already checked. I'm fine. Third brother still wouldn't be reassured. Not until he confirmed that little Xie Bao was unharmed did he angrily speak. Where are those beasts who kidnapped our little Bao? Older brother pointed his chin towards the car. There. In an instant, third brother raised his fist and punched the driver. The driver screamed in pain, begging for mercy. Don't hit me anymore. Don't hit me. I'll tell you everything I know. You want to catch those people? I know where they are. Third brother asked curiously. Who are these people? Forget it. Let's beat you half to death first. He kicked the driver's calf. Kidnapping, huh? Then slapped him hard. Child trafficking, huh? Touching our children, huh? After a beating, the driver could barely breathe. The older brother intervened. That's enough. From what he says, they are not ordinary traffickers. There must be a massive underground organization. Su Jiabao's daughter 4 years ago might also have been abducted by them. Little Xie Bao says we need to find the person who abducted Su Jiabao's daughter back then. At that, third brother stopped and coldly sneered at the disheveled woman lying on the side. Your turn now. Terrified, the woman tried to back away, stuttering. How? How can you hit a woman? At least we're rich. How could you lack such decorum? How can you even ask that question when you traffic children? Third brother kicked her directly. Surnamed Su or not, only those who deserve respect get treated as such. Someone like you doesn't deserve any dignity. Seeing all this, the little cousin trembled in fear, retreating close to little Xie Bao, whispering softly. Looks really painful. Yeah, little Xie Bao opened darkly. Next time you talk bad about girls, I'll beat you up too. The little cousin flinched and immediately distanced himself from little Xie Bao. After looking around for a bit, realizing there wasn't anyone familiar, after much hesitation, he still shuffled back, whispering. I won't say anything. Please don't beat me, Tat. The elder brother showed the 2 iron pieces to third brother. No phone signals. Check if this is the issue. Third brother took one look and quickly fixed the problem. This should work now. Call should go through. Check. The elder brother took out his phone and indeed found a signal. He spoke. Let little Xie Bao report first. I'll inform Mrs. Li. Little Xie Bao pulled out his phone with great righteousness. All right. The elder brother called Mrs. Li first, assuring her that both Xie Bao and the little cousin were unharmed, and that the child traffickers had been subdued, possibly being part of the same gang that trafficked Mrs. Su's daughter years ago. Mrs. Su sounded very emotional over the phone, asking for a location. Soon after, Mrs. Su, Mrs. Li, and Mr. Li arrived with haste. Little Xie Bao was reporting to the police officer. After the police arrived, they took the driver and the woman away. Uncle. Little Xie Bao tugged at the policeman's finger. They said they would meet at the old place at 5 o'clock today. They may have abducted more than one child. You can surely catch them, right, officer? The police officer looked at the innocent face of little Xie Bao and squatted down to pat little Xie Bao's face. Uncle guarantees that we will bring the criminals to justice. This young one has helped a lot this time. Without you, this child trafficking gang wouldn't have been caught so quickly. What's your name? Little Xie Bao stood up proudly. My name is Su Jia. Everyone calls me little Xie Bao. Su as in Su family, Su Jia as in. Jia. She pointed 4 small fingers. 4th tone O. All right, the kid is really smart. The police officer smiled. Uncle understands. If there are any problems in the future, you can find Uncle. Little Xie Bao nodded and took out his phone. Then scan me. The police officer was taken aback for a moment and then burst into laughter, taking out his own phone. All right, scan me. Young one, you're truly cute, haha. Little Xie Bao added the policeman's WeChat and watched him take those 2 people to the police car. That woman glared hatefully at little Xie Bao and hissed. Wait, I want to say something to her. Older brother became alert and stepped back with little Xie Bao in his arms. What do our kids need to talk with you about? I've become this way because of you. There was madness in the woman's voice. Originally, if you had bought all my clothes, none of this would have happened. I would have been doing well, and I would have had a good life. You've ruined everything for me. You're nothing but a curse, a menace. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let go of you. Older brother couldn't suppress his anger. He had already deduced from the words of the woman that it was because little Xie Bao hadn't bought all her clothes in the store, leading to her resentment, and thus cooperation with the human traffickers to kidnap little Xie Bao. He said coldly, Buying or not buying is entirely our business. You have both hands and legs. You could have fully supported your life through hard work instead of waiting for others' charity, which makes you no different than a beggar. That's right, third brother chimed in. Someone like you dares to morally blackmail our little Bao? Why don't you go operate sewing machines for a few years first and develop some sense of morality? The woman seemed to want to say more, but was forcibly escorted onto the police car by the police officer. Her handcuffs clanked as they were locked on the car door. It was as if she was not just cuffed, but had her whole life shackled. In the end, she broke down sobbing while covering her face. The police car soon left with the detainees. Only when this happened did Li Minghan rush over to ask, "Little Xie Bao, how are you? Are you okay?" Little Xie Bao was tired of answering the same question. "Why do you all ask the same question? Go ask your little cousin. I'm fine." The little cousin pouted his lips and realized that among so many people, no one asked if he was okay. Everyone cared about little Xie Bao. Even his mother had confirmed that little Xie Bao was unharmed before coming to check on him. Li Minghan glanced at the little cousin. "If it wasn't for him, how would you have been kidnapped? I don't care about stupid people." The little cousin drooped his head pitifully, feeling that what Big Brother said wasn't wrong. Indeed, it was because he insisted on buying that model toy and didn't let go, giving the bad guys an opportunity. Little Xie Bao patted the little cousin's shoulder. "If it wasn't for him being kidnapped, we wouldn't have discovered who abducted Aunt Sue's daughter back then. So he does have a little bit of credit too." The little cousin looked up, somewhat bashfully asking, "Oh really? Really? Hopefully, you'll keep it up next time, and try to get kidnapped again." Little Xie Bao opened his mouth and said. The little cousin shook his head fearfully, hiding behind his mom. "No, it was too scary. I never want to be kidnapped again." Aunt seized the opportunity to say, "So in the future, will you still throw tantrums in the mall? Will you still cling to things if we don't buy them for you? Do you dare?" The little cousin shook his head. "I don't dare." Aunt stroked his hair, and her expression softened. "Are you scared?" The little cousin puckered his lips, tears dangling on his cheeks ready to fall. At this point, he finally broke down crying, hugging Aunt tightly and screaming, "Wah wah wah. Mommy, I'm sorry. I'll be a good boy and listen to you from now on. Wah wah wah, so scary. I'm so afraid, Mommy, wah wah wah." Aunt carried him impatiently. "All right, look at little Xie Bao who didn't cry. A girl is tougher than you. If it weren't for little Xie Bao, you might have ended up like your sister." She stopped halfway, looking at the distant sky in silence. This time, she wondered whether the police could catch the beast from back then. She hoped he would be cut into pieces. Little cousin sniffed and said softly, "Mom, I'm sorry. I will never speak ill of girls anymore. What Grandma said was all wrong. I know I was mistaken. Little Xie Bao is much better than me." With so many compliments, little Xie Bao's little tail was about to rise high in pride as she wrapped her arms around Big Brother's neck and said, "Little Xie Bao is the best." Third brother sighed from behind. Yes, Xiao Bao is the best, but somewhat wears out her big brother. Day after day like this, she's only been home for a few months and already been kidnapped twice. Even if I didn't have heart disease before, now I certainly would because of her. Big Brother, holding little Xie Bao, chuckled. "You just worry about getting it. After all, there's old Four. Even if you really did get heart disease, he'd bring you back." "Exactly. Fourth brother is amazing." Little Xie Bao laughed. Third brother pinched her little nose. "Fourth brother is amazing, sure, but what about third brother? I went through all that trouble rushing over here, and now you're praising fourth brother right in front of me. I'm starting to feel jealous." "Fourth brother is great too." Little Xie Bao, restless, wrestled with third brother while still on Big Brother's shoulder. "We are all super duper amazing." Xi Ping quietly followed behind, watching the blissfully smiling little Xie Bao, suddenly curving his lips slightly. Just then, Li Minghan happened to turn his head and saw Xi Ping's faint smile. He leaned close to little cousin. "Did you see that just now?" Xi Ping actually smiled. Little cousin was scared of Xi Ping. Not only could he not look at him directly, but he even dared not to glance at him. Immediately, he turned his head away, sticking closely to Aunt. "No, I didn't see anything." Li Minghan wrinkled his little nose. What a coward. That night, little Xie Bao accompanied her aunt in the villa, waiting for news from the police. At around 9:30 p.m., the police officer finally messaged little Xie Bao, telling her that the operation was very successful and they had captured the people involved. The aunt requested to confront the human trafficker, and the police officer, knowing that her daughter had also once been a victim of this criminal gang, agreed to her request. In the visiting room at the police station, the aunt saw that man. He looked sly and shifty-eyed, with a mole on his nose, exactly as little Xie Bao had described. Suppressing her pain, she glared at the man she wanted to tear apart with her bare hands and spoke hoarsely, "You deserve to die." The man lifted his head and looked at the aunt, his expression gray and defeated, revealing a mix of shock. "Who are you?" "You won't know who I am, because you don't have enough time left in your life to ever find out." The aunt retorted, "You've abducted countless children, shattered families, and how could you do something so monstrous? Is your conscience eaten by dogs?" The man seemed to smirk slightly, though clearly couldn't manage a real smile, sitting there dully, filled with despair in his eyes. After the visiting time was over, the police officer helped escort the aunt out of the room, saying, "They are an underground gang. We don't know how many children they've trafficked over the years. But they're smart. Most of the kids they targeted weren't considered important in their families, which led to cases being unreported for years, making our investigation extremely challenging. If it wasn't for them being in such a rush this time, not meticulously selecting their victims, and choosing Miss Sue as their target, we wouldn't have caught them so quickly." Covering her face, the aunt sobbed. "It's my fault. All this is entirely my fault. Since things have come to this, lady, please try to bear it. The police officer paused for a moment, deciding to tell the aunt the full truth. As far as we know now, the children they abducted were sent to a remote village that worships an evil god, sacrificing 6 children every year to make drums from their skin. The traffickers supplied the materials for these drums to the villagers, in exchange for exorbitant pay. The aunt broke down crying, almost inarticulate in her grief. Moving forward, please be more mindful of your child. Don't let her become one that no one notices again. Not knowing how to console the aunt, the police officer could only take a glance at little Xie Bao, pat her head gently, and then left. Little Xie Bao escorted her aunt back home. When the little girl in the storybook witnessed the capture of the bad uncle, she had completed her lingering wish in this world. Little Xie Bao collected another vengeful ghost. Now, there were only 7 ghosts left until 10. Her grandpa's illness would soon improve, and thinking about it made little Xie Bao so happy. Because of the arrest of this large-scale human trafficking organization, the event stirred up a huge controversy online, and countless people came to know that the key figure in this case was a young girl. However, many media outlets only knew it was the Xu family's daughter but not her specific name, so they gathered outside the Xu residence, trying to obtain first-hand information about this little girl. Look, there seems to be a girl coming out. A reporter crouching by the entrance of the Xu residence rushed forward with a camera on his shoulder. Seeing this, many media outlets also swarmed over, surrounding the little girl. Are you the miss of the Xu family? Suya hesitated for a moment. She naturally knew about the incident that had been fermenting online these past few days. Facing so many flashing lights, her excitement flushed her face slightly red as she softly nodded. Yes, it's me. Chapter 103. Attending a new variety show. Several journalists instantly became excited, their flashlights surrounding Suya continuously. Suya seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. Her face turned bright with excitement as she smiled perfectly at the cameras, a smile she had practiced countless times in front of the mirror. However, when asked about how she uncovered the human trafficker gang, Suya avoided answering and kept repeating useless nonsense. As the journalists swarmed around Suya, a sedan suddenly drove into the estate from the outside. Out of the car stepped Zhao Dao, who was currently very famous in the entertainment circle. He was the director behind the parent-child variety show that little Xie Bao once participated in. However, little Xie Bao appeared as a guest only once, then never again. Many viewers demanded he invite little Xie Bao and Su Hingtian for another episode. Su Hingtian's schedule was lately quite full, so he couldn't take her on shows personally. Moreover, little Xie Bao was busy helping the little girl find the uncle who had abducted her many years ago. Thus, they declined Zhao Dao's invitation. Unexpectedly, director Zhao specifically launched another paranormal horror-themed reality TV show for little Xie Bao. Without consulting Su Hengtian, he directly drove to the Su family estate to invite little Xie Bao to return. The car was immediately blocked by the reporters upon arrival. Director Zhao had to get out and say, "Hey, you're blocking my way. Let me in." The reporters quickly gathered around when they saw Director Zhao, microphones nearly touching his nose. "Director Zhao, this time you've come to the Su family. Is it because you've heard Miss Su help the police solve a big case? Are you here to invite her for an interview?" "What interview?" Director Zhao was straightforward, leaning on the car door, turning into a thoughtless admirer of little Xie Bao. "But I know this event, and for her, it's not the first time. She has been learning Taoism on the mountain since childhood, and she carries divine powers within herself." All the reporters were stunned for a moment. They were familiar with Su Jie from the previous children's variety show, so they could almost be sure Director Zhao was talking about Su Jie, not Suya. "Isn't the Su family Miss Suya the one who helped the police solve a big case? You came for Su Jie." "Impossible. The Su family has only one miss." Director Zhao waved his hand, speaking up. "Her name is Su Jie. That's what Su Hengtian told me directly." "What Suya? Never heard of such a name. Anyway, none of it matters. Just don't block my way here." The reporters looked dubiously at Suya, and another journalist asked, "Miss, are you truly the Su family miss who assisted the police in solving a major case?" Suya's face alternated between pale and red, eventually only whispering, "It was you who asked if I was the Su family miss first. My name is Suya, I'm also surnamed Su, and I am also the Su family Mississippi. If you don't believe me, you can check. And I never said I solved the case." The reporters immediately felt somewhat irritated. They'd wasted their time snapping photos of her earlier. "If you aren't her, why didn't you just say that earlier?" A female journalist complained as she leaned down to delete the photos from her camera. "You've wasted my time." Suya, her face flushed, shouted loudly, "It's your fault for not asking clearly. It's not my problem." The reporters all fell silent, finally understanding why she avoided answering the questions about the case. She wasn't even the real person responsible, but someone trying to gain popularity. Had Director Zhao not arrived, they might have believed it was her. Just then, little Xie Bao woke up. It was Saturday, so classes were off. Grandpa, Su didn't let anyone wake her, wanting her to sleep in, considering little Xie Bao usually stayed up late. The sounds outside now disturbed her slumber. She walked out with her hair tousled from sleeping, rubbing her eyes. "Grandpa, big brother." Grandpa Su sat downstairs in the living room. Hearing her awakening, quickly responded, Little treasure is awake. Hurry up, wash up, come down for breakfast. Your favorite pineapple buns. Grandpa has asked Aunt to make them for you." Little Xie Bao nodded and scurried upstairs to freshen up. Big brother wasn't there. Aunt came up to help her comb her hair. Aunt combed prettier than Big brother, but she always pulled her scalp really hard, which little Xie Bao disliked. so she still preferred Big Brother's careful approach, who always gently asked if it hurt. Now Aunt pulled her hair tightly again, and her round almond-shaped eyes were nearly turned into fox eyes. Holding her little hands, she spoke softly. Aunt, it's okay, go ahead and comb it. Little Xie Bao will wear a wig later. Aunt looked slightly embarrassed and loosened her grip, smiling. I'm used to combing my daughter's hair. She likes it tight. Aunt, is there a possibility? Little Xie Bao whispered gently. That she doesn't want you to feel sad? Your combing really hurts. It's painful. The nanny coughed once. Is it still tight? Xie Bao shook her head. A little looser. However, this aunt couldn't comb hair without tugging tightly, so she fiddled with it for a while but still couldn't get it right. Eventually, Xie Bao had to let her hair hang loose and said, I'm going to find Ms. Li. The nanny rubbed her hands together. Well? Xie Bao turned around and said, Don't worry, I won't tell Grandpa, even though Aunt's combing really hurts, but your cooking is really delicious. The nanny sighed in relief. Because the Su family was always upset about the previous incident when the nanny had taken Xie Bao away. In such a large villa, there was only one nanny, her. Although cleaning and cooking every day was very tiring, the salary amounted to 200,000 yuan a month. With such a high wage, she wouldn't be able to find another family like the Sus. Therefore, she was afraid that Xie Bao might complain to Grandpa Su, making her lose this job. Xie Bao hopped downstairs happily as the nanny followed anxiously. Grandpa Su looked at Xie Bao with her untied hair and asked, Why don't you have pigtails today? Xie Bao answered, I don't feel like tying them up today. All right, not tying them up then. Our little treasure looks good however she dresses. Grandpa Su didn't ponder too much, quickly pouring a glass of milk for Xie Bao. Have breakfast, see if you like it. Tomorrow Grandpa will ask Aunt to make some more variations for you. Xie Bao took a big bite of her pineapple bun. Grandpa, what's going on outside? Upon hearing this, Grandpa Su snorted coldly. It's all because of your second uncle. He insisted on bringing you to some variety show. Now it's fine. The director has even come to our doorsteps. Our Su family's young miss only needs to be invited once. He wants to invite her again now. This time it's supposed to be a paranormal horror theme that suits you perfectly. Grandpa Su seemed quite unhappy about this matter. Just because it's paranormal horror, it fits our darling girl? Wait till one day he creates something called the most beautiful little princess worldwide. Then, that would suit our darling baby. We're not going, understand? Xie Bao frowned deep in thought. Her life was indeed too peaceful recently, no ripple at all, but she still needed 7 more vengeful ghosts to gather enough young lifespan for her grandpa. Grandpa Su touched her head gently, smiling but looking increasingly ghostly. Xie Bao hastily drank the milk on the table. Grandpa, I'm going out to take a look. Grandpa Su said, What's there to see? The butler will just send them away shortly. But Xie Bao wants to go. Xie Bao tugged at Grandpa Su's hand cutely. Let me go, Grandpa. Xie Bao wants to make new friends. How could Grandpa Su resist Xie Bao's coquettish mannerism? He spoiled her saying, Fine, fine, fine. But no matter what kind of show, you have to go with your second brother, understood? Xie Bao responded while rushing out. Director Xiao? Director Xiao? Xie Bao's short legs moved quickly, reaching Director Xiao soon and panting as she asked, Do you have any ghosts for me to catch? Have you recently felt someone around you, or been plagued by evil spirits? Director Xiao paused for a moment. No. Xie Bao's disappointment was clear on her face. That's really unfortunate. Director Xiao, not fair. What did I do wrong in my past life for you to wish evil spirits on me? Disappointed, Xie Bao started walking back when the journalist quickly realized she was the real deal and swarmed her. Suya stood nearby and was pushed aside by other journalists. Move over. Don't block my lens. You. Suya turned red with anger. Though she also participated in that show and suffered injuries, why wasn't anyone concerned about her? Xie Bao lifted her chest and shouted loudly. Don't surround me. The journalists were startled and spread out slightly. Xie Bao placed her hands on her waist, educating these reporters with her childlike voice. My older brother said this is a very impolite behavior. The journalists exchanged glances, feeling somewhat ashamed and lowering their heads. Realizing Xie Bao was still a child, they shouldn't have competed for information like that. Xie Bao was tiny, getting squeezed in the crowd, easily leading to trampling accidents. We just want to know if you played any role in last week's highly debated capture of the major human trafficking organization online. Xie Bao scratched her head. What waves, what turmoil? Xie Bao didn't push anyone. The journalist coughed. Because Xie Bao had just exhibited such authority that reminded them of Su Qi, subconsciously, they almost regarded her as an adult. One journalist changed his tone to speak to her like a child. Did you help the police catch the bad guys? Xie Bao shook her head. We all worked together. There was also Xiao Biaodi, little cousin, Xiao Ming, and big brother and third brother. Then, little buddy, can you share a bit about the details of this incident? How did you capture the human traffickers? Xie Bao thought for a moment. Beat him. The reporters urgently asked. Did you get physical? What exactly happened? Xie Bao frowned, feeling a little annoyed. She couldn't explain it clearly, so she trotted over to a nearby flower bed and picked up 2 bricks. She gestured in front of the reporters. Look carefully now, this is the bad guy. Then she applied force with her small hands. The brick shattered into powder right in her hand. See, that's how I beat him. The reporters. Xie Bao dusted off her hands, looking at them with an innocent and adorable smile. Do you want to ask anything else? The reporters. For some reason, there was a strange feeling that asking more might lead to death. Within 2 minutes, all the reporters had fled. Xie Bao waved goodbye to them. Bye-bye, come again if you have time. Xiao Jiabao has lots of bricks at home, and I can crush them for you to watch. Who would watch a 4-year-old cutely breaking bricks by hand? It's just not normal. Director Xiao saw the reporters leave finally, quickly handing Xiao Jiabao a bottle of water. Little immortal, your hands are dirty from crushing bricks. Should we wash them? Xiao Jiabao looked at him. No need, I'll wash when I get back. No need to waste water. Director Xiao unscrewed the cap for Xiao Jiabao. Are you thirsty, little immortal? Do you want some water? Xiao Jiabao thought for a moment. Are you asking for something from me? Director Xiao hesitated for a moment, wondering internally if children these days were all so smart and straightforward. Nonsense, Director Xiao said seriously. I'm just worried about you tiring out. Xiao Jiabao humphed. My second brother said, when you make this kind of expression, it means you want to ask him for help. The director smiled awkwardly. Actually, there really is a little favor. It's about this spooky ghost-themed variety show I recently started. I think it's perfect for you, little immortal. Would you be interested in joining? Xiao Jiabao furrowed her eyebrows. Spooky ghosts. Director Xiao nodded, explaining. Yes, there will be many ghosts. Xiao Jiabao's eyes lit up. Many ghosts. Director Xiao paused, seeing how visibly excited Xiao Jiabao became and thinking how truly devoted a young Taoist learning Maoshan techniques could be to his vocation. Yes, many ghosts, Director Xiao said. All ghosts. Of course, most of them will be fake ones. Would you accept this invitation? Xiao Jiabao solemnly patted Director Xiao on the shoulder and declared, I do. Rest assured, Uncle Xiao, I'll deal with all those ghosts for you. Oh, how many are there? Hundreds maybe. Director Xiao thought about the extras. I'll try to find more if possible. Xiao Jiabao was deeply moved and forcefully patted Director Xiao's shoulder, boldly declaring, You're really someone I'd like to befriend. Being able to handle hundreds of ghosts simultaneously certainly meant he wasn't an ordinary person. Following him would surely lead to wealth through young lifespans. Director Xiao was also pleased. So you agree then? Xiao Jiabao nodded. I'll definitely go, and I'll pack right now. An excited Director Xiao replied several times. Good, good. Take your time, little immortal, no rush. Soon Xiao Jiabao brought along storybooks, rang the bell as well, summoning Si Ping. With more than 100 ghosts, wouldn't she need Xiao Butel to help count them? Su Grandpa found out Xiao Jiabao was about to join this variety show, quickly making a call to Su Hungtian. Your sister is going to play in this variety show, accompany her. Swallowing hard. Even though Su Hungtian was afraid of ghosts, if Xiao Jiabao wanted to go, perhaps he could train himself to overcome his fear. Director Xiao waited outside for Xiao Jiabao and saw her enter alone but come out with 2 people behind her. A beautiful boy with a cold face followed her. Who's this? Xiao Jiabao pulled Si Ping into the car. This is my Xiao bottle brother. He's coming with me. Chapter 104. Little Jiabao, fierce but silent. Little Jiabao was very excited after getting into the car. All she could think about were the 100 vengeful ghosts that Director Xiao had mentioned. She started counting on her little fingers. 10 vengeful ghosts equal the year of life force. 20 vengeful ghosts meant 2 years, 30 meant. So 100 vengeful ghosts would equal 100 years of life force. This was simply amazing. Bai Qing sat on the storybook, covering her forehead and sighing. Given the mathematical skills of their younger sister, Jiabao, Bai Qing doubted she'd ever figure out how many years of life force equaled 100 vengeful ghosts. Jiabao propped her cheeks with her hands and looked at her. Big sister, I'm about to have 100 years of life force. Do you think I could share 1 year with you? Bai Qing's face suddenly turned red. Who says I'm your big sister? Don't call me that, child. I didn't call you randomly, she replied with big flashing eyes. Xiaoming told me the person the big brother likes must be called big sister. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai Qing quickly accepted this new title. Her shyness still lingered as she sighed half a while later and spoke. Tell him more often to get married and have children soon. I cannot be with him in this lifetime. Forget about me. I know that incident back then wasn't his fault. He shouldn't bear self-reproach for a lifetime. How strange, Jiabao said aloud. Why do you want the person you love to like someone else? Wouldn't that make you sad? My favorite doll can't be given away because I would be very reluctant if I did so. Big sister smiled and responded. You are still young, and you don't understand yet. The more you like someone, the more you hope they live happily. I really like your big brother, so I want him to be happy and joyful. Jiabao nodded and said, I like my brother too, so I also hope he is happy. Don't worry, I will talk to him. Big sister nodded and sat down quietly without saying another word. Soon, Jiabao reunited with her second brother, Su Hungtian. Hungtian joined her on the ride to the production team. This time, Director Xiao almost reassembled the original crew for the show to maintain heat. Su Hungtian had originally declined and intended for them to hire another star. But upon securing Xiao Baobao, Hungtian decided to join. Today, it also appeared there was a bonus. A child who seemed rather photogenic and handsome. Although the child seemed aloof and unapproachable, this was an unexpected delight for Xiao. The car traveled for a full day and night until they arrived at an ancient village. For the effect of authenticity in the program, Director Xiao didn't set up fake scenes. He instead went through great lengths to find an old-looking town. This is the first episode of the recording. Everyone can relax a bit, Director Xiao cheerfully said from the passenger seat. There won't be much content in the first episode. It's just for the guests to familiarize themselves and enjoy the scenery around the small village. The tasks are all very simple. Little Jiabao didn't care about the tasks. Her eyes were only focused on vengeful ghosts. As soon as she got off the car, she saw an NPC who had just put on a ferocious ghost mask. Without a second thought, she charged up and threw a punch. Hey be taken by me. Neither director Xiao nor anyone else had expected that blow. Xie Bao's single punch knocked the NPC down, and the body slid 3 to 4 meters before stopping. Before Xie Bao could charge again, her second brother reacted instantly and held on to her. The surrounding staff rushed to help and lifted up the poor NPC. Stop fighting, it's fake. Not a real ghost. Director Xiao hurriedly explained. Xie Bao tilted her head. Fake. That's right, it's fake. Come on, take off his mask so our little deity can check. Director Xiao urgently instructed, then turned around with a spring breeze-like smile towards Xie Bao. Every ghost our little deity will encounter in the future will likely be actors dressed as ghosts. Please show some mercy and avoid causing any serious harm. At this point, Xie Bao finally understood what he was saying, and her face immediately darkened. You said earlier there would be 100 ghosts, and these are also fake ones made by your staff, aren't they? Director Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded, saying, yes. Brother Xiaoping, this adult is such a bad person. Xie Bao placed her hands on her hips, dragging Xi Ping back toward the car. Tricking kids, adults who trick kids are bad. Director Xiao quickly blocked Xie Bao's path. Little deity, wait. Everything is negotiable. Although we don't have real ghosts here, I can offer you a very high appearance fee. Xie Bao glanced at him. What's very high mean? Director Xiao appeared to have spared no expense. After some hesitation, he said, tell me the price you want. As long as it's within the budget, I'll definitely offer you the highest appearance fee. Little Xie Bao thought for a moment, and then held up 5 fingers, adorably saying, then I want 100 yuan. Director Xiao, ? Director Xiao, just 100 yuan? For little Xie Bao, 100 was the biggest number she knew. Su Hingtian came over and spoke up. My sister wants 100 yuan, but my appearance fee is more than that. Director Xiao nodded. How could I not know the appearance fee of the great Su Hingtian? Rest assured, not a penny will be missing. Only then did little Xie Bao agree to stay. At this point, the NPC who had been sent flying by little Xie Bao removed their mask. Her nose was still dripping with 2 streaks of crimson blood, her nose ridge twisted to one side, making her look even scarier than a ghost. It turned out to be Zhang Feifei from the previous variety show. After much pondering, little Xie Bao finally dredged up this person from her memory, the little internet celebrity who often claimed online to be Brother Tu's girlfriend. Zhang Feifei's nose was obviously enhanced, now grotesquely twisted beyond recognition. Upon seeing her, those around all wore knowing expressions, quietly gossiping. I knew her face was high-tech. She never admitted it. Zhang Feifei glared at them sharply, silencing the surrounding murmurs almost instantly. Zhang Feifei, how is it you? Why are you dressed like this? Director Xiao asked in astonishment. Zhang Feifei bit her lower lip. She knew Su Hengtian would come soon, so she planned to disguise herself as a ghost to scare her. Recently, little Xie Bao's image as a small deity online had become very popular. Even though she only participated in one variety show, her popularity quickly caught up to Zhang Feifei's carefully managed large internet account over several years. She intended to thoroughly destroy little Xie Bao's image as a deity on the internet by scaring her so badly in front of the camera that she peed her pants. What she didn't expect was for little Xie Bao to throw a punch as soon as she saw her, which ended up re-breaking the recently repaired nose. However, all of this had already been broadcast live by her pre-prepared streaming lens. The netizens waiting to see little Xie Bao, embarrassed, instead witnessed Zhang Feifei's nose being hit askew. Despite emergency crisis management by Zhang Feifei's team, they failed to take down the trending hashtag Zhang Feifei plastic face. Besides this buzzword, another term also continued to dominate the top spot, its popularity skyrocketing without end. That was hashtag Xiao Jiabao ruthless and silent. The way Zhang Feifei looked at little Xie Bao revealed an intense hatred, wishing she could devour her alive. She simply couldn't understand why this child always had such good luck. Whenever she took action against her, it backfired onto herself. Not only could the little kid escape danger every time, but she'd also gained immense popularity from it. Chapter 105, A New Ghost. Zhang Feifei originally planned to frame Xiao Jiabao using her own live stream room, but unexpectedly, she was counterattacked by Xiao Jiabao in her own live stream and had to swallow the bitterness. Zhang Feifei's agent spent the entire night on the phone, almost not closing her eyes, because they had already bought marketing accounts and online trolls to stay hidden in the live stream room for framing Xiao Jiabao. Their task was to quickly forward the video of this live stream so more people could see Xiao Jiabao embarrass herself. This way, the marketing accounts and online trolls they paid for all forwarded the video, which is why the heat remained consistently high. No matter how much money they spent to take down the hot search, new topics would soon appear. In no time, Zhang Feifei's plastic surgery news had spread throughout the entertainment circle. Su Hengtian sat in a homestay prepared by the program group, scrolling through his phone for a while before making a call to his agent. Is Zhang Feifei busy taking down the hot search? The agent was also enraged by Zhang Feifei's association with Su Hengtian, at this moment indulging in schadenfreude as an onlooker. Yes, I have a friend who seems to be their external employee. They said that this time Zhang Feifei lost at least 2 million yuan. Ha ha ha. How much did she get paid for this variety show? I bet she lost a lot this time, even betting her life savings. What's this called? This is called karma from our little Jiabao. She deserves it, ha ha. Su Hengtian coldly laughed once. She has money, but does my Su family lack money? What did she want to achieve today? Don't think I don't know. It's just about money, right? Spend it recklessly to put her on the hot search. Keep it up for a week. If it's not enough, ask my elder brother. He will definitely be happy to help. After finishing speaking, Su Hengtian hung up the phone. After that variety show, Zhang Feifei had been quieter, and nothing unexpected had happened until now. But surprisingly, her evil intentions didn't fade, and she still wanted to harm their little Xie Bao. Xiao Xie Bao didn't know what had happened. She even specially went over to apologize to Zhang Feifei. Although she didn't like Zhang Feifei, Big Brother said that Xiao Xie Bao should be a polite child, and even if there was an accidental injury, she needed to apologize. When Zhang Feifei saw her, she got angry immediately, pushing Xiao Xie Bao with one hand. I don't accept your apology. You little slut, if it wasn't for you, how would I have spent so much money? You little star-crossed child, why do I always run into you every time? Truly unlucky. Xiao Xie Bao frowned, saying nothing. She stood up from the ground, brushed off the dirt on her clothes, and walked out. Li Minghan and Yun Ting waited outside. Seeing Xiao Xie Bao come out, Li Minghan hurriedly went forward. You? What are you apologizing for to someone like her? She totally deserved it. Yun Ting came over and patted Xiao Xie Bao's head. Are you alright? Xiao Xie Bao raised a smile. No worries. Yun Ting looked at Xiao Xie Bao's smile and felt extremely heartbroken. Her floral dress was covered with mud, clearly showing she had been bullied inside. I'll go tell second brother Su. Li Minghan angrily exclaimed. Let him teach this bad woman a lesson. No need. Xiao Xie Bao slapped her skirt. I punched her, and she pushed me. We're even now. In the future, I won't be this polite to her. Li Minghan sighed. You can't count within 10 either, so you're counting this too? Let me tell you, this doesn't balance out. You'll see how I teach her a lesson later. Xiao Xie Bao smiled. By the way, how did you guys come here too? This round of the variety show, director Zhao wanted the original cast from the kids' variety show, which was also the request of many netizens. Yun Ting shrugged. So I had to bring him along, but he agreed pretty fast when he knew you were coming too. Li Minghan grabbed Xiao Xie Bao's hand and said, She's here, I must come. See, if I don't come, she'll be bullied by others again. Xi Ping, you didn't even protect Xiao Xie Bao. Xi Ping stood aside without speaking. Since arriving at this village, he had become unusually silent. Although he didn't talk much before, he would at least make some jokes. Now, his face was heavy, and he didn't say a word. Xiao Xie Bao opened her mouth. Brother Xiaoping, what's wrong? There's a strong grievance energy. Xi Ping spoke up. It's very powerful, and I'm worried about your current abilities. Brother Xiaoping, don't worry. Xiao Xie Bao has been practicing the spells you taught me diligently. As long as there's a ghost of resentment, Xiao Xie Bao can definitely catch her. Xiao Xie Bao clenched her fist and cheerfully said. Originally, it seemed like they might leave without any purpose, but now it looks like it won't be in vain after all. Xiao Xie Bao quickly brought Xi Ping back to the homestay. Su Hingtian had just finished taking a shower and came out when he saw Xi Ping following behind Xiao Xie Bao. He asked, he's not going to stay with us, is he? Xiao Xie Bao nodded and said, Uncle Director didn't know that Little Bottle would also come, so he didn't prepare accommodation for Little Bottle. Older brother Tu still felt somewhat uneasy around Xi Ping. The director only prepared 2 rooms for them, but it wouldn't be appropriate for Xi Ping to share a bed with Xiao Xie Bao, right? Even though they were all 4 or 5-year-old children, it was irrelevant. But Su Hongtian had this strange feeling like someone was about to snatch his family's cabbage. So even though it was unwilling, Su Hongtian cautiously proposed. You sleep in my bed tonight, okay? Xi Ping glanced at him, disdain evident in his eyes. No need. Su Hongtian immediately raised his voice. Then who do you want to sleep with? Xi Ping replied, I don't need a bed to sleep. And with that, he directly sat cross-legged on the sofa cushion in the living room, closed his eyes, and soon his breathing became steady. Su Hingtian, ? Xiao Xie Bao scratched her head. I've never seen Big Brother Little Bottle sleep either. This is what era we're living in. Su Hongtian muttered as he walked into his own room. If anyone doesn't know better, they'd think you're performing a martial arts drama. Xiao Xie Bao soon went back to her room to sleep. Until the middle of the night, an extremely angry roar shattered the silence. Get out. It was older brother Tu's voice. Xiao Xie Bao quickly got up, wearing her little pajamas, and ran towards brother Tu's room. Xi Ping was obviously awake as well. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa watching her. Xiao Xie Bao rubbed her eyes, barely waking up. Is there a ghost of resentment? No. Xi Ping shook his head. It's a human. Chapter 106. The Deceptive Zhang Feifei. Elder brother's shout almost woke up everyone in the crew. Xia Jibao's room was nearest to elder brother's, so she was the first to arrive. Then she saw Zhang Feifei wearing a bright red sleep dress with a low-cut collar. She clutched onto elder brother's hand and refused to let go. Since elder brother feared touching Zhang Feifei's body, he couldn't make 2 abrupt movements. His face turned red as he shouted angrily. You crazy woman! Let me go, have you heard me? Zhang Feifei hugged elder brother's arm and leaned her whole body against him. After all these years, can't you see my feelings? I really like you, just say yes, alright, Hingtian. Please look at me. Elder brother closed his eyes. I'm afraid of growing needle-like pimples on my face. Let go of me, or I'll call the police for sure. I don't believe you. You do have feelings for me. Zhang Feifei persisted stubbornly. If not, why do you dare not look at me? You must say yes today, otherwise I will claim that you tried to rape me. Do you have a screw loose? This is my room. Su Hongtian clenched his teeth, clearly infuriated. However, he didn't dare open his eyes, fearing Zhang Feifei had installed a camera somewhere. If such were the case, there would be no way for him to clear his name, even if he dived into An Mushy, a yogurt brand. He could give up his entertainment career. He had always been dabbling in it casually, but he absolutely could not afford to be blacklisted for something like this. That would truly degrade and shame him. The second young master of the Su family couldn't bear losing face in front of his other brothers. Xie Bao saw everything and immediately assumed Zhang Feifei was assaulting elder brother. Without hesitation, Xie Bao grabbed Zhang Feifei's wrist and yelled loudly, "Do not hit elder brother. Let go of him." Xi Ping stood by the door without making any intention of helping out. Zhang Feifei glared coldly at Xie Bao and said, "What has this got to do with you? Kids shouldn't interfere in adults' affairs. Do you know that? Xie Bao won't allow you to bully elder brother." With her lips pursed, Xie Bao showed an aggressive expression, but paired with her baby face, she looked even cuter. With a roar, Xie Bao pulled Zhang Feifei's wrist hard enough to dislocate it. Letting out a loud scream of pain, Zhang Feifei lost the strength to hold onto Su Hongtian and quickly let go. Su Hongtian immediately picked Xie Bao up. "Good girl, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Xie Bao didn't speak, only stared fiercely at Zhang Feifei, as if preventing her from rushing forward again. At this moment, the rest of the production team had heard the commotion and director Zhao led them towards this lodge. With gritted teeth, Zhang Feifei suddenly lunged desperately towards Su Hongtian's feet, shouting for help. When director Zhao entered, what he saw was this scene. He paused, looked at the situation for 2 seconds, and felt that the one who should be calling for help was actually Su Hongtian. His face darkened like a pot bottom. Holding Xie Bao in his arms, his legs were being tightly clung to by Zhang Feifei. His face expressed sheer disdain. "My foot is dirty now. I'd better get it amputated before it's too late." Seeing someone enter, Zhang Feifei adjusted her neckline and ran pitifully toward director Zhao, sobbing as tears streaked her cheeks. "Director Zhao, please stand up for me. Originally, I thought Su, the emperor of actors in our industry, invited me over tonight to discuss some lines. So I believed him. But after I came in, She finished speaking and then covered her face, weeping softly, as if she truly experienced some enormous injustice. Director Zhao's gaze alternated between the two for a moment. He suddenly addressed Zhang Feifei. "Not that it matters, but if he was planning to teach you your lines, wouldn't a different outfit be more appropriate?" Zhang Feifei wore a set of bright red sexy underwear that barely covered her waist, interwoven silk ribbons that easily exposed what lay underneath when she lifted her hands. To seduce Su Hongtian, she hadn't worn a bra at all. If this were released, no one would believe Su Hongtian was attempting to impose unreasonable rules on Zhang Feifei, right? Yun Ting snickered coldly and said, "People may think you're here to learn acting, but others might assume you're doing some rather improper nightclub work part-time sometimes, Miss Zhang." On one side, Li Minghan, dressed completely conservatively in dinosaur pajamas, appeared highly virtuous. Li Minghan, the leader of male virtue preschool class, approved and liked Yun Ting's comment. In terms of character, his relation to his brother-in-law was questionable except for one thing. His tongue could indeed be vicious. Perhaps Zhang Feifei realized her appearance, so she quickly raised the banner of justice. "What you mean is victim blaming. There is no such thing as a perfect victim in the world. Just because I'm dressed sexily, does that mean I deserve to be harassed?" This is always an extremely sensitive topic, and director Zhao didn't want to touch the sore spots of netizens. He could only intervene to play peacemaker. "Let's drop it. Let's pretend nothing happened, okay?" Su Hongtian narrowed his eyes. "Director Zhao, I'm not someone who can just brush this off. You can check the surveillance cameras. It will show that she snuck into my room in the middle of the night." His complexion was awful, and director Zhao dared not upset him. He could only go on to persuade Zhang Feifei. "You see, there's no point making a fuss over this. Go apologize to Emperor Su later and say you got the wrong door." Zhang Feifei gritted her teeth. "It's him who harassed me. Are you asking me to shut up now, huh?" Since she had decided from the very start to take this route, there was no way to turn back halfway. Zhang Feifei had to stick to her lies all the way to the end. But this was a small homestay in the ancient village. There were no surveillance cameras at all. Director Zhao also found himself stuck between a rock and a hard place. Even though people with sharp eyes could immediately tell that Zhang Feifei had sneaked into Su Hongtian's room late at night with malicious intent, this kind of matter couldn't simply be judged by feelings. Concrete evidence was required. "Really wants to become famous badly." Yun Ting sniffed disdainfully. "She'll do anything." Zhang Feifei glanced at Su Hongtian. "You want evidence? Fine, wait for it. I'll give you evidence." With that, she turned around and left. Xie Bao clung to Su Hongtian. "Elder brother, why did she hit you?" Yun Ting came closer and poked Xie Bao's forehead. "She isn't interested in hitting your elder brother. She's more interested in becoming your elder sister." Xie Bao blinked, realizing what he meant, and immediately shook her head vigorously. "Elder brother, don't like her. Xie Bao doesn't want her as elder sister-in-law. She beat you even before marriage. She'll definitely tie you to the bed and beat you after marriage." Su Hongtian twitched at the corner of his mouth. The image was too beautiful, dare not imagine. He shot Yun Ting a glare. "Why are you telling my little sister these things?" Yun Ting smiled faintly. "I don't think you can fail to notice. With how she was dressed crawling into your bed late at night, it wasn't to be your—" "None of that. None of that. Turtles reciting mantras. Don't watch. Don't watch. Turtles laying eggs." Su Hongtian quickly covered Xie Bao's ears and said, "I don't know what dirty, vulgar stuff you're talking about. Don't corrupt my younger sister." Yun Ting smirked. "All right then, little Xie Bao, you should keep a close eye on your brother. He's quite a catch." Xie Bao held on to Su Hongtian's head, solemnly stating, "Rest assured, Xie Bao will definitely protect elder brother." Su Hongtian smiled in relief. "So this is what it feels like to have a younger sister, huh? Well, it's getting late. We still need to record the show tomorrow, so everyone get some rest first. I'll go calm down Zhang Feifei." Zhao, worn out, said dejectedly, "I just wanted to film a reality show. Why are all these issues cropping up every day?" After saying this, Almost everyone dispersed to return to sleep. Zhang Feifei sat in the dark, gazing at the video she carefully edited, which completely distorted the truth of the matter. A satisfied smile spread across her face. The blue glow from the computer made her look somewhat sinister. Zhang Feifei comes from a poor family, but she has achieved her current status, something not to be underestimated. Soon, that video was released online. Little Xie Bao, fearing Zhang Feifei would come back and beat her elder brother again, ended up sleeping next to her elder brother. Xie Ping sat cross-legged under the bed meditating. Night soon fell silent again. The next morning, Su Hengtian and little Xie Bao were awakened by Li Mingan's loud voice. Second brother stretched lazily and asked listlessly, "How much does the production team pay you to work so hard?" "My dear second brother, stop sleeping," Li Minghan urged anxiously. "You're in deep trouble, big trouble. Take a look at Weibo." Su Hengtian instinctively grabbed his phone from under the bed and opened it. Immediately, he was stunned by the first super-hot search entry. #renowned movie emperor Su Hengtian exposed for inappropriately touching and blackmailing female celebrities from the same program hashtag. After he clicked inside, sure enough, comments beneath the article mostly condemned him as a beast and an utter scoundrel, mixed with a few sarcastic and snarky remarks disguised as jokes. Previously, I thought Su Hengtian might make a good boyfriend because I'd seen pictures leaked of him with his sister. Didn't expect him to be such a guy. Exactly, there's nothing left to argue here, right? There's video evidence. In this video, it's obviously clear they're pulling and tugging at each other, right? House falling apart. All those bastards engaging in sexual coercion should die. Of course, among them were also some questioning voices. To be fair, how many tier actress comes dressed like this in a Su Emperor's room? I don't think she's any saint either. However, these were quickly berated harshly by Zhang Feifei's fanatical fans. If others bind their feet, you're binding your brain? So what if she's dressed like this? Maybe Su Hengtian forced her to wear it. This is lingerie for fun, right? She's all dressed up neatly. It doesn't seem like she was forced. In short, the two sides were fiercely at odds. It appeared that Zhang Feifei had invested in quite a few marketing accounts this time. Her manager had called him all morning, but due to being so deeply asleep, he hadn't answered any of them. With Xie Bao sleeping nearby, it felt as though everything was much more reassuring and comfortable. It worked like an effective sedative. Su Hengtian made a call to his agent. The agent unleashed a barrage of curses at Zhang Feifei for at least 5 minutes straight, without repeating himself. Only then did he ask Su Hengtian what exactly had happened. Su Hengtian recounted the events from the previous night. "I suspected before that she might have brought a camera. I didn't expect her to actually bring one." "What's with this tone of pride?" the agent exclaimed in despair. "Now she has taken part of the video and synthesized it again to make it appear like irrefutable evidence. Do you have the original video? As long as you release it entirely, I believe the netizens still have some sense." Su Hengtian regretfully informed him. "We don't have the original video." As soon as these words left his mouth, a cool voice interjected. "There is." Xie Ping walked over, holding a small square, a memory card. Yun Ting gave Xie Ping a surprised look as he plugged the memory card into the computer next to him. And truly, inside the memory card was the original footage that Zhang Feifei had shot. There was even audio. The agent interjected. "Great, send me the file quickly, and leave the rest to me to deal with." After Yun Ting sent the original video via email to the agent, he saw the agent hurriedly go offline. At this moment, he remembered to ask Xie Ping, "Where did you get this memory card?" Sitting on a small chair nearby, Xie Ping's expression remained completely unchanged. "I picked it up." Yun Ting was incredulous. "Can it really be that coincidental? We just happened to need it, and you pick it up? Moreover, something this important, Zhang Feifei wouldn't just leave it lying around. How and where did you pick it up?" Xie Ping looked serene, without a shred of psychological burden, from Zhang Feifei's desk. "Yun Ting, is this really picking it up?" Xie Ping nodded solemnly, with not a trace of joking in his demeanor. He wasn't kidding. He genuinely believed he had simply picked it up. The agent also acted quickly. The clarification statement and the original video were soon uploaded online, reversing the situation dramatically. That original video was clear, continuous, and had sound. It was infinitely more detailed than Zhang Feifei's version. Only then did the netizens realize that Zhang Feifei had attempted to seduce Su Hengtian but failed, hence resorting to such vile tactics to falsely accuse the renowned actor. Zhang Feifei suffered immense backlash, becoming practically a hated figure by all. But as she wished, the matter did not remain unnoticed. Even some elders in the village heard about it through the younger generation, coming to know of Zhang Feifei's actions. Some quirky old men would spit when they saw Zhang Feifei. She certainly achieved fame in a way. After all, bad publicity is still publicity. However, this wasn't the kind of recognition Zhang Feifei wanted. After disappearing online for 2 days, her fans chased after her on social media, demanding an explanation. Zhang Feifei didn't respond. Though there was chaos outside, the program still had to continue shooting. The production team stayed in the village for one night, experiencing its local customs and culture. On the second day, the formal show commenced. Their first task was to help the farmers in the village till the land. Li Minghan even suspected the crew paid the farmers for making them do manual labor. Dressed in very simple clothing, the guests picked up familiar shovels once more. Xie Bao had good luck. Because of her endearing appearance, the farmer especially favored her by bringing out the family's only ox to help Xie Bao. Sitting on the big ox, dirt smeared across her face, Xie Bao's enthusiastic demeanor delighted the farmer greatly, who contentedly patted the old ox on its back. "You stay seated there, child." The farmer led the ox forward while instructing, "Hold on tight, but don't squeeze the belly of the ox. It's pregnant and will give birth soon." Upon learning that it was a pregnant cow, Xie Bao immediately became too scared to sit. She got down, diligently finished her work, and then carefully led the ox back. On the way, she fed it plenty of treats, affectionately petting the ox's head, and earnestly instructed it to take care during childbirth. Perhaps the pregnant cow had heard Xie Bao's voice. Even though it was still a few days away from its due date, that night it gave birth to 2 calves. To be precise, it delivered 2 stillborns. Chapter 107. So many ghosts. Xie Bao squatted in front of the Qixi feeble-looking, yellow cow, reaching out to touch its eyes that had already begun to scatter. The cowshed was full of blood and dirt, too filthy for words. The others, terrified by the sight, turned pale and hid outside, afraid to enter. Zhang Feifei stood outside the cowshed, not entering either. She covered her nose and spoke into the camera. It's truly pitiful. Why did it happen? Why did it give birth prematurely when it was so healthy just this morning? This reality show, like the previous ones, was broadcast live. By now, the comments section was boiling over. It was healthy this morning, but died after giving birth prematurely tonight. Wasn't Xie Bao the only one who rode this cow today? That's right. This cow was pregnant, and she still made it come out and used her feet to press its belly. That's really malicious. Exactly. Apart from Xie Bao, no one else touched the cow, right? I'm so confused. For her assigned task, she even replaced it with an animal about to give birth, all because she's too jiaoqi, fussy. If she's this pampered, why join such a terrifying live-streaming variety show? What did the cow do wrong? What did the farmer do wrong? That's right. After all, it is still a life. The director didn't film the scene inside the cowshed, fearing that if it were recorded, the live stream would be shut down. Not long after, Su Hengtian walked in and led Xie Bao out. Judging just by her appearance, completely covered in blood, it was easy to imagine the terrible situation inside the cowshed. Su Hengtian wiped the blood off her forehead, then comforted her as she lowered her head, making her expression unclear. It's not your fault. Xie Bao wiped the blood off her face and looked up. Big brother air, of course it's not my fault. Su Hengtian hesitated for a moment, then let out a soft laugh. That's right. His sister should be exactly like this. He pinched Xie Bao's nose. I thought our little Xie Bao was going to cry again. Just a little bit. Xie Bao frowned. Xie Bao seemed to see a dark shadow standing beside the cow. She didn't finish her sentence before the farmer came out of the cowshed, patted Xie Bao's head, and consoled her. Little girl, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Xie Bao nodded. How's the cow doing? The farmer shook his head. It didn't make it. Xie Bao furrowed her brows and fell silent, looking toward the village entrance in the distance. The black shadow she had seen next to the cow was standing there at that moment. Meanwhile, Zhang Feifei, who had tried to steer some blame towards Xie Bao, fell silent. After all, it would have been too obvious otherwise. Yun Ting approached, holding a wad of cash he seemingly pulled from nowhere, at least 3,000 or 4,000 yuan. Sorry, this is the compensation from the production team. And here's my contact information. If it's insufficient, please contact me. We'll handle any follow-up issues regarding compensation. We are really sorry about this. The farmer hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted the money, repeatedly thanking him. Yun Ting is truly a gentleman. He is so gentle and emotionally intelligent. Everyone else was still stunned, yet he immediately started compensating the farmer. For such an incident, the person who suffers most is surely the farmer. Not like a certain someone who claims to be the chosen one of heaven and earth. Oh, they even made a special reality show to promote her. It's obviously her fault, but now she stands there blankly staring. I don't mind praising Yun Ting, but why bash our Xie Bao? Didn't you hear? The farmer said it wasn't related to our Xie Bao. She had no idea the cow was pregnant while riding it, and immediately dismounted once informed. There's absolutely no way she squeezed its belly forcefully. Moreover, how much strength can a little kid have? If the pregnancy of a cow could be jeopardized so easily, wouldn't the breed have gone extinct long ago? Clearly, something else caused this problem, yet you're jumping to conclusions. Who knows why such a kid even has fans, with absolutely no works, relying solely on the character image of little Taoist from Mount Maoshan, which is incredibly absurd and bound to crumble sooner or later. Our Xie Bao has fans, so what? Even without work, she has fans. Not only won't the image of Xie Bao as a little Taoist collapse, but I could look at her cute face forever, even if it does fall apart. So what? Our Xie Bao is truly pitiable. How did she get involved with a limitless low-quality influencer like Zhang Feifei? Phew, how unlucky. Hurry up and let her perform some rituals to ward off bad luck for herself. While the online battle among fans raged on, those within the production team were completely unaware. Su Hengtian held Xie Bao and found a clean water source to wash all the blood off her face. Li Minghan found some tissues and wiped Xie Bao's face dry. That place was so dirty. Why did you still go in? Now you smell of cow dung all over. Xie Bao scratched the back of his head shyly. I just wanted to see the ghost standing beside the cow. Is it that thing again? Li Minghan suddenly lowered his voice and whispered. Was it her who did this to the yellow cow? Xie Bao shook his head. I don't know. Xiao Ping said that vengeful ghosts seek revenge on their enemies from life. If she's a vengeful ghost, why is she seeking revenge on the cow? Li Minghan stroked his chin and said, could she have been kicked to death by the yellow cow? It's not possible. Xie Ping walked over. A death like that wouldn't turn someone into a vengeful ghost. No matter what, as long as we catch her, it'll be good. Xie Bao sighed. If there hadn't been so many people just now, Xie Bao would have caught her already. This won't help even if you catch her. Xie Ping shook his head. She has cursed this village. You can only capture her after lifting the curse. Otherwise, as long as the curse remains, the resentment of the vengeful ghost won't disappear. Xie Bao sat down. Then what kind of curse did she place on this village? Li Minghan stood aside, unable to join in the conversation. He spoke up. Isn't it true? Now that we know there's a ghost here, shouldn't we run away as soon as possible? No matter what curse. Anyway, it's not cursing me. Tell the director about this, and let's leave tonight. Xie Bao clenched his fists. You should leave here earlier indeed to avoid danger, but I'm going to stay and catch this vengeful ghost. Li Minghan paused for a moment, then said, then I'll stay too. Forget it. You'd better not tell the director. We'll try catching her secretly. Xie Bao nodded, and soon all the monsters arranged by the director took the stage, chasing the guests around chaotically. Even knowing that these NPCs were fake, both Li Minghan and Su Hengtian instinctively felt a bit scared. Imagine, if among so many fake ones, there sneaks in one real ghost. Isn't that barbecue? Slang for disaster? Still, following Xie Bao is the right choice. With Xie Bao, no need to fear ghosts. Thus, a strange scene appeared in the live broadcast. All the NPCs chased Zhang Feifei alone. Because everyone else followed behind Xie Bao, and Xie Bao knocking out Zhang Feifei had already become legendary within the production team. They were just clocking in for work and didn't need to be so professional as to risk losing their lives. Xie Bao dragged a chair, sat in front of the inn, propping his cheek with his hand, watching Zhang Feifei getting scared witless, while thinking at the same time how to lure that black shadow to a deserted place. The others also followed suit, sitting in a row in front of the inn, creating quite an impressive sight. Soon enough, a world where only Zhang Feifei got hurt was achieved. After the program recording was completed, Zhang Feifei almost lost half of her vitality running, whereas Xie Bao and the others rested very contentedly. Yunting also sarcastically hinted at Zhang Feifei, saying she could soon take on the entire variety show herself. Zhang Feifei forced a smile, turned around, and went back to her room without coming out again. The agent soon entered Zhang Feifei's room, holding a document, and asked, "This is the PR plan based on your plan. Are you really going to do it this way?" "Of course." Zhang Feifei leaned against the sofa, her face darkening. "I must make that little brat infamous. And that Su Hengtian, I flattered him so much, yet he's still not satisfied. If that's the case, let him and that little wretch destroy each other." The agent nodded and, according to the planning scheme, edited the text afterward and posted a Weibo update. An army of internet trolls and marketing accounts sprung into action, and the Weibo post quickly made it onto the trending list. The Weibo post featured an image, showing a medical report indicating that Zhang Feifei had severe depression. The planned text was full of emotion and highly tear-jerking. The gist was, "I have depression, which worsened due to the impact of Xie Bao and Xie Bao's fans." The next image showed a wrist-cutting picture, which was soon censored, but not before plenty of netizens saw it. Public opinion quickly shifted toward the direction Zhang Feifei hoped for. Yunting and Su Hengtian lost several million followers in an instant. Everyone scolded Xie Bao for treating a person with severe depression this way, criticizing how cruel they were at such a young age. Who knows what they'll be like when they grow up? Su Hengtian's agent had to urgently call him. That woman Zhang Feifei is truly skilled at utilizing social hot topics to create traffic. This can't go on. We need to find a way. She doesn't look anything like someone who has depression, does she? Li Minghan stood up and said, "How dare she use this as an excuse?" Originally, no one believed it, but Zhang Feifei actually produced a medical certificate, so everyone could only choose to believe her. Yunting frowned and said, "If she doesn't have depression, where did the diagnosis slip come from?" The agent spoke up. "Could the diagnosis slip be fake too? It can't be. The issuing party is the City People's Hospital's psychological department, which is very authoritative in diagnosing depression. Their insignia is very hard to forge." Yunting spoke up. "So I suspect that this diagnostic slip should belong to someone else." Li Minghan sat on the side scrolling through netizens' comments, almost ready to explode. "Hospital," Xie Bao suddenly said. "See, Go works at the hospital." Su Hengtian picked up his phone. "I'll give brother for a call right now." As soon as he called, CGE's voice came on. "I saw the hot search topic. I'm checking on that diagnostic slip. But I'm not from the psychological department, so it will take some time to verify, but I can guarantee that the patient absolutely isn't her." Elder Brother 2 solemnly said, "Hurry up. Should we ask Elder Brother for help with this?" Sigu opened his mouth. "I remember she once claimed on a certain reality show with Xie Bao that she was Mr. Zhang's daughter, right? As far as I know, Mr. Zhang does have a daughter, but it's not her." Brother 2 nodded. "I'll tell Elder Brother. Hang up first." Elder Brother 2. Siga hesitated for a moment, then continued. "Protect Xie Bao well." "You can count on it," Brother 2 sneered. "With both of you and Elder Brother stepping in, I think Zhang Feifei probably won't have any contact with Xie Bao for the rest of her life." Brother 2 quickly hung up. Li Minghan furiously debated online with the netizens, clicking his phone incessantly. Xie Bao sighed. She wondered what kind of curse that black shadow had put on the village. Including this dark figure, she'd caught another vengeful ghost now, taking one step closer to extending Grandpa's lifespan. The next day, Zhang Feifei woke up feeling refreshed and saw Xie Bao squatting in the inn's yard. She chuckled sarcastically. "Xie Bao, how come you got up so early? Did you sleep poorly last night? I've seen those comments online. Wow, they really are harsh, aren't they? How can our young Xie Bao get scolded like that? Isn't your second brother totally powerless against it?" Xie Bao turned her head and saw Zhang Feifei. When she participated in the child reality show before, She had already felt that Zhang Feifei smelled bad, and there was a faint layer of black qi on her face. Now this odor became even stronger, and the black qi on her face also deepened. She shook her head. There was no need to quarrel with a dead person. Before the recording of the next day's program began, a villager rushed into the village. He ran while shouting loudly, "Come and help! Is there a doctor in the village? There's a pregnant woman about to give birth." Su Hongtian had just come out of the room and paused after hearing the shout. He quickly asked, "Where's the woman?" Soon an elderly woman was supported by a group toward them, and a young man shouted, "Where's the person? She is the midwife of our village. Let her go see quickly." "It's ahead, but it's still a bit far away," the villager anxiously said. "She lost a lot of blood. We didn't dare move her." The midwife was already elderly and walked rather slowly. Su Hongtian directly squatted down, put the midwife on his back, and said firmly, "Lead the way." The villagers stood stunned for a moment before realizing what needed to be done and hurriedly led the way in front. When the group arrived, the pregnant woman was already pale-faced, almost sitting in a pool of blood, her eyes rolled up, and she was sweating cold sweat profusely. Seeing this scene, the midwife was so frightened that she froze on the spot. Everyone urgently said, "Grandma, what's wrong? Go check her out quick. This is the ghost lady passing through the village." The midwife suddenly screamed loudly, "We can't save her. It's impossible to save her. She's the ghost lady's chosen victim. We can't save her." Chapter 108. The Cursed Village. Xie Bao pursed her lips, drew 2 fingers through the air, and immediately gripped a yellow talisman between her fingertips. Everyone was stunned, especially Su Hongtian. Although he knew that Xie Bao had the purest celestial master bloodline, she was still young. Su Old Master and her brothers had just reunited with Xie Bao, so they hadn't planned to send her off to learn magic so soon. Who would have thought that Xie Bao could already use it instinctively without any teaching? Siping stood by and didn't intervene. Xie Bao might take 2 days to memorize an ancient poem in class, but when it came to learning divine techniques, she picked them up very quickly. He didn't even have to teach her. Just saying the incantations aloud would allow Xie Bao to perfectly cast spells. Perhaps her bloodline was guiding her. Leaning against the tree nearby, he observed his own successful teaching result, waiting for the moment when Xie Bao would need backup. Xie Bao brought her 2 fingers together. Her small voice was surprisingly serious, exuding a touch of dignity. "Evil banished, go." The yellow talisman instantly ignited in the air, transforming into a streak of light that shot toward the pregnant woman's belly. In the next moment, the pregnant woman's expression showed a marked improvement. Before anyone reacted, eerie laughter sounded from within her stomach. The villagers were terrified, hastily stepping back. One of them fell to their knees. Yun Ting, who was closest to the pregnant woman, paled slightly now, but his hand remained tightly clutched by the pregnant woman. There seemed to be a flash of golden light in Xie Bao's eyes as she walked over, crouched beside Yun Ting, and said, "Uncle Yun Ting, I'm here, don't be afraid." Yun Ting swallowed hard and nodded seriously. "Okay, now, close your eyes and give your other hand to Xie Bao." Without hesitation, Yun Ting followed the instructions. Xie Bao looked around left and right, then asked Li Minghan at her side, "Do you have a knife?" Li Minghan hesitated for a second, fumbled around himself nervously, and then pulled out a folding knife from his pocket. Xie Bao used the blade to make a small cut on Yun Ting's finger. Fresh red blood oozed out, and Yun Ting hissed in pain, suddenly opening his eyes. The blood dripped onto the pregnant woman's forehead. Yun Ting drew back his hand. "Why did you cut my finger?" With honesty, Xie Bao replied, "Because there's an evil ghost inside her. Only fresh blood can drive it out, you know." Yun Ting, "Then why didn't you use your own blood?" Xie Bao blinked. "Because it hurts." Yun Ting yelled, "Does cutting me not hurt either?" Xie Bao, "Cutting you doesn't hurt me at all." Yun Ting, "Who exactly taught you to exorcise this way?" Xie Bao deflected the blame effortlessly. "Brother Xiao Pingshu." Yun Ting, "Forget it, there's no arguing with her." The blood lingered briefly on the pregnant woman's forehead. She seemed to react as though burned by something, shrinking back and letting out an anguished cry, subconsciously releasing his hand. Yun Ting quickly pulled his hand free, stood up, and retreated a few steps. That entity, attached to the pregnant woman, would have been relatively easy to deal with if she were a normal person. Xie Bao had methods to expel it. Last time, when a vengeful ghost possessed Ms. Xine's mother, Xie Bao simply beat it out. But given the current condition of the pregnant woman, allowing the entity to leave on its own was the safest option, otherwise, it might endanger her life. A shadowy black figure began to drift out from the pregnant woman's body. Everyone else turned deathly pale. A few of them had already fainted. Yet Yun Ting and Su Hongtian had witnessed many strange things alongside Xie Bao before, so despite their fear, they did not step back. Li Minghan covered his eyes but peeked through the gaps in his fingers. No matter how much he had seen, watching these supernatural entities still frightened him instinctively. But even though he was scared, he couldn't resist looking. It was like the classic stereotype, a complete rookie who couldn't help but be curious about dangerous situations. The shadow let out a blood-curdling scream, escaping instantly from the pregnant woman's body, a shadowy black silhouette fleeing swiftly toward the distance. Even the cameraman, someone who had clearly seen and handled a lot, continued filming calmly while gripping his equipment. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, the number of comments surged once again. "What the hell? Was that part of the script too? What kind of special effects are these? They're way too realistic. Unless, can live streams really have special effects? Have the production crew discovered some new technology? Here we go again." This kid's building the image of a celestial master capable of anything. Unreal. They should just rename this show as her personal biography. How much did Su Jie's sponsor pay the production crew? Can a script be this real? Are the villagers actually actors? They're probably extras. Still, I love this plot so much. Together, Xie Bao and her second brother took the pregnant woman to the nearest hospital. The program team also sent a car, trying to send the pregnant woman to the big hospital in the city as quickly as possible. At this moment, the villagers woke up, but their faces were still pale with fear, having no idea why such a thing happened in the village. The midwife had already become abnormal, just sitting on one side and muttering words like, "When the ghost goddess passes by, nobody can escape. Nobody." Then they soon found that overnight, all the pregnant animals in the village strangely began having difficult labor. Either the offspring was stillborn or couldn't be born at all. Big ones and small ones alike ended up heading toward the underworld. Even children playing by digging ant holes at the doorsteps found some blackish eggs. On closer inspection, they turned out to be dead ant eggs. Truly, not even a little mercy was shown. The second brother had recovered somewhat now and squatted beside, shining a flashlight on an egg. The inside was pitch black and turbid, clearly indicating it was a dead egg as well. What exactly is the background of this ghost goddess? Passing by your doorstep, she shakes your eggs until the yolk scatters? What's the point of this? Acting like someone from feudal times raiding houses. In recent days, has anything unusual happened in the village? Xie Ping spoke up. She carries immense resentment and cursed the village. If we don't figure out what happened and resolve her resentment, this village may never have a new generation born again. Hearing the severity of the consequences, the villagers sucked in cold breaths, starting to whisper anxiously about what they might have overlooked. At this moment, suddenly a villager raised his hand and said, "I drove a stranger into the village. Does that count?" Xie Bao fetched a little chair, sat properly among the villagers, and nodded. "Tell us about it." "The situation of strangers coming to the village is so common that I didn't pay much attention." That man scratched the back of his head. "However, that person looked too strange, so I'll tell master anyway. A few days ago when I was driving into the city to buy goods, on my way back, I encountered a girl wearing red clothes. She looked about 20-something, quite pretty, and dressed in traditional red wedding attire. That kind, which only ancient young ladies wore during their marriage ceremony. It was very beautiful." A young man stood up instantly, cursing in the local dialect. Xie Bao didn't hear much of it, but she heard the latter part. "Shit. So weird. Why didn't you say it earlier? Our village is a famous tourist development zone nearby. Many tourists come here every day, and some even wear those peculiar clothes for photo shoots." The village chief leaned on his cane and spoke up. "You shouldn't blame him." Only then did the young man sit down again. The middle-aged man continued. "She stopped my car, asking me to give her a ride, offering me 100 yuan. I thought she was a little girl, stranded in such a deserted place, quite pitiful. Moreover, it was broad daylight back then, with a bright sun shining. How could anyone imagine encountering a ghost? However, thinking about it now, the eerie part was that the girl carried an oiled paper umbrella, never put it away even after getting into the car, and handed me folded cash as payment. Nowadays, how many people pay in cash? Isn't everything done by scanning codes? But at that time, I didn't think much of it. After taking the money, I dropped her off at the village entrance. Then I saw her walking into the village under the oiled paper umbrella without any concern. When I got home later, my wife washed my clothes and pulled out a stack of ghost money from my pants pocket." Everyone listening sucked in a cold breath. After hearing this, Yun Ting sighed and said to the second brother, "Don't you think that maybe your Xie Bao might have a certain type of constitution?" The second brother, absorbed in the story, asked while lowering his head. What kind of constitution? Where there's Conan, there are murders. Where there's Xie Bao, there are supernatural events. I've seen ghosts just filming reality shows with Xie Bao. Even if I accompany Li Minghan to participate in a kindergarten spring outing event, as long as Xie Bao is around, we'd see ghosts. We call this the switch must summon corpse and don't ride roller coasters in amusement parks constitution." The second brother, "Don't talk nonsense." Yun Ting made a soft sound. At this moment, the middle-aged man also felt something strange himself. Things had gotten this eerie, yet he didn't feel the least bit odd. Mainly because I thought that girl simply didn't want to give me money, so she deceived me with this trick. Faced with the disapproving gazes of the villagers, he shrank his neck. How could I have known that this young lady was actually a deity, and she brought these things along with her? "Doesn't count." Xie Ping pursed her lips and said, "Tell us, when you saw her, she was holding an oiled paper umbrella and wearing a red wedding dress, right?" "Yes." The villager nodded. Xie Ping guided. "Then think again. Has anything happened in the village, like a girl getting pregnant and married, wearing clothes like these? She seems to have a strong obsession with newborns. I guess she must have been pregnant before. This requires going back to look at the family genealogy." The village chief slowly stood up, "But I seem to remember, one daughter of someone got married and disappeared that very night. It's been too long, I can't recall properly." Xie Bao stood up and spoke. "No worries, Grandpa Village Chief. We can help you go through the genealogy." The village chief nodded and quickly led the program team to the ancestral hall of the village. Zhang Feifei sniffed, stood up, and said, "You guys go if you want, but what nonsense is all this? The pregnant woman must have done some bad things to get possessed by a ghost. Maybe no one in this entire village is any good. It's so late now, I'm going back to sleep. I have depression, it's my medication time." The director frowned, clearly a little displeased. His original plot design was nowhere near as eerie and interesting as this. But Xie Bao always seemed to come with a guaranteed ghost encounter buff. And now they were right in the middle of the most exciting part. When Zhang Feifei suggested going back to sleep, he had to assign people to watch over her and be mindful of her safety. However, Director Zhao didn't dare say much because of her depression. If she went online crying about being mistreated, their program would end up on another negative trending list. Thus, he could only call 2 people and send Zhang Feifei back to rest at the guest house. Xie Bao couldn't even recognize all the characters well, and Li Minghan only excelled in numbers. Reading genealogies wasn't his strong suit either. Therefore, only Si Ping, Yun Ting, and the second brother were rapidly flipping through the book. After searching for who knows how long, Xie Bao fell asleep, closing her eyes to the side, and suddenly the second brother called out, "Come take a look at this." Everyone gathered around the second brother. The second brother pointed at a name, Chen Xiuhua. The second brother said, "Here it says she died at the age of 23, precisely on her wedding day." Yun Ting turned and asked the village chief, "Old village chief, do you have any memory of this name?" The old village chief gasped, "This sounds a bit familiar, but I don't quite remember. Maybe we should ask the elderly people in the village. Grandpa Ming, he's the oldest person in the village. Let's go ask him." Indeed, Grandpa Ming was advanced in years and could barely walk. He lived alone without children or grandchildren, relying on the charity of the villagers to survive. The folkways in this village were indeed simple and harmonious. Otherwise, who would care about the life or death of such an elderly man not from their own family? When Xie Bao entered Grandpa Ming's house, she immediately felt a cold, ominous energy. It was the presence of someone nearing the end of life. Only someone with 1 foot already in the grave would emit such a scent. As they walked inside, the old man sat on a rocking chair in the living room, a red blanket covering his legs. By now, it was already dark outside. All around was a suffocating blackness, like rising tides. There was no light in the house except for the pale moonlight. The second brother fumbled for the switch on the wall and turned on the light. The old man appeared to have been startled by the sudden brightness. His wrinkled eyelids twitched as he slowly opened them. Grandpa Ming, the village chief, approached and greeted the elder first, pointing to Xie Bao as he introduced, "This is a little immortal helping us drive away evil. Tell her, do we have someone in our village named Chen Xiuhua?" Grandpa Ming cast a hazy gaze around the group. "I don't remember. You old coot, I see your brain has gone foggy." The old village chief snorted. "This isn't a small matter. Think carefully. Recently, our village has encountered misfortune. Since the villagers have taken care of you for so long, try your best to help us. You keep saying, don't remember." The old man remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Chen Xiuhua, that name hasn't been mentioned for many years. I thought all of you had forgotten. At my age, apart from me, probably everyone else who knew this story has passed away. That was more than 90 years ago, when the village was different from now." The old man's rocking chair creaked, accompanying his melancholy voice, which made more than a few spines tingle. "I was 5 years old then, just starting to remember things. In my memory, she was a very pretty sister, hardworking, and especially had a great voice, singing so beautifully it felt like her songs could seep into your heart. She was kind and often gave us candies to eat, so we liked playing with her. There were so many young men in the village vying to marry her that the line stretched from her house all the way to the village entrance." Chapter 109. Give me 5 cents. Delete what I said. Grandpa Ming quickly fell into a state of reminiscence. Back then, he was still just a little kid, and now he is already in his final days. This event has been buried in his heart for decades, tormenting him to the point that he can't sleep. He looked into Xie Bao's clear eyes and finally told the story of what happened back then. She was a pitiful girl. Her father ran off with a woman from the city when she was very young. Her mother had to raise her alone in such a difficult era, which was practically impossible. But her mother was beautiful. Both parents were the epitome of beauty and charm for their time. Hence it's no surprise they gave birth to a girl as lovely as her. 3 years after her father left, her mother remarried to the village's Master Da. Master Da was already over 50, his son was more than 20, and he was a full 10 years older than her mother. But he was wealthy, and life did become much easier for her mother after remarrying. Xiuhua's 18th year was marked by the arrival of 3 educated youth sent down to the countryside from the city. Oh, all of them were university students, young and dashing. One of them, it was said, was a city young master who fled home due to family disputes and came here to transplant rice. The young man and Xiuhua soon took a liking to each other. At the time, everyone in the village was saying how lucky Xiuhua was. With such a pretty mother and a rich father, she was now also set to marry a city-born young master. But Xiuhua's family absolutely wouldn't approve. No matter how much people tried to persuade them, Master Da firmly refused to let the marriage happen. People said he was preparing to make Xiuhua the wife of his son, who had been mentally challenged since birth. Master Da's son was born from his previous wife, who died during childbirth. Maybe because he stayed too long in her womb, he was born with a purple-red face and almost didn't survive. But Master Da was wealthy, so he managed to pull the boy back from death's doorstep. However, even at 5 or 6 years old, he couldn't speak and didn't recognize people, only smiled foolishly and drooled incessantly while laughing. Xiuhua would often play with us, and one day I heard her say that she planned to elope with the young master from the city. At this point in the story, the elder stopped speaking. Li Minghan clicked his tongue. So, did they succeed? Yun Ting looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do you think if they succeeded, these events would have occurred later? Li Minghan suddenly understood. Yes, then they must have been found out, and she was forced to marry the disabled son? My goodness, what about that young master? Did he just watch helplessly as the girl he loved got married against her will? Elder brother looked deeply into the old man's eyes and asked gravely, "How were they found out?" The old man said nothing, just stared at the moon outside the window, motionless. Li Minghan anxiously watched him. After a very long pause, Grandpa Ming's eyes moved slightly, and with a hoarse voice, he said, "It was me. I told Master Da that Sister Xiaohua was planning to run away." "What?" Li Minghan exclaimed in shock. "Why on earth would you do such a thing?" "Because back then, Master Da was the sky for our entire village. He was the richest person in the village, and we dared not cross him. My mother worked in Master Da's house, and was often mistreated by him. So I thought if I helped him, maybe he would stop mistreating my mother. And perhaps, he might even give her a great deal of money, enough to buy candies I liked, and even have chicken legs." "But you shouldn't have done such a thing," Li Minghan countered. "Moreover, given how badly he treated your mother, how could you still assist him? You're completely unclear-headed, like my younger aunt. But at least she doesn't act like that anymore, thanks to Xie Bao helping her see clearly. At that time, the era was feudal, and people's thoughts were far from open-minded." Yun Ting interjected. "Besides, old master was just a child back then, and we can't entirely blame him for this." Li Minghan couldn't comprehend this. Sitting shoulder to shoulder with Xie Bao, he whispered, "If it were Xie Bao, she definitely wouldn't do something like that." Yun Ting scratched his brow and replied, "We can't compare like that. Xie Bao isn't an ordinary child." "How isn't she?" "Xie Bao is amazing, probably because of what surnamed brother mentioned about some special lineage." Li Minghan, holding Xie Bao's hand seriously, said, "But Xie Bao's kindness and sincerity aren't due to her bloodline." Yun Ting hesitated for a moment and surprisingly agreed. It dawned on him that Li Minghan, having spent more time with Xie Bao, was now surprisingly insightful in his speech. "This is my karma." Grandpa Ming looked at Xie Bao and admitted, "This karmic hindrance that I cannot escape for the entirety of my life." New paragraph starts here. Xie Bao moved her lips and suddenly, with a flash of insight, said a sentence. "I can help with the karmic retribution you carry, but I cannot help if evil thoughts dwell in your heart." Everyone was stunned. This certainly didn't sound like something a 4-year-old would say. Only Si Ping suddenly looked up, gazing at Xie Bao's profile, and smiled. His smile was different from before. Even when he usually smiled, it was just a slight curl of his lips that went unnoticed and less carefully observed. But this smile reached his eyes, making it immediately clear that he was extremely excited. No one paid attention to Si Ping. Su Erg even went up to touch Xie Bao's forehead. "Xie Bao, are you possessed by something? Who wrote this script?" "No. How can you deliver such an awesome line?" Yun Ting also nodded deeply. "Give me 5 cents. Delete what I said." Li Minghan sighed. Xie Bao needs 2 days to recite her ABCs. Do you really think she could remember such a long line? Xie Bao shook her head. It wasn't memorized. Xie Bao has always remembered this phrase. I don't know why, but it's always been in my mind. Can't be. Could she have memorized it in her dreams? Su Erg pinched Xie Bao's chin and turned it around. In ancient times, Cao Cao liked to kill in his dreams. Now we have Xie Bao reciting lines in her sleep? The director, standing aside taking notes, noticed they were all distracted and had to remind them. "Let's listen to Grandpa finish first." Yun Ting spoke up. "Important things come first, important things come first." But the old man didn't find Xie Bao's words strange at all. He simply smiled and said, "That's right, no one can help me." Director Zhao asked anxiously, "Then what happened after? What became of her?" "Afterward, one night, my mother told me to sleep well inside the house and not go out. Kids of that age, though, the more adults tell us not to do something, the more we want to do it. So after my mother fell asleep, I sneaked out quietly. Then, I overheard Master Da talking with a servant. They had drugged Sister Xiaohua and his mentally challenged son, then locked them inside a room." Chapter 110, The Informer. As soon as these words were spoken, even Yun Ting on the side showed a look of disdain. But that's how people were back then. Unarmed farmers and women could not defy the strong, wealthy landlords. Grandpa Ming continued. "That day I was squatting outside the window. I heard Sister Xiaohua's cries and wails all night long. I was too young back then, I didn't know what had happened. I thought it was the fool beating Sister Xiaohua, so I ran back home and woke up my mother. I told her the fool got up in the middle of the night to beat Sister Xiaohua and begged her to go save her. But my mother just held me and shook her head. She didn't say anything. She just held me all night. The next day, Sister Xiaohua was carried out of the house. Her clothes were torn into pieces. Only a red blanket covered her body as she was taken into the side room. The fool wasn't wearing any clothes either. He happily ran out shouting, 'I have a wife now, she is my wife.' The master was very happy that day. He gave my mother a large sum of money. That was more money than my mother would earn in her entire life. I saw so much money, which could buy many things, but I still couldn't feel joy. Xiaohua's cries and screams from that day remained imprinted in my mind. After that, I haven't slept a single night peacefully. Every time I closed my eyes, it seemed like someone was crying and screaming in my ears, as if Sister Xiaohua was being abused right next to me. Later, the young master from the city didn't wait for his beloved girl at the village entrance, only receiving the news that Sister Xiaohua was about to marry the fool. The young master said nothing. He just set down his luggage and stayed in the village. Later, Sister Xiaohua never came out of the house again. After 3 months, the master planned to hold a wedding feast for the fool, inviting an elderly woman to calculate the auspicious date. That elderly woman was an experienced midwife. As soon as she saw Sister Xiaohua's condition, she said she was pregnant. But the fool was useless. It was impossible for him to father a child, and the months didn't match up with the fool. The master must have been furious. However, For appearance's sake, the marriage went through. On the same night, people discovered that Sister Xiaohua, dressed in her bridal gown, drowned herself in their own well. The young master guarded Sister Xiaohua's spirit for 7 days before packing up and leaving. Years later, during the Great Reform Movement, landlords were attacked. The master and his foolish son were beaten to death with sticks by the masses. They weren't even given a coffin, just wrapped in a mat and thrown into the mountains, eaten by wild animals until there was nothing left of them, not even the bones. Everyone said it was karmic retribution. So you really deserved it, Li Minghan spoke bitterly. It was completely inhumane. I suddenly understand that female ghost a little bit. After you guys treated her this way, it's understandable that she sought revenge. Yunting kicked him in the leg, warning him not to speak carelessly. Li Minghan was always quick to anger when witnessing injustice. Though reprimanded by Yunting, he still glared at Grandpa Ming, his nose pointing skyward and eyes squinting suspiciously. Suddenly, Grandpa Ming trembled, his cloudy old eyes wide open as he froze looking at the window, where the reflection of moonlight revealed a figure clad in red robes. It's her, it's her. Grandpa Ming gasped, breathing heavily as though something blocked his throat. She's come. She has come to take revenge. She has come to take revenge. All heads turned toward the window. Sure enough, the red-clad silhouette stood by the doorway, swaying lightly with the breeze. This woman had no hands, no feet, no body, just a blood-soaked head, dangling at the doorway, glaring fixedly at Grandpa Ming sitting on the wheelchair. Grandpa Ming panted for breath, his pupils shrinking almost to pinprick size. Xie Bao ignited a fierce flame at the tip of his fingers, thrusting it abruptly towards the red figure. The red shadow instantly scattered, replaced by wailing cries echoing around, filled with resentment. It chilled everyone to the bone. Li Minghan's adrenaline skyrocketed to its peak, making his face flush. Under the effect of adrenaline, one often becomes braver and more fearless. He loudly shouted into the air. You have your grievance, but blame the right person. I'm just an innocent passerby. What did I do wrong? Please don't make any mistakes. She's full of grievances. She's beyond reason. Shouting won't make any sense to her. Save your strength and run. Xi Ping said sharply. Su, brother two, take everyone away. When Su Hongtian was called brother two by Xi Ping, he immediately felt utterly awkward. No, ancestor, please don't call me that. It will be the death of me. Just call me Su Hongtian. Xi Ping replied dryly. Whatsoever Xie Bao calls you, I'll call you. Su Hongtian. So you've been waiting for this moment. Xi Ping seemed somewhat flustered too, and coldly said, hurry up. Su Hongtian quickly helped the village chief to his feet, paused for a moment, and then asked, what about Old Ming? Xi Ping said, this thing is after Old Ming. Wherever Old Ming is, she will be there too. You'll be in danger if you carry him along, so just leave all this behind and go. Su Hongtian handed the village chief over to Yunting, and then ran over to Xie Bao. Xie Bao hadn't even realized what was happening yet, when Su Hongtian pulled out a bunch of amulets from his pocket and stuffed them all into Xie Bao's small school bag, which was originally used to carry storybooks. The director on the side saw this, and was left speechless. Not to mention, when had he gathered so many amulets? Yunting, supporting the village chief, remarked sarcastically, how many amulets did you prepare? I've gotten one from every temple around the capital city. Su Hongtian shouted, with the blessings of so many Buddhas, I can have peace of mind on these scary reality shows. Xie Bao blinked. Why are you giving them to me, big brother heir? Of course because you're more important. Su Hongtian patted Xie Bao's school bag and said, Ba, hallelujah, may God be with you. So, who exactly did you pray to, Eastern gods or Western ones? Yunting said irritably. Aren't you afraid they'll start a fight? Shut your crow's mouth. Su Hongtian glanced at Xi Ping and said earnestly, you must protect Xie Bao, okay? Xi Ping nodded silently without a word. To avoid causing Xie Bao trouble, Su Hongtian carried Li Minghan outside the house. That ghost only had eyes for Grandpa Ming. It seemed like she had come specifically to take revenge on him. Several times, she tried to rush forward but was stopped by Xie Bao. After several rounds of combat, that ghost couldn't get close to Ming Lao. Frustrated, she screamed at Xie Bao, get out of my way. Otherwise, I'll rip you apart too. Xie Bao replied, Auntie, please don't be upset. Let's sit down and talk, okay? Chen Xiuhua stared at her for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a chilling laugh. Truly laughable. Didn't you hear what he did to me? And yet, you still protect him? All of you are the same, unable to distinguish right from wrong. You're the filthiest and most disgusting existence on this earth. I will destroy you all, and everyone in this village. At that moment, the red light surged several times stronger. Xie Bao soon couldn't suppress it anymore, and was flipped to the ground. Standing nearby, Xi Ping said, use the talismans. Okay. In the next moment, the talismans in Xie Bao's hand were flung towards the red shadow, as if they were free. After several screams of pain, the red shadow showed no solution against these talismans and could only retreat angrily. Xie Bao hurried after her, shouting, Auntie, don't go, Auntie. How will I live without you, Auntie? Are you tired? Let's sit down and have some tea, Auntie. I have a good storybook here. We can read stories together, Auntie. Chen Xiuhua. What family raised such a kid? Ultimately, Xie Bao couldn't catch up with Chen Xiuhua. She was the strongest, vengeful spirit Xie Bao had encountered so far and wasn't easy to capture. So Xie Bao returned, hanging her head in disappointment. Brother Xiaoping, I seem unable to catch Auntie. That's fine, we'll catch her eventually. Xi Ping looked at her and said, she is a vengeful spirit that has accumulated decades of resentment, so her spiritual powers are strong. Catching her would be equivalent to catching 5 ghosts. Woohoo! Xiao Bao quickly regained her fighting spirit and hugged her storybook, exclaiming, "I will definitely work hard." Xie Ping nodded and looked at Grandpa Ming lying on the ground beside him, lost in thought. Grandpa Ming had gone through such a major upheaval and was already scared beyond reason. If the bell ringer isn't solved by the bell maker, should Grandpa Ming die, then Qin Xiuhua would certainly wreak more havoc on others in the village. A way must be found to quell her intense resentment. The village chief soon told everyone the story about Qin Xiuhua. Everyone felt sorry for this unfortunate girl, and at the same time, also struggled somewhat to face old Ming, who had been the informer back then. Had it not been for old Ming, Qin Xiuhua might have eloped with the young master and lived a happy life, rather than bringing such significant trouble to the village now. Chapter 111. The Big Reversal. The surrounding villagers regarded Xiao Bao and Xie Ping as saviors, surrounding the two and begging, "Please, dear gods, you must solve this issue." Xiao Bao nodded and said, "Xiao Bao will catch it." Only then did the villagers calm down. Suddenly, a scream came from Zhang Feifei inside the homestay. Yunting glanced at her older brother and sighed. "I'll go check it out." After all, they were still live streaming, and this matter had nothing to do with Zhang Feifei. She was still a woman and needed protection. Xiao Bao and a few children also went in. "Are you crazy?" Zhang Feifei, upon seeing Yunting rush in, immediately began yelling. "Why did you bring a dead body here? How superstitious. Quickly tell someone to take it away, it's terrifying. Let me tell you, I have depression, so I can't get too excited. If anything happens to me, you'll be fully responsible." On the recliner in the room lay Ming Lao, his lifeless eyes wide open, looking as though he had already passed away. In his hand, he clutched a red embroidered shoe, dripping red liquid. Yunting coldly spoke, "Respect the dead. You should watch your words." "Is that blood?" One of the villagers trembled as they asked. "It's Ghost Lady seeking revenge on Ming Lao." Xiao Bao walked over and took the red embroidered shoe from Ming Lao's hand. Although the liquid inside the shoe was red, its concentration and smell didn't resemble fresh blood, but rather red paint. Older brother looked back at the village chief and asked, "Does this belong to Qin Xiuhua?" The village chief, not daring to look for too long, could only nod repeatedly. "It probably does, but I can't confirm it since I was very young when this happened, without any clear memories. However, I've heard the elderly in the village mention that on Qin Xiuhua's wedding day, she wore red embroidered shoes hand-stitched by her mother. Back then, many villagers would still visit Xiuhua's mom, so the golden threaded patterns embroidered on those shoes were well known and memorable to many in the village. Normally, embroidered shoes feature peonies or phoenixes, but on Qin Xiuhua's shoes, there was a golden fox. Xie Ping looked at the shoe and indeed saw a golden fox on it, lifelike as if it could leap off the embroidery at any moment. Everyone hesitated to look further and instead asked Xie Ping what to do. Xie Ping instructed everyone to properly settle Ming Lao's body before walking out with the red embroidered shoe in hand. No one spoke. After learning about Ming Lao and Qin Xiuhua, people naturally harbored some resentment towards Ming Lao. The atmosphere in the house became quite oppressive. Everyone assumed that Qin Xiuhua had come back to avenge herself against Ming Lao. Yet there were so many people in the courtyard, including strong young men and middle-aged men whose positive energy, yang qi, should make it impossible for Qin Xiuhua to kill Ming Lao right under their noses and leave behind just the red embroidered shoe. Xiao Bao stood motionlessly at the entrance of the homestay, gazing at the dark forest ahead. Director Zhao cautiously approached Xiao Bao and gently said, "Little deity, are you all right?" "Ah, I knew it. The saying goes that when one stares into the abyss stares back. After staring for so long, has our little deity been possessed by a ghost?" Su Ergo slapped Director Zhao's hand away. "If you don't know how to talk, let someone else who knows how to say it." Director Zhao protested. "Then how do you explain why the little deity is just standing there blankly looking at that forest?" At that moment, Xiao Bao's stomach growled, and she touched her belly, somewhat sheepishly saying, "Chasing Auntie made me so tired earlier. I'm a bit hungry now." Director Zhao. Ergo Su wouldn't let Xiao Bao go hungry. He quickly pulled a bunch of Snickers bars from his pocket. Zhang Feifei standing beside them grew even more confused. "How do you have these things?" "I secretly stuffed them into my pockets," Ergo Su explained. "Who knows whether your crew would again force us into a survival situation where we'd starve? So I had to resort to this method." "But wasn't everyone supposed to be searched before filming started?" Yunting questioned. "How did you manage to hide all those amulets too? Are you Doraemon or something?" Ergo Su looked down at his feet. He was wearing high-top boots this time. Xiao Bao, maybe I don't feel that hungry anymore." Ergo Su shoved a couple of Snickers bars into her hands. "What's wrong?" "They're wrapped. Don't worry. You used a lot of energy just now. Have some to replenish. I have plenty more." Xiao Bao swallowed hard, but she was extremely hungry. Now, the villagers didn't dare start a fire to cook food, so she'd have to rely on these flavored Snickers bars. She unwrapped two and tossed them into her mouth. Brother Su squatted beside her, his eyes gleaming like stars. At this moment, if you were to stick a tail on him, he'd probably wag it right up to the sky. No one had ever seen such a doting big brother. It was absolutely ridiculous. Yunting squatted down in frustration, patting Brother Su's shoulder seriously. "Give me a couple too." "Brother Su, no way." "Yunting, Xiao Bao is so cute. Isn't she just?" Brother Su immediately grinned, shoving two Snickers bars into Yunting's hands. "For saying that, you deserve them." Ling Minghan watched the scene in shock and came closer as well, stretching out his hand and repeating, "Xiao Bao is so cute." He too received two Snickers bars accordingly. Director Zhao soon approached, rubbing his hands together. After everyone ate 2 Snickers bars, the feeling of hunger lessened somewhat. Xie Bao pursed her lips softly and whispered, "She seems to be nearby." The next second, a shrill female voice echoed in their ears, causing everyone's faces to turn serious immediately. Xie Bao's fingertip quickly lit up with a talisman which she hurled forward, yelling, "Ha!" The fireball struck something, and a red shadow materialized in the air, groaning weakly after being hit. Xie Bao showed no sympathy for her. Those unborn children in the village and those animals, all because of her, could not come into existence. Though Grandpa Ming might not have been entirely innocent, the villagers and small animals surely were, and any vengeful ghost whose hands dripped with blood absolutely should not be shown mercy. These were words spoken by little bottle brother. Chun Xiuhua opened her mouth with venom. "Do you think you're doing a good deed, huh?" Xie Bao took out the red embroidered shoe, squatting in front of Chun Xiuhua, speaking softly. "If you want revenge on Grandpa Ming, he's already dead. We found this on his body. Auntie, why don't you come along with me? Please, stop committing these wrongdoings." To everyone's surprise, upon hearing about Grandpa Ming's death, Chun Xiuhua didn't calm down. Instead, she grew even angrier. Her resentment grew stronger. "Dead? How could he be dead? Didn't you all desperately try to protect him? How can he possibly be dead? I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Li Minghan interjected. "This aunt here's weird. She wants revenge on Grandpa Ming, but at the same time, it feels like she doesn't actually want him to die." If my guess is correct, Si Ping stood aside, looking at Chun Xiuhua while softly saying, "Old man Ming wasn't some little boy who witnessed everything back then." His tone grew deeper. "Your hatred towards him is so strong that it directly transformed you into what you are now. If this hatred was just plain, why did your retaliation against the village only begin recently? Clearly, you had the ability to kill him long ago, but you let him live until now." Chun Xiuhua glared at him venomously. "It's you." Si Ping calmly responded. "You should know you're no match for me." Chun Xiuhua fell silent. She could feel an overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the 5 or 6-year-old child. It was absolutely something she couldn't contend with. The only thing confusing her was, how was the young ghost king from the netherworld here in the human world, and why was he hanging around with such a group of kids? Si Ping gazed at her, his expression completely devoid of emotion. He seemed unfailingly rational and calm, regardless of the situation. He spoke up again, because he was never some rat-fink kid, nor did such a traitor exist at all. He is the other main character in the story, the young master from the city, isn't he? Chapter 112. Zhang Feifei is about to stir up trouble again. Chun Xiuhua burst into a sinister laugh, her mouth almost stretching to her ears. It was quite terrifying. Li Minghan turned his head away. The scene was just too overwhelming for him. "Did he tell you this?" Chun Xiuhua sneered. "He's nothing but a coward who watched his beloved woman be humiliated and brutalized without uttering a single word." The group exchanged uneasy glances, all of them seeing shock in each other's eyes. "What an insane bombshell." Chun Xiuhua continued. "There was no so-called child who betrayed us. Our escape plan. No, I should say my own escape plan. After he learned that I intended to take him with me, he immediately reported it to the master of the house. No matter how long we swore our undying love or made grand vows, none of that compared to a few coins worth of profit. How utterly laughable." Yun Ting quietly asked, lips pressed together. "Isn't he the big young master of the city? How could a bit of money make him abandon you like that?" Calling him a big young master, Chun Xiuhua said softly, as if telling someone else's story. "He's actually a bastard son. Otherwise, why would such a fine young master forsake his comfortable life to come to our poor and backward area? He wants to return, wants to properly claim his rightful place in the family, but can only do so by relying on the master of the house. Since we first knew each other, everything has been part of their scheme, ruining my reputation so they'd have a reason to marry me off to his stupid son." At this moment, Zhang Feifei, hiding off to the side, had a fleeting look of incomprehensible complexity on her face. But everyone's attention was focused on Chun Xiuhua at the time, and nobody noticed Zhang Feifei's fleeting expression. Li Minghan suddenly turned around, fists clenched tightly. "I originally thought betrayal was already bad enough, but now the truth is even more infuriating. That's why I couldn't understand why, according to that old man, the young master could remain so calm when his beloved was being treated so brutally. But he didn't get what he wanted." Chun Xiuhua laughed. "I kept following him, always followed him until he couldn't bear it anymore. He hired many Taoist priests trying to expel me. Then one day, a Taoist priest appeared and saved me." Little Xie Bao nodded. "Then who was that Taoist priest? Didn't you know?" Chun Xiuhua looked at little Xie Bao. "There's something familiar about him, like you." Xie Bao tilted his head, confused by what Chun Xiuhua said. "What does something familiar mean?" "He seems not particularly gifted." Chun Xiuhua gazed at little Xie Bao, "but very kind-hearted. And he looks a lot like you, a handsome man." Su Hongtian seemed to catch on to something and quickly became agitated. What did this man look like? Was there a small mole above his left eyebrow? Chun Xiuhua carefully recalled. "It seems like, don't you two know him?" "We've never met him," Su Hongtian replied. "When did you meet him?" An excited Su Hongtian rushed forward as if wanting to shake Chun Xiuhua by the shoulders, but his hand passed right through hers, grasping nothing but air. Little Xie Bao held on to Su Hongtian's hand. "Older brother," asked slowly. "As long as little Xie Bao is here, she'll stay." Su Hongtian gripped little Xie Bao's hand, his eyes starting to well up. "That was father. It must be dad. 3 years ago." Chun Xiuhua sat on the ground, shaking her head. "I don't remember the exact date, but it was definitely 3 years ago." Su Urge's whole body trembled with excitement. "He's still alive." He's still alive, little Xie Bao. The person she mentioned could possibly be our father. The incident involving him happened 4 years ago, but Chun Xiuhua saw him 3 years ago, meaning he might still be alive. Little Xie Bao also grew excited, tears brimming in her eyes. Older brother, you haven't deceived me. Dad really just went somewhere far away. Not only was Su Urge moved, so was Grandpa Su watching the live broadcast on TV. Gripping the handles of his wheelchair, he croaked. Is it true? Is he truly still alive? Then why? Why hasn't he come back to find us? Did he encounter some trouble? But back then, I clearly saw. The caretaker approached and whispered, Grandpa Su, the fourth master said your emotions shouldn't fluctuate too much right now. After remaining silent for a while, Chun Xiuhua finally spoke up. I wasn't able to kill him before because, although the Taoist helped me, he wouldn't let me create unnecessary carnage unless the man desired death himself. Otherwise, I couldn't touch him. How laughable. A person so greedy for profit, wishing to live 1,000 or 100 years. Furthermore, I couldn't stand him enjoying his peaceful later years, dying naturally. At any point in time, I wanted him to die with regret. It's only now that I've found a way into this tiny village by hitchhiking. But he's dead. Xie Ping paused for a moment. His corpse is inside. He was very old. This day was bound to come sooner or later. Chun Xiuhua's shrill voice sounded. That's right. So I devoted myself to cultivation with all my might. For the sake of becoming stronger, I turned myself into this ghastly appearance. My hands are soaked in blood. I cannot reincarnate anymore. But he just died like that? What gives him the right? I am destined to drift endlessly through time, yet he can be reborn. Why should he have such good fortune? Li Minghan chimed in. Exactly. Why should he? Yun Ting interrupted. Shut up. Li Minghan loosened his fists and said sheepishly. Oh, I was just getting carried away a bit. Xie Ping shook his head. Those who commit many evil deeds in life will not enter the cycle of rebirth after death. They'll instead go to the 18 levels of hell, enduring 10,000 years of fiery torment until their sins are purged before they can reincarnate again. Even though you were a victim, your attachment to revenge after death was too intense, staining your hands with much unnecessary blood. Thus, you must also endure such severe punishment. Chun Xiuhua laughed bitterly. I've already endured enough of the harshest sufferings that sentient beings experience. Xie Ping reached out and touched her forehead. After myriad lifetimes, you will be reborn as you deserve. Good. Chun Xiuhua said while gazing at the corpse on the chair in the yard. She then added, since the grudge between us has now been resolved, I have but one wish. Your Highness, please bind our souls together. For the next 10,000 years, I want to witness fully how miserable his suffering will be. Xie Ping replied gently, it shall be done. The talisman transformed into a streak of golden light, linking the two souls' wrists. In an instant, the golden light blazed brightly, and Chun Xiuhua vanished from where she stood. Both their spirits entered Xie Bao's storybook. Yun Ting sighed. Even in death, they're still tangled up with each other. Is this love or hate? Often, love and hate are only a thought apart. Director Zhao philosophically commented. She hated him so much because she must have loved him deeply once, which made her unable to accept his betrayal. But that old man didn't even like her in the first place. Li Minghan scoffed. What a rotten old bastard, truly detestable. That's something between them. Su Urge pressed his lips, saying, for us, the matter is finally over. Everyone fell silent. As dawn broke and the eastern sky grew faintly white, golden rays illuminated the vast land, dispelling all darkness and dampness. The village chief walked out of the courtyard, assuring Xie Bao that Ming Lao's body would be properly laid to rest. However, no one in the village was willing to fund Ming Lao's tombstone, let alone hold any kind of funeral ceremony. Xie Ping interjected, there's no need for a tombstone. Just find any place, dig a hole, and bury him. The village chief nodded, and then shuffled back in with his cane. After Ming Lao's remains were dealt with, Chun Xiuhua's final lingering resentment completely dissipated. Pregnant women who had miscarried in the village gradually recovered, though their moods remained low. While their lives were saved, losing so many children in one night left no one feeling particularly cheerful. When Xie Bao departed, many villagers still brought local specialties, insisting that he take them along. Otherwise, they would surround the production crew and prevent their departure. To ease the villagers' concerns more quickly, Xie Bao had no choice but to accept the gifts. A whole 16-passenger extended bus was stacked high before they agreed to leave. So much stuff, it might take years to eat it all, Li Minghan exclaimed in amazement. Who knew being a Taoist master could have these benefits? Hey Xiao Pingzi, little bottle, do you take apprentices? Xie Ping regarded him seriously. Yes, but we start learning from childhood. You're too old. There's no way you could learn now. 7-year-old Li Minghan stared, perplexed. The director had witnessed the entire process and held Xie Bao and Xie Ping in even higher regard. Despite the live broadcast format, there were times when the cameramen weren't by Xie Bao's side, thus capturing nothing inappropriate. Nevertheless, this episode became another major highlight, prompting viewers to engage in profound and passionate discussions about love and hatred. This conversation propelled the show topic to trend on social media. Zhang Feifei, on the other hand, had a rather lackluster performance during the program, hardly appearing on screen. Unbeknownst to Zhang Feifei, what she thought was her downtime turned out to be when the entire crew was hard at work. How could she feel content about this? That night, gripping her phone, she sent a message to someone unknown. Now's the time to warm up about that event. This time, I'm going to become an overnight sensation. Chapter 113, Zhang Feifei's defeated rival. Zhang Feifei had somehow reaped the unexpected benefit of claiming depression. Just a few days ago, she was under intense scrutiny all day for having her nose crooked in a live stream. However, with a mere depression certificate, she completely rehabilitated her image. Netizens began sympathizing and pitying Zhang Feifei. Depression is truly painful. I hope she can overcome it. That Su Jie is just a despicable little person. If it were me on the show with her, I'd be depressed too. Yeah, the whole show focused on Su Jie and barely gave any attention to Zhang Feifei. And when Su Jie arrived at the venue that night, Zhang Feifei was only trying to tease her as a ghost, but she attacked so harshly, without mercy. Yes, I've had plastic surgery myself. Normally, you wouldn't be able to crook someone's nose like that unless with great force. She must have used tremendous strength against Zhang Feifei. Wow, this cute-looking girl, how can she be so evil-minded? Truly, one should never judge a book by its cover. Su Hongtian angrily threw his phone onto the table. Fortunately, little Xie Bao doesn't go online or see these comments. Otherwise, she would be heartbroken. The eldest brother picked up the phone, glancing from afar at little Xie Bao, who was gesturing enthusiastically to see Ping about something, smiling brightly on her face. They don't know anything, yet they're still ranting and cheering each other on. The third brother furiously typed away on his laptop. Watch me black out everything related to this nonsense. The fourth brother walked over and closed the laptop of the third brother. That's enough. Be law-abiding, okay? Even if you hack their accounts, there will always be new ones appearing. It's not worth it. Should we let them keep talking nonsense then? The third brother gritted his teeth in anger. Their beloved little Xie Bao, so sensible and obedient, was the best kid in the world. How could they allow others to talk about her like this? Third brother, you're so angry. Little Xie Bao's voice broke through the tension. Hearing her, the third brother snapped back to reality, looking at little Xie Bao tenderly before holding her in his arms. Why isn't little Xie Bao playing with Xi Ping anymore? Little Xie Bao counted on her fingers. Xia Pingzi, Xi Ping, said that the Aunt Chen Xiahua we met this time is a red level and girt, vengeful spirit, more powerful than a black level one. Little Xie Bao has already become very strong. Xi Ping approached and shook his head helplessly at little Xie Bao's animated gestures. Generally speaking, the color of a yang goit, vengeful spirit, could indicate its level. For instance, a white shadow is just an ordinary wandering soul. Recently deceased souls do not immediately enter reincarnation, but instead drift around in the world searching for an entrance. Once found, they return to the ghost realm. If a soul lingers in the mortal world for more than 7 days without finding a way back, it transforms into a vengeful spirit harboring resentment. These beings are trapped due to unfinished worldly affairs and unresolved desires. Unable to enter the cycle of rebirth, they continuously search for those who caused their death, attempting endless revenge, regardless of whether they succeed or fail. Ultimately, prolonged presence in the human world causes them to lose memory and dissipate into wisps of smoke. Take this Saw, the eldest sister. Had it not been for little Xie Bao's storybook providing protection, her spiritual essence would have shattered long ago. Chen Xiahua was even more powerful. Her deep-seated grudge allowed her to retain her memory, and her supernatural powers accumulated further through continuous killings. Such vengeful spirits were among the most perilous kinds. Though red level wasn't especially high, it meant that starting from red level upward, these vengeful spirits had consciousness, memory, and the ability to grow stronger through various means. Someone had to drive them back to the ghost realm. Previously, such duties were handled by ghost world authorities or certain local organizations, including exorcist Taoists. However, later on, these lines gradually faded. Not only did they fear the sight of red-level vengeful spirits, but even white shadows made them scream in terror. And the ghost realm generally refrains from interfering in human affairs. As such, over the years, vicious ghosts frequently ran rampant in the mortal world, causing constant anxiety and fear. Xi Ping looked at the storybook floating beside little Xie Bao. Little Xie Bao's eyes shone with golden light as her smiles grew even more endearing. Perhaps, thanks to little Xie Bao, another century of peace would soon arrive for the human world. Older brother Tu hugged little Xie Bao, whispering, "Of course, our little Xie Bao is the strongest and prettiest little princess in the entire world. Anyone who dares to bully little Xie Bao will be forklifted off the earth by older brother Tu." Second brother, "No one is bullying little Xie Bao." Little Xie Bao hugged the arm of the second brother and swayed it gently. "Second brother, please don't get angry. Being angry makes one look old." "All right, I won't get angry." The second brother nearly melted into a puddle of affection, pinching little Xie Bao's cheeks. "No matter what little Xie Bao hears in the future, please don't be angry, okay?" Little Xie Bao tilted her head. Was second brother talking about Aunt Zhang? Xiaoming already told me. He said there are many people on the internet cursing little Xie Bao. The brothers' expressions darkened. They had worked so hard to keep it a secret. How could Li Minghan, that little devil, go and tell her? It looked like little Xie Bao shouldn't play with him anymore from now on. But little Xie Bao doesn't even know them. Little Xie Bao shook her head, hugging the storybook. And they don't know little Xie Bao either, so their words don't matter at all to little Xie Bao. Xiaoming said that little Xie Bao should be very angry because of what those brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts said online. But little Xie Bao isn't angry at all. She jumped down from second brother's lap and proudly declared with her hands on her hips, "Because little Xie Bao can't read, I don't even know what they're saying." Fourth brother patted her head. "Little illiterate, and yet you're quite smug about it." Little Xie Bao flicked her braids. Grandpa said little Xie Bao is still young and doesn't need to know so many characters. Su Qi squatted down and adjusted little Xie Bao's hair. "What you said is right. Little Xie Bao has a great mindset. However, No one in our Su family lets themselves be bullied without reason. If we did something wrong, we admit it boldly. But for things we didn't do, we absolutely cannot allow others to smear us unfairly. Little Xie Bao nodded, though somewhat confusedly. Since she returned, she had been well protected by her brothers. She'd seen the evil side of humanity, but more often, she'd witnessed its kindness. She regarded the world in front of her with absolute goodwill, and Su Qi wanted her to learn when to fight back appropriately. But this conversation was still too early for her. Su Qi patted her head. Go play. Little Xie Bao nodded, then turned around and pulled Xi Ping into a small room to play. The two children were whispering about who knows what. Meanwhile, on the internet, Zhang Feifei posted another long article condemning little Xie Bao. It seemed like almost every other sentence mentioned depression, as if she were afraid someone would forget that she had depression. Fourth brother's phone rang, and he took it out to glance at it, then pushed his glasses up and spoke solemnly. There's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Bad news, second brother answered. I want to see what message could be worse than this situation. I found out who the depression certificate Zhang Feifei showed actually belongs to. Isn't that good news? Third brother hurriedly asked. Who does it belong to? Tell us quickly. Fourth brother hesitated before speaking. Zhang Feifei. What? Second brother exclaimed in shock. So she really has depression? Are you sure it's depression and not bipolar disorder? Third brother remarked expressionlessly. I know you're anxious right now, but don't jump to conclusions yet, fourth brother continued. People with depression might harm themselves, but that's because they reserve all their kindness for others. The state Zhang Feifei is in now definitely isn't the state of a real depression patient. So when I found out the name on the diagnosis sheet belonged to Zhang Feifei, I was shocked too. That's why I checked further. It turns out the age on the diagnosis sheet doesn't match Zhang Feifei's actual age. This Zhang Feifei on the form is 27 years old, but the real Zhang Feifei is only 23. Everyone, being sharp individuals, instantly understood what fourth brother meant. If it's the same person, how could the ages not match? Did Zhang Feifei falsely report her age? Elder brother frowned at second brother. I remember you entertainment industry insiders sometimes like to make yourselves younger, don't you? She's not from our entertainment industry. She's just some small internet celebrity. Second brother firmly replied. I've investigated, and Zhang Feifei is indeed only 23 years old, fourth brother announced. So your meaning is, are there two Zhang Feifeis in the world, one 23 years old and one 27 years old? Second brother pondered. Could it be just a coincidence of identical names? It's very possible. Fourth brother nodded. Each psychological consultation session is recorded. I reviewed the video recordings and discovered that the person seeking treatment wasn't Zhang Feifei, but rather, a woman who looks very similar to her. They might share blood relations, but strangely, I couldn't find any information about this girl at all. It's like, under everyone's gaze, fourth brother murmured quietly. It's as if this person never existed in the world. Everyone's faces blanched. Second brother's voice trembled. Then, isn't this like seeing a ghost? His voice rose due to his excitement. Upon hearing the word ghost, little Xie Bao, who had just been chatting with Xi Ping with great interest, quickly poked her little head out, her eyes shining brightly. What kind of ghost? Where's the ghost? Second brother. No matter how they protected Xiao Jiabao and tried their best to make her a normal child, but it seemed like Xiao Jiabao was still going astray. Which kid would be so excited upon hearing about a ghost? There is no ghost. We were just talking nonsense. Xiao Jiabao withdrew her head in disappointment. Oh. Zhang Feifei sat at home, looking at the group of people online cursing Xiao Jiabao, feeling utterly satisfied. What kind of Su family princess or little deity couldn't possibly be anything more than Zhang Feifei's defeated rival? These stupid netizens wouldn't really believe that she had depression, right? It was laughable. She happily scrolled through her admin panel, delightedly noticing her fans had increased by several 10,000 again, making her dance around joyfully. Had she known faking hardship and pretending to be pitiful could attract so many fans, why would she have bothered creating an image of herself as a rich girl? When she was still immersed in her happiness, someone in the fan group mentioned her asking when she'd go live today. The usual content of Zhang Feifei's live streams was showing off her wealth. Of course, most of these flaunted items were borrowed, or perhaps she'd randomly snap pictures near expensive cars parked on the roadside, or even worse, download images from the internet. Over the years, quite a few people had doubted the authenticity of her identity and the genuineness of her luxury goods. However, every time such voices appeared, she immediately blacklisted and deleted them all. Stretching out lazily, Zhang Feifei replied in the fan group, then dressed herself in her fake haute couture set, picked up her phone, and left. Today, she didn't know if she'd bump into some flashy cars on the road. Zhang Feifei hailed a taxi and went to the largest mall in the city, where there were always crowds, including not a few wealthy individuals. Once there, she headed straight for the mall's underground parking lot. This large shopping mall required identification checks to enter its parking lot. Zhang Feifei had to sneak inside quietly. After wandering around the underground parking lot for a bit, her eyes quickly fell on a pink-tinted Rolls-Royce. She recognized this car as one of the latest limited editions, with a landing price of tens of millions. Therefore, after looking around to confirm that no one was nearby, she adjusted her clothing, leaned against the car, and took a few photos, specially covering the license plate number. Then she posted a few of those photos on Weibo along with a caption. Dad said I've been too tired recently, so he bought me a new car. I absolutely love it. Thank you, Dad. But I already told Dad not to keep buying me cars. Our villa's underground garage is almost full. But Dad won't listen. In no time, the Weibo post garnered countless likes, with many comments praising Zhang Feifei for being beautiful and wealthy. As per routine, she scanned the comment section and deleted and blacklisted all comments questioning her authenticity before starting a live stream. Her camera was directly aimed at herself and the Rolls-Royce. Fellow fans, good evening. I'm about to go out to play in the new car my dad gave me. Have you guys eaten yet? The chat screen filled rapidly with flattery and sympathy, the overwhelming compliments making Zhang Feifei beam with satisfaction. But despite circling around the car, she made no attempt to get inside. Her entire body sprawled across the hood of the Rolls-Royce, contorting into a very contrived pose. Suddenly, the Rolls-Royce's headlights flashed once, followed by a honk. Zhang Feifei's face changed instantly as she quickly informed her livestream viewers. My friend is playing with the car keys and can't wait anymore. They're urging me to hurry up. Well, babies, this is the end of today's broadcast. I'll see you later, bye-bye. With that, she quickly turned off her phone. A stern-looking girl with wavy hair came over. What are you doing on my car? Your car. Zhang Feifei scoffed coldly. I just thought it looked nice and wanted to take a look. What's your attitude like? So rude. Chapter 114. Did you come here to insult me? The girl seemed caught off guard by Zhang Feifei's counterattack and immediately became furious. What did you say? It was clearly you leaning on my car. So what if I leaned on it? Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes. Do you think owning a luxury car is something special? How old are you anyway? You can afford such an expensive car. You must have relied on a man, right? I don't even see why you're so proud. I may not have a car, but I rely on myself, alright? The woman had never seen anyone like Zhang Feifei who turned things around so easily, and she was instantly speechless with anger. She glanced at the clothes Zhang Feifei was wearing. It was a high-end custom dress that was very popular online. There were only 5 in the world, and China had just 1. That genuine piece was in her own wardrobe, given to her by her boyfriend as a birthday gift. Zhang Feifei noticed her gaze resting on her dress and arrogantly pulled the waistline. You've got a luxury car, haven't you seen this dress? It's a high-end custom design. There aren't even 2 in all of China. Don't think you're the only one with money in the world. The girl sneered coldly. You actually dare to flaunt counterfeit goods in front of me. Let's stop this nonsense and talk about compensation. Compensation? Zhang Feifei's expression changed. What compensation? I just took a few pictures leaning on your car. Now you want to extort money from me? Haven't you ever seen money before? Huh. Then turn around and take a look, the girl said while raising her chin proudly. Is my car scratched by you? Only then did Zhang Feifei notice that her dress embedded with many water diamonds had left numerous scratches on the hood when she had twisted and turned. Repairing this type of car would cost no less than hundreds of thousands. Don't make things up, Zhang Feifei retorted. How can you prove these scratches were made by me? They could have been here originally. You just want to scam me out of money, don't you? If you don't believe me, we can review the basement surveillance footage. The girl spoke. Relax, since this happens frequently here. Each parking space has a high-definition camera. No matter how deep these scratches are, or even if you just left a slight mark with your nails, they will be visible. Zhang Feifei soon started panicking. Does this mall belong to your family? Do you really have control over the surveillance footage whenever you want? The girl snorted disdainfully, grabbing Zhang Feifei's hand to pull her away while saying, Don't tell me you didn't know. The underground garage of this mall belongs privately to its members. As long as someone spends 10 million at the mall, the parking spot is gifted. Accessing my own parking lot surveillance. Do you think that's allowed? Let me go. Zhang Feifei struggled fiercely. Do you know who I am? If you dare treat me like this, you'll regret it someday. Ignoring Zhang Feifei's threats, the girl called for the security guards after struggling to pull her. Along the way, she said, You don't know, do you? This mall's underground garage is privately owned. As long as one consumes a specific amount here, the parking space is given for free. Checking my own surveillance, wouldn't you agree it's allowed? I don't care who you are. Zhang Feifei continued resisting desperately. Do you even know who I am? Dare treat me like this, and you'll pay. The girl paid no heed to Zhang Feifei's rant, but her strength was no match for the resistance, so she soon called the security guards. The security guard clearly recognized her, and quickly came forward respectfully calling out. Miss Zhang. What happened? Miss Zhang, breathless, replied. Who is she? And how did she get into the parking lot? Not only was she taking pictures in front of my car, but she also scratched it. The security guard looked at Zhang Feifei. Although Zhang Feifei's hair covered part of her face, he still recognized that she wasn't someone who should be allowed in the exclusive basement parking area. Every top member in this area had their photos, names, family backgrounds, preferences, and habits introduced to them during their pre-service training to avoid accidental offense to any distinguished guest. These were all people worth several billion yuan. Zhang Feifei's face was unfamiliar to him, so he quickly summoned a few more security guards, subduing Zhang Feifei. Sorry, I didn't know how she got in. The security guard apologized with a smile. Offending you was unintentional. There's nothing serious. Miss Zhang stood aside with her bag in hand. It's just my car got scratched. Frankly, I wasn't initially concerned about losing several 100,000 yuan, but now, I feel she must compensate. Escort her to the police station. The security guard bowed humbly. All right. Then looking up at the guards holding Zhang Feifei's arms, he said, What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear Miss Zhang's command? Escort her to the police station, resolve this issue, and return. Understood. The small group of security guards nodded continuously and prepared to drag Zhang Feifei onto the vehicle. Zhang Feifei, with newfound strength, violently broke free from the security guard's hold, shouting loudly, You idiots! Do you know who I am? I'm Zhang Feifei. On a certain social media platform, I have 1 million followers. I suffer from depression. If you mistreat me, I'll expose all of you and let my fans tear you apart with their words. The security guards thought she was just raving and grabbed her again, ready to take her away. Just at this moment, two people walked into the entrance of the underground garage. A tall young man was holding a pile of dolls in one hand and holding the hand of a little child with the other. Did you have fun today, Xie Bao? Yeah. Xie Bao also held several dolls. Big brother, Xie Bao had so much fun. The claw machine here is really easy to grab from, and there are many beautiful dolls. Xie Bao will take them home, and they will have new homes. Two slightly older boys were walking on either side of the little girl. One of the boys looked very cold and aloof, not saying a word. The other boy, chirping non-stop, was also quite cute, only a bit taller than the little girl. He was currently holding a small stuffed toy and chatting with the little girl about something. Xie Bao being happy is enough. The older brother smiled contentedly. Ever since the clothes, pants, and dresses for Xie Bao were taken care of by Madame Li from the Li family, initially the older brother didn't agree. Later, Madame Li directly criticized his sense of aesthetics, saying that he, as a big man, simply did not know how to pick clothes. When Xie Bao wore the clothes he picked, she wasn't the coolest kid in kindergarten anymore. This was simply unforgivable. His younger sister should always be the most stylish in kindergarten. Moreover, the clothes chosen by Madame Li were indeed more beautiful and better styled, even braiding cute pigtails for Xie Bao. Xie Bao also enjoyed spending time with Madame Li. The older brother instantly felt that he had no place to prove himself. What was the point of earning money in the first half of his life if it wasn't spent on his sister? Thus, President Su found another way to spend money: claw machines. Xie Bao liked dolls a lot, and her bed was piled high with various sizes of dolls. Every night, she would sleep hugging the dolls. Sometimes Xie Bao would even give names to the dolls. This one was Daddy, that one was Mommy, and others were some aunts, sisters, or brothers. Anyway, a person could play with these dolls in her room for the entire afternoon. Today, seeing the online comments, although Xie Bao said she didn't mind, the older brother still worried that Xie Bao secretly felt sad. So he finished his work early and brought Xie Bao to the mall to grab dolls. While Xie Bao played happily with Madame Li Minghan, Xie Ping might not have been too joyful. It seemed that Li Minghan's luck was influenced by Xie Ping. In this mall, under normal circumstances, on average, every 5 attempts at the claw machine could result in grabbing a doll. However, Li Minghan needed 10 tries to grab one. Xie Bao almost grabbed a doll every 3 attempts and even managed to grab special prizes, ultimately winning an ultimate prize, a private high-end custom Barbie doll. The dress on the doll was both pretty and noble, and Xie Bao adored it so much that she didn't put it down. Li Minghan's competitive spirit would not let him accept defeat, but Xie Ping greatly satisfied his competitive nature, because Xie Ping couldn't grab a single doll no matter what. 10 times, 20 times, 100 times. Every attempt failed. Xie Ping's face darkened in anger, remaining silent while standing aside. Li Minghan slapped his stomach, laughing stupidly. Xie Bao blinked and handed several dolls to Xie Ping. Xiao Bing, little bottle brother, these are yours. Xie Ping snorted coldly. I don't want them. Xie Bao lowered her head, hugging several dolls. Does Xiao Bing not like dolls? Xie Ping was infuriated by this claw machine, but seeing Xie Bao, he still refrained from venting his anger. Reluctantly taking a few dolls, he gritted his teeth and said, I like them. Xie Bao immediately smiled and closed her eyes. Xiao Bing is the best. Look at these cute dolls. If Xie Bao isn't around in the future, they can keep Xiao Bing company, so he won't feel lonely. Li Minghan jealously said. Then why don't you fear I'd feel lonely and give me some too? Aren't you the one who has some? Xie Bao was a little angry about Li Minghan's mockery of Xie Ping earlier and walked away flicking her braids. Li Minghan got rejected and could only sulkily follow behind. When they arrived at the underground parking area, Li Minghan took a toy he'd barely caught from his stash and gave it to Xie Bao. Don't be mad anymore. I didn't mean it. I'll stop laughing next time, okay? Xie Bao glanced at the doll, clearly tempted, but hesitated to take it from Li Minghan because she had indeed scolded him before. I don't want it. You take it back. Oh, come on. Stop being mad already. Li Minghan anxiously scratched his head. Tell me, what would make you not mad anymore? Xie Bao thought for a moment and crossed her waist, saying, You promise that you won't bully Xiao Bing anymore. I haven't bullied him. Why don't you tell him not to bully me? Li Minghan mumbled. You don't treat me as a friend at all. The only one you consider as your friend is Xie Ping. Xie Bao tilted her head and corrected him. I do treat you as my friend, but Xiao Bing he. Before she could finish, a very familiar scream was heard from the distance followed by Zhang Feifei's voice. Xie Bao? Is that really you, Xie Bao? Everyone looked toward the source of the sound and saw Zhang Feifei being pulled along by a few burly men. Her hair was disheveled, and upon spotting them, she shouted with all her might. Did you see that? That's my friend. Zhang Feifei forcefully shook off the security guard. My friends have arrived. They will make sure you'll regret what you've done. However, when brother glanced over and saw it was Zhang Feifei, he completely ignored her, leading Xie Bao further ahead. The children also turned away, seemingly uninterested in whatever she had to say. The security guard chuckled coldly and gave her arm another hard tug. What friend? That is Su President and his sister. Someone like you even has the audacity to associate with the Su family. I truly know them. I've been on the same show with her. Zhang Feifei argued frantically. Xie Bao, it's me. Zhang Feifei, come here. I have something to tell you. Xie Bao glanced back again. Darkness seemed to swirl around Zhang Feifei's face, and behind her, it appeared as though a black shadow lingered, clinging to her back. Xie Bao paused, feeling the presence of a spirit more urgent, so she tugged on Big Brother's hand and said, "Big Brother, let's go check out. I think I saw a black shadow. That person deserves the ghost's wrath." Big Brother said indifferently, "We don't need to help her. But I want to collect ghosts." Xie Bao gestured earnestly. "In this way, we can exchange for young lifespan. Let's just take a little look, all right, Big Brother?" How could Big Brother resist Xie Bao's sweet plea, and quickly agreed to her request, walking toward Zhang Feifei. Zhang Feifei beamed with triumph. "See? I told you they were my friends. You underestimated me, and now you're going to get it." When those security guards noticed Xie Bao approaching, they instantly became nervous. The Su family's status in their circle held considerable weight, and if this girl was indeed their friend, then things today would turn quite awkward for them, as if caught between two powerful forces. Miss Zhang's complexion turned a bit sullen too. As Big Brother approached, he greeted Miss Zhang first. "Miss Zhang, are you shopping around this area?" Miss Zhang forced a smile. "Yes, I ran into some unreasonable people. Do you know her?" Big Brother briefly glanced at Zhang Feifei, a smirk curling on his lips. "Yes." Upon hearing that, Zhang Feifei immediately grew arrogant. "Did you hear that? Did you? Su President himself acknowledged knowing me. We're friends. What else do you have to say about it? As for that junk car of yours, worth merely a few $100,000, my friends wouldn't even bother looking at it." Amidst her proud clamor, Big Brother nodded slightly and continued. "There seems to be an issue, and mainly we came to watch the comedy unfold. What exactly happened here?" Zhang Feifei's words abruptly cut short, her eyes widening in disbelief at Big Brother. Miss Zhang sighed with relief. "She claimed to be your friend, scaring me half to death. I was saying, how could someone like Su President associate with such vulgar people? Our young lady," Big Brother smiled, "is kind-hearted and wanted to help a trash person, so we came because she thought throwing her into the trash was a good idea." Zhang Feifei's face immediately flushed red. She panted heavily, glaring at Xie Bao. "Is this how you humiliate me? If you didn't want to help, you should have stayed away. What does this mean right now?" Chapter 115, Zhang Feifei's Backbone. Elder Brother number 2 is a rather versatile person in his social interactions, thus earning the title of warm-hearted leading man in their circles, and he has never uttered harsh words toward Zhang Feifei. Therefore, Zhang Feifei was quick to assume that all members of Su's family were easygoing people. In one moment, she would rally her fan base and marketing accounts to cyberbully them online, and in another, shamelessly request their help in real life. But Elder Brother Su was always decisive and ruthless. He squinted, sneering and said, "Is it an insult to the monkey for people to gather around and watch its performance?" Zhang Feifei's face turned pale with rage, but there was nothing she could do as security personnel nearby restrained her. "I despise senseless monkeys the most. Slap her twice. It seems that the heat in the basement has been too high. Time to let her cool down," Elder Brother Su said coldly. "Miss Zhang, would you like to step aside?" Miss Zhang stood by with arms crossed, looking on with an amused expression. "What a coincidence. I also detest senseless monkeys. So stop dilly-dallying and get started." The security guards hesitated at first, knowing they couldn't ignore the orders from both Mr. Zhang and Mr. Su. One guard held Zhang Feifei down while the other struck her across the face. Perhaps because it was his first time doing such a thing, the security guard still held back somewhat, only leaving a faint imprint of a palm on Zhang Feifei's cheek. Zhang Feifei immediately began shrieking loudly. "You fools! Do you even know who I am? My surname is Zhang. I'm the young lady of Zhang's household from Jing's circle. I have..." She didn't finish speaking before Su Qi interrupted. "Do we pay your salary less than usual? Is money tight?" At this, the guard had no choice but to hit harder with each strike, as Zhang Feifei screamed pitifully. "Ensure it's symmetrical on the other side too." "Hold on." Miss Zhang furrowed her brows. "Did you just say that you're the young lady of the Zhang family from Jing circle?" Even though Zhang Feifei's face had already swelled up from the slaps, she still managed to respond haltingly and unclearly. "That's right. I'm the young lady of Zhang family from Jingdu. Once my father finds out about this, you will all regret this day dearly. I will make sure you pay the price." Miss Zhang chuckled derisively. "If you're the Zhang family's daughter, then what does that make me?" Zhang Feifei froze momentarily, startled to find herself facing the genuine article. When she looked at Miss Zhang, her demeanor instantly shifted into panic-stricken tears streaming down her cheeks. "Are you truly a member of the Zhang family? Well, if not, then who else could it be?" Miss Zhang raised an eyebrow. "Could it be you? A mere internet celebrity trying to flaunt under our Zhang family's banner?" Before she finished speaking, Zhang Feifei's demeanor abruptly changed. "Sister, I really am father's daughter." Miss Zhang darkened in countenance. "And yet, you dare say this? Unless you don't believe it, we can go ahead and conduct a paternity test." Zhang Feifei's eyes glinted mischievously as she stared at Miss Zhang. "Dare you?" Miss Zhang paused for a moment, scrutinizing Zhang Feifei closely for several minutes. There was an air of pettiness about Zhang Feifei, carrying a distinct tinge common among online celebrities, making it almost impossible for anyone to believe she hailed from a wealthy and prestigious family. Her facial features, though undeniably delicate, bore absolutely no resemblance to her supposed father. "Let's see how far you'll go." Miss Zhang was spurred by Zhang Feifei's challenge and impulsively replied, "Who do you think fears whom?" Lemminghand watched the entire spectacle quietly beside him and softly asked Xie Bao, "Why did you insist on coming over?" There was a white shadow. Little Xie Bao pondered for a bit. "It's getting darker now, turning gray. Have you noticed, Brother Ping?" Peng Qing responded lightly. Can this thing exchange for more young lifespan?" Little Xie Bao whispered to Peng Qing. "It can." Peng Qing nodded, "but not much." Little Xie Bao considered this and glanced at Zhang Feifei. Though reluctant to help her, she realized that the malevolent spirit tied to Zhang Feifei could exchange for extra young years, so she decided to help nonetheless. She opened the storybook, secretly formed a hand seal, and drew the grayish spirit into the book. The grayish ghost seemed resistant, struggling fiercely, for its grievances needed to be settled before it could move on into reincarnation. Xie Bao gently patted the ghost and whispered, "Don't worry, dear. I'm here to help you. If you continue on this path, you won't be able to enter the cycle of rebirth." As if understanding her words, the ghost's struggles became weaker. The older sister, as per her routine, came over to join in on the show, floating to the page where the gray ghost lay, intending to chat casually with it. She had been utterly bored being left alone, all the other spirits having been sent into the wheel of rebirth by Xie Bao for young lifespan trade-offs. Even the little flowers and grass sprites inside the storybook feared her, unwilling to speak with her. Only during these moments when new ghosts arrived could she linger briefly within Xie Bao's storybook. "Sister," she tapped the gray ghost's shoulder. "How exactly did you end up as a vengeful ghost? Let me hear the story." The gray vengeful ghost stared blankly and whispered, "I don't know. This type of ghost has weak spiritual power, wandering in the human world for too long. Thus, they lose their memory." Xiao Xie Bao explained to the elder sister. "We need to take her somewhere to replenish energy so that she can regain some memories. This was how you were back in the day, sis. But since she's been trailing behind Zhang Feifei all this time, there must be some connection between them, right?" The elder sister continued. "Zhang Feifei might even be the one responsible for her becoming a ghost." Xiao Jie Bao scratched his head. "That's not necessarily true. You used to always follow Brother Su, not your mom back then, right?" The elder sister hesitated for a moment, inexplicably blushing slightly. "Back then, I just misunderstood him." Xiao Jie Bao nodded. "Ah, now it makes sense. Over there." Miss Zhang had taken Zhang Feifei away. Xiao Jie Bao shook Mr. Su's arm and whispered softly, "Big brother, let's go take a look too." Mr. Su nodded, placed the plush toy in the car, and then took Xiao Jie Bao along with him. Lemmingham felt that following Xiao Jie Bao around was simply exhilarating. Every moment brought fresh gossip from the high society circles. Miss Zhang was a short-tempered person. It was well known that Mr. and Mrs. Zhang adored each other dearly, and over the years, they only had one daughter, Miss Zhang, who had been cherished as the apple of their eye. Having led a privileged life from childhood, she had rarely endured hardship, speaking her mind freely with a straightforward and simple personality. Thus, she could hardly believe that her father would cheat and raise an illegitimate daughter outside. She directly brought Zhang Feifei to the Zhang residence. Mr. Zhang happened to be home at the time. When he saw his daughter dragging in a disheveled girl, followed by Su Qi, Xiao Jiabao, Lemmingham, and Siping, he looked rather perplexed. "What are you all doing?" Su Qi coughed awkwardly and said, "We ran into each other on the road. We're just escorting Miss Zhang back." Without hesitation, Miss Zhang rushed forward and grabbed her father's arm. "Dad, do a paternity test with me." Mr. Zhang was baffled. "Do what kind of paternity test? You're my daughter, there's no doubt about it. Who told you to act like this?" "Not me." Miss Zhang snapped angrily. "It's her. She scratched my car and claimed to be your daughter, walking around under the Zhang family name causing chaos everywhere. These internet celebrities stick to people like glue once they latch on. I want to slap some evidence onto her face." Mr. Zhang, a man with a refined appearance, chuckled. "This is ridiculous. Should we do a paternity test with every woman who claims to be my daughter? Would my blood even suffice for such random testing?" Zhang Feifei sobbed, tears streaming down her face like pear blossoms drenched in rain. "Dad, I truly am your daughter. Have you forgotten me already?" Mr. Zhang laughed off her plea. "Young lady, there are things you can say recklessly, but words cannot be tossed around so carelessly. I am really your daughter. My mother is called Chen Lily. Could you have possibly forgotten her too?" Zhang Feifei clutched at Mr. Zhang's sleeve. "If you don't believe me, just do a paternity test with me." Mr. Zhang furrowed his brow, thinking for a moment. It seemed like he'd heard the name Chen Lily somewhere before, but he just couldn't quite place it. Suddenly, Miss Zhang shouted loudly, "Dad, are you seriously having something on the side with someone else? How could you betray Mom and me? Preposterous." Mr. Zhang retorted sharply. "Do you think I'm the kind of person who does such things behind your mother's back? Don't you know me at all? I just feel like the name Chen Lily rings a bell somehow." "I know who Chen Lily is." A female voice echoed from upstairs. Everyone looked up to see a wealthy-looking woman dressed in a long evening gown descend the stairs slowly, leaning against the railing. Though appearing only in her 20s or 30s, her expression was calm, and her features exuded an aura of nobility typical of women from prestigious literary families. Miss Zhang hurried over and held onto the woman's arm. "Mom, what did you just say? You know who Chen Lily is?" "Yes, I know." Mrs. Zhang looked directly at Zhang Feifei and nodded. "She used to be our family's nanny. But later on, because of her pregnancy, she quit working for us. After that, I never knew where she went." Miss Zhang felt a chill run through her heart. "So, this Chen Lily really did have some ties to their family. But I trust your father." Mrs. Zhang patted Miss Zhang's hand, her gaze towards Zhang Feifei growing colder. "He is not that kind of person." Zhang Feifei gave out a hoarse laugh. "What a touching little love story you two have. Then what about me? What am I supposed to be? I don't understand why you're so certain the results of the paternity test will satisfy you." Mrs. Zhang spoke calmly. "I merely trust my husband completely." "Could a paternity test possibly be fake?" Zhang Feifei asked aloud. "If I'm truly related to Mr. Zhang, then he should take responsibility for raising me. All these years of being abandoned, shouldn't I be compensated?" Zhang Miss spoke up. "I don't believe it. My father isn't the type of person who would do such a thing. Dad, you should just go with her and take this paternity test. We'll pick the hospital ourselves to make sure she doesn't have a chance to play any tricks. Mr. Zhang hesitated for a moment. Throughout his 40 years of life, there was absolutely no memory of him having cheated on his wife. It could have been an instance of losing control after drinking, but even that seemed highly unlikely. When drunk, he'd be too dizzy and uncoordinated. He wouldn't even be able to get it up. So he also nodded and said, all right. Zhang Feifei gave a smug laugh. Mr. Zhang spoke. President Su, I recall there's a private hospital under your name. Yes, Su Qi nodded. If you need, I can provide my younger brother's private phone number. Getting the test done at his place should ensure everything goes smoothly. Mr. Zhang replied. Then thank you for your trouble. The elder quickly handed over Su Xiren's telephone number to Mr. Zhang and nodded. It's nothing. If there's no other issue, I'll take these kids home first. Mr. Zhang saw Su Qi out the door. On the way back, Li Minghan couldn't help but think. Do you think it's possible that Zhang Feifei is really Mr. Zhang's daughter? Why else would she be so confident about the results of the paternity test? Almost certain, Su Qi nodded. Now we just need to see what comes from Mr. Zhang's side. Xie Bao sat quietly in the passenger seat. Ever since they had gotten close to the grave, vengeful ghost, she felt somewhat uneasy. It wasn't physical discomfort, but rather an overwhelming sense of depression pressing down on her heart. Most resentful ghosts were filled with heavy killing intent or feelings of hatred, but this one was different. She seemed heartbroken. After getting home, Xie Bao released her from the storybook. The gray, resentful ghost silently crouched in a corner without saying a word, nor did she try to break free from her bindings. Do you remember how you died? Xie Bao propped her cheek up on her hand and asked. Little grass spirit sat atop the storybook, rubbing its shoulder softly before whispering. She feels so cold. She's really cold. Little flower spirit also chimed in. Her heart feels like a snowy wasteland. She must have been a very sad person in her lifetime. The gray, resentful ghost remained silent until Xie Bao asked again, why do you follow Zhang Feifei? Hearing Zhang Feifei's name, the ghost finally gave some response. I don't like her. Xie Bao was delighted by her finally speaking. What exactly do you dislike? Her. I understand now. You dislike Zhang Feifei, right? The gray, resentful ghost slowly nodded. She told me to die. Clenching his fists, Xie Bao exclaimed. That's outrageous. She's a terrible person. Xie Bao doesn't like her either. The gray, resentful ghost stared off into the distance again, quiet once more. Xie Bao scratched his head, finding this ghost rather peculiar. Then how did you die? Please try to remember. Xie Bao clasped his hands together pleadingly. Please tell me. The resentful ghost hung her head low, hugging herself tightly. After a long while, she finally spoke. Suicide. Xie Bao blinked. People who commit suicide quickly fall into the ghost realm. Little brother Bottle once said that because the body is given by our parents, committing suicide is a serious crime in the ghost realm, warranting punishment. Yet this resentful ghost didn't seem to have been punished. I didn't want to. The gray, resentful ghost looked at Xie Bao, suddenly grabbing onto Xie Bao's hand. I really didn't want to, but I couldn't save myself. I'm so useless. I serve no purpose at all. I was just a burden. Why? Why should someone like me still be alive? Why? Please save me. Save me. This sudden outburst was drastically different from her previous taciturn demeanor, as if not even realizing her hand had been burned holding onto Xie Bao. Chapter 116, Annoying Little Girl. Xie Bao temporarily allowed the gray grudge ghost to stay in the storybook. To dispel her grudge, it would definitely have to start with Zhang Feifei. So the next day after school, she didn't go back to the Su family home, but went directly to her fourth brother's place instead. Fourth brother sat in his office wearing a white coat, clicking his mouse repeatedly. Xie Bao and Li Minghan sneaked a peek from outside the door. Si Ping, as usual, followed the two children at a respectful distance. Li Minghan said, it's strange. Your fourth brother works at the First People's Hospital, right? How does he have his own hospital? Xie Bao scratched his head. You don't understand. My big brother says that my fourth brother is some kind of director in the hospital who only performs the major surgeries. This private hospital belongs to our Su family. Xie Bao only understood partially what his older brother told him, so Li Minghan couldn't make sense of it either. In fact, this private hospital was solely funded by the Su family, providing highly private medical services to certain high-end clients. Xie Bao gave an example. For instance, if one day my second brother has a wife, but isn't ready to tell everyone, they would come here for maternity care. Li Minghan stared at Xie Bao in shock. Who is your second sister-in-law? I don't know, Xie Bao replied. Big brother already said it's not appropriate to tell everyone. So Xie Bao wouldn't know. Li Minghan looked as though he'd uncovered a major scandal. Heavens. Second brother Su, who was in the makeup room, sneezed unexpectedly. Almost getting stabbed in the eye by the makeup artist's eyeliner pencil, he rubbed his nose and said, I wonder who's thinking about me. After a pause, he beamed confidently and said, it must be Xie Bao missing his brother. I'll have to rush home after today's tour to hug my sister. The agent nearby said, those who know might think it's about a younger sister. Those who don't might think it's his own daughter. Always so excited. Sit still, will you, so the makeup artist can work more easily. Only then did Su Hongtian sit properly and apologize to the makeup artist. The persona of a tender-hearted movie star must not falter. He wasn't some crazy brother obsessed with licking the face of his younger sibling. Meanwhile, Xie Bao had been waiting outside for quite some time, without seeing Su Xiren stop using the computer mouse. How much longer does your fourth brother need to work? Li Minghan yawned. Are we just going to wait like this forever? Xie Bao said. Let's wait just a little bit longer. Xie Ping glanced at the two drowsy children, turned around emotionlessly, and walked inside. Fourth brother Su raised his head from the computer and asked Xie Ping, "Why are you here?" Xie Ping glanced behind him. Xie Bao and Li Minghan both peered through the door, each sticking out their heads curiously looking inside. Fourth brother Su melted at the sight of the two cute kids, promptly inviting them in. "Come in. Why are you waiting outside? Are you cold, Xie Bao?" "Not cold." Xie Bao shook his head. "Since we saw fourth brother was working, we thought we should wait." Fourth brother Su smiled. "Our Xie Bao is really well behaved. Afterward, uncle will take you out for a walk on the street." Li Minghan curiously leaned over and took a look at fourth brother Su's computer screen. He discovered that he was playing Spider Solitaire. All this mouse clicking had occupied his whole afternoon. Xie Bao sat on the chair and asked, "Fourth brother, did the paternity test report for sister Zhang Feifei come out?" Big brother said to ask you, "Is she really Uncle Zhang's daughter?" Su hesitated for a moment and replied, "The result came out. I've just printed a copy and sent someone over to deliver it to Big brother. The paternity test between Zhang Feifei and Mr. Zhang confirms the existence of a blood relationship. From Zhang Feifei's earlier arrogant demeanor, they had suspected that what she said might not be false. But Mr. Zhang's reputation in his circle was well known for being a loving husband. How could he possibly have an affair with a nanny? Yet paternity tests never lied." Xie Bao stayed with fourth brother for a while and then pulled Xie Ping to leave. Fourth brother Su had also finished his shift and decided to take the kids out for some fun. Xie Bao planned to collect Yin energy from the cemetery later at night. Since the sun hadn't yet set, there was still some time to wait. Therefore, Xie Bao wanted to go to the nearby snack street with fourth brother. There were many delicious foods such as small candy figures, candied hawthorn skewers, strawberry cakes, cream cakes, and all kinds of sweet things. There were also barbecues and meat skewers, such an abundance of choices. Xie Bao loved it. But the older brothers who often took her out to play didn't let her eat much of these things, and Xie Bao was almost dying of craving. Fourth brother, I want to eat that." Xie Bao drooled as she looked at the barbecue chicken skewers nearby. "It's delicious." Fourth brother Su adjusted his glasses. "No, it causes cancer." Xie Bao could only swallow her saliva and pointed at the small beef skewer next to it. "Then this one. It also causes cancer." Then squid skewers, and these chicken claws. They also cause cancer." Xie Bao blinked and realized she had made a wrong decision. In the past, when she went out with big brother and second brother, they wouldn't allow her to eat too much either, but they would always buy her 1 or 2 items just to satisfy her cravings. But fourth brother wouldn't let her have even one bit. "What can I eat that doesn't cause cancer?" Xie Bao hugged her hands pitifully and said, "I'm so hungry." Su Xiren adjusted his glasses and replied, "Rice." Xie Bao raised her hand. "Then I'll eat beef fried rice." "Cancer-causing." Xie Bao, you can't understand what's on adults' minds. Li Minghan couldn't bear it anymore. He took out his phone and said, "Xie Bao, I'll treat you. Eat whatever you want on this street." Xie Bao's eyes sparkled brightly as she looked at him. "Wow, really?" Li Minghan slapped his chest. "Of course." Under fourth brother's watchful eye, Xie Bao ate only a little strawberry cake and a small pastry. Then, not far away, she saw someone selling candy figures. The stall was very popular, and by this time, the old man making the sugar people must be preparing to close shop. Only the last 2 rabbit-shaped candy people remained. Xie Bao ran over in quick steps. 2 little rabbits, how cute. "Fourth brother, can I have these 2 little rabbits?" Su Xiren took out his phone and scanned the code while saying, "All right, but you can't finish them all. You must give one to Minghan or, well, still Minghan. Our esteemed ancestor probably wouldn't like such children's toys, right?" Xie Bao nodded, went over, and picked up the 2 candy people. Just as she was about to give one to Li Minghan, suddenly a little girl ran over from the side, grabbing the candy figure straight out of Xie Bao's hand. There seemed to be a splinter on the stick of the sugar figure. With such an unexpected snatch, the splinter pierced into Xie Bao's flesh. She let out a quiet scream and extended her hand to check. A small piece of wood was stuck in her flesh. Su Xiren quickly reached out, glanced at Xie Bao's hand, pulled the splinter out, then narrowed his eyes at the little girl. "Give it back to her." "I won't." The little girl quickly licked the bunny candy person all over, and then stuck out her tongue at Xie Bao. "La la la, I'm not giving it to you." "You're disgusting." Li Minghan wrinkled his brow and stepped back. "This candy person is ours. We already paid for it. You're committing robbery." "I don't care." The little girl humphed. "Anyway, since I've licked this candy person, if you take it back, you'd be eating what I've left over, which makes you beggars." Xie Bao was shocked speechless by the little girl's behavior. She acted even less mannered than the son of the nanny from years ago. There were actually people like this in the world. It was rare. Although her hand hurt badly from the splinter earlier, Xie Bao still didn't want to hold it against this little girl. She handed the rabbit candy person in her hand to Li Minghan. "Here, you take mine. We won't pay attention to her." Li Minghan wasn't that interested in eating the candy figure, but the little girl annoyed him. "No problem, I don't want it. You eat it. As for the remaining one, I'll consider it as feeding a dog." Seemingly stung by Li Minghan's words, the little girl quickly stretched her head over again and bit the other candy figure. "I've licked this one too." She grinned proudly. "You guys are begging for it from me now? Beggar, beggar." Now Xie Bao was mad too, and she threw the candy figure directly at the little girl's face. The little girl was startled for a moment upon seeing Xie Bao, who had initially seemed to suppress her anger, act so forcefully. "All right, you can eat both then." Xie Bao fumed, placing her hands on her hips, and said, Even dogs know they shouldn't eat something from their owner's hand. You don't know that. So you're worse than a dog. Li Minghan stood beside her and quietly added, "This is the biggest disgrace a dog has ever endured in its life." Sweat stuck to the little girl's face, and her dress was smeared too. Immediately, she threw her head back and burst into tears. Her parents, who had been absent until now, rushed over. At the sight of the sweets on her face, they shouted angrily, "Who is so unmannered as to bully a child like this?" Fourth brother Su calmly asked, "May I ask who you are?" "I am her mother. What's the problem?" the parents said arrogantly. "It was your kid who bullied my daughter, right? She's already so nasty at such a young age. Will she grow up to be a murderer? I think she's destined to be a killer and should be sent to jail." Fourth brother Su smiled gently and replied, "Oh, so you're her mother. When she was bullying our child just now, why didn't you come over? I thought she might not have a mother." The parent spat. "Humph. Don't think I don't know. You're cursing me to die, right? Our girl is far more precious than your little murderer." Upon seeing her mother come, the little girl immediately cried louder, as if she had been terribly wronged. Su Xiren's expression turned cold as he held Xie Bao in his arms. "Your child committed robbery in public. How precious indeed." "What robbery in public?" The parent defended her daughter. "Don't make things up. I saw it just now." The old man selling sugar figures found this parent's words too offensive, so he spoke up for Xie Bao. "It was this little girl and boy who bought the sugar figures. She came over and forcibly tried to snatch them, even calling them beggars. This girl was very well behaved and didn't want to make a fuss initially, but your child insisted on taking both of hers. There's no politeness at all. It's unclear how she was raised." Upon hearing this, the parent grew even angrier. "You're in cahoots with each other, aren't you? Children wouldn't understand such matters. She just wanted one of your sugar figures, and can't we afford it?" After saying that, she took 10 yuan out of her pocket and threw it on the stand. "Is that enough? Aren't they just some sugar figures?" The old man responded, "2 sugar figures, 30 yuan. The parent started yelling loudly. "Are you robbing me? You want 30 yuan for these tiny things? Are you that desperate for your last few coins for your coffin?" Fourth brother coldly snapped, "That's enough." Intimidated by Su Xiren's presence, the parent's arrogance dimmed somewhat. "Why are you being so fierce? Look how proper and human-like you dress, yet you still side with your family to bully a child. How big of a person are you and you don't even care about face?" Su Xiren asked. "So you want to talk about face, do you?" The parent fell silent, pulling the little girl to leave. "Settle the bill first before leaving," Su Xiren said coldly. 30,000 yuan. The parent paused, seeming to doubt she had heard correctly. "What did you say? 30,000? What 30,000? Sugar figures." Su Xiren adjusted his glasses. 15,000 each, 30,000 for 2. "Are you crazy?" The parent muttered curses. "Crazy people going around causing trouble. These sugar figures were originally worth 30 yuan each, which I bought from this old man here." Su Xiren showed the transfer record as he spoke. "From this moment onward, these 2 sugar figures belong to me, and whatever value I set for them will count. Your daughter took my sugar figures and claimed them as her own, so you must compensate me accordingly." Su Xiren said. "Either pay the 30,000, settle the matter, or we'll let the police handle it." The parent realized this time they had encountered someone hard to deal with, her face turning red with anger. "Do you think I'd let you swindle money from me? Never. Who would listen to you? For something like this, the police wouldn't bother managing it. Daughter, let's go." Just as the parent was about to drag the little girl away, Xi Ping suddenly narrowed his eyes and called out, Xie Bao, don't let them leave." Xie Bao instinctively reacted upon hearing that. "Oh." She looked left and right, then grabbed the nearby storybook and threw it. The storybook hit the parent right on the head. With an ouch, the parent collapsed and couldn't get up, while Xi Ping's binding thread slowly wrapped around her body. The parent felt as though 1,000 pounds pressed down on her, unable to crawl up, and could only scream helplessly on the ground. Xi Ping murmured softly, "There's a lot of resentment inside her. Let's take her away first and see what happens." Chapter 117, So Coincidental. Su Sigi made a phone call, and soon the police arrived. They took away the mother and daughter along with them. In the police station, the parent remained silent without saying a word, seeming very afraid of the police. The little girl was also uneasy, leaning on her mother and not daring to speak. Xie Bao sat on Su Sigi's lap and said softly, "Little Ping, this Annie smells so bad," but Xie Bao didn't see any young ghosts on her body. Xi Ping pursed his lips, thought for a moment, and then said, "Not seeing young ghosts can only mean that she hasn't killed anyone or directly caused someone's death, but she is not a good person." Xie Bao nodded. Li Minghan sat on the stool playing with his phone, puckered his mouth, and said, "Do we have to watch this? I also know she is not a good person." Su Sigi frowned, always feeling like this woman looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. But he had no specific impression of who it was. According to reason, it shouldn't be. Xie Bao inherited his amazing memory. When he was young, he could remember everything he read at a glance. The police came over quickly, took a look at a document, and said, "Chen Lily, right?" Several people who were each playing with their own devices suddenly paused, then all turned their eyes toward the woman. Li Minghan whispered, "I didn't hear wrong. Did I just now hear what the policeman called her name?" "I think I heard it too," Xie Bao blinked. "Chen Nini. It's Chen Lily." Su Sigi corrected. "Chen as in Edom. Li as in Louis. Follow me, Chen Lily." Xie Bao, Kai and Chen, Ini, E and I. Chen and I and I. Su Sigi's determination immediately rose. "Wrong, it's not. It's Lu, Ili. A flat tongue sound, not a curled one. How come you can't distinguish between flat and curled sounds?" Xie Bao nodded. and tried hard to call out, "Nanny, and I." Her voice was too loud, even attracting the attention of the policeman nearby, who gave her side-eye glances. Li Minghan covered his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Xiping, isn't this supposed to be preschool teaching time?" Siggy coughed, and then said, "Maybe it's just coincidence with names. This name should have a high repetition rate. There's no way it's so coincidental that we'd meet that nanny." Before his words ended, the sound from the police officer conducting the interrogation sounded again. "Has criminal records. 20 years ago, worked as a nanny in a Zhang family, later got reported by the owner because of stealing. Has been here to the police station once, correct?" Su Siggy, "It's really this coincidental." Chen Lily timidly replied, The police closed the file and said, "Tell us, what happened this time?" "Comrade policeman, this time I am completely justified." Chen Lily's voice suddenly became louder. "They bullied my daughter first." Chen Lily is currently over 40 years old, with wrinkles covering her entire face, yet the little girl in her arms is only 6 or 7 years old. "What do you mean others bullied your daughter?" The police coldly snorted. "Isn't that clearly recorded by surveillance cameras? Clearly, it was your daughter who stole others' belongings." Zhang Lily was speechless when countered, muttering quietly, "Children's matters. How could it be called stealing? Besides, at a glance they're rich people. Their home surely isn't short of delicious food or toys. Just 2 small sugar figurines. What harm could it do giving them to my daughter? They're not lacking money. At such a young age, they lack any sympathy." Chapter 118. Teaching a rude little girl a lesson. Is it right that just because someone has money they should hand it over? Nearby, there was a female officer in uniform, young and pretty. After hearing Zhang Lily's remark, she immediately rolled her eyes and retorted, "You're human. Others are human too. We're all living this life for the first time. Why do you think you're one level below others and have to live off other people's charity?" Zhang Lily turned bright red with anger. "Are you a police officer? Is this how police officers talk?" The policewoman was about to say something more, but was quickly pulled away by her colleagues. "That's enough. Why waste your breath on such a rude person? Don't break the rules." As the policewoman was leaving, she shot Zhang Lily another cold sneer. "I just can't stand these kinds of people. Over the last few days, my younger brother got himself an unreasonable girlfriend who constantly talks down to me when she visits. Seeing her reminded me of my brother's girlfriend. It's really ruining my mood." Your brother is tall and handsome, and your family is so rich. How could he end up with a girlfriend like that?" The female colleagues pulled the policewoman out of the room, and soon their voices faded away. Xie Bao stared at Zhang Lily, her eyes shining brightly. It seemed that what stood before her was no longer a person but countless years of Yangshou lifespan. When Zhang Lily saw the young policewoman being pulled away, she immediately started acting tough, spitting behind her back. "Ignorant little tramp, I'll complain about you right away." Her words were cut short by a loud thud as the policeman slapped his desk. Insulting a public official is an illegal act. The policeman sternly admonished her. "Go ahead, keep talking. Let's see how many years in prison will suit you." Terrified, Zhang Lily didn't dare to speak and tried to smile ingratiatingly. The policeman gave Zhang Lily a severe dressing down, then made her write a 3,000-word self-criticism. Zhang Lily had little education, only a primary school diploma, recognizing hardly any big characters. Hearing she needed to write a 3,000-word self-criticism was undeniably cruel torture for her. The policeman handed her some paper and pens, looked at Su Siggy and the few children, and his serious face softened as he gently said, "You've been wronged in this matter, but asking for 20,000 yuan for 2 sugar figurines, isn't that a bit excessive? I'll handle it. Let her compensate you with 2,000 yuan, as an apology to the children. What do you think? The prestigious Su family of Beijing surely wouldn't care about these 2,000 yuan. However, for Zhang Lily, this would feel like cutting meat off her leg. Simply seeing her in pain was sufficient retribution. Su Siggy adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "Of course, we fully cooperate with the police, comrade." The kind police officer patted Xie Bao's head, asking, "How old are you, little friend? You're really cute." Xie Bao counted with her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. "I'm 4 years old. You're 4 already? That makes you a big kid, isn't it?" The policeman squatted in front of Xie Bao, teasing her, "What a good child." Xie Bao nodded, tugging on Su Siggy's hand and speaking, "Big brother Xie Bao is a little hungry. The little ones are hungry." The policeman stood up, retrieved a few small packets of dry snacks from the drawer of his desk, and distributed them among the kids. "Uncle here also has a few cookies. You can take a bite to tide you over, okay?" Xie Bao took the cookies and answered in a sweet voice, "Thank you, police uncle." "AI, you're welcome." The policeman smiled and said to Su Siggy, "All right, the child is hungry. Take them out to eat something first." The little girl beside Zhang Lily looked enviously at the cookies in Xie Bao's hand and came forward, stretching her hand toward the police uncle. "Hey, I want some too." The police uncle glanced at her and smiled. "No, you're lying. I saw you take the cookies. There's definitely still one left in your drawer." The little girl yelled loudly, "Quick, give it to me." "Nope." The police uncle replied calmly, sitting down, taking out a cup, and slowly sipping tea. "These are mine. I'll give them to whoever I want. If I don't want to give them to someone, and that person behaves unreasonably or tries to grab them, I will arrest her and send her to jail." The little girl was frightened by these words, tears pooling in her eyes as if she'd been gravely wronged. Zhang Lily put down her pen and protested, "Their child is hungry, and so is mine. Why do they get the cookies and not us? Even the police aren't fair." "Shut up," the policeman snapped, furrowing his brows. "Are you done with the self-criticism?" Zhang Lily had no choice but to crouch by the door and scribble out her self-criticism with her bottom stuck out. Neither Su Sigi nor Xie Bao had left. It was a rare clue they couldn't let go of. But indeed, Xie Bao hadn't eaten much today. She had finally gotten 2 sugar figurines, both of which were snatched by that little girl. Children shouldn't be left hungry. Su Sigi took out his phone to order food online. Xie Bao ran to the police officer and, shaking his sleeve, asked, "Officer Uncle, isn't it very late now?" The police officer glanced at his watch and nodded. "Yes, it is." "Then has Officer Uncle had dinner yet? Would you be like Xie Bao, with your tummy rumbling?" Xie Bao cheerfully gestured. "My 4th brother is buying dinner. What would you like, Officer Uncle?" "I'm fine, thank you." The police officer pinched Xie Bao's cheek. "Thank you, little friend." "Why not? Aren't you hungry too?" Xie Bao frowned and patted the police officer's stomach. "No watermelon here either. Officer Uncle must be hungry too." The police officer couldn't help but laugh a little and said, "This is my principle. If I eat with you guys, I'll lose my job tomorrow. Would you bear seeing me lose my job?" Xie Bao shook her head. "I understand, Uncle. Can we eat here then?" Xie Bao wants to wait for Aunt Chen Lily. The police officer glanced at Chen Lily and asked, "Why are you waiting for her?" "Not for anything special. Just a few questions I'd like to ask Aunt Chen Lily," Xie Bao said. "May I?" The police officer nodded. "All right. But you have to wait until she finishes writing her self-criticism." Xie Bao nodded seriously and went to one side obediently. The takeout ordered by Su Sigi arrived soon after, and the police officer even specially cleared off a table for them to put their food on. A tall and leggy delivery person in black stood at the police station entrance, with an apparently luxurious delivery bag behind his back, making a phone call to Su Sigi. Su Sigi went out to pick up the takeout, and Xie Bao's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, Cui Zhuxian. Cui Zhuxian was a highly reputable ancient-themed restaurant within the capital city, a 5-star place with expensive dining. Their takeout naturally wasn't cheap either, with this single meal likely costing over 10,000 yuan. The aroma of the food soon filled the air. Zhang Lily, who was crouching aside writing her self-criticism, stared hungrily. That little girl next to her kept swallowing her saliva. Xie Bao was about to start eating with her chopsticks when a small bowl filled with exquisite pastries right next to her was snatched away by the little girl. Chapter 119, Punishing the Little Girl Too. Xiao Jiabao blinked her eyes and watched as the little girl devoured the exquisite little dessert in just a few bites, like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit. Just as she was about to speak, she saw her 4th brother calmly adjust his glasses, sitting aside with indifference as the little girl ate their food. With this sly 4th brother, if there were no schemes, it would be absolutely impossible for her to act so recklessly. After eating a piece of cake, the little girl's eyes lit up instantly. She had never tasted anything so good. So, she quickly repeated her trick. She spat some saliva into the dishes on the table. "All of these are mine." The little girl proudly held Xiao Jiabao's chopsticks. "To punish you for bullying me." Even the police officer beside them was stunned by her actions. What kind of education could produce such an unreasonable child? Stealing others' things, spitting into other people's items. It was too disgusting. Chen Lily had been pleading her case earlier, but now she bowed her head, pretending not to see anything, actually thrilled inside. This way, all the fine dishes on the table would belong to her and her daughter. "You can eat." 4th brother tapped his long fingers on the table. "Just pay for it. We haven't touched a single chopstick, so shouldn't you cover the cost for this table?" The police officer nodded seriously. "Well said. With children like this, there must be issues with the adults too. They really need proper education." Chen Lily rolled her eyes. "How much can a meal possibly cost? Don't make such a fuss." Su's 4th brother placed the invoice in front of Chen Lily and said gently, 3.4 million. "How would you like to pay?" Chen Lily was shocked by the figure. "What did you say?" "Pay up," Su's 4th brother said. "This meal was personally prepared by the head chef at Xie. A 500,000 tip, the rest is for ingredients and labor. 18 courses, each costing over 1 million, top-notch ingredients, and top chefs. Oh, and these 4 handmade black swan cakes, each priced at 88,888 yuan, commemorative edition. Thank you for your patronage." "Who are you fooling?" Chen Lily shouted loudly. "I don't believe that. Tell me, the police are here. The invoice is right in front of you." Su's 4th brother sighed. "If you can't understand it, you can let the police take a look." The police officer was also stunned by the price of the meal. He came closer and picked up the invoice to check. He thought it wouldn't exceed more than 10,000 yuan, but unexpectedly, it was 30 times what he expected. It's no wonder, it's still the Su family. This meal indeed costs 3.4 million. The police officer said. To be precise, it's 3,428,202 yuan and 1 jiao 5 fun. Su Xiren accurately read out the number on the bill. "In light of our relationship, we'll only charge you 3,428,200. The remaining 15 fun will be considered payment for our friendship." Chen Lily. Police officer. Wow, sarcasm at full blast. "If you don't pay." The police officer wiped sweat from his forehead. "Does this count as illegal possession of another person's property with significant amount?" Yes. The police officer replied nervously. "Then how many years in prison would that roughly mean?" "That requires consulting a lawyer, and depending on the circumstances, but at least more than 10 years seems unavoidable." Scared almost to peeing herself, Chen Lily hastily apologized. "I'm sorry. We really didn't mean to do it on purpose." "No, we definitely didn't. We won't eat. The dishes are covered with your daughter's spit, and yet, are you simply saying you're not eating anymore?" Su's 4th brother spoke. I really don't have that much money. Fine, I'll go home and teach my daughter a harsh lesson. Zhang Lili pulled the little girl over and slapped her hard across the face. The little girl was initially startled for a couple seconds, seemingly unsure why she was being hit, then burst into loud, crying immediately. You dare cry. Zhang Lili, shaking hands with fear, pulled down the little girl's pants right on the spot. Li Minghan immediately shielded Xie Ping's eyes and closed his own as well. Xie Ping paused for a moment and coldly asked, "What are you doing?" "Do not look at inappropriate things. Do not look at inappropriate things." Male morality class monitor Li Minghan murmured. "This isn't something we should see at our age. If she decides to falsely accuse us next, making us responsible for something improper, what would we do? Too terrifying. Even if my body is shattered, my integrity remains unblemished." Xie Ping. Although not fully understanding Li Minghan's line of thought, Xie Ping did not push his hand away. After pulling down her pants, Chen Lili placed her over her lap and started smacking her bottom hard. In no time, the little girl's bottom was reddened by the palm slaps. She cried so hard she could barely catch her breath, looking utterly pitiful. Chen Lili, thinking she had accomplished her goal, stopped and said, "Hurry up and apologize to them." The little girl had never been hit before and truly didn't know why this happened. Clearly, in the past when she did similar things, not only did she not get hit, but her mother would even praise her. She would say that her daughter was smart from a young age, always able to hold on to what belonged to her and take what didn't belong to her. Indeed, her good daughter. Why was this time any different? Through tears streaming down her face, she sobbed out, I'm sorry. I was wrong." Chen Lili smiled apologetically. "You see, the child has apologized. As adults, you shouldn't mind the mistakes of a small child." Xiao Jiabao placed her hands on her hips. Xiao Jiabao is also a child, but Xiao Jiabao will still hold it against her. Xiao Jiabao does not accept apologies. Chen Lili's expression changed. "I've already disciplined her. Look how pitifully she's crying. You're a girl too. Why don't you feel sympathy or pity for other girls?" Fourth brother said it himself. "If you hurt enough, then you'll realize you've met your match." Xiao Jiabao snorted coldly. "You must have bullied more than just us, which made her turn out like this. All because of your usual indulgence and tacit approval." Su's fourth brother glanced at Xiao Jiabao. This little one had a memory that was sometimes good and sometimes bad. If he asked her to memorize ancient poetry, she'd mess it all up, yet moments ago, when he had simply explained this concept to the police, this tiny thing had already memorized it. "Anyway, we won't forgive you," Xiao Jiabao declared. "You need to pay now? If you can't afford it, just call someone who can. It's as simple as that." Innocent-sounding words that subtly hinted to Chen Lili to phone someone who could foot the bill. If Zhang Feifei were really Chen Lili's daughter, then she would certainly call Zhang Feifei. Chapter 120. What did she steal? After listening to Xiao Jiabao's words, Li Minghan took quite a while to understand the hidden meaning in her words. What the hell? When did she become so smart and witty? Xiao Jiabao stood on the chair, looking down at Li Minghan with a proud little chest. "What's wrong?" Li Minghan shook his head and whispered in Xiao Jiabao's ear. "Do you want Chen Lili to call Zhang Feifei?" Xiao Jiabao was momentarily confused. What? What you said just now implies that you're hinting at Chen Lili to ask someone who can pay to come." Li Minghan expressed his guess. Zhang Feifei's paternity test result is out. She must have already become a miss of the Zhang family. Coming up with over 300k should be as easy as pie for her, right? Xiao Jiabao pursed her lips and suddenly realized. "Oh, yeah. Question mark. Li Minghan, did you just say that casually before?" "No." Xiao Jiabao sat down. "It was my sister-in-law who asked me to say it." Li Minghan paused. "Who is your sister-in-law? Where is she?" "She's inside the storybook." Xiao Jiabao answered. "You can't see her." Li Minghan knew what the storybook was used for, and immediately understood Xiao Jiabao's words. "Your sister-in-law is in your storybook?" Xiao Jiabao nodded. "Yes, Xiao Pingzi says that sister-in-laws like mine who are rational ghosts are very rare. My sister-in-law doesn't want to reincarnate either, so she has been staying to accompany Xiao Jiabao." Li Minghan moved further away from the storybook. No wonder he always felt a chill when close to Xiao Jiabao. On the other hand, Chen Lili was also indeed awakened by Xiao Jiabao's words. She raised Zhang Feifei since she was little. Now that she's in trouble, Zhang Feifei will surely help her. They say Zhang Feifei makes a lot of money being an online celebrity. A day's worth of donations from fans exceed 300k. This sum of money, which she could certainly help her repay. But after dialing the number, the phone rang for a long time without anyone picking up. "My daughter might be too busy to hear the call. I'll try again," Chen Lili said. "Let me tell you, my daughter is very famous on the internet. Her pictures can be found everywhere. These measly 300,000 are peanuts to her." Su Siggy didn't say anything, repeatedly making calls, but there was still no one answering. On the 10th attempt, the call was finally picked up. Chen Lili was thrilled as she picked up the phone and put it on speaker. "I'll let you see how successful my daughter is." Before her sentence finished, Zhang Feifei's voice came through the phone. "Didn't I tell you not to call me? What if someone else hears? You're embarrassing me." An embarrassed look flashed across Chen Lili's face, but she quickly spoke. "Feifei, Mom ran into some trouble here. Can you lend me some money?" Zhang Feifei, clearly impatient, clicked her tongue. "How much do you need?" 400k. Chen Lili gripped the phone and continued. "Mom knows you definitely have it. Last time when you were talking on the phone with someone, I heard him say that you made hundreds of thousands just from one night's live broadcast." "Who told you that?" Zhang Feifei scoffed with disdain. "Even if I have it, why should I give it to you? You penniless hag. You make me feel ashamed to even be related to you." Chen Lily usually had sharp tongues with outsiders, but facing her daughter's rebuke, she dared not respond even half a word. Fei. All right then, I'll give you 100K. Once you receive the money, you'll pretend I'm not your daughter. Zhang Fei said it as though she were giving alms to a beggar. You're only worth 100K, don't complain, and if you do, I won't give you even a cent. With that, she hung up the phone directly. Clearly, Chen Lily didn't expect Zhang Fei to turn into such an ungrateful child. For all those years, she had raised Zhang Fei, originally thinking that once Zhang Fei grew up and succeeded, she would take her along to rise high together, yet now, not even 300K could be obtained. Su Sigi, sitting on the side, spoke. The person on the phone just now, is Miss Zhang your daughter? Chen Lily replied somewhat irritably. Of course. I raised her with my own hands. Oh, then why have I heard that she's the lost daughter of the Zhang family from the capital city? Su Sigi said. A few days ago, she came here to do a paternity test. Chen Lily stood up. What? Su Sigi arched an eyebrow. Are you saying you know nothing about this matter? I certainly. Chen Lily halted mid-sentence, holding back the rest of her words and swallowed them down quickly. Su Sigi tilted his head. What were you about to say just now? Nothing. Chen Lily hastily responded. I didn't say anything. After finishing her reflection letter, Chen Lily directly applied for a payday loan on her phone, repaid the 300K to brother Su Si, and then walked out of the police station with the little girl. Follow her, said brother Su Si. She must be going to find Zhang Fei. Xie Bao quickly pulled out a strawberry-shaped bear mask from her pocket, grabbed a pair of sunflower sunglasses, and pulled up the hood on her sweatshirt over her head, speaking very seriously. All right, big brother Si, I'm ready. A few people silently looked at her. Xie Bao, huh? Aren't we supposed to follow her? Why aren't you walking? Li Minghan, you should try walking first. Okay. Xie Bao confidently took a step forward. Li Minghan rubbed his forehead. The door is over here. That's the restroom of the police station. Oh. Xie Bao turned in the opposite direction and bumped into a pillar right in front of her with a loud bang. It's nighttime. Don't wear those sunglasses. Su Sigi walked over and removed Xie Bao's sunflower sunglasses. She will definitely go to the Zhang family's place. I've already sent my brother ahead. Let's go eat first. Xie Bao blinked and suddenly remembered they hadn't eaten for a long time, and the previous meal had all been eaten by the little girl. Su Sigi took Xie Bao to the Emerald Bamboo Inn, and after eating, more than an hour had passed before he leisurely took the kids to the Zhang residence. Even before reaching the door, they heard heated arguments coming from inside. Xie Bao ran in, wanting to take a front row spot to enjoy the spectacle, only to see her eldest brother sitting on the stairs of the Zhang family villa, a laptop on his lap, holding a video conference call. Upon seeing Xie Bao, he immediately ended the call and came over to pat Xie Bao's head. Have you eaten well? Yes. Big brother, what are you doing here? Xie Bao glanced inside. Did Auntie Chen Lily come to look for Sister Zhang Fei? The argument inside has been going on for over an hour. Elder brother soon nodded his head towards the inside and sighed. It's been going on for more than an hour already. Xie Bao, Li Minghan, and Si Ping exchanged glances. They were already used to adults quarreling, but now they felt curious whether they could discover any useful clues about the gray shadow and Zhang Fei's depression issues. I raised you for 20 years. Is this how you repay me? Chen Lily clutched at Zhang Fei's sleeve with sorrow and indignation. Now that you're Miss Zhang's daughter, you no longer want to recognize me as your mom. Is that it? Before Zhang Fei could say anything, Miss Zhang chimed in scornfully. What kind of miss does she even qualify as? There's no way my mother and I would let her enter our home. I've undergone the paternity test. I'm truly the boss daughter. Zhang Fei shook off Chen Lily's hand. I have absolutely nothing to do with this crazy woman. She is not my mother. Chen Lily gritted her teeth. Do you think you're the Zhang's daughter? Zhang Fei smirked coldly. Of course I am. Mr. Zhang had a hard expression on his face. Chen Lily, I didn't expect you'd do something like this. We didn't report the matter back then because of your pitiful situation. Mrs. Zhang looked at Zhang Fei's face and was equally speechless. Zhang Fei also wondered why. Why did Mrs. Zhang seem to hold no grudge against Mr. Zhang despite knowing Zhang Fei was their biological daughter? This incident, originally embarrassing, I didn't want to disclose. But since things have escalated to this level, I believe I owe you an explanation. You, Zhang Fei, while bearing the surname Zhang and the accurate paternity test results, you still don't have a single bit of connection to the Zhang family, by any standard. Zhang Fei shouted. How dare you say that? I'm the offspring of Mr. Zhang, born of him, so he must take responsibility for me. Otherwise, I'll sue him, and with this paternity test result, I will definitely win. Mrs. Zhang laughed coldly. You won't win because if my guess is correct, you are an IVF baby. What are you joking about? Zhang Fei laughed exaggeratedly. I'm Mr. Zhang's daughter. In those days, Chen Lily stole some items from the house and was fired. Do you know what she stole? Chapter 121, Chen Lily's secret. She stole the condoms my husband used, Mrs. Zhang said, with an expression of disdain she could not conceal. I've never seen such a shameless maid. She would steal her master's used personal items and sell collected sperm. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was utterly shocked. Everyone, that is, except Brother Su and Little Xie Bao. Little Xie Bao was because he didn't understand what they were talking about. Brother Su was because he understood all too well. He worked at the hospital, so he had seen countless bizarre cases. But this one was still exceptionally rare. By now, Big Brother Su was just standing there like someone watching a gossipy soap opera. He stood next to Little Xie Bao's storybook, shaking his head. Tsk tisk. The small spiritual body of sister-in-law hovered on Little Xie Bao's storybook, almost perfectly imitating Big Brother Sue's actions. It looked like she wanted some sunflower seeds to munch on while observing this drama. She shook her head too. Tsk tisk. Little Xie Bao nearly thought that perhaps Brother Sue could see his sister-in-law. She raised her head and wiggled Big Brother Sue's finger. Big Brother, what does this mean? What did Annie actually steal? Xie Ping stepped forward, covering Little Xie Bao's ears seriously. Money. Little Xie Bao seemed to understand immediately. Remembering the expressions of Big Brother Sue and sister-in-law from earlier, she mimicked their reaction by nodding her own head. Tsk tisk. Li Minghan, what are you tsking for? You act as if you understood. Zhang Feifei was completely stunned for a long time before finally reacting. What? Chen Lily stood rooted in place, her face flushed and her neck red. She couldn't say a single word. So, you used those things to get pregnant with Zhang Feifei? Mr. Zhang also felt extremely nauseated as he looked at Zhang Feifei. The more he saw her, the more nauseated he felt. Not to mention the idea of acknowledging her as family. Regardless of ethics or legality, your family has every right not to recognize you, Mrs. Zhang stated. Because your guardian was only ever supposed to be Chen Lily anyway. Zhang Feifei's expression turned blank, frozen where she stood. Although Chen Lily had always told her since childhood that the famous and influential Mr. Zhang was her father, she was never allowed to call him dad. She'd been spoiled by Chen Lily since she was young, wanting only the best for everything. She saw herself as a wealthy lady, wanting everything others had, and even more when others didn't. She dreamed of one day returning to the Zhang household and becoming its true young miss, rising high like a phoenix perched on a branch. Yet, it turned out to have such a result. No wonder Chen Lily had never let her return to the Zhang household and claim her heritage. Seeing Zhang Feifei's reaction, Chen Lily couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness inside. Your behavior here already constitutes illegality, Mrs. Zhang announced. I'm not reporting it to the police because we do not wish to air our dirty laundry publicly and escalate the matter. However, if both of you fail to behave sensibly, I wouldn't mind letting everyone know who exactly you are, Chen Lily, and how you conceived Zhang Feifei. Zhang Feifei gritted her teeth, slapped Chen Lily, then cried and ran out. Little Xie Bao was startled by the slap, blinking and asking, what happened? Xie Ping squinted his eyes, glancing at Chen Lily, and asked, why did you do this? Chen Lily paid no attention to the boy who looked rather young, instead looking directly at Mrs. Zhang. She said, although I admit that what I've done was wrong, surely none of you would want the truth of Feifei's origins to come out? 1 million yuan. As long as you give me 1 million yuan, I'll take this secret to my grave. Miss Zhang erupted in anger. How dare you make such extravagant demands? 1 million yuan should be a small amount to people like you. Chen Lily wiped away the tears on her face. If you refuse, I might just end up airing this dirty laundry in public. Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang's faces darkened. It was indeed a sickening situation, and though they weren't at fault, any rumors spreading about it would certainly be undesirable. Chen Lily knew very well how much these two individuals cared about saving face. She pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket with an account number written on it and placed it in front of them. Just wire the money to this account once you've decided. After saying that, she grabbed the hand of her other daughter and walked out. Big Brother Sue stroked his chin and said, this Chen Lily sure has given birth to a lot of daughters, and this one's still so young. Fourth Brother Sue nodded. That does seem a little strange. Let me look into her medical records later. No need for later. Let's check right now. Big Brother Sue pulled out his phone. Let me have third brother write you a quick program to let you look into Chen Lily's entire medical history. Su Xiren returned to the car and took out his laptop. Before long, he found something. Wow, this says she has given birth to 3 children, all girls. But there's a very strange problem. In Chen Lily's household registration book, only Zhang Feifei's name and the little girls appear. Chapter 122, The Past of the Gray Shadow. It's impossible. Every child born in a hospital should have records. As Brother Su drove, he said deeply, the age of the girl on the report form you brought back from the psychology department should be about the same as Zhang Feifei. Brother Su number 4 rubbed his forehead and made a sound. It's hard to investigate the data from the psychological department because it involves the conditions of some high-level clients and is generally not allowed to be accessed. It seems that it will take some effort. Xie Bao was sitting in the back seat. After all the commotion, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Xie Bao was lively looking at the scenery outside the window. There were not many pedestrians on the road anymore, but there would still be occasional traffic flowing by. The streetlights on the side of the road shone lonely. Xie Bao nudged Xie Ping and asked, Big brother little bottle, are we going to help Gray Shadow absorb Yin energy? Xie Ping lowered his gaze, looked at Li Minghan who had already fallen asleep leaning to one side, and nodded. Xie Bao looked helplessly at Li Minghan, whispering to Brother Su up front, Big brother, let's send little Ming back home. He's very sleepy. Brother Su nodded and drove towards the Li family. At this time, Lady Li was also sleeping. When she opened the door, she was somewhat surprised to see Su Qi sending her son back. I thought you all were resting with him at the Su family's place. Lady Li took Li Minghan from Su Qi's arms. Were you out so late? Su Qi politely nodded. I originally planned to send him back earlier, but I dealt with something along the way, which delayed us until this late hour. Sorry for disturbing your sleep. Not at all. Lady Li handed over Xiao Ming to the nanny behind her. Knowing that he was with Xie Bao makes me feel much more relieved. She has always been a reliable child. Otherwise, it's already so late. Why don't we let Xie Bao rest here tonight? It's Saturday tomorrow. I'll take her out to play. No need, Auntie Li. Xie Bao peeked out from behind Brother Su, bright eyes without a hint of drowsiness. I'm not sleepy at all. I can go back with Big Brother. Lady Li helplessly patted Xie Bao's head. It's not good to always stay up late. You should take care of your body from a young age, or you'll suffer when you grow up. Remember to go home and sleep early. Xie Bao nodded. Yes. I know. Thank you, Auntie Li. Lady Li, wearing pajamas, couldn't ask Brother Su and Brother Su number 4 to come in, so after chatting briefly at the door, she saw them off. Xie Bao pulled Si Ping's hand. Little bottle brother, hurry, let's get into the car. Si Ping almost tripped as she pulled him, but quickly followed her pace. Slow down a bit. Don't fall. It's going to dawn soon. Xie Bao clung onto the cushion of the car's sofa, asking Brother Su, Big Brother, 4th brother, let's go to the nearest cemetery. Question mark. Brother Su suspected he had heard wrong. What did you say? Let's go to the nearest cemetery. Xie Bao repeated again. Can we? Dr. Su number 4, being a materialist who never feared ghosts or spirits, yet after Brother Su experienced an incident with his elder sister-in-law, started to keep a respectful distance from these matters. After all, he really did witness something once. What are we doing at the cemetery at this dead of night? Brother Su swallowed hard. Even if we're looking for someone, shouldn't it be done during the day? Besides, it's too late. We wouldn't be able to enter the cemetery anyway. Xie Bao explained excitedly. During the day, uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas at the cemetery won't come out. Now is the perfect time. Later they'll go back. Brother Su and Brother Su number 4 exchanged glances. Brother Su pursed his lips. Then shall we go? Brother Su number 4 adjusted his glasses. Sure, since I'm on leave tomorrow, I can sleep late. Brother Su scratched his eyebrows. Recently, the Su family corporation has been operating very smoothly. Many things have been proceeding in order, fewer issues arose, and other tasks could be handled by subordinates, so he had been relatively free. He looked at Xie Bao and complied with her wishes, driving the car to the cemetery. Half an hour later, the 2 adults led the 2 children to stand at the gate of the cemetery. Brother Su spoke up. See, I told you that the graveyard keeper must have gone home at this time. Even if we came, we can't get in. Brother Su number 4 pushed his glasses up. According to my observation, the gate of this cemetery should only be controlled intelligently with its own system. To open it won't be difficult. Just pull up little brother number 3 from bed. Su Dage didn't think there was anything wrong with calling his own younger brother out of bed at 2:30 in the morning to come hack into a cemetery's smart gate, and was about to make the call right away. But there is one issue. Su Siggy paused. This behavior counts as damaging public property. If it gets serious, we might also face charges of theft and desecration of a corpse. So, who among us will be sent to jail? Su Dage. Si Ping listened as the 2 adults discussed for a long time, then snapped his fingers. The smart iron gate creaked open automatically. Xie Bao entered without batting an eyelid. Si Ping followed her inside. The 2 remaining adults, still discussing who would go to jail, stood speechless. Su Siggy, question mark. He felt that tonight his firm materialistic stance had been utterly shaken. Big brother, 4th brother, you should hurry up and come inside. Xie Bao's voice came from not far away. Brother Su and Brother Su number 4 snapped back to reality, and quickly followed the 2 children inside. Another snap from Si Ping caused the gate that had been left open to shut instantly, as if it had never opened at all. Su Siggy was shocked again. There was nothing in the world a snap from Si Ping couldn't solve. If there was, then 2 snaps would be needed, and they were dealing with an ancestor. The graveyard at night was still slightly eerie and cool. Having seen plenty of corpses, Su Siggy didn't feel particularly afraid. Su Dage rubbed the goosebumps off his arms. Do you not feel like the air inside here is colder than outside? It's normal, all psychological effect. Big brother, you have such a small heart. Su Siggy nodded and said, what are you doing in the graveyard so late at night? Hush. Xie Bao took out a storybook and opened it in front of them. Perhaps due to having absorbed enough yin energy, soon the gray shadow gradually became clearer until even Su Dage and Su Siggy could see it clearly. Su Siggy. Su Dage, who had just been mocked by Siggy, patted his own younger brother's shoulder. You'll always end up seeing these things when following Xie Bao, see? I wasn't kidding. Su Siggy. That gray shadow slowly opened its eyes, and its gaze towards Xie Bao held a touch of confusion. Who are you? Xie Bao glanced at Si Ping. I'm Xie Bao. We met just a few days ago. Have you forgotten? After thinking for a moment, the gray shadow slowly nodded. Ah yes. What do you want with me? Xie Bao asked. What's your name? The gray shadow thought for a while and eventually shook its head slowly. I don't have a name. That's not right. Xie Bao shook her head. Everyone has their own name. Xie Bao's real name is Su Jia. Little bottle brother is named Si Ping. Big brother's name is Su Qi. 4th brother's name is Su Xiren. No one is without a name. I don't have a name, at least not a full one. The gray shadow reiterated. When I was still alive, they all called me Jiao Jiao. Xie Bao scratched her head. All right, Jiao Jiao. Can you remember how you died? Jiao Jiao painfully clutched her head and softly said, I jumped down from the 13th floor. Xie Bao asked, did you jump down willingly? Jiao Jiao hung her head. I don't know. I heard her saying that I was useless, someone unwanted who would only become lighter if dead. Everyone would be relieved if I died. I stood on the rooftop. The wind above was strong. I looked at the pedestrians below. They were so tiny, like ants. She was behind me, telling me to jump faster. I didn't want to jump. I really didn't want to, but I didn't have the right to live. I had to die. If I died, everyone would be better off. But I wanted to live too. Why me? Why must it be me? Her speech was jumbled, and Su Siggy, watching her, quickly realized that this gray shadow's emotions seemed different from those of a normal person. If I speak, will she be able to hear me? Su Sigi asked Xie Bao. I can connect the link between you and her, but it's best not to exceed an hour. Si Ping spoke. She is an entity, and there is resentment in her body. If connected for too long, your spiritual essence will suffer damage. Su Sigi nodded. Understood. A thread of liquid-like black binding filament extended from Si Ping's fingertip. One end was tied to Jiao Jiao's fingertip, the other end to Su Sigi's finger. Su Sigi suddenly felt cold throughout his entire body. It wasn't the physical kind of cold. This cold felt more like coming from within, as if seeping out of the bone joints, spreading through every corner of the body. Jiao Jiao's gaze dropped, and she avoided making eye contact with him completely. Su Sigi wasn't an expert in psychology, so he could only try his best to communicate with Jiao Jiao using the limited experience he had. Your name is Jiao Jiao, right? Su Sigi deliberately softened his tone. Do you take your father's surname, or your mother's? I don't have a surname. Jiao Jiao's emotions stabilized slightly, as if she appreciated the gentleness of Su Sigi's tone. She stared at her palm as if lost in some memory. I'm called Jiao Jiao. It was my mom who named me. I have no surname, no ID card, and no household registration. After I was born, Mom had to pay a fine for having more children than allowed, so she didn't dare to register me. She hid me on the mountain near our village. Su Sigi nodded. Back in those days, having too many kids would indeed incur a hefty fine during the one-child policy era. She lived in hiding with me for many years. It wasn't until I was 3 that she dared come down from the mountain, bringing me to work at a family surnamed Zhao. When they started allowing second children, she originally wanted to register me. Su Sigi slowly interrupted her. But by then, your younger sister had already been born, right? Jiao Jiao nodded slowly. Mom said that Fei Fei has a higher status than me, so Fei Fei must be registered. Jiao Jiao continued. So my sister became her second daughter, and I was hidden away in the small attic in the room. Xie Bao asked softly. Were you always in the attic? Jiao Jiao nodded. From the age of 6, I lived in the small attic. The windows were tightly sealed by my mom so that not a single ray of sunlight could get through. I had no name. Mom just called me Jiao Jiao. I had no friends and nothing my sister had. In the small attic, I didn't even have the qualification to sit down and eat meals with them. Jiao Jiao hugged herself. It was so dark and cold there. I wanted to talk to my mom. I wanted to go out. I wanted to bask in the sun. I also wanted to live like my sister. I wanted to freely sit on the sofa eating snacks, watching nice TV shows. I wanted to happily run around like my sister and laugh under the sunlight. But Mom scolded me severely, saying she'd already spent a lot of money raising me, and if someone found me, she would lose her livelihood. Little Xie Bao had lived in a small attic as well when she was younger. She knew how cold and uncomfortable it could be. But she was still allowed to go out and play once in a while Jiao Jiao couldn't step outside the attic. She's really pitiful. Xie Bao tugged at Si Ping's sleeve. This aunt is terrible. Why did she have so many kids when she clearly can't support them? If she couldn't give them a better life, why did she have so many in the first place? Little Xie Bao didn't understand, but Su Qi and Su Xiren surely did. Chen Lily was obsessed with climbing the social ladder at all costs. She worked as a maid for wealthy families, either stealing their valuables to sell or getting pregnant intentionally, just hoping that one day it might help her leap into a richer lifestyle. The situation was far beyond revolting. It completely shattered their moral compasses. Jiao Jiao frowned and said, that day, I really wanted to get out. I thought I was sick because I kept shedding tears without reason, constantly wondering why I was still alive, thinking I'd be better off dead. If I die, neither my mom nor I will have to suffer anymore. She won't need to support me, and she won't need to worry about being fined if I'm discovered. As for me, I no longer want to live this way. But I hadn't seen the sun yet. I hadn't lived like my sister did. I knew I was sick. I saw something similar in a book, which could be treated. So I secretly took my mom's money and ran away when they weren't home. I followed the guidance of passersby and went to the hospital, but upon returning home, my sister discovered me immediately. Chapter 123, Zhang Feifei and Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao's voice was filled with fear, as if she was lost in a memory she did not wish to recall. That day, she had just returned from the hospital, opened the door, and saw her sister who should have been at school already home early, along with a boy with dyed red hair, embraced on the sofa. The boy's pants were already down. Zhang Feifei lay beneath him, her clothes disheveled, softly laughing and saying things like, go easier, or such. Jiao Jiao grew up in the attic since childhood, never went to school, nor understood what they were doing. She just stood there dumbfounded, staring at them. Zhang Feifei, whose hand was held by the boy, suddenly noticed Jiao Jiao standing at the door and screamed loudly out of shock. The boy also got scared but soon said irritably, why are you screaming so loud? What if we attract attention? Once Zhang Feifei recognized that it was Jiao Jiao at the door, her face, which had gone pale, instantly relaxed. It's you? Gave me such a scare. I thought Mom came back. Jiao Jiao didn't speak, turning around ready to rush up to the attic. The boy also saw Jiao Jiao and asked, who is she? Your younger sister? She's actually quite pretty. How about having your sister come down and join us? After hearing this, Zhang Feifei rolled her eyes and said angrily, what's wrong with you? Don't you have enough with me already? Go find her yourself. And don't blame me for not warning you. She's mentally unstable. Seeing Zhang Feifei angry, the boy quickly comforted her, saying, how could I? She can never compare with my treasure. Soon after, they laughed together again. The house was small, and the soundproofing was terrible. Sitting upstairs in the attic, Jiao Jiao could clearly hear their laughter. From 2 p.m. until 5 p.m., Zhang Feifei glanced at the time and said, hurry up. My mom will be back at this hour. Get dressed and leave before you're caught by my mom. The boy quickly put his clothes on and left, while Zhang Feifei walked up the attic stairs and spoke harshly. Just now, you saw nothing, heard nothing. Understood? If you dare tell mom about this, I'll beat you to death. With an expressionless gaze, Jiao Jiao nodded slightly. Zhang Feifei cursed under her breath. How can you be from the same mother as me? Just seeing your silly face makes me feel sick. You've lived like this, why aren't you dead yet? You're dragging us down. If it weren't for you, last month mom would surely have bought me those shoes I liked. It's such bad luck. Listening to her sister's cruel curses, Jiao Jiao's tears fell silently. She was scared and could only shrink into a corner. Only after crying herself very tired, she finally managed to close her eyes and fall asleep. But she hadn't slept long when she was pulled out of the attic by her hair by mom. Before Jiao Jiao even realized what happened, her mom grabbed her hair and slapped her hard across the face twice. These slaps came so fast, Jiao Jiao felt her cheeks sting painfully, but no tears came. Dazed, she stared at the bit of blood on the couch, as well as two pink-wrapped items that had fallen from between the couch cushions. She didn't know what they were, but her mother cursed fiercely. Your sister said you snuck out today, right? Not only did you sneak out, but you brought people home. How could I give birth to such promiscuous and vulgar daughters like you? Can't even keep you locked up in the attic? Huh. Afterward, mom grabbed a broom used for sweeping and started beating her without hesitation. Zhang Feifei stood aside smirking. Mom, I've always told you sister is restless. She will get found out one day if she stays here. They will fine us heavily. Mom, why don't we take her to a place where no one lives and let her walk away on her own? Jiao Jiao hugged herself and shook her head. No, Mom, I didn't bring anyone home. It's the sister. The sister brought someone home. I went out because I wanted to sunbathe. Really, Mom, I didn't bring anyone home. Zhang Feifei clicked her tongue. You idiot, you're pretty good at pinning things on others. I was at school all afternoon. Look at her, refusing to admit her wrongdoing while trying to falsely accuse others. In my opinion, she only pretends to act foolishly, all for your sympathy. Otherwise, how could she keep living at home despite her behavior? One was a daughter who had been indulged endlessly, always smart and clever, and the other a fool kept secluded in the attic year-round. Naturally, Mom believed Zhang Feifei more. Mom mercilessly whipped Jiao Jiao with a feather duster, leaving her bruised and battered. Sobbing, Jiao Jiao could only reveal where she had gone. She admitted to stealing Zhang Feifei's ID card because she was sick and wanted to see a doctor. She showed the medical diagnosis slip from the hospital, but Mom knew nothing about depression. Zhang Feifei stood nearby stirring up trouble, saying, she's just too dramatic. Depression? It's all an act. I've heard about it in school. It's just for attention. She cries all day and does nothing else. Jiao Jiao had no way to prove that she was really ill, so after that day, Mom locked her up in the attic and never let her out again. Her condition worsened, but Mom simply thought Jiao Jiao was trying to get attention this way. She grew to detest Jiao Jiao even more and would often forget to bring her food. This is how Jiao Jiao lived, eating one meal, then going hungry the next, for a long time. One day, she overheard Zhang Feifei and Mom arguing downstairs. It turned out Zhang Feifei, now in college, was demanding Mom give her 10,000 yuan per month for living expenses. Mom worked as a nanny for a wealthy family, earning only 7,000 yuan per month. Where could she find 10,000? Zhang Feifei's voice was loud, and Jiao Jiao could hear every word clearly. My roommate's family gives her 30,000 yuan a month for living expenses. And you can't even give me 10,000? Are you a proper mother? Don't you have some savings left? Hand them over to me. Mom helplessly whispered softly. Haven't those savings all been used for your tuition? Your private university costs 100,000 yuan per year. You didn't even qualify for admission to this university, and Mom spent 300,000 yuan to get you in through connections. All that money was borrowed, and now where am I supposed to find 10,000 yuan per month for you? If you behave, I earn 7,000 per month, and I'll give you 6,000. Isn't that okay? Leave 1,000 for me and your sister to eat. Chapter 124, Taking Jiao Jiao to Find Mommy. Her again. That damn fool. Zhang Feifei shouted angrily. What the hell is she? Why should my living expenses be spent on her? I've already told you countless times to abandon her, but you just won't listen. Mom rubbed her hands and said, after all, she is my biological child. Am I not your biological child either? No way. Anyway, you must give me 10,000 yuan per month, or else. Zhang Feifei screamed in a rage. Or else I will report you to the police station and accuse you of having too many children. If you're determined to make me suffer, I will do the same to you. Even if we didn't leave any money for your sister's meals, I still can't give you 10,000 yuan per month. Mom became agitated and added, can't you save more at school? I've already saved a lot, alright. Otherwise, my roommates are spending 3 million. Zhang Feifei glanced at the quiet attic and suddenly said, if you sell that idiot, then there would be plenty of money. I heard that there are people in the underground black market who specifically buy such dumb idiots. Then they sell their organs. A kidney alone can fetch loads of money. As Zhang Feifei spoke these chilling words, her facial expression was grotesque, even making her mother, who had raised her since she was young, feel a chill down her spine. Although the mother wasn't a good person herself, she had never thought about selling her daughter. But Zhang Feifei, over a few months of tuition fees, could utter such words. But when thinking about Zhang Feifei's identity, perhaps after she grows up, the Zhang family might recognize her because she has grown so beautiful and received advanced education. They would surely take her back. At that point, it could help her soar to success. Thus, despite hesitations, the mother gritted her teeth and gave Zhang Feifei 6,500 yuan a month, leaving only 500 for herself. After that, Jiao Jiao's food became less and less, often missing altogether. When there was some, it was spoiled leftovers, and she was being kept like a dog in the attic. Her condition worsened daily as she writhed in pain. Until one day, when Zhang Feifei returned home for the summer vacation. The mother was overjoyed and bought a lot of delicious dishes, drinking a lot of alcohol that evening. After delivering dinner, she forgot to lock the attic door. Jiao Jiao stepped out of the little attic once again. She initially intended to run away, but staring at the world before her, she had no idea where to go. She felt like a child abandoned by the entire world. Wouldn't the pain end if she died? Wouldn't arguments between her mom and younger sister stop if she were gone? If she died, wouldn't she no longer have to stay confined endlessly in the dark attic? She slowly climbed onto the tallest water tower opposite her house, sitting atop it while cool winds brushed against her skin, raising goosebumps. It was late at night, and the streets were almost empty, with only a few lights dimly illuminating the world around her in an eerie silence. She hesitated, not daring to jump off. Her desire to experience life was still strong. She hadn't yet seen enough of the sun, nor experienced what a normal life could offer. During that hospital visit, the psychologist had gently painted her pictures of so many beautiful scenes, none of which she had ever witnessed. She longed to live, perhaps just needing to hold on a little longer. Maybe in the next moment, someone would extend a hand to pull her back from this silent darkness and into the bustling light of day. Gazing at the buildings below, she felt a bit scared and took a step back. Right at that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from behind her, pushing her forward. Before Jiao Jiao could turn to see whose hand it was, she lost balance and plummeted headfirst. The water tower was at least 70 or 80 meters high. There was no doubt about the outcome. Furthermore, no one usually came near the water tower, and Jiao Jiao was someone without any identification. Except for her mother, nobody in the world would notice her disappearance. And even her mother only discovered that the small attic was empty almost half a year later. The time is up. Xi Ping's calm voice sounded. Su Zhiran felt a sudden lightness envelop her body, as if the damp cold feeling surrounding her receded like a tidal wave. Big Brother let out a slight sigh of relief. Xie Bao sat to the side, grinning widely as he said, "You weren't committing suicide, huh? That's great. Xiao Bottle Brother says that if it were suicide, punishment would follow down there." The gray shadow remained silent. Xie Bao patted her shoulder, saying, "That's why you're still wandering in the human realm, to find out who killed you back then? Do we even need a search?" Big Brother interjected. During that period, the only people who knew Jiao Jiao existed were Jiao Jiao's mother, Chen Lili, and her sister, Zhang Feifei, right? Jiao Jiao shook her head. "I don't want anyone's blood. I merely want to see my mom once more." "She treated you that way." Xie Bao tilted his head and said, "As our big brother once said, cherish those who treat you well." Su Qi gave a look of relief to Xiao Jiabao. Xiao Jiabao once regarded Lin Qing'er as her own mother, which is why she allowed Lin Qing'er to mistreat her. She believed that Lin Qing'er just hid her love deeply and hadn't let Xiao Jiabao discover it. In reality, Lin Qing'er still loved her. He wanted to tell Xiao Jiabao that love is expressed, and it can also be perceived by others. If you cannot feel the love from someone at all, then it proves that she doesn't love you. Don't get trapped in day-after-day self-deception like that. Later, Xiao Jiabao really understood everything, and after staying away from Lin Qing'er, she obviously became happier. Jiao Jiao sat on the ground and said softly, "My mom actually loves me. It's just because I caused too many troubles for my mom. I'm not as sensible as my sister, nor am I like my sister who can make our mom live a good life in the future." Xiao Jiabao sighed. "Then I will show you whether your sister has brought a good life to your mom." She pulled Jiao Jiao into the storybook and turned to speak to Big Brother and Fourth Brother. "Big Brother, Fourth Brother, we can go home to sleep now." After speaking, she led the way out. The next day, it was almost noon when Xiao Jiabao woke up. Since it was Saturday, Grandpa and the rest did not come to wake Xiao Jiabao up, letting her have a good rest. Xiao Jiabao had just put on her pink rabbit pajamas intending to go downstairs when she heard her grandpa worriedly saying, "Although Zijibo's bloodline makes her energetic at night, this kind of days and nights inversion is not sustainable. It hurts the body." The maid standing beside nodded in agreement. "Master is right. I'll go wake the young miss now and stop her from sleeping during the day, so perhaps she could go to bed earlier at night." The old master disagreed. "My granddaughter has only 7 days in a week and must attend kindergarten 5 days a week. Can't she get more rest on Saturdays?" The maid said, "Then let the young miss sleep a little longer. When she wakes up, I will warm her food up. But if she sleeps any longer, she won't be able to sleep at night again. This inversion of day and night, it harms her body. Maid, I'll go wake up the young miss." "Grandpa Su, my granddaughter goes to school 5 days a week. Maid, let her sleep." "Grandpa Su, day and night inversion, it's harmful to the body." Su Qi walked in from the doorway, smiling. "Grandpa, don't trouble Aunt Maid anymore. Look, isn't Xiao Jiabao already awake?" Xiao Jiabao quickly ran down the stairs and threw herself into Grandpa Su's arms. "Grandpa, yes, I'm already up, and I have something very important to do today." Grandpa Su affectionately patted Xiao Jiabao's head and asked, "Is that so? What thing is it?" "Take Jiao Jiao to find her mom." Xiao Jiabao loudly answered. Chapter 125, Xiaoming is angry. Grandpa Su paused for a moment, looking up at Su Qi standing behind him. "Who is Jiao Jiao?" Su Qi touched his nose, speaking ambiguously. "She's a friend of Xiao Bao." Grandpa Su wasn't in good health now, so it was better not to let him know that Xiao Bao spent all day with such things. Though he knew Xiao Bao had an extraordinary bloodline talent, he would still be worried. Younger brother said Grandpa should keep a good mood right now. Xiao Bao blinked her eyes, leaning against Grandpa Su's legs and saying, "Grandpa, don't worry. Xiao Bao has made a lot of good friends outside. They are nice to Xiao Bao, and they won't bully Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao is very happy every day. Won't you also be very happy?" Warmth filled Grandpa Su's heart, and he quickly set aside thoughts about Jiao Jiao. He touched Xiao Bao's head, his eye rims red. "Good, good. As long as you stay by Grandpa, Grandpa will be very happy." "Uh-huh." Xiao Bao nodded wildly. "Xiao Bao will stay with Grandpa." Then she spread out her 10 fingers in front of Grandpa Su, frowning seriously. "Xiao Bao will accompany Grandpa for 100 years. Grandpa Su patted Xiao Bao's head, slowly nodding. "Good, good." There was also a tinge of soreness at the tip of Su Qi's nose. But since he didn't want to seem embarrassing by shedding tears in front of Xiao Bao, he quickly turned around. He knew that the biggest number Xiao Bao understood was just 100. What if something happened to Grandpa one day? What would Xiao Bao do then? She'd just accepted the reality that she no longer had her parents. After Xiao Bao chatted with Grandpa Su for a while, she pulled Big Brother's hand and hurriedly went out the door. "Let's go. Hurry, we're almost there, just a little bit more, and we can change Grandpa's lifespan." She muttered under her breath, but Su Qi couldn't clearly hear what she said. Very soon, he took Xiao Bao and drove away from the mansion. When the car had just arrived at the gate, another vehicle followed them, driving parallel to the brothers' car. Li Minghan poked his head out of the window and pouted. "Why didn't you bring me last night? Don't tell me you and Si Ping don't want to play with me anymore. Are you excluding me?" Xiao Bao scratched her head. "Nope, you were asleep last night, so Xiao Bao and Xiao Pingping sent you home first." Li Minghan slapped the car window angrily. "If I was asleep, you should have woken me up. Are we still good friends or not? Why do you always go out with Si Ping and leave me behind? Do you two look down on me?" Xiao Bao waved her hands hastily. No, Xiao Ming, don't be angry. Next time, even if you're sleeping, I'll wake you up." "There won't be a next time. I don't want to play with you," Li Minghan said indignantly, then kicked the driver's seat ahead. "Let's go, back home." The driver paused for a moment and opened his mouth. "Young Master Xiao, this. What do you mean by this?" Li Minghan interrupted impatiently. "Do you want to get fired?" The driver sighed and stepped on the accelerator. Xiao Bao, sitting in the back seat, felt a little sad. Big Brother snorted. "You little rascal. How dare you talk to me like that? You'll regret it later." Xiao Bao hugged herself with her arms, aggrieved. "Big Brother, I didn't stop playing with Xiao Ming. I just thought he was tired, so he needed rest. Why is he so angry? You did nothing wrong. It's this little brat who doesn't appreciate your kindness." Big Brother remarked. "Forget about him. If he doesn't want to play with us, we won't play with him either. You shouldn't pay attention to him next time. Let him squirm." Xiao Bao shook her head. "Xiao Ming is a good friend. I don't want to ignore him." Big Brother humphed lightly. "Isn't there also the old ancestor from the Si family? Why don't you play with Si Ping?" Xiao Bao scratched her head seriously. "Can't I play with both Xiao Ming and Xiao Pingping?" Big Brother coaxed her. "Of course you can. Whatever our little Xiao Bao wants is fine. Don't worry. It's just that spoiled young master's temper acting up again. It will be fine after a couple of days." Xiao Bao nodded, holding her lips tightly without speaking. Big Brother frowned, stopping the car by the side of the road, putting on Bluetooth headphones, calling Li Minglan to ask what was going on. Li Minglan was confused on the phone. "Huh? There's this kind of thing? Unbelievable. Today is Saturday. Normally that young master would definitely sleep until 9 or 10 o'clock, but today he got up at 5 or 6 in the morning, rushed to Su family without eating breakfast. I thought he was going to find Xiao Bao to play, but now they argued instead." Big Brother coldly chuckled. "Young master's temper again. This kid is too immature. I'll give him a piece of my mind when I get back." After Li Minglan said this, she quickly hung up the phone. Mrs. Li was in her 40s when she gave birth to Li Minghan, so he had always been spoiled. Over the years, the young master's temperamental pride and irritability had developed, and it wouldn't be easy to change. However, perhaps he would soon realize that it's easy to lose friends this way. Li Minglan faintly curved her lips. Finally, there was someone who could handle him. Li Minghan soon returned home in a huff, upset with everyone he saw. He locked himself in his room, even throwing out the fruit tray along with the nanny who brought it in. Xie Bao had no idea how close Master Li was to losing his cool. The top priority at the moment was to help Jiao Jiao see her mother. Brother Little Bottle had said that as soon as Jiao Jiao joined them, they'd collect enough merit to exchange for another year of Grandpa's life. This morning, when she saw her grandpa, the dark aura on his face had already worsened significantly. She couldn't delay any longer. When they arrived, Xie Bao quickly got out of the car and rushed toward the shabby little house, knocking on the door shortly after. Chen Lily opened the door, and her expression turned sour the moment she saw Xie Bao. She glared viciously at Xie Bao. "You bringer of misfortune, what do you want? If it wasn't for you, Fei Fei wouldn't have ended up like this." Xie Bao stepped back a bit to avoid being splashed by Chen Lily's spittle. Big Brother picked her up and said coldly, "Stop blaming others. It's only your fault why Zhang Fei Fei has become like this. If you hadn't been driven solely by greed and selfishness to try to rise to riches, Zhang Fei Fei might really have been born into the Zhang family. And if you hadn't filled her head from an early age with thoughts about being a rich young miss, she would have accepted her own identity and led a simple, contented life." Xie Bao took a glance inside the house. All the curtains were drawn, leaving the interior dim and shadowy. Zhang Fei Fei sat on the sofa, her hair disheveled, looking extremely mentally troubled. Chapter 126, Zhang Fei Fei's End. "Aunt Chen Lily," Xie Bao said. "Do you still remember Jiao Jiao?" Chen Lily's pupils contracted as she nervously replied, "What Jiao Jiao? There is no such person in my family. Don't talk nonsense." "Ah, is that so? The eldest brother sarcastically said. Could it be that you have too many children and just forgot about her? Or should you take some more time to think about how you locked her up in the attic, keeping her away from sunlight? And all to avoid paying a few thousand yuan in fines. You let her be bullied like a dog. How did she stand on the rooftop, utterly despairing, while still struggling for survival? You are lying. Lili suddenly screamed, glaring at the eldest brother defensively. How do you know all this? She was clearly already dead. Besides, it was her who didn't want to live, not me who refused to raise her. It was her lack of gratitude. It was her disowning me as her mother. You guys don't understand anything. Why do you have to point fingers at me? My child, I raise however I see fit. Do I need your interference? What depression? That's absolutely ridiculous. She had enough to eat and wear. What could possibly be wrong with her? Depression? Those are all excuses and lies conjured up by those who refuse to obey. Jiao was really sick. Xie Bao angrily interjected. Fourth brother said that when Jiao came back from the hospital that day, the doctor issued some kind of proof. It can fully prove Jiao's illness was real and very severe. So what if there's proof? Lili crossed her arms, retorting coldly. I won't believe anything related to hospitals. Such tricks by doctors, I've seen them far too often. Once you go to the hospital, even if you're fine, they'll make you spend hundreds and cook up something wrong with you. They're just out to extort money from ordinary people like us. That's not true. Xie Bao stood firm with hands on his hips. My fourth brother is the best doctor in the world. If he says she's sick, then she must be. Lili snorted, saying, those psychological illnesses I don't understand. They were probably all her own confused thoughts leading to nothing but self-induced sicknesses. In our time, countless people didn't even have food to eat, and no one ever heard about any so-called depression. Depression sounds so fancy and high class, and those so-called psychologists even charge by the hour. Have you ever heard of doctors treating patients based on hourly fees? All these terms are invented by unscrupulous doctors just to get more money. Xie Bao couldn't comprehend it. Whether it was the grandmother who sold the little girl or Lili, they'd rather believe someone with an unknown identity than trust their own family members or the hospital doctors. It was so clear to her, even at 4 years old, which side should be trusted. The eldest brother turned and left with Xie Bao in his arms, but the gray shadow lingered near the door instead of following them, gazing blankly at the small house that had confined her for her entire life. Zhang Feifei seemed to sense something, turning her head toward the doorway. The house was small, and from the entrance, everything inside was visible. Her makeup was smeared, making her look grotesque in the dim room. Fourth brother had sent all the evidence online yesterday, exposing Zhang Feifei's lies. At the same time, it was revealed that over the years, Lili had stolen things from her owners to buy other items, along with disclosing the existence of Jiao and posting a series of proofs. However, there wasn't direct evidence proving that Zhang Feifei pushed Jiao off the water tower, so it was concluded that Jiao had committed suicide due to losing hope. This incident quickly sparked heated public reaction. Zhang Feifei's image as a wealthy young woman suffering from depression collapsed entirely, and the public that once defended her now began to detest her. Netizens' emotions were highly susceptible to being swayed, and Zhang Feifei soon became the target of universal hatred. The situation even attracted serious attention from higher authorities, leading to her being completely blocked from the internet. All TV series she previously starred in were taken offline. As for the variety show she acted in alongside Xie Bao, under strong protest from viewers, it remained, albeit with all of Zhang Feifei's appearances edited out. When editing couldn't completely remove her, a mosaic filter was applied over Zhang Feifei's face. Of course, Suya, who frequently appeared alongside Zhang Feifei as her partner, also got cut out. All of Zhang Feifei's business contracts were urgently suspended, and the brands associated with her were furious about this case. In the past, relying on her depression persona, Zhang Feifei had seized many brand resources originally intended for other stars. Many brand sponsors had given her opportunities out of pity for her battling depression while surviving in the entertainment industry. Now, all this has backfired massively on Zhang Feifei, leaving her faced with enormous breach of contract penalties, some she could never repay in her lifetime. And the act of continuously tying herself to Su Hongtian to stir up CP speculation caused her to completely lose public support. She had been praised too highly in the past, and now that she fell, it was a complete and utter destruction. Given the online public opinion influence, the police should come soon. Xie Bao stood beside the gray shadow and said, "Did you see that? Actually, their misfortune wasn't caused by you. Even without you, they would still have received the punishment they deserved." The eldest brother couldn't see the gray shadow anymore, but he still asked Xie Bao to tell her. Your mother could easily provide Zhang Feifei with tens of thousands of yuan per month as living expenses, yet she refused to pay just a few thousand for your fines, and this ultimately ruined your life. In fact, she wasn't out of money. She simply didn't want to spend it on you. Jiao hung her head, wanting to cry but unable to do so. She'd probably cried too much when alive, and all her tears were gone. Even until her death, she hadn't harbored the deepest malice toward her family. She was sick, consumed by an endless internal struggle, but she had never wanted to harm anyone around her. The police arrived quickly, taking Lili and Zhang Feifei away. The other girl, Lili's 5-year-old child whose father couldn't be found, was sent to an orphanage. Jiao stood there for a very long time, watching as Lili and Zhang Feifei were cuffed and taken away. Xie Bao silently accompanied her. After a while, Jiao finally spoke slowly. Will I have another life? Of course, Xie Bao looked up and replied. Brother Xiao Pingzi never lies. Then will I get sick again in my next life? Xie Bao scratched his head. I don't know that either, but it doesn't matter. I can ask brother Xiao Pingzi. Then Xie Bao took out his phone to call Si Ping. However, Si Ping's voice came from behind them. No. Before you go through the cycle, you'll bathe in the waters of the Lethe River, washing away all your memories, and you'll become an entirely new soul. Xie Bao turned around, seeing Si Ping, and eagerly jumped into his arms. Brother Xiao Pingzi, how did you come? Si Ping pressed his lips, stroking Xie Bao's head. The little bell told me you were thinking about me. Xie Bao pulled out the small bell. But I didn't shake the little bell. Si Ping looked at Xie Bao, but said nothing. Jiao Jiao slowly curved her lips and smiled. That's good then. In the next moment, behind her, a road stretched endlessly to the horizon appeared. Along the path, birds sang, flowers scented the air. It reminded her of the rural paths where her mom used to take her when Zhang Feifei wasn't even born yet. She turned and walked onto the path, causing Xie Bao's storybook to shine briefly. Hey, Xie Bao picked up the storybook and noticed it was emitting a gentle white light. Merit enough. Si Ping murmured softly. Chapter 127, Li Xiao's Tsundere. Xie Bao's eyes lit up as she whispered to Si Ping. Does that mean I can trade for my grandpa's extended life now? Si Ping nodded and said, you can trade for 1 year. Xie Bao was extremely delighted while hugging her storybook, and her eyes curved into small moons. Even though a year wasn't much time, as long as there was just a little more, it was very good. She would work hard to catch more ghosts so she could exchange them for even more years of life for her grandfather. After Xie Bao returned home, she soon went to find Mr. Su. She eagerly wanted to exchange all her efforts from these past few days into something tangible. Perhaps the dark fog on her grandfather's face would decrease significantly. She wandered around the villa with her storybook in hand, but couldn't find Mr. Su. Housekeeper Grandpa. Housekeeper Grandpa. Xie Bao quickly ran to the housekeeper who was watering flowers in the garden and asked him by looking up. Do you know where Grandpa has gone? Xie Bao couldn't find Grandpa in his room. Oh, Master received a call and had to go out. The housekeeper put down the watering pot and kindly replied. Do you know where Grandpa went? The housekeeper smiled. Master didn't say, but I think he should be back soon. Otherwise, I could give him a call. Xie Bao shook her head. It's all right. I'll wait here for Grandpa. He will definitely come back today because he has promised Xie Bao that he sleeps early every day. The housekeeper chuckled heartily. All right then, I'll prepare some food for Miss since she didn't eat anything this morning before running out. She must be hungry by now. If Master were at home, he'd surely urge Miss to eat. Mr. Su's greatest passion in life was feeding his granddaughter, wishing that Xie Bao could eat enough to make her chubby. Always concerned about nourishing this thin and pale little girl to be plump. A round and chubby figure would better suit their beloved little gem in the Su family. Xie Bao patted her little belly and giggled sweetly. Good. Thinking of it, she was indeed a bit hungry. Soon, the housekeeper served the food upstairs, and Xie Bao ate hungrily. Then she sat on the swing in the garden waiting for her grandfather to return. She waited until the afternoon, and although Mr. Su did not come back, Li Xiao arrived in a bad mood instead. Seeing Li Xiao, Xie Bao happily ran over, holding his hand and saying, Little Ming, are you coming to play with me? Are you no longer mad at me? Hurry up, I've prepared a lot of delicious snacks for you. Li Xiao proudly stated. What kind of snacks is this young master unfamiliar with? Who says someone isn't angry anymore? I tell you, this young master is not that easy to placate. I'm only here because I'm accompanying my mother. Xie Bao was disappointed as she pressed her lips together. Oh, then I apologize to you, okay? Please don't be mad, alright? Li Xiao glanced at Xie Bao, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned upward, but he tried hard to suppress it. After coughing once, he said, No, go and play with your little bottle brother. Saying that, he turned around and walked to his mother, Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li was talking with the housekeeper when she looked back and saw Li Xiao, asking curiously, Why don't you go play with Xie Bao? Didn't you keep nagging about wanting to come to the Su residence? Blushing at the ears, Li Xiao loudly retorted. Who said I wanted to come? I only came because you dragged me along. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Humph. Standing not far away, Xie Bao scratched her little head, desperately thinking of ways to cheer up Li Xiao. She never imagined how difficult Li Xiao was to appease. Mrs. Li glanced at her son and poked his nose gently, saying, If you're like this all the time, one day Xie Bao might really stop playing with you. What will you do then? Li Xiao rolled his eyes, somewhat scared, but still stubbornly shouted loudly. She doesn't want to play with me? Well, I won't play with her either. Who let her leave me behind anyway? I won't play with her. Afterward, he turned around and ran off. Mrs. Li quickly called after him, Hey, where are you rushing off to? Oh, you troublemaker, slow down and wait for me. As she chased after Li Xiao's figure, passing by Xie Bao, she squatted down and handed her a chocolate candy. Xie Bao, don't get upset. That's just how he is. I'll properly discipline him when I get home. Xie Bao took the chocolate candy and smiled sweetly. Auntie Li, I'm not mad. Such a good child. Mrs. Li ruffled Xie Bao's head affectionately and sighed. Not like our dear one at home, making my heart worry endlessly. Worried that Li Xiao would run too far, Mrs. Li soon stood up and bid farewell, chasing after Li Xiao. Eating the chocolate candy, Xie Bao remained sitting on the swing waiting for her grandfather, but by nightfall, her grandfather still hadn't appeared. Housekeeper Grandpa, why hasn't Grandpa come back yet? Xie Bao asked. Didn't you say he would be back soon? The housekeeper was a little puzzled as well. Perhaps Master Su was invited to stay by a friend. I'll give him a call tomorrow morning, Mississippi. It's getting late, you should go to sleep. Xie Bao could only nod as she looked at her storybook that still faintly glowed. The next morning, when Xie Bao woke up, she realized her grandfather still hadn't returned. As usual, the eldest brother sent her to kindergarten, but his face was unusually solemn throughout their journey. Xie Bao cautiously asked, "Big brother, you seem unhappy. Is something wrong?" The eldest brother knew that Xie Bao had always been very sensitive to others' emotions, yet he didn't expect that even with all his concealment, she still noticed. He lifted his hand to support his forehead and said, "Nope, everything is fine. Big brother will be happy if Xie Bao behaves well at the kindergarten." Xie Bao blinked her eyes. She knew her brother was lying. His eyes were shadowed, showing clearly that he hadn't slept well last night. With both grandfather and the elder brothers not being home these past 2 days, it seemed there were many things to handle. When Xie Bao entered the kindergarten with her little backpack, she saw Li Xiao squatted outside the gate, his eyes brightening up upon seeing her. Little Ming, were you waiting for me?" she asked happily. "Who was waiting for you?" Li Xiao turned away. "I was just watching ants move because I had nothing better to do." Xie Bao nodded. "All right. Sister Xia." Xie Ping's voice came from behind her as he stepped out of the Xie family car, his expression stern. "Let's go." Xie Bao glanced at Li Xiao, then nodded and followed Xie Ping inside. Li Xiao angrily glared at their backs, snorted loudly, and strode in ahead of them. Xie Ping furrowed his brows. "What's his problem?" Xie Bao shook her head. "He seems upset with us because we didn't take him along that day." Xie Ping pondered for a moment. "But wasn't he sleeping that day?" Xie Bao scratched her head. "Yes, he was." Xie Ping gave a brief glance at Li Xiao's retreating figure before saying, "Ignore him. He'll come around in a bit." Xie Bao seriously nodded. "All right." Chapter 128. Is it possible that Daddy isn't dead? Xie Bao always listened to Xie Ping. As expected, she didn't pay any more attention to Li Minghan, even though he had passed by her more than 20 times. "Brother Xia Pingzi, Grandpa went out yesterday and hasn't come back yet. So Xie Bao is a little worried," said Xie Bao as she placed the storybook beside her. The bright white light was still glowing faintly, but it seemed others couldn't see it. Xie Ping frowned and spoke. "Did he mention when he would be back?" "No." Xie Bao shook her little head while propping it up. "The housekeeper Grandpa said he will call Grandpa today." "Just don't worry for now," said Xie Ping with a slight frown, not knowing how to console, thus speaking somewhat stiffly. "There shouldn't be anything wrong. After all, Grandpa Su's lifespan wasn't depleted yet." Xie Bao nodded slightly and lay down on the table without spirit. Li Minghan walked over and said, "Hey, did you bully her?" Xie Ping glanced at the sullen Li Minghan, didn't say a word to him, and turned around to go back to his own class. "Did he bully you?" Li Minghan sat down in front of Xie Bao. "I've been telling you he is absolutely no good person. Look, he bullies you the moment I'm gone. How about this? From now on, you just call me brother and stop playing with him. Then I'll forgive you." Xie Bao, who was worrying about her grandpa, didn't respond to Li Minghan's absurd request. The young masterly crossed his arms and left in anger. When Xie Bao got home, she finally saw Grandpa Su looking haggard. She rushed forward and hugged into Grandpa Su's embrace. "Grandpa, where have you been? Why didn't you come home yesterday?" Grandpa Su's expression relaxed a bit upon seeing Xie Bao and said, "Yesterday, Grandpa went out to handle something. It was too late, so Grandpa didn't come back." Was Xie Bao worried about Grandpa? Xie Bao nodded, with a red tip of her nose. "Grandpa, don't make Xie Bao lose sight of you." Su grandfather felt terrible guilt. All right, it's Grandpa's fault. From now on, Grandpa won't do that anymore. If there's something to do outside, Grandpa will tell Xie Bao, okay?" Xie Bao nodded, hurriedly took out her storybook, and placed it on Grandpa Su's legs. That group of white lights slowly converged, forming a small white light ball that dived into Grandpa Su's body. Just before feeling exhausted, suddenly Grandpa Su was full of energy and refreshed, instantly eradicating the fatigue of last night's sleeplessness. He couldn't see that white light, attributing all the reasons to seeing Xie Bao again. His granddaughter was really a lucky star. As long as he could see her, all the hardships seemed insignificant. It's just unknown how many more years this old man has to keep her company. Upon seeing the dark aura on Grandpa Su's face indeed disperse quite a bit, Xie Bao felt highly contented. "By the way, why did you go out yesterday, Grandpa?" Xie Bao curiously asked as she sat next to her grandpa. Grandpa Su paused momentarily. Yesterday, he was at home when he received a call from an unfamiliar number, and the voice on the other end sounded extremely similar to his son, who had died many years ago. The voice instructed him to go to a specific location, saying that there was something he desired there. Without hesitation, he immediately went out, heading to the address given by the caller. When he arrived, he found a little wooden house with plenty of signs of life. However, when he got there was no one inside the wooden house, only a bank card and a letter. The letter stated that the bank card was reserved for Xie Bao and instructed him to take it back for her. After checking the balance of the bank card, Grandpa Su discovered there was not a single cent on it. Who could it be, giving Xie Bao an empty bank card with nothing in it? Recalling the voice of that man from the phone, he suddenly came up with a bold idea. Perhaps his son, Xie Bao's father, did not die in that car accident. But if he didn't die, why didn't he return home? Even if he was afraid that Yang Yin might harm them again, Yang Yin was already dead, so why send back just an empty bank card? If he hadn't died, could it be that his daughter-in-law was also fine? This event was filled with far too many questions and uncertainties, and he was afraid it might turn out to be false hope, so he didn't dare to tell Xie Bao. All of this was merely his speculation, and if his speculation was wrong, Xiao Jiabao would surely be extremely disappointed. Thus, he patted Xiao Jiabao's head gently and softly said, "Nothing serious. Grandpa just went to meet a friend." Xiao Jiabao put her mind at ease, nodded happily, and said, "Xiao Jiabao also has friends." Grandpa Su chuckled. "It seems that Ming has been reluctant to be my friend recently," Xiao Jiabao said in a low voice, lowering her head. "Grandpa, what should you do if your good friend is angry with you?" "Who?" "That kid from the Li family." Grandpa Su snorted coldly. "Does he dare to be upset with you? My granddaughter is the best treasure in the whole world. If he upsets you, I'll make sure he's upset." Xiao Jiabao blinked her eyes. "What?" Sitting in his wheelchair, Grandpa Su turned to the housekeeper and said, "Call her big brother and tell him that this year's cooperation of 200 million yuan with the Li family is cancelled." The housekeeper opened his mouth. Kids having disagreements doesn't need to be so serious. It does. Although Grandpa Su was old, he seemed more like a child. No one should upset our Xiao Jiabao. Otherwise I won't let them be happy either. There was nothing the housekeeper could do but call Su Qi. Although Xiao Jiabao didn't understand, seeing the grandpa's demeanor, she knew something unpleasant might happen. So she hurriedly said, "Grandpa, I'm not mad. I just want to tell Ming that I didn't mean not to play with him, and he didn't upset me." Grandpa Su asked, "Really?" Xiao Jiabao nodded frantically. Yes. Only then did Grandpa Su stop making the phone call and said, "That's good. If someone bullies you outside, you must tell Grandpa, understand? No Su family child should be bullied." Xiao Jiabao nodded. "I know, Grandpa." Grandpa Su watched her bouncing figure, sighed, then smiled lovingly. He took out the empty bank card and had the housekeeper put it in Xiao Jiabao's school bag. But what the housekeeper didn't see was, at the moment the bank card was placed inside, the storybook faintly glowed with a soft white light. Chapter 129, A Strange Bank Card. Xiao Jiabao wanted to apologize to Li Minghan. So the next day she got up early and, before her big brother sent her to kindergarten, drove to the mall and bought a lot of toys to give to Li Minghan. Because she had spent a lot of time with her big brother, Xiao Jiabao had picked up some of his domineering tycoon style. Not knowing what small toys Li Minghan liked, Xiao Jiabao ran all over the entire mall, getting out of breath in the early morning, stuffing her school bag full until she finally went to kindergarten with her big brother. She was a bit late today, so when she arrived at the kindergarten gate, Xi Ping and Li Minghan were both standing there. Li Minghan glared at Xi Ping with a look of great hatred, but unfortunately Xi Ping didn't care at all, standing coolly by the gate with his hands in his pockets, his eyes lowered as if lost in thought, occasionally raising his head to glance at the busy street in front of him. When Xiao Jiabao came running down with a very large school bag on her back, Xi Ping finally moved. He walked over, said nothing, and easily took the school bag off Xiao Jiabao's back, holding it in his hand. The big brother's hand, which was about to reach out, paused mid-air, then he laughed aloud. "All right, then I'll leave it to you, old ancestor, to take good care of our little girl. I'm off." Xiao Jiabao stood panting by the gate, waving goodbye to her big brother. "Big brother, see you later." Little treasure, have fun in school today. If anything makes you unhappy, call your big brother." Her big brother mimed a phone gesture near his ear, opening his mouth theatrically, and said, "Your big brother will definitely get there right away and make everyone who bullied you stand for punishment." Xiao Jiabao was amused into giggling, also mimicking a phone gesture, and shouted, "I know, big brother. You're the coolest." The big brother watched Xiao Jiabao's figure bounce and hop beside Xi Ping as they entered. Li Minghan followed behind furiously, wanting to ask Xiao Jiabao what was in the school bag, but too proud to do so, looking almost ready to explode from keeping quiet. Xiao Jiabao arrived at her seat and waved at Li Minghan. "Xiao Ming, come over quickly." Li Minghan hesitated for a moment, then still went to Xiao Jiabao's desk. "What is it? Speak fast. Class is starting soon. I need to go back." "Just a second." Xiao Jiabao swung her little pigtails, bending her head to take out the toys from the school bag, placing them on the table, and imitating her big brother's tone said, "I bought you lots of toys. Take a look. See if you like any. If you like them, just keep them, and those you don't like, I'll give to other children." She spoke confidently, carrying a real domineering tycoon manner. If the big brother talked to her this way, she would always be very happy, believing Xiao Ming would be happy too. Once Xiao Ming was happy, he might not be mad at her anymore. Sure enough, Li Minghan, looking at those various small toys, along with the gaming console he had long wanted but couldn't get from his mom, the favorite chocolate candies, and the signed basketball that hung in the mall for a long time without being taken home. His eyes brightened, instinctively reaching out to grab them, but quickly controlled himself, glanced at Xi Ping, then said haughtily, "So this is your apology, right? All these things are for me, not for Xi Ping, correct?" Xiao Jiabao, while rummaging through the bag, nodded quickly. Yes. She saw the bank card. Xiao Jiabao knew how many things were in her small backpack because she carefully organized it every day. So, it was absolutely impossible for something she didn't recognize to show up in there. What is this? She looked at the bank card once. This doesn't seem like Xiao Jiabao's thing, does it? Maybe it's Big Brother's? Probably, since he always pulls out different kinds of cards. But why would Big Brother's card end up in Xiao Jiabao's bag? It must be due to carelessness. I should return it tonight. After muttering to herself for a while, Xiao Jiabao was about to put the bank card back into her school bag. The nearby Xi Ping suddenly straightened up, stared at the bank card for a while, then took it from Xiao Jiabao's hand. As expected, this wasn't an ordinary bank card. He glanced around, then gripped Xiao Jiabao's wrist, and said, "Take the card, follow me for a moment." Xiao Jiabao blinked, not understanding why, But if little bottle brother said so, there must be a reason. Okay. Xiao Jiabao quickly dropped her school bag on the table, stood up, and followed Si Ping outside. Meanwhile, Li Minghan was holding a Superman figurine, loving it so much he didn't want to let go, and blushing, said, "Since you apologize so sincerely, this young master will barely forgive you." But before he finished his sentence, he saw Xiao Jiabao excitedly run off again. Xiao Jiabao, Li Minghan angrily followed. "You're talking to Si Ping without me again. I'm really going to be mad." The three children ran all the way to the flower bed behind the kindergarten before they stopped. The back flower bed was a very secluded place. Since it was close to the principal's office and also far from the teaching building, almost no one came here. It was practically becoming the principal's private place. "What?" Li Minghan put his hands on his hips and shouted loudly. "Xiao Jiabao, you must give me an explanation, or else I will." At the next moment, a dazzling white light appeared in front of Li Minghan, and he instinctively closed his eyes to avoid being hurt by the strong light. After quite a while, he heard Si Ping's calm voice. "All right, open your eyes." Xiao Jiabao and Li Minghan slowly opened one eye and saw the scene in front of them. It was similar to the place where Xiao Jiabao first saw Si Ping, with nothing but a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere, incredibly large without any boundary, and the white horizon seemed endless. But this time, besides the vast white space, there were piles of strange things on the ground, all glowing with a golden light. "Wow!" Li Minghan was utterly shocked and reached out to touch a nearby golden glowing small disc. "Am I dreaming? Is this all gold?" Si Ping coldly stopped him. "Don't touch that." Li Minghan unconsciously pulled his hand back, then realized after a while that it was strange. No way. Why did he have to listen to Si Ping so obediently? "I will touch it," he defiantly said as he grabbed the disc, which suddenly creaked and spun, emitting a ray of golden light that struck directly at Li Minghan's stomach. Li Minghan clutched his stomach in pain and sat down on the ground, gritting his teeth. "What the heck is this thing?" "This isn't gold," Si Ping explained. "These are divine artifacts from the heavenly realm. They won't let you touch them unless you earn their recognition." Li Minghan stood up while inhaling sharply and no longer dared to touch those golden glowing items, finally understanding what it meant to disregard warnings and face consequences later. Since Xiao Jiabao hadn't heard Si Ping's words, she curiously stretched her hand to grab a stuffed teddy bear buried among various magical objects. Li Minghan quickly intervened. "Wait, you cannot touch these things here." But before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Jiabao had already grabbed the ear of the little stuffed bear. Li Minghan couldn't bear to look and shut his eyes. "We're done." Chapter 130, Space. Little Jiabao, who should have been blasted away by a beam of golden light, was not only unharmed, but the golden light on the stuffed bear seemed even more vibrant, looking very delighted. "Wrong." Li Minghan spoke up. "Why do these things still discriminate against people? Is this what you call China's famous double standard?" Si Ping glanced at the endless expanse of golden hillocks. Whether it was the Taoist artifacts usable by common folk that were hard to come by outside, or the true divine artifacts, they were all present here. 1,000 years ago, he had been to the celestial treasure pavilion in heaven. Even the heavenly emperor, who ruled over the vast lands of the 9 provinces, did not have so many treasures. If his guess was correct, all the items here should have already been prepared for little Jiabao by someone, and these spirit artifacts had completely submitted to little Jiabao. Little Jiabao, hugging the small bear, happily ran up to Si Ping and asked, "Brother Xiaoping, this little bear is so cute. Can I take it home?" Si Ping looked and said, "It's fine, but it might scare people easily." "Huh? What?" Little Jiabao pinched the bear's ears and said, "It's just such a cute little bear. How could it scare anyone?" Black chi extended from Si Ping's hand, enveloping the bear in wisps of dark energy. Soon, the bear turned into a pool of black liquid. Li Minghan squatted nearby, curious. "What's going on?" The black liquid appeared angry and slowly returned to its bear form, but once touched by Si Ping's black chi, it would revert to a puddle. The black water transformed into a little panda hugging itself and used its Spigoo skill towards Si Ping to protest. "As you see, this thing can transform into anything it has seen before," Si Ping explained. "And there's a limited time for the transformation. The larger the object, the shorter the time it can maintain the form." Little Jiabao blinked her eyes, reaching out to poke the little black panda's bottom. "Wow, it's so cool." The black water became slightly happier and hugged little Jiabao's finger while swaying it. Li Minghan pointed at the surrounding golden hills. "Are all these divine artifacts?" Si Ping nodded and asked little Jiabao, "Who gave you this card?" "It's likely just a storage space disguised as a bank card." Little Jiabao shook her head. "I don't know. When I flipped through my school bag today, I found this card lying inside." Li Minghan looked around this white space and suddenly pointed upward. "There seems to be something else here. Look quickly." When little Jiabao looked up, she saw a floating, giant air conditioner. "Isn't it too considerate?" Li Minghan gazed at the air conditioner. "They're probably worried you'll get hot, so they've installed an air conditioner for you? But there's no electricity here anyway. There seems to be a switch on top. Let me turn it on and see." Li Minghan ran over and turned on the air conditioner switch. Chilly air wafted out in thin streams. This sensation wasn't the same as turning on an air conditioner during summer. This cold felt like it came from the inside out, making one feel like they were in a very chilly cemetery. That's right. Li Minghan remembered. The chill from visiting the graveyard with little Jiabao late at night felt exactly the same. Si Ping raised his hand to turn off the air conditioner and said, "Looks like in the future, we won't need to visit graveyards to replenish energy anymore." Little Jiabao pursed her lips and nodded. Seeing that little Jiabao looked somewhat unhappy, Si Ping asked, "What's wrong?" Do you dislike being here? Not really, little Xie Bao likes it, but... Little Xie Bao frowned and asked, whose card is this? Did someone accidentally leave it in my bag? There are so many fun things here. The owner of this card must be very worried. Xie Ping narrowed his eyes, patted little Xie Bao's head, and said, don't worry, this card was most likely gifted to you. Huh? Who gifted this to little Xie Bao? Little Xie Bao questioned curiously. Why didn't they give it to me face to face? Grandpa said if you receive a gift, you need to say thank you. Li Minghan approached. Maybe they just don't want you to know who they are yet. Anyway, since Xie Ping said it's for you, it must be yours. Little Xie Bao still felt uneasy. Her big brother had told her it was wrong to accept gifts without knowing the source. After spending a long time in the space, little Xie Bao finally remembered they were still at school. She put down the bear and said, let's go out first. If the teachers can't find us, they'll start worrying. Xie Ping nodded and said, let's go out first. I'll teach you the incantation to enter and exit here later. Little Xie Bao nodded, and soon white light flashed before their eyes again. They appeared in the original place. Li Minghan glanced at his watch. Strange, is my watch broken? Why does it seem to have stopped moving? The time was like this when we went in, and it's still the same when we came out. Time doesn't flow inside the space. It's normal, Xie Ping explained. Let's go back. Li Minghan followed little Xie Bao closely, excitedly saying, then if I don't want to do homework later, can I just hide in your space and play to my heart's content before coming out? Little Xie Bao gave a thumbs up for Li Minghan's cleverness. Yes. The three children returned to the kindergarten class. Xie Bao sat down, and class was about to start. Li Minghan and Xie Ping also returned to their own classes. In the afternoon after school, little Xie Bao waited for her older brother, as usual at the school. Naturally, Xie Ping and Li Minghan accompanied her. Not long after, little Xie Bao's small phone rang. Little Xie Bao answered the call, sweetly saying, hello? Big brother, are you here? I'm sorry, little Xie Bao. Big brother has something to attend to today, so I can't come get you right now, said the big brother on the phone, his voice full of apology. But I've already asked the fifth brother to pick you up. Will you go home with the fifth brother in a while, okay? Little Xie Bao obediently nodded. Okay. Little Xie Bao's fifth brother was a national athlete, thus rarely seen, but whenever he came back, he would always play games like lifting high or riding the big horse with little Xie Bao. Fifth brother was good-looking and very strong. Even carrying little Xie Bao around running on the grass never tired him. She tidied up her school bag and happily ran to the kindergarten gate, where she saw her fifth brother wearing a casual hoodie. His white hoodie complemented his bronze skin, with the sleeves rolled up to show muscular forearms. Subi leaned against a Rolls-Royce looking at his phone, and several female teachers nearby blushed red, glancing toward him. Little Xie Bao ran over holding her little school bag. Fifth brother. Subi looked up, seeing the little one, his face brightening with a radiant smile. As little Xie Bao reached him, a leg, pale and elegant, suddenly emerged from the car. A finely made-up woman got out of the car, glancing at little Xie Bao, speaking softly. Husband, is this your sister? Chapter 131, Brother Five's Girlfriend. Xie Bao was utterly baffled by the coquettish call of husband. Actually, the Su family were all big men except for Aunt Yang Yan, so there weren't really many other women around. But Xie Bao still knew what the title husband meant. It was used to refer to someone you liked, like big brother and big sister. Even though big sister has passed away. Or, like her own father and mother. Even though they had also passed away. Suddenly, Xie Bao felt that this title wasn't very auspicious. Moreover, in her memory, Brother Five didn't have anyone he liked. Rue, this is my sister, said Brother Five as he picked up Xie Bao and addressed a girlish voice. My eldest brother has something to do today, so he asked me to pick her up. Zhao Rue showed an unhappy expression and whispered while hugging onto Brother Five's arm. You clearly said you were coming here to be with me today, but now what's your meaning? You even brought along a third wheel. Brother Five's face immediately turned from smiles to sternness as he turned to glare at Zhao Rue and said unhappily, this is our precious sister we've finally found again. She isn't any third wheel. Only after this did Zhao Rue somewhat pull back, but she kept pouting and said, all right. Who makes me like you anyway? After you drop your sister off, we can go on a date. Finally, Brother Five smiled faintly and said, that's my good baby. Don't worry, I'll take you out after I send little Bao home, and then I'll buy you a present as compensation, okay? At once, Zhao Rue's laughter made crow's feet appear. Pretending to be dignified, she said, you know, I'm not such a vain person. I love you. I of course know. Brother Five patted Zhao Rue's head gently, placed Xie Bao on the rear seat, and then turned to Xie Ping and Li Minghan, asking, do you want to go home in your own cars, or come play at Su house first? Li Minghan waved to Xie Bao and said, today my mom called me back early, so I won't come over to your place. Xie Bao nodded. Xie Ping looked at the woman named Zhao Rue, and then turned around and got on the Su family car. Seeing Xie Ping, Zhao Rue opened her mouth. Hey, whose little master is this? So adorable. Smiling cheerfully, she took a candy from her pocket and held it out to Xie Ping, saying, say sister. And sister will give you a piece of candy, okay? Xie Bao twisted her neck looking at Zhao Rue. The candy in her hand was beautifully wrapped, pink with a picture of a bear, strawberry-flavored fruit gummy probably. Xie Bao tilted her head. Sister, Xiao Piping doesn't like sweets, but I do. Xie Ping remained silent and turned his head away, indicating refusal clearly. Embarrassed, Zhao Rue retracted the candy and put it directly back into her bag, pretending not to hear what Xie Bao said, and sat in the passenger seat. Brother Five then frowned and said, little Bao wants candy? Shall brother go get you some? No need, Xie Bao. sitting next to Xie Ping with her small school bag hugged tightly, said, I don't want it much either. Anyway, elder brother says I can't eat too many snacks, otherwise I won't eat dinner and grandpa will worry. Stretching out his hand, brother 5 touched Xie Bao's head and said, our little Bao is so well behaved. Tell brother, what do you want? I'll buy it for you. It's not often we meet brother 5 today. Anything you want, just ask. Leaning her little head on one hand, Xie Bao said, 2 ice creams please. With that, Xie Bao waits right here. Brother will go get the ice cream. Brother 5 smiled radiantly, dressed casually like a young college student on the street. Opposite the kindergarten was a Haagen-Dazs shop, and when he entered, several young ladies sitting by the window peeked at him secretly. Xie Bao leaned against the window, eagerly waiting for her ice cream. The Zhao Rui in the passenger seat rolled her eyes and muttered disdainfully, what a troublemaker. Confused, Xie Bao asked Zhao Rui, sister, what does troublemaker mean? Just like kids like you, Zhao Rui huffed smugly, thinking Xie Bao being young wouldn't understand the malicious intent behind her words, bothering adults for everything day in and day out. Didn't you see your brother is going to take me out on a date? And yet you shamelessly cling to him. Even if you are real siblings, people know to keep distance. At such a young age, you're already clinging to him so that he can't spend time with his girlfriend. Who knows how scheming you'll become when you grow up. Although Xie Bao couldn't fully comprehend it, she could sense the malice within these words. Why do you speak like this? Xie Bao said angrily, I hate you. You actually dislike me? That's hilarious, Zhao Rui said coldly. Your brother likes me a lot. Once I marry into your family, you'd better behave yourself and keep your tail tucked in, or I'll make sure you regret it. Xie Ping raised his head and gave Zhao Rui a dark look, black aura spreading between his fingers. The black mist formed into something like a hand, and with a loud slap, it struck hard against Zhao Rui's face. Zhao Rui screamed, covering her face as she yelled, what was that? Was that you who hit me? How dare you? Even your brother wouldn't dare treat me this way. After saying this, she turned around, reaching out to grab Xie Bao's hair. But Xie Bao wasn't about to let her succeed. She quickly grabbed Zhao Rui's hair before the other girl could reach her. Her strength was no joke, instantly making Zhao Rui feel like her scalp was going to be ripped off. When Xie Bao finally let go, there were strands of black hair caught between her fingers. Ah! Zhao Rui stared at the clump of hair, feeling utterly devastated by the fiery pain in her scalp. She reached out to strangle Xie Bao's neck. You little wretch, I'll get you for this. Just as she finished speaking, the car door opened, and Brother 5 stood there with a frosty expression. What are you doing? Instantly, Zhao Rui began to cry pitifully. Wah! Look at what she did, husband. Your sweet sister still has my hair in her hand. I was just trying to have a polite conversation with her, but instead, she slapped me and pulled my hair. You know how important my appearance is for me since I'm an arts student. Brother 5 paused, looking at the strand of hair in Xie Bao's palm. Little Bao, why did you pull her hair? Xie Bao answered calmly. She called me a little wretch and threatened me, saying that once she marries into our family, she'll show me what she's capable of. I don't like her, Brother 5. I don't want her as my sister. Brother 5 cast a cold glance towards Zhao Rui. Did you really say these things to my sister? Zhao Rui shook her head. No. Su B, you know my character well. How could I possibly say such words? I don't know why your sister is falsely accusing me. Wah. Brother 5 pursed his lips, knowing Zhao Rui's nature well from past experiences. She had come from a tough background, yet remained gentle, kind-hearted, and optimistic. But at the same time, Xie Bao didn't seem like someone who would lie either. Deciding not to jump to conclusions, Subi climbed into the car and placed a strawberry-flavored ice cream and an orange-flavored one in Xie Bao's hands, muttering, I've already told you not to associate with Li Mingan's nasty boy, so what has he been teaching you now? Xie Bao looked upset as she held onto the ice creams. Little Bao isn't lying. Little Bao didn't deceive Brother 5. She really did say it. All right, Subi, don't blame your sister, Zhao Rui interjected. I believe she didn't do this intentionally. Maybe she feels I've taken her dear 5 brother away, so it's understandable she harbors resentment towards me. Chapter 132, The Beautiful Dance Teacher. Older Brother 5 spoke up. All right, I know. You should also say less. Clearly, he wanted to act as a peacemaker between the two. Xie Bao looked at the ice cream in her hand and felt that the ice cream she had been eagerly anticipating no longer tasted good at all. She held the ice cream without saying anything, and Xie Ping, worried about her freezing hands, took the small ice cream from her. By the time they arrived at the Su family villa, Xie Ping threw both ice creams into the trash can. It's not like this. I stood in line for a long time to buy it, said older Brother 5, seeing Xie Ping's actions, not daring to say much, but still scratching his head softly. If you won't eat it, don't waste it so? Xie Bao hopped out of the car with her school bag, her eyes reddened. Older Brother 5 quickly tried to comfort her. Is Xie Bao upset? Xie Bao thought for a moment. Big Brother said, nobody is allowed to bully Xie Bao, but if it's older Brother 5, Xie Bao won't be upset. Older Brother 5 hurriedly said, no, how did I bully you? I just wanted you to get closer to Sister Zhao Rui, because she might become your future 5th sister-in-law. Xie Bao glanced at Zhao Rui and shook her head. I don't want to get close to her, and I don't want her to be my 5th sister-in-law. Older Brother 5 paused. Everything was fine earlier. He only went to buy an ice cream. Yet why did Xie Bao dislike Zhao Rui now? Could it really be jealousy over Zhao Rui? But how could a sister and a girlfriend be the same? Seeing him always trying to please Xie Bao, Zhao Rui walked over and said, you promised today to take me to watch a movie. If we delay any further, our school will be closing. Subi had no choice but to leave Xie Bao with the butler and drove off with Zhao Rui. When Grandpa Su came out of the room, he saw Xie Bao frowning unhappily. Little Bao, what's wrong? The grandfather asked. Did something unpleasant happen? Tell Grandpa, let me help think of a solution, alright? Xie Bao twisted her fingers and quietly said, when Big Brother came to pick me up today, he was with a sister. He said he wanted her to be my 5th sister-in-law, but Xie Bao doesn't like that sister. Grandpa Su understood. Why don't you like that sister? Did she say anything bad? He knew Xie Bao's character. Always kind-hearted and gentle, sensible enough to make one's heart ache. If she disliked someone, it must mean that person bullied her or said something nasty to her. Xie Bao nodded. She said lots of things, and Xie Bao doesn't like them. Grandpa Su snorted coldly. Your 5th brother, that dimwit, has always grown in height, but not in brains. When he comes back tonight, I'll make sure he cuts ties with all those floozies outside. What sort of person dares to even think of entering the door of the Su family? Xie Bao added. Grandpa, that sister isn't good. Older brother 5 cannot be with her. There was a familiar stench around her. It must mean she bullied a lot of people normally. Grandpa Su gently stroked her head and solemnly nodded, then said, forget about that for now, little Bao. Haven't you been studying dance with Master Shinmu before? Master Shinmu is too old now to personally teach basic skills. Today he specifically called me and said not to neglect your practice, so he recommended one of his students to specially teach you some foundational techniques. A few days ago, Master Shinmu fell sick and has been lying in the hospital, which indeed made them skip on Xie Bao's basic training. Xie Bao even sighed in relief because of it, but when she thought of Master Shinmu lying in bed, her mood became heavy again. I wonder if the merit I've accumulated can exchange a bit more life force for Master Shinmu? As she pondered this, her big brother's car pulled into the estate. A plainly dressed girl with a beautiful appearance got out, and her smile resembled that of the eldest sister-in-laws, especially the small dimple near her lips. Little Bao, her elder brother approached and picked her up. Let me see. Were you happy today at school? Xie Bao nodded. Yes. Elder brother, who is this pretty sister? The girl laughed freely and extended her hand in front of Xie Bao. Hello, I'm Qian Xiao, your basic dance instructor. On my way home after class, I happened to meet your elder brother and decided to hitch a ride here with him. Xie Bao noticed a black silk string around Qian Xiao's neck. It was exactly the same as the one her elder brother wore initially. New ghost. Xie Bao's eyes lit up as she reached out and clasped Qian Xiao's hand. Teacher, I really like you. She would accumulate more merits now. Qian Xiao paused, then smiled gently. What a cute little girl. No wonder Master Shinmu likes you so much. Big sister likes little Xie Bao too. Little Xie Bao tilted her head. Huh. How do you know my name is little Xie Bao? Qian Xiao also tilted her head and said, how do I know your name is little Xie Bao? Because big sister has magic. If little Xie Bao practices dancing obediently, I'll teach you this magic as well. Little Xie Bao folded her arms and pouted. Sister is lying. It must be Grandpa Shinmu who told you, right? Qian Xiao squinted her eyes and laughed. Is little Xie Bao so smart? Little Xie Bao finally cheered up, her tale of pride almost rising high. Of course. Qian Xiao mimicked her tone. Of course. She seemed very patient with children and quickly befriended little Xie Bao by holding her hand. However, during the training in the dance room, Qian Xiao turned into a gentle devil, making little Xie Bao stretch her legs while smiling softly. Just a bit lower. That's it. Little Xie Bao struggled to stretch her leg, but was already accustomed to the pain. Encouraged continuously by Qian Xiao, she no longer felt it was as painful. They practiced for over 3 hours in the dance room, after which Qian Xiao bid farewell to little Xie Bao, saying she needed to go back to school. Big brother spoke up. Let me take you back. It's so late now, the subway has probably stopped running, and it wasn't easy for you to come here for one class. Qian Xiao replied. No need to trouble you. You've already paid me a good price, including taxi fare. I'll just hail a cab myself. Little Xie Bao pulled on Qian Xiao's hand earnestly. Big sister, please let big brother send you back. It's night now, it's dangerous for you alone. Especially with the black silk string around her neck, possibly placed there by some vengeful ghost. Since nighttime was when such ghosts could move freely, it would be better for big brother to see her home safely. Qian Xiao didn't refuse, and Su Qi soon drove her back to school. It's rare for a busy CEO like him to serve as a driver, which indeed left Qian Xiao surprised yet honored. But she soon realized Su Qi was a kind and polite man. Her face flushed slightly as she bade him goodbye and happily ran inside the school gate. Su Qi narrowed his eyes, looking at Qian Xiao's retreating figure. She truly resembles someone. The dimple near the corner of her mouth when she smiles, or that cheerful, warm-hearted demeanor. They are all so alike. Chapter 133, Entrapment. Qian Xiao walked into the school gate with her backpack, and Su Qi waited for a while at the spot. He rolled down the window to smoke a cigarette before driving away. Hey! Qian Xiao's shoulder was suddenly tapped by someone. She turned around and saw it was Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui was young and pretty, a prominent figure in school. Recently, she had been dating the 5th young master of the Su family, that should be Xiao Jiabao's 5th brother. As a result, everyone knew about her. But Qian Xiao herself was just an ordinary art student and didn't want to get entangled with Zhao Rui. Thus, she merely gave Zhao Rui a polite smile and hurriedly sped up. Why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Zhao Rui's voice was coy, as if she were always cooing no matter what. The person who sent you back just now, is he your boyfriend? Recalling Su Qi's face, Qian Xiao shook her head instantly and opened her mouth to explain. Don't misunderstand. We're not. Not him. Then why did he send you back to school? Zhao Rui shouted loudly. Qian Xiaoxiao, you've got some guts. You quietly seduced the eldest son of the Su family. You act so innocent in school. I thought you were one of those girls who really doesn't know anything. Turns out, you're far more crafty than I thought. Qian Xiaoxiao frowned and said, I've already told you, we don't have that kind of relationship. I just went to teach at the Su residence. It got too late, the high-speed train stopped running, so Mr. Su sent me back. Huh, like someone like you could possibly go to the Su house to teach. Zhao Rui covered her lips and laughed mockingly. If you go out for sex, just do it openly. We're all university students, everyone can understand. Why pretend? Qian Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless from anger and didn't want to deal with Zhao Rui anymore. She silently headed towards the dormitory. But Zhao Rui relentlessly pushed further and even followed Qian Xiaoxiao into her dormitory. The moment they entered, Zhao Rui blurted out, All right then, if you don't have any feelings for him, why don't you give him to me? I like this type quite a bit. Whatever price you ask, money or otherwise, I'll satisfy you. Several eyes in the dormitory immediately turned curiously toward Qian Xiaoxiao. Taking a deep breath, Qian Xiaoxiao finally spoke. Isn't your boyfriend Subi? Oh, him. Zhao Rui leaned against the wall in the dormitory. Don't worry. He's very stupid. Just a little coaxing and he believes everything. And he loves me to death. Even if he found out, he wouldn't dare to leave me. Do you believe me? Envious glances came from people around her. A roommate whispered softly. No wonder Zhao Rui gets so much attention from senior brother Su despite looking so beautiful. Subi used to be a top athlete and also attended this university, which led him to meet his current girlfriend, Zhao Rui. Another roommate chimed in. That's true. Look at what Zhao Rui wears and uses. It's all expensive brands. Aren't those all gifts from senior brother Su? He's so generous and so affectionate to his girlfriend. I wish I could have a boyfriend as handsome and wealthy as him. Smug and self-satisfied, Zhao Rui chuckled and placed her fingers on Qian Xiaoxiao's shoulders. What do you say? Think about it. Qian Xiaoxiao shrugged off her hand coldly and replied. This is my dormitory. Please leave. Zhao Rui's face darkened. Qian Xiaoxiao, I'm talking nicely to you. Don't take my politeness as weakness. There are plenty of girls in this school like you. Do you think you're worthy of the elder son of the Su family? You're not even qualified to carry his shoes. I advise you not to delude yourself. Looks like you feel your spotlight has been stolen, retorted Qian Xiaoxiao fiercely. You seem worried, huh? What's wrong with a girl like me? And what about you? Wearing all those branded clothes. But how much of it is your own money? Huh? Zhao Rui snapped back. It's my ability to make men spend money on me. Yes, you're so capable. Qian Xiaoxiao lost her temper and couldn't help shoving Zhao Rui lightly. I don't have beauty. You lack manners. Let's forgive each other's imperfections, alright? Qian Xiaoxiao, how dare you push me? Zhao Rui widened her eyes and reached out to grab Qian Xiaoxiao's hair. Unprepared for Zhao Rui's retaliation, Qian Xiaoxiao could only quickly dodge backwards. Swift as lightning, Zhao Rui managed to tear a jade bracelet off her wrist, shattering it instantly under Qian Xiaoxiao's feet. With a piercing scream, This ear-piercing scream immediately attracted the attention of the female dormitory supervisor who happened to be checking rooms at the time. The supervisor frowned as she approached and sharply rebuked. What are you two doing? It's so late and you're still not asleep. Why are you making so much noise? Zhao Rui covered her lips and let out sobs one by one, then spoke intermittently. Xiao, what are you doing? I never thought being poor was bad. Even though I have money, I've always believed in the equality of people. I don't look down on you. Why won't you listen to my explanation? Why did you break my bracelet? Qian Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment. The bracelet clearly broke because you deliberately threw it yourself. How could that be? This bracelet is the last keepsake my mother left me before she passed away, and I've always treasured it dearly. I would never dare to part with it. Zhao Rui's voice quivered as she accused Qian Xiaoxiao. And we have no grudges between us. Why would you frame me using such an expensive item? The dormitory supervisor picked up the fragments on the floor and asked, This jade looks quite good quality. It should be very expensive, right? Zhao Rui used her finger to gently dab at the corner of her eye and said casually, Not that expensive, just over 70 million yuan. There was an instant gasp from everyone around. 70 million yuan. That was like wearing an entire luxury villa on your wrist. In fact, 70 million is just pocket change for me. I originally didn't want to argue with you, Zhao Rui continued. But this is the last keepsake my mother gave me. She passed away when I was 5 years old. Every time I see this bracelet, I think of her, as if she were still by my side. But now that the bracelet is broken into pieces like this, The dormitory supervisor also chimed in. You indeed damaged someone else's valuable item, and such a meaningful one at that. Making you pay the original price back would be too lenient on you already. I told you, this thing fell and broke because she threw it under my foot herself. It was an accident. Qian Xiaoxiao argued. And you're still denying it. Who would use their mother's keepsake to trap you? The dormitory supervisor glared at her. Once you've made a mistake, face the consequences. You want to shirk responsibility now? Didn't you think about it when you ruined other people's belongings earlier? I really didn't. Qian Xiaoxiao had no way to defend herself. She initially planned to check the surveillance footage, but the cameras only captured the hallway outside the dormitories. The argument between her and Zhao Rui occurred at the doorway of the dormitory, where the camera only caught Qian Xiaoxiao attempting to grab Zhao Rui's hair, not how the bracelet ended up breaking. The school quickly issued Qian Xiaoxiao a serious warning and ordered her to return the money to Zhao Rui as soon as possible. If she failed to do so, they would revoke her enrollment. Chapter 134, Dealing with Zhao Rui. Qian Xiaoxiao was a very talented dance student, and performing classical dances was her favorite activity and something she had persisted in doing for the longest time. Although she wasn't Xie Mu's disciple, she was still one of the students he found relatively satisfactory. Every time Xie Mu came to the school, he would go and check up on Qian Xiaoxiao. Zhao Rui had been dissatisfied with this for quite some time. Xie Mu was an honorary professor at the school, and not a single dance student didn't want to be coached by Xie Mu. How could she, Zhao Rui, blessed with beauty and figure, be inferior to the country bumpkin in front of her who was so outdated and poor? She was ecstatic when Qian Xiaoxiao suffered a setback this time. That bracelet was indeed worth a lot, but it certainly wasn't her mother's last keepsake. It was actually a gift from Su Bi. If it broke, so be it. Su Bi would get her an even better one. Once she managed to hook up with Su Qi in the future, wouldn't all of the Su family then belong to her? Who would care about such a paltry amount of money? Just tens of millions. The next day, when Qian Xiaoxiao came over to tutor Xiao Bao in dancing, Xiao Bao clearly noticed that her mood was low. Compared to the previous day, the cheerful Qian Xiaoxiao seemed like she had been possessed by some other spirit. She was constantly distracted, sitting there deep in thought with her brows furrowed. Xiao Bao ran over and handed her a cup of sweet Haagen-Dazs ice cream. It's hot outside. Have this, sister. This is Xiao Bao's favorite strawberry flavor. It cheers me up right away when I'm feeling down. Even Big Brother Xiaoping stops frowning after eating this, though Big Brother Xiaoping likes the tangerine flavor, while Ming likes matcha. Sister, what flavor do you like? Qian Xiaoxiao came back to reality, subconsciously taking the ice cream from Xiao Bao's hands, and gave a reluctant smile, replying, "Thank you, Xiao Bao, I don't mind." Wearing her practice outfit, Xiao Bao squatted obediently in front of her, looking up with shining eyes as if stars were glittering within them. Sister, what's wrong? If you're troubled, you can tell Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao is really capable and can solve a lot of troubles. Qian Xiaoxiao shook her head. This trouble is beyond your ability to resolve. Xiao Bao was just a child. What could she possibly understand? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Bao said, if Xiao Bao can't resolve it, then there's also Ming and Big Brother Xiaoping. They are both pretty amazing. If they can't resolve it either, forget it, sister, you should believe me. There isn't anything Big Brother Xiaoping can't handle in this world. Qian Xiaoxiao felt too uncomfortable keeping it all inside, thinking Xiao Bao was just a child who probably wouldn't understand much anyway, so she blurted out everything that happened yesterday. Toward the end, she choked on her words, almost unable to speak. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have even acknowledged her, no matter what she said. Now I owe her 70 million yuan. 70 million yuan. If it was 700 yuan, I'd just skip meals for 2 or 3 days. If it was 7,000, I could pay it off working overtime for a month. But it's 70 million yuan. How am I supposed to pay it off? And I don't dare tell my parents about this incident. They will worry themselves sick, wailing endlessly, Xiao Bao, what should I do? Xiao Bao blinked. The bracelet wasn't broken by you, so why should you compensate for it? But no one believes me, and the surveillance didn't capture any footage. Qian Xiaoxiao hung her head. I can't think of any other way to prove I didn't break her bracelet. Besides, she said that if I couldn't repay her tomorrow, she'd have the school revoke my enrollment. So what if they revoke it? Li Minghan and Xi Ping stood by the door of the dance studio, Li Minghan poking his head out. Not going to school is great. Then you can stay home and play all the time, as long as you want. You guys are lurking here eavesdropping. Xiao Bao placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, teacher says that eavesdropping is very impolite. Li Minghan straightened his body. Who's eavesdropping? Me and Xi Ping were nearly falling asleep waiting for you outside. So we came in to see if you finished practicing your dance today. You promised to take me into the space again today. Space? What space? Qian Xiaoxiao was startled. It's our secret base. Li Minghan proudly announced. There's tons of fun stuff inside. Xi Ping glanced at him. Being able to punch you 7 or 8 meters away sure sounds like fun. Li Minghan bared his teeth at him. If you hadn't spoken, no one would think you're mute. Under normal circumstances, Qian Xiaoxiao would have been curious, but now she just didn't feel like being curious at all. Xiao Bao said, then the most urgent task now is to help you repay the money, right? Qian Xiaoxiao paused in surprise. But that's 70 million yuan. It's not a small sum. Xiao Bao turned around and rummaged through her little backpack, pulling out a bunch of bank cards. Are these enough? Qian Xiaoxiao. Where did you get so many bank cards? They were given to me by my big brothers. Xiao Bao scratched her head. On the day I came back, they each gave me a card, saying that it contained my pocket money. There's also Xiao Bao's birthday presents and New Year's red envelopes, all stored inside these cards. Although Xiao Bao doesn't quite understand why these little cards can store so much money, Grandpa said I'd understand when I grow up. But Xiao Bao already understands now. There must be space inside these cards too. Xi Ping walked over to explain. No, only your card has space. Xiao Bao tilted her head. Then why can these cards store so much money? Xi Ping. It seemed he had trouble explaining the concept of banks and bank cards to Xiao Bao. After a long silence, he finally said, you're right, there is also space inside them. See, Xiao Bao doesn't need to grow up to know a lot. Xiao Bao triumphantly put her hands on her hips. Isn't Xiao Bao super amazing? Qian Xiaoxiao patted Xiao Bao's face and shook her head. Thank you, Xiao Bao. You are the most sincere, kind, and cutest child I've ever met. The Su family, such a big household, must have loved you wholeheartedly. So I cannot take your money. It's not for you. Xiao Bao put the bank cards back in her small backpack. It's for Sister Zhao Rui. Don't worry, Xiao Bao won't let Sister Zhao Rui bully you. Qian Xiaoxiao was stunned. What do you mean? Xiao Bao pulled Qian Xiaoxiao's hand as they started to walk away. Come with me, Xiao Bao has thought of a way. Confused, Qian Xiaoxiao was dragged out of the dance studio by Xie Bao. After changing into regular clothes, Xie Bao whispered and plotted with Xi Ping and Li Minghan for a while. The three children finally stood up, looking radiant and confident. Li Minghan slapped his chest. Don't worry, leave it to me. Acting. Yunting is definitely professional. I'll call him immediately. Chapter 135, Shock. Zhao Rui actually does this. Qian Xiaoxiao didn't know what these kids were going to do, so she followed Xiao Jiabao hurriedly and asked, "Where are you going? We haven't finished today's basic practice yet. If Xian Mu knows that you, Xiao Jiabao, haven't practiced long enough." Xiao Jiabao won't let Grandpa Xian down. Xiao Jiabao pinched his thumb and index finger, placed it beside his cheek, and made a gesture of just a little bit. Today we're missing just a tiny bit. We'll make it up tomorrow. Grandpa Xian won't know. So what are you guys planning to do? Qian Xiaoxiao asked. To help you get back those 70 million yuan. Xiao Jiabao smiled sweetly and said, "Is the bracelet still with you?" Qian Xiaoxiao paused for a moment. That was a 70 million yuan bracelet. Even if it was broken, she dared not leave it carelessly and always carried it with her. So she quickly took out a fragment wrapped in a silk scarf from her backpack. "It's here." Xiao Jiabao nodded. "That's fine, let's go." Qian Xiaoxiao could only follow Xiao Jiabao. Of course, she didn't expect a 4-year-old child like Xiao Jiabao to solve her problem, but she was merely worried about the potential danger these 3 children might encounter on the street without adult supervision. Although the Su family seemed to pamper Xiao Jiabao, they let him go out of the manor alone very confidently, which really showed how bold they were. Soon, a business car stopped in front of Xiao Jiabao, and Li Minghan opened the rear door and said, "Let's go." Qian Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, feeling somewhat concerned as she got into the car with Xiao Jiabao and the others. The business SUV brought them to a high-end residential area, where Li Minghan led everyone directly to Yunting's house. Yunting had no announcements these days. After receiving Li Minghan's call, he sent someone to pick them up. Now dressed in casual clothes, he was sitting on the sofa playing games. "Tell me, why did you find me?" Li Minghan went over. "Nothing major, just want you and your assistant to act something out for us." Yunting glanced at him. "My appearance fee is quite high." Li Minghan confidently responded. "But I'm your real younger brother." Yunting nodded. "Even among close brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. Besides, I am an illegitimate child." Qian Xiaoxiao stood aside, shocked, covering her mouth as if she had just stumbled upon some juicy gossip. Yunting was also considered a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment circle. As an art student, how could she not know Yunting? But what did the young master say just now? He's Yunting's younger brother? Lu Minghan previously introduced himself to her. Wasn't he the young master of the Li family? So, Yunting is the illegitimate son of the Li family? I don't care anyway, but definitely, you have to help me this time. Li Minghan sat on the couch, grabbing Yunting's leg and said, "Otherwise, I'll tell big brother that you're fighting over the inheritance." Yunting gave a scornful laugh. "Go ahead." Li Minghan picked up his phone and threatened, "Then I'll really make the call." Yunting remained unmoved, and Li Minghan gritted his teeth and really dialed the number. As soon as Li Minglan answered the call, Li Minghan shouted, "Big brother. Second brother bullied me." Li Minglan hesitated for a moment. "Are you at Yunting's place?" "Wait, I'll come and get you." "Not exactly. Don't you ask why second brother bullied me." Li Minghan asked. "Don't bother him." Li Minglan began packing things quickly on the other end. "I've barely managed to persuade him to agree to be added to our Lao Li family genealogy. If you make your big brother leave again, I'll beat you to death. Do you hear that?" Li Minghan, aren't you afraid I won't be included in the Lao Li genealogy? "Oh," Li Minglan nonchalantly said. "No." Li Minghan hung up the phone. Yunting chuckled lightly while munching on chips. Li Minghan, sulking, "Don't be smug. Xiao Jiabao, since he refuses to help us, why don't we find your third brother instead?" Xiao Jiabao didn't originally want to let the third elder brother know about this matter because the third elder brother was busy recently. Since he got rid of Zhang Feifei, the blood-sucking leech, Su Hongtian's career once again reached its peak, and he was extremely busy every day. Previously, Xiao Jiabao would occasionally see the figure of her third brother at home, but her third brother seemed to have gone abroad to film a movie now, and he hadn't returned home for several months. "If Su's third brother doesn't work, then let's find someone else," Li Minghan suggested. "Let's not bother asking him." New paragraph starts here. Yunting leaned back on the sofa and said, "All right, what's up? You 3 kids hanging out together surely doesn't mean anything good. Are you guys off ghost hunting again with Xiao Jiabao? Let me say this. I'm just a normal person. Catching ghosts definitely has nothing to do with me, and I'm not going with you." Li Minghan clicked his tongue. "We are kindergarten students, not Taoist masters, so how could there be so many ghosts for us to catch every day? Rest assured, this time it's definitely not about catching ghosts. It's just about saving an unfortunate, misguided girl." The misguided girl Qian Xiaoxiao. Who taught this kid all these idioms anyway? After Li Minghan recounted the story, Yunting frowned and asked, "Did you come up with such a nasty plan? TSK, when did you get so dirty-minded?" Xiao Jiabao nervously looked at the ceiling. Li Minghan truthfully replied, "It was Xiao Jiabao." Yunting glanced at Xiao Jiabao, "But actually, it's not bad at all. These kinds of villains should be punished like this. This is doing the public a favor. Smart and brave. 2 thumbs up for Xiao Jiabao." Li Minghan, "Don't be double standard. I'm telling you." Yunting agreed to Li Minghan's request and quickly called over his assistant. "Go take care of it." The assistant nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Jiabao hurriedly followed after him. Yunting's assistant was quite capable. He soon found Zhao Rui. At that moment, she was on a date with an upperclassman from school at a cafe. The upperclassman sat opposite her, laughing shyly, his face and ears red as he blushed, their proximity suggesting they were very intimate. The three kids squatted behind a potted plant, peeking through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Li Minghan opened his mouth. Xie Bao, didn't you say she was with your fifth brother? When did your fifth brother go to the hospital for plastic surgery? And why did he make himself uglier? Xie Bao clicked his tongue, saying, that's not my fifth brother. Are you stupid or something? So your point is, this woman is dating your fifth brother while simultaneously going on dates with other men. Xie Bao angrily exclaimed, bad woman. Xi Ping silently took out his phone, snapped a photo. Li Minghan asked, what are you doing? Evidence. Xi Ping coldly put the phone back. For Su Bi. Xie Bao suddenly understood, giving Xi Ping a thumbs up. That's right. I didn't think of that. If fifth brother sees this photo, he will definitely stay far away from this bad woman. New paragraph starts here. Chapter 136. Break up on the spot. Soon, the assistant walked up to Zhao Rui and looked at her with a very strange expression. Zhao Rui furrowed her brows and moved closer into the arms of the man beside her. This person is so annoying. Why are they always staring at me? The man quickly stood up and shoved the assistant, making them stumble. What do you think you're doing? Why are you staring at my girlfriend? Hurry up and leave. The assistant shook their head regretfully. Is she your girlfriend? What else would she be? The man let out a cold snort. If you don't leave, I'll beat you up. With a pitying look, the assistant watched as Zhao Rui flipped her long hair arrogantly and said in an air of superiority, what? Do you want my contact information? Look at yourself in the mirror first. The assistant replied in good humor. No, I just thought you had a great image. My image has nothing to do with you. You can't just choose me to be your girlfriend based on my image alone. You should also consider your own appearance. Zhao Rui scoffed coldly. You're all wearing knockoff goods that cost only hundreds of yuan. Wouldn't it make you itch to wear such cheap stuff? I can't stand it anymore. One of my fingernail covers is worth more than your entire being. Know that, you poor wretch. The man laughed as he embraced her shoulder. Exactly. Look at what kind of person you are, and yet you're asking for her contact information. The assistant then took out their business card and placed it on the table in front of Zhao Rui, saying loudly, I am a broker from Starlight Entertainment. Just now, I was looking at your good image and temperament which aligns with our company's requirements for female artists. Our company is currently planning a talent show, and I merely wanted to tell you that if you have any interest, you can contact me. After hearing these words, Zhao Rui's expression instantly changed. Starlight Entertainment was the company that owned film emperor Su Hongtian and popular young actor Yunting. If she could sign with Starlight Entertainment, she immediately put on a smiling face and grabbed the assistant's hand. So that's how it is. I thought. Earlier, it was because I didn't recognize you. It was entirely my fault. Please take a seat first. Let me buy you a cup of coffee. The assistant adjusted their glasses and showed no ripples on their face. I think you don't really want to join us. Not true, not true. Zhao Rui quickly responded. I'm very willing to join Starlight Entertainment. Can you really let me participate in this talent show? Not only can we let you participate, but we can guarantee that you will definitely win. With my connections at Starlight Entertainment, the C position will surely be yours, the assistant said convincingly. But now I realize that you might not be suitable. Never mind. Consider today as if you've never met me. The first half of the assistant's statement had elevated Zhao Rui to the sky, while the second sentence abruptly rejected her, creating a tremendous psychological gap that made her panic. She didn't even suspect the person in front of her, hurriedly asking, why am I unsuitable? Is there something wrong with me? My resume is excellent. I attend the best art school in this city. It's not those issues. The main problem is that you already have a boyfriend. The assistant sighed regretfully twice. As you know, idols cannot have boyfriends or girlfriends. It's truly unfortunate. With your physical features, if you could debut as C position, your future would definitely be boundless. Zhao Rui glanced at the man next to her, clenched her teeth, and spoke. Let's break up. The man froze, incredulously opening his mouth. Rui, what did you say? I said let's break up. Zhao Rui quickly adopted a weak and pitiful demeanor. Actually, I don't want to be separated from you. The assistant interrupted. If you don't want to break up, you don't have to force it. But according to the contract terms, if you end up dragging your feet, you will have to pay a large sum of money. Zhao Rui quickly changed the subject. But dating you is too exhausting. You have no money. I have to think about myself. The man retorted. Didn't you say that as long as I love you and am willing to do anything for you, you wouldn't care if I have money or not? He looked heartbroken, standing up and shouting loudly. At 2 o'clock in the morning, when you called me to eat the dumplings 10 kilometers off campus, I climbed over the wall to buy them for you. Every day I help you collect packages, run errands, and I never let you do dirty or tiring work at school. Don't I love you enough? My goodness. Li Minghan looked like he hit the jackpot. Finding a boyfriend? This is finding a male servant. Money was borrowed from your fifth brother, and this guy works hard for her without getting anything in return. It's like taking advantage for free. Zhao Rui knows how to leverage resources. Xie Bao asked, what is Duyundunga? Li Minghan pressed Xie Bao's head. I'll explain it to you later. Lower your head a little bit. I can't see. Zhao Rui instantly grabbed the water cup next to her and lunged at the man. That's enough. Stop talking. What you've done, anyone could do it. It's not something only you can do. Just because you helped me with some chores, do you actually think I like you? You fool. Let me tell you, I was just playing around with you. And you actually believed me. Now there's a talent scout for me, so I might as well be honest with you. The man stood still covered in water, looking somewhat reluctant. I've never liked you. Wake up. Zhao Rui crossed her arms and spoke with disdain. How could I possibly like a fool like you? I just wanted you to be my labor force. Only you would believe that nonsense. I tricked you because I gave you face, and any real man would leave peacefully. Don't ever come near me again. Hurry up and get out of here. With clenched teeth, the man finally walked away. Zhao Rui sighed in relief, sat down on the chair, and earnestly looked at the assistant. See, I've already broken up with my boyfriend. Can we now sign the contract? The assistant nodded. Yes, we can, but... Furrowing her brows, Zhao Rui coldly said, I've broken up with him already. Are you really not a scammer? Of course not. The assistant gently replied. If you're worried about my identity, you can call Starlight Entertainment at any time and confirm if there's someone like me there. Zhao Rui, eyeing the business card on the table with suspicion, made a phone call to Starlight Entertainment to verify the existence of such a person. She felt relieved after receiving a positive response. What other conditions are there? You speak up, Zhao Rui said. In fact, I've been keeping an eye on you for quite some time. After saying this, the assistant saw with satisfaction that Zhao Rui once again had a self-satisfied smile and continued. Last time, I noticed you were wearing a bracelet, right? Actually, I'm very close to Yun Ting from the company, and he's very interested in that bracelet. If you sell that bracelet to Mr. Ting, the C position will absolutely be yours. Chapter 137, Green Tea Again. The moment Yun Ting's name was mentioned, Zhao Rui's eyes lit up instantly. Do you know Yun Ting? The assistant thought to herself, I'm way too familiar with her. You probably wouldn't believe it, but I'm here at Yun Ting's command to deceive you. However, there was no hint of this on the surface as she just wore a meaningful smile. Well, we're in the same company, so we always run into each other. Li Minghan was hiding nearby, skiing with admiration. Being around Yun Ting for so long really improved her acting skills. I think her acting could outstrip Yun Ting's by miles. Xie Bao pouted and nodded. Impressive. Xie Ping pressed down on her little head slightly. Get lower, or you'll be spotted. Okay. Xie Bao obediently bent her waist a bit more, continuing to crouch behind the greenery, observing Zhao Rui's reaction ahead. After her excitement died down, Zhao Rui slowly realized. What bracelet? The dark-colored lamb fat jade bracelet that Miss Zhao had been wearing before. The assistant frowned, as if trying hard to recall. It seemed like a few days ago, the fifth young master of the Su family bought it for 700 million yuan at an auction and gave it to Mississippi, isn't it? Don't worry, as long as Miss is willing to part with it, we certainly won't shortchange you. Zhao Rui looked troubled. She had accidentally broken that jade bracelet a few days ago. Had she known about the special significance of the jade bracelet, she would have dealt differently with Qian Xiao. Seeing the remorseful look on her face, the assistant tentatively asked, Is something wrong, Miss Zhao? Is there any difficulty? Zhao Rui chewed on her lower lip in contemplation. Things like that were one of a kind in the world. Now finding a replica would definitely be impossible. And even if they found one, considering Yun Ting's wealth, it might still be easily discernible. Having no choice, Zhao Rui had to tell the truth. It's like this. The bracelet got broken a few days ago, so... The assistant displayed a perfectly shocked expression and then followed up saying, In that case, it's rather troublesome. I still have other bracelets at home, and I'd gladly give them to you without charging a cent. Zhao Rui quickly added, As long as it can get me to meet teacher Yun Ting. Let me call him and ask, shall I? The assistant took out her phone and sighed. At worst, he will just scold me. But since you begged me so much, I'll try my best to help. With deep gratitude, Zhao Rui repeated many thank yous. The assistant took out her phone, walked aside to make the call, and returned shortly after, saying, Teacher Yun Ting said he only liked the design of that piece. If it's lost, forget it. How can we just let it go? Zhao Rui, who finally grasped this opportunity, became so nervous that sweat appeared on her nose tip. Absolutely cannot let it go. So, I'll take the bracelet to repair it. I'll find a top antique restorer. Surely, it can be fixed. The assistant had achieved his purpose. He pondered for a few seconds before opening his mouth. This can indeed be considered a solution. Give it a shot. Ecstatic to the point of tears, Zhao Rui hastily nodded. Okay, thank you. The assistant nodded. Then, first fix the bracelet. Once done, call me, and we'll discuss further. Zhao Rui nodded continuously, watching the assistant walk away. Xie Bao and others followed the assistant into the car and returned to Yun Ting's residence. Qian Xiao saw them come back and sighed in relief. Are you all right? What can happen to us? Li Minghan casually sat next to Yun Ting and spoke. You should return to school now. Zhao Rui is likely to look for you. Qian Xiao opened her mouth hesitantly. Will she really not ask me for compensation? Xie Bao pulled on her skirt and handed her the bank card in his hand, saying, I just made assistant brother check earlier. There's money in this card. If she asks you for money, just give this to her. Qian Xiao hurriedly replied. This. I can't take your money. If Mr. Su finds out, I will lose my job. This is currently my sole source of income. Don't worry, she won't dare to accept it. Xie Bao slyly blinked, radiating cleverness. All right, Sister Qian, go back quickly. Remember to come teach me tomorrow. Only then did Qian Xiao bid everyone farewell and took the high-speed train back to the school. Initially, she thought it was some kind of prank orchestrated by kids. She knew Zhao Rui well. She wasn't the type to let anyone off easily. How could Zhao Rui let her off so easily? Unexpectedly, as soon as she arrived at the dormitory entrance, Zhao Rui was waiting outside her door, walking arrogantly toward her upon seeing her. Where have you been? Do you know how long Miss Zhao has waited for you? When Qian Xiao saw her, she was still in a bad mood and sarcastically said, Where I go is none of your business, right? Are you the police of the Pacific Ocean, sticking your nose into everything? You. Qian Xiao was infuriated but then remembered that the fragments of the bracelet were still in her hands. Unable to vent her anger, She stiffly opened her mouth and said, "Give my bracelet back to me." Qian Xiaoxiao replied, "Isn't that bracelet already broken? If you want me to compensate for it, shouldn't this bracelet belong to me now?" Zhao Rui sneered coldly. "Can you, this penniless thing, afford to pay it all? Besides, that bracelet originally belongs to me. What's wrong with me taking it back? Give it to me, and I may extend your payment deadline a bit." Qian Xiaoxiao knew Zhao Rui wanted the fragments of the bracelet for a reason, and that purpose must be more valuable than the bracelet itself. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited so long outside her dormitory. So, she took out Xie Bao's bank card. "This money should be enough for your bracelet. Since I've paid the compensation, the bracelet should belong to me, and I will not give it to you. What do you want with that broken bracelet?" Zhao Rui snatched the bank card from Qian Xiaoxiao's hand angrily. "It originally belongs to me. You shameless woman." Qian Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhao Rui holding the bank card. "But now, it's my property." Both wanting the money and the bracelet was out of the question. Since threats didn't work, Zhao Rui reverted to her old tricks again, sobbing loudly at the entrance to the dormitory where many students passed by. "Xiao, I know you think I'm deliberately trying to make you compensate me, but that's not true. It's an order from the school authorities. There's nothing I can do about it. Please, can you give me back those fragments? They're from my mom. I really cannot live without them." Qian Xiaoxiao sneered coldly. "Has no one ever told you that using the same trick twice doesn't work?" Wiping away tears, Zhao Rui shouted, "If you don't return my bracelet, I'll die right here in front of you." Qian Xiaoxiao lifted her chin and said indifferently, "Then die. I'm watching." "You," Zhao Rui fumed. "Why are you such a person, even telling others to die?" Qian Xiaoxiao retorted curiously, "It wasn't me. You yourself proposed dying." Some classmates who had witnessed the entire event earlier spoke up. "Qian Xiaoxiao, it's a memento left by someone's mom. Why not just give it back?" "I won't." Qian Xiaoxiao firmly responded. "She says the bracelet is worth 70 million yuan. Now I've already compensated her with 70 million. Doesn't that mean the bracelet belongs to me now? For something worth 70 million, how can you expect me to just hand it over on some casual words? Why don't you give it away instead?" Chapter 138. Would you like to be sister-in-law of Xie Bao? That student was left speechless and could only close his mouth. Qian Xiaoxiao took out the bracelet fragment from her school bag and held it high. "Since you have asked for 70 million yuan, this bracelet should be mine, and it is my business on how I want to handle it. Don't you agree?" Zhao Rui's heart suddenly tensed up. "No. You are demanding my money as well as the bracelet. There is no such good thing in the world," Qian Xiaoxiao loudly said. "Either you take the bracelet away and return my money, or I will not give this thing back to you even if I break it again or crush it into powder." Zhao Rui gritted her teeth and glared at Qian Xiaoxiao. If she really managed to climb up the ladder of Yunting and successfully enter the entertainment industry, getting promoted, then this 70 million would just be a wave of her hand. With that in mind, she also had to open her mouth and say, "All right, I don't want the money anymore, okay? Just give me the thing back." After saying that, she wiped her tears and looked like someone who had suffered bullying. In the eyes of all her classmates, Zhao Rui was now the virtuous daughter who had to give up 70 million in order to preserve her mother's legacy, while Qian Xiaoxiao, opposing her naturally, was the villain. However, Qian Xiaoxiao did not care much about the public's opinion, and gradually felt relieved in her heart. Finally, everything passed without much incident. If she had really mysteriously borne a debt of 70 million yuan, then her whole life might as well be over. Zhao Rui shoved the bank card into her palm and hastily ran off with the fragments. The next day, when Qian Xiaoxiao came to give Xie Bao lessons, her state was very different from yesterday, as if she returned to being that happy and joyful little girl before. "Xie Bao, you're truly amazing." Qian Xiaoxiao hugged Xie Bao and kissed her twice. "You're so smart." Xie Bao shook her head back and forth. "Of course." Qian Xiaoxiao poked her nose. "To thank Xie Bao and your friends for helping sister get through this tough time, would sister invite you all to eat?" Ling Minghan sat on the sofa beside them and haughtily spoke. "Who cares about your food? We spend thousands of yuan in our private chef in one meal. Can you afford it? I helped you just because it was fun." Qian Xiaoxiao awkwardly touched the tip of her nose. "Yes, I forgot. But even if it costs tens of thousands of yuan, I will invite. You guys have helped me so much, and I must thank you." Xie Bao said. "Only Xiao Ming eats meals that cost 10,000 yuan. Me and brother Xiaoping cannot eat that much. We just need a little bit." Ling Minghan let out a sigh, pouted her lips, and looked away. A warm current swept through Qian Xiaoxiao's heart, and she rubbed her face against Xie Bao's face. "Xie Bao, why are you so nice? So cute and considerate. I really envy Su Zong for having such a good younger sister. I want one too." Xie Bao innocently opened her mouth. "Do you want Xie Bao to be your younger sister? Then do you want to become Xie Bao's big sister-in-law?" Su Qi, who just entered the door, stumbled and coughed. "Xie Bao, what are you talking about?" Xie Bao turned her head around, saw Su Qi, and immediately went forward to hug his leg. "Sister Qian said she wants to be Xie Bao's big sister-in-law." "Oh." Qian Xiaoxiao blushed furiously and shook her hands. No, Manager Su, I didn't mean it that way. I meant to say that Xie Bao is innocent and lovely. I envied that Manager Su has such a younger sister. I really don't mean it that way, Manager Su." If Su Qi misunderstood that she liked him, that would be too awkward. This job at Su's family is both relaxing and profitable, and she can see Xie Bao every day, which is very important to her. She cannot lose this job. Brother gently smiled. "I know, Xie Bao talks without reservation. Please, Miss Qian, do not take it to heart." No. Qian Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Xie Bao is really cute." Brother raised an eyebrow. "No?" Qian Xiaoxiao's face flushed red all the way to her hair roots, feeling like steam was emanating from her entire body. I'm not that meaning, Manager Su. Please don't misunderstand. Su Qi nodded. There is no misunderstanding. Qian Xiaoxiao silently exhaled and said, then today's lesson. Isn't Miss Qian going to invite us to dinner? Brother opened his mouth. Can today's class be paused for a day? Qian Xiaoxiao silently nodded, squatted down by Xie Bao, and said, then don't tell teacher Shimuo. Okay. Xie Bao seriously nodded, leaned close to Qian Xiaoxiao's ear, and said, then you also cannot tell Grandpa Shimu that Xie Bao is slacking off. Qian Xiaoxiao extended her finger and said, deal. Seal the fairy contract. This is our secret. Xie Bao solemnly extended her little finger. I swear by the name of the magic fairy queen. The two hooked their pinkies and stamped their agreement. Qian Xiaoxiao then carried Xie Bao out, saying, what would you like to eat, Xie Bao? Tell Sister Qian. Xie Bao glanced at her big brother and whispered in Qian Xiaoxiao's ear. Xie Bao wants to eat hot pot. Qian Xiaoxiao pointed forward with one hand. All right, let's have hot pot then. Li Minghan followed behind, muttering softly. You're such a kid. He turned his head and saw Si Ping, approaching him to whisper. Didn't you say there was vengeful energy around Qian Xiaoxiao? Why hasn't that vengeful ghost shown up yet? Si Ping spoke. That ghost is too weak. Its vengeful energy isn't deep enough. It must sense Xie Bao's presence, which is why it has hesitated to appear. What if it never shows up? Li Minghan asked. Then what? It will show up, Si Ping replied. So we just have to wait? Li Minghan sighed. I thought something interesting would happen again. Si Ping didn't say anything, watching Xie Bao's cheerful face as he quietly followed along. Hey, wait for me. To express her gratitude, Qian Xiaoxiao even included Yunting and her assistant in the invitation. Considering Yunting's status, they couldn't possibly sit outside, so she specially reserved a very luxurious private room at the hot pot restaurant. It wasn't as extravagant as what Li Minghan had described, but this meal cost her almost an entire year's worth of tuition fees. However, Qian Xiaoxiao paid without hesitation. Compared to 70 million yuan, this amount didn't mean much. She wasn't someone who liked to owe others. Yunting also gave her face, arriving with her assistant. Qian Xiaoxiao drank a couple of alcoholic drinks and became thoroughly tipsy, repeatedly pulling Yunting's assistant and asking why Zhao Rui insisted on having that bracelet fragment. The assistant could only recount all the events from that day to Qian Xiaoxiao. Qian Xiaoxiao suddenly understood. So that's how it is. What if she really repairs the bracelet and calls you? The assistant smirked mysteriously. Then let her call. Chapter 139 Little Xie Bao's Hell Fairy Tale, Story 1. Zhao Rui spent a great deal of money to repair this bracelet. Because the bracelet itself was already very valuable, and in order to repair it as beautifully as possible, Zhao Rui sought out the most famous antique restorer at the time. Not only did she pay high repair fees, but she also paid a large sum for priority expedited service. All these things added together almost depleted her entire savings, and she even sold many of the luxury items given to her by Subi online to gather enough funds. The cost had long since surpassed the value of the bracelet itself. When she finally received the bracelet from the master 1 week later, looking at the perfectly restored bracelet, her lips curled slightly upward. Although the repair costs were exorbitant, if she could truly use this bracelet to break into the entertainment industry and latch onto the massive tree that is Starlight Entertainment, then spending any amount of money would be worth it. At first, she thought of asking Su Bi for some resources. But Su Bi was merely a national team athlete, with his family's group affairs handled by his older brother Su Qi. Su Bi never involved himself in business matters, and all entertainment industry-related matters were always decided by his second brother, Su Hengtian. Other than buying her piece after piece of luxury goods, Su Bi couldn't do much more. Looking at the business card in her hand, Zhao Rui almost couldn't contain her inner joy. As long as she could latch onto either Su Qi or Su Hengtian of the Su family, she would be able to dominate the entertainment circle. And Su Bi? This sportsman with a simple mind and developed limbs was utterly useless beyond being good-looking. Anyway, good looks can't be eaten as food. She took a deep breath, found a quiet corner to sit down, and with trembling hands dialed the number on the business card. Hello. Before the other side could finish speaking, Zhao Rui interrupted in her eagerness. Hi. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Ping's agent? I am Zhao Rui. We met at the cafe outside the school gate before. The one who has the bracelet. Zhao Rui quickly continued. The bracelet has been repaired. When can I deliver it to Mr. Yin? Also, we can sit down somewhere to discuss the remaining matters. The other side remained silent for 2 seconds, seemingly confused about what she was saying. A sense of foreboding rose within Zhao Rui. Hello? Are you listening? Lady, a woman's voice answered, clearly hesitant. Welcome to call the KFC branch at Runhuang Tower in City A. Would you like to place an order? Zhao Rui paused for a moment, seeming unable to process it. What are you talking about? Who are you? The store employee repeated what she said earlier. Impossible. This is the contact information left by Lin Ping. How could it be some KFC store? There must be a mistake. Hurry up and have Lin Ping take the call. Zhao Rui stood up and screamed desperately. Recalling Lin Ping's face, she gritted her teeth and opened her mouth. She actually knew that she might have been deceived, but she didn't want to believe it. Her beautiful dream for the past 2 days had shattered. Her desperate scream scared the employees of the store badly. After confirming that Zhao Rui had no intention of ordering, they hung up on her. Zhao Rui looked at the table with her hand and, enraged, raised it and smashed the bracelet on the ground. This amount of money meant nothing to her anyway. She could just get Su Bi to fork it over again. But Lin Ping, who dared to deceive her, would not escape retribution. In a place Xiao Rui couldn't see nearby, a flash of light flickered. Qian Xiaoxiao's relationship with little Xie Bao had become increasingly good recently. After finishing basic training exercises, little Xie Bao sat next to Qian Xiaoxiao and asked, "Sister Qian, have any strange things happened around you?" Qian Xiaoxiao was momentarily surprised. What kind of strange things? For instance, occasionally feeling shortness of breath, then your body becomes icy cold. Little Xie Bao thought for a moment, then began ticking off points on her fingers. Or during the night, always feeling someone behind you? Qian Xiaoxiao touched her own arm and said, "What you're saying makes my goosebumps rise." "Why do you ask?" Little Xie Bao blinked her eyes and glanced at the black silk thread around Qian Xiaoxiao's neck. Although the silk thread was wrapped around it, it wasn't tightened. It should have only absorbed some residual resentment recently, so Qian Xiaoxiao wasn't affected too heavily. Yesterday, there was a storytelling contest at little Xie Bao's kindergarten. A child told a really scary story, scaring both the children and the teachers. Little Xie Bao innocently spoke. Today, little Xie Bao also wants to tell a story that will scare the teachers and children. Qian Xiaoxiao patted little Xie Bao's head. Young children are better off not listening to these kinds of things. However, now that you mention it, I do seem to remember some things. What is it? What is it? Little Xie Bao asked. Qian Xiaoxiao, propping her cheek with one hand, said, "It's okay to tell you, but all of these are fake stories created just to scare kids like you. Adults don't believe in them, and little Xie Bao should be a person who believes in science too. Treat it as a little story, alright?" Little Xie Bao nodded. There was actually a girl from our dormitory long ago who jumped off the building. Qian Xiaoxiao squinted as she began speaking. I heard she was an outstanding senior student, and teacher Xin was very satisfied with her performance, almost ready to take her as his last apprentice. Little Xie Bao widened her eyes and asked, "Then isn't she little Xie Bao's?" What's the title again?" "Big sister in training," replied Qian Xiaoxiao. Yes, that's right. She is big sister in training. So why did she disappear later?" Little Xie Bao questioned further. Teacher Xin is very picky. If he likes someone, that person must be amazing. Why didn't this big sister show up anymore? Why? Well, I don't know either. All I know is that after losing an important competition, she couldn't accept the failure so? Qian Xiaoxiao shrugged. That's what everyone said. Actually, I know very little about it. Little Xie Bao nodded. The black silk thread around Qian Xiaoxiao's neck was most likely related to this big sister in training. Just why did this big sister decide to latch on to Qian Xiaoxiao? And why was she unable to think through clearly? After following Qian Xiaoxiao for so long, this big sister hadn't appeared even once. Qian Xiaoxiao spoke. If you tell this story to other kids, they will certainly get scared. Little Xie Bao shook her braids. Then I won't tell it. I can tell another story instead. Oh, Qian Xiaoxiao smiled. What kind of story does little Xie Bao have? Can you tell me? Little Xie Bao cleared her throat and began. Once upon a time, there was a little turtle. Every day, he happily swam around in the sea. Good, Qian Xiaoxiao approved, nodding her head in satisfaction. This beginning was classic fairy tale material, definitely appropriate for a child little Xie Bao's age. One day, while basking on the beach with its forelegs up in the air, the little turtle realized. Qian Xiaoxiao looked intrigued. Realized what? That he couldn't flip himself back over. Qian Xiaoxiao was silent for a moment, feeling something slightly off, unusual. But unsure, she decided to wait and see. The little turtle became very anxious. He kept trying to flip over, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't manage it. Under the sun's rays, he got hotter and hotter, soon drying out into a turtle jerky. Curious, Qian Xiaoxiao tentatively asked, then what happened? Little Xie Bao closed her eyes proudly and declared. At that moment, a little girl walked by. Seeing the turtle's predicament, she felt so sorry for him. Qian Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. This was perfectly normal, a story of a little girl saving a turtle. The moral would likely be harmony between humans and nature, with animals being humanity's best friends. So the little girl took the turtle home. Qian Xiaoxiao chimed in. I see. The little girl saved the turtle, gave it a home, and henceforth, the turtle became the little girl's best friend, and they lived happily ever after, right? No, little Xie Bao shook her head. The little girl took the turtle home, cooked a pot of turtle soup, and she was extremely happy about it. Qian Xiaoxiao gasped in shock at this unexpected twist. Chapter 140. Little Xie Bao's Hell Fairy Tale Story 2. No, isn't the direction of this story a bit off? Qian Xiaoxiao immediately interrupted. This is wrong. Who wrote this story? Little Xie Bao responded. It was told to little Xie Bao by Big Brother. How could the eldest son of the Su family be so unreliable? How can someone tell children such dark fairy tales? This dark fairy tale was too overwhelming for young little Xie Bao. Qian Xiaoxiao immediately decided to give little Xie Bao a beautiful fairy tale world again. Then, would you like me to tell you a story? Qian Xiaoxiao quickly said. Little Xie Bao sat down happily, propping up his cheek, and said, Yes. Little Xie Bao loves listening to stories. Qian Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and began. Once upon a time, there was a very beautiful little duck who had many children. But she noticed one of them was very ugly. Little Xie Bao nodded and listened intently. Buoyed by confidence, Qian Xiaoxiao resolved to tell the story of the ugly duckling well, to promote its message of perseverance and optimism to little Xie Bao, rebuilding the values shattered by Master 5. She took on the mission with great seriousness and told it vividly. The duckling was very ugly and mocked by other ducks as soon as it was born, hence they nicknamed him Ugly Duckling. Because he was so ugly, he was constantly bullied by other ducklings. The chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep in the farm all looked down on the ugly duckling and refused to play with him. One day, the ugly duckling packed his bags and decided to leave this place that saddened him. He fled the estate, pursued by a bad fox, shot at by hunters' guns, fell into a ditch, and was swept away by the current. Qian Xiao became excited. But all these difficulties and obstacles did not make him retreat. How about it, little Xie Bao? Isn't the ugly duckling great? Little Xie Bao nodded and said, but I've already heard this story. Qian Xiao paused momentarily, slightly embarrassed as she touched her nose. Right, the ugly duckling story was so widespread. Little Xie Bao must have heard it countless times. I know the rest of the story, little Xie Bao said. Later, after experiencing countless hardships, the ugly duckling saw beautiful swans by the riverbank and wished to become like them. Qian Xiao nodded. Yes, exactly, and in the end, the ugly duckling followed the swans, but was beaten severely by them and discarded on the side of the road. A little girl found him. Qian Xiao. Wait, was the ugly duckling this version? And what role does the little girl play in this story? A foreboding feeling arose. Little Xie Bao opened his innocent mouth. The little girl took the ugly duckling home. Why bring him back home? Finally, she turned him into a fragrant roasted duck. What the? He's eaten again. People discovered that though the ugly duckling wasn't attractive, he was quite tasty. This story tells us, everyone has their own purpose in life, which is called, everyone has their use. Who the heck is this girl? Where did she come from? And how on earth was the moral of this far-off topic story twisted back? Qian Xiao clenched her fists. Who taught you to tell stories like this? Little Xie Bao responded. It's the story Big Brother told little Xie Bao when little Xie Bao couldn't sleep. Could this story really put someone to sleep? It only made sleeping harder. As a good youth raised under the red flag and nurtured in the spring breeze, Qian Xiao had never heard such a horrifying fairy tale. She decided to end this dreadful topic. Perhaps she should discuss with Mr. Su regarding little Xie Bao's bedtime reading material. Just as Qian Xiao was arguing with little Xie Bao whether the ugly duckling eventually became a swan or was made into a roasted duck by the little girl, guests seemed to have arrived at home. Fifth brother appeared with Zhao Rui. The butler grandfather was momentarily stunned when he saw Zhao Rui and asked, "Who is this?" Fifth brother introduced, "This is my girlfriend. Her name is Zhao Rui. Rui, this is our house manager." Zhao Rui rolled her eyes and said, noted. The butler awkwardly interjected, "Since Fifth young master brought a guest, let Aunt Wang prepare some more dishes, shall we?" Just as Brother Five was about to nod, Zhao Rui disdainfully interjected, "Honey, this is your Su family's villa? It does look the part, but there are too few servants in the house. There are only a few of them. If I were to marry into this family later, would I have to endure hardship? Once, there was a nanny who deliberately sought revenge and secretly took my sister away. We only found her 4 years later." Brother Five pursed his lips and explained with restraint, "That's why we rarely hire nannies now. Only Aunt Wang works here." Zhao Rui toyed with her hair, opening her mouth in a coquettish tone. "I don't think it's necessary. You're making a mountain out of a molehill. You wouldn't stop eating just because you're afraid of choking on rice, right?" Chapter 141. Zhao Rui is making trouble at the Su family. Grandpa Su pushed his wheelchair out from the inner hall. Upon hearing Zhao Rui's words, he immediately frowned and coldly snorted. "What level of person you are? Do you even think it's your business to meddle in the affairs of my Su family?" Zhao Rui's face turned pale, then she bit her lower lip and whispered softly, "Brother Su, I'm just expressing my own opinion. If you don't like it, I won't say anything." "Who is this?" Grandpa Su frowned as he looked at the fifth brother. Subi scratched the back of his head. Before he could speak, Zhao Rui quickly answered, "Grandpa, I'm Su B's fiancé. He often mentions you to me." "Fiancé?" Grandpa Su sneered. "My family has a fiancé? Why haven't I, an old man, received any news about this? In fact, I came today to meet you." Zhao Rui sat on the couch by herself, speaking arrogantly. "I've been dating Su B for 3 months now. Since I met the family today, I'm already Su B's fiancé. I heard that there probably hasn't been a young madam in the Su family yet. When I come in, I will definitely take good care of the Su family." Grandpa Su glanced sideways at the fifth brother. "Is this the person you brought back?" At this moment, Subi also felt a little embarrassed. He had no idea that Zhao Rui had already positioned herself as his fiancée. She had demanded loudly to come visit Grandpa Su today, simultaneously to apologize to Xiao Jiabao for previous events. He originally thought that the situation between Zhao Rui and Xiao Jiabao might just be a misunderstanding. Xiao Jiabao had not called him fifth brother these past 2 days because she was angry. If Xiao Rui apologized to Xiao Jiabao, perhaps Xiao Jiabao would agree to talk to him again. However, it was unexpected that Zhao Rui acted like the lady of the house since she arrived, with no respect shown towards Grandpa Su while speaking. He said, "Grandpa, Rui is still quite young and doesn't know how to measure her words. Please forgive her. Is she unable to control her words?" Grandpa Su tapped his cane on the ground. "I think she simply speaks without using her brain. What kind of person does she think she is to imagine entering the gates of my Su family? Butler, throw her out." "Not so fast, what do you mean?" Zhao Rui stood up. "Is this the way your Su family entertains guests? It's my first time coming here, and shouldn't you respect me a little more?" The headache caused by her noise troubled Grandpa Su. He waved his hand firmly. "Throw her out." Then the butler stood up and walked in front of Zhao Rui, saying, "Miss Zhao, let's go." "I won't go." Zhao Rui crossed her arms. "This is Brother Su B who invited me here. If you want me to leave, it must be decided by Brother Su B." Su B pulled her wrist and dragged her outside. Come with me. Reluctantly, Zhao Rui followed Su Bi out. Xiao Jiabao went out with Su Bi, hiding behind the door, furrowing her eyebrows, pondering how to privately show Su Bi what she took yesterday in the coffee shop. After Su Bi pulled Zhao Rui out, he said solemnly, "You said today was your birthday, and you wanted me to bring you home to have dinner. Is this how you spoke to my grandfather? What's there to fear?" Zhao Rui twirled her hair and opened her mouth. "Look at that stubborn old man. He probably doesn't have many years left. Didn't you always say he cursed at you? Once he dies." She hadn't finished her sentence when Su Bi suddenly shoved her hard, looking very darkly. "Shut up." Zhao Rui asked incredulously. "Did I say something wrong, Su Bi? Isn't it always you who told me that your grandfather was very strict with you? You were never like this before. Why did you change towards me like this? Isn't it because you no longer love me?" Su Bi opened his mouth wearily. "No, it's not that. But he is my grandfather, and Xiao Jiabao is my family too. So I hope you two can get along peacefully. I have tried to get along with her." Suddenly, Zhao Rui reached out, clinging to Su Bi's neck, gently blowing a breath in his ear. "Oh, didn't I realize earlier? I thought you disliked your grandpa, so I talked to him like that. It was all a misunderstanding. I was wrong, wasn't I? Aren't you fond of me? Could you really not forgive such a small mistake?" "I didn't mean that, but Grandpa and Xiao Jiabao are both important relatives to me, so please mind your words when you talk to them." Zhao Rui smiled lightly. "All right, I understand." Su Bi nodded. "That's good." Zhao Rui blinked innocently. "Then since I've been such a good girl, what rewards will you give me?" Su Bi blushed and was quickly diverted from the topic by Zhao Rui. The anger that had just risen in his heart disappeared without a trace. "Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you. A few days ago, didn't you see a watch worth 100,000 yuan? I'll get someone to bring it to you from abroad." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Rui playfully stomped her foot. "Just a 100,000 yuan watch? For such a pretty girl as me, you only want to buy a 100,000 yuan watch? I'm going to be the future daughter-in-law of the Su family. If I go out wearing that, what will people think of me? What will they think of the Su family?" Su Bi paused. "Then you." Zhao Rui grabbed Su Bi's phone and transferred 2 million yuan to her account before happily saying, "This money is for me to buy a bag, okay?" Su Bi never really thought much about money since there was more than enough at home to spend, so he nodded and said, "Then I'll return that 100,000 yuan watch." "Hold on." Zhao Rui stopped him. "Don't bother returning it. A watch like that can be worn around the house." Su Bi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right." Xiao Jiabao watched helplessly as this extravagant spender spent over 2 million yuan in the blink of an eye. She held up her little hand to gesture, not knowing how much exactly, but realizing it was at least 200. The biggest number she knew was 100, and surely 200 must be bigger than 100. Xiao Jiabao clenched her fists, deciding to keep Brother 5 away from Zhao Rui. Among the siblings, Su Bi ranked 5th and was the most straightforward and simple-minded. Since he wasn't as academically gifted as his other brothers, he focused heavily on sports. At the young age of 13, he was recruited into the national team and had been busy with competitions and training ever since, leaving no time for romantic relationships. He rarely even saw a female rat, let alone a young, beautiful girl like Zhao Rui, which made him easily fall into the trap of her feigned gentleness. On top of that, his older brothers had always protected him well. Even when their parents passed away in a car accident, all the disputes over family interests were handled by his elder brothers, shielding him entirely. As a result, Su Bi grew up with simple thoughts, treating everyone sincerely. With her purpose achieved, Zhao Rui smiled and walked in while holding on to Su Bi's arm. Xiao Jiabao ran over, pulling on Su Bi's pants. Brother 5, Xiao Jiabao has something to show you. Come with me." Seeing that Xiao Jiabao finally decided to talk to him, Su Bi happily picked her up. "All right, what does Xiao Jiabao have to say to Brother 5? In the next instant, however, Zhao Rui pulled on his sleeve. "Is there something I shouldn't see that you need to whisper privately? And besides, aren't you siblings? Why are you being so intimate with each other?" Chapter 142. A woman like her is the best at deceiving people. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone except Brother 5 and Xiao Jiabao caught the venomous implication. She was clearly insinuating that the relationship between Xiao Jiabao and Su Bi was abnormally intimate. But what's abnormal about an older brother hugging a younger sister, especially when Xiao Jiabao is only 4 years old this year? Grandpa Su erupted in anger. "I order you to get out. Go away." Su Bi was about to explain but didn't know why Grandpa Su had lost his temper so much, so she stood dumbfounded for a moment. Zhao Rui, having accomplished her purpose for today, naturally spoke without fear. "Don't touch me. Since I'm not welcome here, I'll leave then. Su Bi, I have truly misjudged you." With that, she turned around and ran out without looking back. Su Bi hurriedly tried to chase after her, but Grandpa Su bellowed fiercely. "If you dare take one step out of this house, I will break your legs." Su Bi hesitated and said, "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Zhao Rui just wanted to reconcile with Xiao Jiabao. It's just that she doesn't quite know how to speak properly. She actually meant no harm. Grandpa Su almost fainted from anger. "A woman like that can only deceive fools like you." "It's not true." Brother 5 obstinately interjected. "Zhao Rui loves me so much. She would never deceive me." After saying that, Su Bi was about to put down Xiao Jiabao and rush out despite the grandfather's loud protests. Xiao Jiabao lightly pulled on Su Bi's sleeve and looked up, saying, "Sister Zhao Rui didn't really mean to leave, Brother 5. It's still in time if you wait a bit, and then go chase her. Let me show you something first." Then, she panted heavily while rummaging through her backpack to look for her little phone. Seeing Xiao Jiabao, Su Bi's inner agitation decreased slightly. How do you know Sister Xiao Rui wasn't really going to leave? Xiao Jiabao doesn't know either, Xiao Jiabao replied while searching and shaking her head. It's unclear whether Sister Xiao Rui really intended to run, but our front gate is locked right now. You can't open the iron gate without a password. Subi froze for a second. That's right. The big iron gate within the estate is closed, and only those in the family know the password required to get out. Realizing this, Subi felt a bit uneasy. Xiao Rui should have known this. When she entered through the gate earlier, she even specifically asked about the password, but Subi did not tell her. Xiao Jiabao took out her phone from the bag and handed it to Subi. Big brother, look. In the tiny phone, there were 2 photos of Xiao Rui leaning closely against someone else in an intimate pose. Her entire body seemed to almost collapse onto the man next to her, a level of closeness far beyond that of ordinary friends. Frowning, Subi said, "Who gave you these pictures? These must be fake composites created to stir up trouble between me and Xiao Rui." Grandpa Su fell backward in rage, clutching his heart as he spoke. "Butler, give Master a call and ask him to return home once he finishes handling the company matters. I can't believe this fool has made me so angry." The butler nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sir." Xiao Jiabao consoled Grandpa Su and tried to explain to Su Bi that these photos were taken by Si Ping, who was present along with Xiao Ming and Si Ping at the time, including an assistant from Yin Ting, all of whom could testify. Brother 5 called Yin Ting to confirm and got confirmation from the assistant that indeed, at that time, Xiao Rui was not just engaging in some flirtation, but mentioned breakup to the man, making it clear they had been together for quite a long time already. Subi tightly gripped the phone, unable to recover for a long time. Xiao Rui waited at the gate of the mansion for Subi to come out, but discovered that Subi, who used to immediately pacify her when she threw a tantrum, showed no sign of coming out at all. Stomping her foot angrily, she waited at the entrance. After finishing the phone call, the butler noticed Xiao Rui standing at the gate. Out of kindness, he came over and asked, "Ms. Zhao, are you leaving? I'll open the door for you." "Did I say I want to leave?" Xiao Rui snapped coldly, mocking sarcastically. "Wow, the guard can speak human language now? Hilarious. Just wait, Subi will chase me back in no time." The butler had worked for the Su family for a lifetime. The Su family always treated him like an elder, and no one had ever cursed at him like this. He opened the iron gate casually. "But our master said to kick you out." Xiao Rui shouted angrily. "What are you, a nobody? This Su family will eventually belong to me. Do you understand? After I marry into the family, you'll see better days ahead." The butler remained silent and merely gestured invitingly from the doorway. Xiao Rui refused to leave, claiming she was waiting for Subi. However, Subi didn't come. Instead, she waited until the elder brother's car arrived. Xiao Rui's eyes lit up, and in front of the butler, she walked straight to the car. "Mr. Su, it's been a long time. You must remember me. I am." "Excuse me." Su Qi coldly rolled down the window and said, "You're blocking the way." Xiao Rui chuckled softly, standing in front of the car and striking what she thought was her most alluring pose. "Mr. Su, your car is so impressive. Do you think I would have the honor to sit in the passenger seat of your car?" Suddenly, a muffled laugh came from the passenger seat. Xiao Rui looked over and saw Qian Xiaoxiao peeking out beside Su Qi, greeting her. Or should I get out so you can take my place?" "Qian Xiaoxiao? How could it be you?" Xiao Rui paused for a second, then remembered the jade bracelet incident, immediately gritting her teeth as she grabbed the car window. "Wasn't it you who orchestrated that whole act with some talent agent to deceive me?" Qian Xiaoxiao sincerely replied, "It wasn't me." "You're lying. It was you." Xiao Rui pointed at Qian Xiaoxiao, angry to the point where her eyes were rimmed red. Glancing sideways at Su Qi, she instantly reverted to her old tricks and said, "Mr. Su, look at her. Don't be deceived by her appearance. On the inside, she's utterly rotten. People like her are always the best at deceiving others. Don't let her fool you." She didn't lie. Li Minghan rolled down the window, smiling mischievously as he said, "It really wasn't her who set up a scam. It was me, young Master Li, who arranged it." Chapter 143. No, she's a drama queen. Xiao Rui gritted her teeth and was so angry she couldn't say a word. Su Bi still hadn't caught up, and the iron gates at the mansion entrance had already opened. The butler came forward and said, "Miss, the door is open. You can leave now." "No, I won't." Xiao Rui stomped back in her high heels and retorted, "Why should I leave just because Qian Xiaoxiao is here? Let me make this clear. I am the future mistress of this house." "What is she?" Qian Xiaoxiao got out of the car that had just come to a stop and immediately saw Xiao Rui, coldly snorting in her direction. "Does Sister Xiao Rui have a nose problem?" Little Xie Bao looked up and said, "If it's a cold, then she needs to see a doctor, right?" Xiao Rui rolled her eyes, seeing Su Bi who had followed behind, and walked over quickly yelling, "Why did it take you so long to chase after me? Are you trying to break up with me?" Li Minghan pulled little Xie Bao by the hand and said mockingly, "Did you show your 5th brother that photo yet?" Little Xie Bao nodded. "Yes, I did." "Then there will be some good drama soon," Li Minghan replied confidently. "Your 5th brother will definitely dump her harshly, and then she'll cry as she runs away." Little Xie Bao asked confusedly, "Why would 5th brother want to dump her harshly? He doesn't seem strong enough for that. But I could do it." As she spoke, little Xie Bao lifted her small arm. Li Minghan pinched her cheeks and said, "You really don't understand anything, do you? Anyway, watch as your 5th brother soon discovers the true face of this tramp and stands up for himself." Just as he finished speaking, 5th brother looked at Xiao Rui red-eyed and placed the photo in front of her. "What is this?" Xiao Rui froze upon seeing the photo and immediately responded with a pale face. "Brother Su Bi, Please listen to me. None of this is true. It must be someone intentionally framing me, so they photoshopped this picture for you to see. She realized that Xie Bao was holding Xiao Bao's phone and immediately pointed at Xiao Bao, saying, "It must be her. She probably dislikes us being together, so she tricked you with the photo." Such deep scheming at such a young age. Brother Xie Bao, whatever you do, don't believe her. Xiao Bao scratched the back of her head and asked Xie Ping, "What is she talking about?" Xie Ping coolly replied, "Acting." Xiao Bao slapped her thigh. "Oh, so is she an actress too?" "No," Li Minghan sneered lightly. "She's a drama queen." Zhao Rui felt utterly humiliated by the few children's words. At that moment, she wished she could rip their mouths apart. However, all she could do was feign weakness and pitifulness, pulling on fifth brother's hand as she piteously begged, "Brother Xie Bao, isn't there even a bit of trust between us? Can you let them talk ill of me like this?" Xie Bao finally understood what Zhao Rui was up to inside her heart at this point. He recoiled in disgust from Zhao Rui's touch. "Don't touch me, disgusting." Seeing the situation turning dire, Zhao Rui hurriedly held onto Xie Bao tightly, imploring, "Do you believe those kids more than me? Brother Xie Bao, I swear I haven't done anything wrong. He and I are merely common friends. They framed me and deliberately sent someone to deceive me. After all my sufferings, Brother Xie Bao, how could you not care about my feelings?" Xie Bao, known for his soft ears, was nearly swayed by Zhao Rui's weeping pleas. "It's not that I don't believe you, but the evidence is staring me in the face. How am I supposed to trust you? Between us, misunderstandings are possible. Compared to our love, these photos mean nothing." Zhao Rui cried, her sorrow evoking any man's protective instincts easily. Xie Bao started to sympathize with Zhao Rui again. "Stop crying. We can discuss everything properly." On the side waiting for the drama, Li Minggan's expression immediately fell flat as he whispered a complaint to little Xie Bao. "Ask your fifth brother." Xie Bao replied, "Ask what? Ask him if he even knows what he's saying? His reputation is almost tarnished beyond redemption, yet he's talking calmly. In the future, if things go on like this, the grass growing on his head could feed an entire village of sheep." Little Xie Bao folded her little hands and lamented deeply. "That's too tragic." Su Qi approached, looking at Xie Bao coldly, and said, "You've been protected too well by me and your second brother, to the point where you think everyone is a good person. Is that right?" Xie Bao blushed and hung his head low, taking Zhao Rui's hand as he said, "Older brother, I truly like her." Zhao Rui smiled smugly and quickly held both of Xie Bao's hands. "That's right, Mr. Su, my feelings for brother Xie Bao are true and sincere." Xie Bao immediately glanced at Zhao Rui with a look of deep emotion. The elder brother massaged his temples and beckoned to the fifth brother with his fingers, "Come over here." Xie Bao walked over, and the elder brother raised his hand and slapped Xie Bao across the face, the sound echoing sharply. "Are you clear-headed now, big brother?" Xie Bao stubbornly retorted, "I have my own thoughts. I'm not some marionette under your or second brother's control. Why can't you let me follow my own decisions?" "Because your thoughts are so stupid," Grandpa Su angrily rebuked. "How could our Su family produce such a fool like you?" Xie Bao hung his head without speaking, looking obstinate. "If you insist on being with her, starting today, you're no longer allowed to set foot in our Su family mansion." Grandpa Su, agitated, became red-faced, and the cane in his hand seemed ready to punch a hole through the marble floor. "Grandpa Su, Brother Xie Bao is your grandson after all. How can you treat him this way?" Zhao Rui spoke up. "It was my bad attitude earlier, so you can blame me. But don't blame Brother Xie Bao. He has always regarded you as family. I truly love Brother Xie Bao. For him, I would do anything, even give up my life." Su Qi snorted coldly. "We are naturally his family, and you? You're just an outsider. Who gave you permission to butt into our Su family affairs? Since you say you're willing to be blamed, how about this? Go kneel in the garden for the whole night, and then we'll agree to you being with Xie Bao." Old Five at this moment was like a rebellious child. The more forbidden something was, the more he wanted to do it. He grabbed Zhao Rui's hand and shouted loudly, "The garden is planted full of thorny roses. If you make her kneel there for the whole night, aren't you trying to kill her? Didn't she just say she would give up her life for you?" The elder brother said, "This is merely giving her an opportunity to prove herself." Chapter 144, The Grudge Ghost finally appears. "Rui, they don't understand me. There's nothing more to say." Number 5 grabbed Zhao Rui's hand and was about to leave. "If I have to go, so be it. Am I unable to survive if I leave the Su family? You'd better think twice." The eldest brother spoke coldly. "Taking a step out of this place will mean you sever all ties with the Su family. You've never known the pain of being broke in the Su family, right? If you're not part of the Su family anymore, and you don't have a single cent left, do you think the woman standing before you would still be deeply attached to you? Do you think everyone is like you, reeking of money?" Xie Bao shot back fiercely. "The love between us is true love. Even if I had no money, Rui might suffer hardships following me, but she'll do so willingly." Zhao Rui. Xie Bao turned his face toward Zhao Rui, looking at her with deep emotion. "I can overlook that photo from before. Tell my brother whether or not you love the person that I am. Even if I didn't have any money, would you still love me?" Zhao Rui softly said, "Big brother Su, I don't want you to fall out with your family for my sake." Her words, inside and out, were for Xie Bao's good, but she still refused to answer Xie Bao's question directly. Xie Bao frowned. "Is it really just about my money that you like me? Is our relationship only because I'm the young master of the Su family? Not like that." Zhao Rui bit her lip. A flicker of sinister shadow passed through her eyes. How could she climb to the prestigious wealth of the Su family if Xie Bao left? She glanced back at the rose-filled garden. If she knelt here all night, not only was there no guarantee she'd live until dawn, even if she did, she might end up with unsightly scars from these thorny bushes. But if Subi stayed in the Su family, and she married into it, then she could lead the life of a young madam, indulging in silk and fine food. Though the elder brother and second brother of the Su family disliked her now, once she crossed their threshold, over time, she believed she could win them over. Once they liked her, getting anything she wanted would be as easy as snapping her fingers. So she closed her eyes briefly and said, "All right, Mr. Su, if I kneel in that garden all night, you will agree to our marriage, right?" Subi nodded. In the Su family, we always keep our word. Zhao Rui looked at Subi. Subi pulled her hand, asking gently, "Do you really want to do this much for me?" "Of course, big brother Su." Zhao Rui acted instantly, almost moved to tears herself. "I want to let you know that my love for you is more important than my life. Even if I die, I won't let you make a choice between love and family." After finishing, she walked hesitantly toward the flower bed. Inside the flower bed grew an entire garden of thorny roses, each stem robust and covered with extraordinarily sharp thorns. At this moment, Xiao Jiabao noticed that the black rope around Qian Xiaoxiao's neck was getting tighter. This suggested that the grudge ghost hidden behind Qian Xiaoxiao was finally about to show itself. Xiao Jiabao reached into his small pocket and took out the bank card. Since he had obtained the bank card, Xiao Jiabao no longer needed to carry the heavy storybook. Storing grudge ghosts in a bank card was also possible. As Zhao Rui blinked and stepped down from the flower bed while lifting her dress, the grudge ghost suddenly appeared clearly before everyone. Even under the bright daylight, its vengeful aura was distinctly visible. Xi Ping frowned slightly. This grudge ghost wasn't going to be easy to deal with. "Jiabao, use the mystic artifact." Xi Ping shouted loudly. Though Xiao Jiabao's current spiritual power was very weak, insufficient to unlock the full potential of the mystic artifact, it would be enough to subdue this grudge ghost. Xiao Jiabao responded with a single sound, "Oh." Then he reached out, grabbing at the air beside him. Instantaneously, the surrounding atmosphere distorted, revealing a small black hole, like a portal to another world. He stretched his little arm into the hole, rummaging around until he pulled out a large-sized alchemy cauldron. "That's not it," Xi Ping exclaimed just as Jiabao hoisted the gleaming golden cauldron in both hands and smashed it towards the shadow. Li Minghan. Could this object actually be used this way? The shadow moved too swiftly, and the cauldron missed. Before long, Xiao Jiabao reached into the dark void again and retrieved a yin-yang disc, which he hurled at the shadow next. And he missed again. Jiabao seemed regretful, then with his other hand, waved through the air again, creating two more black holes instantly. Xiao Jiabao chased after the shadow with one weapon in each hand, endlessly pulling artifacts out from the voids and hurling them. "Smash you, smash you, smash you." Xi Ping. After a cacophony of chaotic smashing with mystic artifacts, the Su family villa's ground looked as if it had just been hit by meteorites, with fractured black holes everywhere. The black shadow was finally too exhausted to run anymore and ended up getting hit by one of Jiabao's tools. It lay on the ground, silent. Su Qi watched the damaged black holes, silently calculating in his mind how much this repair would cost again. Xiao Jiabao approached and gazed at the black shadow. Its features were already blurred, but from the faint outline, it seemed that it was not female. That's strange. Xiao Jiabao scratched his head. Sister Qian said a woman in her dormitory passed away and turned into a grudge ghost. I thought the ghost haunting Sister Qian would be female. But why does it look like a male? Li Minghan also leaned over and remarked, "This height and build, definitely a man." Jiabao returned all the mystical artifacts back into the bank card, and the meteorite craters left on the ground disappeared magically. Where did those holes go? Li Minghan blinked. They're gone now. Is this some kind of magical spell? Not exactly. Xi Ping shook his head and explained, because these artifacts don't belong to this space. After Xiao Jiabao returns them, the traces they leave in this space will disappear correspondingly. Xiao Jiabao squatted down and skillfully absorbed the black shadow into his small bank card. Qian Xiaoxiao and Zhao Rui stared in disbelief at everything they had just witnessed. "Little Jiabao is done," Xiao Jiabao announced quickly. "You can continue." After speaking, he clutched his little school bag and voluntarily returned to where he had been standing earlier. "All right, let's start." Zhao Rui. Chapter 145, A Big Reversal. What was that thing just now? Zhao Rui had pulled her foot back and quickly ran to Su Bi's side, pitifully saying, "Su Bi brother, I'm so scared." "There's no need to be afraid. Little Jiabao has already taken care of them." Little Jiabao displayed a proud expression. "Sister Zhao Rui, you can continue your proof." Zhao Rui's face turned a bit awkward. She had originally prepared herself mentally. After all, how many people could succeed so easily? Besides, Su Bi loved her so much. He certainly wouldn't bear to let her kneel in the thorny rose garden and would definitely pull her back before she went down. However, just as she had reached the edge of the flower bed, there was no sign of Su Bi wanting to pull her back. With this disruption by little Jiabao, her mental preparation instantly crumbled. Looking at the rose garden, her face paled, and she became terribly afraid, refusing to go down under any circumstances. Su Bi knew that little Jiebao's bloodline enabled him to see certain things. However, now was obviously not the time to ask about these things. He held Zhao Rui's hand, opening his mouth tenderly. "You will definitely make sacrifices for me, right?" Zhao Rui pressed her lips together and gave a dry laugh twice. "Of course, I like you so much." "Then kneel for them to see." Su Bi turned around and looked fiercely at his older brother standing on the steps. I want to prove to them that you genuinely love me. Zhao Rui felt sweat in her palm, now truly caught between a rock and a hard place. Little Xie Bao felt the black-on ghost in the bank card desperately trying to get out. This ghost, which should have been quite cautious, attached itself to Qian Xiaoxiao for such a long time without coming out because it detected her scent. But when Zhao Rui was about to enter the rose garden just now, it rushed out regardless. So this ghost must be related to Zhao Rui, right? Little Xie Bao glanced back at Brother 5. The seemingly normal Brother 5 until now appeared somewhat off since being with Zhao Rui. Xiaoming said that Sister Zhao Rui had put a green hat on Brother 5. Although he didn't know what a green hat meant, it was probably something bad. If Sister Zhao Rui had done something bad, why wasn't Brother 5 at all angry? To prove her love for Su Bi, Zhao Rui could only head towards the rose garden once more. If she didn't clarify her feelings today in front of Su Bi, she might lose her chance to approach the Su family in the future. Compared to the pain of the future, enduring the pain within the rose garden was but a fleeting moment. With resolve, she jumped into the rose garden filled with thorns. The hard spines quickly tore her skin, even leaving marks on her beautiful face. She screamed in pain, hastily trying to escape. Su Qi shouted loudly, I said kneel for an entire night. If you come out now, it'll all be for nothing. Tears streamed down Zhao Rui's face as she pleaded, Brother Su, I'm in excruciating pain. I've already proven my love for you. Su Bi clenched his fist, coldly nodding. I know, big brother, just let her up. Big brother made a tisk sound, waving his hand, said all night, then it's all night. Bring fifth young master to his room. We'll come out early tomorrow morning. If she can endure until then, the Su family will approve our marriage. Su Bi was instantly pinned down by several security guards dressed in black. Zhao Rui could only helplessly watch as he was dragged into the villa. Qian Xiaoxiao, looking at Zhao Rui in the rose garden, hugged herself tightly, sucking in a breath of cold air. It really looks painful. Big brother shot her a cold glance. You too? Don't you have classes today? Qian Xiaoxiao nodded obediently with little Xie Bao. All right, we understand, Mr. Su. Li Minghan and Si Ping followed behind little Xie Bao and soon returned to the villa. Big brother waved his hand, and the great doors of the villa were slammed shut with a bang. Brother 5 hurriedly said, all right. Let go. You're really putting force. My hands are almost crushed. The security guards exchanged glances, unsure of what to do for a moment. Su Qi massaged his temple. Let him go. Little Xie Bao blinked, quickly understanding. Is elder brother and fifth brother playing a game? Grandpa Su watched as the resolute young fool who earlier seemed steadfastly in love with a girl from a poor background, despite all parental obstacles chasing after true love, suddenly vanished without a trace. What exactly is going on here? Grandpa Su questioned. Are the two of you hiding something from me? Big brother scratched his nose. You ask him. It was little 5 who asked me to help act, so? Li Minghan sat next to little Xie Bao. So this drama still has a shocking plot twist? Brother 5 scratched the back of his head and spoke from the living room sofa. I just wanted her to taste what it feels like to be played around with. Li Minghan was always highly sensitive to matters of money. Immediately, he asked, so all these days, you were putting on a show, but you bought her so many luxury items and gave her cash? Wasn't that too expensive for this performance? Relax, I'm not that foolish, Brother 5 shrugged. The gifts I sent her and the money I gave her were taken from the company's account, not my personal assets. Moreover, I never left any explicit statements saying they were one-sided gifts from me. Li Minghan fell silent for 2 minutes before suddenly raising his thumb in approval. You're good. Little Xie Bao didn't understand and opened his mouth. What does that mean? Charging through the company's books means that the money spent wasn't Brother 5's personal property, it was Su Group's funds. A single lawsuit could make Zhao Rui return all the money she took. Little Xie Bao scratched his head. But why do we need to do this? Su Bi then answered. When I was at the sports academy, I had a very good friend who dated Zhao Rui. Qian Xiaoxiao, hugging little Xie Bao, peeled a little sugar tangerine from the table for him, showing an eager look on her face. Indeed, gossip is always in women's nature. Little Xie Bao took the sugar tangerine, carefully dividing it into 4 parts. One for Qian Xiaoxiao, one for Li Minghan, one for Bottle Brother, and one for himself. Su Bi pursed his lips. That should be quite an old story. Back when he attended the sports academy, he met a boy who shared similar interests and became roommates with him. They formed a good friendship. My friend was talented as well. His grades were consistently good. When speaking about his friend, Su Bi's expression turned deeply sorrowful. He wouldn't have died if it hadn't been for Zhao Rui. Chapter 146, Friend of the Fifth Brother. He should have been like me. Entering the national team after passing selection upon graduation, Su Bi sighed. But during his senior year, he met Zhao Rui, who was then a first-year student. He quickly fell for Zhao Rui and successfully confessed his feelings, and they soon began dating. At first, I was happy for him. But later, I started to notice that something seemed off. Since dating Zhao Rui, his mental state took a significant decline. He'd spend nights on phone calls trying to please her. At first, I didn't think much about it. After all, newlyweds tend to be affectionate for some time. That was a crucial period when we were about to graduate and join the national team. Competitions and evaluations followed one after another, almost daily. He had always excelled and was better suited than me to become an athlete. Yet at that time, he often skipped exams. When I confronted him, he was initially reluctant to tell me why. Later, he finally confessed. Apparently, Zhao Rui kept asking him for various luxury gifts. Although his family wasn't as affluent as the Sus, his parents owned a company, making them a fairly well-off household. They gave him several thousand each month, but Zhao Rui spent it faster than he could afford. As a result, he frequently asked his family for more money. His parents almost suspected that he had done something illegal in school. They came to check on him multiple times, but were always brushed off. Concerned about his excessive spending, they stopped giving him extra money apart from living expenses. With nowhere else to turn, he borrowed money from me. I lent him a lot of money, so much that I lost count. Subi chuckled as he spoke. Growing up, money had never been an issue for him. His older brothers never cared how much he spent because although Subi didn't overthink things, he was always reasonable. Later, Zhao Rui kept demanding more money, buying this and that, threatening to break up if her demands weren't met. With no other choice, he resorted to fighting in illegal underground matches abroad to earn cash. As a result, he missed countless assessments and competitions, losing hope for the national team. Later, the foreign underground boxing ring got into trouble, implicating him, leading to imprisonment. His parents lost their fortune, went bankrupt, and eventually, his father jumped to his death. Not long after, his mother also passed away. After getting out of prison, when he learned of everything, he went to find Zhao Rui, but as you can imagine, given Zhao Rui's character, Qian Xiaoxiao boldly guessed. Did Zhao Rui end up dumping him? In the past few days of storytelling with Xiao Baibao, Qian Xiaoxiao had developed a rudimentary ability to predict endings. Though Xiao Baibao's stories always had unexpected twists, she hadn't guessed correctly even once. Subi nodded. Xiao Bao asked curiously, then how did the fifth brother's friend die? She took out the bank card, from which black smoke emerged, coalescing into a vague human shape that stood silently in the middle of the living room, gazing at Subi. Subi already knew without a doubt. This must be his idiotic friend who was played by Zhao Rui until he lost everything and had no place to go. I don't know, Subi said. I heard of his death long after we'd lost contact. He was one of my few real friends and an excellent person. His death was unfortunate. So you came up with this plan, wanting the woman at the door to taste what it's like to be fooled. Su Lao's expression softened slightly. You should have told us earlier. Oh, did I just hit you with my cane? Let Grandpa take a look. Did it hurt? Subi smiled faintly. No, but the slap from the eldest brother actually stung a bit. You fool. Su Lao's face reddened with irritation. Even knowing your younger brother was pretending, you couldn't control yourself. But you have to commit to acting properly, right? The oldest brother sipped his tea leisurely before replying slowly. Not that I was mad seeing fifth brother act so stupid. You're too talented an actor. Qian Xiaoxiao praised enthusiastically. Better than Yun Ting even. Upon hearing this, Li Minghan hastily pulled out his phone, eager. Could you repeat that? I'll record it and play it back endlessly for Yun Ting to hear. He'll definitely get furious. Ha ha ha. Qian Xiaoxiao stared speechlessly. Why are these rich family brothers all like this? Is causing mutual harm really that fun? Since that's the case, the person who caused your death should have been Zhao Rui. So why are you following Sister Qian? After listening to Su Bi's words, Xiao Jiabao had already dropped the sister suffix from Zhao Rui's name. She certainly wouldn't call such an evil person sister. Qian Xiaoxiao was startled for a moment and shouted loudly. Following who? Sister Qian, it's you. Xiao Jiabao frankly said. There has always been a black silk thread around your neck, which he placed on you. Startled, Qian Xiaoxiao responded. Not possible. That must be why I often feel chest tightness and the feeling of being strangled. But wrongs and debts need their rightful sources. Didn't you find the wrong person? Could there be a possibility, Sister Qian, that your chest tightness and choking sensation is because you wore your clothes backward? Xiao Jiabao honestly replied. This ghostly spirit is very low in power. Moreover, the black thread he placed on you never tightened at all. At this moment, the black ghost finally spoke, his voice tinged with a bit of shyness. I didn't want to do anything to you. It's just that only in this way could I stay in the human world, allowing me to see her one more time. A silence, an eerie silence. Everyone fell into deep thought. The ghost spoke up again on his own. I believe she surely loves me. It's just now she is still testing me. I will wait for her, waiting until the day when she suddenly realizes and looks back, only to find that I am still by her side. However, as a wandering soul, I cannot remain in the human world for long, so I have to become a resentful ghost. Only by becoming a resentful ghost can I stay in the human world forever. Qian Xiaoxiao. Oh what? Su Qi propped his head up and said, Fifth brother, your friend truly deserved his fate. Su Bi. Qian Xiaoxiao sighed. Now I understand why there are no wild vegetables near our school mountain. It turns out they were all dug up by you, weren't they? Chapter 147. A love-obsessed mind cannot eat. Xia Jiabao had encountered many ingoit, vengeful spirits, carrying resentment. Some of them were good people in life who were wronged by evil ones, wandering the mortal world for revenge, their bodies brimming with grievance. Others were bad people during their lifetimes, reaping what they sowed and even after death, remained restless in heart, harboring regret, and transforming into malevolent spirits to continue plaguing humanity. In summary, every one of these beings remaining in this world had something important they needed to accomplish, such as Disa, who sought revenge for herself and longed to uncover whether her former brother-in-law had indeed been involved in all that happened back then. This was why she turned into a vengeful spirit, constantly Zhu-chan, entwining herself around him. Then there was the young woman suffering from depression, whose mental knots hadn't been untied, and thus couldn't find the way back to the ghost realm. However, this love-imbued but now vengeful spirit was Xia Jiabao's first encounter. If she were to capture it, would it affect her karma? Xia Jiabao frowned worriedly. Subi opened his mouth and said, Xia Jiabao, can I have a word with him? Xia Jiabao thought for a moment, turning her head to look at Si Ping. Little bottle brother? Si Ping nodded and gave an instruction. You only have an hour. Xie Bao jumped down from her seat, walking over and grabbing Wuga's hand. The other day, little bottle brother taught me how to connect the living with the dead through magic. If you hold my hand, Wuga, you'll be able to see him. However, little bottle brother also said that it can last no longer than 2 hours because the deceased don't belong to this world and carry a cold, ghostly aura. Prolonged exposure could harm the body. Subi nodded and responded, understood. Xie Bao closed her eyes, transforming herself into a bridge connecting the two worlds. As soon as Wuga opened his eyes, he saw the shadowy figure standing in the living room. The shadow's resentment slowly dissipated, reverting into the boy he once was. He was handsome, his eyes filled with clarity, and he remained an innocent child throughout. Xie Bao sat nearby, her hands shimmering with small golden lights as she spoke. Now, you can talk. The shadow sat on the living room rug and asked, why did you treat her like that? Subi replied, she treated me the same way, so I retaliated. The black shadow scratched the back of his head and asked, don't you have feelings for me or something? Subi rolled his eyes and exclaimed, are you insane? No, I'm dead. The shadow shrugged. Have you ever seen a dead person get sick? You're insane. Your brain is beyond saving. Subi remarked, I told you not to trust Zhao Rui too much back then, yet you refused to listen, leading to your own downfall. The shadow sighed. It doesn't matter, it was all my choice, and has nothing to do with Rui. Subi couldn't help himself any longer. You stupid fool. The shadow stayed silent. There was a long silence between the two until Subi finally spoke. Do you think I'm doing this out of obligation? You should go and reincarnate right away and visit your parents while you're at it. It was them, continuously entrusting me with dreams, that I realized you weren't moving on. I guess you've lingered here for Zhao Rui, sacrificing myself in the process. The shadow froze for a second before asking, my parents? I'm not sure either, Subi shrugged. Just a few days ago, I kept dreaming about your uncle and aunt without reason. Maybe they knew you're stuck up here with me as your only friend, so how could I not help you? He paused. They mentioned if you didn't go, they'd never be able to peacefully reincarnate. I can't understand why you feel fine letting Zhao Rui harm you this way. But what about your parents? Don't you care? After finishing his words, Subi felt his nose slightly acidic. You jerk, your uncle and aunt are such kind people. My parents left without leaving any message for me, nor worrying about how I was doing. From the birth of Xie Bao until now, for years, it seems they haven't even attempted to send me dreams. My parents wouldn't have failed the business, would they? The shadow paused, recalling his numerous arguments with his elders over Zhao Rui during his lifetime. In his parents' lives, he had asked them for money often but rarely showed concern for them. What do you mean Zhao Rui caused their deaths? If it wasn't for your desperate chase for wealth, would they have needed to sell the company? Subi asked. Zhao Rui is the prime culprit, and you're not exactly a good guy either. If it weren't for their request to deal with you, I'd let my sister disperse your soul completely. The shadow fearfully glanced at Xie Bao sitting beside them. Xie Bao couldn't quite grasp what they were discussing and continued silently acting as a background presence until she was suddenly called upon. She immediately shook her hands. Xie Bao can't destroy young ghosts. Little bottle brother told me. All sins and grievances are judged by the king of ghosts in the ghost realm. Heaven has its own principles. Xie Bao can send young ghosts for trial, but cannot privately administer punishment. After finishing her words, she blinked a few times, reminiscing. That's right, it was said like this. Xie Bao didn't quite understand it. But anyway, the gist is that Xie Bao can't disperse the vengeful spirit. The young ghost opened his mouth. No wonder I was discovered. Your sister originally works in this field. Go back. Subi stood up, looking at the shadow of the young ghost. The mission entrusted to me by uncle and aunt is considered accomplished. Zhao Rui will get the punishment she deserves. Now that you're already a ghost, even if she understood how good you were to her, you two still couldn't be together. As for me, I'll make her pay the price she owes. After saying that, he turned around and asked Xie Bao, so, what do you plan to do next? Send him back. Xie Bao nodded her head. Are you willing to go back? As long as you agree, I can send you back to the ghost realm. The black shadow remained silent for a long while, then bent over and gave separate bows to Subi and Xie Bao. I've been too confused. I am willing. Xie Bao waved her small hand, and with that, the black shadow disappeared from the living room and entered the bank card. At the same time, the balance on the bank card changed, shifting from 0 to 1. Oh yeah, the black shadow poked its head out from the bank card, speaking. These days I've been following Ms. Qian Xiao, and I found there's another young ghost in their dormitory. It's a woman, wearing a red dress and red dancing shoes, really scary. Subi patted his head. You yourself are a ghost, and yet you're scared of other ghosts. Don't act so pitiful. I'm a benevolent ghost. The shadow reasserted. I never thought of harming anyone, but that red-dressed female ghost isn't certain about her intentions. If your sister has profound magic, it would be best if she could take a look. That girl called Ms. Qian Xiao. She should be your sister's good friend, right? Could you apologize to her on my behalf? I thought she wasn't getting along well with Zhao Rui, so I borrowed her body temporarily to hide. With that, the black shadow swiftly slipped back inside and didn't come out anymore. Xie Bao held the bank card, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Qian Xiao. Hee, another young ghost. Moreover, Wu Ji's friend had also mentioned that it was a young ghost filled with considerable resentment. If she could capture her, it would probably offset several ordinary young ghosts. Chapter 148. Every penny you earn belongs to my Su family. Qian Xiao sat on the couch, feeling uneasy under Xie Bao's intense gaze. She shifted her but slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? Xie Bao, tilting his little head, spoke up. My fifth brother often tells me that he regrets not studying more when he was young. So now he's simple-minded and physically strong. Su Bi, ? You're lying. I never said that. Qian Xiaoxiao glanced at Su Bi, recalling how earnestly he had just performed outside in order to protect Zhao Rui, even though it was fake. But his overly sincere display certainly hinted at some simplicity in his thinking. It wasn't baseless. So she solemnly nodded. Your fifth brother is right. Su Bi. Xie Bao raised his hand. So Xie Bao must study well. Strive to go to university, like Qian Jijia. Therefore, I want to go with Qian Jijia to take a look at the school where you study, and also see where Qian Jijia sleeps. Is that okay? But you're only in kindergarten now, visiting a university. Isn't that a bit too much? Qian Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. While their university did welcome many high school students during the college entrance exam period, they would visit their dream universities before going back home to boost their spirits. It seemed excessive for Xie Bao, who was only 4 years old, to start preparing so early. Xie Bao hung his head dejectedly. Can I? Does Xie Bao have to become like my fifth brother, someone who's simple-minded and physically strong? Of course you can. Seeing Xie Bao's sad face, Qian Xiaoxiao felt her heart break. She quickly agreed. Xie Bao can definitely go for a visit, right? Would you like me to take you? I'll also sleep one night in Qian Jijia's dormitory. Xie Bao beamed with excitement. Oh, Qian Jijia, can I bring Xiao Pingping brother along? Xie Bao then looked at Xi Ping and noticed Li Minghan beside him, whose face lit up with anticipation. In order to avoid angering Xiao Ming again, Xie Bao quickly changed his words. Bring Xiao Pingping brother and Xiao Ming along, right? Absolutely not. The eldest brother immediately interjected. Xi Ping and Minghan are boys. Boys are not allowed into girls' dorms. Xie Bao scratched his head uncertainly and turned back to ask, Xiao Ming, can you become a girl? Li Minghan, seemingly thinking of something, clenched his fist and responded, of course not. Are you an idiot? Xie Bao turned to Xi Ping. Xi Ping turned away, coughed lightly, and said, Yao Ling, I'll come. Xie Bao finally relaxed and held Qian Xiaoxiao's hand happily. Zhao Rui had knelt for over an hour in the rose-filled garden, unable to bear it anymore. Seeing that the doors of the villa were tightly shut, she managed to crawl out using both hands. The thorns of the roses had broken her delicate skin. Biting her teeth in anger, Zhao Rui cursed silently. All this is because of Qian Xiaoxiao and that little tramp. Brother Su Bi must have been stopped by them. Otherwise, why hasn't he come out to find me yet? She had only rested on the ground for a while when the villa gates opened and elder brother of the Su family walked out. Zhao Rui hurriedly knelt down and looked up tearfully at Su Qi, weakly saying, Big brother, I'm in so much pain. Can you please let me stop kneeling? One night was the agreement. Su Qi raised his eyebrows. If you get up now, does that mean our deal no longer stands? Not at all. It's not for myself. Zhao Rui cried as she crawled closer, holding onto Big Brother's leg, looking pitiful as she said, I'm doing this completely for Su Bi. Su Bi must not be able to bear watching me kneel this long. For every minute I kneel, he must feel that much more heartbroken. How can this happen? I'd rather hurt myself than have Brother Su Bi worry about me. Hiding near the doorway, Qian Xiaoxiao and Xie Bao listened intently. Zhao Rui's voice wasn't quiet, allowing them to hear every word clearly. Qian Xiaoxiao smirked triumphantly. By this logic, Zhao Rui means that you should kneel inside too, fifth young master, right? Su Bi sighed, giving her an exasperated look. This Zhao Rui really had abnormal brain circuits. He didn't know how or why his brother had fallen for her in the first place. Other than having good looks, she lacked any redeeming qualities. These past 3 months of pretending to date her were truly regrettable. Outside, elder brother lifted an eyebrow. Miss Xiao needn't worry about this point. My younger brother is fine, and he doesn't have any such condition as heartbreak. Fine, here's another chance. Go back and kneel until you've finished your time. Once you do, I'll still agree to this marriage proposal. Absolutely not. Zhao Rui blurted out instinctively. I can't kneel anymore. Brother Su Bi must be heartbroken for me. I cannot kneel any longer. Big brother, please don't do this to me, or to Brother Su Bi. Please let me get up, alright? Big brother kicked away Zhao Rui's hand clinging to his leg and stepped back, saying, Fine, then you can leave right now. Su Bi told me that a woman as repulsive as you will never be allowed to marry into the Su family. Zhao Rui cried and shook her head. You're lying. Brother Su Bi loves me so much, he would never say such things to me. Big brother sighed. Then I'll have him come out and tell you himself. Zhao Rui completely disregarded what Su Qi had said, nodding immediately. When he sees me, he'll definitely feel sorrow for me. It would affect your brotherly bond, and that is the last thing I want to see. But I really can't endure it anymore. All I want is to be with Su Bi. What's wrong with that? Who says you can be with me? Su Bi walked out from the gate, looking down at Zhao Rui whose body was covered in small cuts. Stop acting disgusting toward me. I've already achieved my goal. You have no more value to me. Now you can leave. Zhao Rui stared at Su Bi, feeling as if struck by 5 thunderbolts. What do you mean? I mean, Su Bi enunciated every word clearly. I deceived you. All the things I bought you were charged to the company account. If you go home now, you should find a legal notice waiting for you outside your door. Zhao Rui couldn't process what she heard. A legal notice? For what? Of course, for failing to repay the money you owe. Su Bi smirked coldly, squatting in front of Zhao Rui, watching the scratches on her once beautiful face as her blood smeared all over, and felt utterly satisfied. Do you still remember how much money I spent on you? Did you think I was a sucker, willingly spending money on you like that? All those things added up should have exceeded 100 million yuan by now. Su Bi sighed. If you wish to live the rest of your life, then every penny you earn from now on belongs to my Su family. Chapter 149. Don't fall in love, it could kill you. Zhao Rui raised her head, taking a while before she finally seemed to snap back to reality. In agony, she grabbed Su Bi's collar and asked, Why? Why do you treat me like this? The things that happen in this world don't always have a why. Su Bi looked at her coldly, as if staring at trash, just like I don't know why you had to harm him so much. Only then did Zhao Rui realize. She remembered that during her first year of college, she did have a boyfriend. She started paying attention to him because he was close with Su Bi, and her ultimate goal was always Su Bi, not him. Later, when Zhao Rui realized that Su Bi showed absolutely no interest in her, she finally accepted the man's confession. The poor guy thought it was his hard work that moved Zhao Rui after an entire semester, thus firmly believing that Zhao Rui wasn't a frivolous girl. He liked and cherished her even more. After starting their relationship, Zhao Rui found out that while the man wasn't as wealthy or influential as Su Bi's family, he still owned a small company, making him a kind of second-generation rich person. Therefore, even though she didn't like him, she endured staying with him for 2 years. In those 2 years, the man bought her many good things, all paid from his allowance. Zhao Rui knew well that given his family's financial situation, he couldn't afford her extravagant lifestyle. But so what? It was his choice, right? It was his own fault, wasn't it? Biting her teeth, Zhao Rui said, Is this all because of him that you're treating me like this? No, I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Su Bi stood up and kicked the woman who was covered in injuries mercilessly away. There is an old saying, whatever you do will be judged by heaven. Bad people will get what they deserve. I hope Miss Zhao remembers this principle in her future work and life. Having said that, he turned around and walked back into the villa without looking back. Su Qi sneered slightly and said, Butler, throw this woman out. If it weren't for helping Old Five put on a performance, Xiao Jiebao wouldn't have had to endure her humiliation. Now that the show is over, settle scores accordingly. Xiao Jiebao suffered enough. Let's make her pay back every bit of it. The butler nodded. He knew the master was always a sibling fetishist. A sibling fetishist can be frightening. An unhesitating sibling fetishist is even more frightening. Before Zhao Rui could even leave the Su family gates, the news that she was dating multiple men simultaneously went straight to the top of the campus forum and even trended on social media. Among the evidence were proofs showcasing Zhao Rui as a time management guru, wearing the same outfit but snuggling up with different men in various times of the same day, as well as photos showing her entering hotels with some paunchy, balding middle-aged businessmen. This caused a major uproar online. Not only were netizens coming to watch the drama, but also alerted the school authorities. Upon learning about this incident, the principal nearly passed out in anger. Previously, because of Zhao Rui's good image and some expensive gifts she gave, the principal chose her as the school ambassador. Now that this scandal has happened, the entire school has become a laughingstock for netizens. This isn't even the most important part. What mattered most was that the principal was hoping to climb higher this year based on the achievements made within the school. Now, everything was ruined. As soon as Zhao Rui returned to school, she felt everyone around her looking at her with strange eyes. Look, isn't this the socialite who's been very popular online recently? Yes, it's her. She does look pretty, but doing such things outside makes her seem dirty, doesn't she? Hurry up, stop talking. Let's go quickly. I'm afraid of breathing the same air as her and getting infected. Didn't she used to be a famous figure in the school? I heard she even got close with the fifth son of the Su family, strutting around flaunting luxury clothes and million-dollar bags. Who would have thought she'd turn out to be like this? Then her connection with Su Young must have been fake, right? What kind of family is the Su family? How could they ever see her worthy? Of course it was fake. Otherwise, how could she be known as a campus goddess? Tell me, how much does she charge per night? If she can afford such expensive things, it must be quite a lot. Maybe she gets many clients. Hara. The sharp remarks from around infuriated Zhao Rui, clenching her teeth tightly, but she dared not meet those gazes anymore. Ever since she came to this school, she had always enjoyed immense prestige. When had she ever been so disheveled? Thinking of Su Bi's words and all the money, Zhao Rui almost wanted to die. There's no way she could earn so much money in her lifetime. Unless she could establish herself firmly in the entertainment circle. In such a place filled with hedonism, earning a few billion would only take a few years. Zhao Rui consoled herself. She is still a student in the art academy and has served as the publicity ambassador of this prestigious university. She had gained some fame online before. At this point, if any director or talent scout were to notice her, she might still have a chance to make a comeback. As Zhao Rui contemplated this, she felt as though she'd regained some hope, so she lifted her chest high and marched toward the dormitory, only to bump into Qian Xiaoxiao halfway. Qian was visiting the school with Xiao Jiebao. These two people were responsible for turning her life upside down. In an instant, Zhao Rui lunged forward, grabbing Qian Xiaoxiao's wrist while screaming hoarsely, "You dirty woman! Was it you? Was it you who told Su Bi those things? I knew it. It must be you, that vicious little slut. You can't bear to see me live comfortably." Before Qian Xiaoxiao could react, Zhao Rui had already clutched her neck tightly. With immense force, Zhao Rui squeezed as if truly attempting to strangle Qian Xiaoxiao. Qian Xiaoxiao felt unbearable pain in her chest and saw black spots flickering before her eyes. She tried to push Zhao Rui off but found her limbs powerless, unable even to lift them, let alone push her away. As Qian Xiaoxiao thought she was about to be killed by this lunatic, Xiao Jiebao finally managed to extract a powerful artifact from the bank card space. Wielding the gleaming artifact, she swung it at Zhao Rui. Instantly, Zhao Rui felt as if she'd been punched in the stomach, losing all her strength, forcing her to release her grip. She staggered back a few steps and fell onto the ground. Qian Xiaoxiao clasped her throat, coughing desperately as cold air rushed into her lungs, stinging painfully. Miss Qian, are you alright? Having secured the artifact, Xiao Jiabao hurried over to help support Qian Xiaoxiao, concern written all over her face. Alright. The bad person has been driven away by Xiao Jiabao. It's all good now. Everyone present was startled by Zhao Rui's actions, and all their attention was drawn to her, none noticing how Xiao Jiabao managed to stop Zhao Rui. It must have been coincidence, right? What could such a small child do? Qian Xiaoxiao gave Xiao Jiabao a grateful look, then turned to Zhao Rui lying on the ground, cursing coldly. Crazy bitch, you really think I'm easy to bully, don't you? After saying that, she prepared to kick Zhao Rui. However, Xiao Jiabao quickly pulled her back. Never mind, Brother Qian, we shouldn't stoop to her level. Being called Brother Qian took Qian Xiaoxiao aback, her previous anger disappearing without a trace. With both helplessness and humor, she asked, who taught you to mediate disputes like this? Xiao Jiabao crossed her tiny hands behind her back seriously. Little Ming did. She took out her phone to show Qian Xiaoxiao their chat history on a certain social media platform. Every time Xiao Jiabao talked about wanting to beat someone, Li Minghan would send an emoji pack. It showed a kid dragging a rooster along with words that read, Big brother rooster, never mind. Qian Xiaoxiao. Children should probably not be exposed to the internet too early. After being struck by Xiao Jiabao's artifact, Zhao Rui lay on the ground for quite some time, struggling to recover her strength. She glared fiercely at Qian Xiaoxiao from where she lay. No one knew who dialed the dorm manager Annie's number, but soon she arrived with several others. What's going on here? The same dorm manager Auntie looked disdainfully at Zhao Rui. Why are you causing trouble here? Zhao Rui gritted her teeth. Which eye of yours sees me causing trouble? Lying on the ground is me. They're just standing there fine, aren't they? The one who got beaten is me. Qian Xiaoxiao has always been a well-behaved child. She absolutely wouldn't fight without reason. The dorm manager, who once favored Zhao Rui, completely changed her attitude and coldly sneered at Zhao Rui. As for you, you don't seem to be a proper individual at all. Didn't you come to our dorm to cause a ruckus before? You claimed Qian Xiaoxiao broke your bracelet. I believe that bracelet must have been broken by yourself just to frame that good girl. Standing aside, Qian Xiaoxiao maintained an expressionless face and didn't express gratitude towards the suddenly righteous dorm manager. Back then, since she wasn't as wealthy as Zhao Rui, the dorm manager naturally took Zhao Rui's side. Now, seeing Zhao Rui fallen into ruin, knowing she could no longer gain anything from Zhao Rui, the dorm manager stepped up as the mediator. They were merely fickle-minded opportunists. But that was fine. This was human nature after all, something Qian Xiaoxiao always understood well. Zhao Rui's face contorted. What do you mean? You were on my side before. Who was on your side? I just pitted you and blindly believed you. Now the truth has come out. That nonsense about the bracelet being your mother's legacy, all fake. The dorm manager scolded passionately. You, a girl from the mountains, do you really think you could have such a fine bracelet? And claiming it was a legacy too? Your mom is still farming in the mountains. You didn't think you'd be found out forever, did you? Zhao Rui felt extremely embarrassed and stayed silent with her lips tightly pressed. Her parents were indeed farmers. She had worked hard to leave the mountains and come to this dazzling city, where she quickly became infatuated with its colorful life. She had crafted an impeccable persona for herself. Her father is a businessman, her mother an artist who passed away early, making her appear as a young miss of wealth. And due to her pretty face and somewhat distant relationship with her classmates, her disguise had remained undiscovered for a long time. But after this incident came to light, there would naturally be countless media outlets digging into her family background, and her tricks for concealing her true identity wouldn't stand a chance against professional journalists. Countryside people are just countryside people. Stop pretending to be some rich lady. The dorm manager spat at her. Now that things are like this, you still dare to cause trouble at school. I must report this to the principal, so he can give you a severe reprimand. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Rui instantly panicked. She had lost everything now, leaving her only with her good looks and her student ID from this school. She still hoped to make a comeback using these two remaining advantages. This art academy was a prestigious theater institution, and anyone graduating from here would have no trouble making a living in the entertainment industry. Therefore, she absolutely couldn't afford to receive a severe reprimand. She had to hold on to her status as a student at all costs. Auntie, I'm sorry. Zhao Rui quickly knelt down and repeatedly bowed her head to the dorm manager. It's my fault. I shouldn't have caused trouble. I'll leave right away. Please don't tell the principal. I have money, a lot of money. I'll send it to you later. Just don't tell the principal. The dorm manager scoffed lightly. Don't think I don't know. All your money before was earned by sleeping with men. Now you don't even have a single penny left and owe several billion to the Su family. Do you think I would believe you? All Zhao Rui could do was cry and beg incessantly, appearing pitiful and frantic. Xiao Jiabao and Qian Xiaoxiao stood aside watching. Qian Xiaoxiao sighed. It's truly what they say about karma eventually catching up. There will be repercussions, it's just a matter of time. In the past, she manipulated her fans to cyberbully others because she was slightly famous online, but now she's facing the backlash from the internet. She used her money to bribe people around her, forcing them to bully others for her sake, but now that she has no money left, she is being bullied in return. Xiao Jiabao nodded, raising a finger to declare. Xiao Jiabao knows what this story teaches us. Qian Xiaoxiao looked warmly at Xiao Jiabao. She hoped that Xiao Jiabao could learn this important life lesson through this incident. As Xiao Jiabao's dance basics teacher, and also a good friend of hers, Qian Xiaoxiao often saw Xiao Jiabao as her own daughter, unconsciously displaying a maternal side. Speak out, Xiao Jiabao. What enlightenment did this event give you? I believe this enlightenment will play an extremely significant role in the rest of your life, helping you carve out a wide-open road ahead. Xiao Jiabao thoughtfully touched her chin. This story tells us not to fall in love. It leads to death. Qian Xiaoxiao. Who taught you such profound insights? Difficult, too difficult. Teaching someone to become a virtuous little daughter of the country would be Qian Xiaoxiao's major research topic for the latter half of her life. Begging you, please don't tell the principal. Zhao Rui continued pleading tearfully, handing over her handbag and jewelry to the dorm manager. Only then did the dorm manager feel satisfied, shaking the items in her hand before speaking. Since that's the case, I won't nitpick with you any further. The surrounding students revealed expressions of understanding, having long been aware of the dorm manager's disposition during her many years here. However, before they could feel indignant, a security guard's voice came from the doorway. Is Zhao Rui here? I just asked some students, who said they saw her here. Who among you saw her? Please let her know. The principal wants her to go to his office. Chapter 150. Ask him why. Principal? Why would the principal suddenly look for her? Zhao Rui glanced at the students around her. If they had already learned about this matter, then the principal must have been informed as well. Xie Bao watched as Zhao Rui was taken away by the security guard, and then held Qian Xiaoxiao's hand, saying, Sister Qian, let's go check your dormitory. Qian Xiaoxiao nodded, and led Xie Bao into the dormitory. None of the roommates were in the dormitory, so Qian Xiaoxiao said, at this time, they should be in class. Xie Bao nodded, and looked around. It seemed that what her brother's friend had said was likely true. There was indeed a very strong presence of negative energy here. Staying here for a long period might damage one's health. Sister Qian, haven't you felt how cold it is in your dorm? Asked Xie Bao looking at Qian Xiaoxiao. As soon as I came in here, I felt really cold. Qian Xiaoxiao hurriedly found a small blanket from her wardrobe and wrapped Xie Bao with it. How about now? Are you still cold? Xie Bao shook her head. Much better, but Sister Qian, why is it so cold in this room? How about we sleep in another room instead? You mean change dorms? Asked Qian Xiaoxiao. Dormitories here aren't that easy to switch. Although there are things about it that I also find unsettling. But since our dormitory is on the first floor and doesn't face south, it's normal for the room to have more dampness. If you feel cold, I can turn on the heater, okay? Xie Bao sighed. No need, Sister Qian. She couldn't directly tell Sister Qian that it seemed like there was a ghost residing here. What if she scared Sister Qian? Besides, it was broad daylight now, and the ghost hadn't appeared yet. Perhaps she could secretly take the ghost away without scaring Sister Qian. Having made up her mind, Xie Bao quickly sat down on Qian Xiaoxiao's bed. After Qian Xiaoxiao tidied up, she said, let's go. Don't you want to tour the campus? I have no classes this afternoon, so I can show you around, alright? Xie Bao nodded and then asked suddenly, where did Zhao Rui go? To the principal's office probably, replied Qian Xiaoxiao. Her affairs have been exposed, and the impact seems quite significant. The principal definitely needs to ask her about the specific situation. Xie Bao said, why don't we go to the principal's office now? What? Qian Xiaoxiao said. The principal's office isn't somewhere you can just walk into. We won't go inside. We'll just stay outside the door. Xie Bao said. I suddenly remembered something I wanted to ask her. Qian Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed to Xie Bao's request, leading her to the principal's office. The corridor in front of the principal's office was empty. Xie Bao and Qian Xiaoxiao squatted by the door, trying to listen closely but not hearing clearly enough. Xie Bao raised one finger and said, wait a minute, I've got an idea. Qian Xiaoxiao stared. What idea? Xie Bao dove into her space and rummaged through some magical artifacts for several minutes until she finally found a paper talisman-like thing. These past few days, Xie Bao has been learning about these things from Brother Xiaoping. Xie Bao slapped the yellow piece of paper onto herself. This is something Xie Bao just learned. An invisibility talisman. Tada! Just as she finished speaking, her little figure disappeared on the spot, becoming completely invisible. Qian Xiaoxiao widened her eyes. Holy cow, this is so powerful. Another yellow talisman magically appeared in the air. Qian Xiaoxiao took it and stuck it onto herself. When she raised her hand, she couldn't see where her own hands and feet were. Such a strange feeling made her exclaim several times. Xie Bao pulled her hand and whispered, Shoo. This talisman only makes you invisible. Sounds can still be heard from the outside. Qian Xiaoxiao immediately covered her mouth, making an okay gesture to indicate she understood. Then remembering that Xie Bao couldn't see her, she whispered extremely softly, understood. Suddenly, a voice from inside the door sounded. Who's out there? Qian Xiaoxiao's breathing paused momentarily, instinctively pressing herself against the wall before realizing that the principal shouldn't be able to see her now. She didn't make a sound. Inside the door, another man's voice sounded. Principal, I'll go check outside first. Qian Xiaoxiao saw the door open, revealing the vice principal, a balding man. Xie Bao pulled Qian Xiaoxiao and turned back inside. Inside, Qian Xiaoxiao saw the principal sitting in a chair, supporting his head with a pained expression on his face. Zhao Rui sat on the sofa beside him, her red swollen eyes indicating that she had been crying for a long time. After a long while, the bald vice principal returned, closing the door behind him and saying, there's no one out there. It was probably just some student passing by earlier. Zhao Rui squeezed out 2 more tears. Principal, I'm begging you not to expel me. The principal said coldly, you have caused such a scandal that it has already seriously affected the school. What do you have to say for yourself? The vice principal chimed in. Principal, look at Zhao Rui. All this information on the internet has made a big fuss, but it's ultimately her private life. At most, it can be called poor conduct in private life, but is expulsion really necessary? Do you know what they're saying about our school online? The principal slammed his hand on the desk angrily. If I don't expel her, what other rumors will spread about the school? Have you thought about that? Let them talk. We have so many college students here, let them spread rumors. The vice principal added. Besides principal, don't forget that Zhao Rui has won awards. It was a national level competition, a rare top talent for our school, and just because of a little private misconduct, we're going to expel her. This made the principal start hesitating. Zhao Rui had indeed won a very prestigious award. Originally, this university's dance department wasn't renowned as a specialty, but the first prize from that dance competition was the first major honor for their arts academy in over a decade, and it was also crucial to the school. However, the reason Zhao Rui was chosen as the school's promotional ambassador was precisely because she won the first prize. Seeing that he persuaded the principal somewhat, the vice principal signaled Zhao Rui. After receiving the cue, Zhao Rui quickly covered her face and cried, Principal, you should know my situation now. Causing negative impacts on the school is entirely my fault, but I couldn't help myself. Learning dance costs so much, and my parents are farmers. How could they afford my education? I didn't mean to do this, but I had no choice. The principal sighed. No matter how difficult it gets, you shouldn't ruin yourself like this. You're absolutely right, Principal, Zhao Rui responded. But if you give me another chance, I'll definitely reform myself. I've realized my mistake. Truly, I've realized my mistake. Woo woo woo. The principal softened, saying, Stop crying here. I still need to discuss this matter with the board of directors. Go for now. Wiping her tears off her face, Zhao Rui stood up from the sofa. Understood. Thank you, Principal. The vice principal immediately interjected. She's only a young girl who went through something like this. Her emotions are definitely unstable. I'll check on her and guide her. We don't want her making any wrong decisions. She's too young. Considering how this incident has already impacted the school's reputation greatly, if Zhao Rui were to make an even worse decision, like suicide, it would completely tarnish the school's image. 3 years ago, a similar suicide incident occurred. This cannot happen again. Standing up swiftly from his swivel chair, he urged, Hurry up, go quick. And remember, if she shows the slightest sign of instability, deal with it promptly. Don't let anything happen to her. With a couple of confirmations, the vice principal left with Zhao Rui. Qian Xiaoxiao was being dragged along by Xie Bao, stealthily following the two of them. So, they're just letting her off? Qian Xiaoxiao whispered far behind the pair, lowering her voice deliberately. Just because she cried a little, they won't expel her? Xie Bao frowned slightly. She's a bad person. There's a foul stench around her, meaning she must have harmed others before. Besides your brother's friend, there might be others. Xie Bao must ensure that wrongdoers are punished. Qian Xiaoxiao also felt resentful. How could they let her off so easily? If it were someone else, they would surely be expelled. There must be a connection between the principal's hesitation and the award she received. What award? Xie Bao asked curiously. Can getting an award exempt someone from being held accountable for their mistakes? That award is incredible and highly valued, the lifelong dream of every dancer like us. It's considered the Nobel Prize of dancing. Only the best of the best dancers earn it. Qian Xiaoxiao briefly described it. But it's strange. If Zhao Rui dances this well, shouldn't she be performing often? But I've never seen her dance in school. Xie Bao replied. Never. No. Qian Xiaoxiao squinted her eyes. In theory, in previous years for school anniversaries or events like these school-organized projects, as a dance student, one would participate more or less. Aside from generous bonuses, you can also obtain credits at the school. Generally, for dancers, earning credits is via such anniversary performances. However, Zhao Rui has always been an exception. She never danced on stage but still got the credits. If Zhao Rui dances so well, why doesn't she show off by dancing? Little Xie Bao opened her mouth. Little Xie Bao, if she were very good at reading, she'd recite to Grandpa every day, but she gets sleepy when she sees books. Qian Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly with a laugh. Xie Bao, though you're clever, you just don't have interest in studying yet. You're still in kindergarten, so you don't need to be so worried. Little Xie Bao isn't worried. Little Xie Bao tugged Qian Xiaoxiao closer, hurrying after Zhao Rui. But this Zhao Rui must definitely be worried right now. After the vice principal caught up, he kept walking shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Rui until they turned into a rarely traveled forest path. The middle-aged balding vice principal suddenly put his arm around Zhao Rui's waist. Zhao Rui glanced left and right, giving a slight smile, extending arms like lotus stems to wrap around the man's neck, whispering softly, Are you that eager? We're still outside. How long has it been since you've contacted me? The bald principal hugged Zhao Rui in his arms, exposing a mouthful of yellow teeth. You've forgotten this old man because of those young people, haven't you? Don't talk nonsense, Zhao Rui replied coquettishly in a soft tone. Today I really should thank you. If you hadn't spoken up for me with principal, I would surely have been expelled. The bald principal reached up to touch Zhao Rui's face. Then how do you plan to thank me? Zhao Rui lowered her head. You're intentionally asking questions you already know the answers to, aren't you? That bald principal suddenly picked Zhao Rui up horizontally and started heading towards the nearby grove. Zhao Rui exclaimed in surprise. Principal really here? You rest assured, it's class time now, nobody comes here. Besides, we'll go deeper into the forest. Even if someone passes by, they won't come inside. The principal added anxiously. I couldn't wait to get out of school. Anyway, considering the current situation, if we were spotted entering a hotel together, it wouldn't be easy to explain. Little Xie Bao gazed curiously with wide eyes at their retreating backs. Qian Xiaoxiao immediately covered her eyes, pulled her close into a hug, and whispered scoldingly. Spit. You lecherous old man. So that's your relationship with Zhao Rui? No wonder you helped her so much in front of the principal. Little Xie Bao, don't look, let's keep our distance. Having said that, Qian Xiaoxiao took little Xie Bao far away. Little Xie Bao puckered her lips, then asked, so now we can't hear what they are saying. In that case, you stay here, I'll go listen. Qian Xiaoxiao wore a look of martyrdom. Anyway, you can't. Why not? Little Xie Bao asked. Because you're too young. Children who see things like this will end up with sore eyes. Qian Xiaoxiao cupped her chin. I'm not sure how to explain it, but you cannot go there. Stand here and don't wander around, okay? Although little Xie Bao didn't understand why, she remembered that whenever she saw others getting close and about to kiss, her brother Xiaoping always acted just like Sister Qian now, blocking her vision and closing all her senses. So little Xie Bao obediently nodded. I understand. Sister Qian, you go ahead. Little Xie Bao will wait for you here. After putting little Xie Bao down by the side, Qian Xiaoxiao quickly pasted talisman paper and crept toward them. 5 minutes later, Qian Xiaoxiao returned with an expression that conveyed deep discomfort. Little Xie Bao was squatting on the ground counting leaves. Upon seeing Qian Xiaoxiao, she instinctively blurted out, Did you return so soon? Qian Xiaoxiao hesitated a moment, knowing little Xie Bao meant nothing inappropriate, but couldn't help thinking along different lines. Her face turned bright red as she muttered, Why don't you ask him why he's so quick? Chapter 151, There's a ghost in the dormitory. After she spoke, she immediately regretted it and held Xiao Jiabao while saying, Let's go quickly. It's too dirty here. I will never come here again. Xiao Jiabao was carried away and ran so fast, as if there were ghosts chasing them from behind. Did you hear what they said? Xiao Jiabao was bounced up and down in Qian Xiaoxiao's arms and could barely speak clearly. I only heard them talking about an award. Qian Xiaoxiao panted. I didn't dare to get too close, so I didn't hear clearly, but from their tone, it seems that the award might not belong to Zhao Rui, but someone else. Xiao Jiabao thought for a moment and asked, Sister Qian, why did the senior sister who jumped off the building back then? I don't know either. Qian Xiaoxiao answered with distress. All the people who knew about this matter dropped out of school. The information left behind was nothing but unreliable rumors, which would be very difficult to verify. As she continued, she suddenly realized something. Xiao Jiabao, are you implying that Zhao Rui's award might have something to do with that senior sister who committed suicide by jumping off a building? It's highly possible, Xiao Jiabao nodded. Qian Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. If this is true, Zhao Rui won't just get expelled. She might end up in jail. The matter was too serious, and they had no solid evidence. Qian Xiaoxiao squatted down and reminded Xiao Jiabao, only you and I know this. We mustn't say it to anyone yet, or Zhao Rui might use it against us. Do you understand? Even though Qian Xiaoxiao wasn't exceptionally talented, she still had her guard up, especially against someone like Zhao Rui. Xiao Jiabao leaned close to her ear and whispered, Can we tell brother Xiao Pingzi, big brother, and Xiao Ming? Qian Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment. Since Su Qi was an adult and had considerable means and influence, telling him would definitely be safer than investigating alone, so she nodded. You can tell them, but under no circumstances should you mention this to strangers. Understand? Xiao Jiabao obediently nodded. I got it. Qian Xiaoxiao finally sighed with relief and took Xiao Jiabao back to the dormitory. By the time they arrived, one roommate had already returned from class. Seeing Qian Xiaoxiao with a little girl, the roommate curiously asked, Xiaoxiao, is this your younger sister? She looks so adorable. Qian Xiaoxiao pulled Xiao Jiabao to sit on her bed and gave a stiff smile. Yeah, she wanted to visit our school, so I brought her over. Oh, I see. The roommate nodded and asked, Are you going to the cafeteria later? I'll pass. Qian Xiaoxiao shook her head, unable to eat after witnessing what she had seen. All right. Do you want me to bring anything back for you? The roommate tidied up and prepared to leave. No, I'm not hungry. I won't eat tonight, Qian Xiaoxiao replied. Just wait for me when I get back. The roommate paused at the door, quietly warning. That person is about to return to the dormitory after class. I asked little Lin, and she has evening study sessions tonight and won't be coming back to the dormitory. If you go out, I will be alone with that person when I come back, which is way too scary. Please stay inside. Qian Xiaoxiao nodded. I understand, I won't leave. You go ahead. After the roommate left, Xiao Jiabao tilted her head and asked, What was that someone that the sister just talked about? She seemed very afraid of that person. Qian Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her palm and explained, That's another story. Remember I told you about how one of the seniors from our dorm building jumped off a building before? This someone informed us of the incident. That roommate who just spoke is our dorm leader, surnamed He. Let's call her dorm leader He for now. In our 4-person dorm, apart from me and dorm leader He, there is another student surnamed Lin, whom we call Little Lin. As for that person, since her surname is Qiao, let's call her Little Qiao. She deliberately paused to ask Xiao Jiabao, Can you understand what I'm saying? Although Xiao Jiabao was only 4 years old, Qian Xiaoxiao instinctively treated her like a peer because Xiao Jiabao was usually so smart. Sure enough, Xiao Jiabao nodded and counted on her fingers. For people, Sister Qian, dorm leader He, Sister Lin, and Sister Qiao. Just now, it was dorm leader He who asked you to stay because Sister Qiao will soon be returning after class, and Sister Lin has night classes and cannot return. So if you're not here, dorm leader He will be alone with Sister Qiao in the room. But dorm leader He is afraid of Sister Qiao, so she doesn't want you to leave. Qian Xiaoxiao was startled for a moment, taking half a while to catch her drift before nodding to Xiao Jiabao and saying, "Great. No wonder you're Xiao Jiabao." Xiao Jiabao, with hands on her hips, said proudly, "Xiao Jiabao is super good at recognizing people. Because Xiao Jiabao has 7 brothers, I need to recognize each of them. Otherwise, the 7 brothers would fight." Qian Xiaoxiao nodded. Then, that's true. Qian Xiaoxiao imagined Su Qi fighting with others, and then imagined the scene of the 7 Su brothers brawling. Immediately, she scattered those little men rising up in her mind. The picture was too beautiful for her to dare look at it. Indeed, not long after, Xiao Qiu returned to the dormitory after class. Xiao Jiabao sat on the stool, about to greet Sister Xiao Qiu, when she saw Xiao Qiu look at her emotionlessly and coldly ask, "Who is she?" Qian Xiaoxiao held Xiao Jiabao's hand and explained, "She is my sister, here to take a look at our school." "Get her out," Xiao Qiu said rudely. "Strangers are not welcome here." "She isn't a stranger, she's my sister," Qian Xiaoxiao started, "and she's well behaved. She won't disturb you. Let her play here for a bit. I'll treat you to dinner another day, okay?" Xiao Qiu's ghostly face appeared somewhat terrifying, and her voice rasped. "Not everyone can enter this dormitory. If you don't want your sister to die, it's best to send her out before dark." Qian Xiaoxiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva, mustered her courage and spoke. "It's not that serious. I've told you many times," Xiao Qiu lowered her voice sternly. "There's an evil spirit living in our dormitory. The reason she hasn't harmed you yet is all because I'm here. But if this kid offends the ghost, we will all be in mortal danger." Now Xiao Jiabao finally understood why dorm leader he was so afraid to be alone with Sister Xiao Qiu. She really does look quite scary. Xiao Jiabao stood tall and opened her mouth confidently. "Don't worry, Xiao Jiabao is very brave and unafraid. If the ghost sister wants to harm you, Xiao Jiabao will protect you and capture her. She's best at catching ghosts." After hearing Xiao Jiabao's words, not only did Xiao Qiu fail to feel reassured, but instead quickly rushed to the balcony, knelt down on the spot, lifted both hands over her head, and shouted loudly into the air, "No blame." Innocent child talk. Even though Qian Xiaoxiao was prepared mentally, she was still shocked by Xiao Qiu's actions, holding Xiao Jiabao as she spoke. Xiao Jiabao is really powerful. Truly, she really can catch ghosts. Xiao Qiu glared viciously, muttering under her breath, "It's because you disrespected the spirits first. There's nothing I can do to save you now. The ghost just told me. She's very angry, and tonight she will kill all of you." After speaking, she turned around and climbed onto her bed, pulling up the curtain and never showing her face again. Qian Xiaoxiao scratched her eyebrows and quietly asked Jiabao, "Will that ghost really come to kill us all tonight?" Xiao Jiabao shook her head. "Sister Qian, don't be afraid. Xiao Jiabao will protect you." Qian Xiaoxiao, who had already witnessed Xiao Jiabao's abilities at the Su family villa, hugged Xiao Jiabao tightly. Soon enough, dorm leader he returned. Seeing the tightly closed bed curtains, she glanced at Xiao Jiabao sitting on the bed with Qian Xiaoxiao, leaned closer and whispered, "Isn't she talking about seeing ghosts again?" Qian Xiaoxiao nodded. "Isn't she saying it every day? If only we could switch dorms." Dorm leader he rubbed her arms. "Since the day she moved into our dorm, I felt everything's been off. It must be because she brainwashed us, always acting mysteriously. How could university students say they see ghosts every day?" Xiao Jiabao pursed her lips and decided not to tell dorm leader he that she, as a kindergarten student, also sees ghosts. Otherwise, his sister would definitely get even more scared. Dorm leader he chatted with Qian Xiaoxiao for a while by the bed, then went back to her own bed. Not long after, Xiao Lin, who had been attending evening study sessions, came back as well. Upon seeing Xiao Jiabao by Qian Xiaoxiao, she smiled and greeted her, offering some candies to Xiao Jiabao. Xiao Jiabao happily took the candies. "Thank you, Sister Lin." "Xiao, if you're looking after your younger sister, don't stay up too late chatting tonight." Xiao Lin also glanced at Xiao Qiu's bed, lowering her voice. "What Xiao Qiu says about there being a ghost in our dormitory, don't tell your sister either. Don't scare the little kid." Qian Xiaoxiao thought she'd probably be even more excited upon hearing such things, but she still nodded on the surface. "I know." At 11 o'clock at night, the lights in the dormitory were turned off promptly, and it was time to sleep. Qian Xiaoxiao and Xiao Jiabao hid under the covers, neither having fallen asleep. Xiao Jiabao became more excited as the night grew deeper, eagerly waiting for the malevolent ghost that Xiao Qiu had spoken of to appear. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoxiao was both frightened by Xiao Qiu's earlier warning and uncertain whether it was true. She worried about Xiao Jiabao's safety and stayed awake despite her exhaustion. By 2 in the morning, Qian Xiaoxiao's eyelids were starting to droop. Unable to hold on any longer, she closed her eyes and rolled over groggily. Suddenly, she saw under the moonlight a shadow standing beside her bed, a long-haired figure dressed in a white dress. Chapter 152, Xiao Qiu's Secret. Qian Xiaoxiao was nearly scared out of her wits and almost screamed, but she quickly covered her mouth with her hand and ultimately held it in. She saw the black-haired female ghost in white suddenly reach out, slowly touching the head of her bed. Amidst her horror, Qian Xiaoxiao suddenly noticed the shadow trailing along the floor under the moonlight. It was the ghost shadow. In normal circumstances, shouldn't ghosts not have shadows? Qian Xiaoxiao didn't dare to look any longer and tugged at Xiao Bao's sleeve, trembling as she whispered, "Xiao Bao, she seems to be here." Xiao Bao wasn't sleeping anyway, so she quickly sat up on the bed. The holy artifact in her hand emitted brilliant golden light, and her eyes shone fiercely as she asked, Where? That shadow seemed startled by Xiao Bao, and immediately took a few steps back, dumbfounded on the spot. Xiao Bao exclaimed softly, Qian Xiaoxiao had her eyes covered and couldn't bring herself to watch, shakily asking, "What happened? What happened? Did you catch her?" Xie Bao leaned half her body out without any trace of fear, even boldly reaching out her little hand, and pushed aside the long hair covering the ghost's face. The ghost remained silent for a moment. Why is this kid so fearless? Xie Bao tilted her head, looking clearly under the moonlight at the face beneath the black hair. She sighed disappointedly. "It's not a ghost, it's Sister Xiaoqiu." "Huh." Qian Xiaoxiao abruptly opened her eyes and looked over, seeing Xiaoqiu standing there stunned, her wig having been pulled off by Xie Bao. "How could it be you?" Qian Xiaoxiao sat up and turned on the dormitory lights with a snap. Only then did Xiaoqiu seem to awaken from her trance-like state, hastily covering her face as she cried out, "Not me. Not me. It's the ghost. The ghost possessed me." "There's nothing," Xie Bao blinked. Sister Xiaoqiu doesn't have a ghost inside her. The other roommates were also awakened by the commotion and jumped when they saw Xiaoqiu's costume, but soon understood what was going on. He Shishing spoke up unhappily. "Xiaoqiu, are you trying to scare Qian Xiaoxiao?" Xiaoqiu shrieked. "No." She angered the fierce ghost. "So the ghost wants to kill her. I think you're truly sick." Lin Xiao was furious. "Last time, when you secretly used my skincare products and we got into an argument, you claimed that a malevolent ghost would come after me. Then that night, I really saw a woman in white with black hair standing at my bedside. I was sick for days because of that. Wasn't that just your pretending too?" He Shishing nodded too. "And the last time when you stole my money and I found out, instead of admitting it, you said a ghost would come for me. That one was fake too, right?" Qian Xiaoxiao frowned and said, "If Xie Bao hadn't been here, you probably would have fooled us all. We're all living under the same roof. Why can't we talk things through properly? How could you behave like this? Look at how close she is always hanging around Zhao Rui," He Shishing continued. "She must be someone just like her. I'll tell the principal about your behavior tomorrow." He Shishing concluded, "Either you move out, or I will. There's no way I'm living with someone like you anymore." Xiaolin cried out, "I'll go with you." Xiaoqiu glared viciously at Xie Bao, let out another shrill scream, and fainted. The group stared at each other helplessly, not knowing what to do. Finally, Qian Xiaoxiao got out of bed and carried Xiaoqiu to her own bed. After being kept awake until the middle of the night by this ordeal, the girls rushed to the principal's office early the next morning and recounted everything, including previous incidents. Resting his temple, the principal sighed in a headache-inducing tone. "Roommates should get along well. Maybe she was just playing with you guys. In such a situation, call her over. I'll give her a talking to and have her apologize. But switching rooms isn't necessary, right? There aren't any extra rooms left in school for her to live alone. That's unacceptable." He Shishing protested. "Her actions have severely affected our lives and studies. If you don't handle it, principal, I'll file a complaint." Hastily, the principal retorted, "Such a small matter, why file a complaint?" Soon after, the awakened Xiaoqiu was summoned to the dean's office and stubbornly insisted that she had only sleepwalked and hadn't intended to frighten anyone. "Shouldn't we treat people with conditions like mine equally?" Xiaoqiu replied angrily, tears welling up in her red-rimmed eyes. "Covering my face with my hands," she sobbed. "Have you considered my feelings at all? Things have already been so bad for me, and yet not only do you show no sympathy, but you also exclude me collectively. How utterly devoid of humanity. Whether you sleepwalked or did it intentionally, we all know the truth." He Shilong spoke fiercely. "Principal, she's already scaring us with her ghostly acts. What if she actually harms us in the future? I absolutely refuse to live with her anymore." Xiaolin nodded. "I've already asked someone to move her things out. If there's no place in school, let her rent a house outside. I don't care what illnesses she claims to have, but she shouldn't inconvenience others, right?" Xiaoqiu's face changed abruptly. "Who gave you permission to touch my stuff? Didn't you use my skincare products happily before?" Xiaolin said coldly. "So it's fine for you to use mine, but not the other way around." With a pale face, Xiaoqiu pushed Xiaolin forcefully and turned to run out of the principal's office after opening the door. At this moment, several girls moving Xiaoqiu's belongings from her bunk bed huddled together, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the black box inside Xiaoqiu's wardrobe. Next to the small box was a tiny memorial tablet. Chapter 153. Unusual dorm mate hides ashes in the dormitory. This scene was far too terrifying for the few female college students. One of them whispered, What is that thing? Is it a memorial tablet?" It seems to be." Another girl, frightened, shrank back. "And next to it, it's not something strange, is it? No wonder I always feel it's overly chilly here. Could this be ashes?" As soon as these words were spoken, the girls became even more afraid and all took a step back. When Xiaoqiu abruptly pushed open the dormitory door, this was the scene she saw. The pale-faced girls looked at Xiaoqiu, who had an angry expression, and instantly screamed as they ran out. Shortly after, Qian Xiaoxiao returned with Xie Bao and dorm leader He and Xiaolin. As soon as they entered, they saw Xiaoqiu hugging a black box, looking quite tense. Xiaolin's expression immediately changed, and she sternly asked, "What is inside this box of yours? What's it got to do with you?" Xiaoqiu glared at her, tightly holding onto the box. "Get lost." Xie Bao frowned, looking at the little black box, and suddenly said, "So it's here." Qian Xiaoxiao asked, "What is here? What's here?" "It's that ghost friend of Big Brother 5. Xie Bao pointed at the black box and said. Qian Xiaoxiao and the other dorm mates' expressions immediately changed. It turned out they had shared a roof with a memorial tablet for several years. Although no strange incidents had occurred in the dorm over the years, just the thought made their spines grow cold. Xiaoqiu suddenly laughed. "What are you guys afraid of? Haven't I already told you there's a malevolent spirit here? Why didn't you believe me?" Qian Xiaoxiao, trembling lips, opened her mouth and asked. So what exactly is this thing? This. Xiao held the black box, softly saying, it's my sister's ashes. With her blessing, I was able to attend this university. Everyone's cold sweat had already soaked through their clothes, and they were shivering despite the sweltering summer heat. You don't have to be afraid, Xiao said while laughing crazily. After all these years, we've gotten by, haven't we? Isn't it hilarious? You all now know fear. So let me tell you something else. Each of you has actually drunk my sister's ashes. Leader He shockingly raised her head. What? What do you mean? How dare you always bully me? Xiao giggled. Every time you bullied me, I would sprinkle some of my sister's ashes into your cups. And none of you ever noticed. Ha 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 ha. Dorm leader He and Xiaolin, who had quarreled with Xiao, immediately rushed outside and bent over, vomiting. Xiao took a step back and said, did you put this thing in my cup too? Xiao looked at her, regretfully saying, I originally planned to, but it seemed like there wasn't enough time. Over the years, only you haven't argued with me over trivial matters. I know you're a good person. Xiao finally exhaled in relief. In the past, Xiao used her water card or meal card, and she never bothered to care. A few dollars a day accumulated to several thousand yuan over such a long period. But she always thought Xiao might have been from a difficult background, so she had never clashed with her. Besides, she rarely used skincare products or makeup, leaving Xiao with no chance to use her things. Soon after, the school security came to take Xiao away. Xie Bao looked at the box in her arms and said, Sister Qiu, can you give me this item? If you continue to avoid burying it, your sister won't enter the cycle of rebirth. She should never enter the cycle of rebirth. Xiao shouted with red eyes. She once promised me that as soon as she got the bonus, she would definitely buy me the most expensive dress. But she didn't. She broke our agreement, and she's never coming back. I'll never see her again. Why should she die so easily and completely disregard my feelings? She promised me. She promised me. Xie Bao glanced at Xiao. Though young, she could not fully understand these complicated and unhealthy emotions. She only knew that when someone dies, they cannot be seen anymore, but it doesn't matter. Little Bottle Brother said, ghosts govern the cycle of reincarnation, and as long as one still retains karmic ties from the previous life, they will inevitably meet in the next. When she learned her parents had died, she was very sad, but she never once thought about keeping them close in this manner. Little Bottle Brother said, after people die, they no longer belong to this world, but in such a vast universe, there's always a place where they should go. They could be reborn in another way in that place, living happily and contentedly in a place she couldn't see. Just knowing this was enough. Xie Bao spoke up. But if you do this, your sister won't be able to go to the other world. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a figure in red clothes appear behind Xiao. Her facial features had already begun to blur, standing there silently, somewhat bewildered. By this time, the other dorm mates except for Xiao were no longer in the dormitory. Xie Bao took out her bank card and was just about to use a divine tool to subdue the vengeful ghost when Si Ping's voice suddenly came from behind. Wait. Xie Bao turned around and saw Si Ping emerge from the distorted air, holding Li Minghan by his arm. When Li Minghan stood on the ground, he stumbled a couple of steps, appearing as though he were sleepwalking. Xie Bao blinked and asked, what's wrong with big brother Li Minghan? It's nothing. He insisted on coming along. But the human body can hardly endure the sense of weightlessness and dizziness during teleportation. Si Ping said expressionlessly, a rest will be fine. Only after hearing these words did Xie Bao feel reassured and helped Li Minghan sit on Xiao's bed. Si Ping looked at the red-clothed vengeful ghost in front of him and said, since her ashes haven't been buried, even if you bring her into the space, she wouldn't know how to find the way to the ghost domain. Xie Bao scratched her head. Then let Sister Qiu bury that little black box, right? Xiao had naturally seen how Si Ping appeared earlier and was momentarily horrified and speechless. Si Ping walked over and tried to take the ashes from her hand, but Xiao immediately hid the box behind her back, opening her mouth guardedly. What do you want to do? Xiao then spoke. Since things have come to this, just give the urn to Xie Bao and Si Ping. Didn't you hear them? Only after being buried will your sister find peace. Why should she find peace? She shouldn't find peace. Xiao shouted shrilly. What qualification does someone who committed suicide have to find peace? I still don't know why she died. All I saw was her broken body lying beneath the dormitory building. Xiao paused, then opened her mouth. Is your sister the one, the senior student you mentioned in that story, who jumped off a building because she didn't win first prize? Crying, Xiao bent down. Yes, it was her. Why didn't she win first prize? She had already danced so well. Everyone said she would definitely win first prize, so why didn't she get it? Xiao exchanged glances with Xie Bao and suddenly spoke. I think. I should know why. Xiao suddenly looked up. Do you know? But I'm not sure either. Xiao furrowed her brows, choosing her words carefully. It was something I heard accidentally in a conversation between Zhao Rui and the vice principal about that first prize matter. It seems Zhao Rui's first prize wasn't because of how well she danced, but because she bribed someone to swap the names of the participants. Therefore, the award ended up going to Zhao Rui. But I don't know whether it was your sister's name that got swapped. Xiao gritted her teeth. Yes, it must have been. Teacher Xinmu praised my sister's dancing. No one was more deserving of that award than my sister. Seeing her mental state improving slightly, Xiao cautiously ventured. We still don't have evidence for this matter, but we can talk rationally. First, give the item in your hand to Xie Bao, and then we can discuss the rest. Can we do that? Xiao looked at her, softly saying, really? Can my sister's first prize really be reclaimed? But so many years have passed. It's been 3 years now. Even if we investigate, we won't find anything, right? It can be done. Xie Bao suddenly spoke decisively. Big brother told Xie Bao, truth is truth, and lies are lies. No matter how long it has been, the truth remains. Xiao glanced at Xie Bao, thinking that although Su Zong usually tells pretty unreliable stories, his teachings about life principles to Xie Bao were indeed commendable. Xiao stared at Xiao. I don't believe what a little kid says, and you're just a college student. Why should I trust you can help me? Whether you believe or not, you only have us to rely on. Si Ping calmly replied. You can either die with your sister's ashes in your arms, or you could bet on giving them to us. After all, besides us, there should be no one else who would help you anymore. In the end, Xiao handed over the urn to Xie Bao. This boy who didn't look older than a child had spoken completely correctly. There was no one left now who could help her. After Xie Bao took over the little black box, the red shadow also slipped into her bank card. By this time, Li Minghan had just woken up from his dazed state. He looked at the small black box in Xie Bao's arms and asked while holding it. I nearly fainted there. What's the thing in your hand, Xie Bao? This pretty box. Did someone give it to you as a gift? Xie Bao held the little black box seriously and said, Nope, it's Sister Chio's ashes. Li Minghan nodded. Oh, so it's ashes. He paused for a second, then suddenly widened his eyes. Ashes? In a university dormitory? Li Minghan jumped 3 feet high with a startle and stood far away from the urn shouting. Get rid of it quickly. No, we can't throw it away, Xie Bao replied. If we do that, Sister Chio will never find peace. Clutching his face, Li Minghan cried out. Why are you the one holding it then? Did I touch that box earlier? Oh no. Am I possessed by a ghost now? Seeing Li Minghan run all over the room like a headless chicken, Xiao finally understood what being both cowardly and curious was all about. Although he got scared to death every time, he still couldn't resist joining the chaos. Very soon, the campus security guards arrived outside the girls' dormitory. Those female students who had witnessed earlier events had already told the principal. Someone like her shouldn't even be allowed to stay at school. She should be sent to a mental hospital, right? Some classmates pointed at Xiao and murmured. Xiao glared at them with teary eyes, but soon after, the crowd dispersed. The guards gathered their courage and escorted Xiao away. Xiao sighed. Her emotions were really unstable, but it was because of her sister's issues that led her to this. Still, it isn't an excuse to harm others. Hio Shazhong and little Lin were innocent, though. From the looks of things now, she'll probably spend the rest of her life in a psychiatric institution. Let's hope Hio Shazhong and Lin Jie get well soon. Xie Bao nodded and said, Big brother Xiaoping, how do we bury Sister Chio? Si Ping answered, just go through the normal burial process, returning her to the earth. Hiding behind Xiao, Li Minghan asked, since she's already been taken to the mental hospital, do we need to expose Zhao Rui, or not? I promised Xiao, and I definitely intend to keep my promise. Xie Bao solemnly replied. Also, if we don't tell everyone the truth, the bad people will always oppress the good ones. Xiao patted Xie Bao on the head and agreed. Xie Bao is right. We must reveal the truth so Sister Chio can rest peacefully. Xie Bao pulled out her phone and made a call to her brother. Soon, her brother's car arrived at the school to pick them up. Seeing the item in Xie Bao's hand, her brother said, Xie Bao already explained everything on the phone. I just bought a plot at the cemetery in West Suburb. Grandfather is home, so let's not take this back and upset him. Go straight to the graveyard. The group quickly got into her brother's car. After settling Sister Chio's ashes in the cemetery, Xie Bao squatted down pondering how they could uncover evidence. It's been so many years already, and since Sister Chio has committed suicide, even confronting Zhao Rui directly would no longer be possible. Xiao sighed deeply. This case seems impossible to handle. Xie Bao looked at Xiao, her gaze suddenly brightening. Jie, are you really good at dancing? Startled, Xiao hurriedly humbled herself. Well, I suppose I'm average. As long as you dance better than Zhao Rui, it'll be enough. Xie Bao slapped her thigh excitedly. I've figured out a plan. Squatting beside Xie Bao, Li Minghan tearfully asked, why didn't you slap your own thigh? Chapter 154. Ask second brother for help. Xie Bao glanced at his palm and said sheepishly, I took the wrong picture. Li Minghan rubbed his thigh and sighed as he muttered, forget it. I'm used to it anyway. What plan do you have in mind? Xie Bao held up a tiny finger and said, Sister Qian said that even if we look for evidence now, we might not necessarily find any. And last time when I went to their school with Sister Qian, I saw Zhao Rui with a bald uncle undressing in the small grove. Su Qi's eyes widened instantly upon hearing Xie Bao's words as he looked at Qian Xiao and frowned. How did you bring her to watch such things? Qian Xiao pleaded innocently. I didn't. Who would have known they would do such things? But rest assured, Xie Bao probably didn't see anything. I had her wait for me from a distance. Su Qi exclaimed loudly, so you watched. Qian Xiao swallowed and extended a finger as she gestured. I watched a little bit of the first half. Su Qi's expression became very vivid, and Qian Xiao hurriedly spoke. But if not for this, how would we know that Zhao Rui was colluding with the vice principal? So now, we will surely face great obstacles in finding relevant evidence. At least we cannot search openly. Xie Bao nodded. Then there is only one way. Let Zhao Rui confess herself. Li Minghan's eyes lit up. He always knew following Xie Bao led to something interesting. Zhao Rui isn't stupid. How could she possibly confess herself? Qian Xiao said. Moreover, this matter is her last lifeline. If even the previous award turns out to be fake, she would certainly be expelled from school. This is her only way. I think she will become very cautious. Xie Bao waved towards a few people and whispered, "We can ask second brother for help." Su Hongtian had been filming overseas for an entire month. As soon as he got off the plane, he saw a little ball in the distance holding a sign for picking him up, squeezed among many fans, bright-eyed and watching. Li Minghan and Xi Ping stood behind Xie Bao, helping Xie Bao shield against the rushing crowd. But many of Su Hongtian's fans pushed them around until they wobbled. They were calling out Su Hongtian's name and following his footsteps, kept a meter away by the security. Xie Bao finally followed the crowd and saw her second brother, shouting loudly, "Second brother!" Her voice was drowned out in the screaming. Neither Su Hongtian nor even Li Minghan, who stood next to Xie Bao, could hear her. Xie Bao reached into her little backpack and secretly opened the space in the bank card, searching through a bunch of magical artifacts, and finally found something useful. This thing amplifies all sounds by 100 times. For grudgeful ghosts, the sound waves produced by this device would make them dizzy but causes no harm to humans. It's just a bit loud. Xie Bao took out the horn-like item. Li Minghan said, "Didn't you call until you're hoarse just now? Your voice is almost gone. Shouting again would ruin your throat. Let me do it." But he couldn't touch this divine artifact, so he pinched Xie Bao's wrist and placed the artifact near his mouth, shouting aloud. That man standing tall at 180 centimeters in the crowd. Big star surnamed Su named Hongtian. Your younger sister is waiting for you at the arrival gate with 2 bottles of Wangzi milk. Su Hongtian. That name has been ruined. Xie Bao leaned on the railing, waving frantically at him. Su Hongtian quickly ran over. "Oh whoa, he's coming over. He's walking toward me. Hurry, take pictures. He looks better in person than on TV. Whoa, so handsome. Brother. Su brother, look at me. Husband. I made you a present with my own hands. Husband. You move aside, don't block me." The crowd surrounding Xie Bao started screaming wildly as the crowd grew agitated, continuously pushing Xie Bao forward. A stubbly middle-aged man kept shoving Xie Bao. He was carrying a thick notebook and shouldering a camera, eyeing Su Hongtian passionately. Upon realizing Xie Bao was standing in front of him, he roughly shoved Xie Bao to the side. "Why does such a little kid chase stars? Step aside and don't hinder my fortune-making." Xie Bao, being so tiny, nearly fell due to the shove. Here the crowd was congested. Falling in such a place would easily cause a stampede accident. Even adults couldn't bear so many stomps, let alone a child like Xie Bao. Xi Ping reacted quickly, catching Xie Bao back, turning to glare coldly at the man. The man swore, "Brat, what are you looking at? Get lost, don't take my spot." After saying that, he used his big behind to push Qian Shao, who was standing beside. Seeing this, a fan of Su Hongtian nearby quickly spoke up. "Who are you? Why are you pushing others? Mind your own business." The man sneered coldly. "So young and already chasing stars. Not behaving well. You." The fan's face turned red with anger. "If you're not a fan, why are you here?" The man laughed once. "I'm not like you guys." Just after he finished speaking, Xi Ping raised his hand and pushed him forward directly. Caught off guard by the unexpected push, despite it not being very forceful, the man felt as if his feet were on wax, losing balance and falling forward entirely. Devices worth tens of thousands crashed onto the ground with a splash, and the man screamed in pain as he turned around to get up and look for Xi Ping. "You little bastard, how dare you push me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Su Hongtian walked over. The fans immediately became agitated, all crowding around him, and those devices were instantly trampled into pieces. "What are you doing? Don't step on my stuff." There was no time for the man to bother Xi Ping anymore. He hurriedly turned around to try and salvage his equipment. His voice was drowned out by the crowd. No one heard him. As he bent down to search for his equipment, when he stretched his fingers towards the ground, someone stepped hard on them. With no other choice, he endured the pain and managed to pull out his memory card. His fingers were full of footprints and abrasions, bleeding profusely. Chapter 155. A comparison will reveal the truth. Su Hongtian suddenly scooped up little Xie Bao from the crowd and took her to stand behind the security guards, anxiously asking, "Is baby Bao all right?" Little Xie Bao looked stunned for a moment, then quickly hugged Su Hongtian's neck and smiled. "I'm fine. Brother Xiaoping held me just now." "Oh, right, Brother Xiaoping. Ming and Sister Qian are still inside." Su Hongtian immediately had the security guards pull several people into their protective circle. Li Minghan finally exhaled in relief. "That was terrible. I felt like I couldn't breathe." Su Hongtian's act of holding little Xie Bao quickly caught everyone's attention, and the scene instantly erupted. Who is that person Su Hongtian is hugging? Could she be his daughter? What daughter? Haven't you seen the parent-child reality show Su Hongtian participated in? That's Su Hongtian's younger sister. I think her name starts with Jia. Oh, scared me. I thought my world collapsed for a moment. Little Xie Bao? Is she that little prodigy who can draw talismans? She seems quite normal here. I thought kids like her would always wear Taoist robes. This is the first time they've been seen together outside of a reality show. It seems Su Hongtian really spoils his younger sister. Also, just a while ago the little girl was here, nearly pushed over by some middle-aged man. It was really dangerous. Such occasions aren't fit for children at all. Su Hongtian, holding little Xie Bao, spoke sternly. I hope everyone can calm down. I'm grateful for your affection, but I don't want things like this happening again. The fans fell silent instantly. Su Hongtian continued. We all have our own lives. Today is a weekday, and I don't know how many of you have left your jobs or schools to come here from far away, but there's no need. One should do what's appropriate in each setting. If you come to my concerts or press conferences, I will be very happy. But airports are public places, and I hope that in the future, none of you will gather like this without arrangement. It's extremely easy for stampede accidents to occur, and I hope all of you can stay safe and healthy. After saying that, he turned around without looking back, hugging little Xie Bao tightly as he exited through the channel. When they finally reached the car after leaving the airport, Su Hongtian saw Su Qi sitting in the driver's seat and frowned. Big brother, how could you let little Xie Bao go inside to look for me? You don't know how dangerous it was earlier. If not for Xi Ping, little Xie Bao would have definitely been injured. Big brother Su Qi touched his nose awkwardly and said embarrassedly, didn't your itinerary for this trip already keep a low profile? I didn't expect so many fans to show up. I wasn't thinking thoroughly. Su Hongtian sighed deeply in frustration. It irritates me to talk about this. Recently, a group of obsessive fans has been tracking my movements, exposing everything, including the leaked set photos from the drama shoots. The director is angry because of this, and we returned before even finishing the shoot. Su Qi started the car and asked, do you need help? No need, Su Hongtian breathed out. I can handle it myself. Speaking of which, why did you guys decide to pick me up at the airport today? Little Xie Bao eagerly raised her hand. Me. There's something I need Big Brother's help with. Seeing little Xie Bao, Su Hongtian inexplicably cheered up, gently kissing little Xie Bao. Ah, my little treasure, have you missed your second brother after such a long time? What kind of thing is this, huh? Coming to seek help only when needed. Isn't that called showing up for nothing unless necessary? No, little Xie Bao misses second brother. Little Xie Bao happily replied, looking up at him. But Grandpa said second brother worked hard shooting a drama, so little Xie Bao didn't want to disturb second brother. It is hard work, but if little Xie Bao called, second brother would definitely answer. Conversations with little Xie Bao are never tiresome. Su Hongtian caressed little Xie Bao's cheeks with a bright smile, erasing all signs of fatigue from his face. Have you been good these past few days? Any events worth mentioning? Let second brother see what kinds of virtuous deeds little Xie Bao has done. Little Xie Bao nodded and narrated Zhao Rui's incident while sitting on Su Hongtian's lap. Although little Xie Bao's storytelling ability wasn't great, with some parts jumbled, Su Hongtian cleverly pieced together her meaning. That fifth guy dared to let her bully you. Su Hongtian rolled up his sleeves. Let's see what I'll do when I get home. That's not the point. Little Xie Bao interrupted, gripping Su Hongtian's arm. The point is that Sister Chiu can't rest in peace now. We need to figure out a way to make Zhao Rui admit to what happened with the award years ago. Su Hongtian nodded and asked, so little Bao, how can Big Brother help you? Little Xie Bao whispered something in Su Hongtian's ear. Su Hongtian arched his brows and said, no wonder we spoil our little Bao so much. She really is as cunning as her elder brother. The driver up front, Su Qi, tutayed once. Who's cunning? This is called being smart. I'm a legitimate businessman. Little Xie Bao also nodded earnestly, countering. That's right. It's called being smart. Little Xie Bao is just a proper kindergarten kid. Su Hongtian chuckled. All right. You two are the most proper ones. But your plan can still be refined. Before long, Big and Small were immersed in detailed planning. In between their chatter, little Xie Bao frequently exclaimed praises such as, Big brother, you're so clever. Flattered to no end. Su Hongtian's pride was almost reaching for the clouds. When Xian Xiaoxiao returned to the dormitory from the Su residence, he Xinchang and Xiao Lin were deep in conversation about the matter of the legendary movie Emperor Su Hongtian coming to their school to select the female lead for an MV. Upon seeing Xian Xiaoxiao, Xiao Lin lit up and said, I remember that Xiaoxiao scored exceptionally well in dance class and even received approval from Master Xian Mu. Though Qian Xiaoxiao understood what they were driving at, she still pretended to be surprised and asked innocently, what has made you both so excited? Haven't you seen the official school website? Just now, the principal announced a notification. Su Hongtian will come to our school to select the female lead for his next MV. By the way, it seems the role requires someone who excels at dancing because the character is supposed to be a dance champion, He Xinchang said. Xiao, aren't you the best dancer? You should try out. Xiao Lin added with an enthusiastic nod. That's a perfect chance to collaborate with Su Hongtian. Do you know how hard it is to work with him, even in the entertainment circle? Unless one's fame reaches a certain level, it's simply impossible to have this kind of opportunity. Yet here he comes straight to our school, looking for the female lead. If you get selected, it'll be a massive stroke of luck. Your film career will undoubtedly flourish thereafter. Qian Xiaoxiao nodded slightly before replying. Then let's go and give it a try. Both He Xinchang and Xiao Lin did not excel in dance class, so neither planned on seizing this opportunity. He Xinchang remarked, it doesn't matter, just go for it. If you succeed, remember to treat us to dinner. Xiao Lin concurred, but I seem to recall Zhao Rui also winning a gold medal once. Will she also participate in this competition? Can you outperform her? Qian Xiaoxiao propped her head on her hand and smiled. We'll see after the competition. Chapter 156 Following the Big Brother to Acquire a Mall. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Li Minghan said, when someone is feeling sleepy, someone else just happens to bring a pillow. Will Zhao Rui fall for it? If she were that smart, she wouldn't have been fooled around by Yun Ting back then. Xi Ping sitting next to Xiao Jiabao remarked coldly. Once someone's desire reaches a certain peak, their rationality will definitely hit a new low. Li Minghan looked at Xi Ping with admiration. Xi Ping frowned. What kind of expression is that? Ho, I'm just a little impressed. Usually, you can't get half a word out of Xi Ping, but when it comes to profound truths, there's an endless flow. Li Minghan held up his thumb and said, meaning, even if Zhao Rui knows this is a trap, she will jump in without hesitation because as long as there's 1% possibility, she must try. Qian Xiaoxiao slapped her thigh. Exactly, this is her last chance. So our plan is to let her showcase her real skills on stage? Li Minghan asked while stroking his chin. But even if she performs poorly, it doesn't mean much, does it? Idiot. Xiao Jiabao patted Li Minghan's head. Since she needs this opportunity so badly, she won't miss it. Brother Si Ping says people's greed will be infinitely amplified, and if she really has no dancing skills, then she will surely try her best to grab this spot. Li Minghan nodded in understanding. Are you saying she will use other means to win this first prize like she did 6 years ago? That's correct. Su Hongtan leaned against the sofa with an expression that seemed to have seen through all the coldness and warmth of the world, and casually opened his mouth. Let's wait and see. Sooner or later the fox will reveal its tail. The competition caused quite a stir within the campus, with many participants. After Qian Xiaoxiao registered, she ignored everything and spent all her free time sticking with Xiao Jiabao. Her elder brother laughed at her, saying, "You're a college student behaving like kindergarten children all day, don't you feel ashamed?" Qian Xiaoxiao tugged at Xiao Jiabao's hand and hummed. "I just like playing with Xiao Jiabao. You, being such a president, are not going to work, but stay at home holding Xiao Jiabao every day." The elder brother chuckled. "Not bad. Miss Qian used to dare not look at me. Now your guts grow bigger." Qian Xiaoxiao quickly lowered her head and remained silent. In the past, since she was not familiar with Xiao Jiabao and Su Qi, due to Su Qi's overpowering aura, she rarely dared to look at Su Qi. Later, as she became more familiar with Xiao Jiabao, her interactions with Su Qi increased. Qian Xiaoxiao discovered that under Su Qi's indifferent president exterior, there was an extreme difference in cuteness. He was gentle and patient, always seemingly having endless good moods for Xiao Jiabao. His naturally upward-turned corners of the mouth made him look handsome and charming. His voice, telling stories while hugging Xiao Jiabao, was deep and magnetic, very pleasing to listen to, just not great at storytelling. Qian Xiaoxiao recalled the story Xiao Jiabao had previously told her and decided to discuss the educational issue about Xiao Jiabao with Su Qi. "What kind of stories have you told Xiao Jiabao? And what's with that dark little girl who stews turtles and eats roasted ducks? Have you ever thought about Anderson's feelings?" Su Qi burst out laughing and nodded to admit, "Yeah, just added a bit of realism." "Do you call this kind of ending realism?" Qian Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly. "Can't you preserve Xiao Jiabao's beautiful childhood?" "She doesn't need it." Su Qi arched an eyebrow, hugging Xiao Jiabao and pinching her cheeks. "Xiao Jiabao interacts daily with a world much more honest than you think. The darkness she has seen far exceeds you. Therefore, what you call innocence no longer exists in Xiao Jiabao. She is highly sensitive and can quickly perceive others' emotions." Qian Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to speak, but finally mumbled. "There's no 4-year-old kid that should be tangled up with these things all day." Xiao Jiabao tilted her head and spoke. "Because Xiao Jiabao can see them, so Xiao Jiabao can help a lot of people. Xiao Jiabao can also collect resentful ghosts and accumulate merits to extend grandfather's Yongsuck." Qian Xiaoxiao thought Xiao Jiabao's statement about adding Yongso was merely a figure of speech, never considering it to be true. She sympathetically touched Xiao Jiabao's head. Even after going through such hardship during childhood, Xiao Jiabao never thinks about harming others. Xiao Jiabao truly is a wonderful child. Xiao Jiabao was pleased by Qian Xiaoxiao's compliment, and her little pigtails jumped joyfully. Qian Xiaoxiao smiled with her lips pursed. Perhaps she was worrying too much, but she felt that when one stared into the abyss for too long, they would gradually be assimilated by it. Yet that wasn't the case here. Xiao Jiabao remained optimistic, kind, lively, and sincere. Such wonderful qualities, under the baptism of darkness, would only become more polished over time rather than being corroded. Su Qi chuckled and said, "The competition is about to start. Why aren't you training? Why come here to discuss Xiao Jiabao's educational issues with me instead? Looking at your face, it seems like you don't really want to be Xiao Jiabao's friend. Instead you might." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Big sister-in-law?" Upon hearing this, both were stunned for a second. Qian Xiaoxiao felt as if her heart had stopped suddenly. Panicked, she looked up and met Su Qi's narrow eyes, then quickly looked away. She stood up and said, "Mr. Su, don't joke with me like that. I'm going to practice my dance." After saying this, she stood up hurriedly and left with flustered steps. Xiao Jiabao rested her chin on her palm, watching Qian Xiaoxiao's hurried retreating back. Then, she glanced at her big brother and spoke. "Did Sister Qian's face turn red just now?" Her big brother coughed lightly. "Was it? Your ears turned red too, big brother." Xiao Jiabao leaned on the sofa, curiously staring at Su Qi's slightly flushed earlobes. Previously, Xiao Jiabao's face would turn red when she was sick. "Did the two of you get sick together?" "That's not true." Su Qi stood up and picked Xiao Jiabao up in his arms. "Let's go. Big brother will take you to the shopping mall." Xiao Jiabao let out a sigh. "Nope, I want Aunt Li to take me shopping." "Can't big brother afford it anymore?" Su Qi gently shook Xiao Jiabao's little buttocks. "Does Xiao Jiabao not like big brother anymore?" "But Xiao Jiabao wants to shop." Xiao Jiabao blinked innocently. "Not go acquire malls." "Su Qi." He softly hissed and said, "All right, I'll control myself. If Xiao Jiabao likes something, I'll buy it for you, okay?" Only then did Xiao Jiabao nod and follow Su Qi. When they returned in the evening, Xiao Jiabao trotted in with her tiny legs, dashing inside and spotting Mr. Su sitting in the living room waiting for her. She threw herself into Mr. Su's arms, pouting and opening her mouth. "Big brother went to acquire another mall again today." Su Qi followed behind, awkwardly scratching his eyebrow. "It's just because I couldn't hold back. Since you liked it so much, I bought a bit more. Next time, don't go to the mall with big brother." Xiao Jiabao rested her forehead against her hand and said, "Getting chased around by people is tiring. This lively duo kept Mr. Su laughing nonstop. Seeing her grandpa happy, Xie Bao also became energetic, hopping around and making funny faces to cheer her grandfather up. Just a moment ago, she was complaining about being tired, but now she was full of life. Mr. Su touched Xie Bao's head and said, "You little smart cookie, hurry up and eat. Aunt made your favorite pineapple sweet and sour pork today. Your fourth brother always says you can't eat too much, but since your fourth brother isn't here today, Grandpa will secretly give you some, and won't tell him." Xie Bao lit up immediately, struggling to push Grandpa's wheelchair toward the dining room. "Yes," Su Qi helplessly remarked. "You shouldn't spoil her too much. Fourth brother said eating too many pineapples can make you sore. Eating just a little, how could it cause any harm?" The old man sounded like a mischievous child himself. "My precious granddaughter should be chubby and plump. Look at how thin she is, it breaks my heart." Su Qi sat down. Fourth brother said Xie Bao's body needs to be nourished slowly. "You're rushing things." The old man had no rebuttal, but he enjoyed watching Xie Bao squint her eyes and devour her food. As soon as he saw this, he felt satisfied. At least his heart was somewhat comforted. He still couldn't think about those years Xie Bao spent at the Zhao family without feeling anguished about her condition. If his son and daughter-in-law were still alive, would they blame him for not taking good care of Xie Bao? The old man looked at Xie Bao, his eyes gradually welling up with tears. Seeing this, Su Qi quickly intervened. "Grandpa." The old man shook his head and pulled out his handkerchief from his shirt. "I merely wanted Xie Bao to eat more of what she likes. She endured so much hardship in the past. I know, but there's still a long road ahead. We don't need to rush this." Su Qi dared not even touch his meal. He put down his chopsticks and consoled hastily. "Forget it. I just said it. Don't take it to heart." The old man nodded. "Don't tell Fourth, he will worry about my health again." Su Qi sighed and silently agreed. The old man wiped away his tears and, in a place where Su Qi couldn't see, winked quickly at Xie Bao. Xie Bao stealthily extended a big thumb and responded to her grandpa's plan with a cute wink. Su Qi coughed. "I'm not blind, just eat your meal properly." Xie Bao made an "oh" sound and started eating quickly with her head down. Grandpa Su sat upright in his wheelchair, pretending as if he knew nothing. "How could you have your meal without calling me?" Su Hengtian walked in from the door and immediately sat beside Xie Bao. "What smells so delicious?" Xie Bao held her personal little spoon. "Pineapple sweet and sour pork." Su Hengtian smiled. "Ah, I've heard Big Brother mention you like this. Let Second Brother have a taste too." Xie Bao obediently switched to a clean pair of chopsticks, then placed a piece of meat on Su Hengtian's plate. Su Hengtian exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, it really tastes better when Xie Bao serves it." Su Qi rolled his eyes. "All right, let's finish eating. Didn't you say the filming couldn't go on? How come you're still so busy and came back so late?" "I was helping Xie Bao out, wasn't I?" Su Hengtian blinked. "I've already spoken with a few judges. Tomorrow's competition will definitely be very exciting." Chapter 157. Please enter the trap 1. It wasn't long before the competition began, scheduled to start at 8 o'clock in the evening. So in the afternoon, as soon as school let out, Xie Bao eagerly grabbed Su Qi's finger and said, "Big brother, hurry up. Let's go find Sister Qian." Su Qi helplessly replied, "It's only 5 now. The competition doesn't start until 8. Why are you so anxious?" Xie Bao hadn't yet learned the concept of time on a clock, so he counted on his fingers and asked, 5 and 8. Will it be a very long time? Su Qi thought for a moment and explained in a way that Xie Bao could understand. About as long as reading 3 storybooks. Xie Bao tilted his head. "That's not long. Hurry up, we still need to cheer for Sister Qian before the competition." Su Qi picked up Xie Bao and said, "All right, Big Brother will take Xie Bao there right away." Xie Bao quickly ran to Su Qi's car, where Si Ping was already seated. Surprised, Xie Bao exclaimed, "Brother Xiao Bingzi." Si Ping softly responded and turned his head to look out the window. Soon after, Li Minghan scrambled onto Su Qi's car, pouting, "You two didn't even wait for me." Xie Bao made space for Li Minghan and urged anxiously, "Big Brother, let's go." "Wait a moment." Su Qi glanced at the time. "Your second brother will be here soon. We'll go with him." Xie Bao jumped around nervously in his seat like an ant on a hot pan. Soon enough, Su Hengtian walked over wearing sunglasses and a scarf, wrapped tightly. Once inside the car, he took them off. "I told you to pick me up at my studio. Now I have to come all the way here myself. Do you know how many people are here? What if I get exposed?" Xie Bao is in a hurry. Su Qi explained, "This way is faster." Is Xie Bao eager to see second brother's handsome figure? Hearing Xie Bao's name, Su Hengtian's previous grievance vanished. He turned around and teased Xie Bao. "Don't worry, second brother has been preparing to steal the show." Hanging onto the chair back with bright eyes, Xie Bao asked, "Does second brother have evidence of Zhao Rui doing something bad?" Received the video file just now." Su Hengtian snorted and laughed, taking out his phone from the backpack behind him and beginning to download the evidence sent from the surveillance video. Before long, the video finished downloading. As Su Hengtian was about to click it, Su Qi, who was driving, interjected, "Wait a moment, first check it yourself. Who knows what dirty tactics Zhao Rui used to bribe the judges? Don't taint Xie Bao's eyes." Su Hengtian suddenly realized, "Oh right. After that, he retracted his phone and muttered resentfully, "Then can it taint my eyes?" Su Qi chuckled lightly, looking at the road ahead, and said, "After being in this circle for so long, what dirty things haven't I seen? Your eyes have already been tainted, all right." Su Hengtian retorted, "Nonsense, my eyes are clean and clear. They're Xie Bao's favorite eyes, aren't they?" Xie Bao nodded, understandingly joining the applause. Yes. Second brother's eyes are peach eyes, similar to brother Xiao Bingzi's. Xiao Bao likes second brother's eyes the most. What do you mean? Su Hongtian glanced at Xie Ping. Is Xiao Bao subtly comparing us? Xie Ping faced him expressionlessly, his peach eyes shimmering with light. Su Hongtian. Indeed, they were identical. On Su Hongtian's face, these peach eyes radiated gentle charm, captivating one's soul with every smile. But when appearing on Xie Ping's face, they carried a cold aura instead, giving off an aloof and sharp impression, making one feel unwelcome to approach. Pouting, Su Hongtian decided the eyes looked better on him. He lowered his head to watch the contents of the video. Zhao Rui had known about the competition's judges other than Su Hongtian several days prior to the competition. Trying to manipulate Su Hongtian was futile, so she wisely chose another judge instead. This judge was named Wu Xin, deliberately planted by Su Hongtian. In the industry, everyone knew he was somewhat unclean-handed. In any girl group audition or singing competition he was involved in, there would always be rumors about sexual harassment of female trainees, though they were always covered up. Despite this, his reputation had spread throughout the entertainment circle. Someone like Zhao Rui, halfway into the industry, must have heard of his infamous reputation, thus prioritizing targeting him. Su Hongtian had early placed informants around Wu Xin, and sure enough, Zhao Rui soon approached. After speaking with Wu Xin in a cafe, the two left arm in arm. The person following the recording shot it very covertly, and the two never discovered throughout the entire process, until they both walked into a star-rated hotel beside the cafe. Su Hongtian shook his head. Apparently, all these years have passed, but her tricks haven't changed a bit. Xiao Bao curiously poked out his little head. What is it? Can Xiao Bao take a look? Children should not watch this. Su Hongtian put his phone away. Anyway, just remember that Zhao Rui will definitely reap what she has sown. Xiao Bao nodded heavily. Evil people will never have a good end. Li Minghan was pumped up by Xiao Bao's shout, stood up and loudly proclaimed. We will surely bring justice back to this world. Xiao Bao clapped his hands enthusiastically, not entirely sure what he meant. Wow, Xiao Ming is so cool. Xie Ping closed his eyes in resignation, pretending to have nothing to do with this teenager who had been suffering from severe middle school syndrome at such a young age. Soon, Xiao Bao and others arrived at the school. The competition would take place in the auditorium of the school, so Qian Xiao should be backstage preparing makeup and styling right about now. As the organizer of the event, Su Hongtian led Xiao Bao and the rest straight through to the dressing room without any hindrance. Seeing Xiao Bao, Qian Xiao was overjoyed. Her styling hadn't started yet, so she rushed forward and hugged Xiao Bao tightly, patting him around affectionately. I knew you'd come. Xiao Bao is so mean. Give sister a kiss. Then, Qian Xiao gave Xiao Bao several hearty smacks on the face. Su Hongtian quickly pulled Xiao Bao behind him. That's enough. You'll hurt Xiao Bao like that. Xiao Bao wiped his cheeks. It's all right. Xiao Bao doesn't feel pain. I'm sorry. I was just too excited. Qian Xiao scratched her eyebrows awkwardly. Even though I know this is just a stage drama to lure Zhao Rui, it's still my first time dancing in front of so many people. I was pretty nervous before, but seeing Xiao Bao makes me feel much better. Xiao Bao held Qian Xiao's hand seriously. Big sister Qian, cheer up. You're definitely going to dance the best. Qian Xiao ruffled Xiao Bao's hair. All right. Okay, we don't have much time left. Hurry up and start your makeup. Su Qi glanced at the makeup artist waiting behind, a professional one specially arranged by Su Hongtian. He would definitely bring out the most perfect side of Qian Xiao. Qian Xiao nodded and sat down quietly, letting the makeup artist style her face and hair. By the time the makeup was almost done, 2 hours had already passed. There was only half an hour left before the competition would begin. At this moment, an uninvited guest pushed open the door of Qian Zhao's dressing room. Chapter 158, Please fall into the trap too. Qian Xiao frowned, examining Zhao Rui's appearance. It was very exquisite, with her whole body shimmering, as if glowing. This look appeared quite luxurious, but those expensive jewels would undoubtedly hinder her movements and prevent her limbs from smoothly showcasing the dance. In other words, this overly elaborate and intricate look would significantly restrict the quality of the dance, far from what a professional dance artist would accept. Zhao Rui looked at Qian Xiao with disdain, laughing coldly. Don't think that just because you've climbed up to Phoenixi, you can transform from a hill chicken into a phoenix. You're nothing more than a country girl from the mountains. Sooner or later, I'll make you all realize that choosing her was a very wrong decision. Su Qi glared at her coldly. Provoking right before the competition, Miss Zhao, do you really think your tricks will achieve your goals? Qian Xiao stared angrily at her. If she had once envied Zhao Rui in any small way, now she felt entirely sickened. This person packaged herself in lavish appearances like a luxury item on display in a boutique, but inside, she had already rotted and stunk like a lump of mud. Zhao Rui chuckled with arrogance and teasingly pulled at her shoulder strap. Young Master Su, you'll soon realize that I am the best choice. She, Qian Xiao, is destined to end up with nothing, completely defeated. She stepped forward, and Li Minghan shouted loudly, Stop! Is this your place to just walk in? Zhao Rui didn't even look at Li Minghan anymore. In high heels, she walked straight up to Qian Xiao. Qian Xiao clenched her fists and asked, What do you want to do? I don't want to do anything, just feeling sorry for you. Zhao Rui laughed. Do you think that once you've hooked up with the Su family, you can win over me? Dream on. You have no idea what I've sacrificed to be where I am today. The champion position belongs only to me. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly raised her arm with lightning speed. Xie Bao keenly spotted the blade peeking out from between her tightly clenched fingers. Be careful, Sister Qian. In a hurry, she could only quickly pull out a magical artifact from her card space, lifting it to throw it toward Zhao Rui. The magical artifact produces a burning sensation upon contact with the human body. After being struck by Xie Bao, Zhao Rui instantly flew 2 or 3 meters away. She also dropped the craft knife in her hand, which clanged to the floor. Su Qi quickly kicked the craft knife away and looked down coldly at Zhao Rui on the ground. Do you want to die? Burned by the magical artifact, Zhao Rui was in pain all over her body. With red eyes, she asked Xie Bao, what exactly are you? Qian Xiaoxiao protected Xie Bao behind her, her voice trembling as she asked, how could you be so malicious? Me? Malicious? Zhao Rui sneered, as if she had heard a funny joke. Am I not driven to this by you people? If you hadn't pushed me step by step to this dead end, how would I become like this? Otherwise, I would still be that widely admired campus flower with a chance to live the life I desired. The life you desire is merely a cage built on the suffering of others. Qian Xiaoxiao shouted. You've done countless bad deeds, and this is only retribution for you. How they are, has nothing to do with me. Blame them for their own stupidity. Zhao Rui staggered up again. I just employed minor strategies to let them give everything to me. What is wrong with that? I simply wanted a better life for myself. If it weren't for you, and if it weren't for this little monster appearing, I wouldn't have lost everything. Zhao Rui grabbed the contour powder from the makeup table and threw it viciously at Qian Xiaoxiao's face. People who compete with me for things deserve to die. Gray powder scattered across Qian Xiaoxiao's face, smudging her makeup. Zhao Rui smiled in satisfaction. Su Qi finally lost his temper and moved forward. You. Wait. Su Hongtian held Su Qi's wrist, whispering softly. If you interfere now, it will give her an excuse to muddle up the competition. Don't worry, there will always be a time to deal with her. Su Qi's gaze turned grim. He looked at Zhao Rui for a long moment, then lightly laughed, slowly saying, you are definitely going to die. As if wrapped around the neck by a venomous snake, Zhao Rui couldn't stop shivering with cold all over her body. Staggering backward several steps, realizing she should not stay here for too long, she hastily ran out. Xiao Jiabao looked at Qian Xiaoxiao's face, full of guilt. Little Jiabao failed to protect Sister Qian properly. Qian Xiaoxiao sighed. Who would have thought she'd make another attempt after the first one failed? Can we redo the makeup in time? The makeup artist standing beside was also extremely angry. It had taken her 2 hours of hard work to complete Qian Xiaoxiao's makeup, yet Zhao Rui had ruined it in just 2 seconds. There's no way, redoing it definitely won't be enough time now. The makeup artist shook her head. What can we do now? Qian Xiaoxiao looked at herself in the mirror and suddenly had a brilliant idea. I've got it. Then, she picked up her eyeshadow brush, lightly brushing it across her face several times. She added more color to the areas that were smudged with black, turning it into an incredibly realistic wound. Exactly. The makeup artist's eyes lit up. Miss Qian's dance performance this time is meant to depict a swan dancing gracefully in the midst of a violent storm. Perhaps, this scarred makeup might also elicit a good response. What are we waiting for then? Li Minghan spoke up. Hurry up. It's almost Miss Qian's turn to go on stage. This kind of scarred makeup was very simple to apply. The makeup artist carefully touched up the entire makeup, patching areas where the makeup could not be repaired using scars, all within just 10 minutes. Once again, the makeup looked fresh and clean, filled with a narrative quality far beyond what the previous one conveyed. Just as the host announced Qian Xiaoxiao's name. Good luck. Xiao Jiabao clenched her fist, encouraging Qian Xiaoxiao. Qian Xiaoxiao nodded, turned around, and left the dressing room, walking backstage onto the stage. As the spotlight shone on her, her makeup was clearly visible, and murmurs rippled through the audience. This unexpected look drew anticipatory stares from the spectators. Following the rhythm of the music, lifting her hand, Qian Xiaoxiao quickly merged with the wild sounds of the storm. Her movements were smooth and elegant, like a mesmerizing landscape, her arms resembling dancing feathers, her light steps floating in the air like drifting clouds. She completely blended into the atmosphere of the stage. In sync with the background music, she seemed like a swan proudly striving for the perfect posture amidst the rainstorm. Her dance wasn't just a performance. It felt more like a deep exploration of her inner self, an unwavering pursuit of beauty. Every move she made was refined, as though she was creating art pieces, expressing her love for life. And the image of the white swan harmonized perfectly with her dancing movements. Like a swan that endures countless storms in the wild, yet continues to spread its wings courageously, so too did she exhibit strength and grace with every step she took on stage. Just like her, the white swan had weathered countless storms inside, showcasing charm and beauty in every movement. When the piece came to an end, Qian Xiaoxiao froze in her pose, and for a moment, there was absolute silence throughout the venue. She thought she might feel panic, but in reality, at this moment, her heart was filled with a sense of peace. She loved dancing and liked finding her own feelings in dance. She danced both for others and for herself. In this particular dance, she was deeply satisfied. Qian Xiaoxiao acknowledged the applause calmly, and after some time, the venue erupted in wave upon wave of enthusiastic applause, even louder than those given to earlier performers. But the few people on the judging panel gave relatively fair scores. Only Wu Xian predictably gave 0 points. Chapter 159, The Grand Finale, Part 1. Everyone was greatly astonished by the score given by Wu Xian, and immediately there were whispers among the audience. Because of Wu Xian's score, Qian Zhao's points were pulled down by a large margin. What should have been an assured victory over Zhao Rui ended up in a 1-point regretful loss. The spectators quickly began whispering amongst themselves, And even one of the judges, who was also a teacher, questioned Wu Xian about why he gave Qian Xiao a 0 score. Wu Xian scoffed and said, "I think this dance wasn't good, so I gave it 0 points. Is that not allowed? She didn't make any mistakes." Another judge, a teacher, solemnly spoke. Whether it's technique or emotion, her performance far exceeded that of previous participants. Teacher Wu Xian, your scoring seems quite baffling. Among 1,000 people, there are 1,000 Hamlets. I just didn't like it. Wu Xian leisurely replied. I was specially invited as a judge by the school, so what right do you have to criticize my decision? You. The other judge was so angry they couldn't speak, only fuming as they sat back down. Below the stage, Zhao Rui looked at Qian Xiao with smug satisfaction. I told you, some things are destined not to belong to you. So they'll belong to you. Qian Xiao defiantly retorted with a cold humph. What's the use of barking here when the results are already out? I'm the first place. The female lead for shooting the MV with Su Hongtian is bound to be mine. Qian Xiao tilted her head slightly. Is that so? Zhao Rui saw her unperturbed demeanor and immediately became wary. Could they have found something out? But soon she calmed down again. Even if they found out, so what? Where could they get evidence of her bribing the judges at this point? No matter what, today's champion is destined to be Zhao Rui. As long as she successfully climbs onto the branch represented by Su Hongtian, given his status in the entertainment industry, her resources will certainly not be scarce afterward. In that case, those debts won't be a problem. With that thought, Zhao Rui had already started dreaming about becoming a major star throughout the entertainment industry in the future. I actually don't care who the champion is. Qian Xiao seriously opened her mouth. What I care about is whether I stand on the stage, using all my skills and performances to showcase the emotions within the dance. All I care about is the moment the spotlight shines down, everyone's gaze focusing on me. Applause from the audience is the true crowning of a champion, rather than a trophy, and a false fame gained through dirty, disgusting means. You shut up, Zhao Rui yelled furiously. Just because I'm jealous that you got the championship doesn't mean anything. You talk as if you don't care, but how did Qian Xiao manage to gain the attention of Su Jia's eldest son? You're no different from me. What gives you the right to judge me? Qian Xiao showed a look of disgust. Don't assume others are as shameless as you, just because you degrade yourself. Zhao Rui gritted her teeth and almost raised her hand to slap Qian Xiao. However, Qian Xiao suddenly grabbed her hand tightly. Xie Bao said that bullying others isn't allowed, but neither is standing still while being slapped. As soon as the words left her lips, Qian Xiao threw off Zhao Rui's hand and slapped her back. She studies dance, practicing night and day, controlling her diet and physique, controlling her body lines. Hence, she had some muscles and strength. This slap almost stunned Zhao Rui. She fell onto the ground, sitting there for a long time without reacting. Xie Bao and Li Minghan were hiding behind the corner of the wall with Xi Ping, peeking secretly. Li Minghan hissed and touched his own cheek. That must have hurt a lot. Xie Bao propped her chin and thought, Did Xie Bao say that before? Xi Ping. By the time Zhao Rui finally came to her senses and rose angrily ready to fight with Qian Xiao, the field had already begun announcing that she was the champion of this competition. Staff hurriedly rushed backstage, informing her that it was time to go on stage to receive her award. Only then did Zhao Rui show a smile, proudly raising her chin. Just wait. One day I'll make you kneel before me, begging me to slap you. After saying that, she turned around without looking back, following the staff up to the awards podium. The spotlight focused on her since the very moment she appeared on stage, yet none of the on-site audience lifted their hands to applaud. It was clear, in their hearts, the first place belonged to Qian Xiao, not Zhao Rui, whose mediocre skills and emotionless dancing was plain to see. Zhao Rui bit her teeth and stubbornly walked up to the podium. Even if Qian Xiao danced better than her, so what? Isn't this title still hers? Like the fool from several years ago, only knowing how to dance, no matter how well she dances, it's merely helping her dress up for her wedding. The host standing beside her announced, Congratulations to Miss Zhao Rui for taking home the championship of this match. Everyone knows that this competition is to select the female lead for our Emperor of Films, Su Hongtian's MV. At this very moment, Emperor Su has also arrived on site. So may I ask, what does Emperor Su have to say about our victor? Su Hongtian took the microphone, his tone elegant and gentle but laced with a tinge of coldness. I would like to ask if Miss Zhao feels at peace with herself having won this championship. Zhao Rui's complexion paled, but with so many people watching, she had no choice but to say, Of course, this championship was earned by every drop of my sweat. Su Hongtian chuckled coldly. Oh, is that so? He nodded slightly. In some sense, it could be said that way. As soon as he finished speaking, the next moment, the super-large screen in the school auditorium flickered twice, displaying Zhao Rui's heavily made-up face for all to see. She was wearing an extremely sexy and sultry nightgown, leaning weakly against someone's side. And that person was unmistakably none other than the judge sitting in the venue right now, Wu Xian. Both their faces began to pale simultaneously. With a coquettish voice, Zhao Rui said, Brother Wu, you were a little too rough just now. I almost couldn't take it. Wu Xian laughed and reached out to touch her thigh with a lecherous expression. Still isn't it you? You little temptress, wrapping your legs around my waist. Histe. Did you have a good time? Zhao Rui flipped herself onto Wu Xian, licking her lips seductively. So how about the matter of this competition? Rest assured, Wu Xian chuckled a couple of times. As long as you keep performing well, I guarantee that the championship of this competition will surely be yours. After finishing, they proceeded to tumble together. Ah, Zhao Rui giggled coyly. You're so bad. Anyone with eyes could tell what exactly they were up to. Zhao Rui's face turned ghastly pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably, even losing hold of the microphone, which clanged loudly as it hit the floor. Now, Su Hongtian called out loudly. You can claim that this championship was achieved through your efforts. You've worked so hard, and I wouldn't want to let down your efforts, so I must definitely share this video widely, so that everyone gets to see it. That's simply unacceptable. Su Qi calmly intervened. This can't be broadcasted. Under the scrutiny of all, Zhao Rui felt utterly humiliated. Why? Why after putting in such great effort, these people still only saw Qian Xiao, only protecting Xie Bao? Wasn't she forced into this situation, having to lower her dignity to please those obese, greasy, hideous men? Chapter 160, Grand Finale Part 2. This video played on the large screen in an endless loop for half a quarter of an hour. The scene transformed from absolute silence to muttering whispers. Wu Xian's face alternated between white and red, finally standing up with gritted teeth, and said, "This is a setup you've prepared long ago, Su Hongtian. Don't I usually have no grudges against you?" Su Hongtian gave a cold snort. "Even if you want to hold a grudge against me, don't you need to check your status first?" Wu Xian's molars were about to shatter. "Then what exactly do you mean by this?" Su Hongtian coldly watched Zhao Rui on stage, and Wu Xian immediately understood that their target this time was not himself, but this Zhao Rui on stage. This woman must have done something to provoke the Su family. Not only could Su Hongtian use his connections and resources in the entertainment circle to ruin her entire future, but also due to the Su family status in Beijing's influential circles, Wu Xian naturally knew it was necessary to sacrifice a pawn to save the carriage. This is all a misunderstanding. This woman deliberately seduced me and deceived me. I just felt sorry for her as she looked pretty nice. So, I ended up making the mistake of helping her. Wu Xian immediately pushed Zhao Rui out to take the blame. She even threatened me that if I didn't help her, she would die in front of me, so I had no choice. Zhao Rui couldn't believe how quickly Wu Xian discarded her. She hurriedly crawled toward him. No, that's not what you promised earlier. Please help me. I beg you to help me." Without hesitation for even half a minute, Wu Xian kicked away Zhao Rui's reaching hand and hurried off the stage. "I don't have any relationship with you. If it weren't for your seduction and threats, I wouldn't have helped you commit such unethical actions." At Su Hongtian's signal, staff quickly escorted Wu Xian out of the venue. Zhao Rui watched Wu Xian flee hastily while the video kept rolling on the big screen and the loudspeakers broadcasted her shameless voice. She realized everything was already beyond repair. The dream of wealth and glory she'd cherished for so many years was finally shattered today, by a child who seemed less than 6 years old. Zhao Rui waited for Xie Bao. If not for her, these people would never have discovered her secret. This child kept aiding Qian Xiao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been reduced to such a state. Overwhelming rage and despair consumed her. Zhao Rui knew she faced a huge amount of usurious debt. Without any way out, she would be unable to repay the money all her life. Her life was over, yet little Xie Bao seemed to possess everything she had desired since birth. Jealousy almost drove her mad. Like a madwoman, she lunged at little Xie Bao. No one reacted, no one expecting Zhao Rui to go so far as to attack a 6-year-old child in her final death throes. Su Qi shouted coldly, "Zhao Rui, dare you?" Zhao Rui appeared to hear nothing of the external world, focusing solely on little Xie Bao. Xie Bao, clutching her small school bag, tilted her head slightly, remaining motionless at the same spot. Xi Ping now stood beside little Xie Bao. The young boy merely raised his gaze slightly and coldly commanded, "Get lost." Suddenly, Zhao Rui let out a terrible scream, stumbled forward and collapsed, landing precisely on her knees before little Xie Bao. Little Xie Bao scratched her head, then rummaged around in her school bag until she pulled out a shiny coin. Here. Not just Zhao Rui, but everyone present except Xi Ping was shocked. Qian Xiao rushed over and hugged little Xie Bao tightly into her arms. "Why didn't you dodge? That was too dangerous." "Why should I dodge?" Little Xie Bao blinked her eyes. "Isn't she wishing me a happy new year?" Qian Xiao was left speechless. "It's August. Who celebrates New Year now?" That moment, she seemed to have eyes only for me. Little Xie Bao seriously opened her mouth. "So, being important feels like this? It's completely not about being valued, okay?" Qian Xiao embraced little Xie Bao closer and hid behind Su Qi quickly. "She intended to hurt you. Was it?" Xie Bao was surprised, then quickly calmed down. "No problem. There's brother Xi Ping. He will protect me." Qian Xiao glanced at Xi Ping. The boy was truly different from normal people. Little Xie Bao poked her head out from behind Su Qi. "Didn't your sister-in-law's relatives also lose the championship because of this kind of move?" As soon as little Xie Bao finished speaking, Qian Xiao saw a familiar figure at the entrance of the hall. That was Xiao. She was holding a box, standing not far away. Inside that box was the Autumn sister who was supposed to win the championship back in those days. Zhao Rui let out a cold laugh as she stumbled to her feet. "My life is already over anyway, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. So what if I took the first prize? That championship belongs to me, and no matter how I got it, it's mine now." "Not true." Xiao Bao looked at the red-clad figure by the door. "She will come back to reclaim what is hers." Zhao Rui burst into derisive laughter. That fool is already dead. She committed suicide by jumping from a building just for that title. Such a good death, exactly what I wanted. I was worried she'd discover something. But who would have thought she played right into my hands and jumped off a building? Ha ha ha. Su Hongtian arrived with people from the police station and shook his head. "She's probably gone mad. We don't need to waste time on her. Interrogating her is the Public Security Bureau's job." Su Qi narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhao Rui before exchanging a look with Su Hengtian. Su Hengtian nodded slightly and gave a quiet okay sign with his fingers. The two brothers immediately understood each other's silent agreement. Zhao Rui had wronged Xiao Bao too much, and there was no way they were going to let her get away easy in jail. After Zhao Rui was taken away, Xiao Bao walked over to Xiao Qiu and looked up confidently. Sister Xiao Qiu, don't worry. Your family can now move forward peacefully to become their next selves. Xiao Qiu said nothing, only glanced at the box in her hands and handed it over to Xiao Bao. Su Hengtian and Su Qi both resisted this handover heartily, feeling whatever was inside might bring bad vibes. However, Si Ping swiftly stepped forward, taking the box and calmly opened it. Inside was not ash but a small dance shoe, an old-looking red one. Xiao Bao touched the shoe, furrowing her brows slightly. Si Ping then said, "This object of attachment will awaken your divine powers." Shaking her head, Xiao Bao hadn't caught the last part. Huh? What divine power? Si Ping pursed his lips. Never mind. Keep it. It'll be useful to you. Since the elder said it was good, Su Hengtian reluctantly accepted Xiao Bao stuffing the oddly mysterious red dance shoe into her bag. As they left the hall, Su Hengtian sighed. This was supposed to be the audition for my MV's female lead, yet we didn't pick anyone. Why didn't you? Su Qi chuckled and turned to Qian Xiaoxiao who was chatting animatedly with Xiao Bao in her arms. Wasn't her dancing enough to meet your expectations? Scratching his chin in thought, Su Hengtian replied. If you hadn't reminded me, I'd have forgotten. Miss Qian really does suit the role. Then it's decided. Su Qi took the lead, walking ahead. I'll go fetch the car. Xiao Bao and Li Minghan were debating whether the red shoe belonged to some horror movie cliché. Xiao Bao, whose knowledge was limited, was easily swayed by Li Minghan's persuasion. Unable to bear listening any longer, Si Ping interjected when he realized if Li Minghan kept talking, Xiao Bao might insist on calling in an exorcist tonight to dispose of the shoe. Thus, he broke the silence with a diversion. What are we having for dinner tonight? Faced with this philosophically profound topic, the two kids, and even Qian Xiaoxiao joined in an animated debate. When Qian Xiaoxiao led Xiao Bao into the car, Si Ping sat quietly in the back seat. Xiao Bao turned around and called out to him. Brother Little Bottle, come over for dinner at my place. Si Ping smiled faintly, getting into the car after Xiao Bao. Perhaps, when the right moment comes, she would naturally understand everything. But for now, let her remain the carefree Xiao Bao.